Who understands this? I crossed over to become the boy who lived, learning magic by stealth at the leaky cauldron at 11. I went to Ollivander's to choose a wand, but over 20 didn't work for me. Just as I shouted wand, come, a wand actually flew to me. I even ran into a bunch of acquaintances in Diagon Alley. And on the train, what a magical start. Let me tell you, this is ridiculous. I, an 11-year-old kid, stood in Ollivander's old wand shop, leaving that old man completely flabbergasted over 20 wands, and none of them were a match. Just like going on blind dates with 20 weirdest, it's absurd. The old man's face was losing composure, saying I was too picky as a customer. I thought, can you blame me? Your wands just aren't powerful. Then I had a brainwave, pointed at the countless wand boxes in the room, and dramatically shouted, wand, come. Well, the next second, from the back of a cluttered shelf, a box suddenly flew out with a clatter and hovered right in my palm. Ollivander's jaw nearly dropped. This story has to start from the beginning. My name is Sean on the surface. I'm just a little worker serving dishes at the leaky cauldron, but in reality, I'm a time traveler in my previous life. I had just passed my driving test when I found myself in the world of Harry Potter. Reincarnated as a 2-year-old baby, and my background is quite explosive. I'm also the boy who lived, one of the 2 survivors of the killing curse, but it wasn't Voldemort who attacked me. It was that crazy woman Bellatrix. My family background is quite something. It's like a plus version of the undercover agents in the wizarding world. My grandfather worked for the Ministry of Magic, but feared death and supported Voldemort. My father was even more impressive. Originally a Death Eater and later defecting to the Order of the Phoenix. The result of this back and forth led to our family being wiped out by Bella, and even 2-year-old me was sent away by Nevada. Cadaver. Then my soul arrived here, so I could be considered a hanging ghost who has returned from the dead after that. I was sent to the leaky cauldron and raised by my mute uncle, Hearns, who was a cook. Who understands this? When I was 5, I awakened my superpower. My eyes could see magic. While others cast spells, they saw special effects. But for me, it was like 3D blueprints formed instantly at the tip of their wands. Every line, every node, crystal clear. This was like having a magical version of a Sharingan. With this ability, learning magic was a breeze. So, during the day, I worked as a waiter at the pub, serving butterbeer to drunken wizards while my eyes acted like high-definition cameras, stealing skills like crazy. That bald guy Jamie loved to play with the levitation charm when he was drunk, and I would watch his wand intently. Within days, I had engraved the magical framework of that spell into my den at night. I returned to my little storage room and began to self-study furiously with the ancient Hogwarts textbooks my uncle salvaged from the junk shop. You can't say that the magical framework diagrams in those books were complex and looked like ancient scripts, nothing compared to seeing it live. So, after 5.5 years of learning by stealing and self-study, when I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter at age 11, oh no, Hogwarts, I had basically completed the first 3 years of spell lessons that day. The Weasley family arrived at the leaky cauldron in a whirlwind. Their signature red hair was hard to miss. Mrs. Weasley was particularly warm. Being an old acquaintance of my parents from the Order of the Phoenix, behind her were the twins, George and Fred, who winked at me. I knew right away that my days at school would never be boring with these 2. They were heavyweight troublemakers, however. There were always some clueless folks around making snide remarks, calling me the son of a traitor, saying I survived because my dad made a deal with the Death Eaters. I was so numb to it. If I weren't mentally an adult, I would have been PU'd into depression by the Mrs. Weasley invited me to go shopping in Diagon Alley, which I thought was fine since I still hadn't bought my wand. My stingy mute uncle fished out 10 galleons for me, and the pub owner, old Tom, who is usually tight-fisted, surprisingly handed me a money bag with 20 galleons inside. I arrived in Diagon Alley. I headed straight for Ollivander's wand shop. Then the scene at the start happened. The wand that flew out was dark, 15 inches long, made of black walnut, with a core of a thestral's tail feather. Ollivander said this wand was particularly picky about its owner, requiring them to have self-awareness. Basically, you can't deceive yourself. I thought, isn't this tailor-made for me? A thestral's tail feather. I remembered that old Dumbledore's Elder Wand also had this. It sounded impressive. I grasped the wand, silently recited the levitation charm, and instantly constructed the magical framework I had practiced thousands of times in my mind. A feather quill on the table whooshed into the air. That feeling was incredibly smooth. The magical output was so fluid. It took half the effort compared to my previous wandless spells. This was it. After paying 10 galleons, I just stepped out when I bumped into the Weasley twins, who nicknamed me Smart Kid. I didn't hold back and countered with Troublemaker 1 and Troublemaker 2 unexpectedly. These 2 clowns seemed to like it, and their gazes toward me became much friendlier. Next, I went to buy robes at Madame Malkin's shop and ran into a super pretty girl named Curse Crouch during her introduction. She made sure to mention that her grandfather was a high official at the Ministry of Magic. When I heard that surname, my heart sank. Crouch's family? That was the family of little Barty Crouch, a diehard Voldemort fan. I had to be cautious. I spent the rest of my money at a junk shop cauldron, scales, telescopes, a bunch of secondhand goods. After haggling with the owner Peter for a while, I got everything for 8 galleons, leaving me with 2 perfect. A month later, on the day of school, my uncle took me to King's Cross Station, where I ran into the Weasley family again. Wow. This time everyone was there: Percy, Charlie, and the future glutton of the trio, Ron, crossing Platform 9, and boarding the Hogwarts Express. My magical journey officially began. I found a half-empty compartment on the train and ended up seeing that cursed Crouch again, sitting next to a handsome guy. I had no choice but to muster my courage and enter hello. I'm Sean Greaves. I greeted the handsome guy. First, he nodded. Cedric Diggory. Wow, it's Cedric, the future heartthrob, an academic genius of Hogwarts. In the same year as me. This was getting exciting. Crouch also introduced herself, not forgetting to mention her grandfather again. Just then, a girl with a black ponytail pushed the door open, asking if there were any seats lefties. Sit here. I pointed to the empty seat next to Crouch. Thanks. I'm Angelina Johnson. We each introduced ourselves, however. When Angelina heard my name, her eyes widened in surprise as she stared at me. Wait, are you that Sean Greaves? What else can I do? I can only nod helplessly. Goodness. When I heard her name, Angelina Johnson, I thought, isn't she just Fred's girlfriend from the Weasley family in the future? Our train carriage was something else. Cedric looked like a loyal and honest Hufflepuff. Angelina was definitely from Gryffindor, and that one named Chris exuded the aura of a pure-blood family. I'm very noble, so she was probably from Slytherin. As for me, I didn't even know where I would end up. The train rattled for quite a while, and it was dark by the time we arrived. As soon as I got off, I heard a loud roar. First-year students, come over here. I looked up, and oh my god, there was a giant, nearly 3 meters tall course. I knew it was Hagrid. Angelina gasped beside me. Oh my, he's so big no one understands. I thought she was joking, but I had no evidence. Then this giant Hagrid called out my name. Where's Sean Greer? I strained my neck to shout, right here. He even leaned over to say I was much taller than Harry, which was obvious. Next, Hagrid led our group of small fry onto those automated little boats, crossing a dark lake. Honestly, even though I'd seen it in the movies 100 times, seeing Hogwarts Castle in person was breathtaking. I was truly in awe. It was spectacular. As soon as we landed, Chris asked me which house I thought I would be sorted into. Just as she finished speaking, 2 redheads, the Weasley twins, jumped out from behind me and stamped. The clever one will definitely go to Ravenclaw. They also greeted Cedric, trying to convince him to join Gryffindor, but Cedric just smiled and said that it wasn't up to him. Once we entered the castle, Professor McGonagall was already waiting at the door, rambling on about the sorting rules, the 4 houses competing for the House Cup, the usual stuff. I quietly activated my magical eye, and wow, all these new students were glowing faintly with white light, while Professor McGonagall shone like a 200-watt light bulb. When the great hall doors opened, the candlelight flickered, and 4 long tables were filled with people. The atmosphere was electric. Just as I was feeling nervous, I sensed a deadly gaze directed at me. I looked up, and there he was, Snape. Those gloomy eyes and greasy long hair. Unique in the whole school. I was puzzled. Why was he looking at me? I'm not Harry, and my eyes don't look like his. Ding, ding, dang, dang. My shuriken were all knocked away. At that moment, I'd already rushed in front of him. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. I was almost unable to suppress my killing intent and directly threw a kunai at his carotid artery. Bang! His speed was more than twice mine, and with one kick, he sent me flying. But while I was in the air, I didn't waste any time and threw out another kunai along with 3 shuriken, directly blocking his escape route. Akai just took a step back, and Yin Luo attacked from an unexpected angle. Let me tell you, our coordination in this wave was quite amazing. For a first-time partnership, it felt almost destined. My desperate offensive was just to create an opportunity for her to flank him. Yun Luo's kunai was about to slice into his chest. Whoosh! He used a body flicker technique and appeared right behind Yun Luo with a knife at her throat. The gap between us and the elite Jonin was like heaven and earth. At this moment, Mingyu, who had been observing the whole time, finally reacted and charged in empty-handed. As a result, Akai kicked Yun Luo away, and she crashed right into Mingyu, and the 2 of them tumbled into a mess. All right, I have a rough idea of your abilities. Let's gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that with a bang, it turned out that Akai was just a shadow clone, and he disappeared. I clenched my fist. My strength is still too far off. The next day, I went to the training ground early, as usual. This is my character, an orphan whose home was destroyed, so it's normal for me to train hard, right? But I can't train too intensely. I have to show the kind of effort, but with mediocre talent. Otherwise, if someone like Danzo sets his eyes on me and puts me under 24-hour surveillance, I'm done for. Before long, Mingyu arrived and started training after taking off his jacket. Half an hour later, Yinluo also showed up, bringing us breakfast. By the time we finished eating, Akai arrived fashionably late. For the next entire week, he put us through special training. It wasn't about practicing ninjutsu. It was all about battlefield gestures, coordination, and mission essentials. A week later, He took us outside the village. Kids, your first mission has arrived. He shook the mission scroll. A group of refugees has become bandits in a land of fire. Your task is to kill them all, not leaving a single one behind. We traveled for several days and arrived at the top of the canyon. Below, there were scattered lights, indicating a temporary village of dozens of people. Remember, leave no one behind, whether women or children. I will check, Akai commanded as he sat down. Mingyu's face turned pale. Teacher, is it just the three of us? What are you afraid of with a group of refugees? Go now, Akai shouted. The three of us sneaked into the canyon, hiding in the trees to observe. Mingyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, trembling as he asked, do we really have to kill? What if there are children inside? No one understood, and his words left me in silence. A year ago, I was that child. Now, am I supposed to become the executioner? My body began to shake. The past tragedies and the task at hand were clashing wildly in my mind. I suddenly realized that the root of all this is the fault of this world, the wars instigated by those in power for their desires. If I want to change this world, I must tackle the problem at its core. And to solve the problem, first, I need to have the strength to overturn the table. I exhaled, looking at Mingyu, my gaze becoming incredibly firm. Kill. If you can't do it, I will. By midnight, most of the torches in the village had gone out. It was time. I led the way in, quietly sneaking up behind a patrolling guard, and struck swiftly. Warm blood splattered on my hand, and to be honest, my hand was shaking like I had Parkinson's. But this was a hurdle that I had to overcome. We split into 3 groups. After the first time, it became much smoother. My side was like chopping vegetables. Enter the room, kill, and leave, all in one go. Yin Luo was doing fine too. She was only dealing with men, so she had fewer reservations about taking action. As expected, our incompetent teammate, Mingyu, ran into trouble. He accidentally made a noise, waking up the man in the room. When the man saw him as a ninja, he immediately shouted, "There's an intruder!" The whole village erupted in chaos. The man lunged at Mingyu with a dagger, and in a life-or-death moment, Mingyu exploded with energy, dodged the attack, and took him out with a counter-strike. But just as he took a breath, the bedroom door opened, and a woman and a little boy stared at him with eyes that seemed like they wanted to eat him alive. Surprisingly, he still had the heart to spare the mother and son, wanting them to hide. What happened next? Just as he turned around, that woman picked up a broken chair and smashed it over his head, while that little brat, only 3 or 4 years old, picked up his dad's dagger and stabbed it into his leg. I tell you, this is war. Being merciful to the enemy is cruel to yourself. Mingyu couldn't understand, but reality would teach him how to be a person. In the end, he still killed that mother and child, walking out covered in blood. At this moment, the remaining people in the village had all gathered together, with the men holding knives, protecting the women and children in the middle. I walked out from the shadows and faced them directly. "It's you, little brat. Kill him." The group of men charged at me like rabid dogs. My gaze swept over the women behind them. Some were young, disheveled, with vacant expressions and injuries on their bodies. It seemed these people had indeed done a lot of bad things. There was no hesitation left. I unleashed my speed and charged into the crowd, throwing kunai, each swing taking a life. The gap between ordinary people and ninjas is that desperate. Soon, all the men were down, leaving behind a group of trembling women and wailing children. I took a deep breath, stepped forward, covered their eyes, and with one swift stroke for each, gave them a merciful end. Yin Luo arrived at that moment, and upon seeing the hellish scene, she covered her mouth and almost threw up. But I waved at her. My meaning clear, you come too. She hesitated for a moment, but still came to help. When only a few children were left, Akai's voice suddenly rang out. He had appeared out of nowhere, sitting in a tree like a ghost. "These few, leave them to Mingyu to handle." I put away the shuriken and started to retrieve the throwing stars I had previously thrown away. After all, these things cost money to buy. Mingyu looked at the few kids who were about the same size as him, completely broken down, kneeling on the ground and pleading with Akai. "Teacher, please let them go." My heart skipped a beat. Am I an idiot, saying this in front of this freak? Sure enough, Akai jumped down from the tree and kicked Mingyu several meters away, crashing into a tree and spitting blood. Let go. In times of war, the enemy is the enemy. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to your own people. You worthless piece of trash. No wonder you're an orphan. Those words were both venomous and ruthless, directly reopening Mingyu's wounds and rubbing salt in them. Mingyu knelt on the ground, lacking even the strength to retort. Akai snorted coldly, no longer looking at him, casually pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag, and threw it into the group of kids. Boom! The world became quiet. Then he formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball engulfed the entire village. While he was burning the village, I noticed something fall from him with a duong sound, a purple orb of light. I quickly picked it up and took a look. Wow, it turned out to be a skill orb. Fire release, great fireball technique. Right in my hands. This operation was like opening a hidden variant blind box. Exhilarating to the max. I pondered in my heart, could the skill drop be related to the danger level of the environment? Or is it related to the caster's proficiency? It seems I need to experiment more in the future. Qiye and Yunluo performed well. Mingyu, you useless piece of trash. If you do that again next time, I'll personally take you down. Akai's killing intent erupted instantly. Let me tell you, it felt like countless knives were pressed against my neck. And I broke out in a cold sweat right on the spot. The mission ended, and we had a 3-day break. Akai took half of the reward, and the remaining half was split among the three of us. Back in the room, Mingyu hesitated to ask for money, saying he slacked off the whole time. I divided the money into 3 parts and stuffed one portion into his hands. As a ninja, one must always get used to killing and such things. He held the money, fell silent for a long time, and asked me, Qiye, I let that mother and child go. Why did they still want to kill me? I looked at him and said lightly, because you killed her husband, his father. If your dad was killed by someone, could you bear it? Those words struck a nerve with him. His eyes turned red, and he told me about his past. Both of his parents were ninjas from Rain Village. His father was killed by leaf ninjas during a mission, and his mother went for revenge and also died. He became an orphan and was sent to his uncle's house in Snow Village. Wait, Snow Village? Yunluo interjected at this point. Our village is called Drizzle Village, right next to Snow Village. I raised my head. I am from Hefeng Village. The 3 of us fell silent in an instant. The small village of Baishua, Hefeng, and Shiyu, huddled together, was wiped out in the flames of war. And guess what happened next? The 3 of us are actually fellow villagers from the neighboring village. I guess at the time that it was probably those people from Akai who did it. But I can't say anything about this now. If I do, it would mean sending 3 lives to their doom. I seriously warned them that what we discussed today must stay between us, especially regarding Mingyu's background. And absolutely no 4th person can know. The 3-day holiday passed in the blink of an eye, and Akai brought us a new mission, still targeting the bandits. But this time it was the regular army. These bandits were well equipped, and even had quite a few who could use the 3-body technique, making them much harder to fight. After a tough battle, the 3 of us were injured, especially Mingyu, who was already hurt and would probably go back wrapped up like a mummy. Of course, I was just pretending. Seeing that Yunluo was struggling a bit, I couldn't show that I was too relaxed, could I? My identity as an orphan from the Rain Country is too sensitive. I must hide my abilities. Once we clean up the enemies, Akai will jump out, laughing heartily as he collects the spoils. He looks at us 3, all injured, with immense satisfaction. The way he gazes at us is not like a teacher looking at students, but rather like someone admiring 3 increasingly useful tools. This old guy isn't completely stingy either. Before leaving, he actually pulled out a few torn pieces of paper from his bag, claiming they were chakra test papers, as a reward for our mission. Let me tell you, the way he said it was just like giving alms to a beggar, saying something about going back to check our attributes and applying for a C-rank ninjutsu to learn. He kept rambling on, saying things like wet as water, burned as fire, broken as earth, cut is wind, wrinkled is lightning. And then he suddenly disappeared, as if he was in a hurry to be reborn. That silly kid Mingyu was stunned on the spot, all wrapped up like a mummy, mumbling, "Did I hear that right? We can learn ninjutsu now?" Yunluo remained calm and nodded, saying, "Yes, let's go back to test our attributes to choose ninjutsu." Goodness, Mingyu jumped up on the spot, almost tearing open his wound. Finally, I can learn ninjutsu, making a ball and spitting fire or something like that. So cool. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Who understands this among my family? This isn't a reward. It's clearly a pre-war mobilization. First, they let you see blood. Then they give you a better knife. What's next? Aren't they just going to kick you onto the battlefield as cannon fodder? I can hear Konoha's scheme even in the land of rain. When I got back to my little shabby house, Mingyu was the first to crack, grabbing the test paper and pouring chakra into it. In the next second, the paper crumbled and fell apart, dropping from his fingers. Earth attribute, Yunlu said from the side. Mingyu immediately fell silent, sighed, and said he thought it was fire attribute. How cool would it be to spit fire? When it was Yunlu's turn, she gently injected her chakra. I watched as the paper was sliced in half down the middle, and then both halves instantly got soaked. Wow, wind and water, dual attributes. Mingyu's eyes nearly popped out. The envy and jealousy in his gaze were unbelievable. Yunlu herself was quite happy, her eyes sparkling, saying she might really be able to make it rain in the future. and they both looked at me. Mingyu was still analyzing, saying my personality was stable. So I probably had water or earth. I smiled and said nothing, just went for it. As soon as I tried, the paper reacted in 4 different ways at once. One part got wet, one part crumbled, one part wrinkled, and one part caught fire. All attributes? Mingyu's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and he was completely stunned. Yunlu was genuinely happy for me, clapping her hands and saying how amazing I was. What could I say? I could only act like a master, staying calm and performing basic operations. In my heart, I knew this was probably related to that cheat of mine that lets me pick up skills, but I still had to fool them, saying, what is the use of having multiple attributes? Look at the third Hokage, a master of ninjutsu with all attributes, and he was still suppressed by Orochimaru, right? The key is personal training. Mingyu heard this and actually believed it, instantly feeling better. I quickly added, don't tell anyone about this. Just say I have the fire attribute. Keep it low-key, got it? The next day, Akai indeed took us to the Hokage building to choose ninjutsu. But what happened? We weren't allowed to touch the scrolls at all. We were just given a menu, like ordering in a restaurant, and we had half an hour to decide. AJ Neen stood nearby like a gatekeeper, staring at us with a look that seemed to fear we'd eat the menu. I took a glance and wow. There were water release techniques like water release, water jet, fire release techniques like fire release, flame bullet, and hundreds of C-rank ninjutsu that dazzled the eyes. I had already picked up a great fireball, so I wasn't indecisive and directly pointed to one called fire release, flame arrow, saying I want this one. It was described as not needing to spray from the mouth, but instead launching 5 small flames from the hand, sounding a bit like the 6 Meridian's divine sword, which was quite interesting. The Jonin went to give me the scroll, and wow, the dust on that scroll was probably older than I was. Clearly a neglected item that hadn't been practiced for ages. Yin Luo thought for a moment and chose a wind release technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. To complement my fire attribute, Mingyu was in a dilemma, flipping through for a long time, and finally slammed the table in frustration, choosing earth release, flying brick. I glanced at the description. It involved rubbing a brick from the ground to smash someone. That's very much like Mingyu. Once we got the scrolls, the 3 of us rushed home to study them. As soon as we sat down, Mingyu let out a scream. I looked over and, wow, his flying brick technique required 15 hand seals. Is this really a C rank ninjutsu? This is practically a C- level ninjutsu. What a ripoff. I could only comfort him. Don't panic, this shows it has high growth potential. Who knows, it might even reach S rank in the future. When Mingyu heard this, he believed it again and gritted his teeth, saying he would practice forming seals diligently. We ran to the small forest at the edge of the village to start practicing. Yun Luo was the first to arrive, making a hand seal with his small hands, taking a deep breath, and then, whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, rustling the leaves. It was a success on the first try. A naturally talented player, no doubt about it. I also pretended to form a few hand seals, and 5 small flames the size of toothpicks instantly appeared on my hand. I shot them to the nearby big tree, leaving a few small black spots on the trunk. The power was even weaker than when I threw stones. It was really weak. Finally, it was Mingyu's turn. He stood there, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's, struggling to form a hand seal for a long time, sweating profusely. In the end, he shouted earth release, flying brick, and slapped the ground. Then, there was nothing after that, not even a reaction. I was shocked. You didn't forget all the basic knowledge taught at ninja school, did you? He chuckled and scratched his head. Great, this guy must have dozed off in class. In the end, Yin Luo couldn't stand it anymore and started tutoring him from the beginning. After half a month, Mingyu finally managed to perform the brick technique. But his accuracy was so off that I didn't dare stand in front of him, fearing he might accidentally hit me instead of his target. As for me, let me tell you, for the past half month, I couldn't focus on anything else but grinding away at the hand signs for the fire arrow technique. Finally, just today, I found the trick and managed to reduce 5 hand signs to 4. Although it's just 1 sign less, that's a qualitative leap. I felt so exhilarated at that moment. Like I was the chosen one. I was about to show off my research results to Yin Luo when she happily ran over and said, Qiye Jun, look at my big breakthrough. As she spoke, she extended a finger and formed a seal. Can you believe it? A seal. Then she took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled. Boom! That was no longer a strong wind. That was a tornado. The trees in front were blown down, and the ground was stripped of a layer. Mingyu was blown around like a rolling gourd beside her. Yin Luo was still catching her breath, smiling like a little moon, and asked me, how was that? A seal, you know. Impressive, right? I was really taken aback at that moment, feeling like a beginner in AI art, while others were already generating universes. It took me half a month, and a tremendous effort to create a single stamp, while they effortlessly reached the final form. Damn genius. I was almost in tears but had to force a smile. Amazing. So amazing. I'm really happy for you. Yunluo asked me what I wanted to say earlier, and I calmly replied, "Oh, I was just wondering what we're having for dinner tonight." After that incident, more than half a month passed, and just when I thought Qiye had forgotten about us, that guy suddenly reappeared and casually said, "Gather at the village entrance at 7 in the morning tomorrow. I am well aware that this is not a mission. This is a call to arms, preparing for a raid." The next morning, there were crowds of people at the entrance, 10 squads in total, including those from the generation of Zhu, Lu, and Dai. An elite jonin named Jiu Qiaogang Si led the team, and with a command, the main force set off in full force. On the way, Mingyu foolishly asked where Qi Jing was going, and Qi Jing ominously smiled, uttering 2 words, battlefield. We soon reached the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. Then, with a wave of his hand, Jiu Qiaogang sent 10 teams scattering in different directions. I felt a little relieved. Fortunately, we weren't going to the front lines as cannon fodder, but rather engaging in infiltration and assassination work behind enemy lines. Qiye led us into an abandoned village. It was drizzling lightly, and he gave us our mission with a displeased expression. Let me tell you, the task was very simple: to eliminate a patrol team on a supply line from Sunagakure. To put it bluntly, we were to act as bait and cleanup crew. The 3 of us quickly broke away from the main group and sprinted through the rain. From this moment on, we could encounter the enemy at any time. I raised my hand directly and said, "Stop, let's find a place to hide." Our trio had almost 0 perception ability, and charging forward like this was just like delivering a package to the enemy, right? That old guy at Qiye vanished as soon as he dropped the mission. Who knows what he is busy with? So, I hurriedly found a big tree, and the 3 of us squatted there like mushrooms, hiding for a solid 3 hours in the rain. Anyone who understands knows my legs were about to give out. Just when I was about to ascend, hey, here they come. About 50 meters away, 3 figures were swaying towards us, wearing the forehead protectors of Sunagakure. No doubt about it. The leader was a teenager with a face full of vigilance, but the 2 behind him looked at most 10 years old, as if they had come out for a field trip, complaining about how bored they were, and when they could kill a leaf village ninja. I couldn't help but laugh. Weren't these just pure rookie babies out to experience life? While they were still grumbling, we had already taken action. Yin Luo dashed towards the leader without a word. She knew well that to catch a thief, you must first catch the king, and the strongest one had to be subdued first for Mingyu and me to be safe. Mingyu and I also had great tacit understanding, each targeting one of the younger ones to encircle them directly. I tell you, this is simply too easy for me. In just a few moves, I sent them away without breaking a sweat. As I looked up, Mingyu had also wrapped things up on his side, so I casually went over and delivered a finishing blow. The leading sand ninja was stunned. His 2 teammates had evaporated in an instant. He roared in anger and started forming hand seals, trying to escape with a smoke bomb. But guess what? Yunlu was much faster than him. With a wind release, great breakthrough, he blew away the little wind the guy had conjured and sent him tumbling. I took a quick step forward and claimed the kill, delivering a solid electronic ibuprofen, treating all kinds of disobedience. Just as we finished cleaning up the battlefield, the 3 of us were about to change locations when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of us. My hair stood on end, and I drew my kunai, only to see, oh no, it's a Qiye. That old trickster hadn't left at all. He stood there with his usual sarcastic tone, saying something about our vigilance, how we weren't getting carried away, and how we might survive a bit longer on the battlefield. At that moment, cold sweat ran down my back. Goodness, he had been observing us the whole time. Thankfully, I hadn't entertained any ill thoughts. Otherwise, I would have been a goner by now. That old man said a few more words about relying on ourselves next, and not dying too quickly, then vanished with a body flicker technique. This time, I felt he had truly left. This wasn't TA teacher. He was purely a monitor, testing whether we outsiders would turn traitor. The next half month was intense. We fought 6 matches in a row, each opponent fiercer than the last. In the final match, there was even a genuine Neen on the opposing side. I almost met my end there. At the critical moment, Mingyu and Yunlu didn't hesitate to shield me. Mingyu got a deep gash across his chest, blood pouring out. In that instant, I made up my mind. No more pretending, time to reveal everything. I found a ruined village to treat Mingyu's wounds. He was still complaining about me hiding my strength, so I tore off the bandage on his chest and told him to shut up. Then I held out my hands. Green light flickering, healing technique. Mingyu and Yunlu's eyes nearly popped out. They never expected I could do this. Once the wound healed, I looked at them, took a deep breath, and said, You both hold steady for what I'm about to say. Our guiding Jainin, Tanaka Akai, is one of the culprits who destroyed our village. Mingyu was stunned, and Yunlu dropped her candy jar with a loud crash, tears streaming down her face as she picked up a kunai, ready to charge out and confront Akai. I yank her back. Are you crazy? You're gonna get yourself killed. The poor girl cried her heart out, saying that every time she closed her eyes, she saw her mother covered in blood. I felt a pang of sympathy and pulled her into my arms, telling her, this isn't your fault. The fault lies with this world, with this war. What we need to do is not to go die, but to get stronger and then topple all these filthy bastards. I also shared my analysis. The strategy of Konoha is quite deep. First, they destroy your home, then they offer you a new one, making you grateful and willing to serve them like a horse. Mingyu shivered as he listened, saying that he actually thought the same way initially. In the end, the three of us reached a consensus. This grudge must be avenged. But now, we have to act, just like before, without letting Akai see any flaws. Back at the base, the atmosphere was stifling, filled with the smell of blood everywhere. I heard that Tsunade's brother and boyfriend had both died, and I was calculating that this second war was nearing its end. After resting for 2 days, I took the initiative to find Akai and asked him to teach us the body flicker technique. That old guy agreed readily, but he just demonstrated it casually and left after saying a few pointless words. Mingyu went first, kicked hard, and sent himself flying, almost making me laugh to death. Yunlu did much better, but still fell short. When it was my turn, I was clear in my mind. I gathered my chakra and whoosh. I landed steadily on the treetop. Mingyu was dumbfounded and asked how I did it. I couldn't tell him I knew the plot. So I taught him and Yunlu the tree climbing exercise, the same one Kakashi taught Naruto, specifically for chakra control. It was incredibly useful. Just like that, we crawled and fought on the battlefield for a whole year. Let me tell you, this year was absolutely insane for leveling up. Every day was either fighting or on the way to fight, and I was racking up attribute points like crazy. Finally, one day Akai returned and told us that the war was over, and we would return to the village the next day. In this year, the three of us had transformed completely. Yunlu's talent was simply outrageous, and he had hidden strength, probably already an elite chunin. Mingyu, knowing his ninjutsu wasn't great, listened to me and focused on taijutsu, making his body incredibly tough. I thought I'd definitely have him try the 8 gates technique in the future. As for me, hey, I was already a qualified chunin, and I was the kind of hexagonal warrior with well-rounded attributes. This trip to the battlefield was a huge profit, and let me tell you, not only did I gain practical experience, but my attribute panel was also skyrocketing. Genjutsu resistance? Maxed out. After all, there were too many sneaky bastards on the battlefield, suddenly hitting you with mental attacks that you had to be wary of. My perception ability also soared. Now within 100 meters, if anyone dared to hide, I could pull them out with my eyes closed like having a personal radar. As for that special skill resistance, let me tell you something funny. One time, I fought with a girl named Yakura from Sunagakure, the one who used Scorch Release. After the fight, my resistance value shot up, but I didn't kill her or turn her in. I just let her go. I thought in the original story, she died so tragically, sold out by her own village as higher-ups, a top victim of workplace PUA in 2025. I figured I'd get involved later to see if I could recruit this powerful fighter to my team, because I would need more hands for the big things ahead. The next day, after the battle was over, we followed the main force back to the village in grand style. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Konoha was filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers. The streets were lined with people, and those who saw their family members returning hugged and cried. It was truly emotional. Of course, there were also many who watched the procession go by, only to find that the person they were waiting for didn't come back, sitting on the ground, unable to even cry out. The joy and sorrow of people, in that moment, were truly different from that of humans and dogs. The three of us walked at the back of the line, feeling like outsiders, completely unable to blend in. No one was happy for us, nor was anyone sad for us. Then, that old man, the third Hokage, wearing his Hokage robe, stood beneath the Hokage rock and began his annual best speech. Welcome home. You are the heroes of Konoha, where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. I tell you, his rhetoric has even made a group of upper ninjas around him tear up. But to me, it's all just empty talk. What will a fire? Protecting the children. Come on, the biggest disaster for Konoha is that Hiruzen Tsurutobi and that group of elders. True peace must be like Naruto and Sasuke, overpowering everything and making everyone acknowledge you. Otherwise, it's all nonsense. After the speech, our so-called guiding upper ninja, Akai, came over and said, "The war is over. There are no tasks in the village for now. You all get a month off, just in time for the new year." After saying that, he was gone. Mingyu still foolishly said, "Hey, Akai actually gave us such a long vacation." I directly pointed it out to him. "Silly boy, what are you thinking? The ninjas in the village have all returned, and there are only so many tasks available. With so many wolves and so little meat, there's no way for us outsiders to get a turn. But it's good to have a break. It gives me time to plan things out. After the new year, I'm preparing to take down Akai as a belated New Year gift for the elders of Hefeng Village. Don't be fooled by Akai's higher stats. His illusion techniques are his weak point, while my advantage, it's resistance. The resistance I have significantly reduces the damage I take. In this comparison, my overall defense is much stronger than his. Plus, my ninjutsu proficiency is all at S level. The same fireball technique he uses is just a small flame, while mine is like a little sun. His only advantage might just be that so-called combat experience. Ideally, we do want to fight on the battlefield, but unfortunately, I haven't found the opportunity yet. Now, I just have to wait for after the new year when he takes us out of the village for a task. That will be his demise. In the following days, Konoha village was decked out in festive decorations, filled with the atmosphere of the new year. Rarely did I not train, walking alone on the streets, watching the laughter and joy around me, yet feeling empty inside. If it weren't for the war, my parents would probably be taking me shopping right now. But thankfully, when I got home and saw Yin Luo busy in the kitchen and Mingyu sneaking food, I felt less alone. At night, the three of us gathered around the table for dinner. Mingyu ate like a starving ghost. Yin Luo scolded him while secretly serving me food. After dinner, I took out the prepared red envelopes and handed them to them. Yin Luo also brought out the talisman she had made by hand, giving each of us one. I watched as they pulled out a bunch of new clothes like magic. Mingyu immediately shouted, "Ah, you all prepare gifts? Why didn't you tell me?" Yin Luo rolled her eyes at him. "Stop shouting. Hurry up and change clothes. We're going out to see the fireworks." After changing into new clothes, the three of us looked stunning. Walking down the street, we turned heads at a rate of 200%. Yin Luo was like a little sprite, wanting to eat this and play with that, insisting on feeding me dumplings. Mingyu, feeling jealous, deliberately leaned over and swallowed a whole skewer of leftovers, making Yin Luo chase after him in anger. I watched the two of them play, feeling warm inside. This is my new family, my new bond. However, the good mood didn't last long. Suddenly, a few Chunin jumped out from the side. "Hey, you are Akai's subordinates, right? We are short-staffed today. Come over and take your shift." I was really angry at that moment. Goodness, are they conscripting people during the new year? These few extras, when I glanced over, their skills were as bad as can be, and combined they couldn't even match me. But this was in the village, so it wasn't appropriate to act. Yin Luo, however, held me back and smiled at those people, saying, "All right, please lead the way, gentlemen." We were taken to the edge of the village, to a broken tower, where we were left to stand guard while they went off to drink. Before they left, I overheard them whispering, "It's just right to have these rain country scum on duty. The 3 generations of adults are too merciful, in my opinion. They should send them all to the border as cannon fodder." Mingyu clenched his fists in anger. I patted him on the shoulder and scoffed. I had seen through this little scheme long ago. The higher-ups in Konoha intentionally spread our information to treat us as tools, making sure we would never fit in. I originally planned to just take them away, letting whoever wanted to guard do so, but then Yin Luo suddenly called out to me. She walked up to the invisible barrier and gently touched it with her hand. In the next second, I was dumbfounded. In my perception, that barrier actually opened a door silently, as if the code had been reorganized. Who understands this, family? The top-level defensive barrier of Konoha was opened by her, as if she were unlocking her own front door, creating a back door. And there wasn't a single movement from the barrier team. I asked her how she did it, and she looked confused and said, "I don't know. I just felt like I could do it, so I did." All right, I don't understand the world of geniuses, but I was greatly shocked. With this ability, it will be incredibly easy for us to come and go from Konoha quietly. The New Year holiday passed quickly, and that guy Akai finally showed up. "Gather at the village entrance tomorrow morning." Just that one sentence, and then he was gone. The three of us exchanged glances and understood. The moment of revenge had arrived. The next day, we were fully armed and waited for half an hour at the village entrance until Akai finally arrived. This time, it was a B-rank mission to trace the whereabouts of the rock ninjas in the land of grass. We followed him in silence to a waterfall, where we discovered a few young kids wearing grass ninja headbands, playing with a rock ninja's headband. Without thinking, Akai told us to handle it while he hid behind to watch the show. I sneered inwardly. It was just what I wanted. The three of us rushed out in an instant and quickly dealt with those little brats, while also asking them where they had found the protective amulet. After taking care of it, I walked back to Qiye with a scroll I had found on them, reporting casually, "It's confirmed they picked up the amulet. However, I found this on them." Saying that, I tossed the scroll to him. The moment he reached out to catch the scroll, it was now. I suddenly disappeared from in front of him, and in the next millisecond, I appeared behind him, with a kunai filled with killing intent slicing towards his neck. Whoosh! His reaction was indeed quick. He dodged the lethal strike in an instant, but my attack still left a deep cut on his arm. He jumped onto a tree, his gaze cold as he stared at us. "You remnants of a land of rain are truly untrustworthy. Since you don't cherish the opportunity to become Leaf Village ninjas, then go die." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic fireball came crashing towards us. So naive. We had already scattered. I swiftly threw a dozen shurikens, ignited with flames to block his movements. Immediately after, Mingyu's earth escape technique attacked from the side, with several sharp stone spears erupting from the ground, directly targeting Akai's landing point. Akai continuously dodged in midair, a hint of contempt on his face, clearly believing he had seen through our tactics, forcing him to move with my and Mingyu's attacks, then allowing the strongest, Yunluo, to deliver a fatal blow. He dodged my shurikens and sidestepped Mingyu's earth escape, and indeed, Yunluo had already appeared before him with a kunai, coldly preparing to strike down. A sinister smile crept onto Akai's lips as he readied to block and counterattack, feeling that everything was under his control. However, what he didn't account for was that the two waves of shurikens he had just dodged were now, after tracing a strange arc in the air precisely, colliding behind his head. I'll tell you, that shuriken was like it had a Beidou navigation system installed. With a thud, it struck a target, then slid smoothly into a drift and spin, heading straight for Akai's back of the head. Goodness, Akai turned green at that moment, shouting something like what? As he had never seen such outrageous moves in his life, especially coming from a little girl just a few years old. His old back was almost twisted into a pretzel, but he finally dodged the fatal blow, only to find that Yunluo's kunai had already grazed his neck. But guess what? With a bang, it was a piece of rotten wood. Body double technique. The real Akai burst out from the side, furious and ready to take Yunluo down for good. But Yunluo, unfazed, began to form seals. Akai sneered, thinking, "Now you're forming seals?" Too late. The next second, sharp spikes shot up from under his feet, nearly giving him a chill. This earth escape technique was clearly not something Mingyu, the noob, could pull off. It had to be Qiye. Just as Akai used the body flicker technique to dodge, Yunluo finished his seals, and several wind blades swooshed by, slicing him into several pieces. You think it's over? Not at all. Another puff of smoke. This guy was a shadow clone. At that moment, the real one casually walked out from behind a tree, his face as dark as a pot bottom, scanning us three back and forth several times, saying, "Not bad. Really deep hiding." I thought to myself, you just realized that? His little schemes were almost spilling out. One moment he thought Yunluo was exceptionally talented. The next he thought Qiye was cunning, pondering about the will of fire and how ninjas are tools. Just a bunch of self-importance. Then this guy directly unleashed his ultimate move, his hands flying as he formed seals. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. A massive fire dragon came rushing in, claws bared. Qiye clapped his hands down. Earth release. Earth flow wall technique. With a boom, a thick earthen wall shot up, firmly blocking the fire dragon. Akai was still up in the tree sneering, thinking we were doomed, that the flames would just circle around and roast us to perfection. Folks, who understands? He had no idea we had a backup behind the wall. Yunluo directly summoned a water barrier, and with a whoosh, a huge amount of water vapor exploded, dropping the temperature instantly. This water and earth combo left him dumbfounded, but he still wasn't done, using body flicker to circle around the wall for a sneak attack. However, Mingyu's shuriken had been waiting for him, forcing him to reposition. In that moment, Yunluo unleashed a wind release. Great breakthrough, hitting him again, resulting in, goodness, another shadow clone. I'll tell you, the most amazing part is here. The real Akai descended from the earthen wall, with a kunai in hand, heading straight for Yunlu, who was nearly out of chakra. Before anyone could react, Qiye rushed in and clashed with him using kunai, even laughing and saying, "Teacher Akai, your chakra doesn't seem to be much either, right?" Akai was enraged, his power exploding as he knocked Qiye away, ignoring him and continuing to chase after Yunlu to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qiye threw a few shurikens from behind, but Akai didn't even look back. However, the next second, Those shurikens drifted in the air and accurately pierced his arm. This technique was even smoother than Yunlu's. Akai was completely furious, using a powerful fireball to push Qiye away, and reappeared in front of Yunlu with body flicker technique, roaring die. At that moment, a figure suddenly lunged over, blocking this deadly blow for Yunlu. It was Qiye. Both Yunlu and Mingyu's eyes turned red as they shouted his name. Akai sneered inwardly, thinking this ridiculous bond had finally lost one. But guess what? The Qiye who was hit by the kunai burst into smoke. Another shadow clone. The real Qiye had already stealthily reached behind Akai, hands clasped together. Voice eerily calm. Water release, water prison technique. A huge water sphere instantly imprisoned Akai. In that moment, Akai's expression was more painful than mistakenly entering the Chinese music scene. He couldn't understand how a 7-year-old child could use shadow clones and possess water, earth, and wind chakra. Mingyu was still making a fuss, saying, "Qiye, you little brat, you're not following the rules of martial arts." Secretly upgraded the battle plan. What happened to the J plan? Qiye just smiled apologetically and said, "For safety, I prepare versions 1 to 6 of the K plan." Then he turned to look at Akai in the water prison and said, "I know you have many questions, but I can't be bothered to explain. In short, to exhaust your chakra, I wrote several scripts, and you can say you've worked hard for it. Let me tell you." Akai was completely broken at that moment, utterly doubting his life. Then Qiye said, "Since ancient times, villains have died from talking too much," and directly stuffed a long string of activated explosive tags into the water prison. With a loud bang, when the smoke cleared, Qiye had already pinned Akai, who was left with only half a life, to the ground, his limbs blown off. Weakly, Akai asked why, and Qiye mentioned, "Do you remember the woman you blew up with an explosive tag 2 years ago in Hefeng village?" Upon hearing this, Akai went into a frenzy, struggling and shouting, "Kill me! Kill me!" Qiye sneered, "Kill you? So that the people of Konoha can extract our information from your corpse's brain? Dream on." Then Qiye, like telling a story, revealed how he had received Danzo's orders to massacre the village, and how the third Hokage had sent another group to rescue, exposing everything that both sides were unaware of. Akai completely broke down, and in endless despair, he was slowly sent away by Qiye using a specially made small explosive tag. Finally, a fire dragon flame bullet burned away all traces around. After that, we ran to the land of grass, found a poor little village, and hid there for over half a year, pretending to be ordinary kids, helping the villagers with farming every day. Yin Luo even foolishly asked why the land of fire didn't just directly annex the land of grass. Wouldn't that be more convenient to manage? Qiye gave her a lesson, saying, "Is it possible that these small countries are just cushions between the big countries, specifically used to take the blame and be exploited?" Both the land of earth and the land of fire were exploiting it, but the land of earth was weaker and felt unbalanced, so they could only draw their swords against even weaker ones, lowering the acquisition price even further. Just as the words fell, the next day, a group of ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village came to collect protection fees, and they came a month early, being quite arrogant, starting by giving the village chief a big beating. Let me tell you, these guys are typical examples of the anger of the weak, drawing swords against the even weaker. Bullied by the big countries, they come back to double the bullying of their own people. Of course, we couldn't stand for that, so we found a deserted place, transformed, and quickly dealt with those few scoundrels, then fled overnight, heading straight toward the land of rain. On the way, Mingyu got a bit carried away and suggested that we directly take down the Grass Ninja Village. Qiye immediately criticized him, saying, "Are you out of your mind? It took us a lot of effort to take down one Akai, and you want to attack a ninja village? Where's your courage coming from?" Then Qiye revealed his true plan. Our base camp would still be the land of rain. There, we would have the Akatsuki organization as cover, the geographical location was good, and most importantly, that was our home. The reason we stayed in the land of grass for so long was to wait for that old man Jiraiya to completely leave the land of rain to avoid complications. So, for the past 6 months, we hid in the land of grass, waiting for the storm to pass, and as soon as it did, we immediately slipped back to the land of rain. I tell you, that place is simply a ghost village, as dilapidated as if it had just been bombed by pain. There are ruins everywhere, and when we were cleaning up, we unearthed quite a few white bones, probably belonging to the villagers who couldn't escape back then. It was tragic. A few of us were quite handy, and after giving them a proper burial, we spent a whole week clanging away and directly built a 2-story small building on the ruins. That kid Mingyu was as happy as a 200-pound child, howling that he finally didn't have to sleep in a tent anymore. Just as we settled down, this kid got restless and insisted on sparring with me. "Sure, let's do it." We started clanging away in the yard, purely hand-to-hand combat. No cheats involved. Goodness, Mingyu is really strong now, having poured all his ninjutsu talent into his muscles, throwing punches that whoosh through the air. But is it effective? Not at all. In front of me, he was still being pinned down and rubbed against the ground. He was almost crying, saying I'm simply a freak, and my taijutsu is absurd. Can I tell him? Can I tell him that every time we fight, I can secretly take advantage of his physical skills? Of course not. This is my golden finger, my core competitiveness. I can only silently be a versatile warrior. Yin Luo is responsible for logistics, smiling as he watches us make a fuss, and then calling us to eat. That feeling, hey, really has a bit of home vibe. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Who understands a family? In 3 years, we have turned that haunted village into a paradise called Ping and Village. With a population of several thousand, there's food and drink. And I even supported a young man named Li Chuan to be the village chief, while I operate behind the scenes like Naruto. I'm telling you, don't underestimate our little broken village. The chili peppers and sake we produce are practically hard currency in this damp place of a land of rain. My goal isn't to be a village bully. I want to engage in international trade and build a brand for the Ping and Chamber of Commerce. When the third great ninja war breaks out, while others are fighting, we'll be quietly making a fortune. Isn't this exactly the script of a business magnate? Just look, our business has even reached the land of fire. I personally escorted the goods, just to take a look at my hometown. But as soon as I entered the border of the land of fire, I ran into trouble. Goodness, a bunch of rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village were chasing a guy carrying a large scroll. At a glance, I could tell it was staged. It was probably spies sent by the Cloud Village to cause trouble. Just as I was about to intervene, I sensed something was off with the chakra. Oh, it's from Konoha. A dirt wall engraved with a dog-ass head suddenly popped up. This iconic aesthetic, apart from Kakashi, who else could it be? I jumped directly onto the wall to watch the show. Let me tell you, Kakashi was only 7 years old back then, with a head full of white hair, and he hadn't yet had someone else's eyes implanted, so he looked quite pleasant. But this kid was ruthless. Every move was deadly, clearly indicating something big had happened at home, and White Fang was probably gone. Sure enough, there were reinforcements from the Cloud Village. A whole bunch of them came again. Hey, they even sent 2 to take me down. I couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this just delivering heads to me? In just a flash, 2 ch were skewered by my Chidori sharp spear, like candied hawthorns. The entire process was smooth and elegant. The merchants were left dumbfounded. After dealing with the minions, only Kakashi and the last Cloud Ninja were left on the field. That Cloud Ninja was also a poor fellow, scared by my performance. He lost his composure and was directly counterkilled by the half-dead Kakashi. It was hilarious. It turned out I was the one who saved Kakashi. This kid was quite alert. Even in his injured state, he pointed a kunai at me. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I went straight to the point. Kakashi, do you want to know why your dad died? He immediately exploded with rage. I snapped my fingers and cast a Jinjutsu, weaving, and pulled him into my mental world. Let me tell you, my Jinjutsu was top-notch, S-rank, incredibly realistic. I played back the scene of his father, Tsukumo Hatake, committing suicide right in front of him, even giving it a director's cut version. First, I showed how the whole village insulted his father, then how the white-eyed wolf teammate he saved manipulated him, and finally, right in front of him, I made him watch how his father met his end again. Kakashi completely broke down, crying miserably. But that wasn't the end. I switched the scene to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Danzo, and the 2 advisors, the Konoha F4 were all there. Upon hearing about White Fang's death, the first reaction of the old man was not to mourn, but to quickly seal the news. He then started arguing with Danzo, saying that Danzo should also take some responsibility for this. Danzo was even more ruthless, smirking as he said, Hiruzen, you're becoming increasingly impatient as Hokage. It's just a ninja who doesn't follow the rules. What does it matter if he dies? Just a ninja who doesn't follow the rules? Do you know what the title of Konoha's White Fang means? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and continued. In short, the news of Tsukumo's death must be kept secret for now. Hide it for as long as possible. And Danzo, remember to take care of that in the hospital. You have to bear some responsibility for Tsukumo's death. After hearing this, Danzo, leaning on his cane, was displeased and coldly said, What are you playing at, Hiruzen? Don't think I don't know your little schemes. I'm not the only one making small moves behind the scenes. You just want to suppress Tsukumo Hatake to pave the way for your precious disciple, Orochimaru. Let me tell you, Danzo showed no mercy at all, directly exposing Hiruzen's secrets in front of the 2 advisors. Orochimaru has the title of one of the legendary Sannin, But compared to Konoha's white fang, he's nothing. You had it all planned out, wanting him to take over your position, right? Wow, that really hit a nerve. Hiruzen slammed his palm on the table, his face turning green, shouting, "Enough, Danzo, I'm not old yet." The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was intense, as if a fight was about to break out, and the two advisors hurriedly tried to mediate. Then I tell you, the scene cut to black, and the camera switched back to Kakashi. This kid was completely dumbfounded, repeating like a broken record. "It's fake. It's all fake. You made it up. Family, who understands?" The amount of information was too overwhelming. It felt like his CPU was about to overheat. This shockwave was no less than witnessing his father's suicide firsthand. I stood there calmly and told him, "This jinjutsu is called weaving, a modification of my own technique. I can't say exactly what level it is. The principle is simple. It shows you the fragments of your deepest fears, and as the caster, I can access all the materials in your mind and stitch those fragments together into a 4K high-definition movie." "No, I don't believe it." Kakashi held his head, trembling all over like a sieve. The thought that his father might have been betrayed and killed by Konoha's higher-ups chilled him to the bone. I chuckled softly, and the darkness around us instantly rippled away like water. "Whether you believe it or not, that's none of my business. Anyway, your Konoha reinforcements have arrived." As soon as I finished speaking, I blinked and returned to the merchant caravan, casually putting on a mask. After all, it had been 3 years. Who knows if anyone in Konoha still remembers my face? It's better to keep a low profile. As for the large scroll on the ground, I took a look. It wasn't a sealing book at all, just a bunch of useless administrative records. With these few clouds ch. Wanting to steal something good from Konoha was just a dream. Kakashi. In the distance, a green-skinned watermelon head charged over, kicking up a cloud of dust, full of youthful vigor. "Are you okay?" Mike Guy rushed to Kakashi's side, a look of concern on his face. I glanced over. Good, it was Guy. But at this point, he probably had just graduated, still a genin, not much of a threat. "Are these guys the enemy?" The watermelon head turned and shielded Kakashi behind him, warily watching me. "Wait, Guy, they're not." Kakashi finally managed to catch his breath, supporting himself on Guy's shoulder. Before he could finish speaking, whoosh, 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 another team of Konoha ninjas arrived. There were 4 of them in total. The leader was a middle-aged nin carrying a sword, looking serious. Beside him stood a little girl with a mark on her face, accompanied by a dog. A nin in strength. The other 2 were genin around Guy's age. I scanned my eyes. Hey, familiar faces indeed. Yuhi Kurenai's father, Yuhi Zenku, a genjutsu user. Inazuka Sum, Inazuka Kiba's mother, was also there. Yuhi Zenku looked me over a few times and took the initiative to speak. "You're a ninja from the Rain Village escorting the merchant caravan, right?" "Thank you." He was quite polite, probably imagining a fierce battle after seeing the piles of corpses around. I smiled, just a small effort. I casually glanced at his attributes. He was in his 60s, specializing in genjutsu. As for Inazuka Sum, I could basically ignore her. These cloud rogue ninjas stole our Konoha's intelligence. "We need to bring the bodies back." Yuhi Zenku's attitude was very mild. I nodded. That's the least we can do. After all, these cloud ninjas had their brains scrambled by me, and even if the Yamanaka clan came, they wouldn't be able to extract anything useful. With everything settled, the main force continued on their way to Konoha. Kakashi had fainted from the mental shock and was being carried by Mike Guy. I sat in the carriage, pondering what had just happened. What I told Kakashi was actually half true, half false. My weaving genjutsu was essentially a super editing software. Kakashi's brain was my material library. I could see all his memory fragments, then splice and process these fragments, even adding my own effects and voiceovers like that cup of coffee. In my genjutsu world, I was the director. Vision, hearing, touch, taste, smell, everything was under my control. It was 2025. Who doesn't know a bit about AI generation? What I did was purely generating videos from thoughts, aiming to accurately push the things he feared the most. So, I had already planted the seeds of doubt in him. Whether he believed it or not, and whether it would blossom and bear fruit, that was up to him. Of course, this technique also had its drawbacks. Staying inside for too long consumed a lot of brain cells, otherwise I would have dragged Yin Luo and Mingyu in to level up with hacks already. When we reached the entrance of Konoha, I calmly took out the mission scroll for the caravan boss to sign and had no intention of going in. Just then, 3 masked individuals with short swords walked out of the village, one of whom's gaze lingered on me for 2 seconds longer. Umbu or Root? I ignored them, exchanged a few words with the merchant caravan, and then turned to leave. This caravan will be our stake in Konoha from now on. After watching me leave, Akatsuki and the others returned to the village. As for me, I strolled back through the forest at a leisurely pace. Just as I was about to cross the border, a killing intent suddenly emerged. I smirked. This aura felt somewhat familiar. Whoosh. Sure enough, the three masked figures from the village entrance directly surrounded me. What is the matter? I spoke first. All three were jonin, but their attributes were just average, below 40. One of them coldly stated, "A friend of mine went missing in the land of grass, and his apprentice looks somewhat like you." The meaning was clear. They wanted me to take off my mask. I instantly understood. This must be Akai's friend who had seen me before and had an impression of me. What small world. Are you from Konoha Zanbu? I asked. The other side didn't respond. Oh, so you're from Root, I realized, smiling as I took off my mask. It's really you. Takeuchi Nanami. You little scum. I'll kill you today. The leader of the Root team immediately exploded with rage, throwing shuriken without a second thought. They initially came to investigate our Peace Merchant Association, and now they've run into trouble. The shuriken flew towards me. I vanished. Whoosh. I directly closed in on a Root ninja. Clang. A sound of a sword echoed beside me, and a moonlight-like sword flashed towards me. I stepped down and dodged in an instant. Upon closer inspection, a somewhat ethereal figure was sheathing his sword. Wow. It was the H-Ton, a bloodline limit of the Tsukikage clan, capable of invisibility and concealing presence. I clapped my hands, water release. Great exploding water collide. Boom. Violent torrents of water instantly submerged the entire forest, like a flood. Now let us see how you hide. The other two Root ninjas drew their short swords and rushed at me, wanting to engage in close combat. Konoha-style swordsmanship. One of them was quick, his sword techniques as crafty as a viper. The captain also joined the fray, his swordplay bold and powerful. Konoha-style swordsmanship. A flash. Whoosh. The captain's speed suddenly surged several times, his figure crossing past me, leaving a bright arc in the air. I immediately raised an earthen wall, but with a crack. It was sliced apart like tofu, and my clothes got cut open as well. My heart raced. It had been a long time since I felt this way. I grinned, forming hand seals, and two shadow clones instantly appeared, one on each side running away. Oomph. Trying to escape? The captain sneered, thinking I was trying to disperse them and flee, and without a second thought, he chased after my real body. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Flashing slash. His speed exploded again, and even faint red steam began to rise from him, instantly surpassing me. Whoosh. The trees on both sides snapped in response, their cuts smooth enough to serve as mirrors. Resulting in a bang, the part of me he struck turned into a puff of white smoke. TCH, he chased an illusion. The captain sheathed his sword, looking somewhat displeased. Just then, a chirping sound came from his right, like thousands of birds calling. Just waiting for you. A glint flashed in the captain's eyes as he instantly drew his sword, slashing towards the right without even looking. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Dance of chaos. The sword dance was impenetrable, just like an all-out move from Orenyukyu. And what happened? I held a ball of lightning in my right hand and directly crashed into his sword dance, instantly being shredded into pieces. Zing! The shredded pieces of me exploded, and countless blue arcs of electricity enveloped him. Lightning clone. Oh no. His eyes widened in shock. After using that big move, his muscles were already stiff, and now he was paralyzed by electricity. Boom! A tremendous force hit him from behind, right in the kidneys, taking a hit to the kidneys. Normally, I would shout out the names of my techniques. It feels too awkward, but shouting it out when determining victory is truly satisfying. The captain was sent flying by my attack, crashing through several trees before finally stopping, unconscious. I blinked and went over to disable his limbs, then dragged him to find the other two. It didn't take much effort. I took care of the other two as well. The one who could use H-Ton also had his limbs disabled and knocked out, while the last one accidentally got a bit too heavy-handed and ended up dead. I tossed him on the ground, used water release to wake the two living ones. Oomph. Want to get information from me? Give up on that idea. The captain was still quite tough. Don't worry, I smiled, beginning to form hand seals. I have a better way. Jinjutsu weaving. The surroundings instantly turned into a void of darkness, and the two of them were trapped in an infinite loop of watching their worst horror movies from their lives over and over again, until they mentally broke down. And me? I comfortably sifted through their memories, like scrolling through short videos, frantically selecting useful information. Soon I found it. A memory segment featuring a conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, where Danzo ordered this captain to go destroy the villages in the Land of Rain. Another memory came from that Tsukikage ninja, receiving orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen himself to rescue the destroyed villages in the land of rain. Wow, my fists clenched tightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo. One played the red face, the other the white face. Even the Oscars owe them a little golden statuette. All the grudges, all the debts. I noted them down one by one. After getting the information, I also conveniently copied their swordsmanship training methods. When I released the Jinjutsu, the two were already frothing at the mouth, completely broken. I casually sent them on their way, providing a thorough service of destroying corpses and erasing traces. Back in Peace Village, I first sparred with Mingyu and Yunluo a few times to brush up some stats. Real combat experience is indeed the fastest way to improve. A day later, in Konoha Hospital, Kakashi woke up, and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally went to visit him. That guy, dressed in casual clothes, pulled up a chair and sat by the bed, first showering him with care, then starting to tearfully recount the heroic deeds of Hitaki Sakomo from back in the day, ultimately elevating it to the will of fire. His acting and eloquence moved the nurses and ninjas nearby to tears, almost swearing to dedicate themselves to Konoha right there. But Kakashi, under his mask, showed no expression. His mind was filled with images from the Jinjutsu. His father's suicide, the ugly villagers, and that conspiracy-laden Hokage office. Now, looking at this kind-hearted third Hokage before him, he felt nothing but hypocrisy. Once the seed of doubt is sown, everything looks like a performance. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out as he noticed Kakashi lost in thought. Sorry, Hokage-sama. It's fine, just rest well. Remember, Sakomo is a hero of Konoha. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he left. That last sentence, which should have comforted Kakashi, now sounded incredibly ironic. A hero? Is this the outcome for a hero? Kakashi's smile slowly turned cold. Kakashi. The hospital door was suddenly pushed open, and Might Guy rushed in wearing his green jumpsuit, bursting in with energy. I heard you woke up, truly deserving of being my rival. You single-handedly defeated so many rogue ninjas yesterday. Amazing. But the power of youth is limitless. I will definitely catch up to you. Oh, I can already feel the blood boiling. Kakashi, get well soon. Why didn't he give him a chance to speak? Bombarding him with words, giving a thumbs up, his teeth shining. Then he dashed out, running around Konoha. This idiot. Kakashi rubbed his head, feeling a bit lighter in heart despite the heavy mood. Fast forward 2 months. Peace Village welcomed the new year again. The village is experiencing a great harvest, with colorful lanterns and bustling crowds, even more lively than Konoha a few years ago. Outside the village, 3 figures are slowly approaching in the light rain. I didn't expect there to be such a lively village in the land of rain. A boy with orange hair says, astonished, Yahiko, are we really going in? Lord Hanzo has ordered us not to make contact here. A blue-haired girl beside him expresses her concern. Behind them follows a red-haired boy, his head lowered. Yes, it's Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, the future 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization. It's fine. Let us take off our headbands. We're not ninjas right now. Yahiko grins. I heard the village chief has special skills. Let us see if we can find some work to do. With the money we earn, we can help more people. They use a transformation technique to blend into the village. Once inside, they're all stunned by the sights before them. Colorful lights, fragrant streets, and smiles of happiness on everyone's faces captivate the 3 children who grew up amidst war. Hey there, kids. Want to try these special meatballs? They are made with the village chief's special seasoning. A vendor enthusiastically greets them. Yahiko grits his teeth and buys 3 skewers. The 3 of them take a bite of the steaming meatballs, and their eyes instantly light up. Wow, so delicious. They eat while strolling, watching a little girl in a fox mask running ahead, with her young parents chasing after her, filling their hearts with warmth. This is nice, Konan whispers. All right, let us enjoy ourselves here tonight. Yahiko waves his hand enthusiastically. Woo! The 3 of them let loose, buying snacks, catching goldfish. Konan wears a small pink flower in her hair, and Nagato puts on a dog mask, having a great time. Meanwhile, on the highest rooftop in the village, I and Yunluo are standing here, observing their every move. Just now, Yunluo sensed the presence of ninjas entering through the rainwater infused with chakra and notified me immediately. She turns to me and asks, should we go find them now? I shook my head and said forget it, let them play by themselves. I tell you, at that time, Mihiko, Konan, and Nagato were so young, only about 11 or 12, full of unrealistic fantasies. Things like using love to generate energy and achieving world peace through communication. Goodness, these ideas would be laughed at by AI even in 2025. It's better for them to face some reality first. Besides, it's the new year, kids should be playing. Yunluo was watching me from the side, and that look in her eyes, sigh, it was as if she was saying, aren't you just as small? I ignored her and turned to ask Mingyu where that guy had gone. She pointed down, and sure enough, that guy was shirtless, pounding rice cakes with an old man. The pestle was thicker than him, and I couldn't figure out where he got all that strength. I said, let's go out for a stroll. As soon as Yunluo heard this, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted that she wanted to eat 3 colored dumplings and 5 skewers. I thought to myself, that stuff is super sweet. Doesn't she worry about getting sick of it? Just then, bang, the fireworks went off. We were sitting on the rooftop, with her leaning against me, both hands full of snacks, her mouth busy like a hamster. Let me tell you, watching the fireworks felt completely different from when I saw them in Konoha. It was so peaceful inside my heart. On the other side, those 3 goofballs were also mesmerized. Xiaonan had stars in her eyes, and Yahiko and Nagato looked completely inexperienced. Once the fireworks ended and the crowd dispersed, Yahiko suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no. He suddenly remembered they came to work and earn money, not to spend on tourism. Who understands the family's plight? He checked his pocket, which was emptier than his face. Xiaonan had bought a bunch of little trinkets, and now they were out of money. The two of them looked at Nagato with longing, but Nagato buried his head even lower. Now, great, on the first day in the peaceful village, they had to cosplay as the little match girl on the street. And it had started to snow outside. At that moment, I took Yunluo and the others and strolled over. I waved at them. Hey, good evening. Yahiko looked completely confused and asked who we were. Then Xiaonan and Nagato stood up in a flash, striking a pose as if ready to fight, yelling at Yahiko, "Idiot! They are ninjas!" Yahiko was stunned, probably thinking, can such small kids really be ninjas? I smiled and said, don't be nervous. There's no ill intent. Then I laid my cards on the table and said, my name is Qiye, and I call the shots in this village. This sentence left the 3 of them speechless, like a bolt from the blue. Looking at their destitute appearance, I said, if you trust me, then come with me. You spent all your money, right? Sleeping on the streets in this cold weather will land you in the ICU by tomorrow. I turned around and left, not worried at all that they wouldn't catch up. As expected, they had an emergency meeting on the spot for 10 seconds, and the 3 of them hurriedly followed me. Once we entered the room, the stove was lit, and it instantly became warm. Yunluo served them hot tea, and the 3 kids were so awkward, sipping their drinks in small mouthfuls, their eyes darting around curiously. I sat across from them and got straight to the point. I know you because the whole village is under my surveillance. Nagato reacted quickly and whispered, is it Raindrop? I nodded and said, that's right, it's not rain, it's my surveillance camera, broadcasting 24/7 without any blind spots. Then I asked them what they were doing here. After all, Hanzo, that old man, had given orders that no rain ninjas were allowed to contact our village privately. When Yahiko heard this, he suddenly bumped his head against the table and started painting a grand vision, saying that they had formed an organization to save civilians and achieve world peace through communication. But they were out of money now and hoped to work for us. I didn't say anything at the time, just quietly watch him perform. Yunluo and Mingyu beside me looked at him as if he were a fool. When Mayahiko saw our reaction, he got anxious, stood up suddenly, and shouted, I know you might not believe it, but this is my dream. Xiaonan and Nagato quickly stood behind him, ready to support him together. I sighed and said, do you know how big a land of wind is? They can barely get enough water to drink, let alone enough food to eat. And you want to go chat with them about ideals? Do you believe they would stew you up as a reserve food? Mayahiko stubbornly replied that if he had food, he would definitely share. I shook my head and said, in any case, you can't stay here. I don't want to fall out with Hans just yet. Upon hearing this, he became anxious and wanted to plead with me. Bang! I slammed a thick stack of money on the table. 100,000 Rio. Take it and spend it. Mayahiko's eyes nearly popped out, and he stammered, then, what are your demands? I told him that there are just 2 requirements. First, for every expense, he has to write a report like an elementary school diary, detailing how much was spent, what was done, and any thoughts about it. Second, he should also keep an eye on that old man, Hanzong, just casually. Me. Yin was completely stunned and asked me, is it that simple? I said yes, it's that simple. Consider it an angel round for your dreams. He took the money and then asked me if I had a grudge against Hans. I calmly smiled and replied, not really, we just had a fight last time. As soon as I said that, the 3 of them jumped up from their chairs, looking as if they had seen a ghost. In their minds, Hans was a god. They had no idea that the old man was already weak on the inside, afraid that I would lure away all his subordinates, which is why he didn't want them to come to me. I was too lazy to explain much to them. Feeling a bit sleepy, So I took in Luo upstairs to get the blankets and let the three of them make do with sleeping on the floor in the living room for the night. I told you, is this money given for free? Naive. Free things are the most expensive. This is my angel round investment. When he takes my money and gets beaten down by society to the point of questioning his life, I will go over and acquire it with one click. Then the organization will be complete. The next morning, after breakfast, I sent them off. Life went on like this, and in the blink of an eye, spring arrived. I was also preparing to go on a long trip to the wind country. Before I left, I told Yin Luo that if Mayahiko and the others came to get the money, just report it and give them the money. I specifically reminded her that if they encounter an unbeatable enemy, don't worry about anything. Just take Mingyu and run quickly. People are more important than the village. Yin Luo's eyes were red, and she urged me to come back safely. I jumped onto the carriage, and the caravan set off with a sway. Let me tell you, that broken place in the land of wind is truly unbearable. The sun beats down like it's free, and sand relentlessly creeps into your shorts, making it extremely uncomfortable. As a result, halfway through, a group of sand ninjas jumped out, claiming they were here to welcome us. The leader, a woman named Yukura, saw me and her eyes turned red as she pointed at me and shouted, "It's you, a ninja from Konoha." I was speechless at the time. I pointed to the rain ninja forehead protector on my head and said, "Sister, look clearly. I'm a rain ninja now. I switch jobs, you understand? Stop dawdling and lead the way. It's so hot I'm dying." When we got to the village entrance, she still tried to stop me from entering. I directly mocked her, saying, "What's wrong? Is your sand ninja village this stingy? Or is it that the village is too shabby and you're insecure? Afraid to let me in to take a look?" With just a few words, I broke her defenses, and she could only follow behind me, fuming. I purposefully annoyed her, wandering around the village and criticizing this and that, then bought a bunch of grilled scorpions and grilled sandworms, deliberately eating them loudly in front of her. The little girl's face turned green with anger, and her stomach embarrassingly growled. I handed her an unopened bag, but she still acted proud and said she didn't want it. I was annoyed and said, "Can you stop following me? It's affecting my mood. How about we fight it out? If you win, I'll leave immediately. If I win, you won't bother me anymore. What's there to be afraid of?" Without thinking, she agreed. When we got to the training ground, before I could finish my sentence, she charged at me and kicked me with a whip kick, sending me flying several meters away. This girl isn't weak either. She immediately retaliated with several fireballs. The heat was so intense that I felt the moisture in my body was about to evaporate. As she launched the fireballs, I unleashed a water dragon bullet. When water and fire collided, the whole place was like a humidifier, filled with thick steam. I quickly added a mist concealment technique, and now it was truly impossible to see anything. I learned to ask her in a teasing tone, as if I were in a fog, where she wanted me to stab her. As a result, this girl wasn't fooled and dodged my shurikens a few times. Just when she thought she was so clever, I had a kunai pressed against her neck. But then, with a bang, it turned out to be a shadow clone. Her real self sprang out from the side, launching a few fireballs at my face. Unfortunately, what she hit was just a water clone. While she was momentarily stunned, I emerged from beneath her feet and used a technique to decapitate her, dragging her whole body into the ground, leaving just her little head above the surface. I placed a bag of roasted scorpions next to her head and walked away coolly. "You lost. Don't follow me anymore." The girl crawled out of the dirt, furious, biting on the scorpions while cursing at me. Then, when she turned her head, she noticed that I had accidentally dropped a book on the ground. Curious, she picked it up and took a look. The title was Desert Soil Formation and Wind Erosion Control Techniques Manual, Youth Edition. I tell you, her eyes lit up at that moment. Her breathing became heavy, and she held that thin book as if she had found some extraordinary secret, running madly towards the elder's residence. When she burst into the yard, a red-haired little demon was playing with his puppet, looking like he was saying, "Don't mess with me." That little demon was Scorpion. Yi-Tsang, this silly sweet girl, didn't care about that at all and rushed over, shouting, "Hey, little Scorpion, where's your grandma?" I tell you, that little brat didn't even lift his head, acting all cool, just manipulating a puppet and pointing his finger into the room. Yi-Tsang got the signal and rushed in with a howl. Good heavens, with her reckless nature, she was bound to suffer a big loss sooner or later. Sure enough, the moment her hand touched the door, it creaked, and the next second, what a scene it was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Poison needles were raining down on her from all directions like it was raining. Yi-Tsang was so scared her soul almost flew away, frantically dodging, only for another tube to pop out beside the door, spraying purple toxic smoke. And it wasn't over yet. A bizarre puppet suddenly jumped out from the shadow in the room, raising a knife to slash at her face. Family, who understands? This is not the elder's home. It's simply a spider-esque den. Yitsong was almost scared to tears, shouting at the top of her lungs. Granny Qiye, it's me, Yejang. We're on the same side. Don't shoot. The knife stopped right in front of her nose, a mere half-millimeter away, and I bet at that moment, she recalled all the bad things she had done in her life. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, her legs went weak and she collapsed. The toxic smoke got to her head. At that moment, an old lady slowly walked out from the inner room and fed her an antidote. This person was Scorpion's grandmother. Qiye. She opened her mouth and asked, "You rushed in here in such a hurry. What do you want?" Yitsong finally calmed down and quickly handed over the book like it was a treasure, spilling out everything about encountering Shichiya like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. Qiye took the book, and at first, she was quite calm, but the more she read, the brighter her eyes became and her breathing grew more rapid. The plant's sand fixing, engineering sand control, especially the last one about desert soil transformation, if this really works, the land of wind could directly switch from a poor rural area to a developed country. Beating the land of fire would not be a dream. She flipped to the last page with a whoosh, and it was gone. It was like watching a show reach the most exciting part, and the screen goes black, telling you to watch the next episode, making her anxious and restless. Qiye suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at Yitsong. "Where is he? The Shichiya you mentioned, where is he?" Yitsong was startled by this aura and shivered. "Huh? What? Do you really think this book was accidentally dropped by him?" Qiye shook the book in her hand, her tone carrying a hint of exasperation, as if to say, "How could it be so coincidental? He calculated that you would bring this to him, using you as a messenger. That bastard." Yitsong was so angry she stomped her feet, her face flushed. Only then did she realize that she had been played by that brat who was a few years younger than her from start to finish. Not only was she physically overwhelmed, but now her intelligence was also being rubbed into the ground, which was a tremendous humiliation. Qiye remained calm, waving her hand and saying, "All right, since he took the initiative to contact you, he must have a purpose. Tomorrow, bring him here." The next day, Yitsong furiously caught Shichiya on the street, grabbing him and trying to drag him away. "Hey, come with me to see Granny Qiye." Shichiya frowned, directly slapping her hand away, looking serious. "First, I don't respond to hey. Second, why should I go with you? Granny Qiye is the elder of our village. She has important matters to discuss with you." Yitsong put her hands on her hips, tried to use her status to pressure him. "Just because she wants to see me, I have to go." Shichiya glanced at her, scoffing, "Your attitude in begging me is unpleasant to look at, so I'm not going." After saying that, he turned around and left, playing it cool. Yitsong was so furious her lungs were about to explode, but with the task at hand, she could only suppress her anger and catch up, softening her tone. "What will it take for you to come with me?" "Oh," Shichiya chuckled, pinching his chin, his eyes sizing up Yitsong with a mischievous smile. "You don't even think about it." Yitsong was so scared she took several steps back, puffing up like a cat with its fur bristled. "What am I thinking?" Shichiya shrugged innocently. "I haven't even said anything yet. How about this? You agree to one request of mine, and I'll go with you." "Not possible." "Then forget it." Shichiya turned and walked away, deliberately muttering, I wonder where my book on sand control went yesterday. Thankfully, it wasn't the complete version, otherwise that would have been a huge loss. But that kind of boring book. I doubt anyone who picks it up will understand it." As soon as those words came out, Yitsong's face turned green. She clenched her teeth, forcing out a sentence through gritted teeth. "I agree, but it can't be too excessive. Don't worry, I'm not a demon." Shichiya smiled as he reeled in the line. "But I haven't thought of a specific request yet, so just own me for now." Yitsong was so angry in her heart. She could only secretly vow to beat this guy up until he couldn't find his teeth later. The two arrived at Qiye's small courtyard, and when Shichiya saw Scorpion still tinkering with parts, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, wondering how this little boy ended up turning himself into a puppet. He exchanged glances with Scorpion, didn't greet him, and directly followed Yitsong into the house. Qiye, seeing Shichiya, so young, was also taken aback and pointed to a chair beside her. "Young man, have a seat." "Thank you," Shichiya politely replied, but his feet remained rooted to the ground, not moving at all. "No way. Who knows if this old lady's chair is poisoned?" Good heavens, Qiye, an old hand, saw through his thoughts at a glance, and secretly praised him for being cautious. She didn't bother with small talk and got straight to the point. "I'm very interested in what you have to offer. Let's make a deal." This was exactly what Shichiya wanted. "Sure," he replied crisply. "I'll provide the complete desert soil transformation and wind and sand control technical manual, guaranteed to teach you everything. And I can even personally guide you. I promise your land of wind's environment will be rejuvenated. Then, what I need to pay?" Qiye asked solemnly. Very simple for you, Shichiya said as he pulled out a document from his pocket and handed it over. As long as you help me research this potion. Qiye took the document and saw 12 big characters on it. Treat injuries, adjust the body, enhance physical fitness. It was specially noted. Absolutely no side effects. Qiye frowned, saying that treatment now relies on medical ninjutsu, and potions are mostly supplementary. It's difficult to achieve immediate effects. You misunderstood, Shichiya explained. I don't want immediate effects. The key is those last 8 words, adjust and enhance. It doesn't matter if the effect is slow. The key is stability. This could indeed be researched, Qiye nodded. But it would take time. No problem, Shichiya smiled. You can study it first. I'll leave the village tomorrow morning, and then we can trade. What? Just one night? Qiye instantly understood that this brat was forcing her to work overnight. The results she could produce tonight would determine how much information she could exchange tomorrow. As soon as Shichiya left, Yitsong curiously leaned in, but Qiye ignored her, instead asking seriously, Yitsong, was this kid really a ninja from Konoha before? Yes. I absolutely didn't remember wrong. I even fought him on the battlefield in the Land of Rain back then. Yitsong patted her chest to assure. After hearing this, Chiyo's expression darkened. A Konoha ninja, who later became a rogue ninja. Why did he become a rain ninja again? She thought for a long time, but decided not to tear the face off for now. After all, this kid's background was unclear, and the risk was too great. The next morning, Shichiya appeared on time. Qiye handed him a document written in an impressive way, clearly hastily put together overnight. But the content inside was all substantial. Various research ideas and experimental data worth a fortune. Shichiya quickly skimmed through it, confirming there were no issues, and then took out a book and handed it over. Desert Soil Formation and Wind Erosion Control Technical Manual. Volume 1. Upon seeing the title, Yitsong immediately exploded with anger. Bastard. Didn't you say you would give me the complete version? Qiye calmly replied, yes, but your deal was to develop the agent, not to provide me with a research approach. Don't be anxious. Our transaction will continue, and this volume alone will keep you busy for a while. Yitsong was stunned, finally realizing that she had misjudged the situation from the start. This man was too terrifying. Qiye, however, didn't react as strongly. She flipped through a few pages of the book. Her hands began to tremble slightly, and she was so excited she could barely speak. Finally, taking a deep breath, she looked at Qiye and said, I hope next time we meet, we can still have such a pleasant conversation. There was already a hint of threat in her words. Qiye didn't care at all. The deal was done, and he turned to leave. At the village entrance, Yitsong, still not convinced, clenched her fists and shouted, next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Qiye turned back and smiled, digging a pit for her. Sure, let's fight again next time. If you win, your debts to me will be cleared, and I'll give you the information for free. If you lose, you'll owe me one more. Do you dare to gamble? It's a deal. Yitsong replied without hesitation, thinking this was a great bargain. Seeing her spirited demeanor, Qiye walked into the desert alone. After walking for a few kilometers, a figure jumped out from behind a sand dune. You've worked hard. TSK. Why are you being so polite? Qiye threw the materials to the other person, and then with a crackle, he transformed into a burst of lightning and disappeared. That's right, the one causing chaos in the Sand Shinobi village these past few days, playing with Qiye and Yitsong, was actually a lightning clone. His real body never entered the village. After obtaining Chiyo's preliminary research results, Qiye returned to the Land of Rain and, along with his partner Yunluo, spent nearly a month thoroughly analyzing the materials, developing a more refined version too. Then, he hurriedly headed to the Land of Fire. His next target was the legendary big, fat sheep, Tsunade. He couldn't find her in a place called Duan Sea Street, but eventually discovered her whereabouts in another small town. As per usual, the lightning clone went in first to scout, with the real body following behind. Just as they reached a less crowded area, Tsunade suddenly turned around and shouted, Hey, you've been following me for so long. What do you want? The lightning clone leisurely stepped out. Lady Tsunade, how about a trade? Did Hanzo send you? Tsunade's gaze was icy. No, I'm acting on my own. I'm not interested, Tsunade replied, her eyes sharp, releasing a terrifying aura. This punch is a lesson for following me. Boom. The ground shattered as Tsunade's fist struck Qiye's stomach. However, with a crackle, Qiye didn't fly away. Instead, Tsunade was jolted by the released lightning, her whole body going numb. That brief moment of hesitation was enough to determine life and death in a battle of experts. Tsunade broke out in a cold sweat. By the time she regained her composure, Qiye's real body stepped out from the shadows, directly taking out a classic strategy to deal with Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, how about we make a bet? If I win, you will trade with me. Tsunade was originally furious and wanted to punch him, but hesitated slightly, coldly replying, I'm not interested, and turned to leave. However, Qiye thudded down a small money box. Let's bet. If you win, this 500,000 Rio is yours. If I win, you just need to trade with me. Tsunade's steps halted. She was tempted, but bizarrely, after hesitating for a moment, she actually turned and walked away. Damn, at this point, Tsunade hasn't picked up the bad habit of losing every gamble, has she? Qiye was anxious and directly went all out. If you don't gamble, I'll bring all your creditors to Konoha. Let the third Hokage pay your debts. By then, the entire ninja world will know that the legendary Sannin, the little princess of the Senju clan, is a deadbeat who doesn't repay her debts. Boom! The spot where Qiye was standing was directly smashed into a big pit. Tsunade stood at the edge of the pit, her eyes practically shooting fire. You can't do anything to me, Qiye said cheerfully while standing on the treetop. Want to gamble or not? One word. Gamble. Tsunade squeezed out a word through her teeth. Let's keep it simple. Roll the dice and compare sizes. Qiye jumped down and casually threw the dice. The die stopped at 2 points. Ha! This is a guaranteed win, right? Tsunade laughed loudly as she grabbed the dice and casually tossed it. Next to her, Shizen also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it can't possibly be less than 2 points, right? The next second, the dice stopped. A bright red dot, lonely, faced up. 1 point. Shizen's mouth dropped open in shock. Tsunade's smile froze on her face. You lost. Qiye picked up the dice and handed over the 2.0 version of the potion data. Help me improve this, and once it's done, the reward is 1 million Rio. Tsunade looked at the data and realized it was just a potion for body conditioning, posing no threat to Konoha, so she agreed. Qiye first paid a deposit of 100,000 Rio, asking her to work overnight. The next morning, Qiye received the 3.0 version of the data that Tsunade had worked tirelessly to revise. I must say, as expected from a professional, Tsunade's results in one night were better than what he and Yunluo had struggled to achieve for half a month. All the imperfections in the data were corrected, and numerous annotations were added. It was practically textbook level. Qiye nodded in satisfaction, paid another 200,000 Rio, and then took this nearly perfect data back to the Land of Rain. Next came the intense research and development phase. Qiye built an underground laboratory in his Peace Village, recruited a few knowledgeable people, and he and Yunluo personally led the team to begin the tedious processes of synthesis, adjustment, and experimentation. This process formed a devilish cycle. The laboratory produced new data, and Qiye would take it to Qiye, exchanging a small portion of desert management technology for her pharmacological data. After obtaining Qiye's data, he would then go to Tsunade, throwing money at her to have her optimize the data again. He kept going back and forth like a project manager, simultaneously pointing the 2 top medical and toxicology experts in the ninja world. Every now and then, he would visit Tsunade to hand in some assignments to Qiye, and, by the way, give the challenging Yakumo a good beating, increasing her debt. Then he would rush to the Land of Fire, give Tsunade money, and take away the latest research results. This went on repeatedly until the spring of Konoha's 47th year. Finally completed, in the laboratory, looking at the emerald green liquid in the test tube, Qiye was so excited he nearly jumped up. He and Yunluo had worked tirelessly for an entire year, and they finally created the dream potion. He named it Life Number 1. This thing could not only heal wounds, but also repair hidden injuries, improve physical condition. It could be used by ninjas and ordinary people alike. Simply a miraculous, all-purpose medicine. To celebrate, that evening Qiye took the entire laboratory team out for a barbecue. A few days later, he made one last trip to Tsunade to give Qiye the complete manual, and for the last time, pressed the unconvinced Yakumo into the ground. Then he went to the Land of Fire to settle the final payment with Tsunade. With everything sorted, now all that was left was to wait for Life Now. One, to start mass production. His plan was simple, to make a huge profit before the Third Shinobi World War broke out. I had already calculated this out. Let me tell you, in Konoha's 48th year, the third Kazekage would be taken down by that little brat Sasori, and then the Third Shinobi World War would begin. I can't stop this turmoil, but making a fortune from the war is something I'm very skilled at. I directly called Li Chuan and gave him a strict order. Now, immediately, right away. The Chamber of Commerce should gather all the medical supplies, bandages, surgical knives, and anything else that can be collected. Only in, no out, understand? Just think about it. Once the fighting starts, these items will be hard currency, and the price will at least quadruple. As for things like hidden blades or explosive charms, That money is too dirty, I won't earn it. Although Li Chuan was confused, his execution was indeed commendable, and he immediately went to take care of it. After getting everything sorted, my life returned to a retirement mode, where I either practiced or accompanied Yin Luo shopping every day, living a very comfortable life. However, just 2 days into this leisurely life, Mayahiko and his 2 companions came again. In the middle of the night, the 3 of them disguised themselves and stood at my door. Mayahiko's face was twisted like a dough twist, filled with confusion about who he was, where he was, and what he wanted to do. Little Nan and Nagato next to him also looked worried, probably afraid that his CPU would overheat. It's no wonder he felt this way. During this time, I had given them 500,000 taels, and a reputation of the Shao organization had spread, truly saving quite a few people. But the problem was, among the people we saved, more than half were pure lazy folks who would rather lie down than sit, useless at everything except eating. When it was time to distribute food, they ran faster than anyone else, and, usually, getting them to move even a little felt like asking for their lives. Pure charity had turned into a large nursing home for them. The financial reports from Mayahiko became increasingly desperate, feeling that he had let down my trust, but not knowing what to do about it. It was little Nin who couldn't stand it anymore. Giving him a push. Go in, Qiye will definitely have a way. Sigh. Mayahiko sighed and knocked on the door. It was still the same table, still the same plate of fruit. But these 3 were as awkward as when they first came, with their heads down drinking tea, not daring to breathe loudly. I was flipping through that report, and the whole room was so quiet that I could only hear the sound of the pages turning. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a courtroom. When I finished reading Yahiko's summary, which had him questioning his own life, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I placed the report on the table and leisurely blew on my tea. I finished reading it. I said to them, "You all want to achieve peace and help the weak, which is a good intention. But the problem is, you have passion but lack 3 things in your minds: strength, rules, and strategy." Strength, rules, strategy. As soon as these 3 words were mentioned, they all buried their heads lower and began to ponder. I let them think for a while before continuing. These 3 things complement each other. First, let's talk about rules. What are rules? They're a framework that confines everyone within it. For example, trash must be thrown in the trash can, and stealing must be punished. This is the rule. But having rules alone is not enough. You need the power to enforce them, otherwise, aren't the rules just a piece of scrap paper? In the early stages, this power can come from you or the Akatsuki organization. But in the later stages, the real power must grow from the rules themselves. Yahiko listened a bit confused and scratched his head. Wait, didn't you just say that power supports the rules? How can you say that power must grow from the rules later on? Before I could respond, Conan figured out first, I guess. Is it to prevent any individual or organization from becoming so powerful that they can casually break the rules? Correct. I gave her a thumbs up and said, let me give you an example. Take the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and that Uchiha Madara. Those 2 used their immense power to smash the old world's rules, and then declared, from now on, peace is the new rule. And we are the ones who say it. This is using individual power to support new rules. But what happened? Once they died, the power supporting the rules vanished. And this so-called peace shattered instantly, right? After I presented this example, the 3 of them seemed to understand a bit. Finally, I talked about strategy and smiled. This one is even simpler. It's about the mind. Again, taking the first Hokage as an example, he probably realized that chaos would ensue after his death. So he called for the 5 Kage summit and divided the tailed beasts among them. His strategy was to have everyone hold nuclear weapons, so no one would provoke the others. Unfortunately, he didn't see through human nature, with such a large piece of meat in a land of fire. How could others not covet it? Yahiko couldn't help but ask, so how can we achieve true peace? I took a sip of tea and said lightly, the simplest strategy is to ensure that people have enough to eat. Once the most basic need for food and clothing is satisfied, who would think about fighting every day? As soon as I said this, the 3 people at the table were stunned. My family members understood instantly. They realized, wow, isn't this exactly what I'm doing in Peace Village? Developing agriculture and fisheries, engaging in trade, ensuring everyone has work to do, earning money, and improving their lives. Miho let out a sigh of relief, and his gaze towards me changed completely, filled with admiration. He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of determination. Qiye, from now on, we will follow you. I also want to do something for this world. He finally understood, compared to his own little organization. What I was doing was a dimensional strike. I was waiting for him to say that, but instead of directly disbanding them, I said, okay. But your Akatsuki organization still has to continue. Yahiko was stunned. Why? Isn't our approach wrong? If we keep going like this, aren't we just nurturing parasites? We can just change the way we play. I smirked, revealing a devilish smile, and said, from today on, you need to be tougher. All funding will no longer be free donations. It will be loans. Make sure to keep track of every single transaction. Who borrowed, how much, when it will be repaid, and what the interest is. If they can't repay on time, well, let them use a part of their body as payment. Whether it's a hand or a foot, you decide how to handle it. I slammed down a chest filled with 500,000 taels of silver in front of them. This is the final startup fund. Remember, when dealing with those scumbags, don't be soft-hearted. Yahiko took the chest, his hands trembling, and nodded heavily. I understand. I won't let you down again. Xiaonan asked a crucial question. But there aren't enough jobs in the range Shinobi village for them to earn money to pay off their debts. Don't worry about that, I said. I'll have Li Chuan build a few factories in the range Shinobi village, specifically to produce life number 1. By then, there will be plenty of jobs, and they'll have to pay off their debts with their lives. I've thought this through. Ping'an village is already saturated, so it's just right to set up the factories in the Rain Shinobi village. As for that old man Hans, does he dare to have any objections? I'm bringing him GDP. He'll be thanking me for it. Don't just focus on working, I added meaningfully at the end, practice hard. Or by the time you realize your fists aren't strong enough to solve the problems, it will be too late for regrets. The three of them left with the money and a brand new mission. I tell you, after that, the style of the Shao organization completely changed. From a charitable organization to a violent collection agency in an instant. Those lazy debtors initially didn't take it seriously until someone really had their hands and feet chopped off for not repaying debts or even vanished without a trace. Only then did this group realize the fear, crying and shouting to get jobs in factories. There was also a significant purge within the Shao organization, with everyone who didn't comply with the new rules getting kicked out. Some foolishly borrowed a large sum of money thinking they could run away. But what happened? My people had already spread to neighboring countries, and everyone was caught and dealt with on the spot. Hanzo, that old man, watched the whole process without daring to make a sound. He knew full well that I was behind this, and he couldn't afford to provoke me. As he aged, his courage shrank. He could only watch as the Shao organization and the Peace Village grew stronger right under his nose. Soon, a drug called Life No. One spread throughout the ninja world through my business routes. I even came up with a catchy slogan, focusing on brainwashing. Life number 1, supplement brain nutrition, promote bone growth. Let your child win at the starting line. So happy. I've had life number 1 again, focusing on a companion-style growth. 100 Rio, you can't lose or be fooled. Just for the price of a few bowls of ramen, you can give your child a bright future. As soon as this thing hit the market, it sold like crazy. On the streets of Konoha, the 3 little ones from the Minato class were shopping. Noera Rin pointed at our brilliantly decorated Peace Chamber of Commerce and asked Kakashi, Kakashi, have you had life number 1? Kakashi, with his usual dead fish eyes. No. He had been holding back feelings for the past 2 years. Ever since I told him that his father's death was orchestrated by the higher-ups in Konoha, he felt a sense of estrangement from the entire village. He secretly investigated and found that many of those who spoke ill of his father back then had mysteriously disappeared. This made him believe me even more, but also left him more confused, unable to understand why I told him these things. Seeing Rin talking to Kakashi, Obito's jealousy flared up. Rin, don't pay attention to him. This guy just relies on being strong, acting all high and mighty. Rin quickly tried to mediate. Obito, don't say that. Kakashi must have something on his mind. Kakashi snapped back to reality, looking at the bustling shops, and added, I haven't had it, but Guy has tried it. He said the effects are great. He and his dad's long-standing injuries from intense training have all been healed. Obito immediately interjected, it's true. Rin, I've tried it too. My physical fitness has improved a lot. I feel like I'm about to surpass Kakashi. Rin laughed at him, and the 3 of them joked and walked into the store. Fortunately, I was prepared and opened several factories with dozens of production lines running simultaneously. Otherwise, we would have really run out of stock. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building of Konoha, the Konoha F4 was meeting again. Danzo was the first to jump up. Spitting as he spoke, Hizashi, the formula for this drug must be in our hands. Directly send people to the land of rain to snatch it. The 3rd Hokage smoked his pipe, trying to mediate. I've already had Tsunade analyze it. She can't crack it. If she can't crack it, then go steal it. Danzo slammed the table. If we get the formula, we can improve it, remove those useless no side effects restrictions, and maximize the drug's effectiveness. At that time, Konoha's strength could multiply several times. No way. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without a second thought. Doing so would provoke war. Danzo's face darkened with anger. You're just too weak. Where has the former ninja hero gone? That's enough, Danzo. The third Hokage was also angry. I am a Hokage. You'll regret this. Danzo slammed the door and left. Time flew by, and it was now the 48th year of Konoha. In the land of wind, Sunagakure. Over the years, with my technical support, the environment has improved quite a bit. However, today the atmosphere in the Kazekage building was so tense it felt like it could drip water. All the high-level officials of the village were present, each with a face darker than the bottom of a pot. Nothing in the east, nothing in the west. No trace found at all. 2 hours passed, and there was not a single piece of news. Qiye, the old lady, tapped the table and announced solemnly. It can be confirmed that the third Kazekage is missing. It's possible he has encountered an attack from a hostile nation. The meeting room immediately erupted. Raza, the future fourth Kazekage, stood up with a face full of regret and said, "It's all my fault. I should have returned with Lord Kazekage." Qiye took a deep breath and decisively stated, "Finding the third Kazekage is our top priority. At the same time, we must seal the news and put the entire village on a war footing. Until I find a third Kazekage, I will take charge." But how could such a thing be hidden? Soon, the news of the third Kazekage's suspected disappearance spread throughout the ninja world like a virus. I stand by the window, looking into the distance, fully aware in my heart. The third shinobi world war has ultimately arrived. You might say I should have just eliminated the young scorpion back in Sunagakure, right? But family, that's a narrow perspective. Even without him, those warmongers from the land of lightning would find another excuse to start a war. I would only be delaying the inevitable. And who knows? The butterfly effect might create even bigger troubles. It's better to let the plot unfold as it should, while I quietly lay my plans. However, just thinking about the brutality of this war makes me uneasy. What am I thinking? Suddenly, a pair of cool little hands pressed against my temples, and a familiar fragrance wafted over. It was Yunluo. She gently massaged my temples and softly asked. I closed my eyes and enjoyed it, saying, "The 3 generations of Wind Shadow are missing. It seems there will be a war again." Yunluo's hand paused for a moment, her tone filled with concern. "Are you going to run around again?" I turned around and took her hand. "Well, there are some things I need to confirm. Don't worry. It's nothing." "Then you must be careful." She knew she couldn't dissuade me and could only turn all her worries into a single piece of advice. I smiled as I opened my clothes, revealing the amulet she personally made for me at my waist. "Don't worry. I've been wearing it all along." In the following days, I didn't set off right away, but instead began intense training. Yunluo and Mingyu accompanied me, and the 3 of us practiced sparring in the training ground every day. I focused on the changes in the properties of the Rasengan and the lightning release chakra mode. That kid Mingyu, I don't know what got into him, insists on researching the earth release chakra mode, wrapping himself up like a mudball all day. The atmosphere in the ninja world is becoming increasingly delicate. Finally, those brash ninjas from the land of lightning couldn't hold back any longer. The third Raikage slammed his hand on the table and shouted with bulging muscles. "The opportunity has come. Assemble the troops. Target Sunagakure." A large number of cloud ninjas suddenly appeared at the border of the land of wind, catching the unprepared Sunagakure off guard. However, relying on their home advantage and the sand gold of Raza, they barely managed to fend off the first wave of attacks. Almost at the same time, Konoha and Iwagakure also secretly moved their armies to the border. In an instant, our land of rain was filled with ninjas from various great countries. That old man Hanzo was so scared that he shrank back in the village and didn't dare to move. I had anticipated this step long ago and directly issued a notice in the name of the Akatsuki organization to the entire ninja world. Within one day, all foreign ninjas who have not left the land of rain will be completely eliminated. As soon as this news broke, ninjas from various major villages all laughed. "Huh? Akatsuki? What is that? Never even heard of it." Hanzo didn't dare to speak up. "These clowns are just asking for death. Small countries should have the awareness of small countries." No one took my warning seriously. Even a team of cloud ninjas that originally planned to retreat had their leader, Yuzuki Zashi, order on the spot. "Everyone set up camp here. I want to see what guts they have to go against us from the hidden cloud." At the same time, in the temporary base of Sunagakure, Qiye, Ibiz, Yakumo, and Raza gathered again. Qiye spoke with a serious expression. "Let's pause the search for the third Hokage. The situation is currently unstable. This surprise attack from the hidden cloud is also aimed at provoking the third great ninja war. A real war is about to come." Just as she finished speaking, the meeting in Sunagakure started, and let me tell you, that conference room was noisy. Iwagakure was gathering troops on the front lines. Sneaky as ever, Old Lady Qiye saw through it immediately. That old fox Noki is definitely up to no good, probably wanting to tear a piece off of Konoha. She decisively decided to send a few people to keep an eye on Awagakure, but the focus should be on Kirigakure. Who understands, family? These ninjas from Kirigakure are like water ghosts. They've been lurking for so long, and this time when they show up, their ambitions won't be small. It's possible they will split into two groups, attacking Konoha on one side, while stealing from our home on the other. At this moment, a young man timidly asked, should we take the warning from the land of rain seriously? I'll tell you, as soon as those words came out. Chiyo's mind immediately flashed to Shichiya's handsome face and that Hans who looked like the Grim Reaper with his scythe. While she was pondering, the nearby Rasha directly spat out. What kind of nonsense is this? A tiny little country dares to warn us? Hans is already old news. We don't need to pay attention to him. If we back down now, how are we supposed to survive in the ninja world later? Goodness, this guy is really tough on the outside. Qiye thought about it and agreed. After all, they couldn't start a war right at their doorstep. How embarrassing would that be? So she waved her hand. It's settled. Rasha, you go to the front lines in the land of rain, and Yakura, you take care of the mist village. As soon as Yakura heard this, she was overjoyed and quickly raised her hand. All right. My blaze release is just right to counter their water release. Actually, she just simply didn't want to run into that disaster Shichiya in the land of rain. Before leaving, she kindly reminded Rasha, be careful in the land of rain. I feel like those people aren't joking around. And guess what Rasha said? He rolled his eyes. Yakura, stop pretending. Don't you want to be the fourth Kazekage too? What else with the act of being a good person to win hearts? What the village needs is a strong person like me, not a softa like you. I was right next to him, watching the old man on the subway looking at his phone, completely puzzled. Family members, who understands this? This guy's emotional intelligence must be negative, right? Yetsong had good intentions, but he completely killed the conversation. Yetsong was bewildered, wanting to explain that he had no interest in the position of Fengying, but Luosha had already walked far away. On the other side, Iwagakure and Kanehagakure were also energized, with the commander shouting at the top of his lungs, charge, push hard into the land of rain. We can't let the flames of war reach our home. Well, it seems the whole world treats the land of rain like a public toilet, coming and going as they please. Meanwhile, in the eye of the storm, in the office of Qiye in Heian village, it was calm. Yahiko was reporting, boss, none of the 4 major ninja villages have retreated, but we've evacuated the villagers, and there are currently no casualties. That old Hanzo didn't dare to make a sound, but some rain ninjas have secretly joined our Akatsuki. Qiye stood up, and let me tell you, that aura was 2 meters 8. He immediately began distributing tasks, pointing like a cyber judge, assigning a big idiot opponent to each person. Mingyu, Iwagakure is up to you. Yinluo, go meet Suna. Yahiko, take Nagato and Konan and drive out the cloud ninjas who stole from us last time. As for the toughest bone, Konoha, I'll handle it myself. Remember, survival first, mission second. If you can't win, run to the Rain Ninja Village and let Hanzo worry. Yahiko was still a bit naive, asking, with such a big commotion, will Hanzo be happy? Qiye laughed. He'll all be delighted. In the past, he took the hits himself, but now it's our turn. He'd love for us to fight to the death with the 4 major ninja villages, so he can profit from it. Speaking of this, Qiye's eyes were meaningful. He knew that behind the scenes, that old schemer Toanzo would join forces with Hanzo to take Yahiko down. This was all crucial plot. It had to be saved. One day, countdown ended, and the battle erupted instantly. First, let's look at Awagakure, where Commander Tokimei Kotsu was sitting in his tent gathering chakra, when suddenly alarms blared. Enemy attack. He darted out, only to see, good heavens, one person was coming from the opposite side. A young man wearing a mask was running over at an unscientific speed. Tokimei Kotsu laughed and asked the sensing ninja next to him, just one? Yes, just one. Huh, is he here to deliver his head? Before he could finish his sentence, that young man, Mingyu, had already rushed up to him. He formed hand seals with both hands, not fast, but full of momentum. Earth style, flying brick. Boom! The ground exploded instantly. Countless fist-sized chunks of earth smashed down on the Iwagakure army like locusts. Taking advantage of the flying dust, Mingyu dove into the ground, his presence instantly disappearing. Where's he? Everyone was still. Before a sensing ninja could finish, Mingyu burst out from beneath him, delivering a powerful uppercut that shattered his jaw. Following up with a swing punch that snapped his throat, the actions were clean and swift, all in under a second. Watch out. It's a taijutsu ninja. Create distance. The Iwagakure folks were not pushovers either, Instantly reacting, various earth techniques came flying towards Mingyu. Earth flow, great river, hell swamp. They tried to turn the ground into mud to restrict his movements. As a result, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Mingyu was like a fish in that swamp, slipping through effortlessly, completely unaffected. His entire body was covered in a special earth-style chakra, like a slippery eel in a mudslide. To saw this. His expression grew serious, and he shouted, "Change tactics! Earth-style wall vine!" Boom! Thick earth walls rose from all directions, surrounding Mingyu like a snake eating its tail. Even the ground beneath him was hardened. To smirked, earth-style, shadow-piercing. Countless stone spikes shot out from the wall, aiming to turn Mingyu into a porcupine. In the face of despair, Mingyu closed his eyes, both fists aimed at the earth wall, and unleashed a frenzied attack. Flowing water, rock-shattering fist. With a loud bang, that wall, thicker than a city wall, was punched through, creating a huge hole. Mingyu shot out from it, his gaze locked on To felt a chill down his spine and shouted, "Stop him!" Surrounding taijutsu ninjas rushed forward. As a result, several 100-kilogram weighted blocks fell off Mingyu's body with clanging sounds. What the hell? Such weight. Tokimeikotsu's eyes twitched, his heart sank. In the next second, Mingyu's figure vanished. When he reappeared, those Awagakure ninjas were sent flying like bowling pins, with either their hearts bursting or their throats snapped, all killed in one blow. He can't keep killing like this. Tokimeikotsu panicked, clapping his hands to the ground. Earth-style. Dust technique. With a whoosh, dust filled the sky, resembling a sandstorm. This technique would harm 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of its own. Not only could they not see, but inhaling it would also suffocate. Mingyu instantly held his breath, but he wasn't worried at all. This was all a routine leftover from Qiye's training. They had long practiced fighting with their eyes closed, relying solely on perception and hearing. At this moment, Mingyu closed his eyes, and the entire world became incredibly clear in his mind. Whoosh! He darted through the dust, faster than with his eyes open. Those Awagakure ninjas, trapped in their own ninjutsu, became blind, one after another, having their throats cut. In less than 3 minutes, the entire taijutsu unit was annihilated. Mingyu burst out from the dust, his gaze so cold that the remaining Awagakure ninjas collectively took a step back. Tokimeikotsu completely regarded him as an equal opponent, throwing out various big moves like they were free. Earth-style, rock-fall, earth-style, mud-binding. While attacking, he retreated, signaling his subordinates to use their lives to buy time. He himself was frantically forming seals in the back, preparing a massive earth dragon technique. Just as the earth dragon was about to take shape, Tokimeikotsu's lips curled up. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded to his left. "You're dead." He turned back, and Mingyu's emotionless face was already right in front of him. A fierce punch directly turned half of his head into a mushy watermelon. But just at the last moment before death, Tokimeikotsu showed a strange smile. Not good. Mingyu was shocked. The corpse in front of him suddenly turned into mud. It was an earth clone, earth-style, heart decapitation technique. Mingyu's feet slipped, and he was instantly pulled into the ground, leaving only his head outside, while the surrounding earth hardened instantly. Immediately, 6 kunai with explosive tags were thrust into his face. Tokimeikotsu's real body walked out from behind the earth wall, looking so pleased. "Kid, I've seen through you a long time ago. You're just a seriously specialized taijutsu ninja. In our great ninja village, people like you have no future at all. War relies on brains, on tactics. No matter how strong you are in singles, you can't compete with us. The tragedy of a small country. Do you understand? Just honestly let us step on you. Resistance will only lead to a faster death. I have to say, big brother, your dying speech is a bit too long, isn't it?" The detonating talisman crackled, but Mingyu's mind recalled Qiye's words. Who says ninjas must be tools? Pure body technique ninjas can also carve their own path. Boom! Attendre explosion. Tuchan Maigu took someone over, thinking Mingyu would definitely be blown to bits. But what happened? The person in the pit, though charred all over, was unharmed. That layer of char was like an eggshell that peeled away, revealing intact muscles beneath. It turned out he was covered in a thin layer of chakra-infused earth, with incredible defensive power. Just as the rock ninjas were in shock, Mingyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. "Quickly, let us go." Tuchan Maigu and the others rushed in like they were on steroids. Another 10 minutes of fierce battle ensued, and in the end, only panting Mingyu and Tuchan Maigu were left on the field. Tuchan Maigu kept babbling. "Useless? Even if you kill us, it won't matter. The land of rain is destined to be a ruin. That's the fate of small countries. Mingyu was really annoyed, and directly flashed forward, countless punches raining down on him like raindrops. Crack, crack, Tuchan Maigu's joints were all shattered, flying out like a broken sack, embedded in the wall. He coughed up blood, his vision blurred, only seeing Mingyu step by step approaching. You're right, we are very weak now. But it's precisely because we have experienced suffering that we understand resistance better. I want to let anyone destroy the home we fought so hard to build. Peace may be a joke in your eyes, but it is Qiye's goal, and it is my dream. I will protect it with my life, even if it costs me my life. Mingyu's voice was not loud, but every word struck Tuchan Maigu's heart like a hammer. The light in his eyes was as firm as a torch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunluo also arrived at the sand-hidden village camp. Without saying a word, she unleashed a flurry of shurikens, covering the sky. The sand ninjas just dodged, but those shurikens actually curved back and flew again. 5 or 6 went down on the spot. Enemy attack. Just as the sand ninjas steadied their formation, Yunluo's hand seals were already complete. Moreover, she formed the seals with both hands, launching 2 types of ninjutsu simultaneously. Wind release, storm tornado. Water release, water shockwave. Wind and water mixed ninjutsu. Storm water tornado. Boom! A massive tornado rose from the sand ninja camp, while a water column shot up from the center, instantly merging into a gray-blue death tornado. A few unlucky ones were sucked in on the spot, torn to pieces. Luo Sha's face turned pale with fright, quickly using sand gold to pin himself to the ground, shouting, "Don't get sucked in." But that's not all. The water droplets in the tornado suddenly scattered like bullets. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. A large number of sand ninjas were instantly turned into sieves. Damn it! Sand shield. Luo Sha desperately used sand gold to block, but it was too late, suffering heavy casualties. What the hell is this? Purely an intelligence crush. Luo Sha had no idea what tricks Yunluo had. He roared, unleashing a flowing sandstorm, trying to bury Yunluo in sand. Yunluo didn't even look, changing her hand seal to water release, divine spear. Several water spears plunged into the flowing sand, soaking it directly. Immediately after, water release, great explosive water shockwave. A massive wave pushed back, sending the sand ninjas flying in disarray. Taking advantage of the water everywhere, Yunluo directly used the hidden mist technique, creating a white mist where no one could see anyone. Luo Sha shouted in the mist, "Everyone gather close. Those who can use wind release, quickly blow away the mist." Just as his voice fell, a whoosh, a wind release ninja who was forming seals suddenly had a blood hole in his throat. Yunluo was sniping in the mist. One shot, one kill, never missing. The sand ninjas paid a heavy price and finally managed to disperse the mist a bit. But when they looked up, they saw Yunluo holding a high-speed spinning, crackling blue chakra shuriken. The aura it emitted made their skin sting from a distance. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Get down! Luo Sha shouted with all his might, instantly creating a pyramid of sand gold to shield himself and a few others. A deafening roar. The entire ground trembled. Luo Sha felt his sand gold shield was about to collapse, countless tiny wind blades penetrating in, cutting him and the people inside, severing several chakra veins. When the noise stopped, Luo Sha crawled out from the pyramid and saw that it was unrecognizable outside. A massive deep pit, with the people hit directly, missing even a complete piece of flesh. Luo Sha was so scared he almost peed his pants. What the hell is this? Retreat. Quickly retreat. The sand ninja army fled back to the land of wind in a panic. Yunluo stood in place, her chakra almost depleted. At this moment, Mingyu clapped his hands and walked over. Impressive, Yunluo, taking down a whole unit by herself. So easy. Just as he arrived, he happened to witness the devastating scene of the spiral shuriken. Yunluo shook her head, seeing Mingyu looking disheveled. She hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Not hurt, right?" I'm fine. That's good." Yunluo breathed a sigh of relief, then began to worry again. "I wonder how Qiye is doing." Just as they were talking, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato had also finished their battle. Although they had completely annihilated the Cloud Ninjas, they also paid a considerable price, with several members of the Akatsuki organization dead. Yahiko gasped, "The Cloud Ninjas are really strong. If they hadn't fought with the Sand Ninjas earlier and consumed a lot of energy, we would have been in real trouble." Conan looked into the distance, her face full of worry. The Sand Ninja village is on par with the Cloud Hidden village and Yunluo alone. I hope she's okay. Nagato is also somewhat concerned. The rock ninjas and Konoha are even harder to deal with. I believe in Qiye. Yahiko encouraged himself, then smiled bitterly, but for us, our strength is still a bit lacking. Conan fell silent. She had hardly played any role in the previous battle. Seeing Conan looking a bit down, the usually quiet Nagato rarely comforted her. Yahiko also came over to pat her shoulder, saying to rest assured, from now on Big Brother will protect you. We must protect this new home. All right, these two started to encourage each other again. Fine, they decided not to rest, and took a detour to support the nearest Qiye. I'll tell you, if we rewind the time back half an hour, you'd see just how outrageous this guy Qiye is. There's a temporary camp for Konoha in the Land of Rain, right? Qiye, all by himself, holding an umbrella, strolls over to the entrance like he's out for a picnic. His relaxed demeanor makes it look like he's there to collect protection fees. Inside the Konoha camp, a sensing ninja runs in, panicked. Captain, there's a rain ninja outside. Just one. He's coming straight at us. In the tent, an elite J-nin named Tanaka Ida, a seasoned veteran in his 40s, is polishing his sword, reminiscing about his lost youth. Upon hearing that someone has come, he casually waves his hand, not taking it seriously. Got it. Let Hyabara and Uchiha take 2 squads to check it out, capture him alive if possible. He has no idea that with that wave, he just signed the death warrants for those few people. On the other side, Qiye is still pondering life. He thinks that ninjas should sneak attack, play stealth, and strike with lethal precision. But then he thinks that's what the weak do. Look at Madara and Hashirama. Well, have they ever played hide and seek? They always face 1,000 troops head-on. At this moment, Qiye even opened a cheat. No. He opened a panel and took a look. Let me tell you, those stats are unreal. Chakra, body technique, ninjutsu, all the values are shockingly high. Definitely at the level of a late-game shadow. He estimates that now he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he faced the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as he is thinking, a loud and arrogant voice calls out from the front. Hey, you little brat. Are you the rain ninja sent here to die? You're making me laugh. Qiye looks up and sees 2 people. One is a random passerby, and the other is just a background character from the Uchiha clan. Laughing like he has lost 300 household registrations. Incredibly arrogant. The Uchiha guy, Uchiha B, is especially conspicuous and immediately fires off a fire style. Fireball jutsu. A fireball about 1 meter in diameter looks fine. But guess what Qiye does? He stretches out his right hand, doesn't he even bother forming a hand seal, and directly counters with fire style, great fire extinguishing. Oh my goodness, a wall of fire over 10 meters long instantly rises from the ground, swallowing that little fireball whole, along with turning those 2 idiots into charred remains. Qiye is stunned at that moment, probably thinking, anyone understand? This is way too boring for fighting small fry. Soon, Konoha's reinforcements arrive, 2 squads, 8 people, 2 J-nin leading 6 freshly graduated rookies. The genin are shaking like sewing machines, still trying to look tough with their glares. Qiye finds it amusing and directly quotes Madara. Do you also want to dance? As soon as he finishes speaking, he vanishes. In a flash, he dashes into the crowd, kunai flying, and in less than 3 minutes, all 8 of them are neatly lying down. But that's not the end of it. Qiye continues walking like he's out for a stroll, quickly sensing a large wave of chakra approaching. Leading the pack is the elite J-nin Tanaka Ida. These guys still want to set up an ambush. But Qiye's sensing ability is like he's using a full map cheat, seeing everything clearly. He stops 100 meters away from the ambush circle, and then, guess what happens? He leisurely forms a ball of chakra and throws it toward the forest. Watch out. The guy from the Hyuga clan in the forest sees it with his Byakugan, and just as he shouts, he, along with everything around him, gets shredded by that Storm S-rank ninjutsu. The survivors are left dumbfounded. Ida sees this, grits his teeth, and decides to charge in with his sword. Taijutsu, follow me. The rest of you disperse and look for opportunities. Clangs and clatters. The 2 exchange blows for over 10 moves. Qiye is just dodging the whole time, his expression conveying disappointment, almost saying, you're too slow. Ida, frustrated, holds back his anger, waiting for his illusionist teammates to control Qiye. Just as he thinks this, the Konoha ninjas hiding on both sides simultaneously form hand seals, casting Jinjutsu. Hell, as prison. A combined Jinjutsu traps Qiye. Ida sees the opportunity, sheathing his sword. Preparing a big move, Konoha's sword technique, flame wheel dance. He swings his sword, and the scene looks like fireworks, flames shooting into the sky, the ground melting. And what happens? Qiye just uses a substitution technique and slips away, unscathed. He stands by, shaking his head, his gaze filled with disappointment, as if watching an old man in a neighborhood show-off. The next second, Qiye makes his move. Sword technique, lightning strike, a flash of lightning, and a red line appears on Ida's neck. Unable to say a word, he is done for. The remaining people are terrified, scattering in all directions. Qiye directly activates the lightning release chakra mode, his speed akin to a lightning bolt, rampaging through the forest, leaving no one behind, cleaning up completely. When he finishes clearing the battlefield and returns, he happens to run into Yahiko and the others. Seeing everyone unharmed, they start boasting and joking around. But Qiye, with his sharp tongue, immediately says that Yahiko and the others fought too clumsily, and adds that the future you will thank the present you for working hard, throwing in some motivational speech. The lively guy, Mingyu, feels challenged and insists on dragging everyone to challenge Qiye together. As a result, Yunlu is the first to jump back, and Yahiko and the others join in the fun. Alright then, 5 against 1, and they even set a bet. The loser has to cook dinner and act as a servant. Let me tell you, the scene was tragic. An hour later, Mingyu was smashed into the wall, unable to get out. Yahiko was electrocuted into an explosion hairstyle, lying there all charred. Nagato fared the worst, almost having his Rinnegan knocked out, his head beaten into a pig's head, squatting in the corner drawing circles. The most ruthless was for Conan. Qiye directly cast an illusion on her, making her choose between saving Yahiko or saving Nagato, with the outcome being that whoever she didn't choose would die, resulting in both dying. Wow, that has some serious mental PUA. In the end, only Yunlu was left. This girl is clever, using her final move, Spiraling Sphere, to drop toward Qiye, forcing him to choose between taking the hit or letting her get hurt. In response, Qiye pulls off a clever move, using an earth clone to catch her in a princess carry, while his real self remains unharmed. He even says a sweet line, "I know you would never harm me." Wow, this operation, both fighting and flirting, was a lesson learned. Without a doubt, Qiye won. Conan, coming out of the illusion, cries for Yahiko and Nagato, looking utterly devastated. That night, these unlucky ones had to grumble and prepare barbecue for Qiye, serving him tea, rubbing his shoulders, and kneading his legs, feeling utterly humiliated. The next day, the entire ninja world exploded. The vanguard forces sent out by various ninja villages went missing overnight, especially the hidden Cloud Village, where the third Raikage slammed his table in rage, furious and wanted to wipe out the Rain Village first. It was his calm secretary, Doroi, who stopped him, saying not to act impulsively. They had agreed with the Rock Village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha and couldn't disrupt the plan to backstab the Rock Village. Only then did the third Raikage calm down, deciding to proceed as planned. He would surprise attack the Rock Village while sending his son, A, and Killer B to deal with Konoha. Just then, the latest intelligence arrived. Upon opening it, everyone was stunned. The intelligence stated that apart from the main forces of the Sand Village suffering heavy losses, the vanguard forces sent into the Land of Rain by the other 3 major ninja villages were completely wiped out, not a single one left. The second piece of intelligence was even harsher, a warning issued by the Akatsuki organization in the name of the Land of Rain. From today onwards, if anyone dares to send a single ninja into the Land of Rain, we will declare full-scale war on your country. The last 8 words were, "Better to be shattered jade than to be whole tile." Let me tell you, when Doroi heard this, he felt his soul tremble, thinking to himself, what a wise person. The first piece of intelligence was a show of strength, telling the world that our Akatsuki organization has the power to wrestle with the 5 great nations. This second point is the most critical. It directly silenced all the major ninja villages. Let me tell you, the atmosphere back then was incredibly strange. Everyone was holding back their energy, but no one dared to make the first move, fearing they'd be targeted by that crazy Akatsuki organization. And guess what? This strange peace lasted for 2 months, and then war broke out. The tough guys from the Cloud Village, under the leadership of the future 4th Raikage AB combination, charged towards Konoha, shouting. On the Konoha side, they quickly dispatched Minato Namikaze, who later became the 4th Hokage, to counter them. The title of Golden Flash was born this way, but didn't end there. Just as Konoha steadied itself, the sneaky guys from the Rock Village launched a surprise attack from behind. There was no choice. Orochimaru had to personally lead a team to block the onslaught. And so, the third great ninja war erupted completely. Seeing all this commotion, the Mist Village thought, "Oh, this looks lively? I want to join in." They directly landed in the Land of Rivers, claiming to fight the Sand Ninja, but their eyes were clearly set on Konoha. You have to understand how dire Konoha's situation was at that time, being attacked from 3 fronts, with severely insufficient manpower. Even teenagers were dragged onto the battlefield, and it seemed they were about to be wiped out. Just at that critical moment, a divine intervention occurred. The third Raikage from the Cloud Village, whether overconfident or not, actually led an elite team to sneak into the Rock Village's territory. I thought, does the Raikage think he has the advantage and wants to take down the Rock Ninja in one go? But as a result, he ended up getting wiped out himself. 10,000 Rock Ninja suddenly appeared and surrounded him completely. To cover his subordinates' retreat, the third Raikage fought against 10,000 Rock Ninja by himself, battling for 3 whole days and nights until he exhausted all his chakra and died standing. This battle left the entire ninja world dumbfounded. You could say the Cloud Village suffered a loss as they disrupted the Rock Ninja's rear, but you could also say they gained a lot, losing a shadow-level powerhouse just like that. It was truly a baffling act in a high-level match. And let me tell you, when Qiye received this intel, he burst out laughing. He told me this was purely the third Raikage sending warmth. Otherwise, Konoha would have been finished. At this moment, Qiye felt the timing was right and stood up, saying, "Mingyu, come with me to the land of fire." Yahiko and the others were still confused, asking if they were going to join the battle. Qiye smiled mysteriously. "No, we're going to watch a show to witness a kind of martial arts that is far ahead." Goodness, I was excited to hear that. A few years ago, Qiye had mentioned this martial art to me, saying that the weighted training we did, the so-called complete life #1, was all laying the groundwork for this martial art. How could I not be looking forward to it? So we set off. And to prevent Danzo from doing anything sneaky behind our backs, Qiye left a lightning clone in the Land of Rain to keep an eye on Nagato and the others. As soon as we entered the Land of Fire, we ghosted around looking for traces of Might Guy and his 2 little buddies. Qiye said they would be blocked by the 7 ninja swordsmen, but we couldn't just wait around foolishly on the road. So we headed straight to the Mist Village's temporary camp, using sensory abilities to monitor and keep an eye on those 7 guys wielding bizarre big swords. We waited for over a month. Finally, the 7 ninja swordsmen's male group collectively moved out. We hung back at a distance, and Qiye told me, after today, the 7 ninja swordsmen will have to change their name to the Lucky 3 Treasures. Sure enough, it wasn't long before those 7 guys posed in the woods, surrounding Might Guy, Ebisu, and Kurinai. Looking at those 3 little buddies, their faces turned pale with fear. After all, they were facing the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen, 7 Jonin. While the 3 of them were only Chunin, how were they supposed to fight? Just at that critical moment, Qiye and I suddenly flashed into the middle of the scene. Qiye, with his decisive demeanor, directly told me, "Quick battle, quick resolution. Pick any 2. I'll take care of the rest. Remember, don't kill them." I understood. Although I didn't know why, I just followed the orders. I immediately set my sights on a guy named Pipa Shirzong, who annoyed me with his theatrical makeup. Without a word, I threw a punch. Boom! That guy barely blocked it with his decapitation sword, but the ground beneath us cracked. The way he looked at me was like he had seen a ghost. Next to him, the guy using the explosive blade, Wori Shinpachi, let out a strange yell and tried to sneak attack me from behind. I thought, is that it? Qiye's intel said his blade was just a big explosive seal scroll. It looked scary, but its power was just SOSO. I kicked Pipa Shirzong away and turned to confront him, activating my chakra and bracing myself against his explosive attack. And what happened? As the dust settled, I was completely fine. On the other side, let me tell you, it was truly explosive. The guy named Kurasame Shiranui, who was about to attack me with a long knife, suddenly felt something was off. He turned around and saw a blade's light moving at breakneck speed. He was still thinking that I could dodge, but his body had already frozen. The next second, he fell to the ground, directly taken out by Qiye. This time, not only the remaining ninja swordsman, but even Might Guy and his 2 buddies were left dumbfounded, completely stunned. Just moments ago, they had the courage to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen, but now, seeing us in action, they probably felt nothing but despair. That speed was beyond the naked eye. The big guy, Suigetsu, panicked, forming hand signs and launching a water release. Iron Cannonball, spraying water bullets at Qiye like a Gatling gun. But Qiye dodged with a flash, and I only heard a thunderous boom as he zipped past Suigetsu. With a snap, the big guy's right hand holding the sword was cleanly severed. I also finished my battle, beating Pipa Shirzong and Wori Shinpachi until they were spitting blood and couldn't even stand. In less than a minute, the 7 ninja swordsmen had 1 dead, 1 with a severed hand, and 2 half-dead. The remaining 3 were already trembling in their legs, their minds filled with thoughts of how to escape. Just then, a man in a green jumpsuit descended from the sky. It was Might Guy's father, Might Do. Upon seeing the scene, he was also dumbfounded. Dad, Might Guy was shocked. What are you doing here as a genin? Qiye, sitting on a tree, pointed to the scratch on his forehead protector and laughed. I told you. Do you have any misunderstandings about genin? Konoha's genin are all incredibly powerful. See, I'm also a Konoha genin. You have to understand, this statement left me speechless. Ebisu and the others probably wanted to curse. Might Do didn't care about any of that. He saw the situation and immediately got into a fighting stance. Green steam emanating from his body. Although I don't know what's going on, you are all enemies, right? Kai, you all run, I will buy some time. Mr. Do, don't misunderstand, Qiye said while forming a Rasengan shuriken in his hand, its terrifying aura instantly locking onto the fleeing ninja swordsman. We saved your son. Wanna run? Who can withstand this thing? The ninja swordsman froze in place, cold sweat pouring down. Suigetsu was almost in tears, shouting, what do you want? Qiye smiled, pointing at Might Do. It's simple. You all fight him. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die. Once this was said, the ninja swordsmen had no choice but to turn their fierce gazes toward Might Do. Might Do looked back at his son, took a deep breath, and gave Kai a thumbs up. Kai, remember what your father said. This is the time to protect what is most important to you at all costs. The deep father-son bond was indeed touching, but Qiye interrupted the incantation. Don't rush to leave. Wait until Mr. Do is exhausted. And it would be so pitiful if no one takes care of him. Mr. Dai, he looked at Might Guy and smiled. Your enemies do not include us. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, with 1 dead, 1 crippled, and 2 severely injured, leaving only 3 left, shouldn't require us to open the 8 gates, right? Living well and teaching by example is the best education, isn't it? After saying this, I stood beside Shichiya like 2 gate gods. The pressure was so intense that even Might Guy felt it weighing heavily. However, he was ultimately moved by Shichiya's words and turned to glance at the worried Kai. The 7th gate, the shock gate. Open. With a bang, Might Guy's entire aura changed, the ground instantly shattered, and he vanished. The faces of the ninja swordsmen turned pale. It was already ridiculous enough to hear from Shichiya that he was a Konoha Chunin, and now there was something even more absurd. This speed was so fast that they couldn't even see it, let alone fight back. The scene that followed was a one-sided beating. Aside from me and Shichiya, Might Guy and Kai were completely dumbfounded, unable to see anything and only hearing the sounds of impacts. I was standing on a tree, feeling utterly shocked. To unleash such power purely through taijutsu, Shichiya was not lying to me. In no time, the battlefield fell silent. The remaining ninja swordsmen lay there without a sound. Their bodies twisted and deformed, their deaths gruesome. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were all wiped out. Might Guy returned to his son, panting heavily, but still stared at us intently. Shichiya jumped down from the tree, telling me to collect the bodies of the ninja swordsmen to check them while saying, don't be nervous. Mr. Dai, we said we are not enemies. Of course, he didn't believe it. The 7th gate was still open, ready for a fight at any moment. Shichiya didn't mind. His goal had already been achieved. He came to collect the skill orbs of the 8 gates that Might Guy had dropped. By the way, he curiously asked Might Guy a question. Mr. Dai, may I ask, how can one keep up with an enemy's movements during ultra-high-speed movement with just the naked eye? Might Guy paused for a moment, then answered very seriously. It's through daily hard training. I run 10 laps around the village every day and do 2,000 push-ups. Stop. Shichiya quickly interrupted him. Besides training, eat more meat, eggs, milk, and vegetables, especially carrots and bell peppers. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing a big white smile. Carrots? I can tell you, Shichiya's expression at that moment was just as confused as mine. But this statement indeed gave him a new idea. He thought, whether carrots work or not isn't important. I can't just develop a potion that enhances eyesight, right? Focusing on technology and hard work. Well then, Mr. Dai, see you next time. Shichiya waved at him, and the 2 of us quickly left. As soon as we left, Might Guy sighed in relief, directly deactivating the 8 gates, and his body went limp, collapsing. Kai hurriedly picked him up and rushed back to the village. This incident quickly reached the 3rd Hokage in Danzo. As soon as Might Guy entered the hospital, Kai and the others were isolated for questioning. After all, the information was too outrageous. They needed to ask each one separately. The Konoha higher-ups analyzed it for the entire afternoon, and the conclusion they reached was 2 unidentified Konoha rogue ninjas appeared, incredibly strong, but seemed to have no malicious intent toward Konoha. However, they couldn't find any matching records in the rogue ninja files. The next day, When Might Guy woke up, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo came to question him in person. Danzo was fired up after hearing it, questioning Might Guy why he didn't take out the two rogue ninjas as well. He lamented the loss of the 7 swords, thinking they could have been all captured. Might Guy said he couldn't defeat them, and Danzo didn't believe him, insisting on sending all 4 of them to the interrogation department for memory reading. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen mediated, saying he believed Might Guy, but he also felt suspicious. Why did those 2 rogue ninjas ask such strange questions? Were they signals? Moreover, it sounded like they knew Might Guy quite well. After thinking about it and coming up blank, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only have Danzo send someone to secretly monitor Might Guy and the others. In the afternoon, Kakashi heard that the restrictions had been lifted, so he brought flowers to the hospital to visit. However, as soon as he arrived near the ward, he keenly sensed that someone was watching from the shadows. He didn't make a fuss, entered the ward, and arranged the flowers. As soon as Kai saw him, he was overly excited. Kakashi, do you know? We encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, and it was the complete 7 ninja swordsmen. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was shocked. The complete 7 ninja swordsmen? How did you survive? This is no simple matter. Let me tell you, in the next second, Guy was going to get me into trouble. He stared at me with wide eyes, yelling like he had just survived a disaster. That was close. Too close. I almost want to see the 6 paths of pain. And guess what? Out of nowhere, 2 masked rogue ninjas from Konoha appeared. My goodness, they were as strong as if they had turned on a cheat mode. As he spoke, he gestured. One was a taijutsu expert, easily taking on 2 opponents, while the other was even more outrageous, taking one out in an instant. I tell you, his swordsmanship was all about a SC Char Dinger's speed. You feel he's slow, but suddenly he's gone. You feel he's fast, but you can't see his moves clearly. Anyway, it just emphasizes one word, eerie. Luckily, these 2 guys came up and took down 4 right away, giving my dad a chance to unleash his ultimate move and take out the remaining 3. Kakashi, let me tell you, my dad is also incredibly fierce. Taijutsu is the way to go. Next exam, I'll definitely beat you. That kid guy, his big white teeth were dazzling to the point of hurting my eyes. Just as he finished speaking, his dad, Might Guy, suddenly gave a thumbs up, and the 2 of them looked like a copy-paste. Guy, youth is the strongest. Dad supports you. Dad, Guy, goodness, the scene made me want to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of embarrassment for them. I really couldn't watch anymore, so I quickly slipped away. But as soon as I left the hospital, I felt something was off. It was chilly behind me, as if there were ghosts around, and I felt like someone was secretly watching me. After walking 2 blocks, the feeling grew stronger, and I immediately understood. I was being monitored. It was probably because Guy and the others made such a big fuss that even someone like me, just listening to the story, got the attention of the higher-ups. After all, how could the old folks in Konoha not be nervous about someone who could take down the 7 ninja swordsmen like they were nothing? However, the masked figure Guy mentioned reminded me of another person, the mysterious Rain Ninja who told me the truth about my dad's suicide all those years ago. I haven't seen that shadow in years. Could these 2 be the same person? I shook my head, my mind in a mess. For me now, the village and everything else was just that. What I cared about were only the people around my teacher Minato and the others. On the other side, in a place called Peaceful Village, let me tell you, the atmosphere there was completely different. That kid Mingyu, ever since he saw Might Guy open the 8 gates, has been like a possessed person, pestering Qiye every day. Qiye, that taijutsu from Konoha is amazing. How can we get our hands on it? Can we buy it? In response, Qiye, with a calm demeanor, simply said, no need, I already know it. Saying that, he demonstrated right there. 8 gates, first gate, open. With a bang, blue-purple energy erupted from his body, and that aura pushed Mingyu back several steps. Mingyu was dumbfounded. No one understands what it's like. Just like a top student glancing at the answer can solve it, while a struggling student can't even copy it correctly. Isn't this pure talent crushing? He immediately knelt down. Big shot. Teach me. Please teach me. Qiye was generous and nodded, starting to explain from the theory, talking about releasing bodily limitations and the 8 chakra points. But in just a couple of minutes, Mingyu and Yahiko, those 2 slackers, started dozing off, while Nagato and Konin listened with great interest. In the end, Qiye had no choice but to teach them hand in hand. However, this thing isn't something you can just open because you know it. It also depends on personal physique and willpower. So for a long time afterward, Mingyu was at odds with the 8 gates. Time flew by, and it was now the 49th year of Konoha. The entire ninja world was in chaos, with wars everywhere. But guess what? There was one place with beautiful scenery, and that was the Land of Rain. Why? because of that peaceful merchant association. I have to tell you, the operations of the Ping and Chamber of Commerce are simply outrageous. They've set up a neutral delivery service in the middle of the battlefield, selling medicine and food, but not weapons. The ninjas from both sides have to cease fire when they see them, letting them pass first. They can be considered the best logistics in the ninja world, focusing on battlefield charm. Everyone has to give them face. The 5 great ninja villages are certainly not foolish. They all know there's a powerful figure behind this chamber, but now that the war situation is tense, no one can afford to investigate. On the Konoha side, the 3rd Hokage is having a headache in a meeting. The Wagakure and Kyomogakure are still causing trouble at the borders, and Kirigakure is even blaming Konoha for the annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, constantly shouting for revenge. Fortunately, with Minato-sensei at the forefront. Otherwise, the 3rd Hokage would really have to step in himself. He's calculating in his mind, thinking that once the war is over, he'll pass the Hokage position to Minato. After all, Orochimaru is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. As soon as the meeting adjourned, Danzo, the schemer, approached and lowered his voice, saying, "Hisashi, I've already contacted Hanzo. He wants to ally with us to eliminate the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Also, that Ping and Chamber of Commerce has its base in a place called Ping and Village. Hanzo said that village is protected by the Akatsuki, and its power is unfathomable. I suspect Ping and Village is the headquarters of the chamber." Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage's eyes narrowed. A wealthy chamber plus a mysterious Akatsuki. If these two join forces, the Land of Rain might just soar. He immediately decided, "Danzo, I entrust this matter to you." Meanwhile, the major ninja villages are holding small meetings. On the Kyomogakure side, despite the death of the 3rd Raikage, they still decided to let the AB combination continue their fierce attack on Konoha. As for Iwagakure's Inoki, the old fox, he publicly calls for revenge, but is actually still eyeing Konoha's juicy piece of meat. As for Sunagakure, Vivi recently started provoking Iwagakure for some unknown reason. Inoki, seeing the intel, couldn't help but laugh, thinking this is to compete for the position of 4th Kazekage, trying to rack up achievements. Kirigakure is simply furious. The complete annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen has made them lose face. Now, they're out to bite whoever they can, and neither Konoha nor Sunagakure can escape. In Sunagakure, the 4th Kazekage election conference has officially begun. The 3rd Kazekage has been missing for over a year and is presumed dead. Now, there are only 2 popular candidates, Gaara's father, Raza, and the lava release ninja, Yakura. Raza's supporters start boasting. Lord Raza has magnet release, strong power, and remarkable military achievements. He will surely lead us to glory. Immediately, Yakura's supporters rebut. Come on, if it weren't for Raza provoking Iwagakure, would our village be in such a passive situation? I say, Lord Yakura is impressive. He has withstood Kirigakure's attacks and always thinks for his subordinates. That's the real stuff for a leader. Just when both sides are about to start arguing, Yakura herself stands up. She smiles and says, "The position of Kazekage carries too much responsibility. I can't handle it. Raza is different. He has always aimed to become Kazekage, and I believe he can surpass his predecessors and become the strongest Kazekage. I recommend Raza." Wow. As soon as those words came out, the whole place fell silent. Even the clan leader who had previously supported her was stunned and silently cast his vote for Raza. As a result, there was no suspense. Raza was elected as the 4th Kazekage. He felt ecstatic, thinking Yakura was too naive and still too young for politics. As soon as the meeting ended, he couldn't wait to rush home to share the good news with his wife. Yakura, on the other hand, looked relaxed and went out to buy some fried scorpions to eat. She found her apprentice, a little girl named June, in a small grove. "Teacher, you're back," June exclaimed, overjoyed to see her. Yakura shared half of her fried scorpions with her, laughing. "I almost became the 4th Kazekage today. Why didn't you?" June said with a look of regret. "If only teacher became Kazekage. Being Kazekage is too troublesome. I prefer being an ordinary ninja, protecting the village." Yakura leaned against a tree, looking content. The two practiced ninjutsu for a while, and then lay on the grass chatting. "Teacher, you're already 18. Why haven't you found a boyfriend yet?" June suddenly asked. Yakura was taken aback, speechless. Is 18 old? The kids these days are too mature. But deep down, she wondered if she should start considering it. On the other side, in Pingen Village, Conan had already prepared breakfast and called Yahiko and Nagato to get up. Meanwhile, that kid Miyu, the first thing he did when he got up early was to continue trying to open the 8 gates. First gate. Open. Open. His face turned red as he strained, but it was of no use, and he ended up scratching his head so much that it looked like it was snowing. Seeing his messy appearance, Yunlu directly shoved him into the bathroom. Hurry up and take a shower. How long has it been since you last washed? Miyu calculated. It seemed like 4 or 5 days. He had been too focused on training, looking like a beggar elder. But guess what? In the bathroom, as he was facing the hot water, a spark hit his brain, and he subconsciously yelled, "First gate. Open." Boom. A surge of chakra erupted from him, splashing water everywhere. He succeeded. In the time it took to shower, he actually opened the first gate. Miyu was so excited in the bathroom that he was howling. While Qiye had already gone out for a stroll, he saw a young couple on the street, looking happy in front of their new house, humming a tune that sounded like a reformed spring breeze, and wandered into the village chief's office. As soon as Chief Likawa saw him, he immediately started reporting his work. The chamber was making a fortune, the village welfare was upgraded again, and the medical insurance plan was also being established, allowing villagers to reimburse half of their medical expenses. Qiye looked at this chief, who was under 30 but already had white hair from stress, and interrupted him. "Likawa, are you doing all this work by yourself?" Likawa nervously nodded. I feel more at ease doing it myself." Seeing how close he was to burning out, Qiye directly increased the intensity. "Likawa, you're just an ordinary person. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll just collapse. Think about your wife and daughter. What if the new chief comes in, lives in your house, sleeps with your wife, and raises your child, spending your hard-earned money? Wouldn't that make you angry?" Wow. Those few words left Likawa speechless, his face turning green. He trembled and nodded. "I understand, Lord Qiye. I will delegate these tasks from now on. Besides this, regarding the direction of the village's development, I hope Lord Qiye can provide some guidance." "Of course. Let me tell you." Qiye had long been prepared and directly whipped out a thick plan that could crush someone. I glanced at it and wow. What was drawn, there was not just a village. It was simply a futuristic city. There were pedestrian paths, logistics-only roads, vehicle lanes, and clear separation for pedestrians and vehicles, even reserving spots for cars that hadn't yet been invented. There were also industrial zones and residential areas, clearly delineated. Likawa's CPU almost fried right there, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, trembling as he asked, This is going to build a city, right?" Qiye casually replied, "Yes. It will be renamed Ping City in the future since it will be the capital of the land of rain, and the scale needs to be bigger." I tell you, Li Chuan's eyes were about to pop out at that moment. Capital? Capital? Qiye calmly explained. "Oh, it just means the center of a country." As for whether the big names agreed or not, the look on Qiye's face was practically saying, do they dare to disagree? He didn't take those bureaucrats seriously at all. He took the latest intelligence and left. I leaned over to take a look. Other villages were still in chaos, but Shanin village had a big news. Rasha, the father of Gaara, became the 4th Kazekage. My heart sank. Doesn't that mean the classic betrayal script is about to unfold? All right, this is very much the ninja world. Qiye thought the same and immediately created a shadow clone to rush to the land of wind to watch the drama unfold. Then guess what? A few months passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, the fighting was so intense that it was like a dogfight, with IWA Ninja, Kimogakure, and Konoha playing cards like crazy, while our peaceful village was living in tranquility, practically the only pure land in the ninja world. But who understands the family? There's always someone like Hanzo from again.To who wants to stir up trouble. This old guy is living a good life now, enjoying himself in a palace-like building. But the more he enjoys, the more he finds us annoying. He actually contacted that old schemer Danzo from Konoha. The two set up a secure call, discussing how to backstab the new generation. Danzo would help him deal with the Akatsuki and us, and he would help Danzo steal the Hokage position. These two old schemers are like Zhuge Liang and Peng Tong coming together. Then Hanzo started his performance, sending people to paint a bright future for Yahiko and the others, saying, "Kids, I'm old and can't do it anymore. Amage-Cure will be handed over to you in the future. Come to the meeting for the handover." Yahiko, that naive kid, believed it right away. He happily ran to report the good news to Qiye. I was watching Qiye play chess at the time, and his expression was like watching an annual comedy blockbuster, his mouth almost stretching to his ears, just short of saying a classic line. He said, go ahead. Come back anytime if there's something to discuss." But his eyes were full of go, enjoy the show. Yunluo was there too, and upon hearing there was a spectacle, she insisted on following. Qiye couldn't persuade her, so the two secretly trailed Yahiko and the others. Once they entered Amage-Cure, the atmosphere changed drastically. The dark filter was fully activated, and the BGM turned eerie. Yahiko was still reminiscing. Our peaceful village has such good weather. Nagato, who was more serious, directly said, Peaceful village is a sunflower. Amage-cure is the moss in dark corners. Goodness, what a literary genius you are. The three of them boldly walked towards Hanzo's palace. Qiye and I followed from a distance. Qiye had long sensed that there were ambushes inside, like a crowded market. I tell you, although the plot unfolded earlier than I knew, the tension was palpable. It was definitely Yahiko's tragic moment approaching. Sure enough, as soon as they entered a large courtyard, the guide suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. In the next second, there were explosive tags everywhere under their feet. Yahiko shouted, Scatter! Boom! It exploded with a loud bang. Immediately, shurikens came flying from all directions, and Nagato used Shinra Tensei to deflect all the attacks. But who understands the family? Two fists can't fight four hands. Conan's paper jutsu was severely restrained in the rain, and without paying attention, she was captured. Yinluo was about to rush out to save her, but was firmly held back by Qiye. I tell you, at this moment, Qiye revealed the truth, leisurely saying, Don't be anxious, this is all part of my scripted drama. Goodness, I was left with the expression of an elder on the subway, looking at his phone. It turned out we were all in a giant illusion. Yinluo was shocked, then silently pulled out popcorn and cola from her scroll, instantly becoming an audience member. In the courtyard, Hanzo was on the roof, holding a kunai to Conan's neck, looking quite arrogant. Yahiko, if you want her to live, you have to die. Then he threw down a kunai, and the red-haired kid over there was told to kill him with it, and he would let them go. Conan was crying out in despair, Nagato, don't worry about me. You guys run. Yahiko's mind was racing, and he finally smiled sadly, saying to Nagato, Nagato, kill me. Nagato was still bewildered, but Yahiko charged forward, and with a stab, the kunai pierced his own body. Before dying, he whispered to Nagato, You and Conan, no matter what, must live. Follow Qiye, create a beautiful world. After saying that, he smiled and fell down. I was watching from the side, and tears were almost streaming down my face. It was too impactful. Yinluo was so angry that she crushed the popcorn, wanting to rush out. But Qiye held her down tightly. Calm down. This is a test. I watched as, in the illusion, Nagato exploded. His eyes widened, and he summoned that gigantic humanoid golem, the Outer Path golem. I tell you, the scene was like a battle royale. A purple chakra dragon emerged from the golem's mouth, and whoever it touched had their soul expelled, instantly clearing the field. Hanzo, seeing the situation was bad, used a body flicker technique to escape. Once everything was over, Nagato, drained of chakra, looked like an old man, kneeling on the ground holding Yahiko's body, mumbling, Let the world feel pain. Goodness, the Akatsuki leader pain officially debuted. At this moment, Qiye and Yinluo walked out. Conan saw them and cried like a fountain. Nagato shot a reproachful glance at Qiye, as if to say, Why did you take so long to come? Without saying a word, Qiye started punching the emotionally shut down Nagato. While hitting, he scolded, Don't you have this ability? Why didn't you do it earlier? Did you have to wait for a tragedy to happen before unleashing your powers? Regretting after the fact is useless. Pain. Pain. I'll make you feel pain. He didn't even spare Yahiko's body and stepped on it twice. Conan was stunned, and Yinluo quickly hugged her to comfort her. It's okay. It's all an illusion. It's fake. Once Qiye had scolded enough, he snapped his fingers, and the entire world shattered like glass. When Nagato opened his eyes again, everything had returned to before the tragedy happened. The heavy rain was still falling, and Yahiko was alive right next to them. Conan excitedly rushed into Yahiko's arms, and they hugged tightly. Having died once, Yahiko understood what it meant to cherish the people in front of him. This time, Nagato understood what it meant to hesitate and lose. There was no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes. He clapped his hands and roared, Outer Path Golem. With a loud boom, the gigantic figure burst forth again. The surrounding ninjas were scared out of their wits and turned to run. But it was too late. Qiye and Yinluo also joined the fray, one flashing with lightning, the other bringing a storm. It was like cutting vegetables. The battle ended in minutes, and Hanzo was directly packed into a water ball by Qiye and taken away. Afterward, Qiye gave those three little fools another round of scolding. Times have changed. Don't you have any sense of the relationship with Hanzo in your hearts? Running into his territory so naively, are you all pig-brained? The three of them didn't dare to lift their heads while being scolded. That night, at the celebration banquet, Yahiko and Conan were drunkenly leaning against each other, while Nagato, who had changed from being introverted, cried with Mingyu, two big guys hugging each other. Qiye was taking pictures on the side. It was simply unbelievable. As for Hanzo, oh, he was sent for research, covered in poison, which couldn't be wasted. Afterward, the Akatsuki officially took over Amigakure, and Qiye suggested they create an organization similar to an Umbu directly under the rain shadow. Originally, this position was meant for Yahiko, but in the end, the kid refused, saying he had died once and just wanted to follow Qiye from behind the scenes. Finally, everyone unanimously decided that the position of Rain Shadow had to be taken by Qiye, the true mastermind. Be the Shadow? No way. I tell you, I immediately cast a veto against him. This kid Mayahiko has such a unique way of thinking. He says he doesn't want to be a hero in the spotlight, but insists on being the root of Rain Ninja Village, secretly helping me clear obstacles. When I heard that, I thought, wow, isn't this just the Rain Ninja Village version of Shimura Danzo? This idea is too twisted. It's either prison or execution. Am I going to let him walk down this irreversible path? What a joke. I'll just push him onto the throne of the Rain Shadow, and that's that. No one can change it. My plan here is to continue taking the Akatsuki down an elite route, with a core goal summed up in one word: money. We need to make money. As for whether to recruit those S-rank rogue ninjas in the future, I need to think it over. My strategy for the ninja world has been updated to version 2.1, and we actually don't lack high-end combat power. While I was contemplating how the Akatsuki should make money next, I suddenly remembered my little brother Li Chuan. Why haven't I seen him around lately? He mentioned going to meet some officials under a daimyo. He wouldn't have really made a big leap, would he? I figured that since Yahiko needs the daimyo's acknowledgement to become the new Rain Shadow, it would be just right to send Li Chuan to run some errands. So I slipped over to the office to find him. But the people in the office looked as if the sky had fallen, each one wearing a worried expression. When I saw that Li Chuan wasn't there, these people seemed to lose their backbone, and I felt a jolt in my heart directly asking, is Li Chuan in trouble? That bald guy with a pained expression said to me, Lord Qiye, Lord Li Chuan was summoned to the capital by the daimyo a few days ago, and he was imprisoned. Someone beside him quickly added, the daimyo said there are financial issues in our village and suspects that Lord Li Chuan has embezzled funds. He wants to send a new village chief over. I laughed at that moment. Corruption? He's just robbing the air. I know exactly where every penny of the Peace Village's assets went. These warlords, let me tell you, are just the tears of the times. They do nothing but extend their hands for money, really thinking there's something special. I wave my hand at those people. All right, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. After saying that, I went straight to Mayahiko, who had just put on the divine robe and was still in the novelty of it. The robe was personally made by Xiao Nan, red clouds on a black background. It really looked good. I glanced at his hands. No nail polish good. Come on, let's go out for a while, to the capital. Mayahiko looked confused. What for? To meet the warlords. Don't you need an official certification with your new position as Rain Shadow? All right. He slapped his forehead. Then I'll tell Xiao Nan. Goodness, these two really. I.T. pointed out. Once he arranged things in the village, we set off directly. Normally, this kind of thing could just be done with a document. But I insisted on going in person because I wanted to see what exactly this so-called warlord was all about. We rushed forward and soon arrived at the capital of the Rain Country. How should I put it? Although it hadn't been affected by the war, the streets were filled with emaciated, poorly dressed common people, all with hollow expressions, making the entire city feel lifeless. This was still a result of the Peace Merchants Association boosting the economy a bit. But as soon as we entered the Lord's mansion, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Wow. High walls and grand rooftops, luxurious and resplendent, with laughter and music inside. It felt like they were throwing a party. This kid Mihiko seemed a bit nervous. After seeing me knock out and drag away the guard at the entrance, he quietly asked me, Qiye, isn't it bad to barge in like this? I didn't look back. It's fine, they've been on duty for too long. Their cervical spine isn't good. I'll help them move a bit, and they'll wake up in a little while. Really? He had a look on his face that said, I don't read much, don't lie to me. I nodded calmly and said, I've read a lot, and I understand medical ninjutsu. I'm not lying to you. As we spoke, we walked to the entrance of the main hall. Wow, what a scene. Who could understand it? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, dressed like a colorful peacock, sat at the top, laughing heartily with a wine cup in hand amidst a table full of delicacies. Below him sat a group of ministers, enjoying the same lavish display. In the middle of the hall, a group of beautifully dressed women danced provocatively. Mayahiko, this pure-hearted young man, had never seen such a scene. He was overwhelmed and froze on the spot. After a moment of daze, he quickly recited the names of Konin and Nagato, and his eyes finally regained their clarity. In that brief moment, I had already walked quite a distance. I turned back and shouted, what are you dazing for? Let us go. He hurried to catch up and tried to advise me. Isn't it a bit abrupt to do this just for a piece of appointment paperwork? Isn't it better to finish early and go back to accompany Conan? I shot him a sideways glance. The guy instantly exploded, jumping up and waving his hands frantically. I'm not. I didn't tea. Don't say that. My relationship with Conan is a pure revolutionary friendship. Oh, so you like Nagato, huh? Poor Conan. I teased him with a smile and continued walking inside. The people in the hall weren't blind. They'd already seen us. 2 rows of samurai guards rushed over. Mayahiko even reminded me, these are ordinary samurai, not ninjas, as if afraid I would start a massacre. I shot him a glance and said, do I look like that kind of person? Then I stepped forward and took down all the guards with a few punches and kicks, striding in confidently. Mahiko was left dumbfounded behind me, probably thinking, aren't you? But he still mustered the courage to follow me in. As soon as I entered, the first minister on the right side of the daimyo, a young fat man with a round face, big ears, and mung bean eyes, stood up and pointed his finger at my nose, shouting, you bold fool. Trespassing into the daimyo's residence is a serious crime. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a flick of my hand, I threw a shuriken, and with a thud, it pierced through the table in front of him. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Even the dancing girls froze in place. I'll get straight to the point. 2 things. First, the Rain Village has had a change in leadership. Hanzo has stepped down, and the new Rain Shadow is Yahiko. Second, is the Lichuan from the Pingan village still alive? The daimyo, seeing that I was here for business, grew a bit bolder and leaned back in his chair, saying, the new Rain Shadow's appointment was approved by me. However, that Lichuan you mentioned, who embezzled funds and oppressed the common people, is truly heinous. My gaze turned cold. Another shuriken flew out with a whoosh, grazing his greasy cheek and embedding itself in the wall behind him. If you keep avoiding the question, the next one will go straight through your head. I coldly stared at him and asked, Lichuan, are you still alive? As the killing intent was released, the temperature in the entire hall dropped several degrees. The nobleman was so scared that he trembled all over, shaking like a sieve, and hurriedly nodded, alive. Alive. Locked in prison. Bring him here. A minister with a small mustache on his left was quite clever. He immediately responded and sent someone to fetch the prisoner. Before long, Lichuan was brought up, dressed in prison clothes, covered in wounds, and looking dispirited. As soon as he saw me, his eyes lit up. Lord Qiye. I took a look at him, and fortunately, it was just some superficial injuries. I smiled and said, it's good that you're fine. Your wife and kids miss you a lot. After finishing the matter, I turned to the daimyo and stated in a matter-of-fact tone, daimyo of the land of rain, indulging in pleasure, oppressing the common people, committing crimes. Hereby, I sentence you to death. Who is in favor? Who is against? As soon as I finished speaking, that chubby minister with bean-shaped eyes jumped out again. I oppose. The daimyo is the ruler of a nation. Even if he puffed, before he could finish his sentence, a kunai had already pierced through his throat. He clutched his neck, falling down with a look of disbelief. Now the daimyo was completely panicked, shouting incoherently, you can't kill me. The hidden village can attack a daimyo. That's the rule. I ignored him and turned to Yahiko. Kill him. Yahiko was taken aback, clearly surprised. But he hesitated for only 2 seconds. Didn't he ask why? Didn't he try to persuade me and really pulled out a kunai? Seeing the scene, I patted his shoulder. That's enough. The notion of the supremacy of the powerful still lingered in his mind, but it was no longer so deeply ingrained, and that was sufficient. As the Rain Shadow, you don't have to bear such a stigma. I smiled at Mahiko, then turned to look at the daimyo. In his terrified gaze, my hand struck down, sending him to the afterlife. You were right. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village cannot kill you. Unfortunately, I am not one of them. At that moment, the clever little bearded minister suddenly stood up and loudly declared with righteous indignation, the daimyo of the land of Rain, Tanahara Toru, and the right minister Koizumi Taichi are guilty of heinous crimes and deserve to be punished. Goodness, the speed of this change was simply at the master level of Sichuan opera. The other ministers around were momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, starting to condemn the deceased's crimes. I looked at the little mustached man, finding him quite interesting. What's your name? I am Zwodachin, Hibien Sangjia. He bowed respectfully. All right, this mess is yours now. I nodded. If you need anything, go find Lichuan in Pingan Village. Or go to Yurin Village. I hope you can surprise me. After saying that, I took Yahiko and Lichuan outside. The area was already surrounded by guards. But Hibien Sangjia followed us out and shouted, and the guard obediently made way. Seeing his ambitious demeanor and readiness to show his skills, I smiled and didn't intervene further. On the way back, the atmosphere was a bit silent. I spoke first. Feel free to ask whatever you want. Yahiko scratched his head and chuckled. Well, I find it a bit unbelievable. I pointed out the huge contrast between the capital's inner and outer cities, and the numb people on the streets, the smell of wine and meat from the red gates, while frozen bones lay on the road. The powerful do not treat their people as humans. Do they keep them alive just to celebrate the new year? Mihiko, remember, some people, when they get rained on, want to tear others' umbrellas apart, but some will choose to hold up an umbrella for others. I believe you will become an excellent umbrella holder. These words left both Mihiko and Rihuan deep in thought, especially Mihiko, whose confusion vanished in an instant, replaced by unwavering determination. Over here, the Rain Ninja Village had just gotten back on track, and my shadow clone sent a message from the other side. Sure enough, the Sand Ninja Village was planning to take action against the Leaf Village. The high-ranking officials of the Rock Sand Group held a meeting and, in just a few words, sold out the village's heroes in order to negotiate a ceasefire with the Mist Ninja Village. Their reasons were grandiose, all for the sake of the village, bah. I immediately bid farewell to Mihiko and the others, and my main body rushed towards the land of water at full speed. I arrived at the canyon ahead of time, and as soon as Yakura entered the area, I set up a fully immersive holographic VR experience for her, a hyper-realistic illusion. She experienced being welcomed by her companions, ambushed from behind, besieged by countless mist ninjas, and finally hearing the truth about being sold by the Sand Village, all while feeling the flames engulf her in despair. The effect was outstanding. She was so overwhelmed that she went into shock and stopped breathing. I just walked over and woke her up. Hey, the ground is cold. What are you lying down for? She opened her eyes groggily, saw me, and looked shocked. Qiye, you bastard. I didn't expect you to be dead too, and you died before me. Me? The side effects of this illusion are quite significant. She curiously leaned over to look at the research notebook in my hand. What are you writing? My name? Have you become a messenger of the underworld? I couldn't hold back and splashed her face with a water jutsu. Is it cold? A little. Good. That means you're not dead. She was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, a mix of surprise and joy. But the next moment, she looked at me, old grudges and new hatred flooding her heart, and shouted, You. Finally, I've caught you. Today, I'm going to wash away the humiliation from back then. As she spoke, her chakra surged. Several fireballs of scorching flames surrounded her, finally converging into a massive fireball above her head, the heat wave evaporating the surrounding mist. Seeing her smug expression, I simply stood calmly in place. Just as she was about to throw the fireball, I drew my sword. Clang! A brilliant flash of the blade cut through, moving at incredible speed. Yitsong froze, thinking she was doomed. But when the blade's light dissipated, only a single hair slowly floated down in front of her. The smug look on her face instantly turned to terror. She finally understood that the gap between us was greater than she had imagined. Ah ha ha ha! She awkwardly laughed, holding the massive fireball above her head, and began to run in circles, saying, Oh, the weather in the land of water is really humid. I need to clear the mist. While mumbling, she ran further and further away. Seeing that I didn't move, she suddenly accelerated, sprinting forward with all her might. At that pace, it seemed like she wished she had 8 legs. At that moment, I used a body flicker technique, surrounded by blue chakra waves, directly blocking her path. She halted abruptly like a startled rabbit, staring blankly at me. The next second, with a thud, she performed a perfect kneeling bow, her forehead pressed tightly against the ground. Her voice trembled with a cry. Yes, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Or, if you have to hit me, please don't hit my head, okay? I tell you at that moment, this girl totally caught me off guard. I was thinking, she hasn't even started yet, right? Then she directly told me, don't hit me in the head. Wow, my CPU almost overheated. I directly shouted, Third gate, life gate, open. The aura was so intense that it shook the ground. I charged at her like a little cannonball. In that moment, I could feel just 2 words in her heart. It's over. But I have to say, the elite of the Sand Shinobi still had some backbone, managing to squeeze out a bit of pride amidst the despair. She was probably roaring inside. I'll fight you to the end. Then we started fighting. The scene was like a demolition site, with flames shooting into the sky and energy flying everywhere. And what was the result? A few minutes later, this girl was sitting on the ground, bruised and crying pitifully like a 180-pound child. I lost my temper and couldn't hold back, so I snapped. How dare you cry? If I hadn't happened to be here for sea fishing today, the grass on your grave would be half a meter high. What were you thinking? You just finished a battle with a mist ninja and then turned around to sign an agreement on their territory without any precautions. How have you survived until now? It's ridiculous. She was wiping her tears and still not convinced. The war is over. Lord Wind's shadow, sent me to sign the agreement. How was I supposed to know it was a trap? At this point, her spirit seemed to fade, and she became dim. I could see that her love for the village was genuine, to the point that she couldn't believe she had been sold. The anger dissipated, leaving only sadness and confusion. Suddenly, she realized, wait, if that were true, how am I still alive? I snapped my fingers and briefly explained to her. I've pulled you into a surreal VR experience. In simple terms, it's a simulator, but everyone's thoughts and actions inside are their own real choices. To help her understand better, I casually formed a seal. With a whoosh, the surrounding environment instantly restored itself. The pit I had created and the burnt marks were all gone. She gasped and quickly touched her face. The swelling had disappeared, and the pain had stopped. Do you understand now? I smiled. She looked shocked. Such powerful illusion. So, it was all fake? The illusion is real, but the human heart is not false. With one sentence, I shattered her last bit of fantasy. Everything you experienced was the script prepared for you by the sand-hidden village. All right, to make the play more realistic, I even specially prepared a charred corpse to help you complete your passive self-immolation KPI. Now she was completely speechless, looking wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Lowering her head to ask me, why did you save me? Obviously, it's because I've taken a liking to you. I cleared my throat and began my CEO pitch. Because I need you. From the first time I saw you in the Sand Ninja Village, I have been paying attention to you. I need your power to join my team. For the first half of the sentence, I felt her heart was in turmoil. But upon hearing the word power, she calmed down again and even self-deprecatingly smiled, probably thinking that she was just a tool after all. Let me think about it. She looked in the direction of the Sand Ninja Village, her expression incredibly complex. Family members who understands. At times like this, you have to seize the moment. I directly sat down beside her, activating my life mentor mode. You love the village, but who will love you? With your straightforward nature. You're not suited for office politics in their big company. Come to us, the land of rain, a brand new platform. Here, you can find true companions. Realize your ambitions, and maybe even find a man willing to fight the whole world for you. My words were sincere and directly made her feel a flutter in her heart. Since she had nowhere else to go, I suggested she come and take a look here. Seeing her nod slightly, I immediately took out a document I had prepared earlier. A wise choice. Here, take a look at this employment contract. If you have no objections, just sign and leave a fingerprint. She was taken aback, staring at the 5-year labor contract written on it. With a look that said, are you kidding me? I kindly explained to her, oh, it's just a formality. It looks official, right? If you really want to leave, can I stop you? The look in her eyes clearly showed that she didn't believe my nonsense. But she also knew that when it came to fighting, she couldn't win against me. And when it came to scheming, her little tricks were not enough to even fill the gaps in my teeth. In the end, she chose to go along with it, gave up thinking, and quickly signed the document and pressed her fingerprint. I happily put away the contract. Okay, this counts as you fulfilling one of my requests. There's one last one left, and I'll let you know when I think of it. Got it. You're so long-winded. She shouted irritably, probably regretting it deeply. To make her completely give up hope, I actually spent a few days taking her back to Sand Village, so she could see her own gravestone with her own eyes. Now, the last fantasy was shattered. She took a quick glance at her student and then left with me without looking back. Once we returned to Rain Village, I immediately gathered everyone for a meeting. Wow, this was the first time our ragtag group was so formal. Rain Shadow Yahiko, Secretary Conan, Akatsuki's leader Nagato, the president and vice president of our Peace Business Association, Yun Luo, and me, the village chief of Peace Village, Li Chuan, and an external member, Mingyu. Even the newly appointed daimyo, Qiye, was pulled in. The meeting room was buzzing with conversation when I suddenly pushed the door open and walked in with Yakumo. In that instant, the air in the entire meeting room froze. All eyes suddenly focused on Yakumo. Let me tell you, Yahiko's mouth was agape. Big enough to fit an egg, his gaze darting between me, Yun Luo, and Conan, before finally choosing to look down and study the wood grain on the table. Conan frowned and silently moved her chair closer to Yun Luo. Yun Luo's gaze instantly became extremely dangerous. Nagato stared at Yakumo as if he had crashed. Li Chuan and Qiye, two old hands, were also observing with a calm demeanor. I introduced my new colleague, Yi Tsong, with a smile as if nothing was wrong. From now on, you'll be part of Nagato's team. You can't be the only one in the Akatsuki, right? As soon as Yi Tsong sensed the atmosphere, she immediately understood the situation. Deliberately leaning against me in a coy manner, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying, she said, hello everyone, I'm Yi Tsong. Thanks to the great talents of Qiye, I managed to survive this time. From anyone else's perspective, We looked almost glued together. Yin Luo's gaze instantly shifted from dangerous to icy. She suddenly stood up, her voice devoid of any emotion. I'm Yin Luo. Right now, my hands are itching. I want to fight. Boom. A light blue steam erupted from her, just like mine. 8 gates of Jiya. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. It was only then they realized that Yin Luo had learned this technique at some point. Yitsong's pupils instantly narrowed to pinpoints, and the memory of being beaten by me surged back. She quickly stepped back 2 paces, keeping a distance of 8 feet from me, and hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong. I have nothing to do with this jerk." Jerk? Yin Luo coldly repeated, her imposing aura undiminished. No, what I meant was, Yitsong felt her tongue tie up and went completely numb. In the end, I spoke up. All right, Yin Luo, sit down. Don't scare the newcomers. Yitsong was ungrateful and huffed. Who needs your pity? It's not like I was just sold out by the village, right? One day, I'll get my revenge. Saying that, she found a seat and sat down. Once everyone finished their chaotic self-introductions, I tapped the table. All right, I have 2 things to say. First, Nagato. Your Akatsuki can officially start operating. From now on, the escort missions for our trading team will be entrusted to you. This is just the surface work. Your actual mission is to gather intelligence on all the tailed beasts. Yitsong will be working with you from now on, got it? Nagato quickly jotted this down in his notebook, then looked up, understood. After he glanced at Yitsong, who was also looking at him, he immediately lowered his head again. I could practically hear the little calculations in Yitsong's mind, probably thinking, oh, this socially awkward guy is the boss now. Isn't he just a soft target? The second thing, I turned to Yahiko and Conan. You two, besides the daily management of the village, need to start working on infrastructure. Schools, hospitals, and special talent registration. I've outlined the specifics in the documents. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Yahiko took the thick stack of documents, his face flushed with excitement. We'll ensure the tasks are completed. All right. Then everyone except Li Chuan and Songjia can step out for now. As soon as I said that, a glint flashed in Yitsong's eyes. She was probably calculating in her mind. Qiye and that blue steam girl are monsters. Yu Ying and Secretary Xiao Nan are definitely not easy to deal with. And these 2 ordinary people left alone are definitely big shots. In this calculation, the easiest to bully would be her introverted boss Nagato and that guy Mingyu who had been scratching his head the whole time. You little brat. Trying to stir up office politics with me and become a master? As soon as they stepped out, Mingyu didn't say a word and directly did a handstand, swiftly running along the village on his hands until he disappeared. The speed left Yitsong stunned on the spot. Ingyan laughed heartily beside her and explained, "That's just Mingyu's personality. He doesn't talk much, but he's an absolutely trustworthy partner. Strong and hardworking." Xiao and then waved her hand, telling Nagato to take Yitsong to stroll around the village, and then left with Ingyan. Yin Luo, on the other hand, didn't leave at all. He was waiting for me in the hallway. In the end, only Nagato and Yitsong were left staring at each other, and after a long pause, Nagato finally turned his head and said quietly, "Let's go, I'll take you for a walk." The 2 wandered around the village. Although Nagato was leading the way, Yitsong ended up walking ahead, with Nagato trailing behind with his head down like a little follower. Yitsong looked at the roads and construction materials scattered everywhere and couldn't help but ask, "Why is everything such a mess?" Nagato finally spoke a bit more. "Oh, we're currently under construction." Qiye said, "To get rich, we must first fix the roads. We're planning to widen the roads throughout the entire village to connect with Ping and village. The whole village will be transformed, according to Qiye's plan. The future Yurin village will be at least 4 or 5 times larger than it is now, with schools, hospitals, and a security center. All of it." Yitsong was taken aback. That sounds impressive. After chatting for a bit, the atmosphere finally became less awkward. Nagato took her to a snack street, and the variety of snacks immediately caught Yitsong's attention. Nagato started to get nervous again. What do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you." Yitsong seemed quite natural, strolling between the stalls with her hands behind her back, and even turned back to ask him, "What do you all usually like to eat?" Without thinking, Nagato listed off the dishes. Mingyu and I like grilled fish, Xiaonan likes flour cakes. Qiye likes salty food, but also loves chestnut cakes and colorful dumplings. Yin Luo likes colorful dumplings and fried tofu, and Mingyu's favorite is walnuts. Yitsong was a bit surprised. "You remember all that clearly?" Nagato smiled faintly. "It's easy to remember when you often hang out with your partners." This probably struck a chord with Yitsong. In Sand Ninja Village, it was likely only her disciple who knew what she liked. In the end, they both ordered grilled fish. Nagato told her to sit still while he ran off to buy some food and drinks. He returned with a bag of deep-fried Chinese tuna and 2 cups of milk tea. This Chinese tune tastes like spring. This is milk tea. I didn't know what flavor you liked, so I chose red bean for you. Yitsong took a sip and her eyes instantly lit up. It's really delicious. Seeing her happy, Nagato also smiled. The two enjoyed grilled fish and milk tea while chatting. Yitsong noticed that Nagato's milk tea was black and asked about it. Nagato lowered his head and said, "It's bitter. I've made some serious mistakes, and the bitterness reminds me." As night fell, the snack street became increasingly lively, filled with the aroma of food. Yitsong looked at everything and felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. Meanwhile, in various corners of the village, Xiaonan was cooking, Ingyan was studying my plans, and Mingyu was hanging upside down in the forest, gnawing on walnuts while training furiously. As for me, I had just finished a meeting with Li Chuan when Yin Luo rushed over, linking arms with me as we headed home. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed, leading us to the 50th year of Konoha. That year, Sand Ninja Village, under the pretense of avenging Yi Tsong, had a skirmish with Rock Ninja Village, and then a ceasefire was declared. Luo Sha's position became more stable. Meanwhile, over in Konoha, we were still fighting on 3 fronts, struggling to hold on. In a forest in a land of fire, Minato was assigning tasks to Kakashi and the others. Suddenly, Rock Ninja went crazy, launching a surprise attack with over 1,000 men, tightening the front lines. Minato had to go support immediately, leaving the task of disrupting the supply lines to Kakashi, who had just been promoted to Jonin. As soon as Minato left, Kakashi and the others set off immediately. Meanwhile, far away from them, I was crouched in a tree, dressed in a full Konoha Umbu cosplay, carrying twin swords and wearing a mask. Family, the main storyline. The Battle of Kamizukabashi is finally starting. I can feel that, besides Obito and the Rock Shinobi, there are many faint and strange auras around. Those white Zetsus are like the crew members of a film set, closely following the main character, Uchiha Obito, throughout. I dress like this to lower the vigilance of Madara and Black Zetsu. A passing Umbu team is much better than an unknown big shot suddenly appearing. For our plan to succeed, we must stay far ahead of their script. I was just thinking when Yunluo and Mingyu appeared beside me, both wearing the same skin. This time, Nagato wanted to join, but I turned him down. After all, his Rinnegan was given by Obito, and this matter can't be known to him for now. My goal this time is to permanently deal with Obito and Kurizetsu, those two old schemers. Underground, the old Obito was weakly sitting in a chair, listening to White Zetsu's report. "Oh, there's a team of Konoha Umbu nearby. We might run into Obito." Obito snorted, not taking it seriously. "Don't worry about them. Proceed as planned. Possess a rock ninja and attack Obito." At this moment, the protagonist team, Minato's squad, had reached a classic scene in the plot. Rin was captured by the enemy using camouflage ninjutsu. Obito immediately panicked. "Kakashi, Rin has been taken." Kakashi remained relatively calm. "Don't worry, they won't kill Rin for now, we still have time." Seeing Kakashi immediately take the initiative to save her without a second thought. Obito was stunned. "Kakashi, how come you? Those who break the rules are trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than trash." Kakashi said this, probably recalling the psychological counseling lesson I gave him in the illusion before. It seems my lesson had a good effect. At a critical moment, he chose the same path as his father. Obito was so moved that he was almost in tears. Following the traces, they quickly found a cave. Just as Obito felt joy, Kakashi suddenly pushed him aside, drawing a short knife and fiercely slashing at the empty right side. Clang! The air shook, and a rock ninja holding kunai appeared out of nowhere. Let me tell you, as soon as this guy came out, he started clashing with Kakashi, clashing and everything, looking quite impressive. But while fighting, Kakashi yelled at Obito, "What are you staring at? There's another one." Goodness. It was only then that Obito reacted and quickly pulled out a kunai to take a defensive stance. But the next second, another rock ninja charged at him from behind. And if it weren't for his sheer luck in dodging quickly, he would have been hit right then and there. To be honest, Kakashi's side was a back-and-forth battle with all kinds of moves. But on the other side, Obito was in a dire situation. Seriously, who understands? He was completely being pressed down and had no power to fight back. The three of us felt like we were in a VIP movie viewing box. With Qiye live streaming directly, 3D surround sound, it was incredibly high definition. I couldn't help but click my tongue and say, Tiske, this Uchiha kid isn't doing so well. All limp and weak. Is it because he hasn't opened his eyes that he can't fight? Qiye laughed and said that for the Uchiha clan, their strength is all in their eyes, whether they activate their bloodline limit or not. It's like two different species. Just then, The guy who was fighting Kakashi suddenly jumped back, his hands flying up and down as he began to form seals, shouting loudly, "Earth style! Earth Dragon Bullet!" Damn! The ground instantly looked like it was covered in hedgehog quills, with countless earth spikes shooting towards Kakashi. And guess what happened? Kakashi remained calm, and with a flick of his hand, he created a lightning ball that made a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. The incoming earth spikes shattered upon contact. Shattering upon contact. I was stunned at the time. Isn't that the 1,000 birds technique from Shichiya? Shichiya was standing next to me, shamelessly nodding and saying, "Oh right. I used it in front of him last time in Konoha. I didn't expect this kid to learn it." Unbelievable, another cheater. Kakashi clenched his lightning and transformed into a blue flash, charging forward. With a loud bang, he pierced through the large tree behind the rock ninja. Unfortunately, he was too fast. His own dynamic vision couldn't keep up, and he missed. That rock ninja suddenly appeared from his side, thrusting a kunai towards Kakashi's back while shouting, "Useless. Missing equals 0. As a result, with a bang, Kakashi turned into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. The next second, a flash of light from a blade passed in front of that rock ninja, and blood splattered out. That guy was dumbfounded before dying. When did he use the shadow clone? Just when you used that earth release. Kakashi, holding a short knife, gasped for air. It turned out that the dust raised earlier had obstructed his view, and Kakashi took the opportunity to pull off a golden cicada, shedding its shell. Just as he finished dealing with one, a scream came from Obito's side. Kakashi's expression changed, and without thinking, he rushed over and pushed Obito away. With a stab, I watched helplessly as the kunai pierced Kakashi's back. Warm blood splattered all over Obito's face. Kakashi. Obito trembled all over, I tell you. His eyes turned red in an instant, as if he had activated the Sharingan effect, instantly filling up with 3 tomo. Kakashi moved slightly, said be careful, and then fainted completely. Seeing that Kakashi was still alive, Obito felt a bit steadier and immediately stood up to block in front. His blood-red eyes locked onto the opposing rock ninja. "My people, I will protect them." Just after he finished his fierce words, with a whoosh, the rock ninja's head flew off. Obito's pupils constricted, and he saw our people standing with their knives sheathed. He first felt nervous, but when he saw it was our Konoha Umbu, he immediately relaxed. "Captain, the cave is cleared, and we found a companion." Yunue and I came out of the cave, carrying Lin, who was knocked out by the Jinjutsu. "Lin." Obito quickly took her over. Shichiya went up and dispelled the Jinjutsu in a couple of moves, then pretentiously said, "There are quite a few rock ninjas around, and we have an urgent mission. You all take care." After saying that, he had Yunue leave some medical supplies, and the 3 of us left in a hurry, hiding our achievements and names. Obito quickly picked up Kakashi and, pulling Lin, looked for a place to hide and bandage him. When Kakashi woke up and heard that Obito activated the 3 tomo to save him, his expression was quite complicated. Just then, a ninja as round as a ball fell from the sky, grinning. "Finally found you." It was a rock ninja. This guy wasted no time and slapped the ground, using earth release. Earthquake technique. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake, and the cave collapsed. Obito, carrying Kakashi and pulling Lin, rushed out. "Lin, you take Kakashi and go first." Obito pushed Kakashi towards Lin and stood in front by himself. I tell you, at that moment, he felt incredibly strong, as if he was about to become Hokage. Lin also knew that staying was a burden, so she tearfully urged him to run quickly while supporting Kakashi. That fat rock ninja was actually White Zetsu. His only target was Obito, so he didn't care about the 2 who had escaped. Once Kakashi and the others were far away, Obito took a deep breath and shouted, "Come on, fire release." Great fireball technique. A huge fireball shot out. He was still thinking that after he took down this guy, he would go find Lin and the others to regroup. Then, he was beaten half to death by the opponent. I thought that with 3 Sharingan, I would at least be able to hold my own, right? But wow, I was treated like a punching bag the whole time. It was pure baby education. In less than 10 minutes, I was beaten to the point of confusion, lying on the ground, questioning my life. Baiju took one look and thought, "Oh no, this is a mess if I let him die. Lord Obito will definitely skin me alive." So I hurriedly dug Obito out of the ground, lost a bit of chakra to keep him alive, and then, like dragging a dead dog, I pulled him by one leg and ran wildly toward the secret base, his head banging against the trees all the way. We followed from distance. With the confirmation of Obito's base location, we didn't go any deeper and retreated with us. When we found Kakashi again, to our surprise, Minato had already arrived. Upon hearing that Obito sacrificed himself to protect his teammates, Minato was heartbroken. When this news reached Rin and Kakashi, Rin immediately broke down in tears, and Kakashi was left in shock, frozen in place. With his father's suicide and now the loss of a teammate, he felt like a worthless person, unable to change anything. Kakashi clenched his fists, looking at the crying Rin, silently vowing, "Obito, don't worry, I will take good care of Rin. I swear on my life." While this emotional scene was unfolding, on the other side, Obito had also awakened. As he opened his eyes, he was startled to see an old man sitting by his bedside. "I still a Sharingan." "You're awake," the old man said in a very aged voice. Obito was so scared that he thought he had reported to the afterlife and was facing the Grim Reaper for a KPI assessment. Seeing a large scythe beside him, he yelled, "Great Grim Reaper, spare me. I've been a good person my whole life." The old man, who was Uchiha Madara, looked at him expressionlessly as he acted out and said calmly, "If you can feel pain, it means you're still alive." Then Madara began his lecture about how the world is an illusion, life is suffering, and a bunch of emo literature. Obito couldn't absorb any of this. His mind was filled with thoughts of Rin and Kakashi, struggling to get up. However, he was injured all over, and as soon as he got out of bed, he collapsed to the floor in agony, writhing in pain. At that moment, two white Zetsu appeared, informing him that Kakashi and Rin had been rescued by a blonde guy, Minato, and were safe. Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief and decided to stay behind to recover. Days passed like this, and Minato successfully blew up the Kamizuki Hashi with Kakashi and Rin. With the mission completed, Minato went to another battlefield, leaving Kakashi and Rin to return to the village on their own. Guess what happened next? On their way back, they encountered Mist Ninja again. Rin was captured once more. I complained to Yin Luo at that time. Doesn't Lin have some kind of bad luck? It's always her. Kakashi risked his life this time too, summoning ninja dogs to track her down and safely rescue her once again. The two of them ran desperately towards Konoha. But on the way, Lin suddenly changed her expression. "Kakashi, inside my body. It seems like there's something else." When she was captured by the Mist Ninja, the Three Tails was sealed inside her. "Kill me quickly." Lin cried out, "I can't go back to Konoha, or the village will be destroyed." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kakashi gritted his teeth. "I promised Obito to protect you." Just when they were struggling, Mist Ninja were closing in from all directions. Lin knew she couldn't even commit suicide, so she could only ask Kakashi to take action. It started pouring rain from the sky without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, in the cave, White Zetsu told Obito, who was recuperating, about this situation. "What?" Obito's eyes turned red upon hearing this, and he punched the wall blocking his way, but it wouldn't break. At that moment, a white Zetsu with a swirling face merged with him. Obito's power surged, and with a roar, he shattered the wall and charged out. "Lin, Kakashi, hold on, I'm coming." Obito ran frantically in the rain, and soon he saw that familiar lightning in the distance. "It's Chidori. It's Kakashi. They're okay, thank goodness." Just as Obito felt relieved and quickened his pace, the next second he froze in place. That iconic lightning was indeed Kakashi's Chidori, and it pierced through Lin's chest without deviation. "Kakashi, kill Lin." "Kakashi, I'm sorry, I have to go find Obito. You must live well." Lin's mouth bled, but her face wore a hint of a relieved smile as she slowly fell down. I tell you, at that moment, my brain just exploded. What was going on? How could Rin collapse in front of me? Didn't I swear to protect her? As a result, everything went dark and I fainted. When I woke up, good grief, the whole world looked like it was soaked in tomato ketchup, blood red, and filled with a sense of desolation. I thought to myself, is this it? Am I dead and in the underworld now? Dying wouldn't be a big deal. But the key issue is that I would have no face to see Obito. Just as I was pondering, I heard someone shout in front of me. I quickly lay on the ground and crawled forward like a maggot, climbing up a small slope to take a look below, and I was stunned. Below, there were two teams of ninjas wearing the Uchiha clan emblem, but one had a bull's head and the other a horse's face. Does anyone understand? When did the Uchiha clan start doing cosplay? Or is this a limited skin of bull-headed and horse-faced characters? The more outrageous part was still ahead. They were escorting 3 people, handcuffed and shackled. Upon closer inspection, it was my dad, Obito, and Rin. I couldn't hold back. I rushed out and stopped them, asking, "Hey guys, where are you taking my family?" That bull-headed Uchiha glanced back at me and said, "Oh, Kakashi, you did well on your mission. The organization has decided to send you to heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden staircase descended from the sky with a loud bang. Warm and completely out of place in this broken place. As for the 3 of them, the bull-headed guy pointed at my dad and the others and said, "They're all sinners. They must go to hell." With a thunderous sound, a village suddenly appeared ahead, a truly hellish sight. With bones scattered everywhere and the sounds of ghosts wailing. I took a glance inside, and there were monkeys in Sarutobi clan clothes, wielding knives to kill people, and a strange person from a Nara clan, covered in eyes, was digging out people's eyeballs. What on earth is going on? I knelt down at that moment, crying and begging them. Please, big brother, I'm a sinner. I didn't protect my father's reputation, I couldn't save Obito, and I even killed Rin with my own hands. Take me away and let them go. As a result, those guys with bull heads burst out laughing. You little brat don't understand a thing. Your father abandoned his mission to save his teammates. That's a great sin. Obito, weak as he is, wastes time every day helping old ladies cross the street. That's a serious crime. Rin Noara was captured by the enemy to be used as a Jinchuriki, a pure moving nuclear bomb. That's even more serious. On the contrary, you, Kakashi, dealt with Rin, this disaster, in a timely manner, minimizing losses for the village. You're the real hero. I was completely stunned at that moment. Where could I go to reason with this logic? So saving someone is a crime, being kidnapped is a crime. And the one who personally killed a teammate is a great hero? Rin also spoke up, saying that nothing could change this and urged me to leave quickly. Obito kept his head down, looking as if he had lost his soul. I was completely overwhelmed, holding my head in my hands. With one sentence looping in my mind, I can't change all of this. I can't change. No. I shouted to the sky in anger and punched myself in the face. I can't change. I jumped up, and my gaze changed instantly as I charged towards the escort team. The bull-headed and horse-faced guards reacted and tried to stop me. Just as I thought to myself how great it would be if my dad's knife were here, guess what happened? Ding. My dad's white-toothed short knife appeared on my back. Wow, it turns out this is a thought-based equipment system. I immediately imagined a set of shurikens and kunai in my hands, and a ninja tool pouch appeared on my legs. With the equipment, my combat powers skyrocketed, and I quickly cleared the second team, blocking my way. After the fight, I even got loot. A flash of golden light revealed a big treasure chest. And when I opened it, I found the 8 gates of Duinjia. I unlocked the 3rd gate immediately. At that moment, I couldn't care less about being dazed. I shouted open, Life Gate, and chased after them, emitting purple energy. Halfway through, a group of Umbu jumped out, led by 2 individuals. One looked like the 3rd Hokage, and the other was a dead ringer for Danzo. These guys were quite strong and forced me into a tough spot. But I had only one thought. No one is going to stop me from saving people today. After another hard battle, I took down this group of hellish Umbu and even got a treasure chest, which contained a lightning release chakra mode and a set of sword techniques. I felt like I had transformed completely. However, the escort team had disappeared, so I had no choice but to try summoning techniques, not knowing how good the signal was in this cursed place. With a bang, Parker appeared, but turned into a skeleton dog. Still, it was quite loyal and said it could help me even as a bony frame. It sniffed around and led me forward. Soon we caught up again, and this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the real Danzo, or so it seemed, directly blocked my path, urging me to go back. I didn't listen at all, and without hesitation, I grabbed my sword and charged. The fight was so intense that it felt like the sky was falling. I broke one of my arms in the process, but managed to take down the 2 big shots. I dragged my broken body, step by step, to the front of the house where the escort team had disappeared and pushed the door open. I tell you, there are no mountains of knives or seas of fire inside, nor there my father and the others, only a young man, leisurely sitting there drinking tea. Congratulations on passing the test, Kakashi. I focused my gaze and saw you. It's you, the 7 Leaves. The Rain Ninja who made me witness my father's suicide in its entirety back then. With a wave of his hand, my injuries instantly healed, and my condition was fully restored. So all this is fake, right? I was furious at that moment. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Isn't it obvious? Have you ever seen an Uchiha with a cow head?" He also said that the developments in this illusion mostly came from my own subconscious. I was so angry that I wanted to draw my knife, only to find it missing. All I could do was shout, "Who the hell are you? Is Lin still alive?" His expression immediately turned cold as he said, "Kid, remember, the weak have no right to sit at the negotiation table, let alone know the truth." He told me to go home and rummage through the cupboard in the room where my father committed suicide, saying he left me something. Finally, he threw out a remark about not making empty promises if you lack strength, and then everything went dark in front of me, and I knew nothing more. Kakashi, Kakashi. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Kai's big face right in front of me, almost scaring me away. I scrambled backward with my hands and feet, only to realize I was lying in the woods, with the sun shining brightly. besides Qiye and the others. Lin was also lying there just fine, but she had fainted. I pounced over to check, and Lin had no injuries at all. Only then did I completely breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that before my Chidori hit her, I had already fallen into an illusion. Thankfully, all of this was fake. At that moment, I felt a hint of gratitude towards that person called Qiye. Time rewound back to the battlefield. Let me tell you, Qiye really knows how to play. While Obito was wreaking havoc over there with his Manjiki Sharingan, what was he doing? He carried the unconscious Lin to a secluded place, lifted her clothes, and slapped a 5-element seal on her abdomen, directly locking away the 3 tails. What's even crazier, he pulled out a camera, snapped a close-up shot of Lin's abdomen, and then moved me and Lin to a safe place. On the other side, Obito was seeing red. When he regained consciousness, he found that both Lin and I had disappeared. He thought I had taken Lin's body, and his mindset completely collapsed, muttering to himself that he was in hell. Then he returned to Madara's base in despair. He had just returned to pledge his loyalty to Madara, saying he wanted to create a world with Lin. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud crash, and Qiye and his 2 companions burst in like a demolition team. As Madara stood up, striking a pose, wanted to ask, "Do you 3 want to dance?" Let me tell you, he hadn't even finished his words when a flash of blue light zipped by, and his head flew off. In 2025, who still follows procedures? It was all about a lightning war. Qiye opened the 7 gates and took out Madara in an instant, then turned around and chopped that spiral-faced white Zetsu into dumpling filling. Black Zetsu tried to launch a sneak attack, but his yin-yang release hit Qiye and was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea. Black Zetsu panicked on the spot, tried to run, but was chased and brutally hacked by Qiye, eventually turning into a puddle of black mud. Qiye was truly ruthless. Just to be safe, he set their bodies on fire, turning them to ash and washing the ashes into the cracks in the ground, providing a professional service of grinding bones and scattering ashes. After handling all of this, Qiye finally turned his gaze towards the completely bewildered Obito. When Obito saw this situation, without saying a word, he activated Qiye and tried to escape. But before leaving, he had to take a look at this. Qiye smiled and tossed the photo over. Obito caught it and looked. The photo showed Lin frowning, her clothes lifted, with a large seal on her abdomen. He exploded on the spot, his eyes turning red, and he grabbed a kunai and charged forward. You can't deny, Obito with dual kami was indeed fierce, phasing in and out, but Qiye was faster. The 2 exchanged several blows, and suddenly Obito felt something was off. The air around him rippled like water. When he turned around, good grief, Qiye's 2 teammates were sitting there, one holding popcorn and the other cracking walnuts, watching the show. Obito's mindset exploded even more. He spun his left eye's Manjiki, activated Qiye, and tried to twist Qiye into a pretzel. But then, a flash of purple lightning appeared, and Qiye vanished. The next second, Obito felt his kunai stab into someone, and he was overjoyed, thinking he had succeeded. But when he looked closely, the one lying on the ground was actually Lin. A white-haired Kakashi rushed over, holding Lin, and yelled at me. No, at Obito. It's you. You killed Lin. Obito was stunned. No way. This was an illusion. His Manjiki spun wildly, and the world before him shattered like a mirror. When he regained his senses, he found himself no longer in that dark cave. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze brushed against his face, feeling incredibly comfortable. Only then did he realize he had long been caught in a trap. Just as he pondered this illusion world, the scene before him changed again. He floated like a spirit into Kakashi's home, finally stopping in front of Kakashi's bed. A screen he had never seen before popped up, showing Kakashi's attribute panel, Ninjutsu Potential A, Taijutsu B, Jinjutsu C. Immediately after, Chia's voice sounded in his head like a narrator telling him a story. It said that Uchiha Obito, had a crush on his classmate, Noera Lin, but Lin had feelings for the genius Kakashi, who was a training fanatic. So Lin and Kakashi agreed that after 30 days, if Lin hadn't changed her mind, they would be together. As the narration ended, Obito found himself back in his childhood, lying on his bed at home. I told you, this 7 Leaves directly pulled Obito into a dating simulation game. That kid Obito, even though he's been through so much, is still essentially a 13-year-old boy, and he got really into it. He followed the narrator's instructions, silently thought C, and pulled up his attribute panel. Good heavens, all his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu were rated C. And the introduction said he had a crush on Rin, but was too scared to confess, fearing he'd lose his friends, which made him quite angry. He tried out other features and found that his affection level with Rin was 55, and with Kakashi, it was 47. He pushed the door open, and several options popped up in front of him. 1. Go train. 2. Go to ninja school. 3. Go shopping. 4. Go to the forest. He wanted to see Rin, so he decisively chose 2. Suddenly, everything went dark and then bright again, and he found himself in a classroom, but there was no one there. The system prompted him that he could fast forward through the time period. He chose to fast forward, and instantly the classroom was filled with people. Kakashi, Rin, Asuma, and others were all there. Seeing young Rin, Obito was incredibly excited, rushing over and grabbing Rin's hand, pouring out a heartfelt confession. Rin, I miss you so much. You don't know. Before he could finish, a cold system notification rang in his mind. Due to your abrupt behavior, Rin's affection level decreased by 2, currently at 53. Rin still smiled at him and gently asked, Obito, is there something you need? Let me tell you, that kid Obito was completely stunned at the time. Goodness, a jolt in his brain, and the system notification popped up. Rin's affection level -2. His casual remark of it's nothing sounded even more guilty than mine. The female classmates beside him had already dragged Rin off to chat with Kakashi, and he stood there alone like a telephone pole, beginning to reflect on life and pondering if he had also been such a conversation ender in the past. In the following days, this kid directly entered ultimate cultivation mode. For half a month, he was nowhere to be seen, spending every day grinding like 007 to boost his attributes. And guess what? Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, he skyrocketed to S, the #1 in the entire server. Even Kakashi came to humbly seek his advice, calling him Obi-chan, and the little fangirls surrounded him in circles. But the most crucial thing, where was Rin? Hey, she got even closer to Kakashi. Obito then realized that without the pressure of being a genius, Kakashi had become more relaxed and was actually caring more about people. Who understands family? While he was here, grinding himself to death, they were over there effortlessly nailing it. In this first round, Obito lost miserably. When the 30 days were up, the game ended. The first ending left him speechless. Goodness, Obito had become Hokage. Impressive, right? But when he turned around, he found himself attending Kakashi and Rin's wedding. As the BGM played, the thought, what if I had been accomplished in my youth and not insecure, crossed my mind, and I just wanted to say, this is beyond insecurity. This is pure tragic fate. The game even thoughtfully popped up a notification. Congratulations, you've unlocked a bad ending. Mutual affection. Obito exploded at that moment, shouting no, and immediately reloaded the game. Restart. This time he learned to be smart, trying to balance things out, dating while attending classes. And the result? A normal ending. Old boy. Growing up, they went their separate ways and became the most familiar strangers. No way, continue. Restart. This time he was anxious, going all in on Rin, training with her every day, completely isolating Kakashi. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. It worked wonders. Their affection level soared, and Rin's strength skyrocketed as well. Until one day, he saw Rin cornered by a few punks from the Uchiha clan on the back mountain. The system notification popped up. Option 1. Watch from a distance. Caution. Has NTR elements. At that moment, I just wanted to kneel to the producer. This is too insightful. Of course, Obito couldn't stand for it, so he dashed up and beat those guys half to death. Then came the most explosive part. This incident escalated, leading to family conflicts, and Obito was put under house arrest. A couple of days later, Rin committed suicide. To quell the storm, she ended everything herself. Congratulations, you've unlocked a bad ending. Fading Bellflower. This ending completely shut Obito down. He became wooden, silent, with vacant eyes, mechanically restarting, failing, restarting, failing. In the end, the GM, 7 Leaves, couldn't stand it anymore and airdropped him an NPC. While Obito was wandering the streets, he heard a passerby mumbling. I heard you can see the god of cultivation at school late at night. The god of cultivation? Obito skeptically walked over. And lo and behold, there was indeed a statue in the classroom, a bald-headed, caped hero. Isn't this just Saitama from One Punch Man? It's 2025, and this meme can still be played like this? The system notification popped up. Offering can increase experience. 500 Ryo per offering. Where to get the money? Work. This time Obito got it. During the day, he attended class and built affection with Rin, working to earn money in the early morning and evening, and then coming back at night to make offerings to the bald guy. Hey, he even found out Rin was also working on weekends. What a coincidence. They had another shared topic. Relying on this ultimate strategy of 3 points in a line, he finally avoided all death options and made steady progress. Finally, on the 30th day, under a tree, Rin handed him a bento. That scene, TSK, TSK, even the pure love war god would shed tears. Obito knew it was fake. He had to leave, so he said goodbye to Rin, promising to always protect her. In the end, they made a pinky promise, one to become Hokage and save the world, and the other to accompany him. Congratulations, you've unlocked a good ending. Promise fulfilled. Obito emerged satisfied, no longer the irritable person from the beginning. But when he opened his eyes, Madara and Black Zetsu had already turned to ash. Seven Leaves stood there, smiling, and began to teach him. The amount of information was explosive. Rin was safe now, but she had become the host of the Three Tails. The Kakashi you saw killing Rin was an illusion, but it was also based on your personality's predictions. It was an inevitable fact. Why did Madara help you? To help you unlock the Manjiki Sharingan, brother. He was just waiting for you to turn dark and become his successor. Obito felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps all over, feeling like a puppet on strings. He warily looked at Seven Leaves. What about you? What role do you play? Seven Leaves smiled. Me? I'm the one who saved you. But there's no free lunch in this world. You have to help me do things to pay off your debt. Then, Seven Leaves began analyzing the pros and cons of returning to the village. You now have a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, and Rin is a Three Tails host. You're both key monitoring subjects, a walking nuclear weapon. Returning to the village? Just wait to be clearly arranged by the higher-ups. The best outcome for Rin is to be strictly monitored, and she might even be promised to a higher-up's child to control the host, like Asuma Sartobi. Obito was directly stunned by this combination of punches. Then Seven Leaves revealed his true intentions. So, don't return to Konoha. Since you can't become Hokage, think differently and become Izukage. Do you understand the idea of a curve rescue? Use the fact that the Three Tails is a part of the Mist Village to politically pressure Konoha and ensure Rin's safety. Then, he slapped a thick plan book into Obito's hands. Plan for strengthening the reform and construction work of a new era Mist Village V3. 6-5. At that moment, I thought, is this even written by a human? How to become Izukage? Just use your eyes to control the current one. Govern the village according to this plan. If you don't understand, come find me at the Peaceful Business Association in the Rain Country. Oh, and there's another task. Join the Akatsuki and act as an undercover agent to gather intelligence. Before leaving, Seven Leaves even forced him to eat a half-raw mackerel with a frown and took a photo of his embarrassing moment. Once Seven Leaves and the others left, Obito felt his back was soaked. He had been completely schemed against. But he had no choice because everything Seven Leaves said seemed to be right. He figured everything out and prepared to return to Konoha to see the situation. But what happened? Just as he emerged from underground, Black and White Zetsu popped out of the ground. Turns out they hadn't died. These two were also clever, seeing that Obito hadn't turned dark. They immediately changed their rhetoric and offered to cooperate. Madara was dead, so let us team up. You want to control the Mist Village and take revenge. I can help you. White Zetsu can also monitor Konoha at any time and bring you first-hand information about Rin. When Obito heard this, he thought it was great. He was worried about not being able to get updates on Rin's situation. He quickly sold out Seven Leaves, sure. That guy named Seven Leaves is from the Peaceful Business Association and wants to control the Rain Country. The most outrageous part was that Black Zetsu, after hearing this, also made a request. As part of the cooperation, I hope you can find a way to join the Akatsuki while controlling the Mist Village. Obito was dumbfounded at that moment. Goodness, both sides wanted him to act as an undercover agent. This script is more twisted than a spy movie. I'm telling you, this matter is far from over. That old schemer Black Zetsu just left, and I started thinking right away. He wants me to go undercover in the Land of Rain. And Seven Leaves wants the same thing. Am I becoming a double agent? Is this some kind of undercover game? But to be honest, I had no choice but to collaborate with Black Zetsu. That guy from Seven Leaves is unfathomable. I have to secure a backup plan and find an ally, right? Black Zetsu, that cockroach that can't be killed, can be useful. Besides, my mindset is different now. I used to think of the Mist Village as just a toy, but now I have to treat it as a career. Once I revitalize the Mist Village, I'll ally with Konoha, and then who would dare say I'm just a pawn? I, Uchiha Obito, will one day overturn this chessboard. With determination in my heart, I put on my mask and robe and headed straight for the Konoha hospital. Rin and Kakashi cannot be in danger. When I arrived at the hospital, I was taken aback by the scene. The security and sealing teams had surrounded a patient room like an iron barrel. I thought the Hokage building had moved here. I quietly sneaked in to take a look, and the fire in my heart suddenly flared up. In the hospital room, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo and a few other old-timers, were all surrounding Rin as if they were interrogating a criminal. That old Danzo, his eyes were almost green with envy, came up to the third Hokage and demanded, "Hiruzen, give me this child. Only in Naruto can she become the most advantageous weapon for Konoha." Huh. I just wanted to rush out and give him a piece of my mind. Family, who understands? The hero of my village just crawled back from the gates of hell, and now he's about to be sent by his own people to be a guinea pig. What kind of nonsense is this? That old man from the third generation was actually hesitating, saying something like Lin is an orphan, and if we hand her over to Danzo. Before he could finish his sentence, bang, the door to the hospital room was kicked open. My master's wife, Kushina, with her iconic red hair like fire, burst in. She hugged Lin tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Little Lin, you've suffered." I finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to later find out that Kakashi had noticed something was wrong and secretly went out to bring my master's wife here. Kushina, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, immediately saw the problem. She lifted Lin's clothes and was shocked. 5 elements seal? Who did this? This completely cuts off your communication with the tailed beast. The third Hokage and the others were also confused, saying that Lin had this seal when she returned. Kushina's mind raced, and she suddenly realized, could it be that old man Jiraiya, who never does anything right? At this point, Danzo grew impatient and interrupted. "Stop chatting. Hizen, hand over the Three Tails Jinchuriki to me." Kushina exploded on the spot. "Danzo, don't even think about it. I am a Jinchuriki myself. I will teach Lin." Danzo sinisterly smiled. "If she goes out of control, will you take responsibility?" The most infuriating thing was the third Hokage, who actually made the decision. It's settled then. The Minato team was disbanded, and Lin was handed over to Root, while Kakashi joined the Umbu. Damn, Kushina was so angry that the Nine Tails chakra started to surge, pointing her finger at them and shouting, "I'm also a Jinchuriki. Why can I roam freely while Rin has to be locked up?" That old man Danzo is still stubborn. According to the rules, you should also go to the Root. Rin was already crying on the bed. "Teacher, Obito has already sacrificed himself. I don't want to be separated from everyone anymore." Hearing this, I clenched my fist so tightly that it was dripping with sweat. "Danzo, just wait." Just as Kushina was about to go berserk, Danzo directly ordered, "Root, take action. Bring Yahara Rin." In a flash, several masked Root ninjas appeared, some rushing towards Kushina while others directly grabbed Rin. Before anyone could react, Kakashi teleported in front of the bed, and with a crackling sound, Chidori forced those Root ninjas back. "Good job, Kakashi." I almost shouted out from the shadows. Danzo's face turned green with anger, and his shadow-level aura exploded. "Kakashi, are you trying to rebel?" The third Hokage's face was also extremely grim. He wasn't angry at Danzo, but at Kakashi and Kushina, feeling that they were challenging the authority of the Hokage. I realized that in the eyes of these people, nothing mattered more than their power, not companions or feelings. Just when these old guys' faces turned dark, and the third Hokage was about to take off his Hokage cloak and step in personally, a flash of golden light appeared. My incredibly handsome teacher, Minato Namikaze, made a dazzling entrance. He still had the smell of blood on him, but was smiling like a little son. "Sorry, there were too many things happening on the battlefield. I'm back late." Let me tell you, my teacher's words are like honey laced with poison, effortlessly arranging these old guys with just a few sentences. He first took all the responsibility upon himself, then held up the third Hokage and Elder Danzo, saying, with such reasonable people around, they definitely wouldn't use extreme measures against Lin. Then he shifted his tone. "Kushina is also a Jinchuriki, so she's the most suitable to teach Lin. As for losing control, with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, with me in the village, even if she does lose control, I can handle it. Moreover, there are several other powerful individuals here, so what as a mere three-tailed beast?" After a series of arguments, the third Hokage and the others were left speechless, their faces alternating between red and white, and in the end, they could only awkwardly nod in agreement. The issue was resolved, but the way the third Hokage looked at my teacher changed. He probably realized that this tool was hard to control. Danzo was so furious that he nearly had a stroke on the spot. Kakashi, after this incident, completely saw through the true nature of the higher-ups in Konoha, his eyes cold as ice. He knew he was lucky this time that his teacher arrived in time, but what about next time? He needed power. So as soon as he was discharged from the hospital, he went home and rummaged through everything to find that external gift pack I had mentioned before, the one left to him by the 7 leaves. Chidori, lightning release chakra mode, the 8 gates technique. Good grief. This was like opening a VIP passage for him. As soon as I saw that Lin was fine, I quickly slipped away. I had to execute the script that Qiye gave me, and the first step was to take down the hidden mist village. The scene shifted to the mastermind Qiye, who had already calculated everything, like a game of chess. He guessed that Kurizetsu would cooperate with me and anticipated that Kakashi would embark on a path of becoming stronger. He even planned to recruit powerful individuals like Kagaya, Jimaru, Haku, and Kisame into his camp. After that, things accelerated. I took control of the Mizukage and immediately pressed Konoha according to Chiye's plan, claiming they had taken our three tails and must return it. Of course, Konoha denied it, and both sides exchanged verbal jabs. In the end, we generously relented, saying we could rent the three tails to Konoha. The elders in Konoha thought they had struck a great deal, overjoyed to the point of drooling, and they hurriedly signed a 30-year rental agreement, paying us a hefty annual fee. Wow, even-tailed beasts could be part of shared economy. This idea was way ahead of its time. No wonder it was 2025. And just like that, the Third Shinobi World War came to a complete end. Time flew to the 51st year of Konoha, and the Akatsuki organization had completely different vibes. Nagato, a powerful user of the Rinnegan, was completely at the mercy of a spicy girl named Yakura. Let me tell you, it was a disaster. Every morning, Yakura would knock on his door, forcibly applying the same red nail polish as the Akatsuki, and even styled his hair, pushing aside his bangs that covered his eyes, claiming, "Be confident. You are the Akatsuki leader. Don't act like a socially anxious person. Girls won't like that." Nagato, a pure-hearted, socially anxious guy, couldn't handle this at all. Being dragged by Yakura down the street, his face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and his mind was racing. He probably had already thought of names for their future kids. Then they ran into Qiye, who fanned the flames on the side, saying, "If you like her, go for it. Are you just here to play the pure love warrior? Go for it, young man." After that, he tossed Nagato 2 resumes, mine and Kisame's. "Go. Interview potential new members. Remember to be tough. Just go through the process." He even specifically reminded Nagato to keep a close eye on me, this unknown background guy. 2 days later, I hurried to the Land of Rain, and as soon as I entered, I was dumbfounded. This was nothing like the dark and damp place described in legends. This was practically a futuristic city. The roads were wide enough for horses to run. The layout was orderly, and there were huge white membrane greenhouses by the roadside, growing vegetables. The more I look, the more I feel alarmed. Isn't this the scene depicted in the plan that Qiye gave me? Who exactly is he? Could it be that Yurin Village is also his? I dare not think further. If I keep thinking, it feels like my IQ will be crushed to pieces. I was staring blankly, and without realizing it, I took a few steps forward. As a result, a Chunin immediately blocked my way. "Hey, there's a red light. You need to stop and wait." I looked up and found that everyone around was staring at me, and at that moment, I had already walked into the middle of the road, with a horse-drawn carriage stopped beside me. Sorry. I quickly stepped back. Goodness. The way people were looking at me was like they were looking at the village idiot who just got internet access. It was a major social death scene. The guy next to me probably couldn't stand it anymore and came over to give me a lecture, saying to stop at red lights and go on green, and that running a red light would get you fined. Let me tell you, I was so embarrassed that I could practically feel my toes digging into the ground. But to be fair, the level of civility in this Rain Ninja village is really top-notch. I followed the crowd to cross the road, and there was an old lady walking particularly slowly beside me, so I helped her halfway across. Our side's light turned red, and guess what? Not a single car moved on either side. They just quietly waited without honking. Wow, this quality is simply far ahead. At that moment, I got a bit carried away and even thought about bringing Lin here to settle down. Isn't this better than that broken place in Konoha? After helping the old lady across, she even gave me a candy, which was so sweet to my heart. Then the Nin guy probably saw my helpfulness and his attitude improved a lot, leading me through a maze of turns. This village doesn't even allow ninjas to run on rooftops, and guess what? It took me a whole hour to walk from entering the village to the Akatsuki organization's building. An hour. When I arrived, it was a huge, tall building. I wandered around for a while before finally finding an office on the first floor. As soon as I pushed the door open, there was a man and a woman inside. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw me, and she immediately greeted me. "Here for interview, right? Come with me." We entered a small room. She poured me a glass of water and sat opposite me. The way she carried herself reminded me exactly of those HR representatives from big companies in my past life. She asked me to introduce myself first, and I recited the lines that she had taught me. "Hello, interviewer. My name is Uchiha Bito, former employee of Konoha's Minato team, involved in the Third Great Ninja War. mainly responsible for battlefield control and secondary output. Left due to personal reasons, currently unemployed. Saying it made me feel strange. Then the interviewer, a sister named Yetsong, started the pressure interview with my resume in hand. I see you have on your resume that you're a proficient in fire release. I thought to myself, of course. It's the Uchiha clan's reputation, so I just nodded. Then she hit me with a question that left me speechless. Can you tell me the 4 hand sign sequences for fire release? Great fireball technique? Who understands this, guys? I'm just a poor student. How would I know this? I was sweating bullets right there, man. I could only lower my head and say, sorry. I shouldn't have claimed to be proficient. I felt like this interview was definitely going south. She asked a bunch of theoretical questions about ninjas, and I answered them in a really pathetic way. Finally, she asked me what I thought about the Akatsuki organization. As soon as I heard that, I thought, here's my chance. I quickly spouted all the good things I could think of, like how warm-hearted and positive they are. I almost said the Akatsuki is my only family. Would I be willing to work overtime or travel for work? Yes, absolutely. What is my expected salary? I quoted 500,000, thinking that was pretty conservative. And guess what? She said there would be a second interview, personally with the minister. Goodness. As soon as I entered that so-called second interview venue, I was stunned. It was a huge, open training ground, and there were 6 people standing opposite me, all with Sharingan eyes, and the one in front with red hair had an overwhelming presence. With this setup, are you telling me this is an interview? This is a banquet of betrayal. Yitsong threw me into the arena and went up to the second floor to watch the show. The red-haired one spoke up. I am Minister Nagato. No need to be polite. Come at me. All right, if I can't do well in the written test. I can't mess up in the physical test. I have to show my true skills. I started with a bunch of shurikens in hand, then charged forward, instantly transforming my 3-tomo Sharingan into a kaleidoscope, ready to catch him off guard with my Kamui. But the 6 opponents suddenly spread out, directly surrounding me. 6 against 1. Is this even fair? I was furious at that moment, took a deep breath, and unleashed a big fireball right at their faces. And guess what happened? That fat guy reached out his hand, and out of nowhere a white membrane appeared, directly swallowing my fireball. I was dumbfounded. It wasn't over yet. Another guy covered in cannons fired a barrage of missiles at me. With a loud boom and thick smoke billowing, I activated my divine power and stood there completely unharmed. Later, I found out that kid Qiye was upstairs with Yunluo, munching on seeds and watching the show, even saying something about the law of smoke without injury. Unbelievable. That guy Nagato clearly had seen my information in advance and knew I could use intangibility. He was completely unfazed, and once he activated his summoning technique, several large wolves with black sticks all over them lunged at me. I countered with a whirlwind of explosive wind, flames swirling like a tornado, clearing the area. But my mind was racing. Although all 6 of them had Rinnegan, 5 of them had those black decorative items on them. Even the summoned beast had them. The only exception, that red-haired one, was definitely the original body. I came up with a plan, pretending to throw a fireball at his main body. Sure enough, that chubby guy who could absorb ninjutsu rushed in to block the attack. Now's the time. I immediately threw a smoke bomb at my feet, and the purple smoke instantly enveloped me. Nagato didn't waste any time either, controlling the cannon guy to bombard the smoke. Taking advantage of the situation, I threw out 2 huge shurikens from the smoke. They dodged, and I quickly manipulated the shurikens with wire to disassemble them in midair, turning them into countless blades to ambush him from behind. But that guy seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, easily dodging all of them. I don't have much chakra left. I can only make one last push. I follow the wire and unleash a dragon fire technique. The flames crawl like a snake, instantly forming a fiery spider web around him. The fat guy teleports over, ready to absorb it. Kamui. I widened my left eye suddenly, and the space twisted. But my target wasn't that fat guy. It was the cannon guy next to him. Nagato reacted quickly, instantly sending the cannon guy to block the attack. And with a loud bang, that guy shattered into a pile of parts. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed out of the smoke, throwing a kunai with an explosive tag towards Nagato, ready for close combat. Shinra Tensei. Nagato didn't give me a chance at all. A massive repulsive force erupted instantly, sending me flying away. Immediately after, he and his remaining 4 shadow clones emitted a faint green gas. 8 gates released. He shouted, "Warm-up is over. Now let's start the real show." At that moment, I was like, huh? Still fighting? Dude, my chakra is almost empty. I directly raised my hand to surrender. Wait. Bro, let's stop. Let's stop. I'm out of mana. Nagato was also stunned. Probably didn't he expect me to give up so quickly. He might be used to fighting with those freaks like Shichiya and Mingyu. who can go on for half an hour without a break. He thought for a moment and actually said, "All right, you're qualified." I can hardly believe my ears. I performed so poorly and I still got through. Yitsong jumped down from upstairs, holding a black robe with red clouds and a bottle of bright red nail polish. "This is our department's uniform and personalized nail polish, so make sure to apply it. Family, I'm a big guy painting my nails. That guy Qiye didn't even mention this." At that moment, I wanted to find a hole to hide in, but in the end, I had no choice but to shamefully change into the uniform and put on the nail polish. Yitsong, that girl, even mischievously took a picture of me, saying it was for keepsake. I glanced at Nagato, and he was actually shyly hiding his hands too. Wow. Turns out he was also a victim. That night, they said they wanted to hold a welcome party for me. Later, I heard that during my interview, that guy Qiye and Yinluo were pretty abstract too. One wanted to break the ice, but ended up coming up with some hand-holding game that counted as winning, and the other had an even stranger mindset, directly turning the tables by asking if he wanted to play doctor. I tell you, these two pure love strategists have completely locked themselves in. No one can look down on anyone else. The next day, my first KPI came: recruit for the organization, get one more person. Isn't this simple? I immediately returned to the Hidden Mist village and held a village-wide mobilization meeting under the identity of the 4th Mizukage, Yatsukura. I said there's a long-term assignment to the Rain Village, and the client requires strong abilities, sturdy bodies, obedience to commands, and singles are preferred. As soon as I finished speaking, a muscular guy carrying a big knife, Kisame Hashigaki, was the first to step forward. Following him, a guy wrapped in bandages with a beheading sword on his back, called Zabuza Momochi, also wanted to join. A group of people were eager to try, and in the end, I pretended to be picky and chose Kisame, the one I noticed first. Zabuza looked displeased, carrying his sword away while muttering, "Humph. Women only slow me down when drawing my sword." On the other hand, Kisame had a female ninja named Xiao Tao who was particularly concerned about him, and the two went off to pack their bags in a lovey-dovey manner. The next day, Kisame set off. I explained the rules of the Rain Village to him, so he wouldn't end up socially dying like I did, and I also gave him a secret mission to secretly investigate Qiye, Yinluo, and Mingyu. When Kisame arrived in the Land of Rain, just like me back then, he was stunned by the advanced development model. He didn't know that the entire country, from rural areas to cities, from industry to agriculture, was all planned out by that guy Qiye. Let me tell you, that guy Qiye has more tricks up his sleeve than a cold briquette. He went through so much trouble to bring the ghost shark over, and it wasn't just to have him as some high-level enforcer. Right after the high-level meeting wrapped up, he clearly laid out the follow-up tasks for the ghost shark. During the meeting, Qiye was so full of spirit, standing up to assign tasks to Yahiko, Nagato, and the others, saying that the daimyo conference had to be held, and we must take a hard stance diplomatically. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the Rain country will be suppressed with thunderous means, and those captured alive can be sent for research to contribute to national development. I was stunned listening to him. Good grief. This line of thinking is at least 20 years ahead of a ninja world. Conan was sitting nearby with little glasses, furiously taking notes, and Yahiko and the others had expressions that clearly understood and were ready to take action. After the meeting, Qiye arranged things for the ghost shark. The next day, as soon as the ghost shark put on that black uniform with red clouds and painted his flashy red nails, ready to clock in at the office and experience the advanced corporate life of the Rain country, Nagato came over with a blueprint, patted his shoulder, and said, "Ghost shark, from now on, don't bother clocking in. You'll be on field duty." Upon hearing this, the ghost shark perked up, thinking he would finally be involved in core tasks. But when he focused on the blueprint, he saw it depicted a huge, complex dam structure. Nagato sincerely told him, "Brother, we're short on manpower right now, so you're in charge of the #1 dam near P City. Go support the infrastructure work." If I had been there at the time, I would have laughed out loud. Who understands the family dynamics? The elite Jonin of the Hidden Rain Village. The future Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails traveled all the way here, and his first job was to carry bricks and repair the dam on a construction site. Kisame was completely stunned, but his mind was quick, and he thought, Lord Mizuki's task for me is to make contact with the Seven Leaves, and they're in the peaceful city. This must be a test for me. This is the trial the organization has given me. So without a second thought, he picked up his Samahata and reported to the peaceful city. Thus, Comrade Kisame officially began his enthusiastic career as a hydraulic engineer, working every day with a group of Rain ninjas skilled in earth and water techniques, mixing cement and laying foundations. With the overall commander being the lord of the peaceful city, Rikawa. The scene was incredibly exciting. While Kisame was focused on infrastructure, big moves were officially starting on the Seven Leaves side as well. The Land of Rain suddenly announced the lifting of restrictions on ninja entry, and the daimyo of the Land of Rain would personally preside over the First World Daimyo Conference, inviting leaders from various countries to have tea, chat, discuss economic development, and promote trade cooperation. As soon as this news broke, the entire ninja world was slightly shaken. After all, a small country struggling to survive in a crevice was suddenly going to take the lead. That in itself was quite surreal. The Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Fire completely ignored it, probably thinking, "Who do you think you are?" But the Land of Water was the first to respond, saying they would definitely attend. Seeing that their good buddies were going, the Land of Wind figured they couldn't be left out, especially since they were so poor they could barely make ends meet, and quickly issued a statement saying they must go. With two of the 5 great nations expressing their intentions, the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth couldn't sit still anymore. Although they couldn't bring themselves to go in person, they sent their controlled subordinates from the Land of Birds, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Grass to scout the situation. In no time, the Land of Rain became the focus of the entire ninja world, with various spies, rogue ninjas, and unaligned ninjas flooding in like cats drawn by the scent. Among them was a white-haired, unkempt old man wearing an oil headband on his forehead. Who was it? It was Jiraiya. I tell you, as soon as Jiraiya arrived at the immigration checkpoint, everyone was stunned. It was so orderly. A beautiful young lady helped him with his ID card, and her smile was incredibly sweet. Jiraiya, with his old habits resurfacing, approached her and flirted. "Miss, are you free for dinner tonight?" The young lady rolled her eyes and professionally replied, "Handsome, according to our latest laws. Harassing the opposite sex can lead to imprisonment of 3 months or more, and you might even end up on a sewing machine." Jiraiya was instantly petrified, hitting a wall. Just as he was feeling down, he looked up and saw a train. Wow, he had only seen this in the Land of Snow. He initially wanted to show off his speed, thinking, "I'm a ninja, I can run faster than this iron lump." But then he realized, wait, he was out here to enjoy life and experience things. So he hummed a little tune and went to buy a ticket, thinking, since he didn't have much money, why not use a genjutsu to trick a ticket? Just as that thought crossed his mind, 2 rain ninjas suddenly appeared, pinning a grass ninja on the ground, shouting, "Using genjutsu to deceive for a train ticket is equivalent to using counterfeit money. Come with us." Jiraiya's cold sweat poured down. He quickly hid all his little schemes and obediently took out his money to buy a ticket. Meanwhile, at another immigration checkpoint, Tsunade was having a rough time. She was truly broke, dramatically waving to Shizen. "Shizen, the brutal training begins. Let us run to the capital." Why? To collect debts from Shichiya. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, feeling that the popular potion from Life Number 1, where she had invested her skills, had only earned her a mere 1.5 million from Shichiya. Wasn't this pure workplace bullying? Today, she had to get back what was rightfully hers. On Jiraiya's side, he was comfortably seated on the train, looking out at the scenery, listening to the warm announcements in the carriage, and seeing the conductor serving tea and water to passengers. He was completely astonished. This was nothing like the war-torn Land of Rain. The happiness index of the people, the level of infrastructure, was even better than Konoha. He felt a surge of emotions and thought, "Nagato, you really are the child of prophecy. You haven't embarrassed your teacher." Soon, the train arrived at the capital, and the level of prosperity left him speechless. At this moment, all the intelligence gathered like snowflakes in Shichiya's hands. The tourism revenue, the number of hotel guests, the daimyos of the Wind Country and Water Country had all arrived, and there were 3 individuals that needed special monitoring: Qiye, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Shichiya's eyes didn't blink as his finger pointed on the map, issuing commands one by one. Plan C is initiated. Raise the safety level in the city to the highest. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be suppressed on the spot. Nagato, you lead the Akatsuki to guard the capital, and when you see Jiraiya, have him come to the Peace City to see me. Then he mischievously looked at Yakura. "Yakura, you go protect the daimyo of the Wind Country." Yakura exploded on the spot. "You want me to protect those bastards who sold me out? I'm not going." Shichiya chuckled. "What are you afraid of? You're now Rain Ninja Yakura. Going back isn't losing face, it's a triumphant return, understand? They need to see with their own eyes how the SSR they didn't take seriously back then is now shining in someone else's house." After hearing this, Yakura found it reasonable and accepted the order. The scene shifted to a tavern in the capital, where Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen were sitting together. Although they were having a meal, it was actually Jiraiya who was bleeding inside. Tsunade was quite unreserved, specifically choosing the expensive dishes. Jiraiya looked at the menu, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's, calculating how he would escape if he didn't have enough money later. Just then, a storyteller downstairs started his performance, narrating the story of Yahiko, Nagato, and how they overthrew Hanzo to establish the new Rain Ninja Village. When it got exciting, it also mentioned the current Akatsuki, which was on elite path, claiming to be the 10 Stars of Dawn, with 3 members already: Zero, Nagato, Jade, Yakura, and South Kisame. Let me tell you, if the storyteller knew that the mysterious and powerful master from the south he was talking about was currently on a construction site shouting safety first while repairing a dam, I wonder what his expression would be. In the private room on the 3rd floor, the sand ninjas from the Land of Wind were listening intently, and one of Yitsong's students even sighed. He has the same name as teacher Yitsong. Before he could finish, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. Yitsong entered like a queen, wearing a black robe with red clouds, her nails painted bright red. She raised her chin and disdainfully scanned the room. Rain Ninja Yitsong, here on the orders of Lord Yue, specially here to guard the safety of the daimyo. The room fell instantly silent, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, and someone stammered, Teacher. The old lady Qiye even shut her eyes and pretended to be dead. The atmosphere was so awkward it could be cut with a knife. On the other side, in the private room of the Land of Water, there was laughter and chatter. Kisame was surrounded by Konin and the others, asking questions left and right, creating quite a lively scene. Meanwhile, Nagato had quietly approached the table where Jiraiya and the others were sitting. Tsunade, having eaten and drunk her fill, slammed the table with a flushed face, exclaiming, "Pay the bill." The waiter smiled and walked over. "Hello, dear customer, your total consumption is 125 for 130 Rio. We'll round it down for you, so you only need to pay 120,000 Rio. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately wanted to perform the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, just as he was about to make a run for it. A soft voice came from behind him. "Long time no see, teacher Jiraiya. I was talking to you when I looked up and saw someone walking towards me, wearing the black and red cloud robe of the Akatsuki. Their hair was styled impeccably, and I was stunned. Isn't that Nagato?" He looked completely different from that malnourished little bean sprout from years ago. But who would understand? As a teacher meeting his long-lost disciple, the first thing I said wasn't to ask how he was doing, but rather I secretly pulled him aside and said, "Nagato, do you have money? Lend me 120,000. I was truly speechless. Nagato probably hadn't encountered such a situation either. He hesitated for a moment, pulled out 2 100,000 bills, and was thinking to himself that lending money to a teacher might just be a waste. But in the next second, the money was snatched away by Jiraiya, who patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry. Jiraiya, keep my word and will never default." He then proudly went off to settle the bill, pocketing the 80,000 he got back as if it were nothing. I was truly amazed. After that, I wanted to invite him for a meal, but Nagato said he was busy and had to take care of national security. That's when Jiraiya remembered, oh right, Yahiko is now the leader of the Rain, and Nagato is the strongest force in the Land of Rain. Hearing that, Nagato blushed. That title was just something Seven Leaves had exaggerated for commercial promotion. Then Nagato passed on a message saying that the owner of the Peaceful Commerce Association, Seven Leaves, wanted to see him. Jiraiya, with an air of superiority, scoffed. "A bunch of money-hungry merchants? Do you think I, the noble Toad Sage, would want to meet them? Not going to Peaceful City." Just as he finished speaking, Tsunade next to him directly said, "I'm going to Peaceful City to settle accounts with a bastard." She angrily stormed downstairs. What a slap in the face. Jiraiya turned pale and could only stubbornly say, "I'm just accompanying Tsunade. I absolutely won't talk much with those merchants." But once we arrived in Peaceful City, Jiraiya was left speechless. My goodness, the level of prosperity here was simply like the Luigi Azui of the ninja world. The dazzling sights were overwhelming, and his limited worldly experience was completely insufficient here. We randomly sat down at a tea stall and heard the storyteller bragging. He said that Pingan City was once a wasteland, but it was transformed into a street and then a city by the great master of the Pingan Chamber of Commerce, Qiye. He said this Qiye is a true commercial genius, aiming to grasp the lifeline of the world economy in his hands. Jiraiya listened with great interest, thinking this merchant was extraordinary. Tsunade, beside him, was almost grinding her teeth, probably thinking how great it would be if all that money were hers. Just then, a handsome guy walked over and said, "Gentlemen, Master Qiye requests your presence." When we arrived at a training ground, wow, the main person had appeared. Tsunade clenched her fists upon seeing him. "It was indeed you, you bastard." As soon as I heard it, I knew there was a story. Qiye was still laughing. "Tsunade, Remember when I helped you make 1.5 million? That should be enough to spend, right? It was better that he didn't say anything, but once he did, Tsunade was so angry her forehead was steaming, and beside her, Shizen covered her face, probably recalling how that money was spent at lightning speed by Tsunade. Qiye didn't waste any time and directly looked at Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya, you can use sage techniques, right? I want to fight you. Jiraiya immediately refused. I don't have time to be your sparring partner. Qiye directly made an offer. One match, 300,000 Rio. Jiraiya still held his ground. Jiraiya, am not bending for such a small amount of money. 500,000 Rio. Don't even think about it. 800,000 Rio. Jiraiya's throat moved slightly gulp. No, that's impossible. 1 million Rio. Wow, 1 million. Jiraiya's eyes widened, but he was still hesitating over his pride. Tsunade was impatient next to him and shouted, "That 1 million is mine. I'll fight. I guarantee I'll beat him so badly he won't recognize his own mother." In the end, Qiye completely ignored her and continued to raise the stakes for Jiraiya. 10 days. 1 match each day. I'll give you 2 million. And after the 10th match, I'll give you an extra 3 million, totaling 15 million Rio. Deal or not? I tell you, these three people were in unison at that time, shouting in perfect harmony. Agreed. Jiraiya instantly looked like he had been injected with adrenaline, and Tsunade even painted a picture for him. Teach this kid a good lesson, and if you perform well, I'll give you a chance to chase me. Jiraiya immediately patted his chest. Don't worry. Once I earn 15 million, I'll give you half. Then, Qiye pulled out 2 contracts, and my goodness, they were so formal, with various clauses, even citing the laws issued by the daimyo of the Land of Rain, with a penalty for breach of contract that was exorbitant. Although Jiraiya felt a bit uneasy, looking at the 15 million, he boldly signed with a flourish, thinking to himself that if it came down to it, he could just run away. He was a ninja from a land of fire. What did a contract from a land of rain matter? Qiye put away the contracts and said leisurely, no matter how strong a person's individual strength is, it will eventually fade away, but the contract lasts forever. In the land of rain, we are not playing at ruling, but at leadership and the spirit of the contract. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiye moved. Let's start the warm-up. Jiraiya was still standing there boldly. Come at me. Bang. Before the words even finished, he was blasted away like a cannonball, directly embedding into the wall. Crawling out, covered in dirt, Jiraiya realized he had misjudged. This kid was a pure martial arts monster. The two of them exchanged blows fiercely, and Jiraiya gradually couldn't keep up, directly going all out. Ninja art. Needle Earth Prison. His entire body turned into steel needles, looking like a hedgehog. But then Qiye hardened his fist, striking Jiraiya twice, shaking his brain. Helpless, Jiraiya could only create distance to use ninjutsu, spraying a fire technique, which was immediately extinguished by Qiye's water technique. Then he summoned a toad. Summoning technique. Come forth, my friend, with ironclad defense. Iron Arm Toad. Jiraiya was particularly proud, hiding behind the toad and shouting, you want to hit me? First, get past my iron wall, Toad's defense. At that moment, a thought floated through my mind. You must first attack the taunting subordinate. Guys, it's 2025, who still plays this game? Qiye ignored the toad entirely, and in a flash, charged towards Jiraiya's real body. The two exchanged blows again for over half an hour. Qiye stopped and said, warm-up's over. Let's go into Sage mode. Jiraiya was stunned. Are you sure? If I go into Sage mode, I'm really going to beat you up. Sure, go ahead. I'm waiting. Helpless, the boss requested it, and the worker could only comply. Jiraiya took over 10 minutes. His face started to show a toad's mask. Sage mode. Activate. Let me tell you, the aura instantly changed. His entire data panel exploded. And guess what? Qiye immediately opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Green steam burst forth. Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out. How do you know our Konoha's forbidden technique? Oh, I saw someone from your village named Mike Guy use it once, and I learned it. Qiye said it so casually. I can't believe you. The ensuing battle was a scene of utter chaos. Tsunade on the side could no longer see any shadows. In Sage mode, Jiraiya launched a barrage of Sage techniques, barely suppressing Qiye, who was in the 6th gate. Qiye, on the other hand, was just withstanding it. I felt like he wasn't even fighting, he was just building up his resistance to Sage techniques. Sure enough, after building it up for a while, Qiye retreated and said, that's enough for today. Jiraiya was fired up, unwilling to back down, demanding to know the origins of the 8 gates, and with both hands together, Sage art, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, a more powerful fire dragon sprayed forth. Qiye's expression instantly turned cold. With a whoosh, he vanished. The next second, he was already standing behind Jiraiya, his blade sheathed. The fire dragon lost his target and exploded into a big crater on the ground. At the same time, a cut appeared on Jiraiya's face. If that strike had been off by a few inches, it would have been his neck. All the summoned toads were scared and hurried back to Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya broke into a cold sweat, quickly apologizing. Sorry, I broke the rules. Qiye nodded, turned to Tsunade, pulled out a money box from scroll, and thudded it on the ground. Here, S1 million. Please summon Lord Slug. Tsunade was also a straightforward person. With money involved, she said no more. Snatched the money box and tossed it to Tsunade, then summoned the little slug. She had directly set up the tea set, invited everyone to sit down, and then straightforwardly said to the slug, Lord Slug, I hope you can become my summoning beast. Goodness, let me tell you, the three of us were sitting there, holding our teacups with trembling hands. What on earth are we hearing? Qiye then began to elaborate on his grand blueprint, saying he wanted to use economy and power to integrate the entire ninja world, eliminate conflicts, and establish a new order, even planning to create a maritime Silk Road and a desert Silk Road in the future. This is not a businessman. This is someone who wants to be the spokesperson for the ninja world. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I were all stunned, feeling like we had discovered some huge secret. The little girl Shizen turned pale, probably thinking that it was all over and she was going to be silenced. She guzzled her tea, drinking one cup after another, tried to recover her losses before anything happened. After Shichiya finished speaking, he just quietly stared at the slug. I agreed. As soon as I finished speaking, the giant slug directly spat out a scroll, saying that she had lived too long and was tired of everything but for my words. She sensed that there were great things ahead and a new world was coming, and she was looking forward to it. This scroll was a gift for our meeting, and in the future, I could call on her for help in battles. As for the matter of immortality techniques, I would take my time to learn them in the wet bone forest when I have a chance. I have to say, this matter went so smoothly that I didn't even expect it. In no time at all, I signed the name on a brand new scroll, and from now on, I can have anyone sign it. After sending off Sister Snail, this matter is considered settled. As for Jiraiya, since he signed the contract, he has to honestly stay in Peace City for 10 days as my training dummy. As for Tsunade, the moment she got the money, she dragged Shizen off, yelling and ready to spend, and there was no stopping her. 2 days later, the daimyo meeting officially began. Well, apart from the daimyo of the Land of Grass who hadn't arrived yet, the other leaders from various countries were all seated neatly. As the host, asSquad took the main seat, cleared his throat, and was about to present his grand plan for the Silk Road when suddenly the door was slammed open. A one-eyed man with a face full of flesh swaggered in. It was the daimyo of the Land of Grass. As soon as he entered, he started with a sarcastic tone. Oh, is this how the Land of Rain treats its guests? Starting the banquet before everyone is here? Then he began to complain, saying that the roads in the Land of Rain were terrible, with red lights and traffic jams that delayed him. asSquad wasn't angry at all. Instead, he found it amusing and asked, May I ask what kind of vehicle you came in? Upon hearing this, the daimyo got even more animated, crossing his legs and laughing heartily as his flesh jiggled. A horse-drawn carriage, the very one I snatched from your Land of Rain back in the day. I call a Mazda. An old horse knows the way. At that moment, I thought, does this guy have some serious illness? Sangjie directly replied to him. Everyone here is a person of stature. We've arranged special trains for pickup and drop-off, enjoying the scenery all the way. If you insist on taking your Mazda and arrive late, who can you blame? As soon as these words were out, the daimyo from the grass country turned pale, as if he had eaten a fly. He was so embarrassed and angry that he slammed the table. Enough nonsense. Hurry up. Sangjie couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly started presenting the PPT. The plan was simple, to have everyone work together to build the railway and create a free trade zone. In the early stages, our Rain country would provide funding and technology, and later each country would maintain it themselves. Trains would have to be purchased from us, and freight would require a commission paid to us until the road construction costs were paid off. Of course, the benefits were substantial, the most crucial being something called tariffs, which would allow everyone to collect tolls while lying at home, directly revitalizing the economy. It was simply a win-win situation. As soon as this plan was announced, the daimyo of the Wind Country and the Water Country's eyes lit up. One was extremely poor, and the other was overseas, dreaming of finding a way through. The smaller countries like the Bird Country and the River Country also felt it was a huge profit. Only the daimyo of the Grass Country kept nitpicking, belittling the plan as worthless. In fact, he knew very well that this was a good thing. He had just been paid off by Konoha and IWA Shinobi to come and stir trouble. After Qiye finished speaking, he stood up and surveyed the room, exuding an aura. I have finished speaking. Let us establish the free economic trade zone. Who is in favor? Who is against? As soon as he finished speaking, the daimyo of the grass country, like a contrarian, immediately raised his hand. I oppose. Bang. I tell you, that guy Kangsuk is really tough. There's no need to waste words with him. He dashed forward in one swift move and landed a heavy blow. He sent that fat guy tumbling. Ginkaku and Yakumo also acted instantly, their knives pressed against the necks of the two bodyguards behind him. I've had enough of you. The agreement is here. Sign it if you want, or get lost if you don't. The daimyo got up in a sorry state, still stubborn. Just wait. The land of fire and the land of earth won't let you develop. After saying that, he ran off in disgrace. His words made the daimyo of the land of birds and the land of rivers hesitate a bit. But the daimyo of the land of water and the land of wind signed without a second thought. With both of them on board, the two younger ones had nothing to fear and signed the agreement on the spot. Once this was settled, the news spread throughout the ninja world. The old men in Konoha couldn't sit still and held a meeting to analyze the situation, saying that our land of rain had been secretly developing all along. That old schemer Danzo even pointed out directly that we had deep cooperation with the Heian Trading Company, posing a huge threat. Saratobi Hiruzen, smoking a cigarette, remarked that if other big trees grow beside one tree, there won't be enough sunlight and nutrients to share. Goodness, this meant they were planning to take action. Danzo immediately volunteered, saying he wanted to show us young ones what the world really looks like. Meanwhile, Anoki from Awagakure made the same decision as Konoha, instructing Kusagakure to stir up trouble at our border. I am still continuing to train with Jiraiya to improve my Sage Mode resistance. Anyone who understands knows that Jiraiya has had a tough time these past 10 days. At first, I needed to dodge a few hits, but later I just stood there and let him hit me, getting beaten up every day until my face was bruised. Fortunately, the payment is daily, and seeing a box full of money every day gives him some comfort. It's all about how hard it is to earn money. Tsunade is having a great time. There are no casinos in the peaceful city, so she became obsessed with scratch cards, spending an entire afternoon scratching them with Shizun in the store, turning all her money into worthless paper. Then she got hooked on claw machines and managed to empty several machines with her cash skills, filling Jiraiya's house with the prizes. After she got bored of that, I arranged for her to go to the research center to shine and contribute. Finally, Jiraiya's contract expired, and he was teary-eyed as he carried 2 big boxes of money, finally liberated. That night, we all had dinner together, and the group of us were chatting enthusiastically. Yakura is now quite bold, putting his arm around Nagato's shoulder and saying that boys should take responsibility, which made Nagato's face turn red. I took a glance, and wow. Mihoko and Conan were a pair, Nagato and Yakura were exchanging glances, and even Shizun was feeding grilled meat to Taunton. Only Mingyu and Jiraiya, 2 big men, were staring blankly. Mingyu had a bit to drink, looked around at the people, and disdainfully snorted. Humph, a bunch of little weaklings. It seemed like Tsunade heard this, and with a thud, she placed the wine jar next to Mingyu, clenched her fist, and started pounding on his shoulder. You're quite bold, huh? You look pretty sturdy. Mingyu was completely caught off guard. He was already not pleased with the atmosphere, and with Tsunade provoking him, he stood up directly. Let us go. Let us practice in the basement downstairs. Tsunade was eager for it, grabbed the wine bottle, and went down with him. Jiraiya, feeling uneasy, hurriedly followed. I could hear muffled sounds coming from downstairs, and when the late-night gathering ended, Jiraiya ended up paying an extra $1 million for repairs when settling the bill. Life went on peacefully until one day, the land of grass started causing trouble. They claimed that a team of their ninjas had gone missing in our territory, and they bit back, accusing us of altering the border by building a railway. Soon after, the land of fire and the land of earth also came out to support them, condemning us. What was our reaction? It was calm and composed. The daimyo's mansion issued a statement saying they would investigate, and then, nothing happened after that. The railway continued to be repaired, goods continued to be transported, and even the supplies gathered at the border with the land of grass increased by more than 10 times. This made the old foxes from the leaf and stone villages panic instead. They felt that there must be an ultimate mastermind behind us, and such a cautious opponent is the most terrifying. So they decided to intensify their efforts and had the land of grass directly detain our Peaceful Commerce Association personnel and goods. We issued a statement advising the land of grass to remain calm and not escalate the conflict. Everyone was stunned, thinking that the rain country had backed down too quickly. However, the next morning, a shocking revelation directly exploded the entire ninja world. The grass ninja village was gone. A huge ninja village, wiped out overnight. Everyone who could breathe was eliminated by us. Immediately afterward, our daimyo's office issued a statement. In light of the irrational actions of the land of grass, to prevent them from taking more extreme measures, we reluctantly decided to erase them from existence. The land of grass is now managed by our rain country, and as soon as they elect a new daimyo and ninja village, we will withdraw immediately. I tell you, this set of moves completely stunned everyone. By the time they reacted, the land of grass had already taken our shape. The leaf village and the rock ninja naturally wouldn't let it go easily and started sending people to the borders, euphemistically called safety patrols. War was on the verge of breaking out. In the conference room, Yahiko had a serious expression and Yezong slammed the table, ready to fight. Jiraiya, sitting there in the leaf village, felt like he was sitting on nails and weakly asked, "Is it really okay for me to be here during your meeting?" I smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, it's almost time to fight. You can just be the hostage." Tsunade, dressed in a lab coat, was hunched over the table sipping coconut milk, already immune to my joke. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly and tried to smooth things over. Qiye, you really know how to joke. Since you called us here, you don't want to fight, you want to negotiate, right? Then why don't you just withdraw from the land of grass?" I clapped my hands to express my affirmation. Good analysis, but don't analyze next time. First of all, do you think we are here to conquer the land of grass? Wrong. Totally wrong. We're just cleaning up the mistake ninja village, worried that they can't defend themselves, which is why we temporarily stationed here. The statement released by Qiye already made this clear, but that's just one part of it. Let me tell you, there's something even more explosive coming up. The most important reason for us to take action is that those bastards from the mistake ninja village actually dared to imprison the members of the Uzumaki clan. As soon as I said this, many people in the conference room changed their expressions. The Uzumaki clan, they were once a formidable force known for their sealing techniques. Although they have fallen from grace now, their reputation still lingers. But the question is, what does this have to do with our land of rain? Even the legitimate relatives from the Leaf Village haven't said a word. I can see their little tricks. I directly wrapped my arm around Nagato's shoulder and said to that group, "Did you see? This guy is the leader of the Akatsuki, our representative from the rain country. Can you guess how he feels about his clan suffering? Isn't this a slap in the face?" As soon as I said that, the whole place went silent. Not just the outsiders, but even Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and even Master Jiraiya were all stunned. Nagato's expression was practically screaming for big words on his forehead. Who am I? Where am I? Jiraiya was still pondering, saying that it might be a bit arbitrary to judge just by the red hair. I shot him a look that could kill. I say he is, so he is. That's what I said. Not even Jesus could stop it. Got it? Just talking without action is fake bravado, so I directly called in a witness. As the door opened, a sister with a big belly walked in, named Kaori. As soon as she entered, she lowered her head and trembled all over. Who can understand? Her exposed skin was covered in bite marks. Just looking at it makes your scalp tingle. I pointed it out on the spot. This person, Sun, is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Due to her physique, just one bite can heal the other person. The beast from the Grass Ninja village treated her as a mobile healing station. Anyone who got injured would just go and take a bite. As soon as I finished speaking, Yitsong exploded on the spot, slamming his fist on the table with red eyes. Xiao Nan and Yun Luo were also furious and hurried over to help Sister Sun sit down. Nagato, though still in a state of self-awareness confusion, stepped up and assured Sister Sun that the land of rain would be her home from now on, and no one would dare bully her again. Jiraiya, that old man, was watching with wide eyes, probably already engraving the word child of prophecy onto Nagato's forehead in his mind. And me? Ha! In his eyes, I was just a garbled message completely ignored. All right, I had given enough reasons, and the atmosphere was heated, so I waved my hand decisively. Let us go. Take over the land of grass. From today on, what others can't manage, we of the land of rain will handle. Those whom others can't kill, we of the land of rain will kill. The scene was incredible. Our rain shinobi, mist shinobi, and the brothers from the land of birds and the land of rivers were all fired up and set off in a grand procession. On the way, someone muttered, "What about our ally Sunagakure? Didn't we agree to work on the economy together? Why isn't there a single shadow?" Yitsong coldly explained that their village had just finished a war and was severely weakened, and their Jinchuriki was on the verge of death. So they probably couldn't spare anyone. A guy from the land of rivers immediately retorted, "Excuse. Pure excuse. Such a big village. Even sending 2 genin over to cheer us on would be fine." Guess what, folks? That guy was right. The scene cut to Sunagakure, and it was a picture of tranquility. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, was holding a meeting in the conference room. First, he calmly decided to seal the one tail into his newly born son, Gara. Then, he began his brilliant strategy. What was his logic? We absolutely cannot help the land of rain. Let them fight with Konoha and Awagakure like dogs. This will just weaken their power. Once they're worn down, we can step in to clean up the mess, and the dominance of this free trade zone will still belong to us. The elders below were still fervently flattering him, as expected of Lord Kazekage. Brilliant. Wow, this move belongs to high-end business warfare, but they're using the mindset of Pinduoduo. They think they're clever, but what they don't realize is that I never intended to confront Konoha and Awagakure head-on. When Konoha and Awagakure saw this, they thought, oh, Sunagakure really has shrunk, so here's our chance. Their army was pressing forward, ready for a fight. But what happened? I arrived at the border of the land of grass and directly announced, the first Rain Country Cup Ninja Combat Arena competition is now starting. I brought our local experts, Nagato, Yakumo, Kisame, and those fierce people from Kirigakure, one by one to show off their muscles. The stance was clear. Come on if you're not convinced. Let us have a go, especially Yakumo. I even had her wear the forehead protector of Sunagakure when she came on stage, leaving the other side completely confused, unable to figure out what Sunagakure was all about. After flexing, the second move came. I directly threw out a report detailing decades of data, clearly stating how many times Konoha and Awagakure pillaged and caused destruction in the land of grass, and the extent of the losses. Then I compared it to what we've done since we arrived, building roads, houses, and boosting the economy. It was black and white, every word striking at their hearts. Finally, I delivered the finishing blow with a statement. We are here to liberate the land of grass, not to invade. We will help them develop for 10 years. And after that, we'll leave without claiming an inch of land. After this smooth combo, Konoha and Awagakure were left speechless. Family, who understands? They're now in a bind. Fighting or not fighting is a dilemma. If they fight, their reputation will be tarnished, and they might not even win. If they don't fight, they would lose face completely. In the end, they could only hold their noses and admit defeat. Teacher Jiraiya watched the whole thing from the back, dumbfounded, probably thinking about how the young people today play so extravagantly. Once the matter was settled, I found some time to have tea with Jiraiya. I politely praised his book Tales of the Gallant Ninja, then shifted the conversation. Teacher, to be honest, your book is a bit narrow in scope, and doesn't tea meet market demand? I asked him, what do you think is the primary productive force in this world? He thought for a long time and said it is ninjas. I laughed and directly showed him a move, splashing the tea in my hand to the side, and the water instantly transformed into a fierce water dragon in midair. I told him, look, this is called style. Your novel lacks this. But he still didn't get the point. I had to lay it all out. Teacher, in the entertainment industry, the real primary productive force is LSP. Good heavens. He blew up right on the spot, his face turning as red as a monkey's. But what? I'm a serious writer. You want me to write that kind of stuff? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bang. I directly threw a box of money on the table. Writers need to make a living too. It's all about creation. There's nothing shameful about it. Shameful. It's really damn shameful. The iron-willed Jiraiya stood up, shouted, I'm a writer. I also have the spirit of a literati. After saying that, he turned around and left. I won't stop him. Instead, I'll tidy up the teaware while sighing loudly. Sigh. It seems that the entertainment creation company I plan to establish will have to find another spokesperson. This is a project that could bring in billions in profits. Speaking of which, Tsunade has now become the CEO of the research center. Who knows, she might become a top figure in the pharmaceutical industry in the future. With her status, it's indeed difficult for her to find a boyfriend who matches her identity. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and stood still. He wanted to leave, but his legs seemed to say, no, you don't want to. Family, the iconic scene is here. I saw his legs seemingly gaining independent consciousness, uncontrollably turning back and walking to the table. Not only that, but his hands and mouth were also completely out of control. He pressed my arm and said, Mr. Qiye, I'm sorry. I admit that I spoke a bit loudly just now. Let's talk about what happened earlier. It wasn't because of money or achieving a better career to pursue Tsunade later. Mainly, you were right before. There are far too few educational guides on 2x health in this world. This is extremely detrimental to human development. For the sake of all humanity, I've decided to sacrifice myself for a greater cause, overcoming numerous difficulties to benefit the people. Goodness, let me tell you, when Jiraiya left, he was so righteous. Shaking his white hair and adjusting his empty clothes, one might think he was going to run for Hokage. But what happened? With the startup funds I gave him, he went to the land of hot water to gather inspiration. claiming he wanted to create an illustrated novel called Intimate Paradise. Family, who understands this sacrifice is too great? After sending him off, my own serious business was just getting started. I'm not joking around with him. The entertainment company is a go. The manga team has been assembled, and Naruto is directly starting to be illustrated. The foundation for the printing factory is already laid. In no more than 6 months, I will let this passionate manga spread throughout the ninja world. After finishing all this, I leaned back in my chair and began to contemplate the upcoming situation. It is now the 51st year of Konoha, and in a few months, that kid Naruto will be born. Thankfully, Obito has gone down the wrong path. The incident on the night of the Nine Tails shouldn't happen. The positions of Kimimaro, Haku, and CHG that I previously asked to find have all been locked in, but they're still kids for now, so there's no rush to bring them over. The core task at hand is still to make money, engage in diplomacy, and expand our trade circle. Just as I was pondering, Yunlu brought over a cup of tea and gently said, "Qiye, thank you for your hard work. Let me tell you, my heart felt so warm. This girl definitely likes me." After meticulous calculations and reasonable analysis, I've come to this conclusion. Look at Yahiko and Conan. They are so sweet together that they might as well be stuck together. And Nagato and Yetsong are also flirting every day, just one step away from crossing the line. I thought to myself, it's about time for Yunlu and me to move forward too. I picked up the teacup and was just about to take a sip when I suddenly noticed a bright red mark on the rim. What the hell is this? A stain? No way. Yin Luo is such a meticulous person. I leaned in for a closer look, and wow, isn't that a lipstick mark? This is definitely her cup. My mind went blank for a moment. I sneakily glanced at her and found her applying lipstick, with a smile on her lips that seemed to say she was almost ready to kiss me and confess her feelings right there. I tell you, in that moment, alarm bells went off in my head. This is definitely a test. She wants to see if I'm the kind of man who is casual about things. As if. I'm Qiye, a gentleman. All right. Don't worry, Yunluo, I understand. Before we establish a relationship, I won't even touch her, let alone go for an indirect kiss. What's wrong, Qiye? Is the tea not good? She looked surprised when she saw me put down the cup. I immediately got up, pulled out the coffee machine, and while grinding the beans, I said, "Drinking tea every day, let's change it up." In no time, I served up 2 cups of latte with latte art. And I even made a heart with milk on her cup. How about that? Am I handsome or what? This cup was made by me, and only Yunluo can taste it in the whole world. Yunluo's eyes lit up instantly, holding the coffee cup with a blissful expression. Although I didn't get a confession, it seems like my little maneuver impressed her. This move was all about reverse psychology. Simply amazing. Now that I've handled the office romance, it's time to return to the main affairs of the Akatsuki organization. The long-term plan I set for them is simple. Gather tailed beast intelligence, and then train like crazy. The current status of the intelligence is as follows. One tail is in Sunagakure. The old man, the 4th Kazekage, is on the verge of death, and they can't handle the ceiling themselves, causing chaos every day. As for me, I'm just watching, letting them learn a lesson, and stop trying to ride on the big brother's back. Are they out of their minds, dealing damage up close like an ADC? 2 tails and 8 tails are in Kimimaro, with the least information. 3 tails and 9 tails are in Konohagakure, and we've almost figured out their entire lineage. 6 tails is in our ally, Kirigakure, so that's our own people. The remaining 4 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails have no news for now. Actually, I know that 4 tails and 5 tails are in Awagakure, and 7 tails is in Takigakure. But I didn't tell Nagato and the others. Why? Because I always felt something was off about Obito. He's been secretly gaining points every day, hiding something. I suspect that Kaguya and Madara might not be completely dead and are still planning something with the tailed beast for the Eye of the Moon plan. So I intentionally withheld a few pieces of information to increase their difficulty, making them run around more to buy some time. Anyway, without Obito as their best tool, they won't find another one easily. As a result, while I was guarding against Obito, that old schemer Kaguya actually turned out to be alive and helped him find another unlucky Uchiha. Let me tell you, the scene was like a bloodbath party, with a beautiful girl being humiliated and hung in the center of the hall, her tongue cut out, and that Uchiha boy, with 3 tomo in his eyes, looked like he had activated a special effect, expressionless as he turned the entire mansion into tofu blocks, muttering about wanting to destroy this world. Kaguya popped up like a ghost, painting a grand vision, talking about how the world is sinful and we must be reborn in the flames of war, which tricked this new tool into submission. Their first step in the plan is to weaken the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages. Months passed in the blink of an eye, and sure enough, Sunagakure messed up, sealing one tail into the body of the fourth Kazakage's little son. As a result, the sealing technique was so poor that the kid had dark circles under his eyes every day. As for Obito, I called him to the land of rain to take a bunch of nonsensical photos, like wearing clothes while bathing and riding a dog to show off his muscles. I paid for it all. Although he looked confused, he still followed through. Now he's thriving in Kirigakure and has almost forgotten his Uchiha surname. Even starting to think about becoming a real Mizukage. Recently, the atmosphere in our organization has been a bit strange. Why? Because our leader Nagato has surprisingly started a love consultation session in the restaurant. He wants to confess to Yahiko, but every time he tries, she changes the subject, and he's feeling anxious. Conan thinks Yahiko might want to focus on her career, while Yunluo suggests being gently supportive. Even Obito, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, surprisingly said something sensible. He suggested understanding each other's past. When it was my turn, I really couldn't hold it in anymore. He pulled out a book called Unrequited Love 300 and confidently said this isn't problem. Don't be afraid, just go for it. Directly wall slam and boldly confess. A man's skin should be thick. What kind of love cult is this, guys? After hearing this, Nagato turned pale and decisively threw the suggestion into the trash can. Just when we were troubled by love, Kurizetsu has found a new ally, the god of the land of sky, Shinno. The guy from the movie, they teamed up and, using Kurizetsu's technology, revived the Zero Tail, preparing to set off with that huge steel fortress to attack Sunagakure first. Time quickly passed to October, and my subordinate from the Uzumaki clan, Qiye, successfully gave birth to a daughter named Karen. With her mother around, this child Shun-T turned into a lovesick fool for Sasuke. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, Kakashi also sent news that his master Kushina is about to give birth. I thought to myself, the child of destiny is about to be born. Although the Nine Tails disturbance is gone, I still have to go see it in person. So, I greeted Yahiko and took Yunluo and might a stroll over to Konoha. By the way, now under Obito's leadership, Kirigakure is flourishing and planning to hold the first Sea Lantern Festival, inviting all major ninja villages. Since Yahiko couldn't attend, he sent Conan and Kisame to represent our rain village. The three of us disguised ourselves as wealthy young masters, and Yunluo easily broke through the Konoha barrier. Swaggering right in, Konoha was still the same, gloomy as ever. The current political landscape was quite amusing. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had nominally stepped down but was still holding the reins of power, treating the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, like a good luck charm. Danzo, that old fool, had been sidelined and was furious, raging ineffectively at the root every day, running to Orochimaru to discuss grand plans, saying things like, "Help me study the cells of Hashirama, take down Hiruzen, and the Hokage title will be yours." Orochimaru, while smiling on the surface, probably cursed Danzo 100 times in his heart. For him, the Hokage position had long lost its charm. As for our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he returned home after a long day, dragging his tired body, only to be startled by the sight of Kushina, who was heavily pregnant. "Why are you in the kitchen again?" Kushina, not one to let him off easy, wielded his spatula energetically. "Don't you know about the Uzumaki clan's physique?" Minato, looking helpless, could only follow her into the kitchen to help. While cooking, Kushina asked, "What did you do at the Hokage building today?" His teacher, Sarutobi, still reluctant to let go of that position. "Yeah," Minato nodded and continued, "To be honest, the most headache-inducing part of being Hokage is dealing with those old-timers, especially the Uchiha clan." I felt like my head was about to explode when teacher Minato complained to me about wanting to improve the relationship between the village and the Uchiha. Otherwise, something big would happen sooner or later. As a commoner Hokage, he could just be a middleman. And guess what? Teacher Kushina heard this and turned around with a bright smile, saying, "Oh, I believe you can handle it. But let's not talk about that. I have good news. Makoto gave birth. It's a boy named Sasuke. Then let's have a girl and bring their Sasuke over as a child husband. Haha." Meanwhile, while those two were daydreaming about the future, the Uchiha family was living a peaceful life. Itachi returned home after training and saw his mother Makoto holding a little baby, looking incredibly gentle. Passing by a stall selling dango, Itachi initially pretended to be cool and refused, but Makoto bought him a skewer anyway, whispering, "Quick, eat it. Don't let your dad see." Itachi, being honest despite his words, asked while eating, "Don't you want to get Sasuke a skewer too?" Makoto laughed at that. "Him? He hasn't even grown all his teeth yet." The scene, with the mother and son's shadows stretching long under the sunset, was simply heartwarming. Switching scenes, as night fell, Let me tell you, Konoha's nightlife was just getting started. Kakashi, the one with the silver hair, was exhausted and planned to just grab a bite and head home to sleep, but halfway there, he was intercepted by his old classmates. Asuma, the beloved son of the third Hokage, shouted loudly, "Yo, Kakashi, it's not easy catching you, buddy. We're having a farewell dinner tonight. Come join us." As soon as I looked, wow, there were quite a few people. Hong, Lin, and my take were all there. Lin quickly explained that Asuma would be leaving the village in a few days to go on an adventure. So they were throwing a big party. Kakashi was still confused and was being dragged along by this group. Asuma was still boasting, "I just don't want to be under my old man's thumb anymore. It's so annoying. I want to go out and carve out my own path." I tell you, just at that moment, the heavyweight arrived. A voice suddenly sounded beside me. "Oh, Kakashi, what a coincidence." Kakashi turned around, and his pupils trembled. "Who is it?" "Qiye." It was that mysterious benefactor, standing there with his two little brothers, Yunluo and Mingyu, grinning. Asuma, still clueless, asked, "Kakashi, is he your friend?" Qiye directly took over the conversation, being quite familiar. "Yes. Kakashi is a relatively important figure in my life." Then he started to introduce himself, saying he was from the Edo region of the Land of Fire, and that his family was in business, with Yunluo and Mingyu being his brothers. I tell you, when Hondo heard about the Edo government, her eyes lit up. "Is it the Edo government that can compete with the Heian Business Association?" Shiri Hong added, "I heard that the daimyo personally came to support you." Qiye was so humble, waving his hand and saying it was all because the daimyo valued them, and then he pulled out a bunch of gifts from a scroll. For the girls, there were shiny hairpins and bracelets, and for the boys, there were specially made kunai engraved with family crests. This wave of operations directly maxed out the favorability, instantly making him the center of attention among the group. Asuma's face was a bit hard to maintain. He must have been cursing inside. "Wait, isn't today my event? Why has the main character changed to him?" He held his breath and simply invited Qiye and the others to join. A group of them marched into the barbecue restaurant and requested the biggest private room. Kakashi's eyes never left Qiye the entire time, calculating wildly what this guy was up to in Konoha. With his master about to give birth, he thought, could it be that he was after the Nine Tails? He was shocked by his own thoughts. Lin, noticing something was off with him, even fed him a piece of grilled meat, and he finally came back to his senses, thinking it shouldn't be the case. If Qiye was interested in tailed beasts, he would have already taken the three tails inside Lin away. Hondo, the foodie, didn't stop eating and mumbled to Qiye about how he knew Kakashi. Qiye replied immediately, "Oh, I ran into some trouble before and was harassed by a few rogue ninjas. It was Kakashi who helped me out. At that time, his technique with lightning was, I tell you, like 1,000 birds chirping, super cool. This ignited my guy. That's right. That's Chidori, Kakashi's original jutsu. No wonder he's my lifelong rival. Come on, Kakashi. Let's see who can eat 100 pieces of grilled pork belly first tonight." Kakashi wanted to find a hole to burrow into, covering his face and thinking, "Come on, can you keep it down? The real owner of that jutsu is sitting right across from me." Asuma saw Mingyu constantly stealing glances at Shiri Hong, feeling a sense of crisis, and directly fired. "Qiye, I see you also brought a scroll. How strong are you?" Qiye smiled slightly. "I know a bit. Just spar with my brothers occasionally to strengthen my body." I tell you, Yunluo almost laughed out loud at this remark. His mind was filled with devilish images of Qiye and the others using the 8 gates to engage in close combat. Kakashi's lips twitched, feeling like he hadn't read enough books and didn't know how to respond. Asuma, hearing this, got excited and puffed out his chest. "That is definitely not as good as us. We are all genuine ninjas." Hondo splashed cold water on him directly. "Come on. Kakashi is already a mean. Besides, he is in business. Who can compete with him in making money?" This girl accepted his bracelet and quickly turned her elbow. Asuma was so angry that he directly sprayed Mingyu. "I don't believe it. How much can you earn now?" Mingyu was busy chewing meat at that moment and had never dealt with business, but he listened to Qiye's meetings every day. So he casually said the classic line after swallowing his meat. "Just a mere 100 million ryo." Wow. As soon as these words came out, the air in the room froze. Qiye and Yunluo paused for a moment and then continued to eat without changing their expressions. The others, Might Guy and Ebisu, had already started counting on their fingers, and by the end, their scalps were tingling. Asuma shouted out loud, "Are you kidding me? Do you know how much 100 million ryo is?" Hondo also joined in the uproar. "Exactly. If it were 3-color dango, it could buy 5 million skewers." Slurp. Mingyu himself was stunned, thinking, did I say too much? As a result, Qiye wiped his mouth and leisurely added, "In a sense, he is not wrong. Moreover, He just happens to have a business worth over 100 million and wants to discuss it with Miss Shiri Hong. Hong was immediately dumbfounded, pointing at herself. Me? Hongdo was even more excited, shaking her arm. Wow. Hong, you better agree. Just split 5 million with me later. Hong remained relatively calm, bowing slightly and saying, sorry. Such matters still need to be considered carefully. Qiye nodded, saying in a meaningful tone, indeed, not only does it need careful consideration, but it also requires both parties' consent. It would be best to get the approval of both parents. This meal, except for Asuma who was filled with anger, everyone else was enjoying themselves. In the end, during the barbecue eating contest, Mingyu narrowly defeated Might Guy by 1 piece of meat and took the championship. When it was time to leave, Might Guy was already drunk, burping while putting his arm around Mingyu's shoulder. Mingyu, burp. You're too strong. From today on, you're my rival too. Burp. In the end, it was still Kakashi and Lin who helped him back. Asuma originally wanted to escort Hong home, but she directly walked away with Hongdo, not even acknowledging him. He stood alone on the street, lit a cigarette, and thought about leaving Konoha, but then thought, no, I must go out and make a name for myself. To make Hong look at me with new eyes. I'll leave tomorrow. On the other side, Qiye and the other two were walking back to the hotel. I tell you, their identity as the Edo government was actually a front created by Qiye. He had long anticipated that the Heian Business Association would be restricted by the authorities once it grew in the Land of Fire, so he supported a local fallen family, hiding behind the scenes, and, as a result, made more money than before. What do you call this? This is called using foreign techniques to defeat foreign techniques. No, it's using local magic to defeat local magic. So now they are in Konoha, and their identity is completely legal, and no one stops them at the main entrance. As they walked, Qiye suddenly asked Mingyu, do you like her? Mingyu was taken aback for a moment and then nodded honestly. I do. She's very beautiful, very cute, and gives me a strong desire to protect her. Qiye decisively stated. All right then, you can have free time until the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki gives birth. Who understands family matters? Early the next morning, Mingyu took the love manual compiled by again.To, the eternal single dog, and squatted on a tree outside Shiri Hong's house. His first step, observe. Understand everything about her. And so 9 days passed. That evening, the sunset was like a fire. In an extremely secret delivery room outside Konoha village, Kushina was in excruciating pain, tightly gripping Minato's hand. Meanwhile, in a desolate courtyard at the Uchiha compound, White Zetsu emerged from the ground. The location is secured. Let us go, release the Nine-Tails, and let them have some fun. A boy sitting cross-legged opened his eyes, picked up a knife, and walked outside. This person was named Uchiha Mini, and on the way, he was mocked by several young punks of his clan, saying he was a waste who couldn't even learn the body flicker technique. I tell you, Mini didn't give them a single glance the whole time, just walked past. One guy, unhappy and wanted to make a move, was directly scared stiff in place by a glance from Mini, his legs going weak. After Mini left the clan grounds, White Zetsu followed him and kept chattering. You have such a good temper. If it were me, I would have beaten them up by now. By the way, do you know what it feels like to take a dump? Mini remained silent the whole time, too lazy to say a word, leaving White Zetsu speechless. Meanwhile, in a certain tavern in Konoha, again.To, wearing a mask, drilled out from a space vortex, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Qiye. He was shocked at that moment. He had said he wouldn't come to Konoha, so why was he caught as soon as he arrived? Qiye was not surprised, inviting him to sit down, saying he just felt something was going to happen and came to take a look. again.To was restless, constantly peeking out the window. Qiye saw right through him. You know where Kushina is giving birth, don't you? All right, if you can't sit still, let us go take a look together. So Qiye, Yunluo, and again.To, using Kamui, were directly transported to the barrier's exterior. As soon as they landed, Qiye's expression changed, shouting that something had gone wrong, and his whole person turned into a flash of lightning rushing up the mountain. With a loud bang, the delivery room was directly blown to pieces. A figure exuding a sharp aura walked in with a knife. Watergate stood in front of his wife and child, shouting sternly, Who are you? The person was Uchiha Wanyi. Without saying a word, he moved with incredible speed and slashed at Kushina on the bed. Clang! Watergate blocked with kunai, but in the blink of an eye, the blade was already at his face. He was so frightened that he quickly used the Flying Thunder God to dodge. When he didn't pursue, his Sharingan began to spin. Kushina let out a scream as the seal on her body was instantly broken. The huge Nine-Tails roared and broke free, its pupils also displaying the pattern of the Sharingan. Then turned direction and rushed towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Just as Qiye arrived, he looked at Uchiha Wanyi, his brows furrowing. Who understands the Uchiha family? How could such a ruthless person appear? No wonder Obito wanted to destroy the world. Who could withstand this? He glanced at the severed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the barely breathing Kushina, then said directly to Watergate, "Leave this to me. You take your wife and child and go deal with the Nine Tails." Without a word, Watergate reminded him to be careful and disappeared with his wife and child using the Flying Thunder God. Qiye drew his sword, and a sharp aura erupted as he looked at the boy across from him. "What should I call you?" Wanyi took a deep breath. "Uchiha Wanyi." Qiye sighed. "I saved Obito, but I can't save you. Since our positions are different, let's talk with swords." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderclap exploded on the mountaintop, and the battle was about to begin. At the foot of the mountain, Obito had just run halfway when he saw the Nine Tails charging towards the Leaf Village. He panicked. Rin and Kakashi were still in the village. At that moment, Watergate appeared in front of him with Kushina and Naruto. Obito breathed a sigh of relief, but then whoosh, a kunai shot straight towards his face. He hurriedly phased out to dodge. Watergate saw the Sharingan under his mask, and his expression instantly turned cold. "Another Sharingan? You're with that guy." Obito panicked. "Wait, I'm not the enemy." Watergate demanded he identify himself, and in his panic, Obito recalled the story Qiye had told and blurted out nonsense. "Fourth Hokage? I'm actually a traveler searching for my beloved, collecting 7 Dragon Balls to summon ship girls and ride them into the Grand Line." At that moment, I just wanted to ask, bro, which third-rate novel website did you copy the script from? Dragon Balls, Ship Girls, Grand Line. Why don't you just throw in Star Rail too? Watergate's face darkened upon hearing this, and seeing the situation was bad, Obito quickly used Kimui to escape. On the other side, disaster had already befallen the Leaf Village. With a roar, the Nine Tails caused buildings to collapse, turning the place into a hell on earth. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was desperately trying to stop it. That old man Danzo brought his root members to take a look, and upon seeing the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes, he immediately declared it was done by the Uchiha. Then he used the excuse of monitoring the Uchiha and ran away with his people. Kakashi and the younger generation could only desperately organize the evacuation of civilians. Kakashi had a child under each arm, weaving through the ruins like crazy. But there were too many people, and the paths were completely blocked. Boom! A stone as big as a grinding wheel fell from the sky, crashing towards Yuhi Kurenai. "Watch out!" Everyone could only watch in horror, exclaiming. Just as the huge stone was about to smash Kurenai into pulp, suddenly someone shouted from the side, "Earth style. Earth wall." Mingyu's figure appeared in an instant. A wall of earth rose up, blocking the falling stone while producing a loud and heavy sound. At that moment, his heart was racing, and his hands and feet felt numb. Fortunately, he had stubbornly learned Earth-style ninjutsu to catch up with Qiye and Yunluo. Otherwise, he would have been crushed just now, and he didn't know if he could have blocked it. Mingyu turned back to glance at Kurenai, whose face was somewhat terrified, and gently reassured her, "It's okay now." Saying this, he dispelled the earth wall and faced the path hidden under the debris, quickly forming hand seals. Earth style. Earth digs. With a rush of chakra, the debris ahead rolled aside, revealing the path once more. "Hurry up," the masked Mingyu said to Kurenai. "Thank you." Although the other party was wearing a mask, Kakashi observed carefully and recognized that this person was Mingyu, who had been with Qiye before. After expressing thanks, he quickly led everyone away. Mingyu closely followed behind. Just as everyone was about to exit the area enveloped by the Nine Tails, a massive crimson tail suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 136. Taking refuge at this moment, despair filled the eyes of most people. Boom! At this critical moment, the ground violently shook, and countless rocks instantly gathered into a giant yellowish figure. This giant yellow figure emitted a bright yellow violent aura, leaping high and creating a massive pit in the ground. Dust filled the air, and what shocked everyone present was that this giant yellow figure actually caught the Nine Tails' tail. Although it was shattered in the process, even Mingyu at the core was sent flying, but at least the people below were safe. With Mingyu's obstruction, the Nine Tails' tail ultimately landed over 20 meters away from the fleeing group. Clatter! Mingyu had vanished, and no one knew where he had been sent by the Nine Tails' attack. Falling from the sky were only clouds of dust, rock fragments, and an omamori. Kurenai walked over and picked up the omamori, clutching it tightly in her hand, her expression complex. Kakashi seized the opportunity to quickly lead the team away, finally escaping the area engulfed by the Nine Tails. For the next stretch of road, they should be temporarily safe, only within the area covered by the Nine Tails. The destructive power was already so strong that the ninjas who engaged directly were under immense pressure. In just a few minutes, many ninjas had already fallen. Although Yuhi Shinku was a ninja skilled in using Jinjutsu to control enemies and eliminate them up close, his abilities seemed of little use on the current battlefield. Even so, Yuhi Shinku stubbornly continued to stop the Nine-Tails rampage, prepared to sacrifice himself for the village. Watch out! Seeing his teammates in danger, Yuhi Shinku rushed forward to save them. But the price was that he himself fell into peril. The Nine-Tailed shark claws surrounded him, and death was just a matter of time. That must be Ming Yu's father-in-law, right? How strange. It's clearly the first time seeing him, yet I can recognize him. After just completing the task Qiye had assigned, Yin Luo, standing on a tree, complained and began forming hand seals. During this time, listening to Ming Yu talk about Kurenai and her family every night at the hotel, Yin Luo's ears were about to get calluses. No matter the form, it can transform. This is the power of water. With a rush, a large amount of light blue water splashed at the Nine-Tails' feet, quickly forming several water ropes that bound the Nine-Tails' tail and claws. Because of this, Yuhi Shinku, who was already sweating profusely and about to collapse, was able to catch his breath and survived. Are you okay, Shinku? Teammates quickly came forward to move the exhausted Yuhi Shinku to the side. To be able to use such strong water style in a place without water, I wonder who it is. Really amazing. Amidst the surprised voices of the surrounding ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the Monkey King's staff and shouted, "Now, everyone, attack together." Under the barrage of attacks, the Nine-Tails let out a painful roar and broke free from the water ropes that had bound it. As long as rivers flow and rain falls, water will never disappear. The seal in Yunluo's hand began to change, and heavy rain started to fall from the sky, with more and more streams of water appearing. The Nine-Tails continuously destroyed these water streams, but as long as the water flow did not dissipate, these streams would quickly restore. Coupled with the attacks from the surrounding ninjas, it was temporarily suppressed. On the other side, in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku and a group of clan members were fully armed, gathered in the conference room. Originally, after the chaos caused by the Nine-Tails in the village, Uchiha Fugaku planned to lead his clansmen to confront it and help the village suppress the Nine-Tails. However, just as the team had gathered and was about to set out, Danzo and his root organization surrounded the entire Uchiha clan territory and demanded that no one leave. Fugaku knew that the higher-ups of Konoha did not trust them, and in this situation, they could only wait patiently. He ordered the elderly, women, and children in the clan to seek refuge, while all adult males remained in the clan territory, closely guarded by Root. The fourth Hokage clearly recognized us Uchiha. What more do these despicable higher-ups want? Although we don't have to face the Nine-Tails, this feeling of distrust is really infuriating. Why not take this opportunity to charge out and eliminate those who oppose us Uchiha? If we do that, Konoha will be ours in the future. The conference room was somewhat chaotic, with most people wearing resentful expressions. The Uchiha clan was already proud, and now this complete feeling of distrust was laid out before them. The anger in their hearts was understandable. Shut up. Hearing clan members say increasingly outrageous things, Fugaku, sitting cross-legged at the front, opened his eyes and shouted sternly, "As long as the fourth is here, there will come a day when our relationship with Konoha can ease. I do not want to hear the word rebellion again." Due to the direction of the Nine-Tails invasion being somewhat distant from the Uchiha clan territory, aside from some slight collapses of buildings caused by ground tremors, there wasn't much impact. Uchiha Itachi, holding the swaddled Sasuke, followed behind the fleeing crowd while watching the enormous, eerie-tailed beast in the distance. The terrifying power deeply shocked him, reminiscent of the feeling he had when he first went to the battlefield. Human life can be fragile at times, and even with external factors invading, internal conflicts still persist. Earlier, when he saw those masked ninjas outside the Uchiha clan territory, Itachi sensitively sensed that there must be some issues between the clan and Konoha. "Itachi, I'm so scared." A delicate young girl with long hair beside him also looked at the Nine-Tails, her small face a bit pale. Awakened from his thoughts, Itachi looked at the girl and said, "If you're scared, hold on to my clothes. I will protect you, Izumi." So Uchiha Izumi grabbed the hem of Itachi's clothes and followed closely beside him. The Nine-Tails, besieged by numerous ninjas, finally became annoyed and opened its mouth wide, gathering an overwhelming amount of chakra. "Get back." Cold sweat instantly broke out on Sarutobi Hiruzen as he hurriedly shouted. Boom! The terrifying tailed beast bomb was unleashed from the Nine-Tails' mouth, and the shockwave alone obliterated the buildings in front, leaving a deep black mark on the ground. Although most people in the village had completed their evacuation, a small number were still buried in the rubble or unable to escape in time. If this tailed beast bomb exploded in Konoha, the losses would not just be the damage to numerous buildings. At a critical moment, a flash of light appeared in the sky, and the figure of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared ahead, using the flying thunder god to transport the tailed beast bomb to the forest behind Konoha. Chapter 137, A Glitch Story Boom. The shockwave wreaked havoc, completely destroying a large area and forming a massive pit. Even from a distance, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying power, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. If such a level of energy impact occurred in Konoha, everything would probably be destroyed. Hopefully, Konoha would not experience such devastating energy destruction. At this moment, everyone was relieved. Thank goodness for the fourth Hokage. The fourth has finally arrived. With the Hokage here, the mere Ninetales is nothing to worry about. The surrounding ninjas seemed to have found their backbone. Their spirits lifted, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen beside them breathed a slight sigh of relief. I'm getting older, and it's indeed a bit beyond my capacity. I could at least last half an hour before, but now I can't even hold out for a few minutes. No wonder Danzo always says I've lost my edge. At this age, I have to admit I'm getting old. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly as he put away his staff. Lord Third, leave the rest to me. Minato waved his hand, his expression stern, already having made a decision. As the rain and water streams dissipated upon Minato's appearance, Yinluo had already pulled the somewhat dazed Mingyu out from the ruins, and the two rushed toward Shichiya. As for Shichiya, clang! After the sharp blade light dissipated, the two stood on opposite sides of the hill. Surrounding them were traces left by their strikes, with not a single spot intact. The small wooden house that had originally served as a delivery room for Kushina was now reduced to a dilapidated floor. Shichiya's clothes were tattered, the hem resembling strips of cloth, making him look somewhat disheveled, but his body was unharmed. In contrast, Uchiha Mini's outfit was similar to Shichiya's, but he was covered in cuts, and even his right arm had been severed by Shichiya. His strength was indeed formidable, but he was still too young and lacked foundation. Although Shichiya was also young, he had advantages, with overall attributes surpassing Uchiha Mini. A light rain began to fall from the sky, and Uchiha Mini was panting heavily, his left hand gripping the sword resting on the ground, his gaze fixed tightly on Shichiya. From the beginning of the battle until now, Uchiha Mini's expression and even his eyes showed no change. Even now, he was on the brink of death. I may not have any talent, but I still want to become a ninja. However, no matter how hard I try, I could never master even the basic three-body technique. Remembering the glory of Lord Whitefang, I chose a different path and began practicing the sword, starting from the basics of swinging, day after day, repeating endlessly. Lacking the conditions to become a ninja, I dropped out of school and hid in the deserted forest. At that time, all I had was the blade in my hand. Although it was dull, I could feel myself gradually becoming stronger, which was also a source of joy. After fighting for so long, Uchiha Mini finally spoke. And once he started, he couldn't stop. Based on his narrative, a scene naturally appeared in Shichiya's mind. In the forest, a lonely boy was practicing with his sword. Perhaps the boy didn't feel lonely at all, because he only wished to become a ninja, and such a simple goal, once pursued, would make him single-minded. When I was too bored, I would also leave the village to stroll around the big cities in the Land of Fire to relax. Perhaps to others, I was just a failure. Even as a member of the Uchiha clan, no one cared about me, not even the Konoha ninjas who were at odds with the Uchiha. One day, I met a girl in a city, and that was the first time I felt that I was also someone useful to this world. A very Glitch story, right? Just as Glitch is the protagonist in a tragic novel, it ultimately won T have a perfect resolution, and what appears instead is a despairing abyss. Uchiha Manuel looked at Qiye, and when he spoke of these things, his expression remained indifferent. Perhaps all the sadness and pain had been vented on the day the tragedy occurred. Or perhaps the original Uchiha Manuel had already died that day. A purple light enveloped Uchiha Manuel, and a massive skeleton gradually materialized, holding a blade in its hand. Two streams of blood tears slowly flowed from his eyes. As long as he still had a breath left, Uchiha Manuel would not stop swinging his knife, as this was his promise to that girl. In this world, every day, in different corners, different tragedies and joys are being played out. I hope for eternal peace, but what can truly be achieved is always limited. Qiye tightened the weapon in his hand, the sharp chakra gathering around him. Though one does not experience the suffering of others, one should not advise others to be kind. But what I want to say is that no matter how dark and desperate the past has been, as long as the heart faces the sun and embraces the light, the world will respond to you. Kill me, and you can continue to follow your heart. Otherwise, just die with regrets. Whoosh! Qiye's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, the wind attribute chakra on the blade having gathered to its peak. The explosion of lightning and the cutting of wind attributes made this strike the strongest move of Qiye's knife technique. Uchiha Manue's lips slightly parted, seemingly uttering a name. And immediately afterward, the purple light on Susanoo surged, and the blade came crashing down. Swish! There was no violent explosion, nor was there a world-shaking momentum. Only the pervasive wind attribute energy and the scattering blade light. The figures of the two crossed past each other, and cracks appeared on the right half of Qiye's body, looking somewhat bloodied and mangled, causing him to completely wilt. If it weren't for his strong physical constitution, Uchiha Manue would have had the chance to slice him in half. On the other side, the first stage of Susanoo was cleaved by Qiye, and a deep wound that could see the bone appeared on Manue's chest, extending from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, through which even his beating heart could be seen. Cough, cough. Uchiha Manue had lost the strength to stand, lying on the ground and coughing weakly. His gaze gradually dimmed, allowing the raindrops to hit him as he awaited death. Suddenly, from a stone shadow very close to Qiye, something sharp burst forth. I've been waiting for you. The seemingly weak Qiye suddenly erupted with brilliance in his eyes, and the blade in his hand crackled with lightning, instantly piercing through the body of Kurizetsu in front of him. Kurizetsu howled in agony, turning into a puddle of black ink that flowed away. Chapter 138. Kurizetsu's ambush. Following that, more and more black lines, extremely eerie, began to coil around Qiye. This rainy night had little moonlight, and the surroundings were mostly dark. The reason Qiye could feel these black lines was that he had activated the yin-yang release chakra attribute after fighting Kurizetsu earlier. These black lines were like the secret techniques of the Nara clan. Once entangled, there would definitely be no good outcome, converting his limited chakra into yang release. Qiye attached it to the blade and suddenly slashed at these lines. Swish! With a light sound, all the lines shattered, and from the shadow behind Uchiha Manue, a howl emerged. Damn it, you can actually use yin-yang release too. At this moment, Kurizetsu completely regarded Qiye as a descendant of Yumura or Yui. What puzzled him was that he had clearly investigated which families these two's descendants belonged to. How did another one suddenly appear? Could it be an illegitimate child? In any case, he absolutely could not confront Qiye head-on now. Otherwise, the plan to save his mother would never continue. Would release. Would claw technique. The swirling white zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground behind Qiye, thrusting a wooden stick toward him. Swish! Such an attack could hardly cause any harm to Qiye. The white zetsu was instantly severed at one arm. Damn guy, being cut by a knife really hurts. I will kill you, despite having only one arm left. The swirling white zetsu still used wood release. Advent of the world of trees. However, the scale he created was much poorer compared to what Hashirama achieved in the anime. Idiot! Hurry up and go. Kurizetsu cursed, grabbing Uchiha Manue's body and began to flee. The swirling white zetsu hesitated for a moment, reluctantly following, merging his body with Uchiha Manue. With his presence, Uchiha Manue would definitely not die this time. In fact, the next time they met, he would surely become stronger. Just like Uchiha Obito in the original story, who lost half of his body but integrated the other half with Hashirama's cells, significantly enhancing his power through the fusion of the Uchiha spiritual power, representing yin release, and Hashirama cells, representing yang release. Shattering the surrounding trees that had encroached. Qiye let out a sigh of relief, gazing in the direction where Kurizetsu and the others had fled but did not pursue, letting the tiger return to the mountain. As a traveler, Qiye naturally understood that this was a major taboo, especially since this was the world of Naruto. Understanding the plot could be said to be the greatest trump card. Letting Kurizetsu go now would certainly make them much more cautious. After hiding in the dark to accumulate strength, when they reappeared next time, they would definitely cause Qiye considerable trouble. However, after the battle, just now, the chakra within him was already running low, and considering that Kurizetsu dared to appear again after their last confrontation at Madara's hideout, he must have plenty of backup plans. Acting rashly might lead to an ambush. Therefore, Qiye decided to be cautious. After all, with the passage of time, the power he had would grow stronger. In fact, just as Qiye had anticipated, after Kurizetsu and the others fled at distance, two ninjas dressed in black appeared ahead. Waiting is a boring thing. Don't make me wait this long next time, a boy with red hair and a somewhat youthful face said. If a ninja from a sand village in a land of wind were present, they would recognize this boy as the long-missing grandson of Elder Qiye. Did you fight with the fourth Hokage? Uchiha Manuel was actually injured so severely. The speaker had green bean-like eyes and a somewhat muffled voice. This person was a legendary figure from the same era as the first Hokage, Hashirama, and had even attempted to assassinate him. A rogue ninja from the Takigakure, Kakuzu. No, he is the opponent I previously told you about. His strength has increased again. In short, we should leave first. Kurizetsu's somewhat hoarse voice sounded. After the group hurriedly left, Minato Namikaze also brought the massive body of the Nine Tails to the previous barrier. Boom! Even though the control of the Manjiki had ended, the now awakened Nine Tails was still furiously enraged. Damnomans, you can't seal me again. The Nine Tails glared at Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze paid him no mind, and once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Naruto and Kushina over as well. Next, I will use that technique, Minato Namikaze said solemnly. Kushina's beautiful eyes widened. But if you do that, you will. I've heard that the Pure Land world is terribly cold. I can't let you go alone. Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Ooh, that little Naruto will have to live alone. It must be very hard for him, and I don't know if he will be bullied. Tears fell from Kushina's eyes as she looked at Naruto, filled with reluctance. Finally, after waiting so long for the child in her belly to be born before she could spend more time with him, it was already time to say goodbye. Time is short, I'm going. With that, Minato's figure flashed, and he used the Shiki Fuin on the Nine Tails. The dark shadow of the Shinigami immediately enveloped the mountains, directly suppressing the Nine Tails. However, Minato sealed the Nine Tailsine chakra, along with his own soul, into the belly of the Shinigami, leaving the Yang chakra portion for Naruto. What is this? Obito exclaimed, having just made a trip to Konoha and brought Yinluo and Mingyu with him. The Shinigami, Qiye said. The Shinigami. Obito was shocked, and goosebumps rose on his body. What he feared most were these things, and he never expected the legends about the Shinigami to be true. Then, what about Teacher Minato and Teacher Kushina? Obito hurriedly asked. Once the Jinchuriki has the tailed beast extracted from their body, there is basically no chance of survival. Although Kushina is from the Uzumaki clan and has a strong physique, she can only live a little longer. As for Minato, using the Shiki Fuin also comes at the cost of life. Qiye stepped forward. Let's go, we can at least say goodbye to them now. Hearing these words, Obito's body instantly froze in place. His mind was in chaos as he numbly followed behind Qiye. Roar, you won't seal me again. The Nine Tails struggled frantically, but with Kushina's adamantine sealing in place, its struggle was destined to be in vain. In the end, a mad glint flashed in the Nine Tails' eyes as it roared and lunged at the Naruto lying in the cradle. But even that final attack was blocked by Minato and Kushina with their bodies. Chapter 139, An Unchangeable Fate Minato. Teacher. Obito let out a suppressed low growl, his body involuntarily running forward, trembling slightly, betting on the fate of his child. It seems you really trust your village. Qiye slowly said to Minato. Minato smiled gently, looking at Naruto in the cradle, and said, as a Jinchuriki, at least Naruto can be safe. Since you appeared here today, please take care of Naruto in the future, Lord of the Peaceful Commerce Association. Qiye's expression slightly moved, and he couldn't help but ask, how did you know my identity is from the Peaceful Commerce Association? With such great strength, walking easily in Konoha, and having no malicious intent towards me, after thinking it through, it can only be that mysterious Peaceful Commerce Association. I guess correctly. Without any hesitation, Minato replied, smiling a bit shyly. Even so, what if my target is the tailed beast? Qiye continued to ask. Looking at Naruto, Minato's tone was relaxed. I believe that an organization that created Life Number 1 and a large number of inexpensive and life-saving medicines, leading the entire medical field to progress, would not do anything bad for a mere tailed beast. You're smarter than I imagined. Mr. Minato, unfortunately, this time I couldn't save your and Kushina's lives. I'm very sorry. As compensation, I will take good care of Naruto, and I hope I won't disappoint you when we meet next time. Qiye said with some emotion. Sealing the Nine Tails within Naruto might seem cruel, but at least this action can guarantee his life. It seems Minato also understands the internal environment of Konoha. After he and Kushina are gone, no matter how Konoha treats Naruto, they must ensure his life. Otherwise, once the Nine Tails appears, the destruction caused would be unimaginable. With your words, I can rest assured. Minato smiled. Although Qiye was clearly younger than him, he maintained respect throughout. Naruto, I'm sorry you can't walk this road with you anymore. You have to grow up strong, eat on time, remember to drink milk every day, eat eggs, and don't be picky eaters. Remember to sleep early and wake up early, keeping a regular schedule. Kushina did not participate in the conversation between Minato and Qiye. After they finished speaking, she looked at Naruto with tears, her face full of reluctance. Remember to make friends. You don't need too many. Just a few trustworthy ones will be enough. Although mom isn't good at studying, you must study well and learn ninjutsu. And remember to respect your teachers and seniors at school. However, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, so don't be disheartened when you encounter difficulties. They will always be solved. And the most important thing regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions, especially borrowing money, be very cautious. Save your mission money well. You can only drink alcohol after turning 20. Excessive drinking is harmful to health, so be mindful of moderation. Lastly, about women in the 3 prohibitions, because mom is also a woman, I don't quite understand. But in short, there are only men and women in this world. You will become interested in women later, but don't be seduced by strange women. Find someone like mom. Also, be careful of Jiraiya-sensei. At this point, Kushina was already in tears, large drops of tears falling down. The few people standing nearby also had complicated expressions. Yunluo had already hugged Qiye and started to cry, while Mingyu sighed and turned away. Obito's shoulders kept shaking. Being emotional by nature, he couldn't hide his feelings. Minato looked at him strangely, not understanding why this masked man was like this. There's so much more I want to say to you, and I really want to be by your side. I'm sorry, Minato. I've been the one talking all along. Kushina cried. No, it's okay. Gently looking at her, Minato turned his gaze to Naruto, softly saying, what a father wants to say is like a nagging mother. Naruto, live strong. 8 trigram ceiling. As everything settled, a ceiling technique pattern appeared on Naruto's belly. From now on, I leave him to you. After completing these, Minato, with an extremely weakened breath, took out a scroll and handed it to Qiye. These are my cultivation insights. They may not be of much use to you, but consider it my gratitude. Qiye accepted it without hesitation and patted Obito's shoulder, saying, to give you a bit more confidence in me, Obito, take off your mask. Hearing this, the sobbing Obito took off his mask, revealing a face covered in tears. Obito, looking at the face that had matured a bit compared to before. Minato and Kushina both seemed to regain some spirit. So you are okay. That's great. Both of them had surprised expressions, not asking why Obito was still alive. Just feeling happy. You don't have much time, and it's complicated to explain, so just know that the ninja world isn't as simple as you think. Obito's death during the Third Shinobi World War was the best outcome. Recently, you've been mediating the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, so you should understand what a pair of Manjiki means to both sides. Qiye looked at Minato and briefly summarized. Nodding, Minato said, although I don't know what you're planning, I can feel that you mean no harm to Konoha. Then he looked at Obito. If Kakashi and Rin knew you were still alive, they would be very happy. Remember to be less reckless in the future and be careful in everything you do. Gradually, the remaining breaths of the 2 dissipated, becoming 2 cold corpses. Qiye took out 2 large scrolls and sealed them inside. Naruto in the cradle was completely unaware of what had happened to him and was just crying loudly. Although you are far away in the land of water, your gaze should still occasionally focus on Naruto. This can be considered your redemption as Uncle Obito. Qiye said to the sad-faced Obito. Not understanding why the word redemption was used, Obito still nodded. The noise erupted as Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with a group of ninjas, but they were clearly quite late. Everything here had already ended. Qiye gestured to Obito, who then took them into the Kamui space, waiting alone with his mask on. Soon, the Konoha ninjas led by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rushed up the mountain and instantly discovered Naruto lying on the ground and Obito standing on the other side. Chapter 140. Unidentified Flying Object. What is this? Because he had witnessed Minato use the Flying Thunder God to bring Kushina and Naruto back. Hiruzen recognized at a glance that the baby lying in the swaddle was Minato's child. He quickly stepped forward to protect Naruto behind him, his expression grave as he stared at Obito, saying in a deep voice, who are you? Where are the Minato couple? Unfortunately, due to the Nine Tails incident, they have all perished. Obito, having set aside his sadness, said in a calm tone, 3rd Hokage, congratulations on reclaiming this position that you must find hard to let go of. You are the mastermind behind all these events, aren't you? Why did you do this? Hiruzen did not get angry at Obito's words, but simply wanted to gather more information from him. Previously, when Minato returned to Konoha, they had a brief exchange. According to Minato, the cause of all these events was a member of the Uchiha clan with a Sharingan. Judging by this person's strange attire and the Sharingan visible in his eyes, it had to be him. Shaking his head, Obito said, "I am merely a bystander. The true mastermind is someone else. However, third Hokage, your time is running short. Let me see how much nourishment you can provide for this already decayed tree, Konoha." In these final days, after finishing his pretentious speech, the space around Obito began to twist gradually. "Capture him," Hiruzen shouted, and the surrounding ninjas immediately rushed forward, launching various probing attacks at Obito. However, to their surprise, these attacks passed straight through Obito's body. "Goodbye, third Hokage." Obito's figure vanished from a spot. Watching this scene, Hiruzen frowned, deeply worried. There were too many doubts about tonight's events, but every piece of information pointed to the Uchiha. They were definitely involved. Unfortunately, with Minato and Kushina now dead, leaving behind only a baby Jinchuriki, Konoha's combat power was unprecedentedly weak. If other ninja villages took advantage of this to invade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even though Hiruzen was extremely angry with the Uchiha in his heart, he could not act against them. Instead, he had to stabilize the situation in the village. "Let's go. First, return to the village for rescue and announce the death of the fourth Hokage," Hiruzen said, at the same time that Minato sealed the Nine Tails in an uninhabited forest in the Land of Fire. With a violent tremor of the earth, a pitch-black iron fortress slowly ascended into the sky. Hey. After accumulating energy for so long, the power system is finally sufficient. Shinnu sat in his seat, looking very pleased, waving his hand. "Next, let's fulfill our promise to the organization and set off to the sand village in the Land of Wind." The fortress flew into the clouds, and after a night of flying, it crossed from the Land of Rain into the Land of Wind. Shinnu's impression of the Land of Rain was still stuck over a decade ago. He had no interest in this weak country, so he flew straight over it at night without stopping. What he didn't know was that on that night, the Airspace Management Center of the Land of Rain had already detected the unidentified flying object in the sky and had made all necessary countermeasures. However, the corresponding systems in the country were not yet fully established, so Qiye had not issued any detailed regulations regarding the airspace for the time being. Thus, the main person in charge reported the matter to Yahiko and Nagato and only prepared for countermeasures without taking the initiative to attack. To avoid unnecessary casualties, they allowed the other party to pass. By the time the communications department of the Land of Rain truly received information about the unidentified flying object from the previous night, it was already the next morning. Half an hour ago, the sand village had been attacked by an unidentified force. The enemy had powerful destructive capabilities and could use a special device to glide through the air and launch attacks, although there were currently not many casualties. The buildings in the sand village had been severely destroyed, especially the oasis that had seen results in recent years, which had been completely bombed. In the office of the Rain Shadow, Yahiko gathered Nagato and Konin and informed them of this news. What does it matter to us if the sand village is attacked?" Konin crossed her arms and turned her head away with a somewhat proud look. However, her right index finger kept tapping on her arm, and her standing posture kept changing. This phenomenon indicated that Konin was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Shifting his gaze away from her, Nagato asked Yahiko, "Was it that unidentified flying object from last night? Such a force seems to have never been heard of before. But in any case, the sand village is our ally, and we must go to their aid. Konin, let's go. Now everyone else is busy. Only the two of us can go." If you want to go, you go yourself. I have nothing to do with the sand village anymore. I wouldn't care if it were destroyed," Konin said expressionlessly. "Is that really okay?" Nagato turned his body to look at her, speaking in a non-urgent tone. "That is the village where you grew up and once loved dearly, right? Even if such things happen, not everyone has betrayed you. I believe at least some people are worth protecting, like your student you. However, betrayal did not happen to me. I cannot empathize, nor can I decide anything for you. I will go to save the sand village, not only as support for an ally, but also to protect those beautiful memories you once had. Take a day off today and wait for my return." Konin's expression froze. When betrayal had not yet occurred, she felt that everything in the village was beautiful. Even though she had to live with the wind and sand every day, with dry air and insufficient water sources, all this could not diminish her love for the village. It was precisely because of this that the former Konin had left many beautiful memories in the sand village. That was her past. After the betrayal occurred, the sand ninja Konin essentially died. Although the rain ninja Konin existed, it seemed like she had no past. At this moment, Nagato wanted to protect Conan's past. In his view, whether it was the Sand Ninja Conan or the Rain Ninja Conan, they were the same person. They were Conan, and that was enough. I have already conveyed the message to Qiye. They are returning from Konoha and can set off together after they return. Yahiko said. Nagato shook his head. It's too late. The enemy's attack may have been meticulously planned. If we don't resolve it quickly, the Sand Village may be completely destroyed. I will go ahead. Let them support me after they return. Saying this, Nagato turned and walked outside. Wait, I will go with you. At this moment, Conan suddenly spoke up, tilting her head with a slight blush on her face. It's not for the Sand Village. I just am not ready to become the leader yet. If you die, I will be very troubled. Chapter 141. The Sand Village under attack. I didn't expect Conan to have such a shy day. Nagato laughed heartily, as if he had discovered something amusing. Yitsong instantly turned red in the face, biting her silver teeth lightly, clenching her fists, and striding out. Stop chattering. Nagato, get moving. Yes, Minister Yitsong, Nagato replied with a slight smile, quickening his pace to catch up. In the office, Yahiko and Conan wore encouraging smiles, reminiscent of proud parents seeing their child finally grow up and understand the importance of nurturing. It's hard to imagine, but compared to when we first met, Nagato has changed so much. Yahiko remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Handing a freshly brewed cup of tea to Yahiko's desk, Conan smiled slightly, indeed. Just like we never imagined you would become the Rain Shadow. Since being led by Shichiya, Yahiko and the others had also developed a fondness for tea. The calming sensation it brought was quite pleasant. He gently blew on the tea and said, the best thing I've experienced in these past years is meeting Shichiya. I wonder if their mission in Konoha is going smoothly. Sitting on a giant flying bird, Nagato and Yitsong departed first, heading towards Sunagakure, while a Rain Ninja squad also set out on the ground, led by a merchant familiar with the Land of Wind. Before long, the two arrived within the Land of Wind. Due to the sandstorms, it was difficult for summoned beasts to fly, so Nagato and Yitsong chose to walk. Though it had been a long time since their last visit, Yitsong was still familiar with the route, and they soon spotted Sunagakure. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, accompanied by the sound of explosions, as Nagato saw a massive aerial fortress ahead. Amidst the yellow sand, figures dashed about like flies, occasionally dropping explosive devices. Quick! Support Lord Kazekage. Over here, there are still civilians trapped under the ruins. Damn it! Who are these bastards? Why are they attacking us? The entire Sunagakure was in chaos. Their emergency response measures were evidently inadequate for such a sudden attack. Perhaps due to overconfidence in their defenses. They never anticipated that enemies would attack from the sky. All the Sand Ninjas were caught off guard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several black explosives fell from the sky. And standing atop the tallest roof, Rasha shouted, "Don't let them land." He controlled the sand gold to intercept the explosives mid-air, but the shockwave from the explosions was still significant. Sand shuriken. A massive sand shuriken formed and flew from the ground into the air. However, such an attack was too cumbersome for the flying sky ninjas and felt like a toothpick stirring a water tank, having no effect on the gigantic fortress. Damn it! Watching the village get destroyed bit by bit, Rasha gritted his teeth, filled with powerless rage. Sunagakure had no experience fighting such enemies. The only ones making a noticeable impact were the puppet masters led by Qiye. The agile puppets and fine, poison-coated Simban caused some trouble for the sky ninjas. As for the other ninjas, they could at most throw a few kunai and shuriken and release some low-hit-rate long-range ninjutsu. If they could use the one-tail normally, they wouldn't be in this situation, Rasha thought to himself. Just then, the sound of cannon fire suddenly erupted from afar. Here they come again. Rasha gritted his teeth, turning his tense body around to see several small missiles, entirely different in shape from the previous ones. These missiles trailed flames and seemed to have a mind of their own, hitting the backs of the sky ninjas one by one. Boom! A series of explosions rang out, and those annoying flies in the air dropped like flies. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cluster of bright yellow fireballs surrounded the area, and when those figures fell to the ground, they were nothing but desiccated corpses. What is this? Seeing those bright yellow fireballs, Rasha's heart sank, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Sure enough, at that moment, a large bird glided low, carrying two figures dressed in Akatsuki uniforms, one of whom was none other than the person Rasha least wanted to see, Yitsong. Besides Yitsong, the other person had arms capable of launching strange missiles with tracking effects, making it a one-shot deal for those flies in the air. After shooting them down, Song controlled the fireballs produced by the scorching release to evaporate the bodies. Their cooperation was remarkably flawless. The Sky Ninjas, who had been a headache for the Sand Ninjas, were quickly taken down by the two. For Rasha, this should have been a good thing. But he felt a surge of killing intent instead. Song's presence would only expose his past, dishonorable deeds. Thinking of this, Rasha's gaze followed Song closely, gathering chakra before suddenly releasing it. Sand Gold, Sand Spear Massacre. Golden long spears suddenly shot up from 3 directions without warning, their sharp tips extending towards Song, standing on the bird. But just then, as if sensing Rasha's intentions, a chubby figure suddenly appeared on the bird. Arms spread wide as a somewhat transparent white shield formed around him. All the approaching golden spears lost their form and went limp. What is going on? Is that chubby ninja's ability? Rasha furrowed his brow. Rasha, you're truly despicable. In this critical moment for the village's survival, you dare to attack those who are helping. Song looked at Rasha, his disgust unmasked. You are Lord Song. How can this be? It's actually Lord Song. Lord Song is not dead. What is going on? The Sand Ninjas around them exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Rasha frowned and shouted, "Don't be deceived. The real Song has already perished. This is just a puppet the enemy has disguised to trick us." Think about it. An unidentified enemy attacks, and just in time, a perfect counterattacker appears to help. Is that even possible? The Sand Ninjas felt a jolt in their hearts and became alert once more. Rasha then called out to Song, "Whoever you are, leave Sunagakure immediately, and I will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, you will remain here." Chapter 142. The Zero-Tail Jinchuriki. Is this your responsibility and duty as Kazekage? Song scoffed, mocking, "Don't worry, I'm not here to vie for your position as Kazekage, nor am I here for Sunagakure. I just don't want a certain stubborn person to die." On the back of the giant bird, the Azura Path looked up at the massive fortress in the sky after Song finished speaking, saying, "Those flying ninjas have already retreated. That should be their base." Just then, a middle-aged man with a bare upper body and bulging muscles suddenly emerged from the fortress. Unlike the previous ninjas, he wore no flying equipment and simply jumped down. Boom! The ground trembled, and the spot where the middle-aged man landed turned into ruins. The fierce wind kicked up surrounding dust, making the belt tied around his waist flap loudly. A pale blue transparent aura rose from the ground as the middle-aged man faced the encirclement of countless sand ninjas, laughing maniacally. "My name is Shinnong, leader of the Sky Ninjas. I apologize for destroying your village. After all, I just wanted to find a place to test my combat strength. And the Sand Ninja Village is quite suitable since you are the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. Ha ha." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding Sand Ninjas turned pig liver color, filled with anger and hatred. "Everyone attack. Take him down. Sandstorm. Poison 1,000 needles." Countless attacks accumulated, not only failing to harm Shinnong, but instead making the airflow around him increasingly violent and his aura darker. "You guys are really useless. Is this all the negative emotions you can provide? It seems I haven't stimulated you enough." Shinnong sneered, his figure suddenly flashing, rushing at high speed to a Sand Ninja's side, gripping his neck with one hand and slamming him hard into the yellow sand. Boom! His strike shook the ground, and the Sand Ninja attacked by Shinnong was clearly doomed. This airflow is somewhat like the 8 gates, but also a bit different. Nagato observed Shinnong's condition, thinking slightly. As for the other side, Raza felt a trace of aura leaked by Shinnong and was somewhat surprised. "Is this the aura of a tailed beast? You are actually a Jinchuriki, but I haven't heard of you. Which ninja village are you from?" "Ha ha ha." Shinnong laughed wildly. "You have a good eye. However, I'm not an Jinchuriki, you know. I have created the Zero Tail." "Zero Tail?" Upon hearing this, Raza's expression relaxed directly. Something he had never even heard of couldn't be that strong, could it? "No matter who you are, if you dare to provoke our Sand Ninja village, you will pay an extremely heavy price." Now that things have come to this, with the village almost destroyed, Raza must win handsomely against the opponent to regain some face. Boom! The bright yellow sand swept away, forming waves. "Magnetic shield, Sand Gold. Oomph. You think you can attack me with such speed?" Shinnong showed a mocking expression and, upon discovering Raza was the wind shadow, immediately focused his target on him. Whoosh! The super-fast Shinnong instantly dodged the attack of the gold sand, appearing in front of Raza. But this was exactly what Raza had planned. Magnetic shield, Sand Gold Cube. The ultimate move that had been prepared was unleashed, with countless gold sands surging from beneath Shinnong's feet, instantly trapping him inside. However, before Raza could breathe a sigh of relief. A tremor suddenly emanated from the sand gold cube. Cracks appeared, and dark energy spilled out. Boom! The sand gold scattered, and Shinnong, filled with violent dark chakra, appeared unscathed before everyone. As the zero-tailed Jinchuriki, his face was somewhat twisted, as if he were enduring some pain. Not enough. Still not enough. The power of emotions is still completely insufficient. Taking out a bottle of pills from his pocket, Shinnong poured them all into his mouth, then grinned maliciously, spreading his arms wide, as countless black tentacles extended out like spikes in an instant. These spikes moved at incredible speed, catching many sand ninjas off guard, piercing through their torsos. I can't take it anymore. Kill me quickly. Every ninja struck by the spikes had distorted faces, with snot and drool pouring out, as if they had experienced immense pain. And Shinnong, who caused all this, showed no less pain on his face. Everything before him was indeed somewhat bizarre, with Nagato's true body hidden nearby, while the other 5 bodies appeared, charging at Shinnong with the 8 gates. 8 gates. 5 people together. Ha! Just the right time to test where my limits are. The crazed Shinnong showed no intention of retreating, engaging in battle with Nagato's clone along with the dark chakra, although he also knew the 8 gates and had become a zero-tail Jinchuriki. Plus, his medical ninjutsu could counteract the physical damage caused by opening the 8 gates. He still could not withstand the numbers. After all, it was 5 against 1 on Nagato's side. The numerical advantage was no joke. Soon, Shinnong was beaten badly and retreated to the side. He glanced around, wiped the blood from his mouth, and smiled. It's about time. According to the organization's plan, Konoha should have results as well. But before I leave, let me give you all a big gift. I hope everyone is a bit happier and provides me with more emotions. Whoosh. After saying that, Shinnong's figure fled to the fortress. Since it was the opponent's territory, Nagato did not pursue deeply, only standing beside Yakumo. At that moment, everyone on the ground widened their eyes, for the huge fortress above, which nearly covered 1/5 of the Sand Ninja Village's area, was now falling straight down. Shinnong, wearing special flying ninja gear, jumped out of the fortress with his subordinates, spiraling in the sky. Run. Quick, escape. There's no time. We're all going to die here. This area, this distance. The village's shelters cannot escape either. It's over. The sand ninjas felt hopeless. Some barely took 2 steps before stopping, staring blankly at the fortress getting closer in the sky. Raza's expression darkened as he looked at the falling fortress, but couldn't think of any solution. With his sand gold, it was also difficult to support the fortress. Nagato, we need to go, Yakumo said to Nagato's true body that appeared beside him. With their speed, it would definitely not be a problem to find a somewhat safe place before the fortress completely fell. However, Nagato blocked Yakumo behind him, shouting, "Wait for the organization of sand ninjas. Let them be careful of the gravity in the sky. You too." Chapter 143. Earth Explosion Star Plop Plop. The other clones around fell stiffly, and Nagato clasped his hands together, gazing at the fortress falling from the sky, then slowly opened them. A black sphere floated out from his palm, quickly arriving above the fortress. Earth Explosion Star. A large amount of chakra erupted, and after Nagato clasped his hands together again, the small black ball in the sky suddenly expanded into a gigantic black hole. Terrifying gravity emanated from it, instantly attracting the fortress and beginning to destroy and distort it. It kept changing into a spherical shape. Not only that, but even the yellow sand, soil, damaged building ruins, flowers, and trees on the ground were pulled into the air by this immense gravity and then crushed. Everyone be careful. Don't get sucked into the sky, Yakumo shouted. In fact, there was no need for her to remind them. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the surrounding sand ninjas immediately distanced themselves or held onto nearby, solid objects. Soon, under Nagato's unrelenting exertion, a beige round ball larger than the previous fortress appeared above the sand ninja village. The surrounding sky ninjas had already run far away. After all, those who accidentally got too close earlier had already become part of the round ball. The sand ninjas on the ground gaped, their expressions becoming dazed. If they had any thoughts of escape earlier, they were now completely gone. Fortunately, this round ball did not seem to have any intention of falling. Nagato breathed slightly heavily, then flew up, heading towards the beige round ball. Finding an angle, he pressed against the top of the round ball, and then, Super Shinra Tensei. Boom! The huge beige round ball shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments. Because of where Nagato was standing, these fragments flew outward toward the Sand Ninja village. Some that fell into the village would also be intercepted by Raza with sand. This incredible scene unfolded in the eyes of all the sand ninjas and air ninjas. And no one expected that a crisis would be resolved so easily. Oof. Interesting, but I still managed to collect quite a bit of panic and despair just now. So I'll see you next time. Shinong's body was continuously emitting pitch-black chakra energy like ink, and his face was constantly contorting. He took one last look at Nagato and left with his remaining subordinates. In the sand village, the overexerted Nagato fell straight from the sky, quickly caught by Yakura as he leaped from the ground and held him in his arms. You're strong, but don't do such dangerous things next time. Yakura complained a bit. Although feeling somewhat weak, Nagato still chuckled. Are you concerned about me? I just don't want to become the leader so soon. If you die, then I, who is second in seniority in the Akatsuki, would have to take that position, right? I don't want that. Yakura rolled his eyes. At that moment, a cold golden sand filled with endless killing intent suddenly attacked. Boom! Yakura hugged Nagato and dodged to the side. His earlier tenderness replaced by a cold expression as he shouted at Rasha, "You rude beast. Is this how you treat your savior? I will never let you disturb the sand village." Rasha was determined to label Yakura and the others as enemies, and without a word, continued to manipulate the sand to attack. Not only that, he also commanded the surrounding sand ninjas, "Everyone listen up. Kill these 2 criminals who threaten the sand village, regardless of the consequences." However, upon hearing this, no one moved. Everyone appeared very hesitant. After all, just a minute ago, one of these so-called criminals had just saved the sand village. Furthermore, the other person was clearly the previously fallen Yakura. It seems your orders are ineffective, Rasha. It's truly embarrassing for a wind shadow to reach this level. I advise you to resign early. Otherwise, be careful of being secretly taken out later. Yakura said mockingly. Are my words no longer effective? Rasha's anger surged. Yakura is already dead. These 2 are sent by hostile forces. Not only did they destroy our village, but they also put on a good show. Would you rather trust these unknown individuals than trust me, who has worked diligently day and night for the sand village? Rasha was clearly furious, his face dark and spitting as he spoke. Lord Windshadow has said enough. These 2 are of unknown origin, at least. Let's control them first. If you truly are Lord Yakura, please do not resist. Everything will be fine once we clarify the situation. The surrounding sand ninjas gradually began to move, surrounding Yakura and Nagato layer by layer. It seems I've died for quite a while. You've all forgotten my title. Yakura smiled lightly, already prepared mentally to kill these people. Attack. Use all your strength to kill these 2 criminals. Rasha waved his hand, and the golden sand condensed into a long spear, stabbing towards Yakura and Nagato. Clang! Just then, a light sound rang out, and a sharp blade light suddenly filled everyone's eyes, causing them to break out in goosebumps. Whoosh! The hard golden spear was sliced open like tofu, and the blade light appeared before Rasha in an instant. He widened his eyes, barely able to gather the yellow sand in front of himself. Thud! Blood splattered. Rasha's body fell backward, a deep, bone-visible wound in his chest. Rasha, who gave you the courage to attack the Akatsuki, who came to assist? Among the yellow sand, several figures gradually became clear in front of the many sand ninjas. However, these individuals all wore masks, making it impossible to see their faces. One of them held a ninja sword, clearly the one who had just delivered that blade strike. One strike injured Lord Wind Shadow. The sand ninjas felt a chill in their hearts, and as Qiye and the others approached, they continuously retreated, completely afraid to act recklessly. Qiye, you guys came so quickly? Nagato quickly stood up from Yakura's arms, his body nimble, showing no signs of weakness from before. Seeing this, Yakura couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. We'll talk about this later. Qiye rubbed Nagato's shoulder, smiling but with a somewhat meaningful tone. Nagato shrank his neck, his state instantly deflating. At this time, Rasha had slowly gotten up from the ground, gritting his teeth and asking, "Who exactly are you? Don't you know our identity? Don't tell me those sand ninjas who participated in the daimyo meeting didn't inform you about Yakura's current situation?" Qiye stared at him and said flatly, "Now she is a member of the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. I remember that the sand ninjas who escorted the daimyo of the Land of Wind were Elder Chiyo, Maki, Yashimaru, and Kankuro. Such important intelligence about the Akatsuki members. Don't tell me Lord Windshadow is unaware." Chapter 144. Even if knowing there's a pit, Rasha must step in. Upon hearing this, Rasha was at a loss for words. He certainly knew that Yakura was still alive, but it was precisely because of this that he feared that the things he had done would be exposed. If that were the case, Although he wouldn't be immediately removed from his position as Wind Shadow, things would surely become very difficult for him in the future. Thus, when Rasha saw Yakura appear, he immediately had the mindset to eliminate her. As for Nagato, he was indeed not very clear. The intelligence regarding the Land of Rain had been personally conveyed to Rasha by Qiye, and while he knew that there was a special department called the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, he lacked more specific information. Thinking of this, Rasha slightly turned his head, only to find that Qiye had already disappeared. Clearly, after confirming that the village's crisis was resolved, that old guy had gone back. Damn Qiye. Rasha was sure that not informing him of important intelligence was a deliberate act on her part, and she had likely been waiting for Yakura to arrive. Did this old guy want to support Yakura back to power? At this moment, Rasha's mind was in turmoil, with all sorts of ominous thoughts arising in his mind. However, he guessed wrong once again. In fact, Qiye had entrusted Kankuro to compile complete information, just as she had done before, and submitted it to the Wind Shadow's office. But now, Rasha was somewhat arrogant. As the village gradually developed and grew stronger, and he successfully controlled the One Tail, he had developed greater ambitions. Just like when the Land of Rain faced the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Although the Wind Country represented by Rasha had formed an alliance with the Land of Rain, he had no intention of providing any support. Instead, he saw this as an opportunity to weaken the strength of the Land of Rain, hoping to become the leader in this alliance. One should not forget the well digger when drinking water. Rasha's thoughts were clearly overreaching. He was like a novice who thought he was very capable, only to realize outside that he could not defeat anyone. Qiye was the first to realize this issue, but now Rasha was already the Wind Shadow, and it was not appropriate for her to interfere too much in his affairs. Moreover, her grandson had been missing for so many years. In other words, Qiye had already developed a mindset of lying flat, and her feelings for the village were not the same as when she was younger. I'm sorry. This time the situation is serious. Our sand village has encountered an attack from an unknown force. In a moment of desperation, I made the wrong choice. At this point, Rasha could no longer be stubborn, sincerely apologizing to Qiye and the others. So it really is Lord Yakura? How could Lord Yakura end up in the Land of Rain? It's been so many years since we last met. Lord Yakura has become even more beautiful. The surrounding sand ninjas were discussing among themselves, their expressions somewhat strange. Only a few dozen people, including Luo Sha, knew the inside story at the time, and they were basically the heads of various families, making it impossible for them to leak the truth of the matter. Is it just an apology? Members of the Akatsuki traveled such a long distance to assist the sand village, and yet you actively attacked them. That is really disheartening, said Qiye with a smile that was not quite a smile. Luo Sha gritted his teeth. I am willing to compensate for the losses in my personal capacity. What do you say? How much should he pay? Qiye turned to look at Yekong and Nagato. Nagato stepped forward, pointing at Luo Sha, and said sternly, I don't want him to pay money. I just need him to tell the truth from back then. Yekong's past should not be buried under false lies. Hearing this, Qiye was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Nagato to show such a strong side for Yekong. Is this the power of love? Luo Sha's expression darkened. Such a demand would be better served by killing him outright. Yekong also didn't expect Nagato to say such words. She felt a warmth in her heart, grasping Nagato's hand and saying, there's no need for that. Before I came back, I did fantasize about what my mindset would be like if I returned to the village, and I did want to come back once. But now it seems it's nothing more than that. Let the past be the past, I no longer care. Thinking back, the time I spent with you in the Land of Rain was the most relaxed and enjoyable time in my life. Perhaps meeting you is my little fortune. This statement left Nagato in a daze, unable to think. Yekong smiled at Qiye and then pulled him aside. Yunlu gave Yekong a thumbs up. Mingyu took out paper and pen, quickly jotting down what Yekong had just said, while Abito stroked his chin with his right hand, lost in thought. Qiye looked back at Luo Sha and said, since Yekong herself doesn't care much, I believe you also want to put this matter to rest completely. So here rests the deal. As compensation for Yekong and Nagato's mental distress, for 5 million Ryo, and for the labor dispatch fee for this incident, 5 million Ryo. Adding it all together, I'll just round it off to a total of 10 million Ryo. What? Luo Sha couldn't help but shout angrily. Don't go too far. The Land of Wind has a treaty with you. Don't you fear that other countries in the alliance will feel cold about this? Oh, so, we signed a treaty. Qiye spoke with obvious sarcasm. Luo Sha was instantly left speechless, suddenly recalling that when the Land of Rain was threatened by the Earth and Fire countries, the other allies had gone, but the Sand Village did not. Gritting his teeth, Luo Sha forced himself to say, 10 million Rio is too much. I can't possibly come up with that much money. You can't come up with it, but the sand village has money, right? Your village needs to be rebuilt, doesn't it? We, the Land of Rain, will take on this project. Not only will we redesign and plan for you, but we'll also use the latest anti-sandstorm strategies. Qiye said calmly in front of him. When the time comes, all the funds will be placed in the contract, and no one will notice. Even if you can't come up with this money temporarily, we also provide loan services, and I will introduce you to a big business later. I guarantee you'll make a profit. Hearing this, Luo Sha's expression changed unpredictably. He didn't believe Qiye's words at all. There must be a huge pitfall in it. But now that it had come to this, it seemed there was no other option. As Qiye said, the sand village needed to be rebuilt, and without external help, it would be very difficult. Handing it all over to the Land of Rain could be an option, but the expenses would definitely not be small. In his mind, Luo Sha thought he could work overtime to dig up some gold sand and apply to the daimyo for part of it, and then find a loan from the Land of Rain for the rest. With that thought, Luo Sha nodded and finally agreed. A wise decision. Qiye nodded and then said, in a few days, someone will come to negotiate regarding this matter. As a gift for this contract, we will help clear away that pile of garbage outside the village for free. Chapter 145 news spreads after saying that. Qiye didn't want to stay here for another moment and turned to leave with his people. Arriving at the entrance of the sand village, looking at the scattered fortress parts around, Qiye said, come on, let's get to work, collect all of these and let Obito put them into space. If I had known, I wouldn't have broken it. Hearing this request, Nagato felt a bit frustrated. After some busy work, the scattered debris on the ground was collected and then put into Obito's space. This also left Obito feeling speechless. He really couldn't understand what use this pile of junk was. Did they think his space was a garbage dump? Qiye was not doing this out of kindness to help the sand village pick up trash. After all, these were part of the products of the Sky Ninja technology. Taking them back to the research center, they might be able to uncover something useful or learn some technology from them. Just like the train before. Didn't they bring it back from the Land of Snow for research before improving and producing it? After returning to the Land of Rain, Qiye immediately sent someone to the sand village to discuss related cooperation matters. After all, there was a large sum of money waiting for him to earn. Besides rebuilding the sand village, there were other businesses as well, such as a new type of desert soil conditioner, which they would definitely be very interested in. Additionally, the agricultural products previously prepared for tropical regions could also be introduced to the Land of Wind at this opportunity. If all goes well, the Land of Wind would completely become a large farm for Qiye in the future. Although it wouldn't exploit the Land of Wind, it would be impossible for them to completely turn things around. Is this a bit too extreme? After learning of Qiye's plan, MeetsHis said hesitantly. In his view, the economic lifeline of the Land of Wind would basically be fully controlled. MeetsHis was a bit worried that if this continued, one day, Luo Sha would turn against them. Is that how you think? Qiye smiled and said, there is nothing extreme about it. After all, they were the ones who were unkind first. Even if they know they can't turn things around in the future, Luo Sha can only endure it unless he wants to meet an early death. Everything has already been placed in the research center for you. If there is nothing else, I'll head back to the Mist Village first. The Sea Lantern Festival over there is still waiting for me to host. Obito said goodbye to Qiye and disappeared from the office. Time passed slowly, and while the people in the ninja world were still immersed in the information about the Sea Lantern Festival held in the Land of Water, two explosive pieces of news suddenly emerged. The fourth Hokage of the Land of Fire's Konoha Ninja Village and the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails both perished. No one knows what happened. The Nine Tails suddenly broke free from its seal and wreaked havoc in Konoha, causing immense damage. The other piece of news was that the Sky Ninja, which had been active during the Second Shinobi World War, reappeared and almost completely destroyed the Sand Village. Now, the Sand Village has turned into ruins, and the reconstruction work is being handled by the Land of Rain. These two shocking pieces of news instantly left everyone in the ninja world in shock. What's going on? The Sky Ninja, which was annihilated during the Second Shinobi World War, has reappeared and even attacked the Sand Village? That is not all. How did the Nine Tails from Konoha get loose? Isn't their sealing technique the strongest in the ninja world? In an instant, a large number of ninjas were rushing around the world, seeking news about the Sand Village and Konoha. Soon they confirmed that the information was true. However, both Konoha and the Sand Village, after this disaster, were not as weak as imagined. Although their village was destroyed, their remaining forces still existed. Because of this, the originally restless Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja temporarily suppressed their thoughts. In a secluded cave at the border of the Land of Fire, several men dressed in black gathered. Are we really having a meeting in such a dark and damp place again? Kankuro with green bean-like eyes said, his voice flat, revealing no emotion. There's no helping it. These are extraordinary times. Even though everyone's strength is considerable, it's better to be cautious, Black Zetsu said with a grim expression. He continued, currently, Many is recuperating in the family, preparing for the second phase of action. We also need to start our new plan. The first step is still to gather wealth. This part can be managed by Kankuro, and we also need to recruit more like-minded individuals. This great plan cannot be completed with just a few of us. My subordinate, the empty Nin, will provide excellent fighting power. With a twisted expression, as if experiencing some painful memories, Shin grinned. But now that the stronghold has been destroyed, we need to find a temporary place to stay. What about the land of rice? When I scouted there earlier, the environment seemed quite good, and there are no ninja villages present. We could build a village there like the 5 great nations, which sounds great. Vortex White Zetsu chuckled, his face filled with longing, clearly expressing his eagerness for this idea. Build a ninja village. Black Zetsu's heart stirred. It seemed this idea could work. Since his actions had already been detected by the descendants of his 2 older brothers, there was no need to do these things secretly anymore. They could simply bring them to light. As long as they could find a way to develop, gather the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and retrieve the Rinnegan, they would meet all the necessary conditions for 6 paths level power. At that time, they could make many the 10 tails Jinchuriki and unleash infinite Tsukuyami to save their mother. After contemplating the overall plan in his heart, Black Zetsu said, this proposal is good, but let's not be too high profile. Let's proceed in secret. White Zetsu will be responsible for scouting the base. Kankuro will handle the finances, and Scorpion and Shin, you both keep an eye on the rogue ninjas for various villages. There might be partners among them. As for me, I will coordinate and contact many. After the meeting, the group dispersed. Meanwhile, in Konoha Ninja Village, it was drizzling that day, and everyone temporarily paused their reconstruction work, dressed in plain clothes, holding flowers with heavy hearts as they headed to the memorial stone. The event of the 9 Tails night a few days ago had resulted in the deaths of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, as well as many ninjas and civilians, leaving a lasting pain for many. It was said that the demon fox that attacked the village had been sealed by the 4th Hokage and had turned into an infant. Then why not just kill it? I don't know. The 3rd Hokage has kindly decided to adopt it, which I find hard to understand. This is too absurd. Outside the streets, such discussions frequently arose. It was unclear when the news began circulating throughout Konoha that the child adopted by the 3rd Hokage was actually the demon fox in disguise. Chapter 146. Danzo's scheme, perhaps considering Konoha's current situation, to prevent the news of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki from leaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just regained the position of Hokage, decided to conceal the true identity of Minato's orphan. Originally named Namikaze Naruto, the child's current name was Uzumaki Naruto, and he was temporarily fostered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. Bang! Inside the root base, Danzo, with a grim expression, smashed the table in front of him with a palm, his anger almost palpable. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man who is already past his prime. How dare he still occupy the position of Hokage? Those 2 damned old men too. Can't they see that I'm the strongest among them? At that moment, Danzo's emotions were complex. Anger, resentment, bitterness. All negative feelings gathered in his heart. The composure he usually maintained collapsed after failing to secure the Hokage position, and he retreated to his personal room to vent. Upon hearing about Minato Namikaze's unexpected death, Danzo had felt quite excited. In current Konoha, there was no one more suited to the position of Hokage than himself. As the root of Konoha, holding significant power, and with considerable strength, he was dedicated to serving Konoha. One could say that in terms of politics and methods, Danzo was not lacking at all, even surpassing the late Minato. But that damn Sarutobi Hiruzen actually used the excuse of having been the 3rd Hokage, claiming more experience to reject Danzo's proposal to become the 5th Hokage, and he planned to continue serving as the 3rd Hokage. What was even more infuriating was that the other 2 old men actually agreed with this reason. Thinking of this, Danzo felt rage surging again, and despite the hot weather, he felt a chill all over. Was there no law in Konoha? Why could Hiruzen sit in the Hokage position while Danzo could not? The more he thought, the angrier he became. Danzo decided not to use direct means to seize the Hokage position from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He would do something different. That night, it was definitely the Uchiha clan controlling the 9 Tails. He didn't expect the effects of the Mangeki Sharingan to be so useful. It seemed he needed to find a way to target the Uchiha. It would be best to provoke a rebellion among the Uchiha, thus weakening Hiruzen's power while also seizing the opportunity to study the Uchiha's eyes. With this in mind, Danzo left the small room and called out, "Someone, go find Orochimaru for me." Soon, Orochimaru, with a faint smile on his face, appeared in the root base, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Lord Danzo, if you summon me regarding the Senju cells, there's already been significant progress. I have successfully created one, and perhaps soon, I will be able to deliver this person to you." Danzo was slightly taken aback. He had called Orochimaru to inquire about his views on the Uchiha clan and his understanding of the Sharingan. He didn't expect to receive such a surprise. His tone softened a bit as he asked, "Orochimaru, what do you know about the Uchiha clan Sharingan?" Orochimaru was also taken aback, surprised that Danzo was not asking about wood release. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "As one of Konoha's two great eye technique clans, it is said that once the Uchiha's eyes awaken, their power can be exponentially enhanced. They can see through many illusions and even replicate their opponent's movements and ninjutsu. However, the awakening of the Uchiha clan's eyes is often accompanied by hatred and sorrow. They gain these powers at the cost of losing something else." At this time, Orochimaru had not yet encountered Uchiha Itachi's dimensional attack on the illusion level, so he did not regard the Sharingan highly and even held some disdain for it. To make the eyes evolve stronger, one must personally experience the pain of losing comrades, which was too great a price to pay. Orochimaru had experienced much of this pain in the past, and he no longer felt much about it. It was precisely because of those past experiences that he wanted to create a ninjutsu that could grant immortality. After all, the human body always has limits. If he could achieve immortality, even if he had to abandon this stinky flesh, Orochimaru would be willing. The Uchiha clan is not as simple as you think. Danzo wore a mysterious expression and continued, "In the coming period, in addition to continuing to research the Senju cells, I will send you some Uchiha individuals. Carefully study their eyes. I want detailed data reports." Orochimaru, receiving the order, nodded and turned to leave the root base. It seemed Lord Danzo had also fallen into madness, planning to target the Uchiha. But what could have prompted him to develop such an idea? The instincts of the researcher made Orochimaru curious about this issue. "Forget it. It's none of my business. The old tree of Konoha has become increasingly decayed. Anyway, the data has been tested quite thoroughly, so it's time to find a new place." Murmuring to himself, Orochimaru gradually walked away. He never intended to spend his whole life in Konoha. After all, most of his research was related to human bodies, and he could hardly get support in Konoha openly. It was only because Danzo continuously provided financial and material support from behind the scenes that Orochimaru had these resources. However, over the years, he had also amassed a considerable fortune, collecting a large number of precious experimental instruments and data, so moving to another country would not be a problem. At that time, he would go to the land of rice. Orochimaru had already planned to build a village there. On the silent street, Noera Rin, who had just finished paying respects to her teacher with Kakashi, was walking home alone. Suddenly, she frowned and glanced towards the woods behind her, saying, "Come out. Ishi has already noticed you. Your relationship with the tailed beast is surprisingly pleasant, I see." The figure of Shichiya appeared in front of Noera Rin, wearing a faint smile. "Who are you?" Noera Rin became instantly alert, influenced by her surroundings. She had fully realized what kind of existence she was and knew that Jinchuriki could sometimes become targets coveted by other ninja villages. So, upon discovering that Shichiya was someone she had never seen before, Noera Rin naturally heightened her vigilance. "Who am I? In a sense, I should be considered your savior," Shichiya said while throwing a photo to her. This one happened to be a full body shot of her with a little belly, taken after he helped Noera Rin seal the three tails. "This is..." Noera Rin's expression changed, and she continued, "So it was you who helped me seal the beast inside me? Why did you do that? Because if you died, someone will be very sad." Shichiya smiled, having initially let her lower her guard, then stepped forward and took out a stack of photos. Chapter 147. Conversation. These were the social death photos he had made Obito take back then. Obito had gone from being forced to reluctant, and finally to getting used to it. "Is this Obito? Didn't T die? Did you save him? Why isn't T?" He returned to the village. At this moment, Noera Rin's expression grew even more excited as she flipped through the photos, firing off questions in quick succession. Although Obito looked a bit strange in the photos, from his increasingly mature appearance, he should still be alive. "Yes, it is Obito. Although I saved him, everything comes at a cost. My name is Shichiya. I'm a merchant. I saved Obito, and he serves me in return. It's a fair trade. As for you, at this point, Shichiya paused and said, the three tails inside you is also sealed by me, including the technique that was placed on your heart at the beginning. I also lifted that. The reason I did this was because of Obito's request, to ensure your survival. He made another deal with me, so until his debt is repaid. He is not a free man. Obito. Noera Rin looked at the photos in her hand, tears streaming down her face, and asked, you can't find me today because you have a request, right? What can I do? Miss Noera, you wouldn't want Obito to work himself to exhaustion every day just to pay off his debts, while being forced to do things he absolutely dislikes, would you? Shichiya said with a mischievous smile, pointing at the photo in her hand. Noera Rin nodded and said, if he owes you a lot of money, I can help pay it back. However, Shichiya pressed down on her attempt to take out her wallet and said, there's no need to be so troublesome. All I need is for you to communicate more with the tailed beast inside you and let your strength grow. Here is a training scroll. You can practice according to it. Try to make yourself stronger. Don't always dwell on the past and regret. After tossing out a scroll, Shichiya left. He is very strong. A few minutes later, Ishii inside Noera Rin reminded her of something. The three tails Ishii was originally a docile tailed beast, content to stay in one place, and it didn't matter much to be trapped inside someone else. It just meant sleeping. As long as it wasn't beaten every day, that was already a pretty good choice. So while in Noera Rin, Ishii never caused trouble, and even when bored, would actively communicate with its host. Do you also feel scared? Noera Rin touched her belly. Of course. Strong people hitting us tailed beasts is like hitting a sandbag. Although we want to die, it still hurts. Although tailed beasts seem very strong in your eyes, there were two people in the past who could play with us at will. Recalling these things, Ishii inside Noera Rin couldn't help but tremble and continued. Even the most arrogant Ninetales could only be held down and hammered by those two men. So you must be careful of that person named Shichiya. I can feel that the amount of chakra inside him is enormous. A person like that is definitely not weak. In short, just be careful. Getting beaten is very painful. After parting with Noera Rin, Shichiya went to find Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi had just finished battling with Minoru, who had nearly beaten him to death with overwhelming firepower. Although lightning release restrained earth release, Minoru's speed at full power made Kakashi feel quite challenged. Your dynamic vision training is somewhat lacking, and it seems you haven't practiced lightning release chakra mode, Shichiya said. Kakashi panted, you left too many scrolls, sword techniques. 8 gates, none of them are easy. Is that so? Shichiya smiled, taking out another copy of the Obito photo book and handing it to him. Then, it was similar to what he said before, telling Kakashi how to work hard so that he could protect his friends when disaster struck. Now Obito is carrying a heavy burden for everyone. Can you still afford to enjoy peaceful days in Konoha? Although Kakashi had not been negligent in his training, Shichiya just wanted to push them a little more. Otherwise, how could the employees under him truly become strong? If Kakashi and his excellent team could rise, Shichiya wouldn't have to run around so hard. He could just give a shout when something needed to be done. Holding the photos, Kakashi continued training without saying a word. Next, Shichiya and the others stayed in Konoha for a while longer. When they left, they took with them letters that Kakashi and Rin specially wrote for Obito. During this time, Minoru spent the remaining time playing a realistic simulation game, Tail Action 2, Konoha Pervert. Time passed quickly, and soon it was July of the 52nd year of Konoha. Nearly a year had passed since the Ninetales Night incident, and all the destroyed buildings had been completely rebuilt. The entire Konoha was revitalized, as if nothing had ever happened. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a baby bottle falling to the ground, the cries of a child echoed. You damn fox! Can't you be quiet while drinking milk? You might as well starve to death. Amidst the woman's angry scolding, the room was filled with banging sounds. After tidying everything up, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman walked out, suppressing her anger. She approached the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, Third Lord, I'm sorry, but I really can't take on this job. This child, transformed from the demon fox, is simply too unbearable and completely incompatible with us. Third Lord, please find another nanny. Well, thank you for your hard work during this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette, and through the open door, he saw Naruto sitting on the floor, crying in front of an overturned baby bottle. White milk spilled on the ground, steaming up a lot of heat. Uzumaki Naruto cried for a while, then turned his head and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen walking in, his eyes filled with curiosity. Lord Third Hokage, Kakashi Hatake and Rin Noera wish to see you. A masked Umbun ninja suddenly appeared and said, Understood, let them wait for me in the Hokage office. Closing the door tightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the house. In the Hokage office, Kakashi Itaki and Rin Noera were already waiting there. Kakashi was holding a book with an extremely enticing cover that looked inappropriate at first glance, and he was engrossed in reading it. Rin stood upright, and the room felt a bit quiet. Click! The door was pushed open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. Looking at the two and smiling, Kakashi, I heard you've made a lot of progress in your strength recently. If you're interested, you can train in the Umbu. Rin, are you still accustomed to being the Jinchuriki? If you have any needs in life, feel free to tell me. Chapter 148. Rhythm. Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances. And Kakashi closed the book and spoke. Lord Hokage, with my current strength, it's clear that I'm not qualified for the important role of an Umbu ninja. After Kakashi finished speaking, Rin continued. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I'm doing well. Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue speaking, Rin immediately added. This time we came to see you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi and I still hope to take care of the teacher's child. There have been rumors in the village saying that Naruto is a transformed demon fox, and everyone despises him. So we are worried that the babysitter you find might treat Naruto maliciously. Yes, Kakashi nodded seriously and said, so, Lord Hokage, let me and Rin take care of Naruto. Smoking away, with smoke swirling around, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly said, you are still too young. Both of you are single and have no experience in taking care of children. Therefore, I cannot agree to this. Naruto will be well taken care of here. He is Minato's child, and I will definitely not mistreat him. You can rest assured about that. As if he had anticipated the response, Kakashi immediately said, in that case, at least let Rin and me take care of him one day a week. We are the teacher's disciples, and now that the teacher is gone, we should do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze slightly darkened. He knew that if he refused them again, he wouldn't be able to justify it, so he could only nod in agreement. All right, you can come and spend time with him on the last day of each week. But do not disclose any information. You should understand the implications. Yes, Lord Hokage, then we will take our leave. Nodding, Kakashi and Rin turned to leave the Hokage office. Minato really raised two good disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and then said, bring Huizi in. Yes. A figure flashed in the room. Soon, a somewhat delicate-looking woman appeared in the office. Her name was Sarutobi Huizi. Her husband, Sarutobi Dairo, was originally responsible for part of the Sarutobi clan's business. But recently he was caught by Sarutobi Hiruzen for some embezzlement issues. Huizi, I hope you could take care of Naruto. Just manage his daily life, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Huizi's eyes widened instantly, and she gritted her teeth. What? You want me to take care of that demon fox? Lord Bawako died at the hands of the demon fox. I won't go. Huizi, you and T want anything to happen to your husband, right? In the smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was somewhat blurred as he slowly said, as long as you accept this task, I could be lenient regarding your husband's matter. Such a huge temptation instantly made Huizi waver. She hesitated for a moment and ultimately made up her mind to nod. All right, I agree. Despite her immense reluctance to take care of the child transformed from a demon fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered too much. The Uchiha clan, one of the prominent families in Konoha, had now been forced to move to the outskirts of the village. Ever since that night of the Nine Tails after Minato died, the trust of Konoha's upper echelons in the Uchiha had dropped to freezing point. Although they hadn't been treated harshly, the act of forcing them to move to the village's outskirts created a lot of gloom in their hearts. Fugaku sat in the living room with a dark expression. After inquiring from various sources, he understood the reason behind all this. It turned out that the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal was actually manipulated by someone. There were not many who could control the power of the Nine Tails, and one of them was the Manjiki Sharingan from their own clan. With his eyes flashing, Fugaku's three tomo slowly rotated, and many suggestions from his clan members flashed through his mind. Clan leader, Konoha has gone too far. Let us just kill them all. Let us become Hokage ourselves. Fugaku, we Uchiha have a considerable number of clan members who can awaken the Sharingan. We don't need to worry about battle strength. Why should the Uchiha clan bow to others? With a knife in hand, follow the clan leader and kill Sarutobi Hiruzen to seize the Hokage position. Under high pressure, countless members of the Uchiha clan were on the verge of madness. In recent days, they were unwelcome wherever they went. Although they were part of the Konoha's police force, very few people respected them, and instead, they were met with disdain. If someone were to make a list of the most hated figures in Konoha, the first would undoubtedly be the Demon Fox, and the second would be the Uchiha clan. Because of this, there have been several conflicts between the Uchiha clan and others recently. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. This is troublesome, Fugaka sighed, reaching out to touch the table in front of him. He had also thought about flipping the table, but the cost was too great. If things went wrong, the Uchiha clan would end up like the Senju and Uzumaki clans did in the past. Father. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha walked in, respectfully bowing to Fugaku. There was a slight smile in the corner of his eye, seemingly in a good mood. Itachi, you've been spending a lot of time with Izumi lately. Haven't you? Fugaku turned around, looking at his eldest son with a serious expression. Itachi was slightly taken aback and then replied, yes. I want to restrict your thoughts, but you must understand that the current Uchiha is like floating duckweed in a storm, and if we're not careful, we could be completely destroyed by the raging waves. As my child, Itachi, I have high hopes for you. Fugaku's tone was not harsh, but to Itachi, it felt incredibly heavy. He was originally a sensitive person and had already sensed the restless emotions of some clan members, as well as Konoha's attitude towards the Uchiha. I understand, father. Calming his expression, Itachi respectfully bowed again and then withdrew. He glanced at little Sasuke, then picked up his ninja tools and turned ahead to the training ground. After meeting Izumi, Itachi felt that he had been living too comfortably lately. If he were an ordinary Uchiha child, perhaps he could continue like this. But, fire release. Great fireball technique. In the silent training ground, only a lonely figure was practicing there. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest, and a delicate face suddenly sprang out. So this is where you are, Itachi. I've been looking for you for half a day. Uchiha Izumi approached cheerfully, holding 2 skewers of dumplings. In her gem-like eyes, a tadpole-like Sharingan was clearly visible. You've activated your Sharingan? Itachi paused his movements, slightly surprised. A kind elder has passed away. Speaking of this, Uchiha Izumi's expression darkened slightly. Chapter 149, Uchiha Itachi's Long Dream. However, she quickly returned to normal and handed over a string of 3-color dumplings. Here. What are you doing here? Didn't we agree to go out shopping together this afternoon if we had nothing to do? Uchiha Izumi sat next to Itachi, eating the dumplings in her hand. Itachi held a dumpling, gazing into her eyes a bit lost in thought before saying, I might not have that much time in the future. I need to work harder on my training. Work harder again. Uchiha Izumi pouted. You're already so strong and a genius. Please give us ordinary people a chance to live. If you're a genius, you shouldn't still be unable to awaken the Sharingan at this point. At this point, a flicker of disappointment passed through Itachi's eyes, but was quickly concealed. The sweet dumpling in his mouth also improved his mood quite a bit. I'd rather not have a Sharingan. I've heard that every clan member who awakens it does, so, because they're stimulated by anger or sadness. That is not a good thing. Gaining the power of a Sharingan means losing something. I hate that. Uchiha Izumi puffed her cheeks and chewed the dumpling vigorously. Surprised that she could say such astonishing words, Itachi looked into her eyes once more, unsure of what to think. Why are you staring at my eyes? Do you want them? Although I don't like the Sharingan, unfortunately, I can't give it to you. Putting the last dumpling in her mouth, Uchiha Izumi stood up, patted her clothes, and stretched. With Itachi's abilities, awakening his own Sharingan shouldn't be too difficult, but I hope that day never comes. All right, I'm off. Now that you've decided to work hard, you have to keep it up? Okay? See you at school tomorrow. After saying that, Uchiha Izumi skipped away. Reluctantly eating the last dumpling, Itachi lay on the ground, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling a bit dazed. Humans are fragile, and human fate is equally unstable. Even a powerful clan like the Uchiha can be on the brink of destruction. Even a strong ninja village like Konoha could fall apart if not careful, perishing in the flames of war. Closing his eyes, Itachi recalled the scenes he experienced on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, when his father took him there. He never wanted to go through that bloody chaos again or witness it. If he didn't want the Uchiha and Konoha to become enemies, he could only strive to become stronger to resolve the conflicts between both sides. At the very least, he needed to reach the strength of his brother Shursui. Opening his eyes, Itachi's gaze was incredibly resolute. However, just as he got up, he noticed a man standing in front of him, a young man, very handsome, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Who are you? Itachi jumped back like a startled cat, cautiously drawing a kunai and pointing it at the man. My name is Shichiya, and I am a merchant. Shichiya spoke calmly, expressing that he meant no harm before continuing, due to certain events. I have come today to make an investment. Investment? The young Uchiha Itachi didn't quite understand what the other meant, frowning with a puzzled look. Yes, the Uchiha's current situation is quite dire. I assent to it. If it continues, destruction is just a matter of time. As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, I believe you wouldn't want to see such a situation unfold. That is why I came to you. Shichiya slowly said, I don't even have a Sharingan. I don't think I'm worthy of your investment. Uchiha Itachi still didn't let down his guard. Shichiya smiled lightly, sitting on the ground. That's for you to think. I'm a merchant. I have my own criteria for judging whether an investment is worthwhile. If that's the case, then let us get started. Wait. Just as Uchiha Itachi reached out his hand, he suddenly found the man's figure had bizarrely disappeared. He vanished from sight without a trace, as if he had never existed. Huh. Uchiha Itachi suddenly sat up from the ground, opening his eyes and looking around. It was just a dream. Did I accidentally fall asleep just now? Murmuring to himself, Itachi tossed away the bamboo stick in his hand and began a new round of training. Time passed day by day, and the angry voices within the clan grew louder. Itachi also noticed that his father's emotions were becoming increasingly unstable, even though he had worked himself to the limit. His father's gaze towards him was filled with disappointment because he still hadn't awakened to Sharingan to prevent irreparable damage to Konoha due to the clan's rebellion. Uchiha Itachi resolutely stood with Konoha, advocating for a peaceful solution to the conflicts between the clan and Konoha. Eventually, the Uchiha clan split. The radical faction led by his father decided to rebel and fight Konoha to the death. At this point, Itachi, who had already attained the strength of a Nin, had to lead a few moderate members to confront his father. Itachi, you've disappointed me greatly. Completely disappointed. Uchiha Fugaka looked at him, his three Tomo eyes devoid of any emotion. Itachi felt extremely complicated inside and said solemnly, Father, engaging in a decisive battle with Konoha will only harm our clan members and Konoha's ninjas. It is completely unnecessary casualties. If we do this, the Uchiha will not only bear the stigma, but other forces will surely attack, causing Konoha to fall into war once again. So I implore you, Father. Peaceful communication is the only way to save the Uchiha. Rebellion has no way out. Utterly foolish. Itachi, don't forget you also bear the Uchiha name. Have you already chosen Konoha's side? How could I raise such a worthless dog like you? Fugaka scolded, drawing the blade behind him. The battle was about to erupt. In the midst of the tension, before the radical faction could even rebel, they clashed violently with the moderates. In the midst of countless casualties, Uchiha Fugaka fell under Itachi's blade. Patricide, Itachi had personally killed his father, temporarily halting the radical faction's rebellion. But he felt no satisfaction or relief. Instead, he felt an overwhelming emptiness. Returning home drenched in blood, his mother, Uchiha Makoto, had already committed suicide. It seemed she had learned of the father-son conflict. Neither side could accept such an outcome. Itachi stood in front of his mother's corpse, his heart in chaos. Did I really do the wrong thing? No, it shouldn't be like this. I did this only to prevent a civil war between the clan and Konoha. Peace is hard-earned. I can't let Konoha fall into war. Now that Sasuke is still at the ninja school, I'll have to delay his school dismissal and then find a way to explain. With this thought, Itachi changed his clothes and turned to leave the clan. Chapter 150, Uchiha Itachi's Long Dream 2. Arriving at the Hokage's office. The four most powerful members of Konoha's upper echelons were present. Itachi reported the events happening within the clan. You did well, Itachi. Rebellion will yield no results. Under Konoha's suppression, the Uchiha clan will only bring about their own destruction. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nodded, affirming his recent actions. At this point, Danzo stood up and coldly said, If that's the case, then I'll handle the follow-up work. Follow-up work? Itachi's expression changed in shock as he hurriedly asked, What are you going to do? The Uchiha clan is too arrogant, even harboring thoughts of betraying Konoha. This is an extremely unstable situation for Konoha. The radicals cannot be spared. Only by eliminating them can we suppress such rebellious thoughts when the Uchiha clan's numbers are insufficient. Danzo said coldly, What? This is not what we agreed upon back then. Itachi exclaimed. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his back as two kunai pierced his body. Unbeknownst to him, two masked Umbu shinobi had appeared behind him, attacking the unprepared Uchiha Itachi. Why? Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. For Konoha, any unstable elements must be eliminated. In times of peace, the Uchiha clan does not need to have so many members. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood up, walking out from behind his desk towards Uchiha Itachi while speaking in a deep voice. The Uchiha, renowned like the Senju clan, should gradually fade away just like they did through intermarriage with outsiders. Blood splattered as the kunai went deeper. I am Sore. Izumi, I am Sore. Sasuke. With darkness closing in on him, Itachi's consciousness began to blur as he collapsed on the ground. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi suddenly sat up from the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as he opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The training ground was silent, and the bamboo skewer in his hand reminded him that he had just been eating dango with Izumi. It was just a dream. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Wiping the sweat from his face, Itachi felt a lingering fear and decided to skip resting, quickly getting up to train. Years passed, and what troubled Itachi the most was that the dream he had years ago seemed to be slowly coming true. Despite his efforts, even joining the Umbu, he still couldn't resolve the conflict between his clan and Konoha. His father wanted him to act as a spy, stealing information from Konoha, while the third Hokage also wanted him to act as a spy, monitoring the Uchiha clan's movements. As a double agent, Itachi felt his mind becoming a bit hazy. What was even more painful was that, despite having the strength of a Jonin, he still hadn't awakened his Sharingan. Was it true, as the document said, that one must experience great mental shock, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, to awaken the Sharingan? But Itachi hoped such things would never happen. Whether it was his father, his mother, Izumi, Sasuke, or even Shui, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Itachi, let's eat 5-color dango today. I've been wanting to eat this for a long time. This unique recipe is only available from the Heian Trading Company, and I've heard that the Land of Rain has had these dango for a long time. Now that I've grown up, Izumi Uchiha, who has become graceful, approached Itachi with a few skewers of dango, smiling brightly. They've improved the recipe now, adding dragon fruit and mango flavors. I wonder what those fruits taste like. Have you tried them, Itachi? As she handed him 2 skewers of dango, Izumi chattered like a little sprite in Itachi's ear. In her gem-like bright eyes, the once 1-tomo Sharingan had now transformed into a 3-tomo. Thank you, Izumi, but I'm not hungry. Itachi held the dango, the weight of his worries leaving him no appetite, even though he really liked this food. Izumi Uchiha sat beside him, swinging her legs and looking at him with wide eyes. You seem to have something on your mind. Is it about the relationship between the clan and Konoha? Speaking of which, Itachi is the eldest son of the family, but shouldn't these matters be considered by the adults? The clan leader, Fugaku, must have some way to resolve these issues, right? Itachi shook his head, staring at the dango in his hands, and softly said, I just feel that I'm not strong enough. If I were strong enough, I could definitely handle all the troubles. In my eyes, Itachi is already very strong. Regardless of the past, present, or future, Itachi is the strongest. Wiping her mouth, Izumi smiled. I know what you were worried about, but because it's you, selfishly, I hope you never awaken your Sharingan, as it is a painful process. With a flicker of emotion, as she spoke, Izumi lowered her head, a hint of nostalgia crossing her face. After chatting for a while longer, Izumi waved goodbye. In the following days, Uchiha Itachi continued to navigate between his clan and Konoha. He could clearly feel that, led by his father. Most members of the clan were extremely dissatisfied with the current Konoha. Negotiations could not resolve the issues, and once the time was right, rebellion would surely erupt. On the Konoha high-level side, Itachi also tried his best to communicate, but he subtly realized that Konoha had no intention of reconciling with the Uchiha. The third Hokage seemed to feel that he was getting old and could no longer suppress the rising Uchiha. So while he still had some strength, he wanted to eradicate the Uchiha as an unstable element. As for Danzo, this elder seemed to have ulterior motives targeting the Uchiha that were not as simple as they appeared. However, Uchiha Itachi could not see through all of this yet. He sadly realized that even if he devoted himself to Konoha, he could not save his clan. Under immense pressure, just as Uchiha Itachi was about to break down, his Sharingan finally awakened. Moreover, it awakened as a 3-tomo. However, this situation also made Fugaku's confidence soar. The Uchiha clan's rebellion seemed to be approaching ahead of schedule. Itachi's mood was heavy. As Izumi said, awakening the Sharingan was not a good thing. The Sharingan, awakened through immense pain, had become his father's leverage against Konoha. On the day of the rebellion, Konoha would surely suffer countless casualties, right? Sighing, Uchiha Itachi no longer knew how to handle these matters and could only, as Izumi said, go with the flow. Chapter 151. Do you know what stopping short means? During this time, Itachi often sought out Shui or Izumi to chat. This was one of the few happy times he had. Moreover, Itachi was surprised to discover that Shisui had actually awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, a high-level Sharingan that only a small number of Uchiha were rumored to be able to awaken. Truly impressive, Shisui. Uchiha Itachi both admired and felt sad. Even Shisui, who had awakened the Manjikyu, could not resolve the issues between the clan and Konoha. What more could he do? Deciding to go with the flow, Uchiha Itachi reduced his visits to Shisui and often stayed with Izumi. However, one day, just as he arrived at the meeting spot he had agreed upon with Izumi, a masked figure dropped down from the treetops and attacked Uchiha Itachi without saying a word. The opponent's assault was fierce, with a kunai aimed directly at Itachi's vital points. Clearly, this masked guy wanted to kill him. Coldness filled his heart. Although Uchiha Itachi didn't understand what was happening, he showed no mercy. After a fierce struggle, Itachi successfully stabbed the kunai into the opponent's chest. Blood gushed out, and when Itachi pulled off the mask from the opponent's face, he was instantly frozen in shock. Under the mask was the beautiful yet pale face of Izumi Uchiha. How could this be? Itachi, you really are strong. Even when I attacked with all my might, I couldn't do anything to you. With such strength, Lord Fugaku should be at ease. Izumi Uchiha smiled at Itachi, her eyes devoid of any blame, resentment, or other emotions, only filled with affection and reluctance before she ultimately died in Itachi's arms. It felt as though something inside him shattered, and Itachi's vision blurred as tears streamed down his face, transforming his 3 tomo into a Manjikyu. Was indeed right. The more power one gains from the Sharingan, the more one loses. Is everything I've done truly correct? How can the Uchiha clan and Konoha find a balance? Izumi, I'm sorry for what I've done. Uchiha Itachi continuously questioned himself. Although his strength grew, his heart became increasingly confused. 10 days later, amidst the turmoil of Shisui's suicide, the Uchiha clan went completely mad and engaged in a decisive battle with Konoha. This battle was fiercely fought, ultimately leading to the complete destruction of the Uchiha clan and a heavy blow to Konoha. In his confusion, Itachi fell in the clan's territory after watching his family and friends perish one after another. Uchiha Itachi suddenly sat up from the ground, exhaustion evident on his face. The warm sun filtered through the leaves, casting shadows on the ground, and a gentle breeze passed by, yet Itachi felt no comfort at all. His sweat-soaked clothes clung tightly to his back as he looked around in confusion. The bamboo skewer that Izumi had thrown earlier was still stuck in the dirt beneath a tree. So it was another dream, thankfully just a dream. Why did I say another? Murmuring to himself, Itachi felt a hint of abnormality, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. After the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan's identity in Konoha became somewhat awkward. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had previously worked hard to mediate relations between the two sides. But now, the only person who could truly be trusted within the Uchiha was dead. Although he was still young, Itachi saw all of this and, recalling the scenes from the dream he had years ago, contemplated how to completely resolve this issue. After graduating early from the Ninja Academy, Itachi rejected the job his father arranged for him and tentatively joined a ninja team affiliated with Konoha. This move not only didn't provoke Fugaku's resentment, but instead made him admire Itachi even more, urging him to work hard to gain Konoha's trust and gradually gather intelligence. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, Itachi thought perhaps he also wanted to win him over. As the junior clan leader of the Uchiha, he indeed held some weight. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Itachi joined a certain ninja team and genuinely interacted with his teammates. However, good times didn't last long. During one mission, all his lower-ranked teammates were killed, and he subsequently awakened his double Tomo Sharingan. A year later, Uchiha Itachi's double Tomo evolved into a 3 Tomo, and his strength reached the level of a Nin. At this stage, Uchiha Itachi clearly felt that his significance in the eyes of his father and Hiruzen Sarutobi had increased once again. To validate his suspicions, Uchiha Itachi joined the Umbu and diligently handled various affairs for Konoha. As expected, he discovered many matters that were difficult for ordinary people to notice. First was the route, led by Danzo, which, although an organization under the Hokage, felt more like an independent department, executing tasks that were unrecorded and highly secretive. Additionally, the enterprises behind the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and several elders almost occupied half of Konoha's economy, and those clans close to the Hokage also reaped considerable benefits. Even more surprising to Uchiha Itachi was that the child rumored to be transformed from a fox spirit was actually the son of the 4th Hokage. Why would the Hokage's faction do this? He wasn't clear on that yet. Given Uchiha Itachi's abilities, he could only gather this information without being detected. He never expected that Konoha, which inherited the will of fire, would also have a day of decay. Underneath the mask, Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat uncomfortable. He was even prepared to protect Konoha and sever ties with his family. But with what he had discovered, he was uncertain if the Konoha he was protecting was still the Konoha he imagined. Of course, he could not support the idea of a family rebellion. Rebellion was a dead end. The vast Konoha could easily suppress such a small group as the Uchiha, albeit at a cost. However, the cost for the Uchiha would be even greater. Since rebellion couldn't solve the problem, joining the Hokage's side was even less likely. With Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo's tactics, he wouldn't be able to outsmart them. Itachi kept thinking, if neither side was the right choice, were there any other external factors? Other families in Konoha? If he contacted them, could he possibly receive assistance? That was a method, but executing it would be quite difficult. After all, the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha wasn't great, and Hiruzen Sarutobi would surely have been on guard against a coalition of Konoha's families. It really was a tough situation. Uchiha Itachi sighed internally, feeling that planning a way out for the Uchiha was too arduous. Do you know about Tsukuyomi? At that moment, a voice echoed. Uchiha Itachi snapped back to reality and shouted, "Who?" Chapter 152, Uchiha Observation Records. There was no one around, only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the chirping of insects. A hint of confusion appeared on Itachi's face, and he suddenly felt an influx of information in his mind, as if a thick, hard, and hot stick had been thrust in and was stirring wildly. Ugh! Holding his head, Itachi rolled on the ground in pain. However, this sensation came quickly and left just as fast. Seconds later, he returned to normal. He raised his head, and 3 tomo appeared in his slightly dazed eyes, slowly revolving. In front of him stood a handsome young man in his teens, meticulously jotting down notes on paper while muttering to himself. Pure Jinjutsu stimulation alone couldn't awaken the Sharingan in Uchiha clan members. The most important factor was the emotions they contained within themselves. Love, dreams, hatred, expectations. Any one or combination of these emotions, when intensely felt and sufficiently stimulated, would activate the spiritual energy in their minds. Dream Cycle Experiment Subject, Uchiha Itachi. Experiment Result, 3 tomo. At this point, Uchiha Itachi understood everything. It turned out that everything he had experienced before, totaling 36 times, thinking he was waking from a dream, was actually still within a dream. Or rather, it was an illusion. The man before him had used an extremely powerful Jinjutsu to help him simulate the future situations of the Uchiha and Konoha over and over again. Each simulation's result was temporarily hidden, so Uchiha Itachi had completely failed to notice he was within an illusion. Although he had endured painful torment, at least he had turned misfortune into fortune and awakened his 3 tomo Sharingan. Why are you doing all this? Uchiha Itachi asked in a deep voice. 7 Leaves put away his notebook and chuckled softly. I mentioned before, I am a businessman here to make an investment, nothing more. As for the subsequent details, you currently do not have the qualifications to know. The predicament of the Uchiha clan, I believe you understand better than anyone now, having experienced so much in a dream. You also realize that neither rebellion nor complete dependence on Konoha will have a good ending. Uchiha Itachi knew that the other party's help must have ulterior motives, but he couldn't see through it yet. He needed to obtain information from 7 Leaves, so he asked, "What should I do?" "Very simple. It's just what I said earlier. Tsukuyomi." 7 Leaves replied ambiguously with a smile, then continued, "You're still underage. So I'll give you a simple example. When the water in the pot isn't boiling yet, actively add a bit of fire. When the water in the pot is about to boil, extinguish the fire. Repeat this process under the continuous tension and relaxation. It will be difficult for either the Uchiha clan or the Konoha faction to find the right moment to overturn the table, since everyone is still at the same table. Restless in any case, at least the table is still there. This is the time you've been given to prepare. Once you become strong, you won't need to fear the Konoha F4 anymore." Although the name Konoha F4 is a bit strange, Uchiha Itachi understands. The 7 Leaves plan is very simple and straightforward, but it doesn't seem to be very effective. Previously, in a dream, Itachi had also chosen to stand with his family and engage in a decisive battle with Konoha, but it ended in failure. Seeing what the other party was thinking, 7 Leaves spoke up. "It's not about rushing to confront them. What I mean is that you need to learn to pull back. Give Konoha the illusion that you are ready to fight to the death. But when it comes to the critical moment, you won't fight. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was still a bit hesitant. If he were not in a dream right now, he would not have another chance in his life. Realizing this made him feel a sense of helplessness. You have no choice. The current Uchiha has become a piece of meat on the chopping block. Seven Leaves looked at him and asked, "Do you know why Konoha didn't let you participate in the battle during the Nine-Tails incident?" The real situation is that the Nine-Tails broke free from its seal and rampaged through the village because it was controlled by the Mangekyou Sharingan. Although it's uncertain who it was, there is clearly a traitor within your Uchiha clan. If you're interested, you can investigate secretly and see if there are any useless clan members trying to make a comeback. However, that person may have already left the Uchiha. Although Seven Leaves has detailed information on many, he does not plan to share it with Uchiha Itachi. As Seven Leaves said, he is merely a businessman. A complete Uchiha clan is a proud clan, and taking over at a high position does not align with a businessman's investment style. First, their value must be lowered. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had fallen into deep thought. He did not doubt the information Seven Leaves provided. After all, after the Nine-Tails incident, his father had multiple discussions with Konoha's higher-ups and could feel their obvious indifference and distrust. It seems that in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha clan is hiding a clan member with a Mangekyou and not reporting it to Konoha, even committing acts like the Nine-Tails incident, indicating that they clearly have rebellious intentions. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen would restrict the new Jinchuriki under his nose. Unfortunately, the information on both sides is completely unequal, and now Konoha's higher-ups no longer trust the Uchiha clan. I understand now. Thank you for your help. I will definitely repay you in the future, Itachi said seriously, bowing to Seven Leaves. Seven Leaves waved his hand. Don't speak so confidently. Let's see if your clan can hold on for now. Nodding, Uchiha Itachi left with a heavy heart. From this last sentence, he felt that the other party seemed to not have much hope for the Uchiha, meaning their current situation is extremely dangerous, on the edge of an abyss. A small mistake could lead to irretrievable consequences. Seven Leaves watched the small figure of Itachi walk further away, feeling a bit emotional. Speaking of which, Itachi is only 6 years old this year. It is indeed a bit much for him to be involved in such heavy matters at this age. But this world is like this. When Seven Leaves first arrived in Konoha, he was only 5 years old as well. The sound of pages turning. A thick manual was opened, recording the observation subjects that Seven Leaves had been keeping track of during this time, all from the Uchiha clan. They are of all ages, both male and female. According to Seven Leaves' observations, some Uchiha have completely lost their value. They are arrogant and conceited, with their worldviews completely set. If it were others, there might still be a chance for a reboot, but with Uchiha's extreme personality, in Seven Leaves' view, they can only be weakened. Although he previously speculated about the possibility that Kaguya had not died, he did not expect the timeline to be able to converge again, allowing the other party to find a talent comparable to Obito. Chapter 153. Orochimaru's defection. So this time, the death of the couple Minato and Kushina serves as a wake-up call for Seven Leaves. In this world of ninjas, as the child of destiny, is it fated for Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to face such a trial? Both Naruto and Sasuke had tragic childhood experiences. One was bullied from a young age, growing up in an environment filled with hatred and curses, yet did not turn dark. The other experienced the massacre of his clan, living in lies his entire life, yet did not go insane despite continuous changes in his understanding. So, does the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra mean that this is the trajectory of how this world operates? Everything is predetermined. No matter what external factors come into play, it is difficult to completely change everything. With this hypothesis in mind, Seven Leaves decided to pay a little attention to the Uchiha to see what kind of results would arise from slightly altering the trajectory. Furthermore, his own existence has already disrupted the normal development of this world. Uchiha Mini will definitely not implement the clan extermination plan as late as Obito did in the original story, combining the intelligence obtained from the Land of Wind. It seems that the shinobi of the sky, Shinnon, has also joined Black Zetsu's side. To speculate even bolder, Kakuzu and the Akatsuki Sasori, who defected from the Land of Wind, have yet to appear, which likely indicates they have also joined Black Zetsu. Considering that the Nine-Tails incident and the attack from the Land of Wind occurred almost simultaneously, it is not difficult to deduce that this was a premeditated action by Black Zetsu. Following this line of thought, Seven Leaves speculated that the greatest possibility is that they want to weaken the strength of the 5 great ninja villages. It is clear that with his variable in play, Black Zetsu's methods have changed significantly. Based on this consideration, Seven Leaves also placed a piece on the chessboard, which is to use Minnie's hand to weaken the Uchiha clan. If the speculation is correct, the Mist Village, Rock Village, and Cloud Village will undoubtedly also become targets for Black Zetsu in the future. They must be on guard. After staying in Konoha for a while, Seven Leaves and the others returned to the Land of Rain. Life passed in a calm rhythm, and during this time, nothing significant happened in the ninja world. However, Konoha had two incidents that became jokes for other ninja villages. The first was the late 4th Hokage's student, Noera Rin, who is now the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. For some reason, she suddenly lost control on the street outside the Hokage office and destroyed the entire Hokage building. However, she quickly returned to normal under the suppression of Kakashi Hitaki. This Jinchuriki loss of control incident only resulted in the destruction of one Hokage building. Others were unclear about the reasons behind this event, but Seven Leaves was well aware. As the perfect Jinchuriki, Noera Rin could not lose control like this. The two were clearly warning Sarutobi Hiruzen due to Naruto's issues. The other incident was that Orochimaru, one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's students and one of the legendary three ninjas, actually defected from Konoha. According to information leaked from Konoha's route, he seemed to have conducted a large number of human experiments, harming countless compatriots, including many children. Such a heinous incident led Konoha to immediately label Orochimaru as an S-rank rogue ninja. That Danzo, did he really push all the blame onto me? In a dense forest in the Land of Fire, Orochimaru looked at the latest intel in his hand, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Although he felt a bit displeased, it didn't matter. He now had money and equipment to happily conduct experiments on immortality. He made his way to the Land of Rice, a territory that Orochimaru had long planned. He even invested money here beforehand to build a village. He originally intended to establish a new ninja village, but had not yet named it, so he decided to call it the Sound Ninja Village. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru made his way to the small village he had invested in building years ago, in a good mood. After many years, it had developed to a certain scale and looked quite decent. In fact, there was even a sign hanging at the entrance. Wave Ninja Village. Huh, so they've already named it? Orochimaru furrowed his brows slightly, preparing to find the person in charge to ask about it. How could the name Wave Ninja compare to his Sound Ninja? You are Orochimaru? Just as Orochimaru stepped into Wave Ninja Village, he heard a somewhat hesitant voice. He turned around to see a guy in a black robe with green bean-shaped eyes. The other party wore a brand new forehead protector with wave patterns engraved on it. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, with a bounty of 70 million Ryo, had just recently defected from Konoha, and he didn't expect to encounter you here. What luck! In a plain tone, there was a rare hint of happiness as Kakuzu finished speaking and pulled out a kunai, charging towards Orochimaru. An enemy? Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, then quickly used his serpent's hand technique, sending numerous venomous snakes towards Kakuzu's face. Wind release. Gale cutter. Kakuzu opened his mouth and spat out a blade of wind that swiftly sliced through all the venomous snakes, while also cleaving Orochimaru in half at the waist. After eliminating his opponent, Kakuzu's expression relaxed instantly. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground behind him, a shiny long sword piercing through his heart. Splash! At the same time, Orochimaru's body transformed into soft, mushy mud. It turned out to be Earth Clone. Kakuzu turned his head with difficulty, revealing a look of disbelief, then reluctantly exhaled his last breath. An inexplicable attacker. Orochimaru sheathed his Kusanagi sword and turned to continue walking towards Wave Ninja Village. But suddenly, a wave of intense heat came from behind. Fire release. Head hardening. Fortunately, Orochimaru had been on high alert, sensing the heat wave in an instant. He began forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth barrier. The flames split and swept to the sides, and when the smoke cleared, Orochimaru's figure had vanished behind the earthen wall. 10,000 snakes formation. A deep shout came from behind Kakuzu. He turned around to see Orochimaru lying on the ground. Countless brightly patterned venomous snakes crawling out of his mouth. This ninjutsu had considerable power, both psychologically and physically. Those with slightly lower endurance could very well be scared stiff on the spot. However, Kakuzu was a man who dared to assassinate Hashirama Senju. He merely narrowed his pupils slightly, then calmed down, using fire release to burn the snakes to ashes. I clearly killed you just now, but you're alive now. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Orochimaru did not continue to attack, taking advantage of this brief pause to curiously ask the other party. He was currently researching this area. But progress was slow. I am immortal, Kakuzu said in a deep voice. He wasn't foolish enough to leak his information. Chapter 154. Change direction. Orochimaru didn't mind, only smiling faintly. Since you want say, I'll research it myself. Such good experimental material cannot be wasted. Just as he was about to continue his attack, a white figure suddenly emerged from the side. Kakuzu, Black Zetsu asked me to tell you not to attack our esteemed guest. The upper half of White Zetsu said with a smile. Kakuzu stood up, his body tense, his expression somewhat dark. If that's the case, you should have said so earlier. I just wasted a heart. I'll find you another suitable one, but you'll have to do it yourself. White Zetsu's body fully emerged from the ground. After speaking to Kakuzu, he turned around. This must be Lord Orochimaru from Konoha, right? I am White Zetsu from Wave Ninja Village, and I now cordially invite you to join our village. An invitation? Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, also relaxing his battle stance, his gaze sweeping over White Zetsu, a very intriguing life form. The vitality within you seems quite strong. Of course, Lord Orochimaru can study me as he wishes. Our principle in Wave Ninja Village is freedom. As long as it doesn't affect the organization, you can do anything. White Zetsu said. A secure place to settle sounds nice, but I refuse. Orochimaru naturally wouldn't be so easily convinced. Not to mention that this was originally the village he had invested in building, but now it was occupied by others. Moreover, having already left Konoha, he had no intention of working under someone else again. Really? That's quite a pity. White Zetsu smiled nonchalantly. At the same time, tight steel wires suddenly emerged from the ground, silently wrapping around Orochimaru's feet. What is this? Crack! Blood splattered as Kakuzu's legs were severed at the ankles. And as he fell, he saw a red-haired boy appear in the trees nearby. This way, I won't have to go through the trouble of finding another heart. Kakuzu, having shed his robe, shouted, his palm turning into a soil-colored spike as he charged towards the fallen Orochimaru. Shuriken Shadow Kurun Technique. Although he had lost his legs, Orochimaru still possessed enough combat power, sending a flurry of shurikens flying towards Kaku, who dodged and blocked, his hands constantly waving in front of him. The clanging of steel and sparks flew, and in the blink of an eye, Kakuzu was already in front of Orochimaru. The spiked palm slammed down towards the ground, but halfway, it was wrapped by a python the thickness of an arm. Serpent's hand. A series of fierce venomous snakes lunged towards Kakuzu's face. In this situation, he had no choice but to break free from the python's grip and retreat. Who? Strange noises came from behind, and Orochimaru slightly shifted his gaze, suddenly discovering a surprising scene. The body of the third Kazekage floated in mid-air, connected by a chakra thread, surrounded by a large number of sand and iron pieces. So that's it. I didn't expect that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was caused by you. I heard that among the famous people missing from Sunagakure over the years, besides the third Kazekage, there was also a boy named Sasori. I never expected that, as the grandson of Qiye, that old woman, you would do something like this to kill your own village's leader. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh heartily, as if he had seen something amusing. I'm just seeking the ultimate art. As one of the legendary Sannin, you're quite suitable to become one of my collectibles. Sasori spoke, his voice still sounding somewhat youthful. After all, he looked quite young. Boom. Without exchanging much, under Sasori's control, the sand and iron surrounding the third Kazekage gathered into a sand cone that directly smashed Orochimaru off the ground. The current state of the other party looked incredibly tragic. Not only were his legs broken, but there were also numerous fractures across his body, with wounds all over. Yet even so, these few people from Wave Ninja Village showed no signs of panic or concern on their faces. Splash, the uncomfortable sound of sticky liquid entangling echoed, and under the gaze of White Zetsu and the others, the knocked-back Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth to an inhuman degree. A stream of white, viscous liquid poured out, and a brand-new Orochimaru appeared before everyone, as if he had shed his skin, dripping wet. Although he looked a bit disheveled with white, foul-smelling liquid all over his face, hair, and clothes, his body was completely unharmed, without a single scar. Even the legs that had been severed earlier were now as good as new. What an amazing ability. In a sense, Kakuzu's and Orochimaru's jutsu are quite similar. White Zetsu said with a smile. Kakuzu's green bean-like eyes flickered, and his tone turned gloomy. Don't compare my abilities to such disgusting tricks. Come on. Round 2. The recovered Orochimaru stood on the ground, quickly forming hand seals. Fire style. fire of explosive flames. He took a deep breath and immediately exhaled a large ball of fiercely burning flames. As the flames shot out, Orochimaru formed seals again and unleashed wind style. Great breakthrough. The combination of wind and fire caused the intense heat to surge tenfold and spread outwards. Wow, to merge two jutsu so easily. You truly are a student of the doctor of the ninja world. White Zetsu exclaimed dramatically, quickly burrowing into the ground to hide. Kakuzu immediately used water style. Fortunately, the heart he sacrificed earlier was not of the water attribute, or he would have been in a bind. As for Sasori of the red sand, he hid inside a specially made puppet, using sand and iron to block the front. Once the explosive flames dissipated, the surrounding trees had been completely cleared away, leaving behind a charred landscape with wisps of smoke rising. Orochimaru's figure had long since vanished. It was clear he didn't intend to fight to the end, pretending to launch a fierce attack only to run away after showing off. Whoosh! In a forest on the outskirts of the land of rice, Orochimaru's figure suddenly appeared. Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru has finally returned. Lord Orochimaru, our previous base has been completely evacuated. Are we going to the new village now? The crowd that had been waiting there reacted and hurriedly approached to bow, their eyes filled with fervor. These are the most loyal followers gained through Orochimaru's years of management. Originally, he planned to establish a sound ninja village in the land of rice, but now that place was occupied by a troublesome group, he had to find another location. No, we're going to the land of grass. Without explaining anything, Orochimaru confirmed the direction and walked straight ahead. Naturally, these fervent followers would not voice any doubts and followed suit. Chapter 155. Covert Transactions. Although the land of grass is officially under the management of the No Ninja Village, it is actually controlled by the Rain Ninja Village. After such a long recovery, its related industries have been fully developed, and in the eyes of other countries, it has completely become the agricultural backyard of the Land of Rain. Despite having detailed intelligence, Orochimaru's basic impression of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass still remain from the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. After all, stereotypes cannot be changed merely by some texts or images. Therefore, without much thought, Orochimaru decided to set up his base in the Land of Grass, as there was temporarily no ninja village on that side. As for the cooperating Rain Ninja Village, if he was careful, he shouldn't be discovered by them. However, upon arriving there, Orochimaru realized he was gravely mistaken. All entry points into the Land of Grass had a large number of personnel responsible for inspection and registration. Every newcomer would undergo a round of questioning. Depending on the purpose, different cards would be issued. Moreover, the system for operating these cards seemed quite advanced. Storing and retrieving information happened in an instant. Computers, which are generally used for scientific calculations and other key projects, were now being used at the entry points of the Land of Grass to register and retrieve personal information, which intrigued Orochimaru. Additionally, it appeared that these computers had been modified and were much smaller than the ones he owned. The surrounding staff were not all ninjas. In fact, ninjas were only a small part of them, but Orochimaru still chose to line up obediently. After all, he had a legitimate identity, and under the effect of the disguise technique, he would definitely not be exposed. Are you Lord Cold? A merchant from the Land of Rice? The staff inquired about Orochimaru's basic information. After recording it, they continued, as a merchant entering, you can obtain a 3-month temporary pass. This serves as your identification. It will be useful in many places, so please do not lose it, as the replacement fee is quite high. Additionally, do you need to apply for a card? Extra funds can be stored in the Peace Commercial Bank of the Land of Rain, which is convenient to carry and ensures the safety of your funds. If you apply for a card now and store over 10 million Ryo at once, you can enjoy the benefits of a platinum membership. With a 10% discount on all purchases under the Peace Commercial Association, there are many perks. Hearing this sounded quite appealing. Orochimaru chose to apply for a Peace Commercial Bank card, depositing half of his funds into it. Thus, he also became a distinguished platinum user. Here is a manual for the Land of Grass. The content is not much, so please be sure to read every detail carefully. Finally, the staff handed Orochimaru and his subordinates each a small booklet. After all the procedures were completed, Orochimaru and his group entered the Land of Grass. In the distance, the freight railway was bustling, with workers busy loading goods, and vehicles carrying cargo were driving in from afar, powered not by horses, but by rumbling machinery. Although the speed wasn't particularly fast, and it was very noisy, Orochimaru, seeing this scene for the first time, felt somewhat intrigued. No wonder he had heard quite a bit of information about the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass back in Konoha. There were indeed some interesting things. The power source of this equipment was reportedly produced and manufactured by the Land of Rain, and without understanding the techniques involved, it would be impossible to dismantle and study it. A slight movement could completely ruin the entire component. When he once served Danzo, the latter had brought back several similar items for Orochimaru to study. However, at that time, Orochimaru was unaware these were products of the Land of Rain, and the dismantling process triggered the restrictions of the techniques within, resulting in the complete destruction of the object. How fascinating, Orochimaru murmured, his gaze focused on those engines. His curiosity piqued again. Just then, a veiled figure, looking somewhat shifty, approached and whispered, "Hey, brother, need some engines?" Not understanding what he meant, Orochimaru looked at him, silent. "Oh, engines from the Land of Rain, original packaging," the other party said while cautiously glancing around, then showed Orochimaru some blurry photos. They seemed to be covert shots of various models of engines produced in the Land of Rain, looking quite real. Now, Orochimaru understood completely. He smiled slightly and asked, "How much?" "The price is negotiable. It depends on what specific model you need. The latest third-generation engines are hard to come by, but we have various other specifications available, with prices ranging from 1 million Rio to 8 million Rio. Seeing that business was on the table, the other party pressed on. "Let me tell you, people like you, foreign merchants, can't get engines through regular channels. Do you know why? I heard from my uncle's friend's neighbor's second uncle that the Land of Rain is pursuing a tech power strategy, and all technological equipment is strictly prohibited from being exported. Outsiders simply can't buy it. Only locals like us can get our hands on it. So what do you say? Want to get one? We can even help you figure out how to transport it out." Hearing this, Orochimaru speculated that the devices Danzo had given him for research might also have been obtained through such means. Thus, he replied, "All right, I want 3 units at 1 million Rio each. You are a straightforward customer. Please pay in advance." The other party smiled and, without waiting for Orochimaru to express any doubts, took out an identity card. "This is my personal information card. It can be kept by the guest until the transaction is completed." The importance of this identity card should be well understood by the guests at the immigration office, so you don't have to worry about me running away. Orochimaru wasn't one to linger, and he thought the other party made a reasonable point, so he simply paid the money and put away the card. "Thank you for your support. My code name is the Wealth Gatherer. We'll meet at the Sunshine Hotel in 3 days. After saying this, the Wealth Gatherer left. Orochimaru and his companions decided to stay at the Sunshine Hotel, spending the next 3 days wandering around this border city in the Land of Grass, learning a lot about the Land of Rain. Soon, 3 days had passed. On the day of the agreed transaction, the Wealth Gatherer indeed arrived at the Sunshine Hotel as promised. The other party was empty-handed. Upon seeing Orochimaru, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, guest, but there's been some trouble. The 3 engines we were supposed to trade have been temporarily seized by the local authorities. However, there's no need to worry. We know the person in charge of this matter, and as long as we treat him to a meal, everything can be negotiated." Chapter 156. The scammed Orochimaru didn't expect that buying an engine would be so complicated, but given his current situation, he couldn't resolve these matters by force. So he had no choice but to patiently agree. Fortunately, the Wealth Gatherer didn't make Orochimaru wait too long. He soon brought a middle-aged man in a uniform who looked quite important into the private room of the Sunshine Hotel. "You're the merchant who wants to buy the engines?" the man asked Orochimaru with a condescending tone. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. But Orochimaru said nothing and simply nodded. He recognized the uniform as belonging to a certain department in the area, so the man's identity should be legitimate. "My name is Takuma, president of the Engine Theory Research and Technology Breakthrough Association. Your matter is a bit difficult." Takuma sat down and leisurely drank tea. After giving Orochimaru a glance to signal him to remain calm, the Wealth Gatherer smiled and approached. "President Takuma, weren't the previous procedures all normal? The paperwork for these engines is in order. They're just being transferred to this Lord Raijun. According to the previous regulations, that is indeed correct. But now the engines are under strict restrictions, making your method quite difficult." Takuma replied, still unhurried. I understand. The Wealth Gatherer slipped something into Takuma's hand. With a satisfied expression, Takuma stood up and said, "In that case, to obtain these 3 engines, you need to prove your capabilities as a merchant. Simply put, you need to deposit 5 million Rio with the association to go through the process, and then all the money and engines will be fully refunded, under the latest regulations. This is the only way. Otherwise, I can't help you." Hearing this, the Wealth Gatherer came to Orochimaru's side and said with a smile, "Lord Raijun, I think this plan is also acceptable. It's just a matter of getting a certificate. This 5 million Rio will ultimately be returned to you, and the approval process can be completed in, at most, a day. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru nodded and took out 5 million Rio in cash. I hope there won't be any more unexpected issues this time. Rest assured, there will definitely be no unexpected issues. The wealth gatherer chuckled and left with Takuma, taking the money with them. Then, there was no further news. Orochimaru stayed at the Sunshine Hotel for another 3 days, but he never saw the wealth gatherer's figure. His expression turned cold as he realized he had been scammed. How interesting, a gang that lives by deception. I can't believe such a thing would happen in the land of grass. Orochimaru laughed in anger. During this time, through his own observations, he could see that under the high-pressure regulations of the land of rain, even outsiders had to abide by the rules here. Consequently, aside from the role of enforcers, the personal strength of ninjas was significantly weakened. Because of this, some ordinary people, while enjoying a stable environment, had also grown bolder. With the variety of human beings, desires would increase with what one possessed, and not everyone was willing to work steadily. As a spiritual guide for many, Orochimaru quickly understood these things. However, this did not mean he would let it go. A small white snake appeared in Orochimaru's hand, flicking its tongue as it crawled in a certain direction. While I'm away, you all stay in the hotel and don't go anywhere. After giving this instruction, Orochimaru slowly followed the white snake out of the hotel. Following the street, he quickly arrived at a remote village in the town. Compared to the well-developed main city, this place looked like a barren land that had been neglected. The difference was immediately apparent. Perhaps because of this, the people gathered here also had a completely different spirit from those in the main city. With gloomy expressions and cold gazes, most people were armed, either sitting or standing around the village. It seemed that another set of developmental rules had formed here. Orochimaru muttered to himself, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. Logically speaking, with the land of rain's investment here, such a situation shouldn't be allowed to occur, and their established rules should reflect that. Yet, a corner similar to those in other countries or ninja villages had emerged, which was quite intriguing. As Orochimaru pondered, the villagers were also sizing him up. Soon, someone changed expression, whispered a few words, and then quickly left. Meanwhile, that person's accomplices, chewing on toothpicks, approached Orochimaru with a smug look. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in the land of grass? Show me your ID card. A shuriken sliced through the air, and the head of the person who had just spoken fell to the ground in an instant, blood spraying as Orochimaru's figure vanished without a trace. What a strong ninja run! Those who thought they had grasped the survival rules of the land of grass were terrified, their hearts pounding as they began to flee in a panic. They had originally lived quite poorly in other areas, but having come to the land of grass, in such a safe environment, they had forgotten what the world was like. Now, the corpse of their fallen comrade before them awakened those memories once again. Swish! Swish! Black shadows flashed by. Dealing with these weak, wandering ninjas was effortless for Orochimaru. The onlookers had all disappeared, and he continued to follow the little white snake, eventually discovering a dilapidated courtyard. The situation inside was somewhat unexpected for Orochimaru. It seemed that rain ninjas who had rushed from somewhere had tied everyone up tightly. Among them were the wealth gatherer who had deceived him and Takuma, the president of the Engine Theory Research and Technology Breakthrough Association. In addition, in front of these people stood a young man dressed exceptionally well, looking very handsome. Was this a new act, or had the Rain Ninja Village really come to capture people? Orochimaru, hiding to the side, did not immediately reveal himself. The previous scam had caused him to instinctively think this way. Mr. Orochimaru, since you are here, shall we have a chat? At that moment, the words of a young man in the courtyard sounded like thunder, exploding in Orochimaru's ears. However, he showed no signs of panic and calmly walked out from his hiding place, curiously looking at the other party. How did you discover my identity? The Land of Rain has a relatively complete inspection process. Qiye smiled and did not hide anything, roughly telling the other party the whole process. Chapter 157. Orochimaru Biotechnology LLC. Although Orochimaru used the technique of disguise and had a forged identity, there were no apparent abnormalities on the surface. However, the content of the immigration inspection is not limited to these. To avoid disputes or unrest, anyone entering an immigration point with a strong chakra response would be marked specially. Now, a considerable amount of data has already been recorded in the system of the Land of Rain, but this one is still new. Thus, Qiye and the others immediately knew about this information. He saw that the other party's apparent data indicated that he was a merchant from the Land of Rice, and upon recalling the events that occurred in Konoha, he immediately rushed over. Sure enough, It was Orochimaru. Qiye originally intended to collaborate with Orochimaru, but did not expect that he had not stayed quietly in the land of rice and had actually come to the land of grass. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that someone of this level had actually fallen victim to a scam. The false information spread by the swindler attracted Orochimaru, who then staged a scene about his engine being seized, which was all fake. The real engines had been registered with the Land of Rain and were strictly monitored, each with its own unique number. How could low-level wandering ninjas like the swindler roaming in the land of grass possibly obtain them? Even the vehicles next to the cargo train station would have dedicated personnel monitoring them. The swindler was right about one thing. The Land of Rain is currently deliberately controlling the circulation of these technological products. Unless domestic construction is nearly complete, outdated technologies will gradually be released to other countries. I see. It's hard to imagine that the Land of Rain has developed like this now. Orochimaru smiled lightly, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. After all, he personally participated in the Second Shinobi World War, where ruins were everywhere. Although he had not yet seen the Land of Rain with his own eyes, judging by the current state of this city in the Land of Grass, it could be imagined that it was certainly extraordinary. By the way, I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Qiye, and I belong to the Peace Merchant Association of the Land of Rain. I am a businessman. Qiye smiled shamefully and tentatively asked, Mr. Orochimaru, after leaving Konoha, I heard you went to the Land of Rice. What are you doing up here? At that time, Danzo always suspected that the Peace Merchant Association was the force of the Land of Rain, but he did not receive specific intelligence. It seems he guessed correctly. Orochimaru appeared relaxed, first saying something unrelated to the question, and then casually laughed. Anyway, I have no fixed residence now, just wandering around to take a look. What? Do you want to capture me to exchange for a bounty from Konoha? Upon hearing this, Qiye had a rough idea. It seemed that according to the original plot, something had gone wrong with Orochimaru's base in the Land of Rice, so he could only leave with his subordinates. It appeared that the ones who forced Orochimaru to retreat should be Black Zetsu and the others. This is interesting, the best old schemer in the original work, realizing that continuing to survive was futile, has now started to develop his own power. Unable to help but smile, the corners of Qiye's mouth lifted as he said, Mr. Orochimaru, you jest. Both the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass are countries that value rules. The charges that Konoha has laid against you seem debatable to me. As long as you do not break the rules here, there will be no problem. After a pause, he continued, Mr. Orochimaru, to be frank, I came here today specifically for you. If possible, I hope we can cooperate. Cooperate? Orochimaru seemed very interested and nodded. Go ahead, tell me more. Since Mr. Orochimaru is looking for a research base, how about the Land of Grass? The rules here allow human experimentation, and there are enough suitable test subjects. Qiye shrugged and said with a hint of meaning, I see. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. This environment, which is at odds with the main urban area, is the result of your intentional indulgence. Don't you think this is cruel? On one hand, you are saving, while on the other, you are engaging in dark deeds. Qiye also laughed. Mr. Orochimaru, I never expected you would use the word cruel. To me, the premise of redemption is self-rescue. Those who have given up on themselves do not deserve redemption. Since that is the case, it is better to contribute your limited strength for the sake of others. Thus, Qiye detailed the structure of the prisons in the Land of Grass to Orochimaru. Besides death row inmates, other prisoners would be assigned to do various unwanted jobs or heavy labor to achieve a punitive effect. Those who still refuse to repent would live a life akin to death row inmates, eating and sleeping every day, for the few remaining days of their lives. This would be the most wonderful thing, while the rest of the time will be spent participating in various experiments at the research center. Currently, the medical center hosted by Tsunade is the one with the highest frequency of experiments. That's quite a good idea, although the individual variability is too small, which may lead to insufficient accuracy in experimental results. The sheer volume is advantageous. Orochimaru said some technical terms that Qiye did not quite understand, then added, if we cooperate, what I need to provide, as long as it complies with the laws of the Land of Rain, I will not restrict any of your research. In return, you only need to help me with some research content. Qiye smiled. Some vague definitions, but I agree. Orochimaru nodded. After all, he just wanted to find a territory to conduct longevity research, and the Land of Grass is a good area, with free test subjects provided. No matter how he thought about it, he felt he was gaining. Here are 3 first-generation engines and the design blueprints, as well as the 8 million Ryo you were scammed out of. Qiye placed the items on the ground, teasingly reminding him, You should take a look at the Land of Grass handbook when you have time. It's not long, and it will help you understand the situation here better. Next time, don't be so easily fooled. Upon hearing this, the smile on Orochimaru's face instantly vanished, and the corners of his mouth twitched. After the incident, with Qiye's help, Orochimaru successfully established a large research center deep in the Land of Grass. Of course, all construction and material costs had to be settled, under Qiye's constant encouragement to add more funds. Orochimaru replaced nearly half of the equipment he brought from Danzo with more advanced equipment. For this, he also signed a huge loan project with the Peace Commercial Bank totaling over 1 billion Rio. Orochimaru Biotechnology, LLC, officially established in the Land of Grass in January 51 of Konoha, after obtaining the official business license authorized by the Land of Grass. Orochimaru felt a very subtle sensation in his heart. It seemed that everything was quite good after formalization. Chapter 158, Kisame's love story on the outskirts of Peace City in the Land of Rain. This place has undergone significant changes. The riverbank diversion and the management of the natural environment have made it picturesque. On the other side of the distant mountains, a grand dam is also under urgent construction. Dressed only in a tank top and wearing a hard hat that revealed his muscular physique, Kisame held an instrument in his hand, continuously measuring and recording the data displayed on it. After being stationed in the Land of Rain for so long, although it was a temporary assignment, he felt that he was no longer a ninja. Lord Kisame. Just as Kisame was working diligently, a somewhat familiar voice called out from a distance. He looked up and found a girl radiating youthful energy. She had a delicate face with a smile, waving at Kisame while jogging towards him. Shout-out, what are you doing here? Are you on a long holiday to visit the Land of Rain? Kisame sized up his junior and inferred this from her casual outfit. No, that's not it. Sakurai Shout-out panted slightly, her face beaming as she said, I'm here for work. The Land of Rain has proposed a friendly diplomatic strategy, allowing special envoys to be stationed in the other country. Lord Mizuki's thinks I'm suitable for this job, so I'm stationed in Rain Ninja City now. In the future, if the Mist Ninjas in the Land of Rain have any issues, they can consult me. Besides Rain Ninja City, there are also embassies of the Water Country and other non-ninja resident cities, but the reception there won't be handled by ninjas and the matters dealt with are different. Is there anyone who has already forgotten this character? In Chapter 106. I see. Kisame nodded, feeling that this approach was quite good. Especially now that the laws and regulations of the Land of Rain are becoming more and more complete, the corresponding rules are also becoming more rigorous. And every citizen will have an identity card. People from other countries who want to enter can only obtain a temporary identity card. But newcomers might not know what documents are needed. If there is an institution like an embassy, it can serve as a guide in advance. Wow. Is this the dam that Lord Kisame is overseeing the construction of? Sakurai Shouthouse stood at the windward side, tiptoeing to look ahead. Just a few dozen meters in front of her, the dam was already taking shape, and if fully constructed, it would definitely be a beautiful and impressive facility. I've only contributed a little. It's mainly thanks to Lord Nanaya's design and Lord Riku's guidance, as well as everyone's efforts. Kisame said humbly, Is that so? Shouthouse leaned against the railing, feeling the mountain breeze, and after tidying her hair, turned around and smiled. But I heard that Lord Riku handed over the position of chief engineer to you a long time ago. Lord Kisame is really impressive, not only as a ninja, but also as the chief engineer of a project that benefits the people. When I first arrived here, I basically didn't need to ask around. As soon as I mentioned Lord Kisame, everyone would say, that's the Lord Kisame who is building the dam. Even the children know now who built the dam. Hearing these words, Kisame couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Initially, he regarded it merely as a job, but he realized that unknowingly, his image in people's hearts had improved so much. It's great to be able to build a dam. Reflecting on this, Kisame decided to work even harder in the days to come to live up to everyone's expectations. Light rain like thin mist drifted down from the sky, and the air felt slightly humid. Today was the weekend, and with no work, Kisame closed his door. Earlier, he had agreed to Shouthouse invitation to stroll around Rain Ninja City. Early in the morning, the streets outside the apartment were already bustling, with various shops cleaning up or organizing their goods. At the entrance of a nearby flower shop, a woman in her 30s, wearing an apron, was moving goods from inside to the outside shelves. She had a small child, about 2 or 3 years old, on her back, making it quite laborious to move some larger items. Miss Sun, didn't I say you don't have to move these things? We can help with the large items. Kisame walked in and deftly took a box of flowers from her hands. Wow. Perhaps Kisame got too close, and the baby on Sun's back suddenly started crying. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Sun stood aside, soothing the child, while Kisame quickly handled all the items that needed to be moved from the flower shop. Thank you so much, Mr. Kisame. Sun selected some flowers with less straightforward meanings from the shelf, carefully wrapped them up, and handed them to him. I've been indebted to you for a long time, so let me give you this bouquet. It's just a small effort. Kisame felt a bit uncomfortable with her gratitude. He smiled and said, I'm not very interested in flowers. It's better to give them to someone who needs them. It's okay, Mr. Kisame. An occasional gift is nice to take home and put in a vase. Sun squinted slightly. Sensing her insistence on him accepting the flowers, Kisame stopped refusing and accepted them. Then thank you. No, I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Kisame. I wish you a pleasant weekend. Sun bowed slightly while holding the child, then turned to say, Come on, Xianglin, say goodbye to Uncle Kisame. However, the young Xianglin seemed very scared of Kisame's shark-like face, pouting with a look of about to cry. After bidding farewell to Sun and her daughter, Kisame continued on his way to the agreed location. On the way, he unexpectedly ran into his department head, Nagato, who was helping an elderly woman carry rice. After a brief chat, Kisame learned that Nagato was dealing with a situation where a batch of rice transported from the land of grass was of poor quality, mixed with dirt. A bag of rice bought back has to be washed out a lot of mud, which is really frustrating. The source and the middleman should be fine. There might have been an issue during transportation. In any case, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. After bidding farewell to his boss, who was still working on the weekend, Kisame continued walking. After a while, he arrived at the central square of Rain Ninja City. By the distant pool, a cute girl with long flowing hair, relatively petite, and wearing a trench coat was waiting there. She was holding a small bag and occasionally tiptoeing while looking around. Upon spotting Kisame, Sakurai Shoutao immediately broke into a smile, raising her right hand and waving. Lord Kisame, have you had breakfast? I bought. Sakurai Shoutao opened the bag, which was filled with various breakfast items, looking quite sumptuous. Although Kisame had already had breakfast, he shook his head. I haven't eaten yet. That's perfect. I was worried about what to do if you had already eaten, since I bought so much delicious food. I didn't expect the Land of Rain to have so many tasty things, and I've never seen them before, so I wanted to buy some for you to try. I forgot that you've been here for a long time. You must have eaten these before, Shoutao said excitedly, suddenly realizing something, and she felt a bit embarrassed. I rarely go out, and a lot of these things are my first time trying them. They're really delicious. As Kisame spoke, he handed the bouquet that Sun had given him to Sakurai Shoutao. This bouquet is for you. For me. Sakurai Shoutao covered her mouth in surprise, her expression a mix of astonishment, excitement, and shyness. But she quickly reacted and hurriedly accepted the flowers, holding them close. Thank you, Lord Kisame. Just call me Kisame. After all, you only became a ninja 2 years later than me, and I'm not on my original team anymore. Kisame said. Okay, Kisame. Sakurai Shoutao called out. Though she wasn't used to it, she was delighted. The two then spent the entire day exploring Rain Ninja City, experiencing various interesting things, and only returned in the evening after Kisame escorted her back. Nowadays, the situation in the entire ninja world has stabilized. And in the aftermath of the Third Ninja World War a few years ago, all villages cherished the hard-won peace. Especially the events between Sand Village and Konoha have sounded the alarm for these ninja villages. Everyone is rushing to build and strengthen their defense forces. In this slow pace, nearly 2 years have passed. December the 54th year of Konoha. The dark clouds hanging over the Uchiha clan have not dissipated, but instead have become increasingly oppressive. The path to reconciliation seems destined to be blocked. Not only that, but Uchiha Fugaku has also noticed that many members of the clan have gone missing. At first, those who disappeared were clan members who had little presence and rarely appeared in front of others. Uchiha Fugaku thought that these people did not want to sever ties with Konoha and had defected or joined Konoha first. However, as a number of missing persons continued to rise, he realized that it was likely that Konoha could no longer hold back and had begun to take action against them. Father, a voice interrupted Uchiha Fugaku's contemplation. He turned his head and saw his proud son Itachi standing beside him, fully armed. In his clear and calm eyes, there was a maturity that did not belong to his age. Although only 8 years old, Itachi had already graduated from the ninja school early and activated his Sharingan. With strength comparable to an average Jonin. With such talent, he would certainly be considered a genius even during the peak of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku felt a sense of pride in his heart, but it was precisely because of this that Konoha heightened their vigilance towards the Uchiha. After all, Itachi's talent was terrifying, and the higher-ups in Konoha feared that another Manjiki would emerge. Itachi, you don't have to rush to train today. It's been a long time since we had a chat, Uchiha Fugaku said gently, pointing to the seat beside him. Nodding, Itachi sat down. Are you getting used to your ninja team? Fugaku asked with a smile. My teammates are great, and the teacher is strong, Itachi replied, slightly lowering his head, showing great respect in front of his father. He had carefully considered the words of Shichiya and the experiences that circulated in his dreams. After graduating from the ninja school, he seriously joined a small team. Whether it was with teammates or others, Uchiha Itachi communicated with them sincerely. This not only helped to placate the higher-ups of Konoha, making them believe he was a successor of the Will of Fire, but also, as Shichiya said, you have conflicts with the Konoha higher-ups. What does that have to do with others? The effective tactic of the Konoha higher-ups was to shift the conflict, turning the opposition between them and the Uchiha into a conflict between the entire Konoha and the Uchiha. People's first impressions are easily influenced by other factors. In hearsay situations, everyone would similarly think poorly of the Uchiha. However, as long as one ignores those malicious words and interacts sincerely with others, perhaps the impression in their eyes could improve. Sincerity is the strongest trump card. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay resentment with honesty. These two phrases were the most memorable words for Uchiha Itachi after communicating with Shichiya. During this time, he had indeed made quite a few friends among other foreign ninja and also created some trouble. This seemed somewhat strange in the eyes of the Konoha higher-ups and Uchiha Fugaku. To say that Uchiha Itachi was a Konoha ninja who inherited the Will of Fire seemed not entirely correct when he encountered conflicts. He was not at all hesitant to fight, and it happened quite frequently. But if he were not a Konoha ninja who inherited the Will of Fire, that also seemed wrong. Otherwise, why would Uchiha Itachi join a Konoha ninja team? Moreover, he was clearly different in temperament from other Uchiha. So today, Fugaku wanted to probe into Itachi's thoughts. He pondered for a moment and asked a rather pointed question. Itachi, what are your thoughts on the current situation between the Uchiha and Konoha? Has the pressure from Konoha increased? Hearing his father's words, Itachi immediately thought of this. He paused for a moment and said, there is no problem between the Uchiha and Konoha. The problem lies with the current rulers of Konoha. For certain reasons, they cannot fully trust us, but they need the Uchiha strength, so they can only control our overall power through balance and suppression. However, some situations have occurred that have caused the rulers of Konoha to begin to fear us Uchiha. This fear outweighs their need, so they want to completely eliminate us. I didn't expect you to see it so clearly. A hint of relief appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. His eyes changed for a moment, and then a pair of Manjiki Sharingan appeared in Itachi's line of sight. Manjiki. Itachi's pupils slightly dilated. He didn't expect his father to hide it so deeply, even possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, and without leaking any information. Wait, if that's the case, was it his father who controlled the Nine Tails on the night of the attack? Itachi considered this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. On the night of the Nine Tails attack, his father had been at home, so the Manjiki that released the Nine Tails definitely wasn't his father's. Chapter 160. The drunken man's intent is not in the wine. This is the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi and slowly said, aside from each eye having its own ability, the powerful spiritual energy can even easily control tailed beasts. I conducted a secret investigation and found that on the night of the Nine Tails attack, the Nine Tails pupils had special patterns, which are signs of being controlled by the Manjiki. This means that, apart from me, there are other Manjiki existences within the Uchiha clan, although I'm not sure if they are members who stayed in Konoha or Uchiha who were lost outside. But now, regardless of how things unfold, Konoha and the Uchiha can no longer reconcile. It is only a matter of time before we completely head towards opposition. When that time comes, Itachi, what will you choose? Fugaku calmly looked at Uchiha Itachi, his face showing no expression. Father, I have said before that the problem between the Uchiha and Konoha comes from the current rulers of Konoha. This is my thought. Itachi slightly lowered his head. It seems you have your own thoughts. That reassures me. Satisfied with this answer, Uchiha Fugaku gently nodded. Itachi thought for a moment and spoke. Father, I want to join the Yambu. Why? This can lower the vigilance of the Konoha higher-ups, making them mistakenly believe that I am on their side, while also allowing me to gather intelligence more conveniently. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent for a moment and nodded, saying, since you want to do it, then go ahead and try. Currently, in our Uchiha clan, apart from you, only Sure Sway has a positive image in Konoha. Suddenly, The door was pulled open, and 3-year-old Sasuke came running in, excitedly clinging to Uchiha Itachi. "Brother, come play with me. You said you would take me fishing last time." At this moment, Uchiha Makoto walked in, apologetically glancing at her husband and eldest son, and picked up her youngest son. "All right, Daddy and brother are discussing important matters. You can't interrupt them." "Sorry, Sasuke. Next time for sure." Itachi stood up and gave Sasuke a light tap on the forehead. Reluctantly, Sasuke was eventually taken away by his mother. Uchiha Itachi also left, but he was heading to the training ground. He didn't want the scenes from his dreams to happen, so he needed to work hard to improve his strength. December in Konoha was livelier than usual, because the alliance ceremony with Cloud Ninja was approaching. As the host, decorations were everywhere, seemingly trying to showcase their status as the elder brother of the 5 great nations. Mingyu was also in Konoha, but he was not there for the alliance ceremony with Cloud Ninja. He is just the branch manager of the Ping and Chamber of Commerce, here to manage the business. Definitely not because he wants to see someone too much. After entering the village of Konoha and seeing the lively scene that resembles a festival, Mingyu felt a bit surprised. However, this did not affect him finding the best view tree and skillfully climbing up. The familiar scenery, the familiar, beautiful figure. At this moment, Mingyu felt that the whole world had calmed down. Recently, because of the alliance with the Cloud Ninja, the upper ninjas have been very busy. So have dinner early tonight. Fully armed, Sunset Mako stood at the living room door and reminded her daughter. Thanks to the protection of the mysterious water-type ninja on the night of the 9 Tails, Sunset Mako had survived. Over the years, he had been searching for that water-type ninja, but it seemed that there was no such person in the entire Konoha. Hong leaned on the table, dragging her voice long in response. She was shaking a charm in her hand, her gaze fixed on it, not knowing what she was thinking. Being at home, Hong only wore a sweater on her upper body. Her graceful figure was fully displayed, while her long, fair legs were tucked under the kotatsu. Splash! "Hong, I'm here." At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and the equally casually dressed Azuki rushed in excitedly. Why are you still curled up? Hurry! Didn't we agree that we would go out for a stroll, since we rarely have a day off today? Now, Azuki has already stepped out of the shadow of Orochimaru's betrayal, and she is just very unhappy that the other party ran away without taking her along. "All right," Hong sighed, put away the charm, and then put on her coat, heading out to the streets of Konoha with Azuki. Azuki seemed interested in everything, eagerly trying anything she saw to eat or play with. In her words, "I'm not saving money to buy a house or get married. So what do I need the mission money for? Of course, I should enjoy eating and playing." "Azuki, are you not afraid of gaining weight with so many dango?" Looking at the large handful of dango in Azuki's hands, Sunset Hong was a bit worried. This is the upgraded version of the 3-color dango with more quantity and price, each dango having a different flavor. "Don't worry, I've always eaten like this and have never gained weight." "Hong, you should have some too. This dango is delicious," Azuki said while eating. Hong declined her kindness, seeing a shop of Edo-style goods next to her. She walked in. "Hello, do you have any news about Qiye, Mingyu, and Yunluo?" Hong asked the person in charge. The other party shook their head. These 3 adults are very busy with their affairs and only occasionally appear in the Land of Fire. Perhaps they are currently exploring new business opportunities in other countries. "Is that so?" "Thank you." Hong nodded slightly to the other party and then left the shop, still inquiring about those 3 people. "Come on, which of the 2 boys do you have your eyes on?" Azuki leaned over, looking mischievously at her friend. Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, Qiye and Yunluo obviously had feelings for each other back then. I could see it, you should be able to too. So, it must be that boy Mingyu left. Azuki realized and even forgot to eat the dango in her hand. "Don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask Yunluo a question." Hong's face turned slightly red, clearly lacking confidence. TSK, I didn't expect after just one meeting. Our beautiful Hong would be captivated. I don't think Mingyu is that handsome. I really don't know what you like about him. Azuki looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. "I'm not talking to you." Hong tightened her grip on the charm, stamped her foot, and walked ahead. Azuki followed with a grin. The 2 of them wandered from day to night, and after having dinner, they happily headed back. The 2 were so cheerful that they didn't notice a figure following them from behind. Chapter 161. A bad feeling you too. How come you're back so late? After finishing his patrol duty, Sunset Mako was also heading home when he happened to run into his daughter and Azuki. Dad? Didn't you say you'd be back late?" Hong said in surprise. "Hello, Uncle Mako." Azuki waved her hand to greet him. "My teammates for the shift came back early," Sunset Mako said, suddenly frowning, forming hand seals, and glaring sharply at a corner behind them. In the shadow of the roof, Mingyu suddenly felt as if he was trapped in a splendid cherry blossom tree space, tightly bound to the tree and unable to move. At this moment, Sunset Mako's figure slowly appeared from the tree trunk, coldly staring at him, and sternly asked, "Who are you? Why are you following them?" I seem to have gotten a little too close without noticing," Mingyu murmured, directly breaking free from the other party's illusion and stepping out from his hiding place. After all, he had been tormented by Qiye and Yun Luo's illusions since he was young, so his resistance was quite formidable. "Sorry, I actually meant no harm." "Mingyu, it's you." Sunset Hong's eyes flickered slightly, appearing somewhat pleased. "Mingyu, where have you been all this time?" You made Hong often inquire about your whereabouts. Azuki complained. "Do you have any idea, Hongshi?" Woo-woo. Before she could finish her second sentence, Sunset Mako tightly covered Azuki's mouth. Seeing her flickering eyes and slightly flushed face made Sunset Mako's heart skip a beat, rising a sense of unease. He turned his head, fixing his gaze on Mingyu, who stood straight ahead. Though he looked ordinary, he had a sturdy build and was well-dressed. His expression became even sharper. "Recently, Konoha has been under curfew at night. If there's nothing important, it's best to go home early." "Yes. I was following Sunset Hong and them to help escort them." Mingyu mimicked how Qiye usually spoke, slightly bowing to Sunset Mako, then turned his gaze to Sunset Hong and said, "I will stay at the Pingan Chamber of Commerce for a while. If you have a day off, you can come to play." Hong nodded in response. After saying this, Mingyu bid farewell and turned to leave. Sunset Mako's expression was solemn, seemingly unhappy as he brought Hong and Azuki back home. In the living room, sitting cross-legged on the tatami, Sunset Mako said seriously, "Tell me more about that person from just now." "Oh no, Dad. He's just an ordinary friend, and he's not even a ninja." Hong pounced into his arms, trying to get her father not to inquire too much about the matter. "Not a ninja? How could he break free from my illusion so quickly?" Sunset Mako snorted, looking at Hong and saying, "I must investigate that kid thoroughly. Otherwise, one day my daughter might be abducted, and I wouldn't even know." "It's not as serious as you say." Hong glared at her father in dissatisfaction. Realizing she couldn't hide the matter, she could only say, "Actually, it's quite simple." So she briefly introduced Mingyu, Qiye, and Yun Luo's backgrounds, as well as what happened on the night of the Nine Tails. "What? That masked Earth release expert was actually Mingyu?" Azuki exclaimed in disbelief. "Hong, you're not joking, right? I thought that person was dead after being hit by the Nine Tails tail." "I'm sure it was him." Hong took out a charm to show the two and said, "Don't you notice that Qiye, Yun Luo, and Mingyu are all wearing similar charms? This one fell from the person who saved us that night." "How do you know that person is Mingyu?" Hongdo asked curiously. "Because the styles of the talismans on the three of them are different. I've inquired about this kind of talisman, and there's no way it's for sale. It must have been made by themselves, a unique piece," Ziyairi Hong said. Upon hearing this, Hongdo couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand and recall. But she couldn't remember anything, only that the barbecue was very delicious the night they first met. "This matter is more serious than I imagined." At this moment, Ziyairi Zhenhong exhaled heavily, his expression slightly complex. Originally, he thought he had just encountered a Konoha ninja who had ambiguous feelings for his daughter, and as a father, he naturally needed to figure out the other party's background. After all, Konoha is so large, and there are many ninjas. Ziyairi Zhenhong couldn't possibly know all the young generation. But now, through his daughter's introduction, Ziyairi Zhenhong discovered that the other party actually came from the Edo family. This name had been frequently mentioned at Konoha meetings recently. The reason for this is that it was recently investigated that the funds of the Edo family actually come from the Heian Merchant Association. On the surface, the Edo family appeared to be a local business family of the Land of Fire, but in reality, it had already taken the shape of the Heian Merchant Association. Not only that, but under the previous support from the daimyo, the Edo family had acquired many industries in the Land of Fire and had numerous shops in Konoha village. Now that things had come to this point, the daimyo of the Land of Fire could no longer destroy the Edo family, let alone how it mattered to him whether they were a local business family or not, as long as they could make money. On the other hand, Danzo from Arut frequently proposed in meetings to expel all personnel from the Heian Merchant Association and the Edo family from Konoha and confiscate their industries. Of course, such proposals were always vetoed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If things were only like this, it might not be so bad. After all, they were just a group of foreign merchants. But according to what Hong said, the other party was clearly a ninja, and a formidable foreign ninja at that. This made Ziyairi Zhenhong take it seriously, even speculating whether they had any connection to the Nine Tails incident. Thinking of this, Xiairi Jinhong said with a solemn expression. You guys shouldn't get involved in this matter for now, and don't associate with that Mingyu. Puted, clearly not taking it to heart. The next morning, Xiairi Jinhong rushed to the Hokage building. He needed to report this news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time in the Hokage's office, not only was Sarutobi Hiruzen present, but even Shimura Danzo, who normally would never appear here, as well as the elder advisors Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate Kurenai were also there. Xiairi Jinhong found it a bit strange, but ignored this information and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen to share what he knew. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, not saying a word. However, Danzo, sitting on the sofa next to him, looked even gloomier and coldly snorted. I've said it before, the Heian Merchant Association is not as simple as it seems. Chapter 162. Anxious Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Regardless, the Heian Merchant Association currently has a legitimate status, and it is also a fact that they acquired the Edo family. Even if they are a force from the Land of Rain, there is currently no evidence showing that they are necessarily colluding with the Uchiha who released the Nine Tails. So we cannot confront them for now. You're getting old. Sarutobi. Danzo, whose entire right arm was wrapped in bandages, looked at his old friend with cold eyes. There is no need for substantial evidence. Since there are suspicions, we should take action first. Since they represent the Heian Merchant Association coming to Konoha to negotiate, their status must be significant. Taking them down would greatly help us understand the current situation in the Land of Rain. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, his tone extremely calm. Put away those thoughts, Danzo. Being too aggressive will only drag Konoha into the abyss. This is your lack of consideration. And it's also one of the reasons why my teacher passed the Hokage position to me instead of you. His words angered Danzo greatly, and he instantly fell silent, just gently stroking the new bandages on his right hand with his left hand. Hokage-sama, Mingyu from the Heian Merchant Association has arrived, a ninja reported as he entered. Please invite him to the conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said to the somewhat surprised Xiairi Jinhong, Jinhong, you come along too. Although the other party currently had a legitimate identity, it was better to clarify some things. The group arrived at the conference room, where Mingyu was sitting at one side of the table. Upon seeing Xiairi Jinhong, he immediately stood up and smiled. Uncle Jinhong, I didn't expect to run into you here. Good morning. Good morning. Xiairi Jinhong felt slightly embarrassed and coughed a little to cover it up. After everyone took their seats, they began to negotiate some related matters. The main point was that the Heian Merchant Association wanted to transport goods produced in the Land of Wind, the Land of Water, and other places through the Land of Rain to Konoha for sale. Previously, this was done through the Edo family, but it was too cumbersome and the volume was not large. Since they had acquired many real estate properties in Konoha through covert means, they no longer needed to hide. After all, this was originally a plan devised by the Seven Leaves, slowly squeezing the industries of various countries through economic means, with high-tech being completely in their hands. As for the lower and middle reaches of less profitable industries, they would be distributed to neighboring countries. After a round of bargaining, all the details were finally finalized. However, before signing the contract, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became serious, staring at Mingyu and said, I heard a piece of intelligence before. Several years ago, during the Nine Tails incident in Konoha, your Heian Merchant Association people were also involved. Indeed, Mingyu nodded without hiding anything, smiling as he said, however, at that time, we were still under the Edo family. Later, we moved to the headquarters of the Heian Merchant Association. During the Nine Tails incident, it seems that you, Lord Mingyu, also lent a helping hand? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Yes, although my strength is not very strong. I couldn't bear to see Konoha suffering, so I offer a little assistance, Mingyu said, in their question and answer. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was subtly probing or straightforwardly asking, Mingyu's answers showed no signs of problems, no matter how one looked at it. Mingyu was just an ordinary passerby who accidentally got involved in the Nine Tails incident and even helped Konoha. After the meeting, Xiairi Jinhong was the first to leave. Now he felt relieved, but not completely at ease. The person his daughter had feelings for seemed not to pose a threat to Konoha, but he was still a foreigner, a ninja from a Land of Rain. If Hong were to marry him, that would be too far away. Xiairi Jinhong couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic, and the day at work was quite unpleasant. Similarly displeased was Shimura Danzo. After the meeting ended, he chatted with Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while, but as expected, they parted on bad terms. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, now that they had finally allied with the Cloud Ninja, if they could also establish good relations with the Land of Rain, Konoha could at least enjoy stability for a decade. Now, the ninja world knew that the relationship between the land of rain and the land of water was significant, and they even created some kind of embassy, allowing ninjas from both sides to move freely. It could be said that both sides had completely let down their guards. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't imagine how this was achieved, it was evident that as long as they established good relations with the land of rain, it would be equivalent to having good relations with the land of water. If they signed a treaty of alliance with the Cloud Ninja, they would be completely secure. Even the land of grass was now under the control of the land of rain, and even if the land of earth had any ideas, that old man Anoki would find it hard to take action. As for the land of wind, it was better not to mention. It seems that Hiruzen Sarutobi's methods are like a toothless tiger, softening everywhere, but in reality, this is the choice that maximizes benefits. Isn't it just about lifting restrictions and letting the peaceful business association come to do business? So what? Can they really control the land of fire through economics in the future? Hiruzen Sarutobi must think that this is impossible. If that were possible, what would ninjas be needed for? Bang! Sweeping everything off the table, Danzo vented his frustration. Damn Sarutobi, I am wholeheartedly for Konoha, yet he dares to doubt my strategy. No, I need to send another urgent letter to Orochimaru. The Sharingan experiment must quickly enter the second phase. Konoha is currently fraught with crisis. I need to gain stronger power. Under Danzo's operation, an encrypted letter was sent to the Orochimaru Biotechnology Limited Liability Company in the Land of Rain the next day. Danzo seemed completely unable to wait. After Orochimaru read it, he handed the translated content to the person in front of him, Shichiya. Quite normal. He probably thinks that Hiruzen Sarutobi signing a contract with Qiye and lifting the restrictions on the Peaceful Business Association is a retreat. Shichiya smiled and casually glanced at the letter's contents, then said, moreover, the Uchiha issue is a huge mountain pressing down on his heart. Since Danzo wants to start the next step quickly, then let it be as he wishes. Oh, Shichiya, do you already have an idea? Orochimaru's eyes flashed, slightly surprised. Nodding, Shichiya did not keep him in suspense and revealed the conclusion he had reached long ago. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, if viewed as a basic attribute, corresponds to the In attribute. The spiritual energy contained within it is a burden for those who do not possess this clan's bloodline. However, the magical aspect of the human body is that cells adapt and transform according to their environment. Chapter 163. Experimental Research and Comics. Orochimaru smiled. So the plan you provided earlier to have Danzo implant the Sharingan into his arm and assist with medication is primarily to allow his body to gradually adapt to the burden and rejection that the Sharingan brings. Yes, Shichiya nodded, taking out some previous experimental data, and continued. This method can at most help the body get used to the burden brought by the Sharingan, but it cannot reduce the burden. Therefore, the second step is to balance this excess In attribute energy. Continue to stack Yang attributes? Orochimaru guessed. It seems that there is only this possibility. After all, if this portion of In attribute energy is released, then the idea of enhancing power through the implantation of a Sharingan becomes completely unnecessary. Indeed, Shichiya smiled and said, Mr. Orochimaru, have you heard of the legend of the Sage of Six Paths? I know a little. It is said that many years ago he quelled chaos, established the shinobi religion, and passed on ninjutsu and chakra to the people. Orochimaru said, the Sage of Six Paths had two sons, Indra and Ashura. The elder brother, Indra, was born with the sage's eye and possessed powerful spiritual energy, while the younger brother, Ashura, inherited the sage's body with strong vitality and body energy. Time passed, and even after many years, their bloodlines continued to circulate in the ninja world. Orochimaru became a bit interested and said, so, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, corresponding to the elder son Indra and the younger son Ashura? I didn't expect you to know so much about the past, Shichiya-kun. So now that Danzo has implanted the Sharingan representing spiritual energy, if he also implants cells from the Ashura descendants representing vitality, there might be miraculous changes. Moreover, speaking of this, there are still plenty of cells from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, with Danzo. He initially wanted me to study would release, but did not realize that it hid even greater wealth. Orochimaru's tone was filled with emotion, and he even had the idea of returning to Konoha to personally assist Danzo in the surgery, wanting to see what powerful products would emerge from the fusion of these two powers. Hey, I told you not to call him Shichiya-kun. On the side, Yoyuo, who had been eavesdropping, raised his fist and complained to Orochimaru. Looking at Yoyuo and then at Shichiya, Orochimaru suddenly felt his age. not knowing what kind of tricks the young people were playing now. He smiled, got it. At this moment, the door to the laboratory in the distance was pushed open, and accompanied by the tap-tap-tap of high heels, Tsunade, with a voluptuous figure and wearing a lab coat, walked in, holding a report and a special medication in a box. This is the H-3 medication you proposed earlier. The difficulty of making it is not high, but this medication will greatly stimulate cell division, and its effect on healing injuries is very powerful, but correspondingly, it comes at the cost of life potential. For ordinary people, it is tantamount to poison. But knowing your character, I believe you won't use it for anything harmful to the world. Nowadays, Tsunade, who lives a regular life, has improved her physical condition and mental outlook compared to before. She showed little expression on her face as she raised her hand and handed all the materials and the box to Shichiya. Shichiya took the items and smiled. Water can cook porridge, but can also capsize a boat. A knife is a tool for cutting vegetables, but it can also be turned into a weapon for murder. However, the effect of H-3 is indeed a bit too strong and not easy to control. So I will need you to continue working hard to optimize this medication. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "What a hassle. I don't understand why you are still making money when you're already so wealthy. Wouldn't it be better to research fun things sooner? You mentioned something called a mobile phone last time. How is that going?" "To be honest, it's difficult." Shichiya shrugged and said, "Right now, both software and hardware development are at a bottleneck. And aside from the terminal devices, the server and signal transmission solutions are completely undecided. So if you want to play with a mobile phone, you might have to wait another 5 or 6 years. Shichiya wasn't joking. After his investigation, he found that the Naruto world has a technology tree, but the skill points are quite crooked. For example, Nagato's Azura Path has missiles with high-precision tracking capabilities. Everyday electrical devices, recording devices, surveillance equipment, and radios are all available, and even refrigerators and televisions exist. However, most of these developers are ordinary people because ninjas are not interested in these things. Under the chaotic influence of the ninja world, most of these developers lack proper guidance. So the output seems a bit strange. By the later stages of the original story, after Naruto and Sasuke quelled the chaos, the ninja world stabilized, and various high-tech products began to emerge. Thus, during the time of Boruto, various modern instruments appeared. So to develop technology, at least the world needs to stabilize first. What Shichiya is currently doing is coordinating researchers from various places, grouping them into different laboratories, and pulling them all into his camp. By giving them a general direction and gradually breaking through, 5 to 6 years should be about right. After all, it's not starting from 0 to 100. 5 or 6 years is quite a long time. Tsunade was somewhat displeased. In your spare time, if you really feel bored, you can read this comic. Shichiya took out a work created by the entertainment company under the Peaceful Business Association from the ceiling scroll he carried. The cover features the Valley of the End and the Land of Fire, with the large faces of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara on either side, and the 4 large characters Naruto written above. The Naruto manga monthly depicts the story of the grandfather and Madara, right? Tsunade murmured as she picked it up, casually flipping through a couple of pages before becoming captivated. The manga starts by describing the Warring States period, where 2 boys from prominent clans, unaware of each other's identities at first, gradually become good friends. Due to the turmoil of war, both suffer varying degrees of casualties among their clans. Standing on a cliff facing a dense forest, they make a grand promise to establish a village that protects everyone. Wait, I haven't finished the previous page. Let me go back. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Tsunade, who was engrossed in reading, suddenly realized that Orochimaru had somehow appeared behind her, causing her to get goosebumps all over. She snapped the manga shut with a hiss and said, "Getting so close to scare me, huh? This is mine. If you want to read it, go ask Shichiya." Chapter 164. The mantis catches the cicada under the night sky. Orochimaru wasn't angry. He took a small step back and smiled. "I never expected you, Tsunade, would stay in the rain country to work. If Sarutobi-sensei knew, he would surely be angry, right? Isn't the Peace Merchant Association now established mutual trade channels with Konoha? Their ninjas can make money from Konoha. Shouldn't I, as a Konoha ninja, earn that money back?" Tsunade had a look, of course it was natural, then looked at Orochimaru with disdain. "As for you, working for the rain country is one thing, but carrying so much debt on your back, I really don't know when you'll pay it off." After saying that, she turned and left with the manga. Even if Orochimaru had good control over his emotions, he couldn't hold it together at this moment. Just thinking about his 1 billion Ryo debt made his head spin. "What are you looking at? You picked out these devices and construction plans, idle." Shichiya raised an eyebrow. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru slowly said. I suddenly had a good idea regarding the plan to reduce the size of the display device. As days passed, Danzo, far away in Konoha village, finally received the plan and potions sent by Orochimaru. The strategy for transplanting the Sharingan had originally been provided by the other party. However, Danzo wouldn't completely trust Orochimaru. He first reviewed the plan and then passed it to his subordinates to find suitable test subjects. Currently, in the Root Dungeon, some Uchiha clansmen were still being held captive, along with some ordinary ninjas who had transplanted the Uchiha Sharingan, similar to Danzo. Next, the Root Laboratory was set to conduct experiments to implant Hashirama cells into these Uchiha clansmen and the ordinary ninjas who had transplanted the Sharingan. In the past, many similar experiments had been conducted under Orochimaru's supervision, as Danzo sought to control the powerful wood release. But the results were cruel. All test subjects quickly grew saplings from their bodies, ultimately turning into trees. Only one test subject survived, but the wood release it used was incomplete. On December 27th, Konoha was bustling with activity because a delegation from the Cloud Village came to sign an alliance agreement. The locals were all energized, wanted to teach those Cloud ninjas a lesson. Almost all Konoha ninjas participated in the alliance agreement, even the Hyuga clan, who sent representatives to celebrate the birthday of the next clan leader. At the banquet, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Gates were feeling proud, as the last heavy stone pressing down on their hearts had finally been lifted. At least for short term, there was no need to worry about the outbreak of war. Only Uchiha Fugaku had a heavy expression because he knew that without external pressure, once the village settled down, it would be time to deal with their Uchiha clan. Although Itachi was very talented, he was still a bit too young. Shui was unreliable. In the end, they could only resort to a break. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku downed the drink in his cup, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze had settled. Watching the changing expressions of his clansmen, Shui felt a tangle in his heart. He knew he had to act quickly. For the Uchiha clan, for Konoha, he would let his eyes fulfill their intended purpose. Shui lowered his head and touched his eyelids. Under the brilliant streetlights, Akatsuki and Hinata were walking side by side. When they reached an intersection, the gem-like eyes of Hinata sparkled as she reluctantly said, "It's rare to have a day off, and you're sending me back so early today? Well, you have a mission tomorrow. You need to sleep early tonight to restore your energy." Although Akatsuki also wanted to spend more time with her, he had other things to do today. All right then, be careful on your way back. The thoughtful Hinata sensed that Akatsuki might have something else to do. But she didn't ask, just reminded him. Akatsuki nodded. Got it. Rest well. See you next time. After saying that, he turned and stepped into the night. Huff. Hinata, standing at the intersection, let out a heavy breath. Today, her father went to the alliance ceremony and wouldn't be back until late. Originally, she had hesitated about inviting Akatsuki to her home, but this outcome was also good. After all, inviting a boy to her home seemed a bit too bold. As the mist rose, the night deepened. No matter how lively the banquet was, there would come a moment when it would disperse. The laughter from the alliance ceremony faded, and the people of Konoha gradually fell into a deep sleep. Outside the Hyuga clan's gate, a big fool was blowing cold air on a hidden treetop. Although he wasn't sure how Shichiya got the information, Akatsuki trusted him unconditionally. Following the plan laid out by Shichiya, Akatsuki arrived early at the Hyuga clan to lie in wait. After a while, a slight noise suddenly broke the silence of the street. Akatsuki's gaze sharpened as he spotted a sneaky figure swiftly darting across the rooftops and into the Hyuga clan's courtyard. Finally, they arrived, letting out a slight breath. Akatsuki silently followed the person. Before long, he saw the shadow enter a room and quickly come out holding a little girl. Remembering what Shichiya had instructed him, Akatsuki immediately blocked the person's path. "Who are you?" The two engaged in direct combat, and the premeditated Cloud Ninja leader mistook Akatsuki for a member of the Hyuga main family, sneering before being struck down by Akatsuki's fist. Holding Hinata with one hand, Akatsuki looked at his right fist in confusion. He hadn't even used much strength, yet the other party fell down. Could this be the picking a fight story Shichiya had once told him? Ugh. At this moment, Hinata was awakened, staring wide-eyed in terror at Akatsuki. Just then, Hinata's father, Hayashi, who had been nearby, heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing Akatsuki holding Hinata, Hayashi immediately flew into a rage, put her down. Saying that, he took a stance to attack. Wait! Akatsuki quickly raised his hand and shouted, while placing Hinata on the ground. "I'm just a good Samaritan. The one who truly tried to abduct this little girl is him." As he spoke, Akatsuki stepped back a couple of paces, indicating that he had nothing to do with this. Hayashi's expression turned cautious as he shielded Hinata behind him while bending down to pull off the mask of the black-clad man on the ground, his expression suddenly changing. The person before him was indeed the Cloud Ninja leader who had come to form an alliance during the day. Realizing the situation was serious, Hayashi immediately called out to the Hyuga clansmen who had come to support, "Go bring Hokage-sama here." After that, his gaze fell back on Akatsuki, confirming his identity, and he stood silently in place without saying a word. Chapter 165 Negotiation. After all, re-establishing the trade agreement with the Peaceful Commerce Association of the Land of Rain is also a significant matter for Konoha. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi naturally knows Mingyu. However, he cannot determine what roles Mingyu and the Cloud Ninja leader lying on the ground are playing in this tricky situation. Soon, Sarutobi Hizan, who had already gone to bed, hurried over. Hearing that the Cloud Ninja leader who came to sign the agreement had died in the Hyuga clan, and that the murderer seemed to be the head of the Peaceful Commerce Association of the Land of Rain, Sarutobi Hizan was quite shocked. Lord Hokage, Hizashi slightly bowed to the other party, and then recounted everything that had just happened. After listening, Sarutobi Hizan took a deep breath, turned his gaze to the other side, and said, "What is going on, Lord Mingyu? Why are you here in the territory of the Hyuga clan?" Mingyu raised his hand and spoke. "The situation is like this. Before going back to sleep, I want to check the goods here one last time. Coincidentally, I saw a sneaky figure sneaking into the Hyuga family, so I curiously followed. As a result, I discovered that the other party had abducted the young lady of the Hyuga clan. We, the people of the Land of Rain, have been educated since childhood to uphold justice and act bravely. How could we ignore evil happening right in front of us? After killing him, I found out that the criminal who illegally invaded, committed murder, and was suspected of child trafficking was actually a Cloud Ninja. TSK, I really didn't expect that." His passionate narration left everyone around stunned. The Peaceful Commerce Association already had a considerable number of warehouses on the streets of the Hyuga clan, so there weren't really any loopholes. Little Hinata felt a bit ashamed in her heart for having suspected Mingyu of being a bad person earlier, and now her gaze towards Mingyu was filled with gratitude. However, she was still too young and kept yawning at the moment. "Hizashi, let Hinata go back to sleep?" Sarutobi Hizan said. Yes. Hizashi took Hinata back to her room, and suddenly there was a commotion outside. A large group of Cloud Ninja suddenly rushed into the Hyuga clan's territory, as if they had automatic navigation, arriving at this backyard. "Lord Hokage, what is going on? Why did our leader die in the Hyuga clan? Give us an explanation." One of the Cloud Ninja shouted angrily at Sarutobi Hizan, while the others stood in a line, ready to explode if they didn't get an explanation. Seeing these obviously well-prepared Cloud Ninja, Sarutobi Hizan suddenly felt a headache. After considering for 2 seconds, he decided to explain the situation to Hizashi and Mingyu. "Impossible. Our leader would never do such a thing. On the contrary, the Hyuga clan killing our leader for no reason will not be tolerated by the village of Kiyomogakure." The newly appointed leader of the Cloud Ninja shouted. Hearing the other party not mentioning him, the real murderer, Mingyu understood the situation. After all this, it really was as Qiye said. These scheming Cloud Ninja were not interested in development and construction at all, only thinking about causing trouble, completely war maniacs. Realizing this, he stepped forward and scolded. "Shut your damn mouth. Just look at what your leader is wearing. What kind of decent person goes out at night in a stealth outfit to someone else's house? Child trafficking, illegal invasion, and murder. This is punishable by death in the Land of Rain." Glancing at Mingyu, the Cloud Ninja leader's tone turned cold. "This matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle, or you might bring disaster to the Land of Rain." Seeing the situation escalating, Sarutobi Hizan quickly stepped forward as a mediator. "Everyone, it is already late. It is not good for everyone to gather in the Hyuga clan. Why not go back to sleep tonight, and we can discuss this matter tomorrow morning? How about that?" "Okay." Mingyu nodded first. "I believe the Hokage is responsible and will not harbor the criminals in his village. Otherwise, it will break our hearts." The Cloud Ninja leader snorted coldly and left with his people. The others gradually dispersed, and Mingyu returned to his residence, happily sleeping through the night. Of course, not everyone had such a good night's sleep. The next day, in the Hokage office, the 3 parties gathered once again to discuss the events of last night. After everyone arrived, the leader of the route, Shimura Danzo, spoke first. Last night, the Cloud Ninja leader infiltrated the Hyuga clan, attempting to abduct a young girl. Should you Cloud Ninja give a reasonable explanation for this? The Cloud Ninja, who had just sat down, were taken aback, not expecting the other party to turn the tables, and seeing Danzo's grim face, along with Sarutobi Hizan sitting calmly beside him. It seemed that these Konoha guys were not joking. Trying to gain the upper hand, first to achieve oppression? But that won't work on us Cloud Ninja. Thinking this, the Cloud Ninja leader sneered. Is this the fact you Konoha have determined? We represent Kyumogikure to sign an alliance agreement, and as a result, our leader died in the Hyuga clan that very night. It would be one thing if you Konoha didn't give us an explanation. But now you want me to explain? I have nothing to explain. Since this is your Konoha's intention, I will report all the information truthfully to Lord Raikage. After saying this, he stood up, making it seem like he was about to leave. Danzo remained expressionless, internally reluctant to sign any alliance agreement with the Cloud Ninja, as there were no substantial benefits. Instead, based on this agreement, Konoha would need to pay Kyumogikure a portion of food and money every year. Is this even an alliance? On the other hand, Sarutobi Hizan could not sit still and quickly raised his hand. Please, Cloud Ninja representatives, be patient. We can sit down and talk slowly. I don't think there's anything to discuss. Since you Konoha are determined to protect the criminals in your village, then we Cloud Ninja will also temporarily endure this. Although the Cloud Ninja leader was tough on the outside, he still sat down, knowing that this negotiation was basically secured. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hizan glanced at Danzo, meaning that your strategy is not working, and now I will communicate with the other side. He said, I wonder what the demands of your representatives are? Hand over the murderer who killed our leader, and a compensation of 500 million Ryo. The Cloud Ninja leader extended his palm, directly making a lion's mouth. Dans un chuté d'ingrédient, impossible. He could accept the first demand, but the latter demand was outrageous. Did they think Konoha's money was not money? This request is too high. For us Konoha, offering 5 million Ryo in compensation is already the limit, Sarutobi Hizan said, not as angry as Danzo, but speaking in a slightly heavy tone. This round of bargaining was also quite tough, but it was within the Cloud Ninja leader's expectations. After continuous back and forth, they still could not reach a compensation plan. The Cloud Ninja held a firm stance. I can forego monetary compensation, but the murderer must be handed over. However, the murderer was Mingyu from the Peaceful Commerce Association of the Land of Rain, and Konoha had no authority to deal with him. In the end, Sarutobi Hizan spoke. The one who killed your leader is this Lord Mingyu. If we must say, this is also a diplomatic incident between you and the Land of Rain. The Cloud Ninja leader said coldly. Although that is the case, our leader was killed in the Hyuga clan, and this is indisputable, right? Moreover, when we arrived, our leader was already dead. No one can clearly state who the real murderer is. Maybe you Konoha want to shirk responsibility and frame someone else? So handing over Hyuga Hizashi is the only way to settle this matter. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had already guessed the intentions of the Cloud Ninja village, hearing these words from the other side still made his heart sink. Konoha does not have much top-notch combat power now. Among the 3 disciples he taught, one is obsessed with gambling, another just affected after conducting forbidden experiments, and the last is traveling the world and recently writing 18 works, which are quite good-looking. Aside from that, the only one with a bit of deterrent power left is perhaps the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, Noera Rin. However, just recently, there was the 9 Tails Night incident, and the Uchiha clan cannot be trusted now, so war absolutely cannot break out. Otherwise, the Uchiha might not be able to hold back and completely rebel, and then Konoha would be finished. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said hoarsely, Understood, Konoha will provide a reasonable explanation for this matter. Sitting beside him, Shimura Danzo also knew the current situation of Konoha, so he remained silent. However, at this moment, he felt even more disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he were the Hokage, he would have resolved the Uchiha issue a long time ago. How could he be so timid now? However, this incident further strengthened Danzo's resolve. Just in time, Orochimaru had sent over new experimental plans and potions, which could speed up the process. Mingyu sat quietly beside them, not saying a word, just watching everything with mild boredom. After all, even if he spoke, the Cloud Ninja side was determined to take down the Hyuga, and they would ignore him. Moreover, it was not yet time for him to make his move. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed to discuss matters with the Hyuga clan privately, asking the Cloud Ninja representatives to wait a moment. Thus, the meeting was temporarily adjourned, and they would continue in the afternoon. The Konoha group followed the grim-faced Hyuga Hizashi toward the clan's territory, with Mingyu among them. Although he felt out of place as a person from the Land of Rain, Hizashi, who was heavy-hearted, merely glanced at Mingyu and chose to ignore him. His mind was preoccupied with the situation he was about to face, making Hizashi's emotions quite complex. Based on the morning's discussions, Konoha, not daring to offend the Cloud Ninja, would definitely hand him over. Was Hisashi angry? Of course, he was angry. But no matter how angry he was, he could only hold it in. Don't be fooled by Konoha's current state of being at a disadvantage, as they could still easily deal with a single Hyuga clan. Therefore, Hisashi could not go against the wishes of Konoha's higher-ups because he lacked the power. Yet, this was clearly a scheme by the Cloud Ninja, and he could only watch it happen, which made Hisashi feel extremely desolate. Upon arriving at the Hyuga clan, the Konoha high-ranking officials, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, had a brief discussion with the Hyuga clan members. The meaning was simple. Since the Cloud Ninja wanted the culprit, they could only make a sacrifice of Hyuga Hisashi for the future of Konoha. This made all the Hyuga clan members present very angry. But no matter how tightly they clenched their fists, they lacked the power to resist. Since that was the case, let me sacrifice instead of the clan leader, said a man who looked exactly like Hyuga Hisashi. His name was Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of the current Hyuga clan leader, but because he was born later, he could only become a branch family member, marked with the caged bird seal, living his life to protect the main family. This was a good solution. The Cloud Ninja's target was the Byakugan. Once the branch family members died, the Byakugan would automatically be destroyed, and they would get nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost immediately agreed with the idea. Hisashi looked at his brother, his body trembling slightly. Even though he had been instilled with the concepts of the main and branch family since childhood, he was still his own brother. If it weren't for the lack of choice, there were times when Hisashi hated this family rule. No need to say more, Lord Clan Leader. The existence of the branch family is to protect the main family from harm, isn't it? Hisashi bowed to the other party and continued, I just hope that after I die, you will take good care of Niji. Just then, the door suddenly swung open, and a young child, with a headscarf covering his forehead, rushed in. No, please don't sacrifice my father. Hyuga Niji dashed into Hisashi's arms, tears streaming down his face. Just yesterday, he had been marked with the caged bird seal. The pain was unforgettable, and today he accidentally heard the news about his father's impending death. The young Niji did not understand many things. He just did not want to lose his father. Hinata timidly stood at the door, most of her body hidden behind it, looking worriedly at her brother Niji inside. Today, she was completely unaware that the current Niji was no longer the Niji of the past. Hinata still, as usual, wanted someone to find her brother Niji and share with him the terrifying events of the previous night. However, while the two were strolling through the family grounds, they accidentally overheard the adults' conversation. Niji, don't cry. You're already a man. Hisashi smiled and wiped the tears from his son's face, saying, as a branch family member, it is destined to sacrifice for the main family. You might be fate itself. Fate. Upon hearing this word, Niji froze in place. Although he was still young and could not fully understand the meaning of this word. One of the elders had also said the same thing during the caged bird seal marking yesterday. Chapter 167, Stubbornness. Is it destined for the branch family to sacrifice everything for the main family? How can this be? Hatred involuntarily arose in Niji's heart and showed on his face. Seeing this, while Hyuga Hisashi was reluctant, for the sake of his daughter's future, he could only use the curse seal's power. However, it was directed at Hyuga Hisashi. The intense pain instantly caused Hisashi to collapse to the ground, drool uncontrollably flowing from his mouth. Remember your identity. If you dare to show such an expression again, it won't be so simple next time, Hisashi said in a deep voice. Understood, before the sacrifice, I will have a good talk with Niji again. Hisashi knelt on the ground, holding Niji, and hurriedly apologized to Hisashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Konoha high-ranking officials saw the internal problems of the Hyuga clan and remained silent. Cough, cough. Mingyu coughed heavily, attracting everyone's attention, and then spoke. Since I am the one who killed him, it is not fair to let the Hyuga clan bear the blame. Everyone rest assured. This is a new era. We are all reasonable people. Let's not go around talking about sacrifice. The Cloud Ninja should know this as well. After saying that, he stood up, shrugged off his jacket, and began to walk out. The current Hyuga clan had already completely resigned themselves under the pressure of Konoha and the Cloud Ninja, and it was about time for Mingyu to take action. Seeing this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quickly followed after him. The Hyuga clan members also got up and followed, although they did not understand why this person from the Land of Rain was so confident. But they seemed to see a turning point in the situation. The group moved quickly and reached the hotel where the Cloud Ninja envoy was staying before noon. After Mingyu finished explaining his side of the situation, the new leader from the Cloud Ninja side immediately sneered. You, a mere ninja from the land of rain, had better not provoke trouble. The leader died at the Hyuga clan, and we have investigated this thoroughly. No matter what, the Hyuga clan has an irrefutable responsibility. I have made this very clear. Mingyu looked at the other party with some impatience, and his tone became increasingly urgent. Your boss brought this upon himself. Just for the child trafficking alone, he had no chance of surviving. Moreover, I was the one who killed him, so don't go blaming the Hyuga. The argument at the hotel entrance attracted a lot of curious gazes, but because of the presence of the third Hokage and others, most people just stopped to watch from a distance, with only a few ninjas coming forward to inquire about what had happened. It seems that your land of rain is intent on intervening in this matter. Although it's unclear what benefits Konoha has given you, I advise you to think carefully about the consequences. The head of the Cloud Ninja had a grim expression and shouted, We will definitely take the Hyuga clan. The Hokage can't stop us, I say. Bang! Seeing that the other party was completely unyielding, Mingyu's patience finally ran out, and he punched the head of the Cloud Ninja directly in the face, smashing it in. Bang! Crash! The onlookers only felt a blur before their eyes, accompanied by a gust of wind, as the head of the Cloud Ninja was sent flying, crashing through several wooden pillars and landing in a pile of rubble. The sudden scene caused quite a stir, but fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were right there, immediately arranging for their subordinates to maintain order. You bastard! The remaining Cloud Ninjas were both shocked and angry, but they didn't lose their rationality and rush at Mingyu. Instead, they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, has Konoha fallen to such a level? A mere ninja from the land of rain dares to be so arrogant? They were quite clever, directly throwing the matter into Konoha's hands. After all, Mingyu's actions did seem to lack respect for Konoha on the surface. Lord Mingyu, what is the meaning of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was unpleasant, and he was somewhat confused. Based on his judgment during this time, Mingyu, this ninja from the land of rain, had a very mature way of doing things, not at all appearing as young as he looked. But this reckless behavior just now made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel strange. Mingyu clapped his hands and smiled. You see, Hokage-sama, we from the land of rain have always been reasonable, but in certain difficult-to-communicate situations, we choose to use auxiliary means. Fists are the bridge for friendly communication between people. Nowadays, we are also vigorously developing education, so that future children can learn more knowledge and be able to explain reasons to others. Of course, ninja-related training will not be neglected. After all, learning is to explain reasons to others, and force is to make others listen to your reasoning. Our actions absolutely do not intend to harm the Cloud Ninjas or violate Konoha's regulations. It was just an accident. What the hell? Learning is for explaining reasons to others, and force is to make others listen to your reasoning. Hearing Mingyu's theory, everyone around couldn't help but feel a strong urge to complain. The Cloud Ninjas looked particularly gloomy, with expressions that seemed to say, Are you kidding me? One of the Cloud Ninjas shouted loudly, putting pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this matter, just like the Hyuga clan killing our leader, must be accounted for. Lord Mingyu, you shouldn't be a reckless person. What exactly was that just now? Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt somewhat helpless at this moment, increasingly feeling like he couldn't keep up with these young people. TSK, since it's almost noon, let's get straight to the point. Mingyu sneered, then took out a stack of photos from his pocket. Although the images were somewhat blurry, it was still clear that the Cloud Ninja leader was wearing a mask and holding Hinata. These photos were taken during Mingyu's operation, just as a precaution. As for why he didn't show them earlier, it was to put enough pressure on the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, how could they deeply remember these matters? Especially the branch family members? This is... The Cloud Ninjas were instantly a loss for words. What else could they say now? Although the person in the photo was masked, the physique and adornments were completely consistent with their leader, right? Mingyu distributed the photos in his hand while continuing to speak. This camera is the latest product from our Peaceful Commerce Association's camera series. Not only is the image clear, but it also greatly improves night scene effects. However, due to limited production, a small batch will be released in January next year. So hurry up if you want to buy it. Early orders can enjoy a 5% discount. Chapter 168. Thanks from Nichiju after Mingyu's diversion. The Cloud Ninjas could no longer propose that the Hyuga clan pay a price, and they didn't even dare to stay longer in Konoha, leaving in disgrace. Not only that, but they also had to compensate for the damage to the hotel before they left. Although it was Mingyu who did the hitting, it was the Cloud Ninjas who damaged the hotel. and this was the property of the Peaceful Commerce Association, so the compensation had to be in place. For Konoha, this was nothing less than a slap in the face. Even after a few days, the relevant news continued to spread widely in Konoha. If it weren't for Mingyu, a foreigner, the Hyuga clan wouldn't have known what price to pay. It was even said that the clan head of the Hyuga clan was prepared to sacrifice himself to apologize to the Cloud Ninjas. Such a heinous act filled every Konoha citizen with righteous indignation, and dissatisfaction with Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly, not just among the ninjas of various clans, but even some commoners felt the same. A certain sentiment began to spread that Sarutobi Hiruzen was getting old and could no longer be strong. If he continued as Hokage, Konoha would only become softer and softer. Conversely, those who boasted about Danzo grew inexplicably more numerous, claiming that although he was from the same generation as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was still strong. With such voices, Danzo, who often hid in his dark room and rarely showed himself, actually began to appear more frequently in the village. This move, for anyone slightly concerned about Konoha's politics, was not difficult to see through. It was clear that Danzo had endured for so many years and could no longer hold back, wanting to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen in one fell swoop and take the position for himself. But even though Sarutobi Hiruzen was old, his peak years were behind him, and his popularity had severely declined. He had been in power for many years, and there were still numerous families with deep interests entangled with him. The most direct ones were the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Thus, for Sarutobi Hiruzen to completely fall, it still required some time in the current situation of Konoha. Danzo was naturally aware of this. He was just slowly building momentum for himself. Currently, experiments on the fusion of Sharingan and Hashirama cells were ongoing. Once completed, he would have the capital to directly challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen. By then, the position of Hokage in Konoha would belong to Shimura Danzo, and there would no longer be situations like the Cloud Ninjas extorting and blackmailing, needing foreign ninjas to help resolve issues. Mingyu as a foreigner, Mingyu naturally couldn't do anything on behalf of Konoha. All he could do was collect these completely incomprehensible pieces of information for Qiye. With a whoosh, he pulled open the wooden door and walked out. When he arrived in the living room, aside from the casually dressed and comic-reading Kurenai Yuhi, who was sipping tea and munching on snacks, there were two men, one big and one small, who seemed a bit awkward, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Niji. Upon seeing Mingyu enter, Hizashi immediately stood up with Niji. Mingyu-sama, thank you so much for your help this time. Although several days had passed, the Hinata clan had been strengthening their family investigations and external defenses, dealing with various matters, which was why he finally had time today to come and thank Mingyu with Niji. If it weren't for Mingyu, he might have already committed suicide, with his body being sent to the land of lightning. It's just a small effort, Mingyu said as he placed two new flavors of chips in front of Kurenai. Startled by the noise in front of her, Kurenai snapped back to reality from the world of comics. Ah, Mingyu, why are you so quiet again? Although it sounded like a complaint, her tone was soft and more like a pout. Not only that, she put down the comic book in her hand, picked a sour plum from the jar nearby, and held it up to Mingyu's mouth. At that moment, Kurenai inadvertently glanced around and suddenly realized that there were two other people in the living room besides Mingyu. The Hyuga clan? When did they arrive? Kurenai's jewel-like eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing. At this moment, she felt a wet sensation on her finger. It turned out that Mingyu had eaten the plum. I should step away. Kurenai buried her head, her little face instantly turning bright red as she hurriedly tidied up the table filled with snacks, tea, and comic books. Currently, the entertainment company under Qiye had updated the Naruto comic to the early establishment of the Konoha Ninja Village. But the plot had already diverged with the disagreements between the co-founders, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Kurenai hadn't reached that part yet, but she was still very engrossed. Watching Kurenai, who looked like a startled deer, Mingyu couldn't help but show a gentle smile before turning to the two men and saying, "Please, have a seat." Wow, that must be the daughter of the real Kurenai, right? I heard that Hokage's youngest son was interested in her, but it seems like Mingyu-sama has taken her already. Although Hizashi felt serious inside, he maintained an expression as if he hadn't seen anything. After chatting for a while, when they were about to leave, Niji, who had been silent, suddenly asked Mingyu, "Big brother, do you think destiny can really be changed?" Destiny? Mingyu scratched his head. This question was a bit beyond his scope, mainly because it wasn't included in the strategy that Qiye had given him, and it wasn't something that could be found in Unrequited Love 300. For a moment, Mingyu wasn't sure what the correct answer was. He also didn't want to give a casual answer just because the other person was a child. After pondering for a moment, he replied with his understanding. I have a very good friend. He's very smart and powerful. My destiny was changed by him. So I believe that as long as one is strong enough, there's nothing that can't be solved. Upon hearing this, Niji seemed to understand something, but also seemed not to understand anything, as he was pulled away by Hisashi with a complex expression. Meanwhile, in the land of Rain's Peace City, Qiye finished reading the intelligence sent back by Mingyu and began to write and draw on paper. If before, changing certain people's destinies was out of his temporary interest or more to achieve some beneficial purpose, now Qiye wanted to verify the possibility of a certain existence. Chapter 169. Investigation of Shursui after the failed assassination of Kagaya and the inexplicable birth of Uchiha Manyo, as well as the deaths of the Minato couple. He suddenly became aware of a situation. Fate rules. Perhaps this world was already operating according to a set scenario, although he had changed some things. Those were merely weak nodes. The major nodes remained very difficult to change, just like a drop of ink placed into a water tank. It would have no effect on the clear water inside, unless it were a bucket of ink. With this speculation in mind, Qiye decided to experiment using the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi, don't let me down. Looking at the several keywords circled on the paper, Qiye murmured. The Uchiha clan of Konoha. Currently, Uchiha Fugaku had not found any respite due to the dark struggles between the Hokage and the elders of Konoha. Instead, he felt the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Perhaps the moment of conclusion was reached between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen would also mark the death knell for the Uchiha clan. Therefore, they could not wait any longer. In the following days, although the number of Uchiha handling daily affairs remained unchanged, most were not strong, and internal meetings began to increase. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were the first to notice this unusual sign. Although no news circulated within the clan, both were aware of something. Was it destined that the village and the clan could not coexist peacefully? Uchiha Itachi went to a peace trading house in Konoha and left behind a scroll that Qiye had given him earlier. He could not fully predict what would happen next, but he felt in his heart that the Uchiha clan probably had no good ending. We must stop all of this from happening. Uchiha Shursui, fully armed, turned and walked out of his room. In recent days, incidents of Uchiha clan members going missing had resurfaced, and he prepared to secretly follow a clan member who fit the criteria of the previous missing persons to see if he could find a mastermind behind it. Uchiha Sanyuan was an ordinary ninja. Although he bore the Uchiha name, he only awakened his Sharingan at the age of 27, and his ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu were all a mess. As a waste in the eyes of his peers, Uchiha Sanyuan was not sociable and rarely communicated with others, spending his spare time quietly training alone in the forest behind the clan. Although many Uchiha had gone missing in the past 2 years, and they all had solitary personalities, preferring to be alone, those people had mostly gone missing outside the clan's territory. Moreover, the clan had strengthened its defenses now, and Uchiha Sanyuan did not believe anyone would dare to intrude here. Just as he was thinking this, he inadvertently looked up and suddenly saw several masked ninjas standing around him. Uchiha Sanyuan, Lord Danzo has business with you. Please come with us. One of the root ninjas said. His heart tightened, and Uchiha Sanyuan discreetly lowered his hand to his ninja tool pouch, his expression wary as he asked, May I ask what Lord Danzo needs me for? No need for nonsense. Just come with us. The root ninja said impatiently, I'm sorry, but without relevant documents or procedures, I cannot leave with you. After saying this, Uchiha Sanyuan turned and ran. As a low-ranking ninja, he naturally couldn't defeat these root ninjas. This was the Uchiha clan's territory. If he ran a bit further and caused a commotion, he should be safe. Just as Uchiha Sanyuan was thinking this, he suddenly found a fist appearing in front of him. He screamed as he was knocked to the ground. Self-inflicted pain. The root ninja mocked as they immediately swarmed him and knocked him unconscious. At that moment, just as Uchiha Shursui, who was hiding in the shadows, was about to reveal himself, he suddenly sensed a sharp aura approaching. Clang! A bright blade flashed by, and the two root ninjas closest to Uchiha Sanyuan could not dodge in time and were instantly cut in half. Blood and shattered organs scattered all over the ground, creating an extremely bloody scene. The remaining root ninjas felt a shiver run through them, their bodies tense as they left their original positions. At the same time, they turned to look in the direction of the blade's aura, but all they could see was a sharp, black silhouette. The figure held a regular long sword, yet it seemed to cut through anything effortlessly as they swiftly dispatched most of the root ninjas as if they were merely chopping vegetables. Bang! The last two were kicked away by Uchiha Manuel, their bodies crashing hard against the ground, causing their masks to fall off. A man and a woman, both around 20 years old. Who sent you here? What is the purpose of capturing Uchiha? Manuel pressed the sword against the male ninja's throat. He had come here after hearing the commotion, not having heard the previous conversation. We are subordinates of Danzo-sama, ordered to bring Uchiha Sanyuan back for investigation by the root. The male root ninja scoffed. Danzo, huh? Manuel thought to himself, recalling his previous discussions about this person with Kurizetsu and others. According to the organization's latest arrangements, they could leverage Danzo's side to support him in ascending to the Hokage position, which would be temporarily advantageous for them. Swish! After getting the answers he wanted, Manuel swung his right hand, the long sword coldly slicing through the necks of the two. Without mercy, he killed them. Then, Manuel turned to a large tree. Hiding for so long. Aren't you going to come out? Manuel, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. So you were pretending all along? Uchiha Shursui walked out from behind the tree with a bitter smile. He had heard about this dropout from the Ninja Academy and his family, but he didn't know much. It was only today that Shursui realized how formidable Manuel's swordsmanship was. With this level of skill, even without ninjutsu, he would definitely possess the strength of a jonin. He just didn't know if Uchiha Manuel had activated his Sharingan. If he did, he might even rival the legendary White Fang of the Hitaki clan. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Shursui approached and asked, Manuel, have you activated your Sharingan? Upon hearing this, the blade in Manuel's hand trembled slightly, and he shot Shursui a cold glance before turning away without a word. That moment of silence sent chills down Shursui's spine, but he quickly regained his composure. With such powerful strength, if Manuel was with him, they could surely bridge the gap between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Thinking of this, Shursui hurriedly picked up the unconscious Uchiha Sanyuan and chased after Manuel. In a secluded part of the forest where no Uchiha clansman would come, a simple wooden cabin had been built, surrounded by numerous knife marks. Chapter 170. Rewriting Thoughts? And Will, is this where you usually train? Able to endure solitude. No wonder you're so strong, Manuel. Shursui tossed Uchiha Sanyuan onto a nearby wooden stump, surveying the surroundings with admiration. Manuel's gaze grew colder as he said indifferently, What do you want? It's like this. Uchiha Shursui rubbed his head and then voiced his thoughts. He wanted Manuel to join him in persuading the clan leader and Konoha's upper echelons, arguing that they were all ninjas of Konoha and there was no need for such internal strife. After all, if a fight broke out, neither side would gain anything. Upon hearing this, a sneer appeared on Uchiha Manuel's face. He truly hadn't expected someone as naive as Shursui to exist in this world. With the death of Minato and the Nine Tails incident, Konoha's trust in the Uchiha was now effectively zero. Coupled with the declining strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the unyielding desires of Shimura Danzo, neither had any need for the Uchiha clan. Such an unstable force was best eradicated. Perhaps my thoughts seem naive to you, and maybe they truly are. But I have these eyes, even if I can't persuade them with words. I can use the power of my eyes to change their perceptions. Shursui revealed his Manjiki Sharingan and explained its ability to Manuel. Kodo Amit Sukami, Rewriting Thoughts and Will. After hearing Shursui's description, Manuel finally understood why he was so naive. Such a purely fantastical ability indeed suited Shursui's character. But what could changing someone's thoughts and will accomplish? The world would still remain unchanged, and evil and chaos would continue to thrive in different places. This sickly world was what Manuel despised. Closing his eyes, when Manuel opened them again, they had transformed into the Manjiki. The blade-like patterns evolved from his tomo grew sharper, and the abyss at the center deepened. Clang! Swish! As Shursui stared at Manuel's Manjiki, lost in astonishment, he suddenly felt a sharp sensation across his throat. He raised his hand to touch it, only to find it covered in blood. In his final moments, he saw the indifferent Manuel reach out and take his Manjiki Sharingan. Manuel, in the last remnants of his consciousness, Shursui wanted to ask why he did this, but he could no longer form a complete sentence. Bang! Shursui's corpse fell to the ground, startling Uchiha Sanyuan, who had just regained consciousness from his faint. His last memory was being knocked out by root ninjas. How had he woken up to find Shursui dead? Moreover, the one who killed him was the seemingly weaker Uchiha Manuel. What was happening? Were those root ninjas? In a daze, Uchiha Sanyuan stood up and shouted at Manuel, What happened? Why did you kill Shursui? Manuel looked into his eyes, and his Sharingan's power erupted instantly. Uchiha Senyuan's expression turned blank as he was directly controlled by Manwë. Manwë stepped forward, took out his own eyes, and then switched them with Shirisue's Mangeki that he held. After doing all of this, Uchiha Senyuan, still under the illusion's control, activated Kotoeme Tsukumi against Manwë. What had happened could never be changed, but Manwë could alter his own thoughts. By controlling Uchiha Senyuan, he made the power of Kotoeme Tsukumi act upon himself. And the altered thought and will were to forget the person he loved deeply and destroy this world at all costs. In that moment, Manwë felt a moment of disorientation. He suddenly sensed an emptiness in his heart, as if he had forgotten something very important. It was an excruciating feeling. He only remembered using Kotoeme Tsukumi to forget something, but he could no longer recall what it was. Like a flower in a mirror or a moon on the water, it seemed right in front of him, yet he could not grasp it. But none of this mattered anymore. Having personally experienced Kotoeme Tsukumi, Manwë felt his resolve to destroy this world strengthen even further. His dark pupils fell on Uchiha Senyuan, and the pattern of his Mangeki became clearer. In terms of the unique terminology of the Uchiha clan, Manwë's ocular power had once again increased. Due to Manwë's earlier moment of disorientation, Senyuan had now broken free from the illusion. He covered his eye that he couldn't see with and turned to flee. Swish! A bright flash of the blade cut through, and Uchiha Senyuan's body fell in two halves onto the ground. This Mangeki could no longer be used. The remaining one would be left for Danzo. Manwë stepped forward and placed the two distinctly different Mangeki eyeballs in his separate glass containers. They had initially planned to negotiate with Danzo, but now they had a better plan. All of this was happening in the shadows. On the surface, Konoha seemed calm and peaceful, but internally it was already a powder keg. Konoha, March 55. Although it has only been a short time since the new year, there is not much festive feeling within the Uchiha clan. A sense of oppression hangs over every Uchiha adult, while the children seem oblivious, still laughing and playing their favorite ninja games. I stepped out. Uchiha Itachi, armed with a short sword, was ready to leave. He had joined the Umbu, and today was his first day at work. Be a bit more enthusiastic when interacting with everyone. Don't be too cold, Uchiha Makoto advised. Little Sasuke stood at the door, looking somewhat expectant as he said, "Brother, don't forget to come back early to practice shuriken, throwing with me." I will," Itachi replied, ruffling his head before waving goodbye to his mother and turning to leave. This child is only 9 years old, yet he seems to carry so many worries. Makoto sighed as she took Sasuke back home. As expected, Itachi's mind was anything but calm. Ever since Shisui had gone missing, he felt increasingly that something major was about to happen. The unseen darkness loomed like an abyss, ready to engulf the entire Uchiha clan. "Hey, Itachi, what are you thinking about? I've been calling you for a while now." At that moment, Itachi was jolted back to reality by the sight of a plate of fried dumplings in front of him. It was Izumi, who had appeared before him without him noticing. Although Izumi also possessed the Sharingan, her overall talent was nowhere near as strong as Itachi's, and she was still attending the Ninja Academy. "Thank you." Itachi accepted the dumplings she offered. "I really envy you. You don't have to go to that boring school and can earn your own money to buy countless dumplings." Izumi, who had never experienced the struggles of a working adult, was still naively looking forward to her future career. Chapter 171. The coming night of annihilation. Itachi remained mostly silent as they walked, and when they reached the street corner about to part ways, Izumi waved her hand and said, "Good luck, Itachi. I hope you have a good time in the Umbu." After saying that, she skipped away. Eating the dumplings in his hand and watching Izumi's lively figure depart, Itachi felt his mood improve slightly. After arriving at the Umbu, he met his future teammates. However, everyone was wearing masks, making it impossible to see their true appearances. He could only distinguish their genders by their body shapes. Uchiha Itachi, after joining the Umbu, we all refer to each other by code names. "Here is your mask. As for your code name, let us call you Suzaku. What does that sound?" Kakashi tossed 2 sets of uniforms and a crimson mask to him and asked. "I have no objections." Itachi nodded, changing into the uniform and putting on a mask. The Umbu is directly under the Hokage, and most of the time, unless there are special missions, they won't be particularly busy. However, Itachi evidently had some bad luck. On his first day, he was swamped with tasks. Even as dusk gradually fell, their small team still received orders to execute a patrol mission. "Something feels off today, Kakashi," the team leader said. He had already noticed several other Umbu members. None of them were off duty, and they were secretly patrolling various places in Konoha, as if the higher-ups were on alert for something. Their movement over there, an Umbu member standing on a rooftop suddenly pointed in a direction. It was a pleasant female voice, and her figure was relatively petite. Kakashi glanced at Rin, and in a flash, he too was on high point. He took a quick look. That is, the Uchiha clan's territory. Itachi, who had also jumped up, said in a low voice. The unease in his heart was confirmed. Under the darkening night, several shadows flickered above the Uchiha clan's territory, indicating that a battle had broken out there. In a flash, Itachi, feeling somewhat panicked, rushed towards his family. Let us go. Kakashi immediately followed, and Rin also went without saying a word. The remaining Umbu hesitated for a moment. After all, their orders were to patrol the designated area, and the Uchiha clan territory was always treated as special. If there were no special orders, the Umbu couldn't even approach there. However, since the captain was going, they hesitated briefly before following. At that moment, Itachi had already returned to the clan, and the sight of corpses everywhere shocked him, intensifying his unease. Izumi, Sasuke, he shouted in his heart, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed home. Whoosh! A figure suddenly blocked his path. Covered in blood, with a somewhat distorted face, Shinomori smiled and said, Uchiha Itachi, your talent is impressive. How about considering joining us? Swish! Swish, swish! The only response was the 5 or 6 shurikens that Itachi threw at him. Shinomori dodged, but heard a clinking sound behind him. 2 shurikens had embedded themselves in his shoulder. TSK, you have some skills. Shinomori casually pulled out the shurikens, his figure charging like a cannonball, filled with oppressive force. Rip! Just then, a figure illuminated by lightning rushed over to intercept him. Kakashi shouted to Itachi, I'll handle him. Itachi didn't have time to express his gratitude and hurried back home. Sounds of battle came from the backyard, and when Itachi rushed over, the scene before him made his pupils constrict. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, had a broken left arm and was struggling to fight an enemy with a kunai in his right hand. His mother, Uchiha Mikoto, lay in a pool of blood, her body cut in half. Next to her, little Sasuke had his eyes tightly shut, covered in blood, his life unknown. Itachi, quickly escape. Take Sasuke and run. Now! Fugaku's loud shout jolted Itachi awake. He wiped away the tears that had unconsciously streamed down his face, picked up Sasuke from the ground, and began to run frantically. Whoosh! The sound of a long knife piercing flesh came from behind him. Itachi turned back one last time and saw a young man with cold eyes and an indifferent expression at the moment his father fell. The other party's eyes were also the Mangeki Sharingan. The figure of white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke have escaped. Are you going to chase them? No need, just 2 people. After today, the Uchiha clan will be completely annihilated. Many said, wiping the blood off his blade, his tone flat. He went to Uchiha Izumi's place, you know. Now Kakuzu is over there. Perhaps he might just see his beloved die right in front of him. Aren't you worried? White Zetsu teased. Swish! Just after finishing his sentence, a sharp blade aura struck, slicing his body in half. Another white Zetsu emerged from the ground and muttered softly. Such a strong reaction. Have you really completely forgotten that person from the past? At this moment, Itachi had burst into Izumi's house, shouting Izumi. As he ran through the house, scanning his surroundings. In another guest room of the courtyard, Kakuzu, who had just arrived, turned his gaze away from the trembling girl in front of him. Uchiha Izumi was curled up in a corner, bloodied, her mouth wide open like a fish out of water, gasping for breath. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror, and in her trembling pupils, 3 black tomo were slowly rotating. Is someone coming? Kakuzu turned back and saw a furious black figure. Fire style, great fireball technique, with his hands forming seals. Itachi unleashed a scorching fireball, forcing Kakuzu back. He flashed to Izumi's side and asked, Are you okay? Itachi, seeing the familiar face. Uchiha Izumi gradually came to her senses from her panic. She threw herself into Itachi's arms, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. This is not the time to relax. It was Itachi who stood behind Izumi, handing the unconscious Sasuke over to the other party for care, while facing Kakuzu alone. Be careful, this person is very strong. Uncle Baki was killed by him, and I clearly saw him get his heart pierced before, yet he didn't die. It's strange. Although Izumi Uchiha's strength was weak, her observation skills were decent, so she conveyed the information she had gathered to Itachi. Understood. Itachi nodded, his expression growing vigilant. Your eyes are similar to Manuel's. Are they also a kaleidoscope? Kakuzu asked curiously, becoming more cautious. After all, he had witnessed Manuel's power. Although the other party's strength did not entirely come from the kaleidoscope, this Uchiha before him, who also possessed a kaleidoscope, should not be weak either. Testing the waters. Kakuzu threw a shuriken, and Itachi surged forward, his kunai darting swiftly toward Kakuzu's chest. Chapter 172. The dust settles a somewhat reckless Uchiha. Kakuzu concluded in his heart. It seemed not all Uchihas put as much pressure on people as Manhwa did. Earth release. Hardening technique. Kakuzu's hands hardened and turned black, easily blocking Itachi's attack. And with a swing of his left fist, he sent Itachi flying into the ruins. To the side, Izumi gasped in shock and rushed over to check on Sasuke. The heart of the lightning release was just accidentally destroyed, so I'll use this technique to eliminate you all. After a moment of thought, Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals, spitting out a high-pressure wind ball. Wind release, pressure damage. The super high-pressure wind energy swept through, wreaking havoc and destroying everything around. When the energy dissipated, this courtyard had been leveled, as if it had suffered a natural disaster. Thud! A clear sound of kunai, piercing flesh reached Kakuzu's ears, and his vision began to spin with confusion. Just as his head fell to the ground, he saw Itachi Uchiha standing behind him, holding a ninja blade, maintaining a slashing posture. So that's it. Everything just now was an illusion? Kakuzu looked around and realized the surrounding buildings were intact, finally understanding. His head fell to the ground, and he closed his eyes. Can't even die after losing your head? Itachi retreated back to Izumi's side, his brow tightly furrowed. To ensure Kakuzu was thoroughly killed, he had specifically used his ninja blade to behead him. Even so, the standing body and the absence of blood made Itachi conclude that the opponent was still alive. Swish, swish, swish. A horrifying scene unfolded as countless black threads surged from Kakuzu's severed neck and torso, writhing like living creatures. Soon these threads picked up Kakuzu's neck again, but it did not return to its original body. Instead, it split into 3 monsters entwined around his shoulders and the back of his head, connected by eerie black lines. Izumi Uchiha, who had never seen such a situation, was stunned, holding Sasuke with her mouth slightly agape, unable to speak. As for Itachi Uchiha, he tightened his grip on the kunai, his gaze fixed firmly on the opponent, planning to strike first. Amaterasu. Boom! The pitch-black flames instantly wrapped around Kakuzu. The monster on his right opened its large mouth and spewed water, but once the Amaterasu flames attached, there was no chance of extinguishing them. I want to stop until I burn the target to death. This equally bizarre ability was noticed by Kakuzu, and he realized he had underestimated his opponent. So he chose to abandon his water-based heart. A monster's mask shattered, and the black flames on Kakuzu extinguished. He no longer hesitated and charged towards Itachi Uchiha at high speed. Itachi, who had just activated the kaleidoscope and had been fighting continuously, was already struggling to stand. He threw a shuriken and then spat out a fireball, quickly pushing Izumi away. Izumi, quickly take Sasuke and hide. Boom! The ground where he originally stood was shattered by Kakuzu, whose hands shone like black gold. The 2 monsters wound around his shoulders, exerted tremendous pressure. Fire release. Head carving. Without needing to form hand seals, the monster on Kakuzu's left shoulder opened its mouth, and violent flames immediately surged out. Just at that moment, a water barrier appeared out of nowhere, blocking between Kakuzu and Itachi Uchiha. Kakuzu turned his head and saw a girl wrapped in chakra standing atop the broken house. A Jinchuriki of the 3 tails? Kakuzu, you seem to be in a bit of a predicament, but the mission is complete, so there is no need to fight anymore. You saved your life. Suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, speaking in an infuriating tone to Kakuzu. After you all get on the bounty list, I will return. Kakuzu boasted, but without saying another word, he began to retreat. After all, this mission was somewhat special, taking place within the Hidden Leaf Village. If it weren't for controlling Danzo, a high-ranking individual, Kakuzu wouldn't dare to take such risks, as his number of hearts was limited. Aside from Kaku, Shurinan and Sasori also received the retreat signal. Rin did not pursue, but quickly came to Itachi's side. Are you okay? I'm Fine. Itachi leaned against the wall. Activating the kaleidoscope for the first time and fighting for so long made him feel a bit unwell. Let us first meet up with Kakashi and then look for any survivors nearby. Supporting Itachi, Rin led them out. This Umbu team would meet up later, and after a while, other Umbu teams also received orders from Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to come and assist. However, at this point, the entire Uchiha clan had been nearly slaughtered, and the attackers seemed to have investigated and chosen a time when everyone was present. If Itachi hadn't just joined the Umbu today, he would have been with his family. The next morning, a piece of news that caused panic among all in the Hidden Leaf emerged. The large Uchiha clan had been exterminated overnight. Only a few elderly members and the two sons of the former clan leader Fugaku, along with a girl named Izumi Uchiha, remained. After investigation by the Hidden Leaf, the instigator of the massacre was identified as a clan member named Uchiha Manue. The reason for this was that he had been looked down upon and bullied by his fellow clansmen for lacking talent and being unable to practice ninjutsu since childhood. After years of hard training in swordsmanship, Uchiha Manue unexpectedly awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and with his newfound power, he single-handedly slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. This truth, which emerged from the land of Fire's Hidden Leaf, shocked the entire ninja world. All forces and ninja villages began to check for similar situations to Uchiha Manue's to prepare for any contingencies. Regardless of external speculation, after several days of investigation, the Hidden Leaf village finally settled the matter of the clan extermination. Uchiha Manue was also classified as a high-risk individual by the Hidden Leaf, marking him as the first non-Hidden Leaf ninja to be labeled as such. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, all deceased individuals had been buried, and most of the ruins had yet to be cleared. In an intact house, Itachi Uchiha and others sat together, facing several surviving clan elders. Itachi, given the situation, there is no need to investigate the origins and truths of this upheaval in detail anymore. At least with you few, the roots of the Uchiha still remain. An elder spoke with implication. Although Itachi Uchiha was young, he fully understood what the other party meant. The extermination of the clan was certainly not something Manue could accomplish alone. There must have been cooperation from the higher-ups in the Hidden Leaf. While clearing the ruins, they also discovered the corpse of a root ninja. Chapter 173, Sasuke and Naruto's first meeting. Of course, Itachi Uchiha maintained a tacit silence. I understand that starting today, I will do my utmost to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, Itachi said solemnly. Yes, that's how it should be. Since you and Izumi are about the same age, if neither of you mind, you should spend more time together and have more children in the future. The elder's words immediately made Izumi, who was sitting beside them, slightly stunned. Then she turned to look at Itachi and lowered her head. After experiencing the night of the massacre and witnessing the death of her loved ones, Izumi was no longer the lively girl she once was. Let's talk about this later. Both Izumi and I are still young. Itachi deflected the topic and chatted with the elder about other matters. Most of it was related to the Uchiha clan. After all, Itachi was considered half the clan leader now. After their small talk, Itachi and Izumi bid farewell to the elders and walked out of the house. Brother, Sasuke, who was sitting alone on a distant stump, hurried over. Sasuke, are you hungry? Let's go have dinner, Itachi said, ruffling his hair. The group walked towards the streets of Konoha, but just as they were about to leave the clan's territory, Izumi suddenly stood still and said with her head down, "You guys go ahead, I don't feel hungry." Izumi hadn't eaten much for lunch, spent the afternoon sorting through many things from the clan, and talked with the elder for so long. How could she not be hungry? Izumi, if you're feeling unwell, it's better to speak up, Itachi said gently, standing in front of her. Drip, drip. Crystal tears kept sliding from Uchiha Izumi's eyes, falling to the ground and shattering into small pearls. During this time, Izumi had been suppressing her feelings, but every time she sorted through belongings in the ruins, she would be reminded of the past and couldn't help but recall what had happened. After all, Izumi was just a 9-year-old girl. She couldn't be absolutely strong. Sad emotions can be contagious. Seeing her cry, young Sasuke also pouted, buried his head in his arms, and began to sob. Itachi didn't immediately comfort her. He knew that Izumi had been under a lot of mental pressure lately, and letting it out by crying would feel a bit better. I'm sorry, Itachi. After a while, Izumi sniffled and said with tearful eyes. Itachi took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, saying, "Don't be afraid. I will always be here with you." His firm words touched Izumi a bit, and her empty heart seemed to be filled, making her feel stronger. She looked at him and tried to show a smile. "Thank you, Itachi. I will work hard too. Then let's go eat first." Itachi took her hand with one hand and pulled Sasuke's arm with the other as they walked forward. Sasuke, who was interrupted, raised his head and found that Izumi had stopped crying, so he felt a bit embarrassed to continue, and he held back the remaining tears. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, Kakashi and Rin, also dressed in casual clothes, were there. Between them, a child wearing a bright red outfit and a fox mask was eating ramen with big bites. Slurp. After drinking all the soup from his bowl, Naruto raised the empty bowl and shouted, "Uncle, another bowl, please." "Oh, Naruto is especially hungry today. Just a moment." The ramen shop owner laughed heartily and quickly cooked another bowl of ramen. The kitchen curtain was lifted, and a cute girl about 8 or 9 years old brought a tray with ramen to Naruto's spot. Wielding chopsticks, Naruto started his battle again. At this moment, the outer curtain swayed, and a combination of one man, one woman, and one child entered. However, compared to Kakashi and Rin, Itachi and Izumi were much younger. Kakashi-senpai, Rin-senpai. Itachi respectfully bowed to the two. This was Sasuke's first time seeing these two, and he was still a bit shy, standing beside them in a daze. Hearing the commotion, Naruto looked up and suddenly noticed a few more people beside him. He immediately saw the dazed Sasuke and grinned. Tonkatsu ramen is the best. No need to be so polite. Kakashi waved his hand casually, putting down the book in his hand, and continued, I bought this book at the number 3 bookstore. If I have time, I will check it out. Itachi nodded and sat down with Izumi and Sasuke. He hadn't intentionally come to meet Kakashi and the others. It was just that Sasuke suddenly said he wanted to eat ramen, so they came here. However, he did get a piece of information from Kakashi that there was something left for him at the number 3 bookstore, which he could pick up later. Sasuke, what flavor do you want? Izumi asked while looking at the menu. Seeing Naruto eat so deliciously on the other side, Sasuke swallowed. Tonkatsu, I'll have tonkatsu ramen. So Itachi ordered 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, with a bright-colored soup adorned with crispy green onions, looking very tempting. Sasuke immediately started eating heartily, and during this time, Naruto ordered another bowl. After finishing his ramen, Sasuke looked at Naruto beside him, and saliva couldn't help but spread again. Do you need another bowl? Izumi asked with concern. Another bowl. Sasuke's eyes lit up, although he was already 8/10 full. Seeing Naruto eat so deliciously and so much, Sasuke felt he could do it too. But reality proved he was overestimating himself. He could barely eat half of the second bowl before he was completely full. If you can't finish it, then don't order anymore. This is too wasteful. After enjoying his meal, Naruto patted his belly and pointed at the half bowl of ramen left beside Sasuke. I'm just not feeling well today. Next time I could definitely eat 2 bowls. Uchiha Sasuke didn't know why he felt a bit annoyed at the guy with a few whiskers on his face, so he turned his head and snorted. After leaving the ramen shop and returning home, Sasuke saw his brother and that sister leave, so he secretly took some snacks and put them in his bed. He planned to start training his appetite well from today, so that he wouldn't lose to that guy next time. While running in the backyard to digest and practicing his shuriken throwing technique, Sasuke heard some noise outside. After a while. His brother was back. But when he ran out, he discovered that not only his brother Itachi Uchiha was back, but also that sister Izumi Uchiha was following behind. Both were carrying large sealing scrolls and holding some items in their hands. Starting today, Izumi will live with us, Itachi Uchiha said to Sasuke. The clan grounds are now extremely empty, and it's unnecessary for Izumi to live alone on one side. It's better for everyone to stay together. Chapter 174, Obito. Promise me, don't be a simp, okay? Oh, then I'll help too. Throwing down his shuriken, Sasuke stepped forward to take some items, and the 3 of them went into a room together. This room was right next to Itachi's, separated by just a wall. It was already cleaned up, and it would be ready for someone to live in once the bed was set up, in a slightly silent but very warm atmosphere. The 3 finished tidying up the room. Good night. See you tomorrow. Izumi, with a slight blush on her face, said to Itachi. Rest early. Nodding, Itachi took Sasuke out of the room and kindly closed the door for her. Let us go. Sasuke, let me check how your shuriken throwing practice is going. Don't worry. I will definitely not disappoint you, big brother. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately became excited. Arriving in the backyard, he took out a shuriken, carefully aimed, and then released it. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Every shuriken hit the target perfectly. As expected of a young Uchiha, Sasuke, who has now awakened to Sharingan, is already extremely skilled in this throwing technique under Itachi's guidance, even though he hasn't undergone systematic training yet. It seems it's time to teach you something new, Itachi said with admiration. Sasuke couldn't help but get excited, his face full of anticipation. What is it? Is it a ninjutsu? You're still too young for that. Wait until you're 6 to start refining your chakra. Itachi shook his head and smiled. It's another kind of shuriken throwing technique. Another shuriken throwing technique? I've already mastered it completely. Sasuke's face showed disappointment. Watch closely. Without explanation, Itachi took a shuriken in each hand and threw them forcefully. The shurikens traced 2 arcs in the air, but from their trajectories, they seemed unlikely to hit the distant target. Did brother miss? Sasuke couldn't help but think. Just then, the 2 shurikens crossed and collided, creating sparks, and, astonishingly, the direction of the shurikens changed. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Not a single shuriken fell to the ground. All hit the target. Watching this incredible scene, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. He quickly asked, "Brother, how did you do that?" "It's simple. The moment the shuriken leaves your hand, you rapidly shake your wrist. This shaking gives the shuriken a horizontal acceleration, resulting in an arc. The faster you shake your wrist, the more perfect the arc becomes. Then, by calculating the force and angle of the shuriken's collision, you can make them hit the desired target," Itachi explained. "That sounds difficult," said Izumi, who had just walked over. Itachi turned to her. "Why are you out here so early? Who wakes up this early?" Izumi pouted playfully, took a shuriken from her ninja tool bag, and with her big eyes blinked at Itachi. "Starting today, please teach me to practice too." "Of course, no problem." The night was deep, but the Hokage building was still brightly lit. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon. In countless nights past, he had asked himself more than once whether he really couldn't hold on anymore. Since the death of Bawako, he had no one to confide in, so he could only ask himself. Although some signs indicated that he had indeed grown weak, he really didn't want to admit it. Fortunately, this time, his old teammate had lent a hand, and he had hardened up again. "Who?" Hiruzen exhaled a heavy puff of smoke, feeling extremely refreshed. He had to say that this time, Danzo's decision was truly excellent. Hiring an organization from outside, spending a little money could completely resolve the Uchiha clan issue. Such a good opportunity was rare. The other party called themselves the Wandering Ninja Organization, but it wasn't the Wandering Ninja kind. They were the type that relied on waves without using oars. Their slogan was indeed strange. Were they defectors from a mist village in the land of water? Over the years, the land of water had undergone major reforms, and the Mizukage had appeared less frequently. According to intelligence, there were still some people who harbored dissatisfaction. Crack! The office door was pushed open, and Danzo, wrapped in more and more bandages, walked in. "Old buddy, what is up with you lately?" Hiruzen couldn't help but frown at Danzo's miserable appearance. "You don't need to worry about my condition. I'm here to ask for some people," Danzo said directly as he sat down on the sofa without courtesy. "Last time we dealt with the Uchiha, Root lost quite a few personnel, and I need to replenish some. I can agree to this request, but I believe you should know which people you're looking to add to Root. I won't agree to Kakashi, Rin, or Might Guy's father and son." Hiruzen nodded readily but still reminded him. Although he was old, he thought he still wasn't blind. How could he hand over capable subordinates to a guy like Danzo, who had ulterior motives? The two conversed for a while longer before Danzo got up to leave. Foolish Hiruzen, do you still think I care about that boring Hokage position like I used to? We are no longer on the same level," Danzo thought as he walked out a block, looking back at the brightly lit Hokage building with a cold smirk. Eliminating the Uchiha was just the first step in Danzo and the organization's plan. The second step was to overthrow the entire Konoha. However, before everything completely fell apart, he needed to deal with two other old teammates. In the Rain Country's Peace City, Mingyu returned here from Konoha and resumed his previous rigorous training life. He was very interested in the Gouda plan mentioned by Shichiya last time. If the Earth Release Chakra mode could be developed to its extreme, it might be possible to reach that state. Whoosh! A spatial fluctuation occurred, and Obito's figure slowly appeared. Dressed in black and wearing a mask. He looked like a villain from Story, clearly not a good person. Clatter. Taking a letter from his pouch, Obito looked at it while chuckling. Ever since Shichiya brought back letters from Rin and Kakashi last time, Obito had also started exchanging letters with them through the Peace Chamber of Commerce's letter service. Of course, he only wrote one letter to Kakashi, but his correspondence with Rin was much more frequent, basically reaching the level of a letter every 3 days. The one he had just read was the most recent letter Rin sent him, which had a faint fragrance. It was Rin's unique scent. After reading the letter, Obito held it to his nose, inhaling the lingering scent deeply. This scene caught the attention of Mingyu, who happened to be training nearby. "Obito, promise me. Don't be a simp, okay?" Mingyu, unable to bear it any longer, couldn't help but remind him. Chapter 175. Fatalism Who? The sudden voice startled Obito, and he quickly turned around. Upon seeing Mingyu's figure, he immediately relaxed. Suddenly realizing the situation, Obito's face under the mask turned a shade of dark red, and he spoke with a somewhat stammering tone. You saw everything, right?" "Yes, unfortunately, I saw everything you just did," Mingyu shrugged and said helplessly. "There are many ways to date, but I don't advocate for yours." "You say that so strongly, but aren't you a single dog too?" Obito put away the letter, his tone somewhat dismissive. "Ahem." Mingyu coughed strategically a couple of times, walked over, and revealed the talismans hanging from his waist. Two talismans, one clearly a bit old. The other brand new and uniquely made, easily identifiable as handmade. What's this? A gift from a girl. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mingyu. You, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually started dating quietly? Impossible, I don't believe it. This must be fake. Obito directly denied it 3 times in a row. TSK, although this is a beautiful memory between me and Hong, showing you the photos isn't a big deal. Mingyu selected a few photos, all of which were taken with Yuhi Kurenai while they were playing in Konoha. In the photos, Kurenai looked youthful and lively, glowing with joy as she linked arms with Mingyu, smiling happily. The ninja world didn't have S technology yet. These photos must be real. Damn! Obito instantly felt overwhelmed. Seeing everyone around him dating while he was still making slow progress, it was quite uncomfortable. If you like a girl, you should take the initiative. Don't wait until you miss your chance to regret it. Mingyu patted his shoulder and took out a thick book titled Unrequited Love 100. At the beginning of a relationship, it's understandable to have no shared memories and for feelings to be. You can take your time. However, you and Lin have known each other for so long. Don't let love slip away, or it will inevitably turn into friendship out of helplessness. I'm giving you this book on love tips. It has advice for various stages of romance, so take a look when you have time. To stared wide-eyed. He didn't expect Mingyu, who usually didn't talk much like Nagato, could say such philosophical things. It seems the other party has grown. Thanks, Mingyu, To said, a little touched as he took the book. Mingyu waved his hand. You're welcome. Since you've accepted my gift, as a return, show me your Susanoo. So that's what this was all about. To's feelings of gratitude instantly dissipated, and he retorted as he stored the book away, his eyes immediately transforming into a kaleidoscope. During the consumption of his ocular power, a skeleton filled with a dark aura rose from the ground, gradually becoming a water-blue giant. Click, click. Mingyu seized the moment, splitting off a clay clone to hold the camera and continuously take pictures, while jotting down his insights and observed data with pen and paper. This was a technique he learned from Qiye, which seemed to be called guujiji. In short, when encountering something unknown or a problem to solve, record it from different angles and just work it out. If you want to think even more extreme, just charge ahead. That's enough. Mingyu nodded at To, then clapped his hands, releasing a large amount of chakra. The soil on the ground shook, and a giant formed from gathered earth began to rise, resembling the Susanoo To had just summoned. This mastery of earth techniques, no wonder I didn't notice anything earlier. Standing next to the earth, Mingyu's presence was too low. To looked up at the giant and murmured. Mingyu stood atop the giant's head, his brows slightly furrowed. At this moment, the giant was 15 meters tall, and in terms of detail and agility, it was already at the limit of what he could control. However, such a massive body indeed slowed down the reaction speed. While strong, its slow speed wasn't very suitable for small-scale battles in open areas. But at least now, he had a rough shape of the giant. And the remaining tasks were to improve control speed, increase attack methods, and enhance body strength. With a new direction in mind, Mingyu bid farewell to To and focused on developing his new ninjutsu. At this moment, in a courtyard in Peace City, Qiye was organizing the collected intelligence. The Uchiha clan's demise was both within his expectations and beyond them. Having personally experienced the Night of the Nine Tails and witnessing the variable that was many, he reached a conclusion. This world operates along a single thread. Or to put it more simply, it follows the theory of fate. As the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, they're destined to fulfill their fate in this life, just as in the original work, to resolve everything and once again seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Therefore, their tragic childhoods are likely to serve as specific points in time that cannot be completely avoided. Even if Qiye eliminated Uchiha Obito, corrected To, and left Kurizetsu half dead, the latter still managed to escape and found a character that had never appeared in the original work. Uchiha Mini's performance was no less than To's, and even his talent was stronger, which is why the Night of the Nine Tails still occurred, and the Night of the Clan's annihilation followed suit. Although Qiye was less concerned about the later Uchiha extermination event, the premature arrival of the massacre confirmed for him that this theory of fate was indeed real. Even if Qiye personally stepped in to save the Uchiha and temporarily preserved all the clan members, he currently had no reason to do so. Unless he completely fell out with Konoha, the result would likely be the premature outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and this time, the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra would directly perish. Moreover, if it came to that, either Konoha or the Rain Village would definitely vanish. The cost was too great. This was not the outcome Qiye desired. The Uchiha clan had mostly lived under oppression, serving roles like the police force, accustomed to speaking through violence. Coupled with the pride ingrained in their genes, they were unwilling to bow their heads to anyone. Such a family held no help for Qiye. Saving Uchiha Itachi was a trial for him, to see how lightly tugging the strings of fate would impact Uchiha Sasuke. Would it still return to the original timeline? Scenes of brotherly slaughter unfolding in the Uchiha clan's secret base. All this was unknown to Qiye for now. He wasn't even sure if MeetsHis' early creation of the Uchiha Massacre event had anything to do with him. Chapter 176. The three little ones from the Mist Village. The items left for Itachi at bookstore number 3 were more than enough for him to enhance his strength. Both he and Kakashi were in Konoha, and they would eventually have a chance to meet, so he would get that information sooner or later. If Indra and Ashura, or even the great Toad Sage and Sage of Six Paths, meant that the entire shinobi world would be influenced by a certain will, then who would that will be? Kishimoto. Qiye's imagination ran wild as he couldn't help but connect the dots. According to modern views, this interpretation wasn't unreasonable. After all, Naruto was originally drawn by Kishimoto. Then what about me, who unexpectedly crossed over here? Is my existence also influenced by someone's will? Such thoughts easily arose, and Qiye instantly felt uneasy. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean denying himself? His existence shouldn't be created by others. Exhaling softly, Qiye hurriedly extinguished those thoughts in his mind. Click! The door was cautiously pushed open, and Yunlu quietly peeked in with her little head. The intimate paradise deliberately placed in an obvious spot on the table remained exactly as it was when she left. The tissues were untouched, and even the trash can was clean. Yunlu walked in feeling a bit deflated. Hey, what else with that disappointed look? Is something wrong? Qiye's mouth twitched. I'll come to inform you of something. After making a cup of tea and placing it on the table, Yunlu sighed and said in a somewhat strange tone, but before I talk about this, I want to know, doesn't Qiye have any desires as a boy? I read in a book that holding it in for too long isn't good, so I left intimate paradise here for you. At least take a look. Besides, you're Jiraiya's direct boss. What if the quality of what he wrote isn't good? She put her hands on her hips, criticizing Qiye. To be fair, while the sales were good, the quality was indeed lacking. Most readers hadn't seen much of the world, so such a level of Little Liu Bei was sufficient as their introductory reading. Qiye took a sip of tea. Such a level? Yunlu stared at Qiye, her face slightly flushed. So Qiye has seen it too, doesn't he? Doesn't he feel a bit like that? What is this? Qiye took out paper and pen, using the drawing skills he honed over a decade of being a recluse, and quickly sketched a work, even in black and white. It instantly doubled the redness on Yunlu's face, her pupils shaking. This. Qiye is too perverted. Yunlu snatched the paper from his hands, covering her face as she ran out. In that fleeting moment, it felt like she had pushed open the door to a new world. Is this it? Qiye lightly blew on the tea leaves, feeling no inner turmoil. However, it seemed that Yunluo had mentioned something to notify him about earlier, but didn't specify what it was. Forget it. Let's go find her. Qiye put down the teacup and turned to leave the room. When he arrived on the outside corridor, he didn't see Yunluo, but he noticed a man shrouded in a black robe sitting in the conference room nearby. This villain-like attire could only belong to Obito among the people Qiye currently knew. At this moment, the other party wasn't wearing a mask, casually enjoying snacks and tea in the conference room. If Obito didn't have anything important, he usually wouldn't leave the hidden mist village. Since he was here, it meant that the matter Yunluo mentioned earlier was likely related to him. Thinking of this, Qiye turned and walked into the conference room. I brought the people you wanted me to pay attention to. Upon seeing Qiye enter, Obito stood up from the sofa. Oh, is it already this time? Qiye raised an eyebrow, realizing it was already the 55th year of Konoha. There had been too much going on lately, and he had forgotten some of the plan details. Fortunately, he had informed Obito about the relevant matters in advance. Thinking of this, Qiye smiled and said, just in time for this year's children to start school. Although I don't know where you got your information, these few children do have very strong potential. If it weren't for the fact that I have enough trust in the hidden mist village now, I probably wouldn't have been able to persuade their families to let them come to the hidden rain village. Obito sighed and then walked out with Qiye. They arrived at the embassy of the Land of Water in the Peace City, where they saw a few children. The bespectacled, well-behaved, slightly introverted Nagatu stood to the side. Mizuki Bai, delicate and cute like a porcelain doll, blinked her big eyes curiously at everyone. Kagaya Maru, a boy with white hair and handsome features. Under Qiye's adjustments, Obito had not darkened and had not continued to enforce the blood mist policy, so all the bloodline clans in the hidden mist village still existed. Therefore, Bai and Maru were at least in a much better situation than their childhood in the original work. However, after changing the plot, Bai was no longer the same character as in the original work, as Bai's father was an ordinary person in the original story. With the current existence of the Mizuki family, Bai's mother naturally wouldn't be so destitute, and most likely wouldn't team marry an ordinary ninja. So initially, when he asked Obito to pay attention to the Mizuki clan, he wasn't sure if Bai would still be there. Qiye's gaze fell on Mizuki Bai, carefully examining her. Meeting Qiye's gaze, Bai was not the least bit timid and smiled brightly, saying, "Hello, I am Mizuki Bai." Her soft and sweet voice gave a healing feeling. "Hello, I'm Qiye." Qiye waved at the cute girl. "Ah, Lord Kaguya, Lord Qiye." While handling affairs, Sakurai Momoko, who had been busy, raised her head to observe Naruto and the others, and saw Qiye and Obito had already arrived. She exclaimed and quickly brought out 2 cups of tea. Nowadays, with the increasingly frequent exchanges between the land of water and the land of rain, the embassy's workload has gradually increased, such as handling matters like obtaining identification from the land of water. Although this special institution usually had very few visitors, Sakurai Momoko was still very busy. "Momoko, there's no need to pour tea. I've already had enough at the peace chamber earlier." Obito rubbed his stomach. Kaguya is the identity Obito is disguising as. A ninja who originally worked in the assassination unit of the Hidden Mist Village, but retired due to injury and is currently working as the secretary of the Mizuki. After all, sometimes it's troublesome to have the Mizuki appear and assign tasks. So he simply lets the character of Kaguya claim to be unwell and handles the affairs through this identity. Although he has a relatively cold persona, Kaguya is still very kind to the people in the village, aside from his appearance that fits the assassination unit's decor. Chapter 177. Daily Lives. Obito's words had no effect. Sakamomoko placed the 2 cups of brewed tea on the nearby coffee table and said apologetically, "Sorry, the recent policies implemented by the Land of Rain have been quite numerous. We need to read and understand the implications of these policies while also helping people in the Land of Rain handle certain matters according to these policies. So it's been quite busy. I didn't TC you two earlier." "Ah, of course. Please don't misunderstand, Lord Qiye. I'm not complaining about the policies of the Land of Rain being too many. It's actually quite good. When everything is orderly and reasonably planned, it is indeed a refreshing change." Seeing Sakurai Momoko hurriedly explaining, Qiye couldn't help but laugh. "You've worked hard, but remember to balance work and rest. When you go back tonight, remember to let Kisame make you something good. Lord Kisame isn't good at cooking." Sakurai Momoko's cheeks flushed slightly. Then she turned to the 3 children beside her. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Lord Qiye from the Peace Chamber. He is the true master of the Peace Chamber." Upon hearing this, Naruto, Bai, and Maru were all a bit surprised. After all, over the years, the name of the Peace Chamber had spread throughout the entire ninja world, and anything related to business could always see the shadow of the Peace Chamber. "I'm just a merchant." Qiye smiled humbly. With Sakurai Momoko's introduction, Naruto quickly stepped forward to bow and introduced himself. "Hello, Lord Qiye, I am Naruto." Bai also bowed to Qiye again. As for Maru, perhaps due to it being their first meeting and not being too familiar, he seemed slightly aloof. "Then I won't disturb you any longer. Lord Qiye, Lord Kaguya, if you need anything, feel free to call me." Sakurai Momoko retreated, kindly closing the door for them. After that, Qiye chatted with the 3 children for a while, mainly with Maru and Bai. Through casual conversation, Qiye discovered that both had already activated their bloodline limits. No wonder their elders didn't want them running around. Later, he had Obito arrange for these 3 to settle down properly and attend the ninja school in the Hidden Rain City in a few months. In addition to these 3, he had also found CHG and brought him from his original village, and he was currently with Orochimaru, who was very curious about him. There was also Suigetsu, the younger brother of Hozuki Mangetsu, but he was still too young and would have to wait 2 more years before he could be sent over to study. Qiye planned to form a ninja team with Naruto, Bai, and Maru, and another team with CHG, Karen, and Suigetsu. It seemed quite interesting. In the Hidden Rain City, at the Rain Shadow Building. This is a forward-style building, completely different from the conventional house design in the ninja world. However, for Qiye, a former corporate worker, the discomfort of office buildings was already too familiar. The spacious and bright large office, sliding chairs, and busy yet orderly ninjas from the Hidden Rain. However, since the miniaturization of computers was still under research, it really did have a bit of a modern office feel. The report on the yield of dragon fruit from the Land of Wind has been compiled and should be delivered to the Ministry of Agriculture for coordination as soon as possible, combining it with the sandstorm prevention strategies to see what needs to be corrected. The export trade volume planned by Lord Qiye to the land of Qiye is currently steadily increasing, having secured quite a bit of territory in Saki village. And embassies in both places are under construction, giving us the right to participate in their next shadow competition. The intelligence received from a land of birds yesterday indicated that the high monk Meng Zong attempted to assassinate the daimyo, but failed and was captured on the spot by the ninja from our embassy in the land of birds. After investigation, Meng Zong is the leader of a group of wandering ninjas, attempting to seize the power of the bird country. Information and intelligence are constantly being organized and improved here, then distributed to other agencies or leaders, while settled matters are archived. On the top floor of the Rain Shadow building, Yahiko is holding a meeting with his subordinates. Nowadays, most members of the Rain Ninja team are not very familiar with figures like Shichiya and Nagato. After all, according to the original plan, the overall management of the Rain Ninja was entrusted to Yahiko, representing the military. The Akatsuki organization is handled by Nagato, resembling a special department. Shichiya is in charge of business, overseeing the economy of the entire Rain country. The daimyo, Sangjia, is responsible for politics. Although most of the plans and policies are formulated by Shichiya, the issuing and implementation are done through Sangjia. There is little interaction among everyone during work. Yahiko and Nagato are fine. Both are in the Rain Ninja City and can occasionally meet for a meal. However, it has been a while since he last saw Shichiya, who usually doesn't come to Rain Ninja City. The new enrollment for the ninja school is about to start, and all departments are reminded to do their corresponding work, especially the border inspection, which must be implemented. Ensure the absolute safety of the Rain country. Additionally, the airspace control plan of the Rain country will be announced by the daimyo's office in 3 months, with the details remaining the same as before. The Defense Department should recheck the equipment and conduct more drills to prevent potential issues. If there is nothing else, then let us conclude this meeting. With tasks being assigned one by one and responsibilities confirmed, Yahiko decisively ended the meeting. Now at the age of 20, his youthful demeanor has completely faded. In the circle of Shichiya and others, although Yahiko's strength is not outstanding, he possesses a unique aura of authority. Phew, another meeting done. After the meeting, a young Rain ninja slumped in his seat as if deflated, feeling completely drained. Counting this time, he has attended 3 meetings in total. His companion teased, "Come on, you're being too dramatic. Didn't we do our work well? What is there to be afraid of?" Although he said that, the pressure from Lord Yahiko always makes me feel quite stressed, fearing that I might not do well enough, the young Rain ninja replied. His companion pondered for a moment. That's true. Although Lord Yahiko's strength is not as strong as Lord Nagato's, his presence is even more intimidating. It always feels like not working properly would be a huge mistake, but you'll get used to it after a while. Whether it's Lord Yahiko or Lord Nagato, they're easier to get along with than they appear, as long as you don't make mistakes, haha. I can only take it slow, the young Rain ninja sighed, tidying up the documents on the table. Let us go eat hot pot after work. Just as the two were chatting, Yahiko, as the Rain Shadow, had already left the meeting room and was heading to his office. Lord Rain Shadow, Lord Yahiko. Everyone he encountered on the way sincerely addressed him, and Yahiko smiled and nodded in response. Chapter 178. The Big Secret of the Mist Ninja Village. Click. Upon entering his office, Yahiko's tense body relaxed slightly as he let out a gentle breath. You've worked hard in the meeting. Have a cup of tea to relax, said Conan, who approached with a teacup, her slightly protruding belly smiling. Yahiko hurried over to take the teacup, somewhat complaining. Didn't I tell you to rest well at home? My belly isn't that big. It's so boring to stay at home all day, Conan pouted. Yahiko didn't know what to say for a moment. He also found staying at home all day quite dull, but was worried about the pregnant Conan going out. Fearing something might happen, seeing Yahiko's expression, Conan understood his thoughts and lightly huffed. Hey, I'm a ninja. My strength is even greater than yours. There is no need to worry so much. Isn't it because I have too many other things to do every day that I don't have time to train? Yahiko mumbled, making excuses for his lack of strength compared to Conan. After all, it was about who was in a higher position. You're working so hard for the country, my lord Yahiko. It's tough. Conan chuckled. It's also for you, for our child, Yahiko said, holding Conan in his arms, gently stroking her slightly rounded belly. I'm sorry, Conan. I didn't have time to hold a wedding for you. Don't say that. Conan held his hand and softly said, the Rain country is currently developing, and there are still many things to do. Once the marriage policy that Shichiya mentioned is implemented, we can hold the wedding then, and our child can participate too. Yahiko didn't say much more, just quietly held Conan, his eyes filled with tenderness. While the Rain Country enjoyed a peaceful time, on the other side in the Land of Rice, the Mist Ninja Village was holding one of their few meetings. Now the fugitive wanted by Konoha, Uchiha Manuel, was also present. Konoha was left to the brainwashed Danzo, allowing him to continue causing trouble. According to the previously established plan to weaken the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha and Sunagakure have been dealt with. Which of the remaining 3 should we choose next? Black Zetsu spoke first. As soon as he finished speaking, Manuel, who was sitting with his eyes closed while holding a sword, opened his eyes. I'll go deal with Kimogakure. As expected of Manuel, choosing the hardest option right away. First Konoha, now Kimogakure. White Zetsu praised. However, Shinnong became somewhat displeased, his facial muscles twitching. Are you saying that my previous task of dealing with Sunagakure was the easiest? He had absorbed most of his negative emotions over the years, and his manic state had gradually improved, with his strength significantly enhanced compared to before. Aren't those guys in Sunagakure, who even collect their own waste, the easiest to deal with? White Zetsu muttered quietly. Oof. If that's the case, then I'll go to the Mist Ninja Village. Just watch, I'm going to turn it upside down. Feeling underestimated, Shinnong instantly became somewhat displeased. Since Manuel was going to Kimogakure, he would go to the Mist Ninja Village, and they would each take one to see who was more capable. There's no need to do that. We already don't have enough manpower. Just choose between Kimogakure or Mist Ninja Village, Black Zetsu said coldly. In fact, compared to the powerful and tough Kimogakure and the Mist Ninja Village that has close ties with the Rain Country overseas, he actually wanted to deal with the Wagakure first. After all, among the remaining 3 ninja villages, although a Wagakure has a large number of ninja, their elite portion is relatively scarce, and besides, Inoki is getting old. So his fighting power might not be as strong. Given the insufficient manpower, Black Zetsu naturally did not want any losses. Manuel remained silent, simply closing his eyes again to rest. Shinnong, on the other hand, stood up without reservation, shouting, You all can go to Kimogakure. Once I completely destroy the Mist Ninja Village, I'll come back and slap your faces. Black Zetsu's already dark face became even gloomier. He looked at White Zetsu. You go follow him, investigate the intelligence of the Mist Ninja Village, and help if necessary. What? You want me to follow this muscle-bound simpleton? That sounds so boring. White Zetsu was somewhat reluctant. However, under Black Zetsu's icy gaze, he had no choice but to obediently burrow into the ground. Ultimately, after confirming the division of groups, White Zetsu followed Shinnong to the Mist Ninja Village, trying to weaken their power. Black Zetsu, meanwhile, teamed up with Manuel to investigate the situation in Kimogakure. As for Sasori and Kakuzu, they continued their previous work. Making money. Senior, Shinnong. If we take a boat from here, we can head to the Land of Water, standing at the border of the Land of Rivers. Baiju looked out at the distant sea with some excitement and said to Shinnong, What a hassle. If it weren't for the new generation of air fortresses being upgraded, I could just fly over there and launch an air raid on Mist Ninja Village. I have equipment in the water as well, but you won't let me. Shinnong looked at Baiju with an impatient expression and shouted, I don't even know why Heiju let you come along. Are you here just to annoy me? Baiju was not angry, but instead said mysteriously, Hee. After my investigation in the past few days, it turns out that Mist Ninja Village is not as simple as it seems. There's a big secret hidden inside. For this reason, I even specially notified Wanya. But you don't need to overthink it. It's not that I don't trust your strength. I just asked him to come over to broaden his horizons. Baiju had figured out Shinnong's temperament. In short, you can't say he is weak. Nor can you let him feel that you think he is weak, otherwise he will turn hostile. Big? How big? Shinnong couldn't help but squint his eyes. How big? It should be the kind that is very shocking, right? Baiju hesitated, unable to think of any adjectives to describe it. Shinnong nodded. Although he felt a bit displeased about Wanya coming to broaden his horizons, he still showed some anticipation on his face. Soon, they arrived in the Land of Water and reached Mist Ninja Village. Nowadays, many development models in Mist Ninja Village are similar to those in the Land of Rain, such as requiring identification for entry and exit. Of course, this did not stop the duo from the Land of Waves. Baiju quickly took care of this matter and brought Shinnong in. Shinnong's gaze constantly scanned the crowd, trying to find the big, thing Baiju mentioned. However, in Baiju's view, Shinnong's behavior was a sign of extreme seriousness. Soon, Shinnong's gaze locked onto a beautiful figure by the street, and his eyes lit up. Baiju, is that the big thing you mentioned? He subtly signaled to Baiju. Baiju was taken aback. No way. Could the fourth Mizukage still be running around under the control of the Sharingan? He turned to look in the direction Shen indicated, but found nothing unusual. Only a woman who did not meet his aesthetic standards. Chapter 179. Awakened Yagura Terame. This woman is not someone to provoke. It's better not to disturb her. Baiju pulled Shen along and whispered in his ear. The big secret I mentioned has nothing to do with her. What? Shen's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but grab Baiju's collar and shout. Could it be something bigger? Yes, exactly, Baiju said proudly, with his mouth watering. Shen immediately pushed Terame out of his mind, his anticipation levels already at their peak. They arrived at a hotel, and, at this time, Wanya was also brought over by Baiju's clone. After hearing about the situation in Mist Ninja Village, he became interested, controlling the Mizukage of Mist Ninja Village with the Sharingan and doing these boring things. As Wanya walked, he saw the different development model of Mist Ninja Village compared to Konoha, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Mist Ninja Village was not like this before. Baiju smiled. He was referring to the time when Uchiha Madara was still around. After sitting for a while, Wanya stood up. Let's go and break the Tsukuyumi control on Mizukage and take care of that guy while we're at it. The guy he referred to was Uchiha Bito. From the intelligence exchange with Baiju and the others, Wanya learned that another Mangeki was hiding outside. He had not had any news before. It turned out he was hiding in Mist Ninja Village, playing house. With Baiju's abilities, they quickly found Yagura's location and infiltrated. Wanya's eyes revealed the patterns of the Mangeki, instantly breaking Obito's illusion control over Yagura. You guys. After Yagura woke up, anger surged on his face. It's these similar eyes, the bastards of the Uchiha clan. His figure immediately jumped back, his hands quickly forming seals. Wait. Baiju did not want to start a pointless fight, and quickly raised his hand to call out. Yagura stood far away, maintaining his hand signs. If the other side said anything unfavorable, he could immediately release his ninjutsu. Baiju looked around at the eager Shen and the cold, expressionless Wanya, feeling somewhat helpless. I never expected that one day I would become the spokesperson. Does this mean my intelligence has improved? A happy expression appeared on Baiju's face as he smiled. You should know that someone else is controlling you, right? We just broke the illusion on you. So, even if you have hatred, just go find the person who controls you. It has nothing to do with us. Yagura certainly knew this. After being controlled by Obito's illusion, he could see everything clearly, but he could still perceive things. The reason he was so angry was mainly because the three people in front of him did not look like good-natured individuals. And one of them also possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, Yagura could only force himself to appear strong. He did not want to become a puppet again. That guy goes to the land of rain every once in a while, Yagura said. So he wasn't here? Upon hearing this news, Wanya turned and left. Since he had completed everything he needed to do here, it was time to head to the land of lightning. As for the guy named Uchiha Bito, let Shen handle it. Are you leaving just like that? Baiju was taken aback, seeing Wanya leave without looking back. He helplessly said to Shen, now it's just us left. What should we do? Of course we take this guy down, turn Mist Ninja Village upside down, and wait for that guy named Uchiha Bito to come back and kill him. Shen proposed a simple and brutal method. What if Obito comes back and sees the situation in Mist Ninja Village and runs away? Baiju scratched his head. He felt that although Shen had regained his sanity and was no longer as crazy as he had been in the past 2 years, his IQ seemed to have dropped significantly. That makes sense. In that case, let's endure for a while. When Uchiha Bito comes back, I'll take them all down in one go. Shen clapped his hands and said. After discussing, Shen and Baiju did not even look at Yagura, who was on high alert and tense, and directly walked out of the room, casually as if strolling through their own backyard. This feeling of being ignored greatly increased Yagura's resentment. Once their figures completely disappeared, Yagura relaxed his body and walked out with a gloomy face. The auras of those three guys had already disappeared without a trace. He did not know where they had hidden. From their words, it seemed they intended to destroy Mist Ninja Village, and naturally, Yagura would not let them have their way, so he immediately called a meeting. In the Mizukage building, many ninjas gathered here. They were all elites of Mist Ninja Village. Many people were curious about why the fourth Mizukage suddenly called a meeting. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. With a frosty expression and a gloomy demeanor, Yagura soon arrived. It turned out that the fourth Mizukage himself was presiding over the meeting. Great! I heard that the fourth Mizukage was in poor health before, and I was quite worried. Indeed, ever since the fourth Mizukage began to recuperate, all meetings, strategies, and decisions have been handled by Gakushui. However, The fourth Mizuki's complexion doesn't seem too good. Could something have happened? The crowd murmured. When Yagura walked in, a mist ninja smiled and greeted. It's been a while, Lord Mizuki. You must take care of your health. Originally, under Obito's control, the Mizuki was a kind and humorous person towards his subordinates. But this comment sounded incredibly harsh to Yagura at that moment. Bang! He kicked the person away and shouted angrily, "You fool." The crowd was shocked, not understanding what was happening. Only a few looked thoughtful. Lord Mizuki, what is going on? Someone asked, confused. How can you still ask me what is going on? Yagura turned his icy gaze towards him and grimly said, I was unwittingly controlled by the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan and have only recently broken free from its restraints. Didn't you all feel something was off during this time? Chapter 180, Anomaly What? This is happening? Everyone was stunned. How could the Mizuki be controlled by the Mangeki? Wasn't he doing well all along? He was leading the Mist Village to better development, and everyone's income had increased significantly without having to take on dangerous missions. Wait a minute. Everything seems to have started changing from the end of the Third Shinobi World War a few years ago, right? Before that, the Mizuki seemed to be dictatorial and brutal, implementing the bloody policies of the Bloody Mist. Since then, the Mizuki seemed to have transformed, suddenly becoming enlightened, abolishing the bloody oppressive policies related to the Bloody Mist, and formulating many beneficial strategies for ninjas. He even signed a series of cooperation agreements with the Land of Rain, leading to better development. In other words, at that time, the Mizuki was already under control. Was it an unknown Uchiha who did all this? What was his ultimate goal? Such a chilling answer made all the ninjas present tremble in unison. Unbeknownst to them, they had allowed an outsider to control the Mist Village for so many years. Thinking about it was truly terrifying. As you guessed, the so-called member of the assassination team, Gakushui, is from the Uchiha clan. He is the mastermind who controlled me. Yagura gritted his teeth and said, Gakushui is actually from the Uchiha, and he has controlled the Mizuki for so many years. No wonder he always wears a black robe and mask, never showing his true face. I originally thought it was because he had offended too many people during his time in the assassination team. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Relay my orders, place these 3 individuals on the wanted list, and thoroughly search the Mist Village to ensure we find them. Yagura handed out flyers depicting the information of Shinomura, Hakuji, and many to the ninjas below, then said, as for Gakushui, do not alarm him for now. I will use the previous means of communication to secretly notify those in the Land of Rain and have them return temporarily. Once Gakushui returns, we will kill him. After issuing a series of commands, a heavy feeling settled in everyone's hearts. After the meeting, Terumi Mei, Momochi Zabuza, Zuki Mangetsu, and Ringo Amuri quickly gathered together. They couldn't believe that Gakushui was actually from the Uchiha clan and had controlled the Mizuki. Sister Mei, what should we do now? Ringo Amuri asked, baring her teeth. Just follow Lord Mizuki's instructions. Don't overthink things or do anything you shouldn't, Terumi Mei warned. Zabuza snorted lightly, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Actually, I think if Gakushui were the Mizuki, it wouldn't be too bad. At least he would be much better than Yagura, from what he announced earlier. I feel like the Bloody Mist will soon resurface. My gosh, can you keep your voice down when you say that? Zuki Mangetsu quickly covered his mouth and cautiously glanced around. Fortunately, there weren't many people in this tavern. Everyone was chatting in their own seats, and no one noticed them. If Gakushui really is from the Uchiha, then no matter what, he is not suitable for the position of Mizuki. As for Yagura, I hope that after experiencing all this and seeing the changes in the Mist Village, he won't return to his old ways. Terumi Mei shoined. The changes in the Mist Village are becoming better and better. The laughter of children has increased, and smiles can be seen on people's faces everywhere. Compared to the past, where the atmosphere was serious and oppressive, making it hard to breathe, she enjoys the present much more. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh, and the outcome is impossible. Just as Zabuza said, Yagura, who has regained the position of Mizuki, is gradually carrying out a series of reforms. However, he has indeed absorbed some strategies from Obito, but his resistance towards the bloodline limit family still exists and is even more severe than before. This is because Obito did not suppress the development of these bloodline limit families, allowing them to become stronger. In Obito's view, no matter how strong these families become, even if they develop bad ideas, he has enough ability to suppress them. If one person is not enough, can't he call for external aid from the Land of Rain? So, he was never afraid of these families. The Mizuki, Zuki, and Terumi clans are relatively honest and have not developed any wrong ideas. Even the hot-tempered and warlike Kagaya clan, Obito followed the method provided by Nanahoshi and established a thing called WG, World Grappling Entertainment. Contestants can only use taijutsu to fight, and many ninjas from the Mist Village enjoy participating, with the Kagaya clan having the most participants and the best results. Everyone vents their energy, and no matter how warlike the Kagaya clan is, they cannot be foolish enough to harbor thoughts of rebellion. They're not born rebels. But Obito is not afraid. Yagura is. Yagura does not have people like Nanahoshi backing him up. If these families grow stronger and turn against him in the future, what will he do? Therefore, the second thing Yagura did after waking up was to find ways to weaken the power of each family. Although the effectiveness was not obvious, he gradually brought together a group of small and medium-sized families impacted by Obito's policies, and their strength gradually became stronger. This group of small and medium-sized families is mainly dissatisfied with the current peaceful and easy development model of the Mist Village, feeling that they have completely lost their bloodlust. They are more traditional Mist ninjas and hope there is more conflict within the village. If Nanahoshi knew about their thoughts, he would definitely sigh. They are still too well fed. After the Mist Village experienced significant changes far away in the Land of Rain, Obito also noticed the anomaly. Yagura has broken free from his illusion control. Although he is not sure what exactly happened, the other party has probably already taken control of the Mist Village. Lord Gakushui, it seems something has happened in the village. The liaison has asked us to go back. Unaware, Kisame took a temporary leave from the nearly completed dam, preparing to return to the Mist Village with Sakurai and others. The intelligence did not mention any information about the Mizukage, but at this moment, Obito could already guess some things. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I'll go back with you." After thinking it over, Obito decided to return for a visit. For him, the Mist Village felt like home. And even now that the truth had come to light, he needed to go back and take a look to feel at ease. This morning, I received a special letter, sent by Lord Terumi Mei, addressed to Lord Kakashi. At that moment, Sakura Koju walked over with a letter in hand. Chapter 181. Just a quick look before leaving. Open it. Obito gestured directly. So, Sakura Koju opened the letter in front of everyone, which contained only a brief sentence. The Mizukage has awakened. Do not return. The elegant handwriting was undoubtedly in Terumi Mei's own hand. But what does this mean? Everyone was puzzled, except for Kisame, whose eyes flickered as if he understood something. It's nothing. Let's go. Obito smiled and led the way out of the embassy. But this letter. Sakura Koju held the open letter. Confused about what was going on, Kisame gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "Since Lord Kakashi didn't say anything, let us not overthink it. We'll find out everything once we get to the village." The group took a boat and spent several days returning to the Mist Village. This time, Obito had a rough idea of what to expect and was mentally prepared. The most likely scenario was that he would lose control over the Mist Village. As for his safety, there was no need to worry. If worst came to worst, he could just use Kamui to escape. He and T told Shigeru about this. From every angle, Obito wanted to try it himself to see if he could resolve the issue. Lord Kisame, Lord Kakashi, the ninja at the gate greeted them, casting a somewhat strange glance at Obito. Although it was just a moment, Obito caught it. He remained unperturbed and simply nodded slightly. As the group entered the village, Kisame felt that there had been considerable changes, possibly due to the long absence, but the surrounding fog created a desolate atmosphere. Although it was early in the morning, it shouldn't be this quiet. Hey, why has it become so deserted? I remember it wasn't like this when I left last time. Sakura Koju exclaimed, feeling puzzled. There's chakra in the air. This is the mist concealment technique. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and a hint of interest appeared on his face. Sakura Koju didn't think much of it, and asked, "Is someone training nearby? Creating such thick fog on the streets is too reckless. It's probably not that simple." Kisame responded, just as a series of noises emerged from the thick fog. The source of these sounds quickly appeared before them. A large number of mist ninjas. What is going on? Sakura Koju gasped, instinctively moving closer to Kisame. The mist ninjas surrounded Obito and the others, and Terumi Mei, Zabuza Momochi, and Hozuki Mangetsu were also among them. Terumi Mei frowned, her gaze directed at Obito with a hint of anger. As if to say, "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Obito shook his head slightly, signaling her not to worry. At that moment, a short figure stepped forward. It was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, with a baby-faced appearance. "Long time no see, my capable subordinate Kakashi. Or should I call you Uchiha Kakashi? You've controlled me with your Sharingan for so many years, manipulating the entire Mist Village at your will." Yagura's gaze fell on Obito, his eyes icy. Upon hearing this, Kisame's expression remained unchanged, but Sakura Koju covered her mouth, completely stunned. It's just a difference in stance. Feeling the other party's anger, Obito remained unfazed and replied calmly. From a results-oriented perspective, you, Yagura, are not an excellent Mizukage. You don't even reach passing level. I don't think controlling you and changing the Mist Village and the Land of Water is a wrong thing. A comparison of the current Mist Village with the past shows a clear difference. His nonchalant tone only fueled Yagura's rage. Objectively speaking, Obito's words were not entirely incorrect, but they sounded very harsh to Yagura, a pure slap in the face. My merits and faults are not up to you to criticize. If you dare to do such a thing, be prepared to pay the price. Take it down. Yagura waved his hand, giving orders to the surrounding mist ninjas. Whoosh! A barrage of shuriken and kunai suddenly flew toward Obito's position. Dodge! Obito signaled to Kisame with his eyes as he swiftly evaded. And Kisame also took Sakura in another direction. They landed on the rooftops, and Obito let all the attacks pass through him. He had already entered his intangibility state. To break my Mangeki Jinjutsu, it seems you might have had contact with whoever destroyed the Uchiha clan. Their goals are different from mine. They are a group wanting to destroy the world. Remembering what Shigeru had mentioned, Obito warned. The reason I came back this time was also to inform Yagura of this situation, so he could reconsider and to stop the previous blood mist policies. The planning for the Mist Village is already well underway. It just needs to be carried out step by step. After saying everything he wanted to say, Obito took one last reluctant glance at the Mist Village before his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. His relaxed and carefree departure infuriated Yagura. What's worse, when he gave the order to attack earlier, although his ninja executed it, they only threw a few kunai and shuriken. Moreover, both the power and accuracy were severely watered down. It was evident that after fully understanding who had been controlling the Mist Village in recent years and experiencing the changes over the past few days, most people were reluctant to take action against Obito. These traitorous scum, once I finish dealing with these matters at hand, I will settle the score with each one of them. Yagura fought coldly, his expression dark as he led his people away. After seeing Obito successfully escape, Terumi, Mei, and the others breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed as well. Outside the Land of Rain, in the City of Peace, on the nearly completed dam, Obito's figure appeared. The setting sun cast its glow over the mountains in the distance, and a gentle breeze blew. Suddenly, Obito sighed deeply. After being the Mizukage for so long, he undoubtedly had feelings for the Mist Village. However, his identity was indeed not legitimate. Transforming the Mist Village through control methods, no matter how effective, was something that could never be recognized. Even Obito himself felt he couldn't accept this. So, when Yagura awakened, he naturally returned the position of Mizukage to him. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about eliminating Yagura and continuing as the Mizukage. It's just that doing so would likely garner some support from the Mist Ninjas, but it would inevitably lead to turmoil and bloodshed. In the end, even if he killed Yagura, it would feel strange under the circumstances where everything was exposed. After all, he was not a person from the Mist Village. If he chose to kill the former Mizukage to take the position, that would be too. Chapter 182. No rush, just wait patiently for a while. Sigh. Thinking of this, Obito sighed again. Talp, talp, talp. At that moment, footsteps approached. Obito looked up and suddenly saw Shigeru walking slowly toward him. She wore an inexplicable smile, and her eyes seemed to see through everything. Your space-time ninjutsu has improved, Obito exclaimed. He had just appeared here not long ago, and Shigeru had already come over, clearly sensing the spatial fluctuations. There is still much room for improvement, such as the limitations of the Flying Thunder God coordinates. This thing has too many restrictions. Qiye walked over and asked with a smile, You usually don't come here, is something on your mind? I went back to One Village for a visit, and the situation over there is a bit complicated now. Obito hesitated, wondering whether to tell the other party about the situation. After all, it wasn't a small matter. He was no longer the Mizukage, and many of Qiye's plans related to the Land of Water might be implemented much less efficiently. I know that Manuel has lifted your Mangeki Sharingan illusion and woke up that guy Yagura. Their goal should be to ruin One Village, just like what they did in Sunagakure and Konoha before. Qiye leaned against the railing, gazing at the beautiful scenery in the distance, a faint smile on his face. Huh, you know so much? Obito scratched his head, surprised that the other party was fully aware of the situation and even knew more details than he did. Just some speculation, Qiye said casually. A few days ago, all the elite ninjas left in the Land of Rain from One Village were recalled. This in itself is unusual. Although you didn't say anything when you left, it's easy to infer what happened. As for who can lift the Mangeki illusion, of course, it can only be Uchiha Manue, who also possesses a Mangeki. From the fact that they first targeted Sunagakure, then caused some trouble in Konoha, and now have their sights set on one end, it's clear they want to disrupt the entire ninja world. What should I do now? After hesitating for a moment, Obito still humbly sought advice from Qiye. He had given up on One in Village, though he still felt a bit reluctant. He didn't know how to handle this matter. But Qiye must know. Obito didn't believe that Qiye would let Yagura take control of One in Village. Speaking of which, I originally thought you would directly take down Yagura when you went back this time. Qiye didn't answer the question immediately, but instead curiously asked, "Can you tell me why you didn't do that? I want to hear your true thoughts." Obito's face showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment he said, "Even if I killed Yagura, my reputation would be unjust, and I wouldn't truly become the Mizukichi. Perhaps if I were powerful enough to crush everything, my subordinates wouldn't dare to show any dissent, but privately they would inevitably say something, and that kind of situation is unpleasant. So that's how you think." Qiye nodded and sighed. It seems that different environments greatly influence people. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, "The simplest way to handle this matter is to simply kill Yagura decisively. As long as you provide sufficient rewards and touch upon interests, there won't be too many voices opposing you. Even if the position is unjust, so what? As long as you give enough bones, dogs will wag their tails. If you can't resolve a situation where there are abnormal comments behind the scenes, then just grab some typical people to kill. Make this a taboo, and no one will dare to speak out casually." Obito listened in astonishment. Is this kind of simple and brutal method really feasible? Of course it is feasible. How long has the peace era just begun? Have you forgotten the brutality of the Third Great Ninja War? Qiye said, hand behind his back. However, this method is not the optimal solution. Then what is the better way? Obito asked eagerly. No rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Meaning to patiently wait for a period of time. Although he didn't understand exactly why in the following time, Obito patiently stayed in Heian City as Qiye suggested. Fortunately, he hadn't practiced properly for a long time. He discussed Gundam with Mingyu and occasionally talked to Qiye about the Flying Thunder God technique that didn't require special kunai as markers, as well as practicing to become a target for the ceiling barrier of Yinue. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, One in Village was also in a state of undercurrents. Yagura had gathered a group of small to medium-sized clans, all of which had a common characteristic. They were not bloodline limit clans. He wanted to, as before, slowly encircle and exhaust the bloodline limit clans, relying on the support of these small to medium-sized clans. These clans also wanted to take this opportunity to see if they could do something alongside Yagura. After all, if successful, the benefits would be unimaginable. Many of the previous blood mist policies were reinstated, causing dissatisfaction among many ninjas, yet strangely enough, they were still implemented. If someone could clear away the fog over One in Village and observe this matter from an outsider's perspective, they would find that One in Village was vaguely divided into three forces. One faction led by Mizukichi Yagura, implementing blood mist policies and suppressing the bloodline limit clans. Another faction led by the Yuan clan, marginalized in One in Village, believing that the distribution of interests was unfair, wanting to take this opportunity to reshuffle One in Village. Lastly, there was a younger generation, led by Terumi Mei, who believed that blood mist policies shouldn't exist, secretly resisting Yagura's orders, not wanting the village to fall into inexplicable internal strife. The various bloodline limit clans caught in the eye of the storm could only try to band together. Because of this complex situation, many of Yagura's unreasonable policies, even those specifically targeting bloodline limit clans, continued to be implemented. It was unknown how many people were secretly fanning the flames. What to do? At this rate, perhaps soon Yagura will completely target the bloodline clans. In a small tavern, young ninjas like Zuki Mangetsu gathered together. Not only that, but tasks related to espionage and invasion in the village had also gradually increased. Once returning to the Blood Mist, ordinary ninjas wouldn't have it easy. Zabuza rubbed the hilt of his decapitation sword, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I really want to chop that guy down. If you don't want to be Mizukichi, then don't. Don't be impulsive. Terumi Mei gently tapped the table, attracting everyone's attention before saying, the people from the Yuan clan have contacted me. They are also very resistant to the blood mist policies. We can temporarily unite and invite Yagura down from the position of Mizukichi. Ringo Amuri didn't quite understand and gritted her teeth, saying, but haven't they recently supported Yagura's new policies? Those despicable guys just want to make the village completely chaotic. Chapter 183. Impulsive punishment, there's no other way. Everything is for profit, Kisame said. In the years spent in the land of rain, although most of the time was spent building dams, he had seen quite a bit. Speaking of interests, the current land of rain involved even more matters, yet it remained in a stable balance. In Kisame's view, it was precisely because there was a complete set of rules there, which constrained everyone while also providing protection. He could only understand this much. He couldn't see any deeper meanings. At night, in the silent streets of One village, a figure blended into the darkness, slowly sneaking towards the MeetsHis building. The blood mist must never reappear. For the future of One village, I will take on this evil deed. Zabuza, carrying his decapitation sword, resolutely entered the building. He was going to assassinate the fourth MeetsHis Yagura. Bang! Zabuza's body was sent flying, and the decapitation sword scraped sparks on the floor. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth, and stood up from the ground. With your strength, you dare to come and assassinate me? Yagura looked down on Zabuza, coldly saying, every Kage possesses absolute power, something a newly promoted ninja, like you cannot comprehend. Absolute power can also be controlled by illusions? Don't joke around. Zabuza laughed heartlessly, issuing a ruthless taunt. Haven't you seen the changes in the village over the years? The blood mist doesn't need to exist. A useless MeetsHis like you should stop harming the village. Whoosh! Zabuza swung his sword and charged forward again, looking for death. Yagura was thoroughly enraged. His eyes filled with killing intent. He decided to kill Zabuza and hang his body on the MeetsHis tower tomorrow as a warning. Although he was short and had a dark history of being controlled for several years, Yagura was, after all, the fourth MeetsHis. And his overall strength was not something Zabuza could match. Without the need for his surrounding guard team to intervene, Yagura beat Zabuza half to death in just a few minutes. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded outside, and flames could be seen not far away. Those damn guys, were they unable to hold themselves back and were preparing to make a move? Yagura's attention was drawn to this commotion, and his expression darkened. Seizing this opportunity, Zabuza hurriedly fled. Glancing at his retreating figure, Yagura shouted, list Zabuza as a rogue ninja and dispatch a pursuit team. The rest follow me. Since the location of the explosion was not far, it didn't take long for the group to reach their target. However, contrary to Yagura's expectations, it was neither the side of the original masters preparing a coup nor the bloodline limit families rebelling against oppression. The open space was filled only with the smoke left by the explosion and a large amount of water that had yet to dissipate. Just then, another disturbance came from the other side, as a group of mist ninjas appeared in front of Yagura from the side of the original masters. Mizukage-sama, why are you out here so late? Taking a walk? Be careful not to catch a cold with your recently recovered body. The person opposite spoke with unabashed sarcasm. Protecting the mist village is my duty as MeetsHis. As for you, it's best not to wander outside at night, or you might be mistaken for someone with ulterior motives. Yagura coldly snorted, turning to leave with his men. He probably already knew what was going on here. Clearly, both sides had been played by someone. The real goal was likely to cover Zabuza's retreat. In the darkness, Zabuza clutched his chest, a look of pain on his face, desperately trying to conceal his breathing. The pursuit team sent by Yagura was right behind him, and any moment of carelessness would lead to his discovery. I found the target. Just then, a voice rang in Zabuza's ear. His body instantly tensed, and without thinking, he swung his beheading sword in the direction of the sound. Clang! Sparks flew, and the momentary brightness revealed a masked ninja dressed in black. The opponent blocked Zabuza's strike with a kunai, then swiftly kicked Zabuza away. Bang! Clang clang! Zabuza's body fell to the ground, unable to even hold onto his beheading sword, which dropped beside him. Choosing to assassinate Yagura was indeed a bit reckless. He hadn't anticipated the opponent's strength at all. After the earlier battle, Zabuza was not only low on chakra, but also seriously injured, leaving him unable to withstand the pursuit team. He couldn't even block the opponent's simple kick. After finally emerging from the darkness, he truly did not want the village to fall into darkness again. Perhaps if he had to choose again, he would still go after Yagura. It was just a bit regrettable that nothing had changed. Lying on the ground, Zabuza's mouth bled, and his eyes showed helplessness. The three members of the pursuit team around him showed no hesitation. Two were on guard, while one rushed forward, intending to kill Zabuza. Bang! Suddenly, a sturdy object appeared from a dark corner, instantly knocking the ninja approaching Zabuza away. Kisame, do you also want to become a rogue ninja? The other two pursuers became furious in an instant. I don't know anything. I just saw 3 suspicious individuals chasing my comrade. Kisame grinned, not giving the two any chance to continue speaking, and charged forward with the Samahata. If you don't want to die, keep running. Hearing Kisame's words, Zabuza gritted his teeth, picked up his beheading sword, and continued to run wildly, with Kisame blocking the pursuit team. He didn't encounter any other dangers on the way and ran all the way to the outskirts of the village. Zabuza, over here. A voice came from the nearby woods. It was Kirigiri Yuki, who was hiding in the treetops, only her upper body sticking out as she waved at Zabuza. Without any hesitation, Zabuza immediately headed in that direction. Are you hurt? Is it serious? Seeing the bandages on Zabuza's face stained with blood, Kirigiri Yuki was shocked. I'm fine, I won't die. You really are all brawn and no brains, thinking of assassinating Yagura. Now, you can only run. Kirigiri Yuki complained while leading the way. Hearing this, Zabuza felt a bit annoyed, but when he saw the dew on Kirigiri Yuki's head and her clothes soaked by mist, all his annoyance dissipated. If it weren't for his recklessness, everyone wouldn't have to come out in the middle of the night. They made their way from a small path to the seaside, where Terumi Mei was already waiting, and Hozuki Mangetsu just happened to be coming from another direction. After Kisame went to fetch you, based on the time, I figured you should have taken another route. It turns out I was right, Hozuki Mangetsu said, looking at Zabuza brought over by Kirigiri Yuki. Chapter 184. Need more money, you acted impulsively. Even if you're going to deal with Yagura, your strength alone is not enough. Terumi Mei shined, pointing to a nearby small boat. If all goes well, starting tomorrow, you should be a rogue ninja in the village, taking this boat to the Land of Rain. Mizuki-sama should be from the Land of Rain, so you should be safe there, but be careful. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. At this point, Zabuza could only express his apologies, unable to find any other emotions. We won't just watch as the village falls back into darkness. You also need to take care of yourself outside. After a while, I will try to summon the beheading sword back. I hope there won't be a day of success. Hozuki Mangetsu patted Zabuza's shoulder and handed him a sealed scroll containing supplies. The next afternoon, news from a mist village circulated throughout the ninja world. Mist Jonin Zabuza Momochi attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizuki Jigura and has become a rogue ninja. However, this information did not stir much commotion and quickly drowned in the multitude of messages. Under the fluctuations of fate, Zabuza ultimately walked the path of a rogue ninja and fled to the Land of Rain. However, Shichiya did not issue a bounty on him, but instead allowed him to temporarily serve as an extraneous member of the ninja school. Conveniently, Chojuro, Haku, and Karui were also studying here, so he might as well take care of these 3. The situation in the Mist Village would need more time to evolve. And Shichiya was not worried about the situation there at all. Instead, Obito was paying attention every day. Soon, half a year passed. Yagura, able to sustain the Blood Mist Village, indeed had some political skills. While gradually gaining control of the Mist Village, his oppression of dissenters became increasingly severe. The Mist Village once again exhibited the phenomenon of closing off the country, making it difficult for the outside world to obtain information. Finally, one day, Yagura chose to take action against the bloodline limit families. The first to be targeted was the Mizunoto clan. However, the Mizunoto clan had long since allied with the Hozuki clan, and even if Yagura found an excuse to strike, he would face strong retaliation for both clans. With his campaign failing, Yagura then turned his attention to the Kagaya clan, but this warlike family was even more violent, directly staging a coup without hesitation, resulting in many deaths on both sides before they left the Mist Village. The process was incredibly smooth, making it hard to imagine that no one was manipulating things from behind. Bang! In the office, an enraged Yagura vented his anger on the table, his expression dark on his doll-like face. In the past, there were voices of resistance in the village, but under absolute power control. Most families only cared about their own interests. As long as it didn't involve them directly, there would basically be no objections. However, now that he wants to do something, he faces restrictions everywhere, and it seems that more people have started to look at him unfavorably. Lord Mizuki, it seems you are heading toward a dead end now. The number of people standing behind you in the village is probably less than 1/3. Baiju stood aside, a somewhat annoying smile on his face. Shinon also sat on the sofa nearby. The two had not left since arriving in the Mist Ninja Village. They exploited Yagura's desire to eliminate instability in the village, joining forces to suppress dissent and provoke internal division within the Mist Ninja Village. With the help of Shinon and Baiju, Yagura did achieve many of his goals. But the number of people dissatisfied with him grew, and the divisions became more pronounced. Now, even if Yagura could not be Mizuki, it would be difficult for the Mist Ninja Village to return to a united state. After all, the three factions had different positions and thoughts, and the contradictions were gradually increasing. This was the result that Shinnong and Baiju wanted to see. If all went well, the Mist Ninja Village would soon be finished. With such results, Shinnong was no longer anxious and stayed here at ease. He even heard that there had been no progress on the side of Manuel. That kid went to the land of lightning and suddenly decided to train. He spent all day under a waterfall or meditating during thunderstorms, reportedly trying to master the strongest move, the unconscious blade. Therefore, the plan to disrupt the cloud-hidden village had to be temporarily shelved. At first, when Shinnong saw the information Baiju provided, he laughed out loud. The unconscious blade? Are you reading a novel? It was likely that Manuel realized he lacked the strength to complete the mission and was just making excuses. So, Manuel's words were just for amusement. If the organization's mission were to be completed, it would depend on my Lord Shinnong. Baiju, what's the situation with Terumi Mei now? I heard that the number of supporters behind her suddenly increased, including quite a few young people, Yagura said lightly. After all, they were children of prominent families. And Mizuki's attitude towards the bloodline limit families was well known. Other than the Kagaya clan, which had left the Mist Ninja Village, the other bloodline families had united. Moreover, Terumi Mei was already quite popular among ninjas, and she probably had intentions of becoming the fifth Mizuki. Baiju raised an eyebrow and smiled, his words greatly stimulating Yagura's nerves. In that case, a sinister smile appeared on Yagura's face as he glanced at the two of them and said, "You two, go kill Terumi Mei for me. That's quite difficult. I've been monitoring them lately, and the faction led by Terumi Mei has been gathering, seemingly discussing something. They're numerous, and ordinary methods cannot infiltrate, let alone killing," Baiju said helplessly. "With your abilities, you can't do it either?" Yagura frowned, feeling somewhat anxious, especially upon hearing that Terumi Mei's group was gathering. He had a bad premonition. It could be done, but Baiju rubbed his hands together. It'll cost more. Ultimately, with a price of 30 million ryo, Baiju and Shinnong helped Yagura eliminate Terumi Mei. Baiju originally intended to ask for 50 million ryo, but Shinnong insisted he was very interested in this female ninja and hoped to obtain her body later, so the price was lowered significantly. After negotiating, the two set off. However, Terumi Mei was not as easy to deal with as imagined. Her mastery of lava release and boil release posed significant trouble for the taijutsu adept Shinnong. In the end, they failed to kill Terumi Mei, and she managed to escape heavily injured. Terumi Mei could only find a place to hide temporarily. However, others believed she had met with misfortune, leading to intense conflicts with Yagura's faction. The Mist Ninja Village was completely divided, and fierce struggles began. Despite their efforts to conceal internal information, news still spread. The other major ninja villages, completely unaware of the circumstances, were stunned. How could a village erupt into such massive internal conflict, even splitting into 3 factions? Thus, numerous individuals were dispatched to the Mist Ninja Village to investigate the situation closely. Chapter 185. It's time to set off far away in a land of rain. Qiye also received the information about the complete division of the Mist Ninja Village, hearing that a massive brawl had erupted among the 3 factions. Initially, the bloodline limit families and the younger generation, represented by Terumi Mei, fought against the rigid and conservative faction that aimed to restore the Mist Village's blood mist. Then, those once prominent families of the Land of Water, which had gradually become marginalized or felt unfairly treated during the reforms in the Land of Water, also stood up. These people, led by Yuan Shi, claimed they were the most orthodox Mist Ninja villagers, waving flags and calling for the overthrow of Yagura's erroneous leadership and the suppression of the rebellious bloodline families, joining the battlefield with this slogan. Finally, there was Yagura, who only had a name, but whose influence had diminished to the extreme, using the names of past Mizuki to rally traditional Mist supporters behind him. The entire Mist Ninja Village was shrouded in dark clouds, thick fog everywhere, and for the past few months, people's heads had become muddled. Sensing the situation, Qiye felt it was about time. The current Mist Ninja Village was in shambles, and it was probably time to recall its former glory. He instructed Obito, "You can return to the Mist Ninja Village now to handle this matter." "What should I do?" Obito was somewhat dumbfounded. If he knew what to do, would he have had to run back so embarrassingly in the first place? Qiye raised an eyebrow. "Do I really need to teach you? Just kill whoever you see fit. Now that there are 3 factions, Yagura's faction goes without saying. Just eliminate them. As for Yuan Shi's faction, he is merely a political puppet pushed out, so he can be kept for now. When the situation in the Mist Ninja Village settles, he can serve as a tool." Obito remained silent for a while, carefully pondering Qiye's words. Keeping Yuan sure could be used as a tool to consolidate power when they regained control of the Mist Ninja Village. He understood that much. However, he still couldn't figure out why it had to be so roundabout. If Yagura had decisively eliminated the other factions when he was still clear-headed, wouldn't it have been simpler? There wouldn't have been so many subsequent troubles, and the Mist Ninja Village wouldn't have to undergo such upheaval. After expressing his doubts, Qiye calmly explained, in simple terms, it's much better to provide help in times of need than just adding icing on the cake. The overall economic reform in the Land of Water has been too drastic. And while it may seem intact on the surface, there are countless cracks within. This rare event is meant to expose all the internal problems for easier resolution. Obito suddenly understood. It's like the raw material must be constantly hammered to knock out the impurities, forging a perfect weapon, right? As long as you understand, Qiye said. However, you may still not be able to become Mizukage. Let Terumi may take that position. Perhaps you will have a better destination next. Although Obito didn't understand what Qiye meant, he still set off. Mingyu, wanting to express gratitude for the training he received during this time, went along as well. Nagato felt the same. He believed this was related to the Akatsuki organization and that Obito's previous words had indeed helped him. Otherwise, he and Yagura wouldn't know how long they would be entangled. The three of them headed to the Mist Ninja Village together, and Qiye was completely unconcerned. Even if other variables arose, with Obito's abilities, escaping would be completely fine. During this period in the ninja world, aside from the news from the Mist Village exploding on the scene and becoming the top trending topic, another noteworthy piece of news was the unusual weather in the Thunder Country's Minglei Valley, where thunderclaps had been incessant for many days. Many people were drawn there to investigate, but without exception, they all lost their traces. Those who entered never came out again. Thus, for reasons unknown, rumors quickly spread that a divine weapon was about to be born. The rumors escalated, eventually claiming that it was a weapon once used by the Sage of the Six Paths, and whoever obtained this weapon would gain all of the Sage's power. Such rumors caused the Cloud Village to take it seriously, driving out anyone who had infiltrated Minglei Valley and surrounding it. Qiye was also slightly curious about the situation there, but he did not rush over, believing that no matter what the situation was, it definitely wouldn't be as the rumors suggested regarding the Sage of the Six Paths legacy. On the other side, Obito, Mingyu, and Nagato arrived in the Water Country. At the outskirts of the Mist Village, looking at the village covered in dense fog and appearing somewhat cold, Obito did not enter immediately, but changed direction. Follow me. After winding through the dense forest for a while and passing through a valley, a group of buildings appeared ahead. This was the property of the Kagaya family, extending from the Mist Village. Who goes there? Hearing footsteps, Hidden Mist Ninja instantly jumped out. Obito stepped forward. It's me. Seeing the familiar clothing and voice of the person before them, one of the Mist Ninja hesitated. Lord Kagaya? That's right. Take me to see Kagaya-me. Obito nodded. Weren't you gone before? Why are you back now? The surrounding Kagaya family ninja remained vigilant. After all, no one knew the true appearance of Kagaya, and based solely on clothing and voice, they could not ascertain the visitor's real identity. Moreover, since Kagaya-me was injured now, they had to be even more careful. This matter is complicated to explain. Obito pondered. In any case, just take me to see Kagaya-me. I'm sorry, Lord Kagaya, but the situation is special now. We cannot let you in, and besides, Miss Kagaya-me is not here. Given their inability to confirm Obito's true identity, the ninja decided to remain cautious. Is that so? Obito didn't insist. He thought for a moment and then asked, who is currently in charge of the village's defense? Though unsure of the other party's intentions, the guarding ninja replied, after many changes, the overall responsibility is now with Yagura, and some are from the Minato side. Understood. Obito nodded and turned to leave with Mingyu and the others. Now that they had confirmed the situation inside the Mist Village, they could act without reservations. Who goes there? The Mist Village is currently prohibiting anyone from entering. When the group reached the entrance, a Chunin suddenly jumped out. His expression was filled with annoyance because lately, the area around the village had been swarming with people from other ninja villages attempting to spy on the Mist Village's information. As for someone like Obito who directly revealed himself, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 186. Battle. Thinking of this, the Chunin guarding the Mist Village gate flashed a cold light in his eyes, his aura instantly rising to its peak, his body tense. Determined to teach these three a lesson. Moreover, this could also serve to intimidate others around who were coveting the Mist Village. If he did this well, according to Yagura's thoughts, he would definitely not be blamed, and might even receive a promotion salary increase, and rewards like ninjutsu scrolls and training notes. With these things, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds, and becoming a jonin would only be a matter of time. Then he could lead a team, no longer stuck guarding the gate, and perhaps even encounter the eldest daughter of a prominent family, then fall in love, get married, and have children. Afterwards, with the support of his wife's family power, both his strength and position would advance, reaching the level of Kage in his 30s, while also being appreciated by Yagura, stepping down to let others take over, and sitting on the water shadow's throne to dominate the ninja world. Yes, this is what I should do in my life. The Chunin guarding the Mist Village's gate roared inwardly, his eyes bursting with divine light, and he swaggered toward Obito and the others, only be kicked down to the ground. Bang! Crouching on the ground, clutching his belly, this Chunin was momentarily dazed. This development seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. Swish! In his line of sight, the last thing he could see was a bright silhouette. A mysterious man dressed in black with an unknown mask, and the splattering of bright red blood. Under the clash of two contrasting colors, there was an extreme sense of beauty. Thud! The gatekeeper Chunin fell to the ground, lifeless, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. According to the information provided by Qiye, there were people from the same organization as Kurizetsu in the Mist Village. The previous air raid on the Sand Village and the incident in Konoha on the Night of the Nine Tails were also carried out by people from this organization. So this time, we not only had to deal with Yagura, but also eliminate those people. After saying this, Obito took the lead and walked in. No tactical plan for a direct assault. Mingyu stretched his arms and smiled. Simple and brutal, but I like it. Whoosh! His body shot up like a cannonball, crashing down onto the streets of the Mist Village. The violent commotion immediately attracted the attention of many ninja. If we are going to launch a frontal attack, we should make a big enough ruckus first to evacuate the civilians, Nagato said, controlling the other 5 paths to spread out. Whether it was the numerous summoned beasts from the animal path or the missiles fired from the Azura path, they created a tremendous commotion within the Mist Village. The scene instantly descended into chaos, with noise erupting everywhere. Upon receiving the news, Yagura quickly brought his subordinates to the scene, and upon seeing the strong return of Obito and the others, his expression turned extremely furious. You dare come back? Since that's the case, don't think about leaving. Yagura shouted angrily, swiftly approaching Obito. Having been controlled for so many years, the person he hated the most was undoubtedly Obito. Behind Yagura were 4 ninjas carrying enormous scrolls. They moved alongside Yagura, forming a rectangle to surround Obito. Then the huge scrolls opened, and it was unclear what these people had done, but a blue barrier instantly materialized, enveloping both Obito and Yagura. This is a barrier I specially prepared for you, capable of restricting space-time ninjutsu. You won't escape today. You will definitely die here, Yagura said coldly. Obito felt it slightly. Indeed, there were restrictions on space-time ninjutsu, but to say it was completely unusable was not the case. It would just be a bit slower. Moreover, he had no intention of fleeing this time. Since he was here, he intended to resolve the matter completely. Obito closed his eyes and then opened them, the Mangeki Sharingan instantly appearing. Boom! On the other side, the ground trembled as a muscle-bound figure, resembling a devil, crashed down before Mingyu. It was Shinnong, who was completely bare except for shorts, exuding a masculine vibe. Striking a pose, Shinnong's muscles were dampened by the surrounding mist, glistening in the dim sunlight. I can feel it. We are of the same kind. You should be the strongest taijutsu user I've seen so far. If I can defeat you, it will definitely be a great sense of accomplishment. Boom! The ground shattered as Shinnong transformed into a flesh-colored cannonball, charging directly towards Mingyu with a ferocious momentum. Describing it this way is not quite accurate. After all, when the two approached, Shinnong's right arm exaggeratedly expanded backward and then suddenly struck out. Mingyu did not dodge or evade. He stood firmly on the ground, his right fist turning yellow and hard, clearly enhanced with a buff, and similarly aimed his fist to smash back. Bang! A loud explosion erupted, and the ground where Shinnong stood instantly turned to powder. The visible shockwave spread outward like ocean waves, destroying countless houses and dispersing the thick fog. Isn't this too exaggerated? Are these two really human? When did such monsters appear in the ninja world? The fog ninjas observing the situation were all stunned. Even from such a distance, the shockwave knocked them off balance, making it hard to imagine what would happen if they faced these two head-on. Would they be killed by a single punch? This person, is he the helper that Lord Kagaya brought from the Land of Rain? In the distance, Ringo Yuri, leading civilians to safety. tilted her head and stared blankly at Mingyu, then looked at her delicate and soft little hands. Why is it that others are so strong while her body is so weak? Recently, even holding the Raikiri was a bit tiring, cough cough. It should be. Based on the timeline, when Lord Kaguya controlled Yagura, they quickly reached various cooperation agreements with the Land of Rain. Thinking of this, Lord Kaguya might actually be from the Land of Rain. Hozuki man gets his side. He couldn't quite discern whether his feelings were of resistance or acceptance. After all, just thinking about how all the good developments in their Mist Ninja Village were secretly manipulated by the Land of Rain felt strange to him. Although it was quite exhilarating, this feeling of being forced. Are you okay, Yuri? You seem a bit tired, said Sakurai Komomo, who heard the coughing and spoke to Ringo Yuri with concern. I just didn't sleep well last night. Ringo Yuri quickly waved her hand to explain, startled. Really? It seems like you've been like this for several days. If it gets too difficult, you could just go back and rest. We can handle things here, said Hozuki Mangetsu. No. Everyone is working hard now, and even Lady Terumi May is injured but still persevering. How can I back down? Ringo Yuri shook her head. I just got the Raikiri recently, and am a bit excited. It's just overtraining. Chapter 187. The weight of rocks brings comfort, then you must pay attention to balancing work and rest. Sakurai Komomo reminded, then couldn't help but gaze into the distance. Murmuring, I wonder how Lady Terumi May and Lord Kisame are doing. Don't worry, they'll be fine. They just want to keep an eye on the Master Yuan to prevent those people from taking the opportunity to attack, causing more chaos in the Mist Ninja Village, said Hozuki Mangetsu. At the front line, Obito and Mingyu faced off against Yagura, while Shinnon was engaged in combat with White Zetsu and Yagura's subordinates. However, even the Vortex White Zetsu was no match for him. The ordinary White Zetsu that emerged from the ground only served to create some disturbances for Nagato. The remaining Rain Ninjas couldn't stop Nagato's 6 paths at all. Inside the barrier, the battle between Yagura and Obito continued. Water release, water gun technique. Several water guns formed by compressed liquid converged above Yagura's head, quickly shooting out after forcing Obito back. But as before, they passed through Obito's body without any reaction. Damn it, wasn't the barrier supposed to restrict him? How can this guy still use such time-space-like abilities? Could it be that this ability has nothing to do with time and space? Yagura gripped his staff, gritting his teeth, his gaze coldly observing Obito. If he couldn't find a weakness in his opponent, continuing to exhaust himself would be too disadvantageous. Is this it? Is this all your strength? It's truly insignificant. Obito's tone was flat, not intentionally mocking Yagura. It was simply his most genuine feeling inside. As the shadow of the Mist Ninjas, he should be the strongest in the Land of Water, yet he was so weak, it was truly laughable. The poor protect themselves, while the capable help the world. This is the knowledge Obito gained from Nanaya. As a capable leader, one should at least possess top-tier combat power. Even if that is not achievable, at the very least, there should be competent governance ability to benefit the country and village, improving the living standards of the people. Unfortunately, Yagura fails to meet any of these standards and instead severely harms the interests of the Mist Ninja Village. Looking at the entire ninja world, Obito now truly felt that the Land of Rain was the only genuinely powerful nation, and this power didn't just exist in strength but encompassed much more. So even if Yahiko isn't a powerful shadow, the men standing behind him are all strong. Who would dare to provoke them? What about you? You've been dodging attacks all along. Haven't you? If I'm right, your ability to evade any attack means you can't attack at the same time, right? So, what seems like a powerful ability has a fatal weakness. You also dare not attack recklessly. Otherwise, if I catch your flaw, you're finished. Yagura sneered. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Obito couldn't help but burst into laughter. Someone like you wouldn't understand what true strength is. Let me show you the power of the Uchiha clan. A massive blue Susanoo enveloped Obito, and the moment the half-skeleton appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Boom! A fist descended, and the ground shattered instantly. Rocks flew everywhere, leaving Yagura in a very awkward position. His gaze was slightly dazed. After all, he had never fought against such a large creature before. If only the Three Tails were still around, perhaps I could also become a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, it was given to Konoha by this guy. Thinking of this, Yagura gritted his teeth in anger. Those eyes, are they from the Uchiha clan? Wasn't he the Uchiha clan annihilated? Could this masked man be the perpetrator of that massacre, Izuna? This is too powerful. Isn't it? How could the Uchiha clan, possessing such strength, end up as refugees, ultimately facing annihilation? It's hard to imagine how powerful the Senju clan must have been back then. Other intelligence personnel from various ninja villages observing in secret couldn't help but sigh. Having never experienced the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they couldn't imagine that tailed beasts could also be docile. From one glimpse, one could see the whole picture. The strength that Uchiha Obito was revealing at this moment gave these people some concept of the Uchiha clan's power. No, such important intelligence must be sent back as soon as possible, while continuing to observe in secret. These intelligence personnel used various means to relay the half-skeleton image of Uchiha Obito back. They also briefly described the process, completely unfazed by the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, ninja technique, super transformation fist. On the other side, Shun Nong, who had completely turned into a physical manifestation of darkness, a true dark muscle monster, gathered a dark particle ball in his right fist and hurled it towards Mingyu with a howl. Compared to the battle between Yagura and Obito, this one was much more intense, but both fighters activated the 8 gates during the fight, moving at a breathtaking speed. The spectators could only hear the commotion, unable to see anything with their naked eyes, so they didn't pay much attention. Swish! The ground surged, and countless rocks, as if alive, rapidly gathered around Mingyu, forming a 10-meter-tall, earthy giant in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the overall image of this giant was becoming clearer, wearing a yellow and black long-distance running outfit, with a slightly pointed chin and a knife-like face that exuded a sense of indifference. Originally, Mingyu referred to Obito's Susanoo and designed an image related to giants. However, upon hearing this, Qiye drew a beautiful picture for him, and thus the rock giant's image was based on the character in the drawing. According to Qiye, this person is called the Rock King, although they are not familiar. Having such a title surely indicates a very powerful existence. Boom! The rock giant raised its arm and collided directly with Shinnong. In the next moment, a shadow flew back at high speed, leaving a faint red trace in the air. Bang! Shinnong crashed to the ground, creating a dent in the surface, with cracks all over his body, seeping blood. However, he quickly used medical ninjutsu to heal his injuries. The weight of the rock was reassuring. At this moment, Mingyu, who was inside the giant, did not hesitate at all. The massive figure charged again, completely crushing Shinnong. The ninjas around gathering intelligence were already numb. It was one thing for the Uchiha clan to showcase such power, but now there was another seemingly very powerful entity. Such a hard and strong rock giant gave a sense of security at first glance. Under its protection, they definitely wouldn't be harmed. They had no idea where these people had come from. The first 2 had unleashed giant ninjutsu, and the last 6 probably didn't have anything similar, right? Countless gazes fell on Nagato, observing for a while before they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything seemed normal. Chapter 188 ended. Just some missiles and troublesome summoning beasts from the arm as cracks. It looked rather sparse and ordinary. Although the eyes appeared strange compared to the first 2, this one was definitely the weakest. After watching for a while, everyone shifted their attention again, thinking it was better to focus on Obito and Mingyu. In another direction of the Mist Village, Terumi Mei, who was in a standoff with a group led by Yuan, occasionally turned her head to glance at the village, looking slightly uneasy. Don't think too much. For now, we just need to wait for everything to end. I believe you've noticed, right? From the very beginning, the Mist Village seems to have become someone else's target. Based on previous outcomes, this isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. Although I didn't anticipate reaching this point, I believe the person who wants to control the Mist Village will definitely find a way to resolve this. Compared to her, Kisame appeared much calmer. Because he had been to the land of rain and seen Qiye and the others, he knew of their strength. Terumi Mei nodded and then gently exhaled. She had also thought a lot these days. Since the Mist Village has such close ties with the land of rain, they shouldn't remain indifferent to such events, especially considering how much they have invested in the water country over the years. They must have spent a considerable amount of money. If they were to abandon it directly, wouldn't that contradict their previous actions? So Terumi Mei also understood that the other party surely saw deeper and further than she did. In any case, after this incident, the factions within the Mist Village would definitely decrease significantly, perhaps even becoming a united front in a certain sense. Moreover, with the overall weakening, it should be easier to control. Sigh. Terumi Mei sighed helplessly in her heart. Inexplicably, the Mist Village had already transformed into someone else's shape. The battle in the village had reached its conclusion. No matter how much Yagura struggled, he was no match for Obito. After activating Susanoo, he no longer needed to use Kimyui to evade Yagura's attacks. The hard exoskeleton completely absorbed the blows. Without even breaking through his defenses, how could he fight? Sooner or later, you will also descend into hell like me. Filled with unwillingness and hatred, Yagura was ultimately crushed to the ground, confirming Yagura's death. Obito took out a sealing scroll and placed the opponent's corpse inside. On the other side, Mingyu, in his heightened mode, was growing more courageous with every battle. Standing on the ground, he seemed to have an endless supply of energy, continually clashing with Shinnon, finding openings to seal him with hard rock. As for why he didn't eliminate Shinnon, it was because Qiye had previously mentioned to capture him alive if possible, as this person seemed to have some usefulness. At the same time, Nagato's side also concluded all the white Zetsu that could be sensed had not escaped, and even the corpses were collected. Other ninjas following Yagura either died or were severely injured, suffering significant losses. The remaining people, upon seeing their Mizukage dead, immediately lost their will to resist and surrendered in despair. Go get Terumi Mei. Obito turned his head to look at a mist ninja who did not belong to Yagura's faction and had been watching the battle. Upon hearing this, the mist ninja vanished from the spot. Soon, Terumi Mei and Kisame arrived, followed by ninjas from various bloodline limit clans. Lord Mizukage. Terumi Mei greeted with a very complex expression, even though what the other party had done previously was beneficial for the Mist Village. The fact remained that they had invaded the village, eliminated the Mizukage, and killed so many ninjas, destroying numerous buildings. Under normal circumstances, after such an incident, the Mist Village would definitely have a vendetta against Obito and others. But the situation was far too complicated. Now, the three factions that had split in the Mist Village had only had one removed. Don't think too much. The upcoming tasks will be left to you. Be prepared to take over the position of Mizukage. I believe you know what to do. At this moment, Obito returned to his usual state and spoke to Terumi Mei. Upon hearing these words, Terumi Mei instantly understood, but she was still somewhat surprised that he was not planning to continue serving as Mizukage this time. After all, his abilities were well recognized, and although there were some issues with his identity, as long as the means were appropriate, these wouldn't matter. Lord Mizukage, you. Terumi Mei wanted to ask something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Obito waving his hand. After all, as an Uchiha, I do not belong here. The Mist Village can have a better leader. In that case, Terumi Mei understood that he had made a decision. So she let out a sigh of relief and asked another question. Lord Mizukage, can we know about your true identity? Obito paused for a moment. But recalling what Qiye had said to him before leaving, he realized something and directly removed the mask from his face. My name is Obito, Uchiha Obito. Under the mask was the normal face of an ordinary young man around 20 years old. Terumi Mei's eyes momentarily went blank. She didn't expect Obito's true appearance to be so young. Having heard his altered voice before, she thought he was at least in his 40s, with the demeanor of a gloomy, middle-aged man. Obito, I am Terumi Mei. Please take care of me. After regaining her senses, Terumi Mei greeted him again. Compared to Terumi Mei's formality, Limping Yuri, who had just returned after escorting civilians, was much more casual. After coughing twice, she exclaimed, You look way too young. You don't seem to be much older than us. How did you cultivate? Hey, at least be mindful of your identity. Kisame covered his face nearby. Well, it's just about sparring more and taking hits. Strength will gradually improve. As he said this, scenes of battles in a special training ground unconsciously surfaced in Obito's mind. Mingyu and Nagato couldn't help but shiver, then strategically coughed. After chatting a little, Obito and the others exited, leaving the rest to Terumi Mei and her team to handle. Since he was to take over as Mizukage, there were many things that Terumi Mei needed to pay attention to. For example, cleaning the battlefield, clearing the ruins, and how to explain to the villagers, among a series of related tasks. However, the overall problem is not significant. After all, there's a saying, history is written by the victors. In the following period, the Mist Village began its reconstruction work, with all supporting facilities and personnel provided by the Pingan Chamber of Commerce. This made Qiye, who was far away in the Land of Rain, feel a bit like he had become Eagle Sauce, destroy the opponent's homeland, and then go to rebuild it. Chapter 189. The achievements of Uchiha Mini as for the exposed identity of Uchiha Obito is not a big deal at all. Today's Konoha is like a tiger without its claws, and with the Uchiha clan also having cooled down. The issue of identity exposure will at most provide some gossip for the shinobi world during tea breaks. Moreover, after the Mist Village incident, Obito's strength is evident, and the circulation of this information is not necessarily a bad thing. At least for Qiye, it is not a bad thing and might help with his future plans. If possible, Qiye wants Obito to become the Hokage of Konoha. However, this matter still needs careful planning, as the current Konoha shinobi village is still occupied by that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he and Danzo are not easy to deal with. Should he let Orochimaru take on a dark role? Just like in the original work, carry out the Konoha collapse plan in advance? However, this approach doesn't seem good. It won't solve the problem of that old schemer Danzo. Let's start a trade war, applying economic pressure to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it would be best to force him to abdicate. Thinking of this, Qiye already had a rough plan in mind. The information about the Mist Village spread rapidly like flowing water, and all forces in the shinobi world were caught off guard that the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had died just like that. Moreover, the one who killed him was from the Uchiha clan, a guy who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Compared to the earlier extermination of the clan by many, the information circulating from the Mist Village was clearer, allowing everyone to directly feel the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. In addition, Obito, Mai, and Nagato's Land of Rain also faced strong condemnation from the major forces in the shinobi world. They believed that the Land of Rain deliberately instigated war and invaded other countries at will, which was an extremely immoral act, especially the Iwagakure of the Land of Earth and Konoha of the Land of Fire, who were the most vocal about it. The former strongly demanded the Land of Rain hand over the three main culprits, while the latter was concerned about Uchiha Obito's whereabouts, calling for him to return to Konoha. However, these outrageous demands disappeared without a trace after the Mist Village publicly thanked the Land of Rain for their assistance. After all, the main party had spoken. What else could others say? Just as the events were gradually calming down, a piece of information from the Land of Thunder once again elevated the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle. Uchiha Mini, who had committed the massacre and was listed as a wanted target by Konoha, single-handedly fought against the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki in the Valley of Thunder, severing the Fourth Raikage's left hand and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki's right hand. If it weren't for the shinobi guard's desperate resistance, it was uncertain whether the two could return to the village alive. Aside from the severely injured pair, all other Cloud shinobi present in the Valley of Thunder that day were killed. The authenticity of this information is still debatable, but afterwards, various parties noticed that Kumogakure suddenly entered a state of martial law, and neither the Fourth Raikage nor the Eight Tails Jinchuriki appeared in public. Such signs almost confirmed the facts, killing so many elite jonin from the shinobi guard alone and severely injuring the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This achievement is much more impressive than Uchiha Obito's. But regardless, both are from the Uchiha clan, and this common point made everyone in the shinobi world eager to investigate the remaining Uchiha clan members. It was said that the previous extermination by many did not completely wipe them out, as there were still a few Uchiha elders. The two sons of the former clan leader Fugaku and an Uchiha girl left. Since they couldn't provoke Uchiha Mini and Uchiha Obito, could they possibly reach out to the remaining Uchiha? In an instant, dark currents surged through the shinobi world. However, this information related to the Uchiha clan was temporarily unrelated to the Mist Village. After a series of events, Terumi Mei, under Obito's secret guidance, had her team begin to operate as well. Although Yagura's faction had already been wiped out, those subordinates and related personnel who had previously followed him needed to be eliminated one by one in secret. These individuals were unstable factors for the current Mist Village. Moreover, the faction led by Genma was also not as docile as imagined. They seemed to be plotting something recently. Originally treated as a puppet, Genma was supported as a faction leader simply because of his age and seniority. Previously resistant to infighting in the Mist Village, he suddenly seemed to have come to a realization recently, continuously offering strategies for his team. Is it so? Master Genma ultimately does not intend to reconcile with us? In a meeting room, Terumi may sighed upon learning the latest intelligence. She respected this diligent elder and did not wish to conflict with him. Now that Yagura was dead, the blood mist would not reappear, and everyone could sit down and have a good talk. The attitude on the other side was very firm, and they had been frequently appearing in front of the public lately, preparing for the next Mizukage position, one intelligence officer said. Hearing this, Ringo Yuri pouted. That old guy is still eyeing the Mizukage position at such an age. Even if he becomes one, he won't be able to sit for many years. Speaking of this, it seems that the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure and the Hokage of Konoha are also quite old. Hozuki Mangetsu spread his hands, indicating he was unclear. At this time, Mai Nagato had returned to the Land of Rain, leaving only Obito to assist Terumi Mei temporarily. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. According to the intelligence you have compiled, Genma should be a highly respected elder who has been avoiding internal strife in the Mist Village. Yet now he is actively competing for the position of MeetsHis, no longer just a puppet. It feels quite strange. After pondering for a moment, Obito still could not guess Genma's true intentions. This made him think of Qiye. If the other party were here, he would surely be able to see the right answer. After discussing the next plan with Terumi, Mei, Obito temporarily left the Mist Village and returned to the Peace City in the Land of Rain to consult Qiye about his doubts. It's quite good that you can have such thoughts. Qiye first nodded, then chuckled. Do you remember what I told you the last time you left the Land of Rain? Kill Yagura and use the most forceful means to suppress the resurgence of the Blood Mist policy in the Mist Village. As for Genma, he is very suitable as a tool for Terumi Mei to consolidate her power. However, the other party is quite shrewd. He has realized the trend of the times and is working hard to pave the way for the next MeetsHis. You mean? Genma is on Terumi Mei's side? Obito was somewhat surprised. It was hard to say before, but now he is definitely on Terumi Mei's side. Next, you just need to wait. The other party will provide opportunities, Qiye said. Chapter 190. The Mist Village returns to normal, somewhat uncertain. Obito returned to the Mist Village. However, just as Qiye said, about a week later, Genma's activities became more frequent. Not only to increase his support within the village for competing for the next MeetsHis position, but also to have more friction with Terumi Mei's side. The atmosphere in the village became extremely tense again due to the conflict between the two factions. In such a stifling environment, a ninja from Genma's side lost control and severely injured an ordinary villager while shopping. Not only that, but this ninja was also protected by the original master and faced no punishment at all. Such actions instantly provoked public outrage, and countless ordinary citizens protested against the occurrence of such events. As a result, without needing anyone from Terumi Mei's side to take action, the faction of the original master ended up putting themselves in opposition to the public. What followed was straightforward. Terumi Mei and others made a strong entrance to help the citizens resolve this matter. During the investigation, they discovered other criminal evidence related to the original master's group. Thus, those who needed to be killed were killed, and those who needed to be captured were captured, with all the evidence being released consecutively, causing the original master's team to collapse instantly. Unlike the previous discontent between Obito and the villagers of the Mist Village after the assassination of Yagura, Terumi Mei's elimination of the original master's group was entirely in line with the will of the people. There was no need to expend much effort. This matter was easily accomplished, as smooth as eating and drinking, making her feel somewhat unaccustomed. In a secluded and quiet courtyard in the Mist Village, sunlight struggled to filter through the dense bamboo forest and scattered onto the ground. At one end of the stone table sat an elderly man dressed simply, nearing the end of his life, while at the other end sat Terumi Mei. She poured him a cup of tea and asked, Lord Original Master, I don't quite understand. The current Mist Village is full of new sprouts and vitality. There shouldn't be any hidden filth. I am a remnant of the old era. The new era has no place for my ship. The Mist Village must continuously open up and develop towards the outside world, and all I, old bone, can do is this. The original master held the hot tea in his hands and smiled. Upon hearing these words, Terumi Mei completely understood. No wonder the actions of those rebels had been so unusual before. It was all part of the original master's plan to make Terumi Mei's future regime more stable. He had turned himself into the opposing side of the public for her to handle. This way, not only was the rebel force completely wiped out with no chance of resurgence, but Terumi Mei could also gather goodwill from the citizens. Becoming the fifth MeetsHis was almost a certainty, as long as no one wanted to contest with her. Please take care of your health. After knowing all this, Terumi Mei slightly bowed to him and then exited the small courtyard. From now on, the original master would no longer be able to appear in public, only able to spend his remaining days in this small courtyard. In the following days, with the help of the Peaceful Commerce Association, the Mist Village rebuilt its previously destroyed homes and signed large orders with the Land of Rain, receiving loan support from the Peaceful Bank. Terumi Mei also ascended to the position of MeetsHis without any surprises, as expected by everyone. Sister Terumi Mei, you must be the youngest Kage in history, right? In the brand new office of the MeetsHis building, Ringo Yuri said excitedly, her face flushed. Bang! Akatsuki's full moon lightly tapped her on the head, correcting her. Be more polite. You should now address her as Lord MeetsHis. Ah, you despicable guy. Ringo Yuri immediately bared her teeth and claws, wanting to teach him a good lesson. However, her expression quickly changed, and she fell silent, her already abnormal flush becoming even more pronounced. If it weren't in front of Lord MeetsHis, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Ringo Yuri quickly said, then suppressed a couple of rapid coughs. Hey, are you okay? The situation has been getting worse lately. Akatsuki's full moon said with some concern. It's just a small problem. You don't need to worry. Ringo Yuri snorted lightly. At this moment, Terumi made cough to attract everyone's attention and said, Yuri's health should be checked carefully. Coincidentally, the Land of Rain sent me a document regarding the health check reports for ninjas. It suggests that ninjas should undergo a comprehensive health check every year. Now that we in the Mist Village are reconnecting with the international community, the first batch should start with you all. After speaking, she turned to look at Obito, who was sitting on a sofa nearby. Currently, Obito did not immediately return to the Land of Rain, but stayed temporarily in the Mist Village as a consultant to assist Terumi Mei with tasks related to the Mizukichi. After all, Yagura's departure was not a normal handover process. If Terumi Mei were to figure it out on her own, it would undoubtedly be a difficult process. Having Obito, who had been Mizukichi for several years and had more advanced ideas, guide her would be much more effective. Sure, just have someone prepare a document according to the format for the relevant application. Currently, the health check equipment is not available for sale from the Land of Rain, so it can only be done over there. Once it opens for sale in the future, the Mist Village can purchase a set. Obito nodded. Terumi Mei felt somewhat helpless. It sounded easy, but it would be a significant expense later. In the Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Since the news about Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Mini spread, the number of people coming here for tourism and family visits suddenly increased. Although it was known that their purpose was for the Uchiha, these people held legitimate identities, and Konoha couldn't drive them away, only keeping a vigilant watch. Bang! In the Hokage building, Danzo's fist slammed down, leaving a fist mark on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Ever since the help from Shichiya and Orochimaru, the fusion experiment of Uchiha and Senju energy in his body had become increasingly smooth. Now, his right arm was filled with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and they were all 3 Tomo. This was collected by Danzo on the night of the Uchiha massacre and implanted into his body. As for his left hand, it had implanted Hashirama cells, allowing the energies of the two to blend and reach a balanced state. However, because of this, the left arm appeared somewhat larger on the surface, leading people to speculate whether this was a result of long-term special training. In the state of yin-yang fusion, his appearance had also undergone a significant change, looking much younger than before. However, both arms were wrapped in bandages, with golden locks hanging like chains, giving him a somewhat awkward appearance. Now that so many unstable factors have appeared in the village, Sarutobi, as Hokage, are you just going to watch? A heavy voice rang out. Compared to before, Danzo now exuded a powerful momentum, far surpassing the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting behind the desk. Chapter 191. Each with their own plans, such a rejuvenated state made Tsurugi Komatsu and Mito Mangetsu extremely envious, secretly inquiring several times about Danzo, but he ignored them. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he knew that this old friend had a deep relationship with his disciple Orochimaru in the early years, and the two had conducted many taboo studies together. Judging by Danzo's appearance, he must have succeeded in some experiment. Taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nonchalantly, "So what do you think I should do now? All the outsiders entering the village have legitimate identities. Should Konoha drive them out? You know why they are here. Hand over the remnants of the Uchiha clan to me, so these people don't cause trouble in the village." Danzo's words were unyielding, just like his current body, as hard as steel. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was rarely urgent as he directly rejected Danzo's request. The reason for this was that ever since the rumor of Uchiha Obito still being alive spread in the ninja world, the remaining 2 members of the original Minato team, Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Noara Rin, and Hatake Kakashi, who was gradually revealing his former prowess as Konoha's White Fang, had become increasingly close to the remaining Uchiha members. Moreover, considering their past relationships with the current Kyuubi Jinchuriki and their bonds as former classmates, they could be said to represent the future high-end combat power of Konoha to some extent. This close connection, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally couldn't go back and destroy it. Not only that, but he also wanted to maintain it as much as possible. After all, he was getting old, and in this final period, he needed to pave the way for his Summa. Sarutobi Hiruzen had thought it through clearly. After waiting 2 more years, he would recall a Summa from the daimyo's side. Didn't he like the daughter of that red-haired kid? It wouldn't be a problem for him to personally lower his face and facilitate the marriage between the two. By then, the next generation of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi would almost be graduating from the ninja school, and he would have a Summa serve as their guiding jonin. deepening the long-standing bond of the Hokage lineage. As for Yuhi Kurenai, he would let her teach a class with Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, who were all of the right age and represented different clans. This way, Asuma would have almost half of Konoha's families standing behind him. Plus, with the support of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, Hatake Kakashi, and the Uchiha clan, who were closely allied with the two, with a little maneuvering, he had a good chance of becoming the next Hokage. Even if his strength was lacking, he could at least gain some recognition and wouldn't become a marginalized figure. This would reduce the chances of becoming a political sacrifice and could continue to protect the Sarutobi family's development. This was the final consideration of the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen for his son. Therefore, even if the Uchiha clan had only a few members left, he absolutely could not compromise with Danzo on this matter. It concerned the future of Asuma and the Sarutobi clan, and there was no room for negotiation. Sarutobi, you're getting old. Danzo stood in front of the table, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a calm, yet chilling tone. The threat was already blatant. I may be a bit older, but that doesn't mean I can't fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, completely unfazed by Danzo's threat, shaking off the ash from a cigarette while seemingly inadvertently revealing the combat uniform beneath his ceremonial robe. Well, it seems that during this time, with the influx of outsiders, Sarutobi Hiruzen is well prepared, wearing his combat uniform the whole time. Sensing the other party's resolute attitude, Danzo was slightly taken aback, and then his expression darkened. At this moment, the sitting Chunin and Mito Yaiba finally reacted and quickly stood up to persuade. We're all old classmates. Why make it so tense? We can discuss everything slowly. Exactly, Danzo. Don't mind this old stubborn Sarutobi. He has always had a bad temper. In the past, they would usually criticize Danzo, but now they wanted to gain the secret of eternal youth from him, which was reversed. Sarutobi, you will regret this. Danzo calmly said this before turning around and walking towards the office door. Unlike his past fury, Danzo had completely become indifferent now, telling himself in his heart that this was the last time he would say this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's fine, but please remember, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied in a similarly calm tone, but he knew in his heart that this would probably be the last time he said this to his old classmate. Danzo's footsteps paused for a moment before he left without looking back. Upon returning to the route, he immediately issued several orders to his subordinates, all targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once the opportunity arose, Danzo would take action. Perhaps that day was not far off. Sarutobi, this is what you brought upon yourself. Don't blame me. Danzo's gaze was cold. He needed the position of Hokage. Not only could this fulfill his long-held wish, but it would also better help the organization, under the influence of the other gods. Although Danzo still maintained his personality, his inner desire to protect Konoha had long since faded, leaving only the ambition to become Hokage and seek benefits for the organization. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, recently, Uchiha Itachi had been feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. He had heard some news from the ninja world and also sensed a mysterious presence appearing near the clan's territory. Itachi was well aware that the remaining members of the Uchiha clan were being targeted. During this time, everyone should be careful and try not to go out. Even if you must go out, don't go to deserted places. In an impromptu family meeting, Uchiha Itachi said seriously to everyone. Most people nodded, remembering what he said. Only occasionally did two people dismiss it, thinking that the Uchiha clan now consisted only of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Who would pay attention to them? So during this time, before going to work, Uchiha Itachi would first take Izumi to the ninja school. This made him feel a strange sensation, even recalling a phrase he once heard from Shichiya. As long as you are excellent enough, your girlfriend might still be in school. Sasuke, who now stayed within the clan territory, was with so many people. Even if these outsiders had ulterior motives, they probably wouldn't choose to use force. After all, Konoha was not to be trifled with. With such thoughts, Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat reassured and went to work. However, before noon, a piece of news came through. A special incident occurred in the Uchiha clan. Unknown personnel invaded and quickly captured Sasuke and an elderly Uchiha clan member. Chapter 192, Tiger, Dog, Cat, Mouse, Sasuke. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened. His greatest fear had come true. He never expected those outsiders to be so audacious as to act within Konoha village, which showed they had no regard for Konoha at all. Captain, I need to take a day off, Uchiha Itachi said to Kakashi. With this incident, even if Konoha was investigating, he had to go back and see. Don't worry, Konoha has barriers on the outskirts. Even if those people captured Sasuke, it won't be easy for them to leave the village. Compared to the unsettled Itachi, Kakashi appeared very calm. He first analyzed the situation to stabilize Uchiha Itachi's mindset, then spoke to the masked Umbun ninja beside him. Lin, you go to the ninja school to confirm Izumi's safety. If everything is fine, stay secretly at the school to protect her. Understood. Noura Lin nodded and instantly disappeared from the spot. Then, Kakashi instructed the other members of the team to continue with their original tasks before leaving with Itachi. At this point, Uchiha Itachi had calmed down and began to think while returning to the clan territory with Kakashi. Itachi, just now a group of masked, unidentified individuals came and attacked, capturing Sasuke and Shichijiro. An elderly Uchiha clan member, whose clothes were torn and arm injured, hurried over to Itachi, looking disheveled and somewhat terrified. The earlier experience made this Uchiha elder involuntarily recall the night of the massacre, leaving him in shock. Sir, at this moment, Konoha ninjas who had arrived to inquire about specific information handed the intelligence they gathered to Kakashi. According to the Uchiha elder's account, there were 4 unidentified individuals who infiltrated the clan territory, all wearing animal masks: a tiger, a dog, a cat, and a mouse. The other party acted quickly, swiftly identifying their targets and capturing Uchiha Sasuke and an elder named Uchiha Shichijiro. Summoning technique. Kakashi formed hand seals and quickly summoned Pakken. Pakken, I need your help again. Do you remember Sasuke's scent? Please lead us to his location. Pakken sniffed around and quickly ran in one direction. Follow me. Seeing Pakken confirm the direction, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi immediately followed. The 3 of them moved swiftly, gradually leaving the center of Konoha village and heading towards the remote forest. At this moment, inside the Forest of Death in Konoha, a group of masked ninjas with no identifiable markings paused briefly. Tiger, dog, cat, and mouse. Dog and mouse each carried a comatose person on their backs, namely Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shikaru. Boss, Konoha is under martial law now. I wonder if we can still successfully get out of the cave. The one wearing the mouse mask spoke with a hint of worry. They were a 4-person bounty group, but they had never done such work before. To dare provoke the 5 great ninja villages was simply reckless. But for some reason, the boss insisted on coming to Konoha to capture members of the Uchiha clan this time. Based on Mouse's understanding of Tiger, the employer must have offered a lot to make the boss go all out like this. Don't worry, even if the mouse hole is discovered by Konoha, it's fine. As long as we can successfully get out. Tiger's voice was very steady, and he continued, the Uchiha clan is currently very hot in the ninja world. Someone actually offered a high price of 80 million ryo per person. No matter what, we must earn this money, even if we only bring out 1 person. The share from this job can allow our animal bounty group to disband. After that, we can find a way to get a legal identity in the Land of Rain to avoid sinking in the chaotic ninja world. Such a high price. Dog exclaimed. His hand, holding a cigarette, trembled involuntarily. They claimed to be a bounty group, but in reality, they were just a few second-rate ninjas who happened to come together. Each of them had at most the strength of a special J-nin, and apart from having somewhat unique abilities, their combat capabilities were quite lacking. Because of this, many bounty tasks at the exchange were beyond their capabilities. Now, coincidentally, the Uchiha clan was very popular in the ninja world, and the bounty handbook had added dozens of related tasks. Among them, the relatively simpler one was to bring Uchiha clan members out of Konoha. The price of 80 million ryo would entice most bounty ninjas. Moreover, given their abilities, it was possible they could bring someone out without directly clashing with Konoha ninjas. Sure, boss. After completing this job, I'll have enough money for my wedding. Dog's face began to show excitement. He had a beloved girl in a small country, and they had agreed to get married once they saved enough money. He didn't expect this last job to have so much bounty. Originally, he planned to retire after this task. Brothers, I'm going to be a dad. That works too. After this job, we can all retire successfully. Cat took out a photo, and his tone revealed happiness. Congratulations, Cat. Tiger smiled and congratulated Cat, then looked at Mouse. Mouse, what are your plans? With so much money, don't spend it all at once. Mouse paused for a moment and then said with a self-mocking tone, Me? I don't seem to have any special aspirations in this life. I'm just satisfied if I can play with a few more women. But afterward, I should go back home and take a look. The camellias should be blooming by this season. I wonder how Xiao Wei is doing now, if she is married. I really miss the life back then. If you want to go back, then go back. Tiger sighed. At this moment, he took out a watch to check the time and stood up. It's almost time. Let's continue towards the evacuation point. In such an urgent moment, they weren't here to chat. They were waiting for the informants in the village to relay the news and notify the employer outside to come for them. Otherwise, even if they managed to take the Uchiha out, it would be difficult to run far under Konoha's pursuit. Thus, trading just outside Konoha village was the most convenient. 3 minutes later, Pakken arrived at the place where the animal bounty group had stopped, accompanied by Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Huff huff. Pakken sniffed hard and then turned to Kakashi, saying, "They just stopped here for a while and left not long ago. We're getting close." After saying that, he identified a new direction and continued to chase after them. Inside the animal bounty group ahead, Cat suddenly felt something and quickly spoke up, "Not good, boss. The Konoha ninjas are already on our tails, not far behind us." Chapter 193. Out of ammo and supplies. This group of Konoha ninjas is quite quick to react. But everything is within my plan. Tiger sneered, then turned to Dog, who was carrying Sasuke, and said, "Dog, you stay with me. At a critical moment, we can use this kid to draw fire. Mouse, you keep moving towards the evacuation point, deliver the goods to the client, and remember to leave us a hole." "Understood. Boss, you all be careful." Mouse nodded and quickened his pace with Cat towards the designated location. As for Tiger and Dog, they stayed behind with Uchiha Sasuke, spreading out to ambush on either side. They seemed to have stopped up ahead. Pakken, leading Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, suddenly turned back and said, "Swish, swish." A large number of shurikens suddenly shot out from the dense forest, raining down on Kakashi and the others. The two, fully focused, had already anticipated the potential attack, so they dodged to the side the moment the shurikens came flying in. Clang, clang, clang. All the shurikens struck the massive tree branches above. Earth style, earth release, hiding in surface technique. Kakashi fell to the ground and slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a large number of soil blocks rose up, instantly changing the terrain of the death forest, causing dense giant trees to topple. The view suddenly opened up, and two masked figures hurriedly emerged from behind the fallen trees, looking a bit disheveled. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's gaze turned cold, and the pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan appeared in his pupils as he immediately cast a Genjutsu on the dog carrying Sasuke. Under the control, Dog's figure flickered, disregarding Tiger beside him, and ran toward Uchiha Itachi with Sasuke on his back. "Dog, wake up!" Tiger was taken aback. He had guessed that Konoha would definitely send pursuers, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. He quickly chased after Dog, slapping his palm on Dog's shoulder to disrupt the chakra in his body. "Oh, boss, what are you doing here?" The recently awakened Dog seemed a bit dazed. "Hurry. These two are not something we can handle." Tiger grabbed Sasuke from Dog's back while throwing down a smoke bomb. Rip! Just then, a flash of lightning struck, and Tiger only saw a sharp blade coming at him. Dog's arms were instantly severed at the roots, blood gushing out. A guy with white hair and a mask stood beside him, holding a bloodied short knife. Damn it! Tiger knew Dog was finished, so he ignored the opponent and took advantage of the smoke bomb's cover to start running with Sasuke. The trees in the death forest were extremely dense, and in his panic, Tiger bumped Sasuke's head against trees several times, waking him up directly. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" The newly awakened Sasuke looked confused, still trying to grasp the situation. Roar! Just then, a Real tiger appeared in the death forest, opening its bloody maw to pounce on the two. Boom! However, a purple skeletal fist smashed down, and the beast was immediately reduced to a spray of blood and flesh. "Tsukuyami!" A cold voice rang out, and Tiger immediately felt the surroundings darken, finding himself inexplicably bound to a cross. Tiger, who suffered 72 hours of torment in the Genjutsu, directly collapsed mentally in reality, crumpling to the ground. Swish! Uchiha Itachi's figure flashed over and pulled Sasuke behind him. "Sasuke, are you okay?" His expression was serious as he looked Sasuke up and down. "I'm fine, just my head hurts a bit," Sasuke said, touching the back of his head, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what happened? How did I end up here?" "You were originally sleeping, but you ended up sleepwalking here." Since Sasuke didn't know the details of the situation, Uchiha Itachi didn't intend to tell him everything. A child as young as him really didn't need to bear such burdens. At that moment, Kakashi also arrived with the dog, who had been simply bandaged and was unconscious. Two others ran ahead. "Let's keep chasing." Uchiha Itachi nodded, then incapacitated the tiger's limbs and followed Kakashi, continuing to run forward under Pakken's guidance. However, when they reached the outskirts of the death forest, near the Konoha barrier, they found nothing, only two holes left on ground. "They've already escaped. Let's head back and report the information," Kakashi concluded. Since the enemy had left Konoha, there might be someone outside waiting for them, and recklessly pursuing them without certain intelligence wasn't a good idea. Moreover, the most important person among the two who had been captured, Sasuke, had already been rescued. Although it felt a bit wrong to think that way, reality was what it was. Even Uchiha Itachi's mindset was completely stable at this point. The two returned to the village and reported all the information. After hearing the situation, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, immediately organized a rescue team to search for Uchiha Nanjiro. No matter how much he disliked the Uchiha, this matter had to be addressed appropriately. After all, the enemy dared to openly abduct people in Konoha, and if this issue wasn't resolved properly, it would be a huge embarrassment for Konoha. Thus, a pursuit team led by the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans left Konoha with a large number of personnel. They first arrived at the outskirts adjacent to the Death Forest, where they also discovered 2 caves. At the same time, they saw 2 corpses, one wearing a cat mask and the other wearing a mouse mask. It seemed that those who hired them were not good people. After completing the mission, they directly disposed of them, following the traces left by the enemy. The group set off again. Eventually, in a mountain range, the Hyuga clan used their Byakugan to find Uchiha Nanjiro hidden in a cave. However, he was already a corpse at that moment. Inside the cave was a bedroll, and Uchiha Nanjiro was completely naked, his body emaciated, and his wide-open eyes seemed to express unwillingness. The disheveled bedding was also soaked with sweat, indicating that he had suffered considerable torment. The entire cave was filled with an inexplicable and intense odor. The ninjas present, based on the scene, vaguely sensed something but didn't dare to confirm it, so they brought the body back. After examination by Konoha's medical ninjas, it was found that Uchiha Nanjiro's blood contained a certain drug component. This drug continuously stimulated his body, allowing him to return to a youthful state and be full of vitality. Then, the enemy had prepared everything in the cave, using Uchiha Nanjiro as a breeding sow, fighting until he ran out of bullets and died. Chapter 194. Asuma's general home, clearly, after the commotion caused by Uchiha Mini and Uchiha Obito in the ninja world. Numerous organizations with dark intentions had set their sights on the remaining members of this clan. It seemed they were trying to cultivate more Uchiha bloodlines to see if they could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan again. I must say, such an idea is quite peculiar. The Konoha Interrogation Department also extracted relevant information from the minds of the tiger and the dog, corroborating this fact. Nowadays, the bounty manual had quite a few missions related to the Uchiha clan. You remaining members need to be extra careful recently. After learning all this, Kakashi immediately informed Itachi and granted him a month-long leave. After all, there were only a few Uchiha left, and if Izumi or Sasuke were captured, they would face a hellish scenario. In short, this incident didn't create much of a commotion. Konoha conducted a brief investigation, but found no concrete results, and as time passed, it gradually faded away. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have injured his head and stayed in Konoha Hospital for a while, with the back of his head wrapped like a dumpling. In the land of rain, in the city of peace, Shichiya was holding the latest intelligence sent back from Konoha, the source being Hatake Kakashi. He truly didn't expect that Danzo, this old schemer, would become different from the original story and choose to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, the momentum and attitude displayed by Danzo almost openly declared, "I want to be Hokage. If you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, are wise, you will step down voluntarily. Otherwise, don't blame your old classmate for being ruthless and taking you down one day." But now that Hiruzen had paved such a good path for his son, he certainly wouldn't be willing to step down. As a result, Danzo had recently stopped appearing and was secretly scheming something big. From the current situation, it seemed that the two would eventually erupt into a civil war. Hiss! A look of surprise appeared on Shichiya's face. It seemed that Danzo's strength had significantly increased, and his confidence had swelled as well. After being suppressed by Hiruzen for years, he finally wanted to turn the tables and see how it felt to be on top. This was good. Shichiya was just planning to eliminate Hiruzen and the upper echelons of Konoha, and now he didn't have to calculate too much. A little push would suffice. A month later, in the capital of the Land of Fire, Asuma Sarutobi was currently riding high, being one of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Recently, he had suddenly been on a winning streak, earning the admiration of countless people. Not only had he succeeded in his career, but a few days ago, on a whim, he bought a lottery ticket from a new lottery shop opened by the Peace Chamber of Commerce in the city and won 5 million Ryo. It was simply a double harvest of career and fortune. Moreover, due to helping a local wealthy merchant, he received a supreme VVP membership card to the Chunfeng Tower. The so-called Chunfeng Tower was a high-end restaurant invested and built by the Peace Chamber of Commerce in the capital, which supposedly only served members and had a very high status. Invited by the wealthy merchant. Asuma experienced a life of extravagance and opened a new door to a different world. He was left with only one thought. So this is how it works? After a night of craziness, Asuma woke up from his hangover with a soft, jade-like body lying in his arms. This was a charming little fairy he had brought back yesterday. Asuma-dano. A slight movement made the cute girl in his arms frown and open her enchanting eyes. You're awake? Asuma took a small step back, feeling a bit shy as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, as he had been a bit too reckless last night, showing no tenderness at all. Asuma-dano, please don't move. The girl suddenly pouted, her face flushed, biting her lip, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Asuma was first taken aback, then realized that their current position was somewhat unusual. However, thinking of this made him even more excited, and his blood began to boil. Asuma-dano. Such actions made the beautiful girl let out a soft again. This scene, with her blushing face and a mix of shyness and invitation, made Asuma unable to restrain himself and start his morning exercise. Half an hour later, Asuma lit a cigarette. For some reason, he felt that today's cigarette tasted particularly good. This was truly strange. It was still the same brand as before. A beautiful girl with a fair and delicate body stood before him, perfect without a single flaw, except for her slightly protruding belly. Perhaps sensing Asuma's gaze, she gently caressed her stomach and smiled. I've been eating a bit too much lately. I've gained a little weight. Lord Asuma wouldn't mind, would he? With such a perfect girl, how could I possibly mind? Asuma waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care at all. You're so nice, Lord Asuma. The girl playfully leaned closer, like a little cat, snuggling her soft body into his embrace. Holding the beautiful girl, Asuma thought about how he could openly slack off at work, win 5 million in the lottery, and now become a member of the upper class in the capital. In that moment, Asuma felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He recalled the old man's previous message, urging him to return to Konoha, start as a Jonin, and then take on the next generation of Inoshikaicho. Gradually developing, he would aim for the position of Hokage. Not only that, the old man was concerned about his strength, urging him to train diligently and return to Konoha to seek advice from Kakashi. Asuma had never really wanted to return to Konoha, and now he wanted it even less. Becoming a Jonin, becoming Hokage, such tiring and troublesome things. Let someone else do it. He certainly didn't want to leave his cozy haven. As for the old man's promise to help him propose to Hinata, making her his bride, Asuma admitted he was quite tempted. But then he thought, wasn't he already holding someone like that? Although she was far from being as good-looking as Hinata, she had the right figure and knew all the right moves, giving him quite the experience last night. In short, Asuma was now refusing to go back. This kind of life, unless he had experience enough, might be a different story. Bang! In the Hokage office, upon receiving the news that Asuma was unwilling to return, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand down on the table in anger. He had gone to great lengths to consider that kid, and many things had already been arranged. All he needed was for Asuma to come back, and everything could proceed smoothly. But that ungrateful guy didn't even want to come back. It was infuriating. Now, Danzo was up to who knows what, with more and more covert actions becoming increasingly obvious. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a premonition that perhaps it only needed one opportunity for his old classmate to take action against him. Chapter 195. The upcoming friendly exchange with an old classmate. Danzo, do you really think this position can be easily obtained? Even if I'm old and can't wield the Rui Jingu Bang, if you want to take me down, you'll have to pay a heavy price. A cold glint flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he commanded, deliver this scroll to Jiraiya, who is traveling the ninja world. All the preparations have been made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Danzo behaved himself, everyone could sit together for tea like before. If Danzo didn't behave, then they would see each other in action. Everything was almost ready. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you should take a good rest. In the dark underground organization of Root, Danzo Shimura, draped in the same Hokage ceremonial robe, cast a sharp gaze over the kneeling ninjas below. These people were his trusted subordinates, some of whom had followed him for over a decade, their eyes filled with fanaticism. In the upcoming battle, you may pay the price with your lives. You might even be temporarily insulted by the villagers, but for the future of Konoha, I hope everyone can give their hearts. The position of Hokage cannot be held by incompetent people. I, Shimura Danzo, am the one who truly deserves to be Hokage. Only I can lead us to victory. Danzo Shimura raised his arm and shouted, briefly rallying the troops. In reality, even if he hadn't done this, these subordinates, thoroughly brainwashed and in a state of fervent worship, would unconditionally follow orders, even at the cost of their lives. We will follow Lord Danzo to the death. Everyone responded in unison, their voices booming. Thus, on March 20th, 56th year of Konoha, dark clouds loomed overhead, and fierce winds howled, as if a significant storm was brewing. Several root ninjas cautiously emerged from the Nara clan's forest and then silently vanished into the streets. Danzo's plan seemed to have begun. In a dim corner of a tall building, Kakashi Hitaki, wearing a mask, blended into the darkness, not revealing a hint of presence. Beside him stood Rin Noira, also masked, who spoke with uncertainty. Kakashi, are we really just going to watch? It feels wrong. Then Rin, how do you think we should handle this? Kakashi did not clarify her doubts, but instead posed a question. I don't know, I just don't want there to be any fighting in the village. Rin's voice showed rare confusion as she continued in a low tone. Whether it's Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo, why do they have to fight so fiercely for the position of Hokage? The Konoha I love shouldn't be like this. Kakashi turned his head and slowly replied. They're just two major nuisances. Their fighting is actually a good thing for Konoha right now. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are alive, Obito won't be able to return smoothly. He gazed into the distance, gradually realizing the purpose behind this arrangement by the Seven Leaves. Now that the Mist Village had returned to normal, with the Mizukage being the local Termi-Mei, Obito had temporarily settled down. What would be Obito's final employment direction with experience as a Mizukage? Of course, it would still be as a Hokage. With relevant experience and a few years of work under his belt, plus his fondness for such work, becoming Hokage would suit him perfectly. This was Kakashi's judgment on what the Seven Leaves would arrange afterward. If that were the case, and everything went smoothly, Obito could fulfill his childhood dream. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Kakashi's lips. It was indeed a happy thing for a close friend to achieve their dream. But what about himself? What had once supported him was the investigation into his father's suicide and the complete eradication of the decayed higher-ups in Konoha responsible for all. But now, this goal was about to be achieved, yet Kakashi felt a bit lost. At present, his feelings for Konoha were not very deep, especially after the deaths of Minato and Kushina. He felt quite bored staying in this village. Perhaps after all the current higher-ups in Konoha were cleaned out, everything would change? Kakashi? Kakashi. Rin's voice rang in his ears, awakening the distracted Kakashi. Sorry, Rin. Kakashi shook his head, apologizing. Rin reminded him, the root members have already started moving. We should go too. Kakashi nodded and quickly disappeared with Rin. By a river outside Konoha, under dark clouds and cold winds, Kurenai Yuhi helplessly watched her daughter take out food from her backpack while setting up a tent. She simply couldn't understand why, in such terrible weather, Hinata still insisted on going on a picnic. Although she had already taken a day off, couldn't they choose a better day? But since her daughter was so determined, Kurenai had no choice but to comply. I really didn't expect such bad weather today. Hinata, are you still planning to go out for a picnic? I thought we would change the day. Yui Hinata lay on the picnic blanket, munching on dumplings and speaking indistinctly. The spring breeze was still a bit chilly, making her shiver. It's rare to have a day off. How can we give up halfway, even if we are ninjas? We must pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Sunset Red, hands on her hips, glared at the two with her ruby-like eyes. As for why this day was chosen, there were certainly other purposes. Besides the outing of the Sunset Red family, two green-skinned watermelons hung from the mountainside of a distant mountain. Kai, the passionate youth, cannot waste time waiting. Mike Guy was firmly pressed against the cliff, turning around with a shining smile to Mike Guy, who was resting behind him. I'm just looking for the best climbing route. Dad, Mike Guy chuckled, and although the wild wind on the mountain made his clothes flutter and the straps of his goggles slapped against his cheeks, his exposed teeth still gleamed. Truly worthy of being my lifelong rival, Kakashi was able to find such a difficult cliff to climb. The last time he climbed it barehanded in heavy rain and carved the Konoha symbol at the summit, I must also accomplish this feat in the same weather. Let the storm come even stronger. Oh, I can feel my blood boiling. Then let us meet at the top of the mountain. Hearing his son's excited shout, my guy climbed rapidly upward using both hands and feet. I want to lose to you, Dad. My guy also followed the best route he had chosen. His speed, no less impressive. The two muscular men were sweating profusely on the cliff face. Chapter 196. What is in the Nara clan's forest? Besides this, some ninjas in Konoha village, for various reasons, whether taking leave or adjusting work schedules, were dealing with other matters in their lives. Some wanted to buy discounted chips from another city, some wanted to buy discounted eggs, and others were eager for the latest issue of Intimate Paradise and the joint release of Naruto. Especially Naruto, which had recently updated to the second Great Ninja War period, was particularly exciting. However, at this moment, the company responsible for the serialized release, Heian Entertainment, suddenly announced that due to business adjustments, the manga would be temporarily halted. After the announcement, those in the ninja world following the manga cursed in unison. Update dogs. Fortunately, the statement mentioned that once updates resumed, all previously owed content would be supplemented, which somewhat eased the audience's feelings. Because the manga was titled Naruto, the first joint signing event was specially held in the capital of the Fire Nation. Such a commemorative event attracted countless followers to participate, making the Fire Nation's financial lord, the princess, very pleased. So many people, how much profit would this create for the Fire Nation? However, the resulting security issues also made Sarutobi Hiruzen cautious. Although Jiraiya was over there, he still dispatched many ninjas for reinforcement responsible for guarding the safety of the capital, while also showcasing the strength of Konoha. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained vigilant against Danzo, in case this old partner took the opportunity to strike while the village was empty. However, it seemed he was thinking too darkly. Danzo appeared to have no unusual plans, and instead dispatched root ninjas to reinforce the capital. If someone were to observe carefully, they would find that the number of ninjas remaining in Konoha had significantly decreased, basically only able to maintain the simplest operations. Even beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, only members of the Shadow Guard remained. As the cold wind blew, Danzo's figure suddenly appeared from the root base, leading a group of people into the Hokage's office in a dark cloud. Danzo, what do you mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was checking whether the crystal ball function was normal, stood up and shouted. Whoosh! Due to the aggressive entrance, the Shadow Guard immediately appeared around them. Not wanting to make a move in the office, Danzo did not immediately attack, only coldly said, Hiruzen, do you still not know what your subordinates have done? Has something similar to Orochimaru's incident happened again? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. It was this old classmate who first discovered and reported Orochimaru's incident back then. The tone was even identical. Go fetch Elder Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaidon. To be safe, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to send a member of the Shadow Guard to bring the other two old classmates over first. If Danzo really got a bit carried away and couldn't help but rebel, the two could also persuade him. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was best to convince Danzo as they did in the past. Unfortunately, the current Danzo seemed not so easily swayed. If I had known today, I shouldn't have considered our old classmate friendship and helped him establish root. Controlling him is really troublesome now. Speak, Danzo, what exactly happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down again, appearing calm and collected. Danzo sneered and said, according to recent investigations, Root discovered a human experimentation lab in the Nara clan's forest. Hiruzen, don't tell me you don't know about this matter. Without your authorization, this clan wouldn't have the guts to do such things. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately shocked. The Nara clan had always been his think tank, and it was impossible for them to violate the village's prohibitions to do such things. As this thought flashed through his mind, he quickly calmed down and asked solemnly, do you have evidence for this claim? I knew you would say that. The evidence is in the Nara clan's forest, where there is a secret laboratory. I've already had people keep a close watch. You can come with me to confirm. A cold smile appeared on Danzo's face, crossing his arms and adopting an aggressive tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat as an ominous premonition arose. This old guy wouldn't want to find an uninhabited place to directly rebel, would he? At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki, the captain of the Umbu squad, happened to push open the door and walk in. Hokage-sama, regarding the defense situation in the eastern forest, we have confirmed it. Here are the relevant data scrolls. As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his pocket, seemingly oblivious to Danzo and the surrounding root members. Now, around 18 years old, Kakashi, carrying a short sword, occasionally exuded an extremely sharp aura. Although no one had witnessed his true strength, everyone believed that Kakashi was now completely on par with his father, the former Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo, even surpassing him. Seeing Kakashi enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt inexplicably relieved. Although the Minato team had been disbanded, Kakashi and Rin Noara were almost still tied together. Wherever Kakashi was, Rin was likely lurking in the shadows. As long as Kakashi and the Three Tails Jinchuriki were present, Danzo would have to weigh his options if he wanted to rebel. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had felt somewhat dissatisfied because Kakashi and Rin had defied him. However, now it seemed that the reason they had become this way was likely influenced by the deaths of Minato and his wife. Their will of fire should still remain intact. Judging by their seriousness in carrying out missions and their interactions with Minato's orphan, Naruto, Uzumaki. It was evident that they still loved the village. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, that was enough. Thinking of this, he said in a relaxed tone, Kakashi, put down the scroll for now, and come with me to the Nara clan. Yes, Kakashi replied, standing by. Danzo shot a glance at Kakashi, expressionless, then turned his gaze away. Let us go, Danzo, to the Nara clan. I still don't believe they're the kind of people who would do such things. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, holding a smoking pipe, and walked out first. Outside the Hokage building, the masked Umbu ninja Noera Rin was indeed there as well. Seeing her made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel even more secure. After all, over the years, she had coexisted harmoniously with the three tails inside her, making her a perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 197. Confrontation. No more pretending nowadays in Konoha. Few dare to underestimate this seemingly fragile girl. If only the nine tails Jinchuriki had matured sooner. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Nara clan. Upon learning that the Hokage had suddenly come, and that Danzo from Root was with him, Nara Shikaku felt something was off. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had discussed Danzo's intentions with him, knowing he had rebellious thoughts, but he never expected him to actually plan to act on it. And so suddenly, was he not afraid of plunging Konoha into an irretrievable situation? Quickly summon elders Tsunade and Mito to come over and notify the Yamanka, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans. If they are willing to come, Nara Shikaku commanded a few clan members, then rubbed his temples and hurried out to greet them. Lord Third, Lord Danzo. He deliberately avoided mentioning Hokage and Elder to avoid provoking Danzo. Shikaku, Root has investigated and found a forbidden laboratory related to human experimentation in the forest of your clan's land. Are you aware of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly. Nara Shikaku was taken aback and quickly replied, the Nara clan's forest is only used for growing medicinal herbs. Normally, other than deer, there are no other creatures there, let alone any human experiments. Whether it is or not, we will know when we go and take a look. Danzo spoke coldly and stepped forward. His movements were incredibly familiar, as if he were returning home. Nara Shikaku's heart sank, seeing Danzo's confident demeanor. He knew something unknown must have occurred in the clan's forest. However, there was no time to think of alternatives. He could only hope that the two Konoha elders and other clans would arrive quickly. Soon, the group entered the Nara forest. This place was rarely visited, even by the Nara clan members, who only entered when necessary. Therefore, during the time Root personnel had been guarding that laboratory, no Nara clansman had discovered it. Seeing Danzo rush over with people, the surrounding Root ninjas quickly made way. At the base of a massive tree, shrouded in bushes, was a very hidden entrance. From the surface, it looked like the roots of this tree had been hollowed out, creating an underground laboratory as the entrance. This laboratory did not belong to the Nara clan. Although they hadn't seen the interior yet, Nara Shikaku spoke up in advance, no matter what. The sudden appearance of an underground laboratory in the Nara clan's forest is already quite concerning. He pointed at the somewhat new traces around, continuing to speak to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, from the traces of the cave's excavation and the growth of the surrounding new weeds, it is clear that this underground laboratory was newly constructed. It should have been done in the last few months. Of course it was done in the last few months. I personally ordered it to be built. Danzo scoffed internally, then said, Nara clan leader, even if this laboratory has nothing to do with you, the Nara clan's negligence allowed someone to build a human research laboratory in your clan's forest. You must acknowledge this mistake. Yes, Lord Danzo, this is a mistake on our part. Nara Shikaku did not hesitate to admit fault, bowing respectfully. Snap! Snap! Flashes went off around them as several Root ninjas took out cameras under Danzo's prior instructions, capturing the scene, including Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the entrance to the laboratory. Let's go, old classmate. Shall we go down and take a look? Danzo calmly invited Sarutobi Hiruzen, putting away his pipe and loosening his Hokage robes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded, then said to Kakashi and Rin beside him, Kakashi, Rin, come with me. The entrance to this underground laboratory looked quite small, but the passage inside was spacious enough for several people to walk side by side without feeling crowded. The lighting system, air circulation system, and water supply system were all complete. At the end of the passage was a very spacious room, astonishingly large. However, upon entering, everyone found that there were no laboratory-related equipment here. Instead, it looked more like an underground dwelling. There were beds, sofas, and other furniture, making it indistinguishable from a regular house, except for the fact that it was several times larger. Danzo, what is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and turned to ask. Actually, you must have understood long ago, right? Danzo sneered while unwrapping the bandages and seals on his hands. How do you like this place? I spent several months preparing this grave for you. To die in the Nara clan's forest and have your body guarded by the Nara clan, which is close to the Hokage, isn't this a brilliant idea? Believing he had a good grasp of the situation, but pretending not to know, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Danzo was effectively laying everything bare. Danzo, you really are incorrigible. As an old classmate, I will send you on your way today. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone turned grave as he ripped off his Hokage robes. The deep green combat uniform revealed itself, and his imposing aura instantly gave off an overwhelming feeling. Kakashi, Rin, prepare for battle. We will eliminate Danzo and the Root Ninjas. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, the members of the Shadow Guard instantly flashed around him, holding kunai in hand. As for Kakashi and Rin, they also flashed, but in the direction away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. A group of Root Ninjas surged forward, surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen and his Shadow Guard, while four of them simultaneously moved to the east, south, west, and north. Ninjutsu. 4 purple flames formation. A rectangular purple barrier rose up, instantly enclosing Danzo and his root, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen and his Shadow Guard within it. Kakashi, you. Looking at Kakashi outside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. His eyes filled with disbelief. The reason he dared to follow Danzo here with such confidence today was because of having Kakashi and Rin by his side. The combat power of the two was definitely among the top in Konoha today. Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that Kakashi, who was rooted in the Hokage lineage, would betray him. Chapter 198. Siege. According to our prior agreement, I will handle elders Tsunade and Mito. As for the personnel from other clans, I will find a way to prevent them from entering this cave. Kakashi ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen, not even glancing at him, and calmly spoke to Danzo. Ha ha ha. Well done, Kakashi. After this matter is resolved, I will make you the head of the Umbu. Danzo laughed heartily as the seals on his hands were released and his bandages fell away, revealing 2 incredibly hideous arms to everyone. One of the arms was covered in Sharingan, making one's scalp tingle with a sense of fear of dense patterns. One arm was incredibly thick, with clear wood-like patterns on it, and even a small seedling, as thick as a finger, had grown at the elbow joint. Kakashi was not concerned about the battle here, and took Rin away from the underground space. Upon seeing the two emerge, Nara Shikaku, who had been anxiously waiting at the cave entrance, quickly asked, Kakashi, what is the situation down there? He knew the identity of the Umbu in front of him, and was aware that the other party was from the Hokage's faction. If you want to know, you can go down and see for yourself, Kakashi said flatly, leaving Nara Shikaku standing there, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Nara Shikaku had already realized the seriousness of the situation, but at this moment, being alone made it impossible to change the course of events. He had to quickly gather everyone else. With this thought in mind, Nara Shikaku no longer looked at Kakashi and hurriedly ran out of the forest. His body was tense, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if there were a fierce beast behind him. Rin, you, and Itachi stay here. If this side wraps up early, notify me, Kakashi instructed Rin. Then his figure flickered, and he appeared at the top of a gigantic tree. At that moment, Itachi was sitting cross-legged there, without a trace of energy leaking, as if he had merged with the tree. He was holding a scroll, which was the item left for him by Nanakusa from the third bookstore. Kakashi-senpai, Itachi said respectfully as he put away the scroll upon seeing Kakashi approach. These 3 vials of potions can replenish Ein attribute energy, and this special eye drop contains Yang release energy. When you feel your eye's energy depleting, you can take the potions or use the eye drops. After distributing the supplies to Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi continued. Your task is to guard here and delay as much as possible, so that Konoha's reinforcements do not disturb the 2 old classmates inside the cave. Understood, Uchiha Itachi nodded. Kakashi then vanished, heading to deal with the other 2 old guys who were imprisoned. As for Naruto, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Sasuke, they had been sent to a safe tavern of a trading association before everything began. Inside this tavern, Hyuga Hizashi was hosting some of the branch family members. A few minutes earlier, in the cave in the Nara clan's forest, Sarutobi Hiruzen was captivated by Danzo's arm, no longer caring about what was happening with Kakashi. His expression darkened as he shouted, Danzo, you actually collected so many Uchiha eyes, and the cells of the first Hokage. Are you still researching them? And you dare to use such forbidden human experiments on yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. He felt that Danzo had truly gone mad. No longer the old classmate he once knew. Oof, what do you know? Danzo sneered, showing a look of disdain. Everything in the world can be analyzed using yin and yang attributes. Now my right arm contains the spiritual power representing the yin attribute from the Uchiha clan, while my right arm contains the power of the first Hokage's would release, representing the yang attribute, coupled with the human power that exists within me. I am now a yin-yang person, do you understand? Yin-yang person. Although it was the first time hearing this term, it sounded extraordinary. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened, and he quickly formed hand seals, pressing his hands against the ground. Summoning technique. Boom, a monkey-like summoning beast appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hizashi, what is going on? The suddenly appearing Suruk demon asked in a deep voice upon seeing the situation around. It's a bit complicated to explain, but today I need you to fight alongside me again. Sara demon, transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Whoosh! Upon hearing the command, the Sara demon did not say much and transformed into a large stick that could be soft or hard, long or short, thick or thin. Danzo, your conspiracy will not succeed. Konoha cannot fall into the hands of a schemer like you. Boom! The Rui Jingu Bang smashed down, sending dirt and stones flying. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen made his move, he showed no mercy, and seeing Danzo dodge, he targeted the other Root members. For Lord Danzo, kill him. The Root ninjas inside the barrier surged forward. Sarutobi took out a shuriken, and then his hands moved like shadows. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Kurun Technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of shurikens in the air increased, reaching an extremely dense degree. In such a relatively small cave, with limited space to hide, such a dense barrage of shurikens was absolutely lethal. Hood hood. The sounds of flesh being sliced echoed as numerous Root ninjas fell dead. Earth release. Earth barrier. Finally, someone completed the hand seals and blocked this wave of attacks. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formed hand seals again, completing 2 composite ninjutsu. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet technique. 2 giant dragons rose, entangled with an extremely fierce momentum, charging towards the crowd and instantly changing the terrain inside the cave. The ground shook violently, with countless rock fragments falling from above, seemingly predicting that the cave was about to collapse. Hiruzen, it seems you are eager to die here. Danzo unleashed a vacuum wave, slicing through the incoming mud dragon. Wood release. At this time, a Root ninja stepped forward, and a mass of wood emerged from the ground with his hand seals, quickly forming supports that stabilized the previously shaking cave. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly surprised. He did not expect Danzo to actually research wood release from the first Hokage, although this wood release was much weaker than the first Hokage's and was made entirely of lifeless dead wood. It was the first time in many years to see wood release appear before him since the passing of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Whoosh! A sound of wind breaking came from behind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to think. He turned around to see a purple-clad ninja attacking. Chapter 199. Battle and Reinforcement. This person seemed to belong to the Yamanaka clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened, and he became extremely cautious. The main issue was that the Yamanaka clan's ninjutsu was quite strange and troublesome to deal with. He flickered his figure to dodge the opponent's attack while swinging the Rui Jingu Bang, knocking other approaching Root ninjas flying. Although the previous offensive had already taken out a portion of them, there were still quite a few Root ninjas that had entered the barrier at the beginning. This was a result of Danzo's deliberate actions. He aimed to use these subordinates to exhaust Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength, making it safer to deal with him later. After all, his old friend was known as the strongest Hokage in history, even being hailed as the doctor of the ninja world. The opponent's strength was not to be underestimated, and Danzo did not want to risk a setback. Earth release. Earth flowing river. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew this, but he had no choice but to use these ninjutsu to change the terrain and reduce the impact of these Root members around him. Half an hour later, only 4 Root ninjas remained standing around to maintain the barrier. The others either sank into the mud or were smashed into the walls. Not bad, Hiruzen. It seems your abilities have not diminished over the years. Danzo stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on the other party. But after fighting for so long, how much chakra do you have left now? Don't worry, the remaining strength may not be much, but it's more than enough to bury you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, looking quite at ease. Whoosh! Danzo's figure flickered, and his explosive power was nothing like that of an aging ninja. The battle between the two was about to ignite. At the same time, Nara Shikaku arrived with the elites of his family, as well as the clan leaders and elites from the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. They were the families closest to the Hokage, so naturally, they needed to handle such an incident as soon as possible. Shikaku, are you sure this really happened? Tuanzong actually dared to openly rebel? Doesn't he worry about Konoha falling in a crisis? Yamanaka Inoichi, who was walking in the front, whispered to Nara Shikaku. After all, Shikaku had not personally verified the news, so he only told Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, while the other clan members were merely informed to come to the Nara forest. Would I joke about something this serious? A hint of helplessness appeared on Nara Shikaku's face. Akimichi Choza spoke in a low tone. I trust Lord Third. Even if there really was a battle with Tuanzong, he would definitely hold on until we arrive. We're almost there. The location of the cave is not far ahead, Nara Shikaku said, his tone a bit urgent. There are people ahead. At this moment, Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes flickered, and he immediately reminded everyone. The group slowed their pace and carefully observed the area ahead, and indeed discovered something unusual in the dark parts of the forest, in the bushes, and even in the puddles on the path. Large numbers of ninjas were ambushed in these spots. This was the territory of the Nara clan. Normally, it would be impossible for outsiders to enter, let alone such a large number of ninjas. The appearance of this situation could only mean one thing: the root. The three of them hid at a distance, exchanging glances and feeling uneasy. The large number of root ninjas lying in ambush here clearly did not want them to support the third Hokage. It seemed that they could only break through by engaging in a fierce battle. With this thought in mind, the Ino Shichiya trio quickly formulated a battle plan and swiftly led their subordinates into the fray. At this moment, they had already confirmed the rebellious intentions of the root and had no need to hold back. After all, who would ambush so many people in someone else's backyard for no reason? A fierce battle erupted, with the current Ino Shichiya trio fighting fiercely against the root ninjas, scaring the deer in the forest into a frenzy. At the top of a towering tree, Uchiha Itachi stood at the treetops, his gaze fixed on the crowd below, the rotation of his Sharingan gradually coming to a stop. From his perspective, below were only Nara Shikaku and the others, with no root ninjas present. All the root ninjas, except for those remaining outside, had entered the cave with Tuanzong. At this time, within Konoha, some ninjas finally noticed that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had gone missing. Not only that, but even Root's Shimura Danzo, Hokage advisor Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate and had all disappeared, with no one knowing where they had gone. Some began to search, causing turmoil within Konoha. Everything happened too suddenly and rapidly. Most people were still confused, only knowing that the third Hokage had gone to the Nara clan and then lost contact. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that not only the Konoha upper echelons, but also the elites of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans had vanished along with their clan leaders. Previously, due to the uncertainty of whether a rebellion had truly occurred in the cave, Nara Shikaku, who was in a position of information asymmetry, had only dared to share his suspicions with Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. The other clan members had no idea where these three clan leaders had gone. As for why they didn't enter the cave to confirm at that time, it was because the pressure from Kakashi was too great, and Nara Shikaku was worried that he might also become Tuanzang's subordinate. If that were the case, it was likely that once they entered the cave, they would never come out again. Because of these concerns, Nara Shikaku had not dared to linger and quickly left to find help. This also led to increasing confusion among those who were unaware, with a growing information gap. All of this was part of a plan that Kakashi and the others had long decided upon, to delay the other Konoha members as much as possible so that the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo could proceed without interruption. If the plan did not go smoothly, Noara Rin would intervene and then notify Kakashi. To outsiders, Konoha had inexplicably become a bit chaotic, as if something had happened. Meanwhile, in the cave within the Nara clan's forest, the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tuanzong was nearing its conclusion. With a loud crash, the experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen used a mud clone to deceive Tuanzong, and the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand pierced through Tuanzang's heart. Despite such an attack, Tuanzong remained unfazed. It's useless, Sarutobi. With this arm, I am invincible. No matter how fatal the injury, I can recover. As he spoke, his body, pierced by the Rui Jingu Bang, dissipated and reappeared intact on the other side. At the same time, one of the repulsive Sharingan eyes on his grotesque right arm closed. Chapter 200. An expected outcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long noticed this phenomenon and gasped. This ability comes from the Uchiha clan Sharingan, right? Truly a powerful clan. But once all these eyes close, can your resurrection ability still be used? The remaining Sharingan are enough for me to use. Even if I stand still, I can exhaust you to death. Tuanzang's cold words were followed by a stream of vacuum balls shot from his mouth, like bullets aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom! A wall of earth rose up, blocking the attacks in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thud, thud, thud. The earth wall was shattered, debris flying, and amidst the dust, Tuanzang's figure quietly approached. He extended his robust left hand, which still showed signs of human structure, and it suddenly expanded and spread like intertwined roots, violently growing forward and destroying everything in its path. Crash! The earth wall crumbled, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure flickered out, swinging the Rui Jingu Bang to shatter the roots in front of him. He kept advancing towards Tuanzang, quickly arriving right in front of him. Bang! The Rui Jingu Bang once again pierced through Tuanzang's chest. I told you it's useless. No matter how many times you try, I will remain unharmed. Even if you cut off this arm, it will be the same. Tuanzang sneered coldly. Suddenly, he felt something was off. He seemed unable to move. The Rui Jingu Bang flashed suddenly, transforming back into its original form, pressing down on Tuanzang's body. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a huge, hideous figure suddenly appeared. Floating in the air, the figure exuded an icy aura, as if it had emerged from hell, terrifying beyond measure. Corpse sealing technique. A sealing technique that costs life and soul as a price. Tuanzang. Even if you rely on the Uchiha clan Sharingan to erase unfavorable factors, the soul is unique, and the effects on it cannot be eliminated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed a victorious smile. Damn it, you bastard. If you want to die, just go die. I still want to be Hokage. I have lifelong wishes yet to fulfill. Tuanzang struggled desperately, but the more he struggled, the colder he felt, with almost zero control over his body. At that moment, no Uchiha clan's Yin attribute energy, no Senju clan's Yang attribute energy could save him. Gradually, Tuanzang's vision darkened, as if his soul was being swallowed by the Grim Reaper. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched helplessly as his close friend gradually lost his breath. In that moment, all past grudges and grievances seemed to dissipate into thin air. What remained was only the nostalgia for the past. Farewell, old friend, but rest assured, I will accompany you to hell as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Having controlled Konoha for so many years, often needing to strategize and scheme, he was also tired. Having such an ending could be considered not bad. Suddenly, a seal technique's light emitted from Danzo's body, which had completely lost its life force, and whose blood had stopped flowing. This is the four-symbol seal. Sarutobi, hurry back. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Hearing his voice, Sarutobi quickly disappeared with a bang. At that moment, Danzo's body swelled up, spewing large amounts of black blood, covering the entire cave like ink. In the next instant, a terrifying force erupted, causing the cave to vanish instantly. All the root ninjas, the furniture and decorations previously placed, as well as the figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, all disappeared without a trace. Even the walls surrounding the cave had vanished layers upon layers, the top directly connected to the outside space. The few root ninjas left guarding the cave entrance were extremely unfortunate, as the range of the four-symbol seal engulfed them, directly devouring their bodies below the waist. Left with only their upper halves, they wailed in agony as they fell into a massive, empty spherical pit. Looking down from above, the pit only contained root ninjas lying at the bottom, blood gushing and continuously howling, while everything else had completely dissipated with the end of the four-symbol seal. Everything was over. Thanks to Kakashi's reminder, Yamanaka Rin, who stood a bit farther away on a tree branch, looked at the deep pit and let out a sigh. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few minutes, Kakashi and the weary, blood-tear-streaked Itachi Uchiha appeared beside her. Oh, is it already over? Looking at the deep pit below, Kakashi felt a slight surprise. Everything was just as Shichiya had predicted, but how did he figure it out? Kakashi couldn't make sense of it, and he didn't dwell on it, saying to the two, since it's all over, we should leave. Soon, after eliminating the root ninjas in the pit and destroying their brains, the three disappeared into the forest without leaving any traces. A few minutes later, Nara Shikaku and others, after perfect coordination and expending some effort, managed to eliminate all the ambushing root ninjas around them. Without checking these people in detail, Narashikaku hurriedly led his clan to continue forward. After all, the third Hokage might still be waiting for him. It's just ahead. Hearing this, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka and Noichi couldn't help but tense up a bit. Soon, a pit appeared in their line of sight. As they got closer, the sight before them made Narashikaku somewhat unable to understand. Originally, it was the cave where the third Hokage and others had entered, but now it had turned into a massive, deep pit with not much inside. Only a few bodies of root ninjas, all severed at the waist, with their lower halves nowhere to be found. What is going on? Where's the Hokage? Akimichi Choza stared wide-eyed, turning to Narashikaku and asking, I'm afraid we've arrived too late. Narashikaku's expression was heavy. In his view, the third Hokage had most likely perished alongside Danzo. This deep pit might be the proof. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from a distance. A large number of ninjas, led by the Nara clan, entered the forest and walked towards them. After a while, one of the leaders saw Narashikaku and hurried over. Clan leader, you are actually in the family forest. Something big has happened. The third Hokage and Elder Shimura Danzo, as well as the two Hokage advisors, have all gone missing. Someone saw the third Hokage and Danzo come to our Nara clan's territory, but we couldn't find you, and the leaders of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans are also missing. It turns out you were all together. As he spoke, the Nara clan member let out a heavy sigh of relief, his expression becoming extremely relaxed, as if he had been under great pressure before. Chapter 2, One Hot News. Narashikaku quickly asked, On your way here, did you see any bodies of root ninjas? No, the man replied without thinking, but I did see a very chaotic terrain, as if it had experienced a very intense battle, but I didn't see any blood or corpses, which is quite strange. As soon as these words were spoken, Narashikaku exchanged glances with the other two, both realizing they had fallen into a trap. They were caught in some sort of conspiracy. It seemed that what happened today was more than just Danzo's rebellion. There might be other masterminds behind it. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Narashikaku thought of one person, Hitaki Kakashi. At this time, other Konoha ninjas also arrived, including Hyuga Hayashi, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shikamaru, among others. Shikaka, what exactly happened? Hayashi frowned and asked, knowing that if today's incident wasn't handled well, the Nara clan might suffer unprecedented damage. Narashikaku, after a moment of thought, slowly began to speak. The Hokage was attacked. When we came to provide support, we were also interfered with by unidentified individuals. The brains of these root ninjas below should contain relevant information. Because he wasn't sure about the complete situation of the incident, Narashikaku didn't dare to say too much. This explanation was also quite reasonable. The Konoha ninjas present quickly took action, with some sending the corpses to the interrogation department. However, after the interrogation department's examination, all the brains of these individuals had been destroyed and no useful information could be found. The situation immediately became complicated. The disappearance of Konoha's Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Elder Shimura Danzo and all members of the department, and the two Hokage advisors also missing. In the eyes of everyone, the only ones related to this matter were the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. But in reality, there should be two more people, Hitaki Kakashi and Yamanaka Rin. However, only Narashikaku knew that these two had been beside Sarutobi Hiruzen at the time. Others only saw two masked Umbu and did not know their true identities. Now that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, had vanished without a trace, there was no way to investigate. After all, the information available was too limited, with only the deep pit left in the Nara clan's forest. This also led to the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans having a very difficult time during this period, as they were suspected and they encountered suspicious looks wherever they went. Fortunately, Narashikaku was relatively calm, instructing others to act low-key for the time being and to avoid going out. After all, although they were suspected, if there was no actual evidence, the other clans in Konoha wouldn't dare to take action against them. The combined fighting power of the Ino-Shikacho trio was not to be underestimated. As for Narashikaku's suspects, Hitaki Kakashi and Yamanaka Rin, he dare not mention them at this moment. These two were arguably the strongest individual combatants in Konoha right now. Who knew what their true thoughts were behind the scenes? Narashikaku was also a politician. He didn't dare to gamble with the entire clan and instead continued to observe. If all of this was really premeditated by Kakashi, then there would undoubtedly be further plans, and the next step might be to seize the Hokage position. Although the news of Konoha's high-ranking officials going missing was kept under wraps, as time passed, it was eventually discovered and could no longer be concealed. In a moment, the news of the disappearance of many high-ranking officials in Konoha, including the Hokage and elders, instantly became a hot topic in the ninja world. A few days ago, the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki reappeared, recounting their deep-seated grudge against Uchiha Many. One had his left arm severed and the other's right arm. After recovering from their injuries, both began training even harder, fueled by the desire for revenge against Uchiha Many, using hatred as their motivation. They both mastered the great muscle man technique, and the loss of their respective hands had no impact on them at all. The two brothers worked together seamlessly, developing a method of complementary training. Even if one lost his left hand and the other his right, together they still had a complete pair of arms, right? Thus, the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, whose bodies were as hard as steel and exuded dominance, received the title of Diamond Mutual Masturbation Boy from someone in the land of Rain's Peaceful Business Association. However, such a dramatic reappearance only stirred the ninja world for a few days. After the news of the situation in Konoha leaked, the Raikage of the Cloud Village quickly lost momentum and was overshadowed by the headlines. In the meeting room of Konoha, the heads of various major clans and well-known ninjas were gathered. What should we do? If this continues, not only will Konoha become a laughingstock in the entire ninja world, but there may also be a risk of invasion. Seeing everyone silent, the most impatient among them, Inuzuka Tsum, spoke up. She feared that if no one initiated the conversation, this group could sit in silence all afternoon. That wouldn't be the case. Right now, the most hated target of the Cloud Village is Uchiha Many, and with the balance maintained by the Land of Rain, the Sand and Mist villages won't easily start a war. Besides, the Land of Rain is famously peaceful. As for the Rock Village of the Land of Earth, since all major ninja villages have become targets of Uchiha Many's organization, Inoki wouldn't take the initiative to attack without understanding the situation. Previously, as the strategist by Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, Narashikaku explained, rather than worrying about these things, it would be better to consider the other impacts of the situation. Perhaps the loss of funding from the daimyo and the diminishing prestige of Konoha could be the most troublesome issues. This could lead to reduced finances, a decrease in mission demands, and even affect public sentiment, making the populace feel that Konoha is not a safe place. Narashikaku rambled on, truly deserving of the title of the most thoughtful man in Konoha. Soon, he had analyzed the current situation for everyone present. What a hassle. You've said so much. But what should we do now? Inuzuka Tsum said impatiently. Narashikaku fell silent for a moment, then looked around the room. Everyone's gazes were fixed on him, waiting for his next words. We need to elect a new Hokage and establish a new leadership team. As soon as this was said, many people sat up straight tactically, their expressions somewhat subtle. Initially, after the disappearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the most suitable candidates for Hokage were Tsunade and Jiraiya. But one was residing in the Land of Rain, and the other was traveling the world, showing no interest in the Hokage position at all. In desperation, they held this meeting, as Konoha's lack of a Hokage for a long time was not suitable. Now that Narashikaku had brought this up, everyone's thoughts were suddenly sparked, especially Hinata Hizashi from the Hyuga clan, whose heart couldn't help but race. With the protection of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others gone, the influence of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had significantly diminished. Moreover, the Uchiha clan, which had always competed with them as a clan of high techniques, had been annihilated, leaving behind only a few inconspicuous minor characters. Could this not be the best opportunity for my Hyuga clan? Upon thinking of this, Hinata Hizashi became somewhat restless. This is the position of Hokage. He, Hinata Hizashi, also wanted to become a great Hokage, bringing glory to his clan. Cough cough. After a tactical cough to attract everyone's attention, Hinata Hizashi solemnly said, I personally believe that it is very necessary to elect a new Hokage, and this person should possess strong strength, great influence, and youth. Upon hearing this, anyone present who was not foolish basically understood Hinata Hizashi's intentions. This guy wants to be Hokage. The meeting room immediately became lively, with those seated not only discussing among themselves, but also exchanging ideas with those beside them. Indeed, what the clan head Hizashi said made sense. But in terms of influence, should anyone be able to compare with our two clans? A ninja from the Sarutobi clan spoke, pointing at the representative of the Shimura clan sitting next to him. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans have been protecting this village since its establishment. Among them, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the root elder Shimura Danzo were both disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. From this perspective, if we were to choose a new Hokage, I believe it would be more appropriate to select from our two clans. That's right. The representative of the Shimura clan nodded in agreement and continued. Currently, there happens to be a young man in our clan who has reached the elite Jonin level, and he has a close relationship with Lord Danzo. I would recommend him. The Sarutobi clan feels the same way. If there are no objections, I suggest that the new Hokage be chosen from among these two individuals. The two exchanged words, completely unaware of the strange and mocking gazes from those around them. Hey, Shimura clan, if I remember correctly, the elite Jonin you mentioned is already in his 50s or 60s, right? Can he still be considered young? Inuzuka Sum couldn't help but retort. Just because he's over 50 doesn't mean he isn't young. Striving is the main theme of youth. As long as one is willing to work hard and strive, everyone is still young. The representative of the Shimura clan proclaimed with a serious expression. While that may be true, I still think it's better to have someone younger, even if their strength is slightly lacking, because after all, we are a whole. On the contrary, I hope the new Hokage has a higher IQ and better strategies. At this moment, Akimichi Choza suddenly spoke, causing the meeting room to fall silent again. Everyone turned their attention to him, thinking, "Hey, you with the thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect you to also covet the position of Hokage." They did not believe that this was a casual remark from Akimichi Choza. It must have been instigated by Nara Shikaku. The trio of pigs, deer, and butterflies had always been inseparable, which showed that the one truly wanting to be Hokage was Nara Shikaku. Meanwhile, the subject of everyone's speculation, Nara Shikaku, was already sweating coldly, not expecting that a good ally would stab him in the back. However, seeing Akimichi Choza's expression, he knew the other party was just speaking casually. So, Nara Shikaku quickly said, "IQ and strategies are just one aspect. After all, whoever becomes Hokage, my Nara clan will do our utmost to assist." With this statement, he essentially indicated that he had no intention of becoming Hokage. However, I also think that besides strength and influence, there is another very important aspect, which is public sentiment. Attracting everyone's attention, Nara Shikaku continued. "The will of the people is what makes a good Hokage." The surrounding crowd immediately began to discuss again, as this was indeed an interesting perspective. However, apart from a few individuals, most of those present seemed to have little influence in the eyes of the public. Kakashi, Rin, do you have any opinions? At this moment, Nara Shikaku took the initiative to ask the two. In the eyes of many, Kakashi was just a small team leader of the Umbu, not qualified to participate in such a meeting, but Rin, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, had a sufficient status. However, considering their relationship, others still agreed to Nara Shikaku's invitation for her to come. Rin did not respond, but Kakashi was slightly taken aback. He had originally planned to speak later. However, since Nara Shikaku had brought it up, he decided to speak now. Equality, fairness. He only mentioned these two words. What does that specifically mean, Kakashi? Inuzuka Sum asked without a second thought. Since we need to choose a new Hokage, it shouldn't just be a discussion among us. The entire Konoha should participate. The strength and influence of the new Hokage are just one aspect. The support of the people also needs to be gradually accumulated. So my idea is that anyone who wants to become Hokage can sign up as a candidate, and then through voting, everyone can participate in this Hokage election. Kakashi explained. Many people were enlightened and felt this was a pretty good idea. Since anyone could sign up freely, at least every family could produce a Hokage candidate, and then they just needed to use various means to obtain more votes. However, the number of ninjas was ultimately limited, according to the way Kakashi proposed. The vast majority of the voting resources were in the hands of ordinary citizens. How to obtain the votes was something these families needed to consider. Universelle participation. I support this idea. Nara Shikaku was the first to speak in favor. He really didn't expect Kakashi to come up with such a classic method. No wonder he had just mentioned freedom, equality, and fairness. In this case of universal participation, everyone had the chance to become Hokage, and everyone was a supervisor, which almost eliminated cheating. Furthermore, whether as individuals or families, to obtain the position of Hokage, they had to focus on the public, and whatever they did would benefit the people. This method is simply brilliant, Nara Shikaku thought to himself. But he still didn't forget Kakashi's unusual behavior that day in the family forest. He was sure that it was related to the disappearance of the third Hokage and others, but there was no evidence. Chapter 203. Obito returns to Konoha. Since that was the case, Kakashi should be aiming for the position of Hokage next. But this method of universal election, he shouldn't be able to interfere with the will of so many ordinary citizens, right? Narashikaku couldn't be sure. However, after discussion among everyone, the proposal to elect the next Hokage through universal election was almost unanimously approved. In the next 3 days, Konoha would continue to have a 3-day registration period for candidates, after which registration would close, entering a 4-day public notice period. After the public notice period ended, the universal election would officially begin. Through voting, the candidate with the highest number of votes among the Hokage candidates would become the next Hokage. Anyone could sign up to become a Hokage candidate, regardless of whether they were a ninja or an ordinary citizen. The only requirement was that they must be from the land of fire, Konoha, and not a wanted person, a rogue ninja, or have a criminal record. Upon seeing the proposal for the Hokage election provided by Kakashi, everyone felt it was rigorous, reasonable, and found no issues at all. Thus, Konoha became busy again, as candidates only had a short 7 days to campaign for votes. Once this matter spread throughout the ninja world, it attracted a lot of attention, and many thought this method was quite good and worth learning from. In the land of rain, in the Peace City, it was also very lively here, as after several years of construction, the first dam in the land of rain, which had strategic and commemorative significance, was finally completed and put into use. The daimyo of the land of rain, Soke, the Mizukage of the Rain Ninja Village, Yahiko, the Lord of Peace City, Risen, and the President of the Peace Chamber of Commerce, Nani, all attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Standing among the crowd, Kisame looked at the majestic and beautiful dam, his eyes slightly moist. He had been involved with this dam since its initial construction and later became the direct person in charge. He was familiar with every piece of land and every brick, as if it were a child he had raised himself. It seems you have a strong attachment to this dam, Obito teased beside him. After all, this is the dam that Lord Kisame personally built. The achievements of today will benefit future generations. Lord Nani's words are indeed well said. Perhaps when future people see this dam, they will also remember Lord Kisame. Sakura Mitsuki said, linking her arm with Kisame, her expression full of excitement. Doing something that benefits the people and being remembered for years to come, passed down from generation to generation, is indeed very appealing. Obito nodded, unable to help, but wonder if what he had done in the Mist Ninja Village would also be remembered by those people. Even if remembered, it would likely carry a negative connotation. After all, he was the one who had personally killed their fourth Mizukage, a fact that couldn't be erased. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, during the next segment of speeches, Nani did not participate further. He called Obito aside and said with a smile, I specifically called you over to inform you that you can head to Konoha now. You've heard that they're currently holding a universal election over there, right? Obito nodded. He was currently assisting Terumi Mei, so news circulated quite well. Hearing Nani's words, he felt a stir in his heart. You mean, let me go become a candidate? That's right. But didn't they say that only those without a criminal record, non-wanted persons, and non-rogue ninjas can participate? Obito frowned. Nani smiled and countered. Do you have a criminal record? Are you a wanted person or a rogue ninja? You were just mistakenly thought to be a deceased ninja during the Third Great Ninja War. Konoha hasn't classified you as a rogue ninja. That does seem to be the case. Obito's eyes lit up. Did that mean he could also become a candidate and participate in the election for Hokage? But thinking of how many years had passed and how he probably had no supporters in Konoha, he felt a bit anxious again. TSK, haven't you always wanted to become Hokage? Why are you backing down at such a crucial moment? Get it together, Nani said. Obito forced a smile and expressed his concerns. Don't worry, there's a saying, you just need to do your best and leave the rest to miracles. Go for it. The position of Hokage is yours, and it will definitely be yours. Others can't take it away. After waiting for so many years, now that the opportunity has finally come, would you be willing to give up? Nani patted his shoulder and turned to leave. If you're going, remember to head out now, before the candidate registration deadline. Kakashi will help you sort things out when you get there. Watching Nani's retreating figure, Obito took a deep breath and ultimately set out on the road back to Konoha. As the other party said, after waiting for so many years, the opportunity had finally come, and if he missed it, he would probably regret it for a lifetime. Furthermore, he had made a promise to Rin to move toward the position of Hokage. Now it was time to fulfill that promise. A day later, a figure appeared on the road outside the gates of Konoha. Oh, I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Looks like the temptation of the Hokage position is really great for you. Kakashi, with his white hair and dead fish eyes, teased from a branch nearby. Obito turned his head and saw Kakashi leaning against a tree trunk, holding a comic book in each hand, one titled Ica Paradise, and the other Naruto. Long time no see, Kakashi. With a tone of amazement, Obito looked at his close friend in this moment, probably the most relaxed moment he had in years. Yes, it's been a long time, welcome back. Kakashi put away his manga and jumped down from the treetop, generously giving Obito a hug. What about Rin? She's at home. Shichiya passed on the news of your departure to us, and we guess you would probably arrive today, so she's preparing dinner. Kakashi rolled his eyes. He knew that compared to himself, Rin's attraction to Obito was obviously greater, so he led him toward the village. Let's go back first. We'll talk about the registration tomorrow. Regarding the Hokage election in Konohagakure, the 3-day registration period quickly passed. The registration of candidates was handled by Kakashi and members of the Hyuga branch, Nara, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and other families, and before the public notice period began, no one could determine how many candidates there actually were. This method was also recognized by everyone. During these 3 days, almost every prominent clan in Konoha roamed among the public to garner votes, promising various beneficial things, and it had some effect. Today is the first day of the public notice period. All information about the Hokage candidates will be posted on the announcement board in the Hokage building, and it could no longer be modified. Chapter 204. Public notice period as Kakashi and others made their appearance. Everyone responsible for recording the candidates posted a list on the announcement board. The ninjas who had long been waiting to gather information for their clans rushed forward to see who the candidates were. Hyuga Hizashi. The Hyuga clan truly does not want to miss this opportunity. The clan head himself is participating in the Hokage election, and Sarutobi clan's Sarutobi Obito. This guy is an elite jonin, active for years at the borders of the land of fire in enemy countries, and now for such a big event. The Sarutobi clan has called him back. There's also the Shimura clan, but that's a bit strange. Didn't they join forces with the Sarutobi clan? Other clans are participating too. Why can't I see the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans? The announcement board was crowded. Countless ninjas were discussing fervently. Suddenly, a gasp was heard. Look, there's even a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? Didn't they only have a few people left? They still want to participate in the Hokage election? Isn't that a joke? The crowd's eyes swept around, finally landing on the last line of one of the public notices. It clearly stated, Uchiha Obito. This person, isn't he the one who took down the 4th Mizukage in the Mist Village before? He actually came back, and is preparing to participate in the Hokage election. No way, a guy who can take down the Mizukage returning to the village gives me a bad feeling. Most of the onlooking ninjas showed worried expressions, no longer caring to look at other names, hurriedly running back to their clans to quickly spread the news. Thus, waves of people came and went. In just one morning, the news of Uchiha Obito's return spread throughout the entire Konoha ninja village. However, the major clans were dismissive. With the current influence of the Uchiha clan, wanting to gain the Hokage position was simply a pipe dream. Previously, as the Konoha security force, they had many conflicts with the public, and under the deliberate control of high-ranking officials like Sarutobi Hizashi, the Uchiha clan had always been disliked. So even if Uchiha Obito was powerful, it was still impossible for him to ascend to the Hokage position based on that alone. At this moment in the Uchiha clan, the warm sunlight poured in through the window, and a gentle breeze carried a faint floral fragrance. Obito sat up from bed, rubbing his somewhat heavy head. Last night, it was just him and Kakashi having dinner again at Rin's house. However, perhaps because he was seen on the street after returning, Yuhi Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, my guy, these former classmates also came over, insisting on dragging everyone to a barbecue restaurant. That wasn't a problem, but Obito had gotten used to life in the rain country, where there were no restrictions on ninja activities during off hours. So he naturally ordered some alcohol. Little did he know that this would stir up a hornet's nest, with everyone clamoring to try drinking. Moreover, Obito was genuinely surprised that characters like Nagato and Yahiko, who usually spoke little, became chatty after drinking, creating a universal sense of camaraderie. After drinking, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, and conversations grew more animated, with the alcohol flowing more freely. Especially Kakashi, that guy who usually had a cold expression, was shoulder to shoulder with Guy, insisting on a competition to see who could finish a bottle of alcohol first while standing on their heads. In the end, Obito was the only one who remained somewhat normal, having to help the girls return one by one. Now he understood why Shigeru always carried camera. It was a shame not to document such interesting moments in life. Obito sighed, got dressed, washed his face, and walked out of the house. In the large courtyard outside, the current clan head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, was practicing swordsmanship. Is this the swordsmanship Shigeru used? Obito recognized it at a glance. knowing that Itachi had interacted with Shigeru. Obito, brother, Uchiha Itachi greeted Obito somewhat awkwardly. After all, the two hadn't seen each other in years, and they couldn't exactly be called familiar. Why don't you just call me by my name? After all, you're the clan head now. Obito felt a bit awkward, so he said so. Then let's do that from now on. You can also call me by my name. Itachi nodded. In the distance, a cute girl with delicate features was happily walking over with a basket in hand. Behind her, a smaller boy was following closely. Itachi, it's noon, I brought you lunch. Uchiha Izumi raised the basket in her hand, and then smiled at Obito. There's also a portion for you, Mr. Obito. Brother, can I skip shuriken practice today? Naruto and the others invited me out to play. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Itachi with anticipation. You can, but don't stay out too late. Itachi said indulgently, then continued. This is Brother Obito, also a member of our Uchiha clan. Brother Obito was injured during the Third Great Ninja War and has just returned to the village after carrying out special missions. Brother Obito, Uchiha Sasuke politely and honestly called out. However, facing a stranger, he seemed a bit shy, involuntarily stepping back and hiding behind Uchiha Izumi. The current Sasuke was slightly different from before. Once, when the Uchiha clan was targeted, he bumped his head when he was captured. Uchiha Itachi explained slowly, his gaze carrying an icy chill as he spoke. Obito's expression stiffened, and he took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'm back now, and no one will dare to touch our Uchiha clan anymore. Izumi gently patted Sasuke's head. All right, go ahead, don't keep your friends waiting too long. Then I'm off, goodbye. Sister Izumi. Uchiha Sasuke waved and happily left. Outside the clan's main gate, a cool-looking boy wearing a black and yellow jacket and black cargo pants, with bright yellow hair tied up, was leaning against a stone pillar, carrying a bulging backpack on his shoulder. Hey, Sasuke, you're too slow. By the way, doesn't your family find it troublesome that it's so big? It takes forever just to get out. Naruto Uzumaki complained. It took some time to greet my brother. And recently we've had another clan member come back, who seems really strong. Sasuke shyly scratched his head and then excitedly asked, where are we going to play ninja games today? Chapter 205, Children's Games. What era is this? Still playing traditional ninja games? Naruto smiled mysteriously and started running with Sasuke. A new game called Ninja Village Kill has become popular in the Land of Rain, and it's said to still be in internal testing. However, Sister Rin and Brother Kakashi know people from the Ping and Chamber of Commerce and help me get a set. Ninja Village Kill? I've never heard of that. Can it be more fun than ninja games? Sasuke had a somewhat reluctant expression. Although he could never match Naruto in ninja games, he was still better than the other kids, so he had some gaming experience. He had specifically learned a few taijutsu moves from his brother recently, and had hoped to show them off this time. But that thought seemed to be falling through. You'll find out soon enough. In any case, I won't let you down, Naruto said. The two of them ran down the street, and first arrived at the Hyuga main house. Hey, is Hinata there? We can't play with you. Naruto shouted loudly. The two Hyuga clan members at the door saw him and Sasuke, and one of them went back to report. Just wait. This is why I hate big families. The area is so large that it takes forever to get out, Naruto said, shrugging and sitting casually on the stone steps. Sasuke didn't want to dirty his clothes, so he took out a tissue to sit on and carefully lowered himself down, also giving Naruto one. At the Hyuga main house, Hinata Hizashi was pondering the current situation in Konoha. A list of candidates for the Hokage position was laid out on his desk, copied by a clan member from the Konoha bulletin board. As expected, each major clan had sent a representative. After all, such opportunities are rare once someone becomes Hokage. The benefits are indescribable, affecting the family's prosperity. Although he was quite surprised that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans did not participate. Another unexpected person from the Uchiha clan had come forward, Uchiha Obito. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Lord Hyuga, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Sasuke are outside the clan, wanting to take Lady Hinata out to play. The ninja who came to report was the one who had been at the door earlier. Hinata Hizashi pondered and said, bring the lady here. Yes. Soon, a girl in a pure white training outfit pushed the door open and walked in. Father. Hinata respectfully bowed to Hizashi. Knowing that his daughter had been practicing hard in the morning, Hizashi was very satisfied. As the eldest daughter of a prominent family, every word and action is under everyone's scrutiny, and she must put in more effort than ordinary people. Thinking of this, he slowly said, you're still in your growth phase, so you don't have to practice too hard. Go play with your friends in the afternoon. Naruto and Sasuke are waiting for you outside. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi would not treat Naruto Uzumaki as a demon fox or harbor hatred against the Uchiha clan like ordinary people. Such notions were merely political tactics used by Sarutobi Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials, which families with some influence in Konoha understood. Although the Uchiha clan had once been a rival, it was not to the extent of being antagonistic. Moreover, children should be innocent and pure among themselves. Hisashi considered himself an open-minded parent. Really? Little Hinata was a bit excited, her eyes sparkling. After Hisashi nodded, she bowed to him again and respectfully exited the room. Running back to her room in a hurry, little Hinata changed into a brand new outfit, looked in the full-length mirror to confirm everything was fine, and then hurriedly ran to the front door. Outside, Naruto was already slumped with his head down, lazily leaning against the stone steps. As for Sasuke, he was excitedly watching a nest of ants nearby. He noticed an interesting phenomenon. If he drew a circle on the ground with a stick, the ants seemed to get lost and couldn't find their way out. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Hinata walked over, her little face flushed, waving to the two. See, I told you Hinata would take a long time to come out. Let's go find someone else. Naruto yawned and started walking ahead. Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata suddenly felt a bit anxious and quickly bowed, saying, "Sorry for keeping you waiting." But at that moment, Naruto had already walked ahead. Sasuke, however, remained in place. And at that moment, he recalled something that Sister Izumi had said casually before. Little Sasuke, if you could win over the little girl from the Hyuga family, you'd get the Hyuga family's wealth. If I win over Hinata, I can own my brother, right? With this understanding, Sasuke clenched his fists, determined in his heart. It's okay, Hinata. We know your family is large, and it takes a while to come out, just like my family, Sasuke comforted her. Oh, really? Hinata nodded, thinking to herself, it seems I've made Naruto-kun unhappy again. I'm so silly. At that moment, Naruto, who had been walking ahead, turned around and shouted loudly, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and catch up." The group continued walking, finally arriving at the home of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio, calling for Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino. After gathering 8 people, Naruto finally stopped and led everyone to an open space. "Naruto, what are you planning to do?" "I've been quite busy lately," Kiba Inuzuka, who had a small white puppy in his jacket, asked. He still had to bond with his ninja dog as instructed by his mother. "I'm introducing a fun game to broaden your horizons," Naruto said, opening his backpack and taking out a beautifully packaged box. It was engraved with the iconic buildings of various ninja villages, along with the words, "Ninja Village Kill." Naruto opened the box, pulled out a stack of exquisite cards, distributed them to everyone to look at, and began explaining the gameplay. A few minutes later, Shikamaru Nara was the first to understand. So, the Shadow cards and the Umbu cards are on the same team, and they need to eliminate all the Rogue Ninja cards and Traitor cards. And the Rogue Ninja cards need to take out the Shadow cards. The Traitor cards must eliminate all the Umbu cards and Rogue Ninja cards, and finally take out the Shadow cards to win. It's a really interesting gameplay. But isn't it a bit too difficult for the Traitor? They have to kill both the Umbu and the Rogue Ninja, and they could easily be targeted. Choji Akimichi asked while munching on potato chips. Chapter 206, The Fifth Hokage. It is a bit difficult, but aside from the Shadow cards, which have their identities marked, the other cards won't reveal their identities. This means that the Traitor cards can pretend to be Umbu cards and attack Rogue Ninja cards. They can also pretend to be Rogue Ninja cards and attack Loyal cards or Shadow cards. Shikamaru explained to everyone. Not just the Traitor cards can do this. The hidden identity Umbu cards and Rogue Ninja cards can do the same. Upon hearing this, everyone felt much clearer in their minds and became greatly interested in the game. As expected of the smartest among us, Shikamaru, Naruto gave a thumbs up, then put away the identity cards and said, "So for the first round, I'll be the Hokage. You will draw identity cards first and remember not to disclose them." While the younger generation of Konoha is playing in the ninja village, the backbone of this generation is striving for the position of Hokage. In the afternoon, Uchiha Obito went out. Today he needed to give a speech on the street. The venue, the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce, had long been prepared and publicized in advance. Anyone who attended could receive a shopping voucher worth 10,000 Rio with a discount of 2,000 Rio, along with other gifts. As soon as this news spread, the common people flocked to the venue, making it almost impossible to move, as it wouldn't take much time, and who would refuse such a good deal? Upon arriving at the location, Obito needed to be guided by the staff of the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce through a side internal passage to enter the venue. Watching the crowd rushing in, actively participating in various activities, and collecting trivial gifts that were insignificant to him, Obito was once again amazed. It was so easy to grasp the psychology of these ordinary people. Only the seven leaves could do this so effortlessly. Lord Obito, it's about time to start, a staff member said. All right. After adjusting his clothing and recalling his speech, Obito walked slowly to the stage. Dear guests, please be quiet. We will now conclude the first round of the lottery. All winners can claim their prizes at any Penguin Chamber of Commerce store any day after today's event. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Uchiha Obito to share his views on the overall planning and development of Konoha. After this, there will be another round of lottery with a total of 2,000 prizes. The grand prize being a brand new 420L double-door refrigerator from the Land of Rain. We hope everyone doesn't miss it. Now, let us welcome Mr. Uchiha Obito. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in warm applause. Although he knew that these people were clapping hard for the prizes, Obito couldn't help but feel a moment of daze as he stepped onto the stage. Taking the microphone handed to him by the host, Obito took a moment to gather his emotions and then slowly said, I have a dream. I dream that one day there will be no more wars in this world, and children can grow up safely and healthily. I dream that one day there will be no hatred between countries, and people from all nations can interact with each other in friendship. I dream that one day everyone can eat enough, wear warm clothes, and no longer face threats to their safety. This is my dream. If at first there were still many whispers and a bit of noise below, as the speech progressed, all voices disappeared, and the crowd listened intently, resonating within. Indeed, who wouldn't want to live a stable life? Who would want to live in fear every day? After Obito's impassioned speech, the venue fell completely silent. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who started it, but suddenly, thunderous applause erupted. If at first, the people of Konoha came purely for the gifts or benefits, after hearing Obito's speech, they felt a degree of impact within their hearts. In the following days, under the arrangement of the Penguin Chamber of Commerce, Obito gave speeches in different areas. He didn't just talk empty words. He promised various reforms to the people and listed relevant policies one by one. Such actions made his supporters increase, even gaining many die-hard and passionate fans. Moreover, with the Penguin Chamber of Commerce promoting various welfare activities to create a sense of recognition for Obito, almost half of the ordinary people in Konoha now recognized Obito as the future Hokage. As for whether he was a member of the Uchiha clan, what did it matter? Aren't they all people of the Land of Fire? During this public announcement period, other families could only watch helplessly as Obito's approval rating soared. If nothing unexpected happened, he was almost certain to secure the position of the fifth Hokage. However, now that it had come to this point, what unforeseen circumstances could arise? Unless someone attempted to assassinate Obito. But considering he could easily defeat the fourth Mizukage and possess the Mangekyou Sharingan, no one dared to take such a risk. In fact, in the last few days, people had started coming with gifts to visit the Uchiha clan, far away in the Land of Rain. The seven leaves couldn't help but sigh at this situation. They didn't expect such a method to be so effective. It was no wonder that in the previous life, Chuan Bao, Chuan Jiangwo, had repeated successes with many die-hard fans supporting him. Furthermore, this world didn't have much of a fan culture, so such operations were purely a dimension reduction strike. A few days later, Obito fulfilled his wish and became the fifth Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village, also being the first Uchiha to hold the Hokage position in history. The first Hokage might have found this scene quite touching, but the second Hokage probably wouldn't feel as good. However, none of this mattered to them anymore. As Obito became Hokage and began governing Konoha Ninja Village, the Seven Leaves also prepared for the next steps. First, they would definitely increase trade with Konoha Ninja Village. And secondly, they would venture into the real estate and forestry business in Konoha. In short, it was to further control the economic lifeline of Konoha. Doing so wouldn't harm Konoha, as many matters were just a piece of paper and few in the ninja world valued them. Even a peace agreement could be torn apart without a second thought. It was precisely for this reason that the Seven Leaves wanted to correct this, making the binding force of contracts stronger. Now that Konoha was under the control of the Seven Leaves, he certainly wouldn't use betrayal to demonstrate the binding force of contracts to the world. Instead, he chose to use some small matters in daily life. For example, the contracts between stores or the constraints in the law. As Konoha welcomed its fifth Hokage, the regulations that bound everyone, or the laws, also changed, gradually becoming unified with those of the Land of Rain. Chapter 207. Kakashi's new position. At first, this transformation was indeed difficult. But after Obito forcefully dealt with a group of people, the newly promoted measures for the benefit of the people quickly quelled the few voices of discontent that had just arisen. In the office of the Orochimaru Biotech Company branch in Ping'an City, Land of Rain, Orochimaru was typing rapidly on the keyboard and soon organized and printed a report. After our discussions, the flaws of this ninjutsu have been fully optimized. Although I had previously conducted research in this area, after reviewing your descriptions, I found that spiritual satisfaction outweighs physical satisfaction. Handing the materials to the waiting 7 leaves, Orochimaru continued slowly, so this technique doesn't feel particularly special now. 7 leaves took the materials and examined them carefully, then smiled and said, "There's a saying, even a pig can become immortal after practicing for 500 years. So isn't longevity also something to aspire to? Mr. Orochimaru, there's a Nami Hall in the ruins of the Whirlpool Country, and one of the Death God masks there can grant part of the Death God's functions when worn. So, could you run an errand to bring back the souls of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? I believe you have much to say to these two." "I see. It seems this task is indeed more suitable for me." Orochimaru chuckled ominously and then said, "However, 7 leaves, after completing this task, I request a partial debt relief." "Sure." 7 leaves readily nodded. "I will be back soon." Receiving such a response, Orochimaru immediately left the Land of Rain, heading towards the Land of Fire. As Qiye said, he had some words he wanted to say to his teacher. However, what intrigued Orochimaru even more was what Qiye wanted to use the 2 people resurrected by Edo Tensei for. Was it to obtain intelligence from Konoha? It seemed to be more complicated than that. No wonder during this time, the other party asked him to continue improving the Edo Tensei technique. It turned out everything was premeditated. During Orochimaru's absence, Qiye had not been idle. He first sent Mingyu to the Konoha ninja village and then had Obito transfer Kakashi to the Rain Country. After all, the 2 countries had officially established diplomatic relations, and both sides had set up embassies in their important cities. Sending Mingyu to the Konoha ninja village was naturally to avoid the long distance from Hong and was quite appropriate for him to serve as an ambassador. As for Kakashi, "Oh Kakashi, long time no see." When Kakashi arrived at the Rain Country's Rain Ninja City, Qiye personally went to meet the train. Kakashi had visited the Rain Country once many years ago, but the scene back then was completely different from now. If it weren't for the constant guidance he received throughout the journey, he wouldn't even know what to do. Like a rag doll, he was manipulated to complete all tasks before boarding the train that went straight from the Rain Country's border to Rain Ninja City. Now, tracks were also being built within the Land of Fire, and perhaps in the future, once completed, Kakashi could take a train directly back to Konoha. Long time no see. The white-haired Kakashi glanced at Qiye and responded indifferently. Seeing his attitude, Qiye had already guessed something and chuckled lightly, saying directly, "What's wrong? Even though the enemy responsible for your father's death is gone, are you still filled with confusion inside?" Hearing this, Kakashi put away the small toy in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, "Indeed, as you said, with the passage of time, I feel that the hatred in my heart is not as strong as it once was. So even knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are dead, it seems my heart doesn't feel much relief. I feel like I'm a chess piece, a piece controlled by you, constantly moving in the direction you desire." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Qiye. "Do you feel like a chess piece?" Qiye tossed a coin in his hand, with an inexplicable expression in his eyes, and smiled. "In fact, isn't everyone like that? Eating, drinking, living, and reproducing are just the most basic instincts of animals in nature. Besides, from babbling as a child to growing up, everyone carries many expectations on their shoulders, whether it's studying hard, developing some skills, or not being too playful. Even after reaching adulthood, it becomes about finding a good job, getting married, having kids, and supporting a family to push you forward. Well, this is the normal way of life for ordinary people. Perhaps as a ninja, you haven't focused much on this aspect. But what I want to say is that this is life. You have to find a purpose to motivate yourself to move forward. So let's not think too much for now. Let's go get some fries at the dock." Qiye put his arm around Kakashi's shoulder and walked into the city. Of course, they weren't really going to the dock for fries. After having a meal with Kakashi, Qiye brought him to the entrance of the Land of Fire Embassy. "This will be your workplace from now on. Although there are no friends from Konoha here, you might feel lonely," but Qiye's words trailed off, a mysterious smile on his face. But Kakashi was a bit puzzled, not understanding why the other party only said half of what he wanted to say. Just then, a figure walked out of a nearby building. It was a girl with delicate features, dressed in a black uniform. "Oh, you're Kakashi?" Seeing the two standing outside, the girl's expression showed some surprise. "Hanari?" Kakashi was also stunned, his eyes somewhat dazed. Qiye patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Right next to you is the embassy of the Land of Spoons. Since I took you to see your apartment this afternoon, I have something to take care of, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Qiye nodded at Hanari as a greeting and then turned to leave. At that moment, a thought suddenly arose in Kakashi's mind. This was all part of Qiye's premeditated plan. But how did the other party know that he had once been to the land of spoons and knew Hanari? This was a bit too outrageous. Kakashi, you also came to the rain country? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Hanari took the initiative to ask. Kakashi came to his senses and nodded. Yes. I was sent here to work at the embassy. Really? What coincidence, I also work at the embassy. I saw construction nearby earlier and was wondering which ninja village it was. I didn't expect it to be from Konoha. Tidying her hair next to her ear, Hanari smiled charmingly and said, just in time, I just got off work. Would you like to go have dinner together? I can share some of my work experience at the embassy with you. Chapter 208. Redemption. Kakashi's expression froze. Just half an hour ago, he had walked out of a hot pot restaurant with Qiye. Although he wasn't hungry at all, Kakashi nodded and said, then let's go together. I'm a bit hungry anyway. Recently, I've been on a diet, so let us eat a little less at night. Hanari covered her mouth and chuckled, then led him forward. Kakashi, I didn't expect so many years to pass in the blink of an eye. When we first met, we were just kids. Now, with the help of the rain country, the economic situation in the land of spoons has greatly improved. And our village no longer has to risk our lives to gather information from other ninja villages like before, under the gradually rising streetlights. The two figures grew more distant. A few days later, Orochimaru returned to Peace City with two masked individuals. The people have been brought back to you. I'll be leaving now. I don't know if those experiments have been progressing normally since I've been away for a few days. After handing over the resurrected Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to Qiye, Orochimaru hurriedly left. So you were the mastermind behind the Peace Chamber of Commerce? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Qiye, speaking in a flat tone. After being summoned by Orochimaru, he had also obtained quite a bit of information from him and had a general understanding of the current situation in the Rain Country. However, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was already dead, and knowing this only satisfied his curiosity. He never thought of doing anything. Yes, Mr. Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking of which, you were once my superior. Qiye chuckled lightly. You are. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback, then began to recall the name Qiye in his mind. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, who had been silent beside him, coldly interjected, Takeda Qiye, Takagi Inluo, Nakamura Mingyu, are those children we brought back from the Rain Country. With Danzo's reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly recalled. Back then, the Second Shinobi World War was nearing its end, showing signs of conclusion. To take revenge on Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Country, he ordered an attack on the civilians of the Rain Country, creating chaos while conveniently taking a group of children. This way, after training them, whether they were given to Danzo from root or used as tools in the village, it would be a good choice. For the large and wealthy Konoha, raising more children was not a problem at all. Moreover, at that time, to monitor these children conveniently, some teams had assigned special jonin and jonin. Although many years had passed, once these memories came flooding back, they appeared clearly in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. I'm sorry. After a long time, Sarutobi Hizashi slowly uttered two words. Apologies won't solve the problem. As for the crimes you've committed, you'll have to repay them slowly. Even death won't allow you to escape, even if you're sealed inside the belly of the Grim Reaper. Qiye let out a cold laugh and led the two to an underground space. The environment here was not as dirty and chaotic as one might expect. On the contrary, it was very clean and tidy, with excellent ventilation. Boom, boom, boom. Deeper within, the noise of machines gradually grew louder, and the further they walked inside, the louder it became. After passing through a corridor resembling a steel fortress, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo quickly found themselves in an open area. Surrounding them were many things they had never heard of, products made of steel that were completely unfamiliar. Right in front of them was a gigantic machine resembling a bird. Lord Qiye. At this moment, the factory manager responsible for this underground manufacturing plant approached with his people. These two individuals are Sarutobi Hizashi, the third Hokage of Konoha, and Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root. One excels in using 5 elemental ninjutsu, while the other specializes in wind release. Both possess considerable strength. Qiye pointed at the two, as if introducing goods, and spoke to the manager. Upon hearing these words, the people around the manager, including those working, raised their heads, their gazes inevitably falling on the two behind Qiye. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, who had already removed their masks, felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing Qiye's words and seeing the expressions of those around them. Great! We are currently in need of someone who can use powerful fire release. Some high-intensity metal is not easy to forge. As for the other wind release ninja, just let him handle the cutting, the manager said with excitement. Afterwards, Qiye turned to Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo, saying, Mr. Sarutobi Hisashi, I believe you two wouldn't want to be completely controlled, would you? So work hard, and life will get sweeter in the future. People must repay the debts for their past mistakes. You'll work here diligently, and once all debts are cleared, I'll return your souls. As for resistance, you can certainly try. To be honest, in this factory, aside from the administrators, all the workers are former criminals. But you two are special. You are products of the impure world reincarnation. But don't worry, there will be more like you in the future. At least soon, your other two old classmates will also come here after their interrogations. After saying this, Qiye left amidst the silence of Sarutobi Hisashi and the gloomy expression of Shimura Danzo. Those controlled by the impure world reincarnation cannot generate any psychological resistance against their manipulators. Even if the two refuse to work, Qiye has ways to handle it, but that would just mean directly controlling them, which is too troublesome. Using the impure world reincarnation technique to acquire labor that doesn't get tired, doesn't need to eat or sleep, and can even work without pay was an idea Qiye had long held. Although this method seems absurd in another world, it would likely lead to being hanged on a lamppost. However, in this ninja world, who cares about such things? After all, Qiye is punishing those who have made mistakes in the past. After a day's work, Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo, who felt no fatigue at all, returned to the dormitory assigned to them by the factory. Hisashi, I told you long ago, the peace chamber of the Land of Rain has serious problems. But you didn't listen to me back then. Now look what's happened. Danzo immediately started complaining upon returning, looking very dissatisfied. What's the use of saying this now? We are already dead people. We should just accept our arrangements honestly. Sarutobi Hisashi was not as gloomy as him and calmly accepted everything. In his view, the small dormitory they were assigned even had a television, which was already quite a good treatment. Picking up the remote control, Sarutobi Hisashi didn't want to discuss the past with Danzo and simply started watching television. Chapter 209, Revenge. Far to the northeast of the Land of Rain, the village of Qiye in the Land of Lightning was mobilizing troops. After continuously gathering intelligence over this period, they finally discovered the location of the murderer who had slain the fourth Reikage and the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, in the Valley of Thunder. Uchiha Manuel was actually hiding in the Land of Rice, not far from the Land of Lightning. Moreover, judging by the situation there, it seemed to be developing well, having established a small village called the Wave Ninja Village. However, besides Uchiha Manuel, the murderer of his clan, there are also rogue ninjas from Takigakure, Sunagakure, and various other countries, as well as unforgivable criminals. After careful investigation by Qiye, it was concluded that the Land of Rice was now completely controlled by the Wave Ninja Village, with all resources being used to support this village. Such an evil existence must be completely eradicated by our Qiye. The fourth Reikage, slammed his remaining hand on the table, his bronze-like muscles looking very powerful. On a nearby chair, the listening Killer Bee also put aside his dumbbells, which he was exercising with, and said seriously, this time, we must take down Uchiha Manuel. For revenge. After a brief meeting among the high-ranking members of Qiye, everyone unanimously decided to send troops to the Land of Rice to wipe out the Wave Ninja Village. Not only would this avenge the previous loss of an arm, but would also allow the ninja world to feel the greatness of the Land of Lightning once again. And they could seize control of the now effectively non-existent political regime of the Land of Rice. After acquiring the Land of Rice, their territory would not only expand, but it would also serve as a great springboard for attacking Konoha in the future. Thus, under conditions where other countries were mostly unaware of the intelligence, Qiye's rapid march began. The valiant and battle-hardened Qimen and Wooden T consider so much. The idea that the Reikage must stay in the rear was unnecessary. They only needed to leave enough force for defense in the village, while everyone else would be deployed. Under the leadership of the 4th Reikage A and Killer B, they headed towards the Wave Ninja Village. Although they were not slow, it was clear they were unaware of the existence of White Zetsu. At this moment, Uchiha Manuel, who was meditating in the Wave Ninja Village, was called to the conference room. Apologies for the interruption, but there are matters that need to be reported to you. Black Zetsu, who stood beside him, felt a bit numb all over, and couldn't help but speak in a respectful tone. When he was born, he only felt a fleeting aura from his mother, but if he remembered correctly, His mother's presence did not feel as oppressive as Manuel's at this moment. The other party was like a thunder about to fall, filled with uncertainty and destructiveness. It felt as if a slight misstep would lead to being torn apart by this thunder. "Speak, what is it?" Manuel's tone was calm, without a hint of fluctuation in his voice. "Ninjas from Qiye in the land of lightning are rushing towards us, led by the 4th Raikage A and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. It seems they want to take revenge." Today's White Zetsu had completely settled down, obediently reporting the intelligence he had gathered. "Understood." Uchiha Manuel turned around and walked outside. Black Zetsu watched his back until it completely disappeared, feeling slightly relieved. A Uchiha Manuel with such a strong sense of oppression. Even if he couldn't repel Qiye, he could at least make them pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, he felt a bit regretful. It would have been great if Kakuzu and Sasori were here, but unfortunately, both of them were out on missions and had not returned to the village. The wind gradually calmed down. The air around began to feel somewhat stagnant, and the sky slowly darkened. What's going on? Why did the weather suddenly get so bad? Is it going to rain? In a clearing in the forest, Qiye looked up at the suddenly changing sky, his expression one of confusion. It felt somewhat oppressive, and I had a sense of foreboding. Holding a bamboo flute, the little girl Miyu also showed signs of unease in her eyes. Unable to help but speak up, could it be that the Cloud Village is attacking? Didn't Lord Mini cut off the 4th Raikage's arm not long ago? The two heads nearby said, "This kind of thing is just hearsay." The 4th Raikage is quite a formidable opponent, and it seems he's the strongest person in the current ninja world. Lord Mini usually stays hidden and meditates with a sword every day. I don't believe he's that powerful. Exactly. Not long ago, he boasted about the Uchiha clan being strong and having the Mangeki Sharingan, which made the adults go get a batch of Uchiha clan seeds. Now, they're all studying those seeds, which were originally intended for strengthening experiments on us, but haven't even begun. They were children gradually found by White Zetsu over the years and brought to the Wave Ninja Village. Because they were of similar ages and all had some strange traits, they could gather together. In the Wave Ninja Village, Qiye and others gained a precious sense of belonging, and they were looking forward to their future lives. What they wanted most now was to grow up quickly so they could help Lord Black Zetsu do more things. It was said that there was an undercover adult in Konoha who controlled various experimental techniques, and even the legendary Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin of Konoha, had once worked under him. Because of this, that adult had many methods for strengthening the body. If it weren't for the suddenly rising Uchiha clan, they might have already undergone the experiments and become stronger. Unfortunately, recently the adults brought back some women from outside, saying they were first to undergo experiments related to the Uchiha. So Qiye and others had to continue waiting patiently. "Let's head back to the village first. I feel something is unusual today," said Jirobo, the strongest among them. "All right, let's go back and have a meal. I suddenly want to eat grilled fish today." "I don't know why," Qiye said as he walked ahead. In the dense forest of the Land of Rice, a large number of Cloud Ninja were hiding. Because they were close to the Wave Ninja Village, their movements were extremely slow. They didn't want to alert the enemy and planned to launch a surprise attack when they got closer, catching the opponent off guard. The 4th Raikage had originally considered splitting up and surrounding the entire Wave Ninja Village, then slowly killing them off. But thinking of Uchiha Mini's terrifying individual combat abilities, ordinary ninjas would be as fragile as tofu when facing him, basically getting cut down one by one, which would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Chapter 210, Lightning, also eternal. Thus, the idea of surrounding the Wave Ninja Village was dismissed by the 4th Raikage. He chose to continue advancing to the limit in this manner. Without being detected by the enemy, he planned to launch a large-scale ninjutsu surprise attack to plow the area. This would cause the greatest damage while also reducing their losses. When the enemy came knocking, Uchiha Mini and the others would definitely not run away. They could just fight head-on at that time. "Raikage-sama, the situation here seems a bit off," a sensing ninja said as he approached the 4th Raikage. Raikage AI frowned. "Have they discovered us?" "No," the sensing ninja shook his head. "Everyone in the Wave Ninja Village is acting normally, and there are no ambush teams ahead. But haven't you noticed? Since we arrived here, the wind has disappeared, and there are no sounds of insects." The others around suddenly realized why they felt something strange in the atmosphere. It turned out to be this. In the forest, it was impossible for it to be this silent. No wind, no insect chirping or bird calls, only a dark cloud overhead and the gradually visible purple lightning within it. "It's indeed strange, but it should just be a unique natural phenomenon of this area," one of the high-ranking ninjas said. He was also a sensing ninja and had currently detected that everything in the Wave Ninja Village was normal, with no signs of them being discovered. Because of this ninja was not overly worried about the operation. Let's continue moving forward. Don't scare yourselves. It was just a special natural phenomenon, the fourth Reikage said sternly. This was the most reasonable explanation. Surely the lightning overhead, the still wind, and the disappearance of the insect chirps and bird calls couldn't be caused by some person, right? That would be too exaggerated and impossible. There absolutely couldn't be such a person in the ninja world. Even if there was, it could only be the Sage of Six Paths. With this thought, the fourth Reikage continued to move forward with peace of mind. In the distance, at the entrance of the Wave Ninja Village, Minnie, who was sitting there holding a long sword, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the white Zetsu that had just emerged from the ground on his left. I see they're still a kilometer away. The fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki are there, and there are at least 1,000 other cloud ninjas. It seems they really invested a lot this time. White Zetsu reported the information he had gathered. Hearing this, Minnie stood up and walked toward the location indicated. After about 200 or 300 meters, he sensed the positions of the cloud ninjas. Not good. They've been discovered. At the same time, several sensing ninjas beside the Reikage suddenly said, "Everyone move at full speed. Act according to the predetermined plan. Kill. Teach these low-tier garbage a lesson and let the ninja world feel the power of the Cloud Ninja Village again." With the fourth Reikage's roar, a large number of ninjas surged around, marching grandly toward the Wave Ninja Village. Originally, their position was not far from the target, and now they didn't need to hide their bodies. They all rushed out at once, causing a commotion that even made the ground tremble slightly. Enemy attack. At this moment, To, who was walking in the village, suddenly froze in place, panic evident on his face. TCH, it really was as Mayu said. The Cloud Village is attacking. I can see them now. Mayu really has a knack for this. Because the terrain where they stood was relatively high. All they had to do was slightly raise their heads to see the shadows outside, moving quickly and approaching the village. Some of the faster ones were only 200 or 300 meters away from the Wave Ninja Village. What are the sensing ninjas in the Wave Ninja Village doing? They've been attacked, yet there's not a single response. This was the thought in Qiye and the others' minds. It's over. Mayu's heart tightened, feeling that their home was about to be destroyed again. Just then, a sudden thunder sounded in the sky. A flash of purple lightning darted across, and the trees outside the Wave Ninja Village broke at their roots as if swept by a violent wind. Boom! Rows of trees fell in unison, creating a spectacular scene. For the Cloud Ninjas, the ones running at the front felt as if they had been electrocuted, trembling all over, and then they felt completely drained of strength. When these people tried to move their legs again, they found they couldn't do it at all and could only watch as they fell to the ground, blood spraying from their lower bodies. The sound of thunder echoed in the air, seemingly heralding an unusual beginning. Uchiha Mene, a suppressed roar of anger came from behind, and amidst the turbulent waves of energy, a man with a muscular body, bare-chested and flickering with blue arcs of electricity, charged forward. Although he lost an arm, the fourth Reikage has become even stronger after days of hard training. In order to counter Uchiha Manyo's swordsmanship, he has refined his lightning release chakra mode to the extreme, not only boosting his speed, but also gaining a degree of immunity to lightning. Lightning release, lightning torture, level Qiye dance. In the eyes of the onlookers, the fourth Reikage now looks like a god of thunder, wielding the might of lightning. Especially the energy gathered in his hand, so dazzling, so eye-catching, so colorful and shocking. Are you kidding? How did those trees outside just fall down, and how did those people suddenly split in two? Kidomaru leaned on the railing, stretching his upper body out, his eyes wide open like eggs. It all happened in an instant. The scene unfolded too quickly for them to comprehend. Now, the fourth Reikage charges in like a god of thunder, filling their hearts with awe. Look, it's Lord Uchiha Manyo. At this moment, Mayu finally saw the seemingly unremarkable figure of Manyo. He stood in the middle of the road, holding a drawn long sword, looking rather ordinary. It's over. Lord Manyo is going to die. Is that the fourth Reikage over there? How can there be such a powerful human in the world? Left and right gasped. The Uchiha Manyo, who was not favored by the crowd, now focused his gaze on the fourth Reikage who had rushed in front of him, casually swinging the long sword in his hand. Lightning is eternal. Swish. Boom. In the eyes of Kidomaru and the others behind him, an indescribable sword light spread out, accompanied by purple lightning, overwhelming the fourth Reikage before them. As the ground shook, the sloped terrain was forcibly sliced open into a narrow valley. Wherever the sword light passed, Thunder roared, and nothing could grow. Not only the Raikage, but all other creatures in front of that terrifying sword light vanished without a trace. Chapter 211. A bit hungry, there were no creatures on the ground capable of facing the might of thunder. What exactly has Uchiha Manyo comprehended? Does such swordsmanship and ability truly exist in the ninja world? Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu's pupils constricted. After witnessing Uchiha Manyo's terrifying destructive power, his first thought was not joy but worry. Can such a powerful human even handle releasing his mother afterwards? Having lost his lover and using the power of the Manjiki Sharingan to forcibly erase the image of his beloved from his mind, this step has, in a sense, enhanced Uchiha Manyo's strength. After all, the Uchiha clan's approach to emotions is extremely pathological. On the other hand, he is an unparalleled sword genius. Losing the constraints of emotion has only made his swordsmanship stronger, giving a sense of transcending the rules of the ninja world. Black Zetsu was uncertain if this phenomenon was related to a saying he had heard. With no woman in the heart, the sword is naturally divine. But at least for now, it seems no one can stop Uchiha Manyo. Even the powerful fourth Raikage was reduced to nothingness under the sword light that transcends heaven and earth, and the accompanying ninja beside him also disappeared without a trace. This time, the hidden cloud village suffered heavy damage. Boom! Suddenly, a heavy oppressive purple-black energy sphere flashed across the sky. It was a tailed beast ball, rushing towards them along the valley, sliced open by Uchiha Manyo. Without even looking, Uchiha Manyo struck again with his sword. Like a fleeting moment, the sword light passed by, and even the tailed beast ball was split in two, falling to the ground. However, even though it was cut, the energy contained within it exploded. The ground soil instantly shattered and melted like tofu, powerful energy waves spreading outwards, creating shockwaves like a hurricane. Boom! The mountains and rivers shattered, and the already broken terrain suffered another devastating blow. A massive pit appeared, with the gale spreading outwards. Just behind Uchiha Manyo, the Wave Ninja Village, positioned at the angle between the two shockwaves, actually sustained less damage. Even so, the shockwave, comparable to an 8th grade hurricane, blew the villagers around, forcing them to hold onto anything they could. Coupled with the already broken landscape, countless soil fragments and tree branches mixed in the storm, the sky darkened, and the surroundings were filled with noise. Accompanied by distant thunder and purple lightning, it truly felt like the end of the world. This is too exaggerated. Is this really the level a ninja can reach? Kidamaru clung to the railing, and after the storm passed, he spat out the mud and sand from his mouth, his expression extremely dazed. If he was initially looking forward to the upcoming human enhancement experiments, now he felt little. No matter how much one breaks through human limits, one cannot reach such an exaggerated degree, right? Changing the terrain at will and causing disaster-like effects. Are they still human? Thud, thud, thud. Especially after the storm. A gigantic creature combining an octopus and a cow appeared in the sky, its terrifying figure shocking Kidamaru and others in Wave Ninja Village. I'm going to kill you. Fully transformed into a tailed beast, Killer Bee charged over. Everything just happened too quickly. He didn't even realize what was going on, and his older brother and many cloud ninjas in the front had already vanished. Killer Bee couldn't contain his anger and instantly completed his tailed beast transformation. He had heard others say that a person in extreme anger could gain energy far beyond their current strength. Originally, Killer Bee had scoffed at this claim, believing strength comes from gradual training and accumulation. But now he understood that a sudden surge in power is also possible, just like now. Amidst the roar, Killer Bee controlled the tentacles to spin like blades, approaching Uchiha Manyo. Calm down, Bee. The man in front of you is filled with extreme darkness and sharp power. He is too strong for us to handle right now. We should withdraw. At this point, the Eight Tails still kept persuading Killer Bee, because it sensed immense pressure from Uchiha Manyo. This pressure was something even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha hadn't given, nor did it feel from Sage of Six Paths. The Eight Tails was very worried that if they attempted to take revenge for the fourth Raikage now, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Given the opponent's strength, he could easily turn them into seafood sashimi. But how could Killer Bee listen to this? Having lost his brother, he was filled with rage and stubbornly wanted to take revenge on Uchiha Manyo. Seeing this, the Eight Tails could only sigh internally and let Killer Bee go. After all, it wouldn't disappear. Even if killed by Manyo, it would be reborn somewhere after a while. The sky was filled with flashing sword lights, each strike carrying the terrifying might of thunder, and the purple light lingered for a long time. Under everyone's gaze, the gigantic body of the Eight Tails rapidly shrank. not of its own control, but was sliced into countless pieces by the sharp sword. Swish! Many of the pieces flew toward Kidamaru and others. Even though they had been cut into countless slices, each piece was still large enough to be the size of a cabinet. Looking at the octopus slices before him, resembling seafood sashimi, Kidamaru couldn't help but swallow. By the way, do you have wasabi and seafood soy sauce? He asked. Mayo looked at him with a twisted expression and couldn't help but complain, how is it possible to carry that kind of thing around? I mean, carrying mustard and seafood soy sauce. It just doesn't make sense. I definitely don't have any on me. Do you have any with you? Are you a pig? We share a body. If you don't have it, then I definitely don't either. Idiot. Are you calling me a pig? Isn't that insulting yourself too? What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Just as they were about to start a fight, the usually quiet Jerby reached into his pocket and handed mustard and seafood soy sauce to Kintmaru. I have it with me. His somewhat rough voice stunned everyone around, and Kintmaru looked at him in surprise, not expecting there to actually be some. Now, seeing the huge octopus leg in front of him, Kintmaru was genuinely tempted. He stepped forward, cut off a piece with a small knife, dipped it in the mustard and seafood soy sauce, and started eating. Chapter 2:12. A new situation. To be honest, it tasted quite good, and there was a very comfortable feeling while eating. Moreover, whether it was just his illusion or not, he felt that eating the meat of the eight tails made him stronger. Jerby, standing next to him, didn't say anything extra and stepped forward to start eating as well. Seeing them enjoy their food so much, Mayo couldn't take it anymore. Hey, you guys can't be serious? Mayo felt it was better to leave these weirdos, but just as he took a step, Kintmaru stuffed his mouth full of octopus meat. With a mouthful of octopus meat, he slurped it up. The taste really seemed good. Maybe you should try a little more? With that thought, Mayo joined the weirdos. Meanwhile, the sashimi master Uchiha Mini had already reduced the eight tails to pieces and had to release its tailed beast transformation. Killer Bee, covered in wounds, fell to the ground. Although his injuries were not fatal, he had already lost consciousness. Take him away. You guys are going to capture the tailed beasts anyway, so let's start with this one. Mini sheathed his blade and spoke to a corner in a flat tone. The ground opened up, and White Zetsu's body emerged. After hearing Mini's words, he wrapped Killer Bee's body and took it away. The few remaining Cloud Shinobi had already fled. In fact, the moment the fourth Raikage disappeared, those who had followed Killer Bee had wanted to retreat, but seeing Killer Bee charge forward, they could only wait on the sidelines. Now, witnessing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki being completely crushed by Uchiha Mini with no power to retaliate, they dared not stay any longer and fled without looking back. I never expected your strength to reach this level, Black Zetsu said with a tone of amazement upon seeing Mini return. Since the last time he acted in the Hidden Leaf Village, resulting in the deaths of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, along with the slaughter of the entire Uchiha clan, Mini had not executed any missions. After such a long period of silence, he didn't expect his first action to yield such astonishing results. Is this the bloodline of the feather robe? And it's only a part of the spiritual energy? It can reach such a level. As the third son of Kagaya Tsutsuki, why didn't I inherit my mother's powerful abilities? No, the power on Mini surpasses the mundane world and cannot simply be described by chakra or ninjutsu. I don't know how he achieved this. The Thunderclap Valley is not a simple place. When I was comprehending swordsmanship there, it felt like I was in a dream for a certain period. It seemed my soul entered a place called the Dreamland and fought against a powerful woman. The opponent's strength was immense like a deity, at a height I had never seen before. Every gesture carried the might to destroy the world. My rapid improvement in strength is also due to this. If you're interested, you can research Thunderclap Valley thoroughly. Uchiha Mini saw the thoughts on Black Zetsu's face and revealed all the information he knew without hiding anything. Thunderclap Valley. Black Zetsu frowned slightly. In the thousands of years he had existed, he had hardly ever heard of any strange information regarding this place. However, there is a nearly dying cherry blossom tree there, rumored to have existed for over 10,000 years, known as the Divine Cherry Tree. But this information was once dismissed by Black Zetsu as a rumor. After all, it is not easy for a powerful clan like the Tsutsuki to exist for 10,000 years. How could a small tree hope to survive for 10,000 years? But now that Uchiha Mini mentioned it, it might be worth investigating Thunderclap Valley. Perhaps something could be discovered. Right now, with the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village dead and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki captured, other ninjas have also suffered countless casualties. In such a severely weakened state, they cannot possibly resist outsiders entering. For Black Zetsu, Thunderclap Valley has essentially become a backyard. A few days later, news of the heavily damaged Cloud Village in the Land of Thunder rapidly spread throughout the ninja world. All countries and individuals were shocked. That was the Cloud Village, recognized as the strongest and most formidable. In just one day, the fourth Raikage was killed and his body was nowhere to be found, while the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was also missing, with unknown life or death. As for the ninjas who followed the Raikage out of the village, they similarly suffered countless casualties. The one responsible for all this was none other than Uchiha Mini, who had attracted immense attention before. Compared to the massacre of a clan, taking down the fourth Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki single-handedly and repelling numerous Cloud Shinobi was even more shocking. Moreover, it seemed that when the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was giving birth in the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, they also suffered an attack from someone with a Mangeki Sharingan. That incident resulted in the death of the fourth Hokage, couple, and countless damages to the hidden leaf village. Looking back, it is indeed chilling. Perhaps it was also the handiwork of Uchiha Mini. Initially, people viewed Uchiha Mini more as a subject of casual banter. After all, he was from the Uchiha clan, and it was believed that he wouldn't involve innocents. But now it seems that things are not so simple. Uchiha Mini did not hesitate to eliminate the fourth Raikage, and it is uncertain whether his next target might be oneself. Thus, the major countries began to feel a subtle shift in their situations and held meetings regarding Uchiha Mini. Over in the Land of Rain, Shichiya was not worried at all. No matter how strong Uchiha Mini was, his abilities would have their limits. The information circulating outside was largely exaggerated, but since he could take down the fourth Raikage and the Eight-Tails Killer Bee, it proved he was indeed not weak. At the very least, he had surpassed the ordinary Kage level. What intrigued Shichiya more was how he managed to break the limits of the ninja world and become so powerful. Could it be that he also has some cheat? Shichiya had no way of knowing this, and for now, Uchiha Mini's influence had not yet reached the Land of Rain, and he was too lazy to actively seek him out. After all, as time passed, his strength would only grow, and his chances of winning would increase, so there was no need to rush. On the other hand, the Land of Earth was inexplicably a bit panicked. Now, the Land of Wind and the Land of Water had unclear relations with the Land of Rain, while the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, after changing its Hokage, had also allied with the Land of Rain, although there had been no official announcement yet. Everyone knew it was just a matter of time. Now, in the northeast direction of the world, the Land of Thunder seemed isolated, trapped inside by the Land of Rice, where Uchiha Mini was located, and sooner or later would become the target for others to manipulate. Chapter 213. Shada. The other major powers have already banded together, and now only their Land of Earth remains, along with a few other smaller nations that are still solo. Given this situation, wouldn't it be quite easy to become the next target of Uchiha Mini? Just thinking about this made Inoki a bit anxious. In recent days, Inoki has been ordering a heightened state of alert while also starting to reach out for alliances with the Land of Rain. This attitude inevitably reminded Qiye of a certain alliance and a certain country from his previous life, making him feel somewhat amused. However, Qiye was in no hurry to accept the Land of Earth into the alliance. Adding flowers to the brocade is not as impressive as sending charcoal in the snow. It would be better to eliminate Inoki first and then accept the Land of Earth. Therefore, no matter how subtly Inoki expressed his attitude, Qiye and the others ignored it entirely, leaving the other side extremely frustrated during this time. But it must be said that the current size of the Land of Rain is indeed not something that could be easily manipulated as it was during the Second Shinobi World War. Back then, the three countries that invaded the Land of Rain had almost completely turned the Land of Wind into a plaything of the Land of Rain. With the national economy under full control and the rear areas filled with tropical and desert specialty plants, both the planting techniques and the related procurement processes were entirely controlled by the Land of Rain. If the sand village of the Land of Wind were to harbor any dissent and disconnect from the Land of Rain, they would face a devastating economic blow. It is precisely because of this that the fourth Kazekage, Raza, has been feeling quite displeased. As for the Land of Fire's Konoha village, under Obito's leadership, it can only be said that various indicators are slowly recovering. After all, it is a large and prosperous nation with abundant resources. However, the ancient commerce has been operating there for many years and has managed to secure a lot of territory, almost controlling half of the economy. The IWA Ninja Village of the Land of Earth, under Inoki's deliberate vigilance in recent years, has not been significantly affected by the ancient commerce. But this is also the result of Qiye's reluctance to intervene. Nowadays, the situation in the ninja world is changing rapidly. Having lost the fourth Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, and being located in a remote area isolated from other countries, the Qiye village will take quite some time to recover. Of course, this is assuming that Uchiha Mini and others do not interfere. Such expectations are obviously impossible. After the death of the fourth Raikage and the capture of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Kurozetsu began to deploy plans for an invasion in that direction. It won't be long before Qiye is gradually devoured, becoming Kurozetsu's stronghold in the northeast. Just as Kurozetsu began to take action, on the other side, in the sand village of the Land of Wind, in the courtyard of a high-walled mansion, Gaara, who is almost 5 years old and still has delicate features, is squatting on the ground playing with sand. At this moment, a woman walks out from the inner room. "Mom, look!" Gaara excitedly shares his latest discovery with her. In his hands, a pile of fine sand grains is lively, then gathering to form a delicate sand tower. "What a beautiful sand tower!" Karura smiles and pats Gaara's head, praising him. "Your control over sand is becoming more and more skilled." "That big cat has been very obedient lately," Gaara shyly says as he places the new sand tower on the ground. Nowadays, he has taken a completely different path from the original story. His mother did not sacrifice her life due to difficulties in childbirth, and she can sleep well every day without that non-mainstream tattoo on her forehead. Although he has become the one-tail Jinchuriki, Gaara does not feel that there is anything wrong with it. If it can help his father, he is more than willing. However, he doesn't know why there are so many disdainful looks in the village, which also causes Gaara to be reluctant to go out, preferring to play with sand at home every day. Lady Karura, this is the potion sent from the Land of Rain. A female ninja enters the courtyard at this time, handing a medicine box to Karura. "Thank you for your hard work." Taking the medicine box, Karura opens it to reveal 6 glass bottles filled with blue-green potions. This is the summoning beast suppressor developed jointly by Orochimaru's company and Tsunade. After the Jinchuriki takes it, the tailed beast within them will absorb the effects of the potion, becoming drowsy and docile. This potion is effective not only for tailed beasts, but also for other summoning beasts. Years ago, due to the outdated sealing techniques in the Sand Village, Gaara's condition had always been very poor, but after regularly taking the summoning beast suppressor, the Shikaku within him became much more well-behaved. He would sleep all day, and occasionally, when he was interested, he would communicate with Gaara. It is because of this that Gaara has been able to sleep so well over the years. However, this is not good news for Raza. He needs a powerful Jinchuriki, not a docile one. So he stopped purchasing summoning beast suppressors from the Land of Rain a long time ago. Only Karura, feeling sorry for her son, has been secretly buying them. "Come on, Gaara, it's time for your drink." After putting away the other potions, Karura opens one of the bottles and hands it to Gaara. Gaara didn't think much of it. Since it was given by his mother, he just drank it. "Mom, Shikaku told me it wants to sleep again." After downing the potion, Gaara rubs his belly and looks up at his mother. "Good, Shikaku can take a nap now. Gaara, you should also sleep for a while." Karura gently pats her son's head. At this moment, a lively little girl with a bun hairstyle suddenly rushes into the courtyard. "Mom, it's bad. Dad is coming." The one who came in was Shinki, 2 years older than Gaara. She knows that their father Raza does not allow her brother Gaara to take the summoning beast suppressor and is aware that their mother has been secretly buying it. So she runs over to warn them. After hearing her daughter's words, Karura quickly collects the empty glass bottle from Gaara's hand and sits down with both children. With a crash, unlike others who enter the courtyard, Raza directly pushes open the main door and walks in with a dark expression. From the expression on his face, it is clear that he is not in a good mood. "Gaara, attack me. Control your sand and attack me." Raza shouts. Gaara freezes in place. After all, he cannot attack his father. "Don't hold back. I'm just checking your strength. Use all your strength and feel free to attack me." Raza explains to him patiently. Hearing his father say this, Gaara hesitantly nods and then quietly says, "Father, please be careful." After saying this, he begins to control the sand in the courtyard, swirling it toward Raza. However, this level of attack is too weak, like the yellow sand blown by the wind in the desert, looking soft and posing no threat at all. "Is this all the strength you have?" Raza's expression darkens, and he swiftly throws 2 shurikens. Swish, swish. The 2 shurikens fly past Gaara's side, and the breeze they create can be clearly felt. He is taken aback and uses all his strength to control the surrounding sand better, finally forming a spear-like weapon. However, this spear does not last long. It loses control mid-air and disperses into sand. "Sorry, father, this is my limit." Gaara lowered his head, gasping for breath, and it seemed that he had truly exhausted all his strength. The main reason for this phenomenon was that Gaara was still young and had not yet begun to refine his chakra. His ability to manipulate the surrounding sand primarily came from Shikaku, the one tail, and the chakra that he usually emitted. However, under the influence of the summoning beast suppressant, Shikaku had become much more subdued, no longer as reckless as before, which minimized its impact on Gaara. Additionally, due to the ceiling, there was hardly any chakra that could escape. So even if he could control the sand, Gaara could only manage to do so much at this point. Useless. Raza gritted his teeth, looking extremely frustrated, especially when he saw the pile of uniquely shaped and creatively assembled sand towers in the corner, held together with adhesive. He was even more furious. A perfectly capable Jinchuriki, not learning how to control the tailed beast inside him to enhance his strength, instead playing house every day at home. A doting mother spoils her child. Thinking of this, Raza took a deep breath and turned to look at Karura, his face filled with rage. Is this the Jinchuriki you raised? After all this time, he can't even control sand. With such poor performance, you must be secretly giving Gaara the summoning beast suppressant, right? This drug will only sever his connection with the tailed beast. Look at what he has become now. Starting tomorrow, I will hand Gaara over to the Umbu for training. The Sand Village needs a Jinchuriki who can protect the village and drive away outsiders. Not a useless one. That's enough, Raza. Karura could no longer listen and interrupted loudly. Wake up and look at the Sand Village now. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, with flourishing flowers and trees, isn't maintaining this status quo enough for you? The Sand Village is no longer the same as before. What's wrong with developing alongside the land of rain? Do you really prefer to live in the past? Besides, Gaara is also your child. He is not useless. I didn't stop you from making him a Jinchuriki. I didn't stop you when you deliberately spread rumors to isolate him in the village. What more do you want? He is only a few years old. Why must you impose your thoughts on a child? Can you really bear to ruin our child? After hearing these words, Raza was completely enraged, veins bulging on his twisted face as he roared. What do you know? You have no idea about the details. I'm doing this because... The two began to argue fiercely, and Gaara, who had never seen such a situation, trembled in fear, thinking he must have done something wrong. He wanted to step forward to dissuade his parents, but did not dare to. His older sister Temari appeared much calmer, pulling her younger brother behind her and standing aside, allowing their parents to argue. She could no longer remember when her father's temper had become worse and harder to deal with, always placing great importance on power and authority. Temari was unclear about the reason. Perhaps every person who became a Hokage ended up like this. After a while, their harsh and sharp words gradually subsided, and Raza's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He threw down a sentence. Tomorrow, I will send someone to take Gaara away. This is an order. After saying that, he left without looking back. Karura was stunned, feeling completely disappointed in Raza and finding this man in front of her so unfamiliar. She knew that the Raza of the past would never return, but she still called out, "Wait, at least let us have dinner together tonight. There's a delicious food in the land of rain. Our family hasn't eaten together for a long time." Bang! The only response to her was the sound of the courtyard door being slammed shut. "I'm sorry, Dad's work is too slow, and he has a lot of pressure. He doesn't really think of you as useless." Karura forced a smile and hugged her daughter and son. "Kankuro, don't just stand outside, come in." Hearing their mother's words, a boy dressed in black with strange face paint walked in. He was carrying a cloth bag, making a clattering sound as he walked. Kankuro had just returned, but had the sense not to enter immediately after hearing his parents' argument. So he had been hiding at the door. He had planned to wait a bit longer, but he was already discovered. "What did you learn from Granny Qiye today?" Karura asked with a smile, patting her second son's head. For ways to control chakra threads. Now almost 6 years old, Kankuro was slowly beginning to extract chakra and had accumulated a bit in his body, which is why he was sent to Granny Qiye. Temari was learning from an elder skilled in wind-style jutsu, and all of this was orchestrated by Raza, including Gaara becoming a Jinchuriki. Although the Sand Village had developed overall and learned advanced ideas and strategies from other ninja villages, it was still somewhat difficult to reach the level of Konoha in a short time. Moreover, the situation in the Sand Village was much more complex, with various large clans intertwined, making it sometimes not as simple as Raza issuing orders and others executing them. This was precisely why Raza was eager for his 3 children to grow up quickly, especially Gaara, who was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Originally, he was a Kazekage supported by many clans, but after rumors of plotting against Yashimaru began to spread in the village, his prestige was greatly affected. He urgently needed absolute power to stabilize his position as the fourth Kazekage. Chapter 215. Gold mining in the Sand Sea, especially recently. There had even been jokes among some clans, saying that Raza had entirely benefited from the Land of Rain, that the Sand Village had developed thanks to the Land of Rain, and that even if the fourth Kazekage were not Raza, a dog could manage the Sand Village just fine. Although this was somewhat true, who would feel good hearing such words? So Raza was determined to eradicate this chaotic phenomenon in the Sand Village. He originally did not intend to bind his family, first secretly developing his own trusted subordinates. But the efficiency was too slow. So over the past 2 years, Raza gradually turned his attention to his family. Temari was learning from an elder skilled in wind release, and Kankuro was getting to know Granny Qiye, all of which were tied to interests. As for Gaara, starting tomorrow, Raza would personally train him. In the small courtyard, Kankuro took out a toy from the cloth bag he was carrying, which was a wooden carved tanuki toy. Although it wasn't exquisite, all the joints were movable. Look, he opened his right hand, and several chakra threads wrapped around the toy, causing the tanuki to suddenly move its limbs and jump. This interesting scene immediately caught Gaara's attention. This is the first puppet I made by hand, and I'm giving it to you. Knowing that his brother would be taken away by their father tomorrow and unsure of when they would see each other again, Kankuro placed the tanuki toy in Gaara's hands. Then I'll give you the small fan. Temari also immediately took off a small fan hanging from her waist and unhesitatingly gave it to Gaara. Compared to the people in the village who feared the one-tailed Jinchuriki, for Temari and Kankuro, Gaara was just their brother. Thank you. Receiving 2 gifts, Gaara instantly became happy. He searched himself, but found nothing to give in return. Aside from the clothes he was wearing, he only had yellow sand. 2 small sand figurines resembling Temari and Kankuro slowly took shape. However, as Gaara's chakra dissipated, the sand figurines, akin to losing their adhesive, instantly crumbled back into ordinary yellow sand. Watching this scene, Gaara felt somewhat disheartened. There's no need to be so deliberate. Let's talk about the gift you want to give us later. Temari chuckled and pulled her 2 younger brothers to look at Gaara. Mom, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Recently, 2 recipes have been circulating from the Land of Rain: sweet flour brewed chicken and honey glazed carrot fried meat. Let's try making these tonight. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 siblings instantly lit up. Just hearing the names made them feel delicious. Let's go buy groceries together. On the other side, Raza, who was seething with anger, had just sat down in his office when a slender figure wearing a mask appeared inside. The fabric of the figure's clothing was thin and form-fitting, perfectly showcasing her physique. This attire seemed quite suitable for combat as well. This figure was one of the direct subordinates Raza had secretly established with his private funds in recent years, named Number 1. Raza had a total of 5 such special personnel. Lord Wind Shadow, the batch of goods from the Land of Iron has arrived, and they are waiting for our payment. The elder from the Sangama family has been persistently inquiring about the construction funds for the ninja school, Number 1 reported, informing Raza of the 2 important matters at hand. Damn the Sangama family. They're getting more and more arrogant. They seem to have forgotten who the Wind Shadow of Sand Ninja Village is. Raza's anger flared up, and he said in a deep voice, I'll handle these 2 matters. Now come over and help me vent my anger. A glint of cold light flashed in Number 1's eyes as she walked slowly towards the back of the desk without saying a word. You should thank me. Don't forget who saved you. If it weren't for me, you and your children would have long been dead in prison, Raza said with a proud expression on his face, thoroughly enjoying himself. After sitting in the office for a while, Raza's mood gradually stabilized, and all the distracting thoughts in his mind dissipated, becoming very clear-headed. He left the office and headed towards the hunting grounds outside. What was he going to do? Of course, he was going to pan for gold, to fill the village's misappropriated expenses and the payment for the goods from the Land of Iron. In a far-off yellow sand area outside Sand Ninja Village, the environment was extremely harsh, devoid of any signs of life. But because of this, the amount of gold sand that could be obtained here was far greater than in other places. After letting Number 1 and Number 5 disperse around to stand guard, Raza began to work at ease. Even though so many years had passed, the fate of the 3rd Wind Shadow constantly reminded Raza he would not be like that person, running alone to desolate places outside the village. To this day, the body of the 3rd Wind Shadow had still not been found, and it was unclear whether he was merely missing or already dead. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, Raza, fully armed and wearing a veil over his face, used ninjutsu to extract gold sand from the ground. Just as he had been working for a short while, a black shadow suddenly flew over from the side in broad daylight. Raza almost immediately sensed the shadow, stopped his movements, and shouted, "Who is it?" A fierce wind swept through, and the sand waves parted to the sides. The black figure gradually became clear. The clothing was somewhat worn, and the familiar face bore an expression of stiffness. "Third wind shadow," he exclaimed in shock. However, Raza quickly noticed something was off. The third wind shadow was floating, his feet not touching the ground, and both his expression and limbs were extremely rigid. This was a corpse. No, to be precise, this was a puppet, a human puppet. Though Raza had only heard of this ultimate technique among puppet arts and had never seen it in person, facing the third wind shadow of the past, the idea instantly arose in his mind. Is it that old hag Qiye? How dare she? Cold sweat broke out on Raza's forehead. If there was anyone he was most wary of in Sand Ninja Village, it was undoubtedly Elder Qiye. She was adept at using poison and had exceptionally skilled puppet techniques. It was rumored that she once conquered a city with 10 puppets, a rather exaggerated feat. Chapter 216. Poisoned without time to think further. The third wind shadow's puppet charged towards Raza. Sand iron enveloped the opponent, resembling black mist, and such a fierce appearance certainly wasn't just to say hello. Ninjutsu. Sand, gold domain technique. Raza shouted, spreading his arms wide, and the gold sand he had just panned from the sea of sand came into play. The golden color instantly spread out, radiating a dreamlike brilliance under the dim sunlight, contrasting sharply with the black sand iron of the third wind shadow. The various sharp creations formed by the sand gold domain technique collided with the sand iron domain technique, leading to a fierce battle on both sides. Magnetic shield. Sand gold cube. Raza deliberately consumed chakra to create a massive cube of sand gold, which fell heavily from the air, causing a thunderous sound and shaking the sea of sand. The purpose of this was naturally to attract his subordinates nearby. However, after waiting for a few minutes, no one came. Seeing this situation, Raza's heart sank, sensing something ominous. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. In such an uncertain environment, it would be better to retreat back to Sand Ninja Village. Magnetic shield. Gold sand tsunami. The surging gold sand rose into the sky like a golden wave, extending several meters high, greatly obscuring his line of sight. After violently pushing away all the surrounding sand iron, Raza stumbled and hurriedly stood on the sand mound formed by the gold sand, flying towards Sand Ninja Village. After a few intense breaths, Raza couldn't understand why. Despite only fighting for a few minutes, he felt somewhat weak all over. Am I this weak because I'm under too much pressure facing the former third wind shadow? With a bitter smile, Raza slumped onto the sand mound. As long as he could escape back to Sand Ninja Village, everything would be negotiable. No, it's because you're poisoned. A hoarse voice suddenly entered Raza's ears. Upon hearing this, Raza's eyes widened. He had just been fighting. How could he have let his guard down at this moment? This was very wrong. His mind struggled to react, but his body was weak and powerless. He could only watch as a scorpion-like object wrapped around him. And then everything went black. Rustle, rustle. Sasori sat in the crimson flow of sand, the steel blade at the end of his tail wrapping around the unconscious Raza, moving forward at a steady pace. In the yellow sand, a figure in tight-fitting clothing, showcasing a graceful figure, gradually came into focus. This is the remaining antidote. If you don't want it to rot away below, it's best to take it soon. Also, remember our agreement. Sasori tossed a vial of medicine to number 1 and gradually moved away with Raza, slowly disappearing into the yellow sand. Only then did number 1 retract her gaze, looking down at the antidote in her hand and letting out a sigh of relief. She reoriented herself and, like a ghost, returned to Sand Ninja Village. 3 days later, the news of the disappearance of the fourth wind shadow, Raza, suddenly spread throughout the village. Due to the previous incident of the fourth Kazekage's disappearance, it is impossible for Raza to remain out of sight for more than a whole day. Now that he cannot be found anywhere, it is undoubtedly a case of disappearance. The ninjas of Sunagakure have searched several sand collection sites frequently visited by the fourth Kazekage, but found no signs of him. The situation in Sunagakure has suddenly become delicate. Unlike the last Kazekage's disappearance, which led to a village-wide search and even triggered a war, this time the families in Sunagakure are not putting in much effort. Everyone has realized that the Kazekage has become a dispensable role, as they are merely following the land of rain. Whatever they provide, they will just plant, and the corresponding production, manufacturing, and procurement services are well established. Now, as they gradually retreat from the sand and restore the forest, the environment has greatly improved. Since life can still go on, and there is protection from the Southwest Alliance led by the Land of Rain. It seems that having or not having a Kazekage is about the same. So, since Raza has disappeared and cannot be found, it might be better not to search for him. Instead, everyone could sit down together and discuss who should be selected as the fifth Kazekage. Although it seems that this is no longer an important role, there still needs to be someone. However, after Raza, the power of the fifth Kazekage will definitely be significantly reduced, even close to zero. The families of Sunagakure have gradually grown stronger. In the same courtyard as before, a ninja knocked on the door and handed the information in his hand to Karura. Sister, this is the information we compiled yesterday. The situation is a bit dire. We need to prepare for the worst. Years have passed, and Yashimaru, who has gradually grown taller, looked at Karura, whose expression carried a hint of sadness, not knowing how to comfort her. Until now, he was still single and had never experienced love or marriage, making it hard for him to empathize with her emotions. I know. Please keep an eye on Gaara for me and look after him with father, Karura said, holding the scroll with a worried expression. In comparison, her almost broken relationship with Raza was still manageable. Now Gaara's situation was a bit troublesome, especially since he was a Jinchuriki. So, Karura sent Gaara back to her family's home, believing that at least until the next Kazekage is born, no one would dare to target him under the protection of the family. After Yashimura left, Karura closed the door and carefully read the information in her hand. It clearly recorded Raza's recent itinerary. He had returned to the office yesterday and then disappeared in the village. Not finding any useful information, Karura casually destroyed the scroll. Meanwhile, at the home of the most revered Qiye in Sunagakure, there was a finely crafted wooden puppet and a short letter on the table. So long without any news. I didn't expect it was you, little scorpion. A rare ripple appeared in Chiyo's murky eyes as she turned and walked into the room. After tidying up a bit, she left, hanging the door behind her. This scene resembled an ordinary old lady simply going to a nearby vegetable market. No one was still searching for the whereabouts of the fourth Kazekage, nor did anyone know the whereabouts of Elder Qiye. Far from Sunagakure, in a sheltered area of the dunes, there was an oasis rarely seen in the desert. Here, trees were lush, and spring was in the air with clear, moist air keeping the scorching winds at bay. The clear lake's surface sparkled under the gentle breeze, giving a sense of tranquility. This place used to be an important relay station in the Land of Wind, but after starting trade with the Land of Rain, its original development model was completely changed, and it has mostly fallen into disrepair. Chapter 217. Puppet Technique. Only the numerous wooden houses by the lake still spoke of past hustle and bustle. Outside one of the wooden houses, a handsome red-haired teenager in his teens stood by a workbench, holding different tools in both hands, looking extremely focused. On the workbench before him lay a middle-aged man who had stopped breathing, the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Although he had been dead for several days, under the meticulous care of Sasori, his body still appeared lifelike. Making a puppet should have been a tedious and complex task, requiring extensive preparation, but this one didn't need to be so formal. As Sasori had little time left, it should be soon that Grandma Qiye arrives. On a nearby coffee table lay pastries, and the tea, still warm, had a few green leaves floating in it, emitting a fragrant aroma. This is one of the famous teas unique to the Land of Rain. It is said to evoke the feeling of spring when consumed. On the other side, in the yellow sand surrounding the oasis, Qiye, wearing a veil on her head, gradually became clearer in her old figure. Once she entered the oasis, she quickly saw the person she had missed day and night and had been concerned about for many years. Little Scorpion, you haven't changed at all after all these years. Seeing Sasori, who still looked like a youth, Qiye felt no joy in her heart. Instead, it became heavier. Grandma, please sit down. Have some tea. My next work is about to be completed, Sasori said, knowing Qiye had arrived, but he did not turn around or stop his work. Chiyo's gaze shifted to the fourth Kazekage Raza on his workbench, her tone slightly cold. Human puppets, have you already begun to study this forbidden puppet technique? As a grandmother, it should have been a joy to see her grandson's puppet skills surpass her own, but unfortunately. While speaking, Qiye took out a scroll from her clothing pocket. Boom white smoke dispersed, and a uniquely shaped puppet, lacking conventional limbs, but possessing 8 tentacles similar to a spider, appeared before Qiye. Little Scorpion, you have already gone down the wrong path. As your grandmother, I cannot allow you to continue. With a flick of her wrist, light blue chakra threads connected to the puppet, and the spider puppet suddenly sprang into action, rapidly attacking Sasori. Just in time, Sasori turned his head, and Raza beside him seemed to come alive, sitting up from the workbench. At the same time, a large amount of gold sand seeped out from the ground, blocking the spider puppet and Sasori. Swish! Under Chiyo's control, the spider puppet quickly changed direction, approaching Sasori from the side. With its 8 tentacles tips sprouting sharp blades that glimmered with a faint purple light, clearly poisoned. Ninjutsu, Gold Sand Barrier. The golden sand enveloped the spider puppet, significantly hindering its movements. Moreover, due to the infiltration of gold sand at the joints, it gradually became less nimble. Sasori controlled the 4th Kazekage Raza and used ninjutsu to smash the puppet into pieces. Grandma Qiye, the times have changed. Traditional puppet techniques are becoming increasingly difficult to establish a foothold. You need to learn to adapt and progress with the times. Sasori did not press the attack, but stood there, speaking in a flat tone. Am I supposed to casually take away the lives of others and create immoral human puppets like you? Chiyo's face was filled with frost as she took out 2 more scrolls. Casually taking away the lives of others. Murmuring this phrase, Sasori suddenly laughed. How interesting. Grandma, during wartime, do you still care about the lives of others? Besides, that's not what I meant to say. Shaking his head, Sasori straightforwardly revealed his purpose for returning. To tell you the truth, I returned to the village this time to gather information on a Jinchuriki. However, during the collection process, I discovered some things that made me uncomfortable. The scorpion of the red sand turned his head and focused his gaze on Rasha. As a child, he always longed to be with his parents, but at that time, the adults were busy with war and had little time to stay in the village. The scorpion of the red sand patiently waited for the day when the war would end and his parents would return. But what he received in the end were only the cold bodies of his parents. The fragility of life made the scorpion of the red sand begin to pursue eternity. He was exceptionally gifted and had reached the pinnacle of puppet mastery over the years. Not only could he create human puppets, but he also transformed himself into a puppet. Originally, he thought he would be satisfied. Unfortunately, even as a puppet, he still had a human heart. A while ago, he went to the Land of Rain, which greatly impacted his worldview. Thus, he took the initiative to accept a mission from the organization to investigate a Jinchuriki and return to Sunagakure. Initially, the scorpion of the red sand wanted to find Granny Qiye directly, but in the process of paying attention to Gaara, he happened to discover Rasha's situation. What followed was a natural progression. The scorpion was displeased with Rasha's actions, so he secretly reached an agreement with the number 1 who was coerced by Rasha. Number 1 used the poison provided by the scorpion, unknowingly poisoning Rasha. Some unfortunate events had occurred in the past, and as a grandmother, Qiye indeed bore some responsibility. However, this had already become a fait accompli. No matter how unwilling she was, it could not be changed. Controlling the 2 puppets in front of her, Qiye said heavily, "No matter what, I cannot stand by and watch you go further down the wrong path." Whoosh! The 2 puppets crossed each other, one left and one right, charging towards the scorpion of the red sand. The scorpion controlled Rasha to use sand to block, while taking out a sealing scroll from his bag. As the white smoke dissipated, a figure appeared before Qiye, which only added to her heavy heart, but was also within expectations. The 3rd Kazekage. Both the previous and current Kazekages had become the scorpion's human puppets, which was a surprising feat for the entire ninja world. With the 3rd and 4th Kazekage attacking together, even if Chiyo's puppet control technique was better than the scorpion's, she couldn't withstand the fact that her opponents still retained their ninjutsu from their living days. 2 users of magnetic shields destroyed all of Chiyo's puppets in just a few exchanges. Facing this situation, Qiye also knew that without using her ultimate technique, it would be very difficult to defeat the scorpion, and whether she could survive and return from her grandson's hands was uncertain. Truly, the ultimate art of puppet mastery. The upper limit of human puppets is too high. Secret technique. Chiyo's 10 puppets. With a flash of white smoke, various puppets spread out in front of Qiye, clearly indicating they were extraordinary. Chapter 218. Rebirth. The scorpion of the red sand knew about this technique and couldn't help but show a smile. Granny Qiye, it seems you're finally serious, so I'll also bring out my strongest power. These 2 shadow-level human puppets are the pinnacle of my life's work. Feel it well, you puppet master who remains stuck in the past. The 2 hands crossed, and the 3rd Kazekage and 4th Kazekage charged towards Chiyo's 10 puppets, interweaving black and gold. On the other side of the oasis, a nondescript white object slowly emerged from the grass. The fight was really intense. By the way, isn't that old lady related to the scorpion? Why do they seem like enemies as soon as they meet? It's really hard to understand. White Zetsu scratched his head, having followed the scorpion of the red sand all the way, completely unable to comprehend the other's way of doing things. Although he is quite strong, isn't he here to gather information on the Jinchuriki? There's no need to eliminate the Kazekage, and now he even attracted Granny Qiye. Now look, they're fighting so fiercely. Granny Qiye has experienced many wars. Although she is old now, her strength shouldn't be that bad. The Scorpion of the Red Sand is a genius puppet master, but he is still too young. It feels like he is not Chiyo's opponent. This white Zetsu clone began to analyze the situation with its small brain. He felt that this operation seemed to be going awry. Sure enough, under the precise prediction of the white Zetsu clone, even with 2 human puppets in hand, the Scorpion of the Red Sand could at most fight to a draw with Qiye. Human puppets are indeed powerful, but it's still 2 against 10. The advantage seems to be on Chiyo's side. Realizing this, Granny Chiyo's heart also slightly stabilized. She and T fought against human puppets before and originally thought that the human puppets made by the 3rd and 4th Kazekage will be difficult to deal with. But unexpectedly, she had overestimated them. Little Scorpion is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, all the techniques were taught by me, making them too easy to see through. Qiye thought to herself, her movements not pausing for a moment. Another special marked scroll slipped down, carried by chakra threads, and flew to one of the Chiyo's 10 puppets. This is the Scorpion of the Red Sand instantly noticed Granny Chiyo's small action, and memories from the past surfaced in his mind. He guessed what the opponent might use next and pretended not to see it, intensifying his frontal attack. Iron sand flew while golden sand filled the sky. Under the assault of the 2 human puppets, Chiyo's 10 puppets appeared to be in a precarious situation, constantly dodging. On the surface, it seemed like Granny Chiyo's defeat was just a matter of time. Unexpectedly, the Scorpion of the Red Sand's puppet technique was so powerful that it could turn living people into puppets and still use their ninjutsu from their living days. Hidden at the side, White Zetsu was amazed. At first, he was worried that the Scorpion would not be able to defeat the opponent, but now he felt relieved. As a puppet master, one must remember not to be impatient in attacking and to never let all the puppets stray too far from oneself. This is a huge taboo. Little Scorpion, it seems that I have advised you before, and you have almost forgotten it all. Granny Qiye sighed in her heart, and with a flick of her fingers, a chakra thread was drawn. Bang suddenly, beside one of the Chiyo's 10 puppets, a male and female puppet suddenly sprang out from the scroll. These were 2 extremely ordinary puppets, looking somewhat aged, and the mechanisms on them gave off a sense of antiquity. Each puppet held a long knife, and under Granny Chiyo's control, they stealthily approached the Scorpion of the Red Sand from behind. Finally, they have arrived. The Scorpion of the Red Sand noticed the attack from behind, but he pretended that his attention was focused in front, appearing unaware. Whoosh! In an instant, the 2 blades crossed and pierced into the Scorpion of the Red Sand's chest, bright red blood gradually flowing out. Old lady, I didn't expect to ultimately fall at your hands. The Scorpion smiled with an indescribable expression, tilting his head and leaning against the 2 puppets that resembled his parents, dying. Granny Qiye walked forward with a complex expression, carefully checking the Scorpion's physical condition and finally letting out a long sigh. For a moment, she even felt that the Scorpion had ulterior motives and was pretending to come to his death. However, after the inspection, Granny Qiye confirmed that the Scorpion was really dead. Although he had transformed himself into a puppet, the vital organs of his body should still be beyond repair. Verifying this was easy. Bringing the Scorpion's corpse back would reveal the truth. Just as Granny Qiye began to clean up the battlefield, the hidden white Zetsu was already stunned. I didn't expect the old ginger to be spicier. The Scorpion of the Red Sand actually died. However, he didn't have any special emotions about the death of a member of the organization. He only felt that a familiar person was gone. In the oasis, where no one knew, Granny Qiye of Sunagakure fought against her beloved grandson and personally took him down. Qiye took the bodies of the 3rd and 4th Kazekage back, but did not disclose this matter. In this way, the 3 individuals were only considered missing in the village. And no one knew that her grandson was the murderer of the 3rd and 4th Kazekage. Scorpion wouldn't have to bear the infamous title of killing a village's leader. In a place where Qiye often fished, she dug a pit to bury the 3rd and 4th Kazekage. After cleaning up the surrounding traces, she returned to her residence. Looking at Scorpion's body on the workbench, she sighed and said, I'm old, my body can't take it anymore. I'll deal with you tomorrow. With that, Qiye left the room and closed the door behind her. This was her residence, and usually, no one dared to disturb her. In the stillness of the night, some faint sounds emerged in the room where Scorpion lay. A chakra thread emerged from his chest and quickly connected to one of the scrolls in the pocket. Bang, the scroll opened, and a puppet that looked to be in its 30s fell out. Click, a part of the chest opened, and Scorpion transferred his core into the new body. This was enough. The appearance and voice of Qiye's scorpion completely changed as he closed the chest of the puppet in front of him, then opened the door quietly and walked out. Skillfully avoiding the various mechanisms in the courtyard, he left the place where he had lived for many years. Just as Scorpion closed the main door, the light in the innermost room also went out. Leaving Qiye's yard, Scorpion headed towards the house he had planned beforehand. "Oh, Lord Lai, you're still out so late?" A patrolling sand ninja bumped into Scorpion and couldn't help but ask. "I've been researching a few new puppet models and wanted to test their functionality." Scorpion replied casually with a smile. Chapter 219. Double standards. These people didn't suspect anything. After all, the land of wind is generally hot, and many choose to train at night. During this time, the debate over the new Kazekage position continued. Although various factions did not place much importance on this role, they all wanted to hold it in their hands. Qiye Scorpion obtained a new identity, Watanabe Rile, and thus stayed in the Sand Ninja village without guilt. Originally, given his personality, he was unwilling to return at all. However, he had previously taken a trip to the Land of Rain and was indeed shocked. In terms of mechanical manufacturing level, that place had reached an incomprehensible height for Qiye Scorpion. Being outclassed in his area of expertise felt like a collapse of belief, making him question his eternal pursuit. After a short period of contemplation, Qiye Scorpion arranged this plan for a golden cicada shedding its shell. After all, he stayed in the Black Zetsu's rogue ninja village just to find a place to settle down for his research. Now, with new ideas, returning to the Sand Ninja village was also acceptable. As for why he didn't choose to stay in the Land of Rain, it was because the restrictions there were too strict, not to mention various identity checks, but also related instruments could scan the body. Qiye Scorpion felt that no matter how flawless his forged identity was, it would eventually be discovered, posing too great a risk. "Lord Lai, Elder Qiye asked me to inform you to go over," a subordinate responsible for puppet research said as he walked into the usual office. Thus, Scorpion turned around and headed toward Qiye's residence. He knew he probably hadn't hidden anything from that old woman, but since she hadn't stopped him last night, the issue should be minor. Sure enough, when Qiye Scorpion arrived at Qiye's residence, she only looked at him a couple of times, then sighed and said, "There is a discarded puppet in the backyard. Help me take care of it. Also, there's a boy named Kankuro who has a good talent in puppet techniques. You will personally teach him in the future." Qiye Scorpion, playing the role of Watanabe Rile, nodded without hesitation and also proposed his condition. "I heard that the mechanical manufacturing level in the Land of Rain is quite impressive. It would be great if I could go there to study and exchange ideas. We'll discuss this matter later. At least wait until the 5th Kazekage is established," Qiye replied. Scorpion nodded knowingly and turned to leave. Currently, among the families in the Sand Ninja village, the most powerful was the Sabako clan, whose leader held considerable prestige among the Sand Ninjas and even earned the title of the Desert Eagle. If nothing unexpected happened, the selection of the next Kazekage should happen soon. However, all of this had nothing to do with Qiye Scorpion. He only needed to patiently wait for the results and then blend into the Land of Rain with the Sand Ninja village using his legitimate identity. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the Land of Rain, and the rogue ninja village wouldn't suspect he was still alive. On the other side, in the Land of Rain, Shichiya had already learned about the disappearance of the 4th Kazekage. He was quite curious about this. Orochimaru was now honestly staying in the Land of Rain, desperately conducting research, and had completely lost interest in Konoha. Given this, who would be so foolish as to target the 4th Kazekage, Raza? Moreover, Shichiya had also heard that, like the 3rd Kazekage, he had quietly disappeared while working overtime. Alone go to Pan for gold and create business. How should I put it? It feels quite familiar. Could it be that Scorpion did it again? To be honest, since he could kill the 3rd Kazekage and create a personal puppet using sand iron, it's not out of the question that he could kill Raza and create a personal puppet using gold sand. Moreover, considering Uchiha Manue's previous bold actions, it's understandable that Qiye Scorpion felt stimulated and went to the Sand Ninja village to stir up some trouble. Whether Raza was dead or alive didn't matter much to Shichiya. After all, he was just a Kazekage. But now that there was no apparent ruler in the Sand Ninja village, it posed quite a problem. To avoid chaos that could affect his own benefits, Shichiya notified Yahiko and dispatched a team of ninjas with an order to the Sand Ninja village in the Land of Wind. From now on, Sabako Karura would become the 5th Kazekage. This development was unexpected for everyone, including the parties involved. When Karura learned this news, he was still desperately seeking ways to arrange his 3 children, especially Gaara. As the Jinchuriki, after Raza's downfall, he was the most vulnerable without protection. Yet the current situation changed dramatically in an instant. However, Karura's maternal family reacted quite quickly and soon responded to the news from a land of rain. Although, according to common sense, the land of rain's Rain Ninja Village had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the Sand Ninja Village, but the saying, the bigger the fist, the harder the truth, was vividly demonstrated in the ninja world. The Sabaku clan, which had a great chance of becoming Kazekage, was certainly displeased, but under the strong interference of the Rain Ninja, any resistance was futile. After sacrificing some lives, the Sabaku clan finally understood the disparity between the two sides. For Shichiya, this was merely a small interlude. However, after experiencing all of this, he somewhat understood the feelings of the former Hawk Sauce in his past life. Randomly interfering in another's internal affairs and double standards felt somewhat hard to describe. As the events in the Sand Ninja Village gradually calmed down, the Leaf Ninja Village in the Land of Fire had now completely returned to normal. Even without the Root and the Elder Council, the decision-making in the Hokage building was not affected in the slightest. Moreover, Obito originally had rich experience as the Mizukage and was already very skilled in handling daily affairs. With the assistance of Noera Rin, life has been incredibly pleasant. After interrogating the two old geezers, Tika and Mito Gaiden, Obito followed Shiyu's previous advice and didn't kill them. Instead, he secretly sent them to the Land of Rain. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, these two old men were originally born as commoners and are now quite old, having virtually no weaknesses. If he were to kill them directly and then use Edo Tensei, they wouldn't necessarily obediently work to atone for their sins. So letting them live is actually the greatest punishment for these two cowardly guys. Upon arriving at the underground factory in the Land of Rain, Tika and Mito Gate and met their old classmates after a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were both in their Edo Tensei forms, holding special instruments and diligently tightening screws. Chapter 220. Tightening screws. The clanking noise was quite loud, and the workers here hardly spoke, as it would be inaudible even if they did. Most of them were in Edo Tensei mode, so they didn't feel fatigued. Although they could work 24 hours a day without rest, Shiyu wasn't a demon after all. Working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. was enough, and during the other hours, they could return to their dorms and experience various novelties produced in the Land of Rain. This included, but was not limited to, television, comics, novels, and games like Ninja Village Kill, which served as a little reward. However, not everyone cooperated honestly with the work. There were some who were solitary and resistant to both soft and hard methods. For those who had made mistakes, but couldn't atone for them because they were dead, Shiyu also brought them back with Edo Tensei. But if they didn't want to work off their debts, then they would be locked in a small dark room. They would stay in the dark corner, and Edo Tensei would not be released, while periodically, they would be made to listen to novels or comics. However, just when it got to the exciting parts, it would be abruptly cut off to torment them. Basically, anyone treated this way would eventually choose to work honestly. After all, working wound tea make them feel tired, plus they still had 12 hours of entertainment time every day, right? Edo Tensei bodies didn't need to sleep, which was a significant gain for them. Hey, Mito Gaiden, your technique is wrong. Watch me demonstrate it for you. On the assembly line, Shimura Danzo looked at Mito Gaiden and Tika with disdain. These two had been on his line for several days, but their efficiency hadn't improved, and they often caused problems, resulting in their production efficiency being lower than other lines. Now, thanks to his relentless efforts, Danzo had finally become the leader of a certain line in this factory, becoming Sarutobi Hiruzen's boss for the first time. Although he was already dead, this was still a very joyful matter for Danzo, who gradually went from resistance to enjoyment. This kind of life seemed quite nice. Clank, clank. By 7:30 p.m., the mechanical sounds in the factory gradually calmed down and then slowly stopped. After a half-hour simple cleanup, the night shift workers would arrive. Tika and Mito Gate being flesh and blood, felt somewhat tired after working for 8 or 9 hours. If they weren't ninjas, they probably wouldn't last a day. After returning to the dormitory at night, the next part was their time to enjoy. Watching TV, drinking beer, eating barbecue. This was one of the few pleasures. In comparison, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo could also join in, but their experience was almost zero. The Edo Tensei bodies, though essentially having infinite life, had significant limitations. Time gradually passed in this day-to-day work, and with so many Edo Tensei members willingly contributing, the development of the Land of Rain was becoming faster and better. Bang! The office door was pushed open. Shiyu, who was checking the monthly report in the office, looked up and saw the excited Yunlu walk in. Hey, long time no see, Shiyu joked lightly. Recently, He had been too busy and had somewhat neglected this childhood friend. However, Yunlu didn't mind at all. Her small face filled with excitement. Shiyukuin, Fujike's Yuki is here to film a movie. Let's go take a look together. Fujike's Yuki. Her real name is Kazahana Yuki, a character from the movie Snow Princess Ninja Scroll, the runaway princess of a land of snow. Although many years had passed and Shiyu's memories had become somewhat fuzzy, he quickly recalled some details upon hearing Yunlu mention this name. Speaking of which, the initial version of the train in the Land of Rain was made after a study in the Land of Snow. However, considering the current timeline, Yuki's age shouldn't be too old, at most in her teens, right? Since the original work didn't provide detailed information. Shiyu couldn't be sure when Kazahana Yuki left the Land of Snow. Now he had no interest in the devices over there and was too lazy to help them deal with the problems in the Land of Snow. Those experience points could be left for Naruto and Sasuke. Although the plot had been completely altered now, he didn't know if they would ever get to enjoy them. Okay, I'll go with you. Feeling guilty for having neglected her during this time, Shiyu nodded in agreement. The two walked onto the street and happened to see Kakashi, wearing a mask, walking together with Hanabi from the Lockfront village. From the looks of the two, they were also here to see the excitement. TSK. Isn't today a workday? The head of the embassy is openly slacking off, Shiyu teased. Hanabi's face turned slightly red, while Kakashi remained unfazed. That's exactly why it's necessary for us to understand every new event here. It's part of our work. Only someone like Kakashi, who frequently watched Paradise of Affection and had a thick skin, could say a date was work without changing his expression. Shiyu smiled and didn't continue to disturb them, leading Yunlu in another direction. Ahead, there were quite a few people gathered, some holding the latest cameras on the market and constantly taking pictures. As expected, the film crew featuring Fujike's Yuki had come here to shoot. Although Yuki was still young, her exquisite appearance and superb acting skills made her very famous in the industry, with a large number of loyal followers. Perhaps for promotional reasons, the crew only restricted entry to the site but did not prohibit photography. They even began filming directly in front of the public. After all, the crowd could only see a snippet from the movie, which wasn't a big deal. Regarding acting and such, Shiyu didn't understand much, but he felt that Kazahana Yuki should be quite good. At least she didn't make him feel embarrassed. She's really beautiful. And even younger, a voice with a hint of disdain came from beside him. Shiyu turned his head, as if smelling a sour scent. He was slightly taken aback, having forgotten that in this world, for girls, 18 was already an appropriate age for marriage. And now, both of their ages had surpassed 20. What are you thinking? Yunlu is the prettiest and also very young and cute. Shiyu smiled and patted her head. Do you really think so? Yunlu let out a soft hum. Of course. I've always thought so. Shiyu held her soft hand and smiled. Yunlu, after all these years Chapter 221. Where and tear before Shiyu could finish his sentence. A voice suddenly came from his side. Good. Go. Today's shooting has come to an end. Thank you, Ms. Feng Shuehui, for your hard work. As the director's words fell, the fans who had been waiting nearby suddenly became excited and surrounded her with eager faces. Ah, Ms. Feng Shuehui, please. Please give me an autograph. Ms. Feng Shuehui, I have been following you for a long time. Your movies are really amazing. The chaotic sounds in the venue instantly interrupted Qiye's words, leaving him speechless. The emotions he had finally brewed were so easily disrupted. Haha, it's okay. I'm very interested in this movie. Let us go watch it together next time. Looking at Qiye's awkward expression, Yunluo burst into laughter. Over the past few years, from her initial anxiousness to get him to say those words, to now feeling relieved. After all, Qiye has always been with her, and that is enough. Both parties actually understand each other's feelings. All right, Qiye nodded. There is plenty of time ahead. Today was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision. He would wait for a better opportunity to express his thoughts next time. It's just that he and Yunluo's lives seem to need to speed up a bit. Nowadays, Mihiko and Konomi are about to become parents. Nagato is also preparing for his wedding with Yukura. Kisame and Sakura are in a passionate relationship, while Kakashi and Hanari are in a rather ambiguous situation. Once single for many years, Mingyu has now become the ambassador of the Land of Rain to Konoha, and his days with Yuhi Kurenai are sweet and blissful. After becoming Hokage, Obito purposely sent Kakashi away so that Noera Rin could become his secretary. As long as he doesn't pull any crazy stunts, walking down the aisle with Rin is just a matter of time. Even Sarutobi Asuma, who once had a fleeting encounter with Qiye, is now happy for some reasons and still stays in the capital of the Land of Fire. Because he has become a father. No matter what, Sarutobi Asuma believes he is happy. Time flies, and soon it is February of the 57th year of Konoha. Since Uchiha Many eliminated the Raikage of the Cloud Village last time, the territory in the northeast of the ninja world has almost entirely fallen under the control of the Wave Ninja Village. Kurizetsu has also experienced for the first time how wonderful it feels to have a powerful force. He even regrets that if he had established a force from the very beginning and managed it slowly, he might have already dominated this world, and his mother could have been rescued earlier. But no matter what, the ninja world now presents a tripartite balance of power. On one side is the Wave Ninja Alliance, led publicly by Uchiha Many, but actually manipulated in the shadows by Kurizetsu. On the other side is the Ninja World United Nations, led by the Land of Rain. The last side is the Land of Earth, which is caught in the middle and cannot join either side. Over the past year, Noki has been living cautiously, having become extremely low-key, fearing that any misstep would attract attention. The United Nations side is not much of an issue, after all. The other party is not a ruthless villain. But the Wave Ninja Alliance is different. Uchiha Many is a god of death, with swordsmanship that is incredibly formidable. Last year, when he completely subdued the Land of Lightning, he fought alone against many ninjas from the Cloud Village, wielding his sword with such skill that it could change the terrain. Even now, there is a huge canyon in the Land of Lightning, created by Uchiha Many's strike. However, since then, Uchiha Many has rarely appeared in public. Everyone just thinks he no longer needs to show up and can leave all affairs to his subordinates. Perhaps he has found a place to seclude himself. But in reality, only Uchiha Many knows the problems he is currently facing. Wear and tear. This is a term he had never considered before. But as the power he wields grows stronger, he finds that some irresistible changes are occurring within him. Perhaps this is the secret to reaching a higher level. But unfortunately, with my knowledge and the time I have left, I may no longer be able to glimpse the truth. Sitting cross-legged in the center of a plain room, Uchiha Many opened his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. Previously, he had returned to the Thunder Valley, but no matter how he calmed his mind, he could not return to the state he had achieved the first time he went there. Not to mention that seemingly dreamlike place and that cool figure. Speaking of which, am I working so hard to master deeper swordsmanship just to destroy the world? But why do I want to destroy the world? When I killed Uchiha Shursui and used his Mangeki Sharingan abilities, I forgot something. Unfortunately, I can no longer remember. Uchiha Many exhaled heavily, and suddenly he froze for a moment as a purple lightning flashed in front of him. Forget it. Since a mortal's ability cannot offset the price of using divine power, then let me try one last time. If it doesn't work, I will go complete my final goal. As his heart gradually calmed down, Uchiha Many pulled his sword halfway out, beginning to comprehend. On the other side, in the Land of Rain's Peace City, Qiye stood at the automatic ticket machine in the cinema, waiting for the movie ticket to print. With the continuous technological advancements over the years, some black technologies that surpass the original work have already emerged. There were already many research enthusiasts in the Naruto world, but these people are completely different types from ninjas. With Qiye's support, various technological talents have gained recognition. Now computers are no longer as bulky as they were in the original work, and mobile phones have finally been released. Just as Qiye got his movie ticket, Yinluo also bought cola and popcorn at the counter. After waiting for more than a year, the movie starring Miss Fujikae Shiwehue has finally been released. Yes, the shooting of this movie took a bit longer. The main reason is that after the Land of Rain entered a technological explosion, the speed of updates for various hardware and software was too fast. After the crew finished shooting a segment, they found that better filming equipment had emerged in the market, so they bought it to reshoot. Otherwise, better fabrics or ideas appeared. After many such repetitions, the movie was finally completed. Although it took a lot of time, the director was very satisfied with this film, even stating that it is the highest quality movie in the world, which will open a new era for the film industry. It is precisely because of this reputation that there were many people buying tickets to watch it on the day of its release. In the packed cinema, Qiye munched on popcorn while waiting for the movie to start. Chapter 222. Watching a movie around him, whispers occasionally arose, discussing the plot of the movie. Fujikae Shiwehue played the role of Kyuta, his eldest daughter, Kyuta Fuyuki, whose life was already arranged from the moment she was born. Yin Luo held a stack of pamphlets given away by the cinema, which illustrated and recorded part of the movie's content, seemingly helping the audience understand the plot. This was the first time Qiye had seen such a thing in a cinema. Wouldn't this really spoil the plot? Or is this movie extremely unusual, requiring extra manuals for people to understand? Under the family's arrangement, Kyuta Fuyuki has an engagement with the young master of another prominent family, the Kagaya family, with both families agreeing to marry them when they turn 18. Unfortunately, Kyuta Fuyuki does not like that stranger she has never met. Her heart belongs to another man. Sigh. Looking at this introduction, it seems that their experiences are bound to be very arduous. Yun Luo eagerly looked at the pamphlet in her hand, introducing the plot to Qiye, while her expression became somewhat melancholic. As children of a large family, being unable to resist their fate and having to be with someone they do not love is such a painful thing. Such a cliché plot? Qiye immediately lost interest in this movie from another world. He once whimsically turned on the TV to watch a program from the ninja realm, but found it too boring to last even 5 minutes. Now, after hearing Yunluo's introduction, he felt it should also be a dull movie. Even though the equipment produced in the Land of Rain has reached a fairly good level, it is unlikely that people from this cultural desert of the ninja world could create anything interesting with it. Soon, the movie began. As expected, the plot was very boring. The Kyuju family and the Kagaya family, who controlled the internal affairs of the country, chose to unite against other powerful families. The bond maintaining the relationship between the two families is the engagement between Kyuju Fuyuki, played by Fuka Koyuki, and a young man named Kagaya Maru. Originally, Kyuju Fuyuki, born into a large family, should have known that her fate was not in her hands and should have accepted her family's arrangements. However, just when Kyuju Fuyuki was in her teenage years, a witty, elegant, handsome, and powerful retainer came to the Kyuju family. This person, named Toyojin Toma, was only 3 years older than Kyuju Fuyuki, but his personal experiences were already very rich. Toma was also a child from a wealthy family in his early years. But after a family incident during his childhood, he became an orphan. The specific experiences were not detailed in the plot, only stating that Toma was an exceptionally skilled swordsman with overwhelming combat power, and due to years of wandering outside, he not only had extensive knowledge, but was also mature and reliable. Coupled with his handsome appearance and unique temperament, he almost delivered a dimensional blow to other young men. What girl doesn't he have a crush? Thus, under this cliché plot, Kyuju Fuyuki fell in love with Toyojin Toma. Toma also expressed that after years of wandering, he was indeed tired and particularly longed for a spiritual harbor. So the two of them reasonably fell in love, secretly spending time together behind everyone's back. However, the good times didn't last long. No matter how discreet they were, accidents still happened. The underground relationship between Toyojin Toma and Kyuju Fuyuki was discovered by the Kyuju family. The family patriarch was furious, ordered Kyuju Fuyuki to be confined, and commanded the capture of Toyojin Toma. But Toyojin Toma was highly skilled and easily defeated the Kyuju family's people, escaping calmly. In this situation, the Kyuju family could only temporarily cover up the matter. After all, if the Kagaya family found out, the alliance between the two families would cease to exist. Under strict watch from the family, Kyuju Fuyuki could not leave a room. On the other side, even though Toyojin Toma was highly skilled, he could not take on the entire Kyuju family. Moreover, if this matter escalated, he would not only provoke the Kyuju family, but could even become a wanted criminal for the entire country. Just as the two lovers were caught in their pain, Kyuju Fuyuki's good friend, the also well-born Ko's Miki, stepped in to help. With her assistance, Kyuju Fuyuki and Toyojin Toma temporarily had a chance to meet, and the three of them teamed up to secretly search for a way out. By the time the movie plot reached this point, less than a fifth of it had passed, but Qiye was already dozing off. He had roughly guessed the subsequent plot. A couple destined to be together would face various difficulties, and with help from all sides, they would ultimately end up together in a happy ending. Such a movie was too ordinary. In Qiye's view, it would be better if Toyojin Toma were designed as a character like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. After all, since he was so strong, it would be reasonable for him to be the leader of a powerful faction, right? The Kyuju family didn't despise him for coming from a poor background, just a retainer, yet dared to covet their young lady? It would be quite interesting if he simply showed his true identity and reason with them. So when he got to this point, feeling bored, Qiye simply leaned back in his chair and fell asleep. It wasn't until the movie ended that he was gently shaken awake by Yunluo beside him. It's already over? Qiye stretched lazily and suddenly exclaimed, "Why are you crying? Even if those two went through hardships to be together, it shouldn't warrant such heavy tears, right? Did the director deliberately set a tragic ending?" Only then did he notice that not only was Yunluo beside him crying, but the other girls in the entire cinema also had tear stains on their faces. As for the boys who came with their partners, some were also crying, while others wore extremely complex expressions. So complex that Qiye couldn't even understand. Yunluo first nodded, then shook her head, saying, "Let us talk outside. The following plot is simply too exciting. But seeing you sleep so soundly, I didn't want to wake you. After hearing this, Qiye was even more confused. Did he really miss out on a high-quality piece? The two went outside the cinema. And after Yinluo took the paper from Qiye, wiped her tears, she slowly began to recount the rest of the plot. After hearing her narration, Qiye's eyes widened in an instant, and an extremely strange feeling arose in his heart. He wanted to complain about something, but didn't know how to start. The reason for this was that the movie titled Fuyuki Memoir had a plot that was indeed quite bizarre, something Qiye had not anticipated. Chapter 223. Research Center. At first, as Qiye expected, with the help of her good friend Ko's Miki, Kyuju Fuyuki and Toyojin Toma's situation gradually improved, even finding a way to start resisting these large families. However, unlike other Cliché stories, Fuyuki Memoir was unconventional and even somewhat unexpected, but overall, it should be considered a good ending. The key point lay in the characters. Qiye had never expected that Toyojin Toma came to the Kyuju family as a result of Kagaya Maru, who was engaged to Kyuju Fuyuki. This guy, like Kyuju Fuyuki, was completely uninterested in this political marriage. On the contrary, Kagaya Maru truly liked Kyuju Fuyuki's good friend, Ko's Miki. However, even though the children of powerful families far exceeded ordinary families in other aspects, when it came to their marriage, they seemed to be powerless. With conventional means, Kagaya Maru could not persuade his family to abandon the alliance with the Kyuju family and grant him the right to love freely. Therefore, he chose to take an unconventional route, sending the strong yet unassuming Toyojin Toma, who had grown up alongside him, to disguise himself and come to the Kyuju family. If Toyojin Toma succeeded in winning over Kyuju Fuyuki and their story was exposed, the Kagaya family would definitely not allow Kagaya Maru to marry Kyuju Fuyuki. That would be a disgrace. In this way, Kagaya Maru would at least have the opportunity to pursue the person he truly loved. However, do you think the plot is just like this? In a later part of the movie, as Kyuju Fuyuki and Toyojin Toma were fleeing, the film gradually revealed why Kyuju Fuyuki's good friend Ko's Miki was so determined to help them. That was because she had always loved her friend. However, due to her identity and traditional relations, Ko's Miki could not express this love and could only deeply hide it in her heart. Seeing the person she loved dearly making a stand for happiness, Ko's Miki decided to help her. By the very end of the movie, the real climax finally arrived. That is Toyojin Toma. Although he accepted his good friend's arrangement and appeared next to Qiye in the snowstorm, he was completely uninterested in this perfect girl. In a sense, Fonyuan Toma and Ko's Miki were quite similar. They both developed feelings for their friends. Wow! When Qiye heard this, he was already stunned. He felt that the screenwriter and director had a bit of a twisted sense of humor, and the final outcome also confirmed this point. In the end, the four of them escaped from the pursuit of the big family and came to a place where no one knew them, living happily together. It's hard to imagine what the next days for these four people would be like. However, can a movie like this actually make people cry? Qiye felt a bit confused. Shouldn't it be a complete daze until the end? Of course. Yunlu nodded and continued. Among the four, no matter who had feelings for another person, it was all genuine. They were willing to give everything for the ones they loved. Terrifying. Qiye felt a bit embarrassed. At this moment, he suddenly thought, since such a bizarre movie could achieve success, wouldn't he be able to casually create a decent movie as well? Inspired, Qiye started writing the script as soon as he got home that night. Of course, it couldn't be completely original. That would be too exhausting. Since he was already in another world, he might as well be a literary plagiarist. Although many memories had faded over the years, he hadn't forgotten those classics. After spending a few days, Qiye finalized the script and handed it over to his entertainment company. For something with a playful nature like this, he wouldn't participate personally. He would leave it to his subordinates and just oversee it when it was almost done. After that, Qiye went to the research center. One of the departments here was specifically responsible for the iterative development of mobile phones. After significant economic investment and a lot of talent, they finally optimized the manufacturing process of mobile phones to a level similar to when smartphones were just blossoming in his previous life. At the same time, another department responsible for software development was also busy preparing for the final testing. The mobile game based on Naruto would launch in 3 days, and everyone was rushing to complete the final debugging, striving to minimize the number of bugs. This was a project personally overseen by Lord Qiye, and in the currently entertainment-starved ninja world, the emergence of mobile phones and mobile games would be a revolutionary change. Just as Qiye arrived, he heard the passionate words of the project leader. Inside the large building, everyone was doing their job seriously. "Ah, Lord Qiye, you're here." Noticing Qiye, The head of the software development department immediately bowed respectfully and then led him to a special reception room, presenting him with a phone installed with the latest game version. According to your previous request, we have reprocessed all the original drawings and models that were not prominent enough or lacked distinctive features. The chances of obtaining SSR cards have also been significantly reduced, and the guaranteed pulls in the card pool have been increased, the leader said. Well, we're a free game, focusing on fun, so it's okay for players to grind a bit. Qiye said while opening the game. The emergence of mobile phones and games will soon immerse these usually bored people, if the process isn't tedious. Your update speed will quickly lag behind the player's progression. After the loading animation, Qiye quickly entered the game. Unlike the previous mobile game he played, the one he was currently playing was no longer a simple card battle game, but an open 3D game. He opened the character menu inside and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Under his guidance, the production team finally understood the essence of 2D games. Features, features, features. Look at these character illustrations. They are done very well, with the right proportions and colors. The direction for character updates should make the standby interface for viewing individual characters dynamic and responsive to player interactions, such as pulling clothes and patting heads. As for character voice acting, you don't need to worry about that. I will find the corresponding people for each character to do the voiceovers. Additionally, after trying out the game for a while, Qiye offered several relevant suggestions, and the leader quickly took out a notebook to jot them down. Chapter 224. Game launch alright. That should be enough. After the game launches, remember to remind the project team responsible for tasks to first create the process for the Book of Ninja. The total duration, should be 15 days. Make the Book of Ninja the prerequisite task for the first event. It must be completed before participating in the event. Qiye stood up and returned the phone to the leader. 15 days. The leader was slightly taken aback. Isn't the duration a bit long? Or should we increase the rewards for the Book of Ninja? No need. Qiye patted his shoulder, grinning. You're still too young. Not to mention that these people outside have never played such a groundbreaking work. Even if there are opinions later, we can slowly collect and improve. As the main person in charge of the game, you should know how to gauge player reactions, understand? As long as the player's opinions aren't too significant, just ignore them. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Qiye, the leader respectfully said. Qiye left the research center, feeling particularly eager for the changes in the ninja world 3 days later. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 6:30 in the evening, Tsunade and Shizun, who had been slacking off all day, returned home with packed dinner. His taking a can of ice beer from the fridge, Tsunade, dressed in loose home clothes, casually slumped on the sofa, looking at her phone. Meanwhile, Shizun took out boxes of delicious food from her pockets, which are mostly barbecued and seafood dishes. At 6:30, that kid Qiye didn't lie to me. He really opened the door, Tsunade muttered, watching as the cutscene in the game ended and she entered through an open door. This meant she no longer had to stare at a closed door like before and could truly play this game. After boasting so much, making me wait for years, I really want to see how captivating this game can be. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, took a sip of ice beer, and began to eat while tapping on her phone. Tsunade-sama, even if you want to play, at least finish your meal first. Indulging in such a boring thing is meaningless. Shizun said, hands on her hips. Don't nag. You don't understand. Tsunade replied while tapping on her phone. I really didn't expect that the stuff Qiye made is indeed quite interesting. At this moment, the character Tsunade was controlling was a newly graduated genin, who appeared right in the forest of Konoha. At the start of the game, there are no options, meaning anyone playing this game would begin in a hidden leaf village, even people from other countries. Naruto, and, thinking of the game's name, Tsunade seemed to have some realizations. The surrounding scenery was no different from the real Konoha forest, and Tsunade even found a familiar feeling here. Moreover, what was different was that this forest didn't just have trees and wild animals. It also hid treasure chests. Once opened, one could obtain at least 2 shadow stones and a lot of rewards, which was simply a huge profit. Originally, Tsunade had heard from Qiye that although this is a free game, it has a built-in payment system, and she was already prepared to recharge. But now looking at it, it's completely a conscientious game. Not a single penny needs to be recharged. Various resources are given in abundance, and there are many things to gather in the forest, many of which Tsunade doesn't even know how to use. However, this doesn't stop her from collecting all these resources, as her backpack looks quite large, so there is no worry about it getting full. The game has very detailed guidance tasks, and, as a newly graduated genin, Tsunade's main objective now is to control the current main character to deal with a group of wandering bandits in the forest. However, Is it a bit too much for a newly graduated genin, who doesn't even have a teacher, to deal with bandits? Muttering to herself, Tsunade made her way to the destination. Through the initial tutorial, she learned the only ninjutsu aside from the body flicker technique for free. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Although her ninjutsu proficiency shows as 0-1000, it is still a decent fire release. With such strength, dealing with a few wandering bandits who aren't even ninjas should be a piece of cake, right? And indeed, the group of raggedly equipped, wandering ninjas in the task was soon taken care of by Tsunade. After collecting the spoils, she checked the subsequent task prompt. Lady Tsunade, at least finish your meal first, she thought. On the other side, Shizen noticed that Tsunade only took a sip of alcohol and picked up a couple of dishes before leaning on the sofa, staring at her phone, and felt a bit strange. Is this so-called game really that fun? I'll talk about it after I finish the tutorial tasks. Tsunade glanced over and continued to busy herself. After completing the task to eliminate the wandering bandits, she received a letter, but as a mere genin, she didn't have the right to view it casually. Therefore, the task required Tsunade to return to the village and deliver the letter to the third Hokage. Following the route marked on the map, Tsunade quickly arrived at the Hidden Leaf village. To her surprise, the scenery here is almost identical to the real Hidden Leaf. The only slight difference is probably the scale. This made Tsunade curious. If the Hidden Leaf village is built so intricately, then other countries should be the same, right? Besides the 5 major ninja villages of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, there are also rain country, river country, bird country, grass country, and others. If every country is like this, then how big must the game's map be? And as long as players play this game, can't they experience the enjoyment of touring the world without leaving their homes? At this moment, Tsunade suddenly felt that Qiye's advocacy of technological advancement for the nation was indeed very reasonable. She couldn't help but think, the era of ninjas is already over. The task continued, and upon pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, Tsunade saw the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sitting behind the desk. He held a pipe and had a kind, smiling old man appearance. Is the world setting during the time this old man was Hokage? So, the current Mizukage should be Yagura, the Tsuchikage is Inoki, the Kazekage is the third or Raza, and the Reikage is also the third or fourth. Tsunade thought to herself. After communicating with the third Hokage, Tsunade's controlled character submitted the previous task, received a reward, and handed over the letter. Chapter 225. Tsunade playing the game at this point. A follow-up task was triggered, instructing Tsunade to investigate the location marked on the letter. Making a mere genin do such a dangerous thing is too ridiculous. Tsunade couldn't help but complain. In reality, the Hidden Leaf would never issue such tasks. However, there seem to be exceptions. During wartime, when numbers are severely lacking, it's not impossible to issue such tasks. After a moment of silence, Tsunade continued to explore the Hidden Leaf village. She wasn't in a hurry to complete the main task and wanted to see what the village had to offer first. The residences of the major clans were exactly the same as in reality and covered a large area. However, one thing that surprised Tsunade was that there seemed to be fewer people in the Hidden Leaf village, completely different from reality. Moreover, even more absurdly, some of the NPCs had identical body shapes and appearances, only differing in the color of their clothing. It seemed that aside from the main characters, everything else was done in a perfunctory manner. Realizing this, Tsunade suddenly felt there was nothing much to explore in the Hidden Leaf village. She began to check other features in the game. First, there was a growth guide menu where rewards could be claimed after completing certain tasks or events. The items on it were varied and looked very appealing. Next was the team menu. If one didn't join the team mode, the game was essentially a single-player experience. However, when Tsunade clicked on this menu, it displayed that the feature was still in development and coming soon. TCH. They dared to release a game that isn't even finished? Tsunade drank a large can of beer and complained. Speaking of which, she had heard from Qiye that this game was very money-grabbing, but up until now, she hadn't seen any place that required recharging. It was hard to imagine where the recharge was needed. Just as Tsunade was thinking this, she opened the next menu, and an interface named Wishing appeared on the screen. After a brief look, Tsunade quickly understood the purpose of this interface. The so-called wishing is to obtain more powerful items in the game. These could be items such as new ninjutsu or weapon equipment, or even characters. Players have 2 types of draws, one specifically for ninjutsu, items, and equipment, and another specifically for characters. However, even so, items can also appear in the character pool. If one draws 10 times in a row, they are guaranteed to get an SR purple level item. In other words, if one wants to quickly enhance their combat power and widen the gap with other players, they will need to spend a lot of resources in this wishing interface, right? This was Tsunade's thought as she tried playing the game for the first time. She attempted to click on a 10 draw, only to find a prompt indicating insufficient shadow stones. It turned out that the shadow stones obtained from opening treasure chests in the forest and part of the rewards from completing the main tasks were used here. In the upper right corner of the wishing interface, Tsunade saw her quantity of shadow stones, a pitiful 66. Drawing once requires 160 shadow stones, and this amount is completely insufficient. Either complete main tasks to search for resources everywhere, or Tsunade's gaze focused on the sign behind the shadow stones, and sensing something, she reached out and clicked on it. Sure enough, a recharge interface popped up. There were many recharge options, ranging from the basic 300 Rio to the highest level of 6,480 Rio, with each first-time recharge offering double the shadow stones. The recharge method was also very simple. As long as one had a ping and bank card, they could complete the recharge by clicking on it and placing the card on the back of the phone. Tsunade keenly felt that the phone in this game might very well become a revolutionary product. Although the game is called Naruto, the main character controlled in the game is not necessarily a hidden leaf ninja in a strict sense, which means they are free. It is possible that players will be allowed to choose a faction to join later on. If that's the case, the conflicts between the ninja villages might unfold in a different manner. Thinking of this, Tsunade decisively clicked the recharge button. She first recharged 10 times at 6,480 each, plus the initial double, totaling over 70,000 shadow stones. At this time, Shizen had already finished dinner, tidying up the table while casting a strange glance at Tsunade. Tsunade first put down her phone, rubbed her hands together, and then solemnly picked up her phone again, opening the jutsu, items, and equipment pools. As for characters, she didn't know exactly what they were, but since she already had one, that was enough. However, jutsus, items, and equipment were different. The more, the better. Moreover, considering that jutsus have a proficiency rule, it was best to draw jutsus first to directly enhance proficiency. When Tsunade clicked, countless meteors flashed across the screen, followed by beams of light descending, one of which was particularly eye-catching, a purple beam. With hopeful eyes, Tsunade drew Medical Bandage 1, Kunai 1, Shuriken 1, Regular Hemostatic Agent 1. Without needing to open and check, she could tell from the names that these were all trash. Finally, the screen flashed purple, revealing a huge shuriken. Wind Demon Shuriken, purple weapon, attack power, 20 critical rate, 5 suppression, increases physical damage from range attacks by 5. There was also a prompt beside it, and after clicking, Tsunade learned that equipment has primary and secondary attributes. The attack power is the primary attribute of the Wind Demon Shuriken, while the critical rate is the secondary attribute. As for suppression, it is the special effect of the Wind Demon Shuriken, referred to as a special effect. The attribute bonuses from primary and secondary attributes can be increased by leveling up the weapon, while special effects can only be enhanced by sacrificing the same weapon, a process known as refinement. The game's prompts were straightforward, and Tsunade understood them at a glance. However, with too few references, she couldn't figure out how good this weapon really was, but she equipped it anyway. A player's character can only equip one weapon at a time and can equip up to 5 types of items. However, there are 2 types of items in the game. Consumables, like medical bandages and hemostatic agents, and regular items, which cannot be consumed, such as the Broken Kunai, which is a regular item that can be equipped in the character's item slot. Chapter 226. The Ninetales plot in the game, since the Broken Kunai cannot be used as a consumable. That makes sense. Tsunade nodded to herself, and then checked the effects of this Broken Kunai, which was her only regular item. Broken Kunai, blue. Attack power, 5 health 2, 23 defense 15 like weapons. Regular items can also be strengthened, but the materials consumed for the 2 are different. Strengthening weapons uses other weapons or ores, while strengthening items consumes other items or item refining liquid. In any case, Tsunade didn't have any materials now, so she couldn't strengthen them. Feeling that she had grasped a lot of information, she equipped her weapon and items, closed the character information panel, and continued to draw and wish. Similar to Tsunade, in the mist ninja village of the Land of Water, Turumi Mei, who had completely familiarized herself with the position of Mizukage, was also holding a phone. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with the game's name, Naruto, she figured that the person who created all this must have his reasons. After playing for a while, Terumi may also discovered the different information contained in this game. Her conclusion was similar to Tsunade's. The competition among the great nations might gradually shift to the game level. However, Terumi May did not immediately spend money. Instead, she began to focus on researching the main storyline. She wanted to clarify the timeline in the game and what era it was set in. Just looking at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, didn't reveal much. According to records, this old guy was the longest-serving Hokage among all. Thus, as she followed the main storyline down, a clear clue gradually unfolded before Tsunade's eyes. Based on the limited information available, it could be seen that the story took place during the reign of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The reason why the third Hokage was sitting in the Hokage office was probably that Minato was there in an auxiliary capacity when he first took office. Tsunade had heard of this matter. Now that it reappeared in the game, she couldn't help but feel disdain. The so-called auxiliary, everyone who understands knows, is just a way to avoid stepping out of the power center. In the following period, apart from her daily work and eating and sleeping, Tsunade spent all her time on this game. After setting up the base station, her phone could connect to the internet, and the game could support multiple players online. Tsunade didn't pay much attention. Now, the adventure level had reached level 20, and she had spent a lot of money to draw in numerous characters, equipment, and items. However, these characters felt a bit strange to her. Rock Lee, Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara. According to the timeline in the game's plot, these kids shouldn't have appeared yet. They were probably still in the Ninja Academy age. But this didn't hinder Tsunade's exploration fun. Through the main storyline investigation, she discovered that there seemed to be a mysterious organization in the game that had intentions toward the Hidden Leaf Village. With various hints in the game, Tsunade also learned that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was about to give birth. Finally, after the next mission, Tsunade's game entered a storyline animation. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was confronting a strange masked man. After a brief exchange, Minato initiated the attack, but it seemed the masked man had no physical form, and all attacks were ineffective against him. This guy should be a Beto, right? The ability of the Mangeki Sharingan. In this game, Shuriwa set him up as the villain. Although Tsunade knew of Uchiha Obito, she wasn't clear about what had happened during the Third Great Ninja War, so she thought to herself. In the storyline animation, Minato, relying on his rich combat experience, quickly saw through the masked man's abilities, and with the Flying Thunder God technique, he successfully injured him. But that was all. Soon, the Ninetales began rampaging in the Hidden Leaf Village, and the masked man started to flee, leaving Minato to deal with the Ninetales for the time being. After the storyline animation, Tsunade found that she could operate freely. In front of her was the Hidden Leaf Village engulfed in flames, with people fleeing in all directions, while many ninjas rushed towards the distance from the rooftops. Although it was just a small screen, Tsunade inexplicably felt a sense of immersion, especially when she saw the giant-tailed beast in the distance. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. At this moment, a mission prompt appeared on her phone, asking her to lead the ordinary citizens to evacuate. Although it seemed simple, fire rain would occasionally fall from the sky, or a huge shadow would appear. That shadow was the Ninetales' tail. If she didn't dodge in time, the citizens she led would be crushed into meat paste. Additionally, due to the collapse of buildings, the routes ahead were not fixed, and choosing the safest path required precise judgment and a bit of luck. Tsunade tried 5 or 6 times before finally completing this mission. After all, the mission requires that the number of ordinary civilians who die during the evacuation must not exceed 20, otherwise, it will have to be restarted. Once this mission is completed, the new task is for her to support the ninjas who are fighting against the Ninetales. Letting these kids battle the Ninetales is really ridiculous. That said, Tsunade still quickly controlled her character, jumping on the rooftops and constantly getting closer to the Ninetales. After leveling up her character, she upgraded the weapons and items equipped, as well as the proficiency of the ninjutsu she had learned. Now, although the characters in her hand looked like young teenagers, their strength was already very formidable. According to Tsunade's estimate, in terms of reality, they should have the strength of a Jonin. Normally, players who have reached this point in the game would definitely not have such a luxurious lineup. This is the charm of spending money. With a substantial financial investment, Tsunade easily put together a ninja team. A team in the game can consist of 4 members, 1 guiding teacher, which is the so-called adult character, and 3 students. Any underage characters are fine. Arriving under the Ninetales, looking at its absurdly large and shiny health bar, Tsunade actually felt relieved. As long as it shows a health bar, There's basically nothing to be afraid of. Fully attacking the Nine Tails, thanks to the enhancements brought by heavy spending and a large number of recovery potions. Tsunade didn't feel much pressure and successfully defeated the Nine Tails, saving Konoha from disaster. When the Nine Tails fell, the phone screen went black, and the game entered the storyline again. Chapter 227. Steel's hand, the Nine Tails opened its mouth, about to spit out a tailed beast ball, but it was just in time to be redirected by the arriving Minato Namikaze. Shortly after, they vanished with the Nine Tails from the Hidden Leaf Village. Having just finished a battle with the unknown masked man, Minato had no time to rest and hurried to deal with the Nine Tails. On the ground, Kushina Uzumaki also used the adamantine sealing chains, and the couple quickly subdued the Nine Tails together. Minato even used the dead demon consuming seal, sacrificing his own life to have the Shinigami swallow his soul, along with the Nine Tails dark chakra. As for the yang chakra, it was resealed into his son, Naruto Uzumaki's body. Then came the extremely tear-jerking moment as Kushina began her emotional monologue. Even though Tsunade had gone through many events, seeing the scene still made her eyes a bit moist. Fortunately, she discovered that the game had a skip button for the storyline, so there was no need to force herself to watch it all, nor to click through each piece of information. So she directly chose to skip, and in her heart, she gave a thumbs up to Shichiya. A game that allows you to skip the storyline and dialogues is truly a good game. With all the events settled, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, regained power, and the hero's child became a demon fox that everyone wanted to hunt down. Such an ending made Tsunade sigh. However, none of this had anything to do with her. The difference between reality and the game was huge, and what she cared about most was, of course, the rewards and the subsequent storyline. Congratulations, player, Steel's Hand, for completing the storyline of the Nine Tails Invasion event. The Naruto activity, Chunin exams, will start tomorrow. Stay tuned. At this moment, an announcement suddenly flashed across all player screens. Tsunade saw it, and even forgot to check the mission rewards. Steel's Hand, isn't that her game name? Initially, she intended to use her real name, but accidentally typed it wrong and hit confirm, so it turned into what it is now. So that's how it is. The Chunin exams is an event starting tomorrow, where players can register and choose 3 underage characters they own to participate for rewards. At this point, Tsunade understood the rules of the Chunin exams event. In fact, it was quite similar to reality, just converted from offline to online, and the number of participants would likely increase significantly. Thinking of this, she became excited. After all, who wouldn't want to be a big shot in the game? At first, she thought this game was just an exploration type, completing tasks, gathering materials, cooking, collecting various items. She never expected there would be a player versus player function. Good job, Shichiya, well done. After all, how can a game without player versus player be considered a qualified game? The world chat window was bustling with activity. Sunban is crying. Who is Steel's Hand? Is she that strong? There's even a Nine Tails invasion event behind this. Nine Tails Demon Fox, help. I'm stuck at rock, paper, scissors with my guy. I can't get past it. Want to be the woman with the most water. Why does everyone start in Konoha? I strongly demand the official increase the Water Country faction. Strongest Earth Ninja. The one above doesn't understand, right? In the later stages, you can change factions freely. I beg you all to read the announcement before playing and understand the game's concept first. Orochimaru. Steel's Hand? Is that Tsunade? The Chunin exams event starting tomorrow sounds interesting. I just pulled for a young red bean, so let me, as her master, lead her to victory. A series of messages were basically discussing the new event. Among all the players, only Tsunade's crazy spending allowed her game progress to be far ahead. Although others also spent money, most remained restrained, as in the eyes of many, this was just a game to experiment with at first. However, once the information about the Chunin exams was released, many began to spend heavily, wanting to enhance their team's overall strength. Lord Shichiya, someone has already cleared the Nine Tails invasion storyline. It's Lady Tsunade. In a room, a staff member responsible for the mobile games operation reported the latest situation to Shichiya. Oh, so fast. In that case, let's take advantage of this Chunin exams event to simultaneously launch a limited-time character draw event. Shichiya smiled. He didn't expect Tsunade to be so addicted to this game. For the first character draw, Shichiya originally planned to release Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi. But now it seems that the legendary Konoha Sannin would also be a good choice. He had also looked at the revenue during this time and could only say it was acceptable with no massive spending situation at the moment. Perhaps, only when the Chunin exams event starts or during the event, after seeing the strong lineups of other players, would players think of spending money. After all, Only through comparison can people see the gap. The mobile phone and the Naruto mobile game. This epic-making product quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Even in the land of Earth, which Shichiya had not yet fully controlled, and in the territories controlled by Kurizetsu and Uchiha Manua in the northeast. A considerable number of copies circulated. Naturally, Kurizetsu immediately got a copy to understand the details. After all, a long time ago, the Merchant Association under Shichiya had already produced related comics. Although the game is somewhat different, the storyline in the comics revolves around the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, after being serialized for such a long time, much of the information had already been made public. For example, the extensive information about the Senju and Uchiha clans is no longer a secret in the ninja world. It is said that in a certain remote area, a new Uchiha clan even appeared. According to rumors circulating in the black market, it seems that some people had stolen the essence of the Uchiha clan, forcibly breeding what is not a normal Uchiha clan. This kind of intelligence is no longer a concern for Kuro. His plan to save his mother has long been disrupted by the Seven Leaves, and now all hopes are pinned on Uchiha Mini. The latter has started researching the cells of Senju Hashirama and seems to intend to enhance his strength, just like Uchiha Obito, to strike with a stronger blow. Naturally, Kuro fully supports Uchiha Mini's desire to become stronger. So during his free time, he began to study the mobile phone that had circulated from the Land of Rain, as well as the game contained within it. Chapter 228. Before the final battle, is this the Naruto mobile game? It looks completely different from the content in the manga. The guy wearing the mask must be Uchiha Obito, right? Speaking of which, if there hadn't been interference from the Seven Leaves back then, and he had become our ally, perhaps scenes like those in the game would really have occurred. White Zetsu watched Kuro's gameplay with curiosity, making comments. Kuro remained silent. He just wanted to quickly get through the storyline. Not understanding what purpose the Seven Leaves had in creating this game, he wanted to study it carefully. Wow, your three characters are so weak. Don't you have anything stronger? Quick dodge. The Ninetales attack is coming. TSK, TSK. It doesn't seem too difficult. Why did you die again? Originally, White Zetsu spoke quite a bit, but now, watching Kuro play this interesting mobile game, he transformed into a commanding presence, continuously whispering in Kuro's ear. In the past, Kuro would have ignored him, having gotten used to it. But now, during the game, hearing these words made him incredibly irritable. Shut up. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Kuro snapped. White Zetsu was slightly taken aback, then stopped talking and turned to find someone to get him a phone as well. Without White Zetsu's interference, Kuro finally managed to clear the first major storyline and obtain the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam. Phew, let's see what secrets are hidden within this game. Kuro took a deep breath, then opened the recharge interface and began to spend money. The Chunin exam event was definitely something he couldn't miss. Only by spending money could he enhance his strength. Click. At that moment, the laboratory door from another direction opened, and Uchiha Mini, clad in a coat that revealed his muscular physique, walked out. He was surrounded by flashes of lightning and exuded a strong vitality. So quickly successful in fusion. Kuro widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Under his instigation, Uchiha Obito had begun to research the cells of Senju Hashirama, spending a lot of time and resources. Although they were now standing on the results of past experiments with some accumulated experience, this was too smooth, wasn't it? Moreover, judging by Uchiha Mini's condition, it was obviously more perfect than Uchiha Obito's fusion. At least he didn't carry any traits related to Hashirama, as if his entire body had devoured the cells of the Senju clan. The pressure of thunder enveloped a small area, which was the result of Uchiha Mini deliberately suppressing it. He raised his hand, revealing a piece resembling a chess piece in his palm, and said coldly, "After my strength increased and I gained a better understanding of the lightning element, this thing appeared on me out of nowhere. Although I don't know what it is, I feel that having it on me would enhance my power and give me additional abilities. However, correspondingly, it seems I have established a connection with something that doesn't exist in this world." At this point, Uchiha Mini paused for a moment, then continued, "I don't like this feeling of being uncontrollable. This thing is yours now." After saying this, Uchiha Mini turned and left. Since his strength had already reached its current limit, it was time to accomplish the goal he had long set, to destroy this world. And the Seven Leaves were the only enemies that could hinder him from achieving this goal. Such a magical thing. Kuro took the chess piece-like object, frowning slightly. Having existed in this world for so long, he had never heard of such a product. Moreover, many also said that this thing could establish a connection with an existence that does not belong to this world, which was even more unusual. However, Kuro could accept such matters. After all, his mother, the Tsutsuki clan, was not originally an indigenous person of this world. There are plenty of magical things. Perhaps in some world, there really exists a deity that noticed Uchiha Mini through an occasional glance. Kuro lightly tossed the chess piece in his hand, slowly pondering. These matters are not important. What matters is that Mini can help him deal with the 7 leaves, and that is enough. For Kuro and most people in the ninja world, the Chunin exam event in the mobile game was held as scheduled, and Tsunade, with heavy spending, easily crushed her opponents on the first day. Most players had a good gaming experience. Even if they lost the match, it didn't matter, as mobile games were far ahead in the ninja world. In the entire ninja world, it seemed only one person appeared somewhat out of place. That was Uchiha Mini, who had now entered the Land of Rain. In May, the weather gradually warmed up. However, in early summer, heavy rain often came unexpectedly, as pedestrians on the street appeared somewhat flustered, holding umbrellas or raising their clothes to shield themselves, rushing under the eaves to get home. A figure stood straight in the rain. The rain could not wet his body, and a faint purple aura swirled in the sky behind him. Boom! It seemed that the thunder rarely appeared, rumbling under the dim sky, making the atmosphere very oppressive. Uchiha Mini stopped and quietly looked at the figure appearing ahead. Your body seems a bit strange. It's been a while since we last met, and I didn't expect you to become this strong. The 7 leaves' gaze swept over him, with a hint of surprise in her tone. One could only say that he truly stands out as a character detached from the original story, right? With Uchiha Mini's current strength, he could probably crush everyone directly. This has far surpassed the combat power of the Sage of 6 Paths. The 7 leaves was somewhat puzzled, not understanding what changes had occurred in him. But this world is always like this. There are rarely things that remain unchanged. Even the toughest rocks will eventually wear down. I will kill you and then destroy this boring world. Uchiha Mini drew his sword, and dazzling lightning flashed past. The 7 leaves sighed and silently opened the long unopened sheet. Her own attribute panel. Name, 7 leaves chakra, capacity, 999 taijutsu, 999 jinjutsu, 999 ninjutsu, 999 senjutsu, 999 kinjutsu, 999 perception, 999 taijutsu resistance, 999 jinjutsu resistance, 999 ninjutsu resistance, 999 senjutsu resistance, 999 perception resistance, 999 special skill resistance, 999 mastered abilities, 5 elements ninjutsu, S. Lightning release chakra mode, S. Kinjutsu, S. Jinjutsu. Weaving, S. 8 gates of death, S. Although you have become very strong now, my stats are still far above yours. Chapter 229. Blessings for a beautiful world with this strike. Uchiha Manue's attack instantly dimmed. Clang! After a light ringing, the figures of the two crossed each other, and Uchiha Manue stood straight, looking down at the knife in his hand, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. Hiss! A thin line of blood clearly emerged from his neck, and Uchiha Manue turned around with all his strength. The figure ahead gradually blurred, and his voice was filled with doubt. Why? Why is the gap between us so large? This wave might be considered a plot kill. Qiye sheathed his sword and spoke in a language Uchiha Manue completely couldn't understand. After so many years of accumulation, even with a small cheat, Uchiha Manue was no match for Qiye, at least not here. After tidying up everything here, Qiye returned to the Land of Rain. It was about time. Let us in all of this. Summoning Yahiko and others, Qiye said at the meeting. Nagato's eyes flashed. Are we going to fully engage in war now? Isn't that a bit too hasty? We are currently in a period of rapid development, and war might disrupt the world's balance and affect the economy. Seeing Nagato transform from the anti-American youth he once was into someone who understands the dangers of war, Qiye felt gratified. But this idea he proposed was not a sudden whim. Since we are already invincible, why not eliminate all hidden dangers completely? Why drag things out? Uchiha Manue is already dead, and the remaining ones are not worth worrying about. Don't worry, I've already considered it. And there's no need to inform the other ninja villages about this. The Land of Rain is enough. Qiye decisively stated. Eliminating Black Zetsu, this troublemaker, is all that matters. The more people involved, the more troublesome it gets. A quick resolution is best. Upon hearing this, the others said nothing more and dispersed. The machine of the Land of Rain quickly started up, and Qiye acted swiftly, heading alone to the Land of Rice, where Black Zetsu and others were hiding. At this time, Black Zetsu was still studying the heart of God left by Uchiha Manue, feeling that it was a very mysterious thing. if used well. It might grant powers from another world. However, Black Zetsu couldn't quite grasp it yet, only vaguely sensing that through this object, he could obtain what he desired by consuming certain specific materials. Moreover, this desired object could definitely be obtained by consuming a specific amount of certain materials. Boom! The dazzling light of the blade spread across the sky, and the huge sound interrupted Black Zetsu's contemplation. Not good. Qiye from the Land of Rain has come. That Uchiha guy can't have been killed by the opponent, right? At this moment, White Zetsu barged in, shouting, "What are you panicking about? Kakuzu and Haiden, the immortal duo, are in the village. Let them intercept the opponent," Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Haiden is a special talent he recently discovered, having gained immortality due to worshipping a certain evil god. Without specific intelligence, it's easy to die at Haiden's hands. So Black Zetsu is confident that no matter how strong Qiye is, as long as Haiden gets his blood, he can still defeat him. Soon, the battle in the Land of Rice's Wave Ninja Village came to an end, all members of this force laying neatly on the ground, including the immortal duo Kakuzu and Haiden. However, unlike the silent Kaku, Haiden's body was torn apart, and he was still cursing. Black Zetsu was completely eliminated by Qiye, turned to ashes. Unless something unexpected happened, Kaguya, that beautiful woman, would continue to reside on the moon. Hey, if you don't want to die, hurry up and sew me back together. Otherwise, the Lord Evil God won't spare you. Other than being still young, Haiden was quite similar to his original character. After Qiye finished cleaning up the battlefield, he conveniently sealed the opponent underground, ensuring they would never see the light of day again. In the following time, without any obstacles, the development of the Land of Rain surged forward, even taking the lead in establishing the Ninja World United Nations, becoming the head of the United Nations. Under Qiye's call, technological advancement became the primary goal of all countries, with sustainable and green development becoming long-term plans. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Soon, 10 years passed. Compared to the original story, the ninja world underwent tremendous changes. The original United Nations no longer existed. Various countries were unified under Qiye, forming a massive nation, merely divided into different provinces based on past territories. As for the Land of Rain, it became the new center. The new ninja world was not much different from the world before Qiye's crossing. Technology was rapidly advancing, skyscrapers were rising, and mobile phones were no longer rare items. Besides having a ninja training system, it was no different from an ordinary world. Knowing the origin of chakra, Qiye had always kept an eye on the Otsutsuki clan, never neglecting the development of national defense and military. Nowadays, even if the Otsutsuki lineage came, they would be greeted by anti-air missiles and cannons. At night, the satellite monitoring center of the Land of Rain. Report, a meteorite is approaching, expected to collide with the moon in 30 minutes. An employee reported this discovery to his superior. A minute later, Qiye received this news. "What's going on?" Yinluo, who was also awakened, rubbed her eyes and asked. "There's a troublesome matter I expected. I'll handle it shortly. You go back to sleep." Chet gently stroked her hair, dressed, and left the room. Passing through the living room, he walked particularly slowly to avoid waking his children sleeping in other rooms. Although he had long anticipated that, even after eliminating Black Zetsu, Kaguya Otsutsuki would likely still be unsealed, Qiye never expected it would unfold this way. A meteorite collision? Really? It seems I have to adjust the main storyline a bit. Qiye grumbled in his heart, but still rushed to the satellite monitoring center. By this time, many people had gathered there, including Uchiha Bito, Yahiko Nagato, and Konan. On the monitoring center screen, a meteorite was approaching at high speed, and minutes later, it coincidentally collided with the moon, with a cloud of dust rising. The seal that had trapped Kaguya Otsutsuki was instantly lifted. A beautiful woman emerged, heading straight for the ninja world. "Attention, unidentified person in the sky. You have entered the airspace of the Ninja Republic. Please land quickly and identify yourself. Otherwise, you will be subjected to artillery fire." At this moment, the National Defense Center had already detected Kaguya Otsutsuki's arrival and issued a warning. While Kaguya was puzzled, she suddenly found a figure appearing in front of her. "Who are you?" She was somewhat surprised, not knowing how long she had been sealed, and that such unfathomable humans had appeared in the ninja world. "It's like this." Qiye patiently spent over 10 minutes roughly introducing the current situation of the ninja world to her. Upon hearing that her unsealing was not due to Black Zetsu's rescue, but rather an accident caused by the meteorite collision, Kaguya Otsutsuki fell silent. Now, Qiye offered her two choices. One was to accept the current ninja world structure, settle down in the Republic, and provide intelligence about the Otsutsuki clan. The other was to resist and be suppressed by Qiye again. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya naturally had her own pride, and moreover, she still needed to gather energy for the God Tree, so she wouldn't choose the first option given by Qiye. Thus, after a moderately sized battle, Kaguya Otsutsuki was soon sealed again. This time, Shichiya sealed her deep underground, and it was very secure. Even a natural disaster like an earthquake could not lead to Kaguya's escape. Everything finally settled down, and the ninja world developed smoothly and harmoniously as Shichiya envisioned. For the vast majority, life now is comfortable and leisurely, and there is no longer any need to worry about the outbreak of war. For a small number of people, they only need to monitor the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan at all times, which is not a big deal given the current technological and defense levels of the ninja world. End of text. Chapter 230. After dominating the world, the dual comparison system emerged. The first ray of morning sunlight fell on the ground as Uzumaki Naruto yawned while walking out his house. "Good morning, Naruto." "Mrs." Sarutobi smiled and greeted him. After learning of Sarutobi Hizashi's death, when everything settled, Asuma Sarutobi decided to move back to Konoha with his family. Now his eldest daughter is already 10 years old, with smooth red hair, and is studying at the ninja elementary school. Aside from not resembling Asuma at all, she is otherwise impeccable, a gentle, lovely, and kind little girl. "Good morning, big brother Naruto." In the yard, Sarutobi Koharu was helping her mother hang up clothes and also proactively greeted Naruto. "Oh, Koharu got up really early." Uzumaki Naruto smiled. "Since mom is pregnant, I should help out with the housework," Sarutobi Koharu said, looking at her mother's slightly protruding belly, perhaps influenced by those around her or for other reasons. Asuma Sarutobi decided to have another child even with his eldest daughter already 10 years old. After saying goodbye to the Sarutobi family, Uzumaki Naruto walked for 10 minutes to the station and took the high-speed train. He habitually took out his phone and browsed the latest news online. The Eternal Forest theme park in the Wind District is about to open. Book tickets now to receive a limited edition Sasu tree. Hurry up. The development progress of the angel fruit in the Water District has reached 95. The age of exploration may begin soon. Click for details. The Thunder District held a Pokemon trainer press conference. Players will use special instruments to collect small spirits called Shikigami in the wild, which will be converted into cards for battles. Uzumaki Naruto was quite interested in this news from the Thunder District and immediately clicked on it. This was an authoritative message released by the Thunder District, with full support from the Central Agency of the Ninja World Republic in the Rain District. The new gameplay of Pokemon Trainer had gradually improved. Currently, the first SSR card, Osiris's Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, had been released, and soon, other cards from the same series would also be designed and released together. Naruto was quite concerned about this news. "Naruto, playing with your phone too much might cause nearsightedness." A somewhat cold voice suddenly came from beside him. Uzumaki Naruto looked up and saw the figure he disliked, Uchiha Sasuke. This guy not only had excellent grades since childhood, ranking at the top of the ninja elementary school, but also dominated the entire school in middle school, with only a few able to surpass him. Plus, he was handsome, and there were countless girls surrounding him, which made Uzumaki Naruto very jealous. To be fair, his grades were also good, but only in combat-related subjects. His performance in other cultural subjects was a mess. "It's you again, annoying guy. Even if I become nearsighted, it's none of your business." Although he said that, Uzumaki Naruto still put away his phone. The two remained silent, not speaking until the high-speed train arrived at its destination, the North Station of the Rain District. As the central area of the Ninja World United Nations, the Rain District occupies an absolute core position, possessing various advanced technologies and leading the development of the ninja world. Even the schools for cultivating the next generation were built on a grand scale here. With a permanent population of 2.3 million, aside from elementary school courses, middle and high school courses must be completed here. In addition to schools, it also includes various derivative industries and service personnel. Due to its vast area, it is simply referred to as the Academy City. Currently, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are studying here in the third year of high school, Class E. Because the current world has been corrected by Shichiya, their lives are not as miserable as in the original story. After buying breakfast, Uzumaki Naruto returned to the classroom and was about to enjoy it when suddenly a huge black lightning appeared in the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the entire ninja world. What happened? Those living in the Rain District, including Shichiya, Yinluo, Mingyu, Nagato, and others, immediately reacted and looked up at the sky. Dual comparison, live room, loading complete. Polling selected characters. Takeda Shichiya, join the live room. Takagi Yunluo, join the live room. Yahiko, join the live room. Conan, join the live room. Senda Hashirama, join the live room. Uchiha, join the live room. Uzumaki Naruto, join the live room. Uchiha Sasuke, join the live room. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? What is this? Why is someone talking in my head? Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, don't shout. It seems that this strange thing called the live room has gathered the consciousness of many people, not just those currently alive, but also those who have already died. A rare expression of excitement appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's ice-cold face as he saw the names of his father and mother. Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke, is that you? Have you also come to the Pure Land? Oh my god. Hearing the familiar voice in his ear, Uchiha Sasuke could no longer hold back. His crimson eyes, with the Sharingan, began to spin uncontrollably. This was the eye he opened while staying up late to rank up in L0L. Uchiha Sasuke, Mom, it's me. But I'm fine now. I'm not in the Pure Land, and my brother is doing well too. Uchiha Makoto, phew. Now I can rest assured. Uzumaki Kushina. Was that Naruto just now? Hi, Naruto, I'm your mom. How are you doing now? Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, it's Mom. Knowing that his parents were the fourth Hokage and the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto also realized this time. If you remember correctly, the one called Uzumaki Kushina was indeed his mother. Uzumaki Naruto, don't worry, Mom. I'm doing very well now. Although the journey to school every week is very long, and that guy Sasuke always annoys me, the pressure from the school courses is a bit much. Currently, only these few were speaking in the live room. Others were either observing or had not received Shichiya's orders and were temporarily waiting. If one were to say who was most shocked in the entire ninja world, it would be Shichiya himself. He expressed that he couldn't understand. He had already dominated the ninja world, yet now a dual comparison system emerged, which is a bit absurd. Although he didn't know who the comparison would be against. It wouldn't affect him at this point. Instead, it could be considered a seasoning for life. Thinking of this, Shichiya smiled slightly and sent a message in the live room. Chapter 231, The Past Qiye, the so-called dual comparison live broadcast room, simply put, is to play scenes from multiple parallel worlds for comparison. The comparison could be of characters, teams, or a specific scenario. Qiye, everyone doesn't need to understand too much. Just approach it with a relaxed mindset, as if it's a TV drama, or similar to a mobile game live stream featuring Tsunade and Jiraiya. Qiye gave a brief explanation, estimating that this dual comparison live broadcast room should be similar to what he had previously understood, and for the current ninja world, it was likely harmless. After he spoke, the information in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. He bien lu shui. It seems that Lord Qiye understands this live broadcast room quite well. Could it be a product newly developed by the Academy of Sciences? Yugong-Tao, truly worthy of Lord Qiye to create such a magical thing. By the way, will it really broadcast content from another world? Shikigami Lingran. I'm also very curious, and I looked at the list in the live broadcast room. Some of the names are really impressive. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. Haven't these people been dead for a long time? Everyone began to discuss, with some curious about what would happen next, and others carefully studying the list in the live broadcast room. However, one simple rule was apparent. Those who could enter the live broadcast room were at least Jonin-level ninjas. Moreover, sending each bullet comment required some chakra. Qiye, is there really no problem? Yunlu stepped forward and worriedly took his hand. She knew very well that this so-called live broadcast room was not something Qiye had created. Moreover, the opponent's power seemed incredible, able to create a light screen out of thin air in front of people, as well as this way of communicating in the void, and the miraculous connection to the Pure Land. What? Do you not believe me either? Qiye smiled gently, pulling her into his embrace, and said, Don't worry. At least from my perspective, this live broadcast room is likely not harmful to us. Perhaps. At this point, Qiye paused, a hint of hope appearing in his eyes. If it really is the dual comparison live broadcast room he knows, then that would be fantastic. Of course I believe you. But if anything happens, you shouldn't bear it alone, Yunlu whispered as she nestled against Qiye's chest. Senju Hashirama. Ahahaha. I didn't expect that even someone like me, who's dead, could receive a message. It seems quite interesting. Hey Madara, can you hear me? When Senju Hashirama's voice truly came from the live broadcast room, many people were quite surprised. Tsunade, it really is Grandpa. Senju Hashirama. Oh, it's little Tsunade. How's the situation in Konoha village? Is it developing well? Tsunade. The situation is a bit complex. It can't be explained in just a few words. But overall, the development should still be quite good. Tsunade held her phone, lazily curling up on a soft sofa, playing a game while sending messages to the live broadcast room. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara, not understanding the current situation and having not received any information from Kurizetsu, remained in observation mode and did not speak immediately. At this moment, the live broadcast room underwent a new change. Members have been pulled. Loading comparison video. Video is about to play. As the countdown ended, the live broadcast room screen was no longer a snowflake-like blank, but displayed a clear scene. In the picture, it was drizzling. A little girl was leading a shy little boy into a cave, where there was another little boy inside. Our food is far from enough to eat. Despite complaining, the little boy in the cave still took the other in. Yahiko, it's the day when Conan and I first met Nagato. Conan, seeing what happened in the past from a third-person perspective feels really wonderful. Yakushi, I didn't expect that Nagato was even shyer when he was younger. He was practically a punching bag, huh? The atmosphere in the bullet comments was lively. For Yahiko, Conan, and others, the live broadcast screen felt like it helped them reminisce about the past. For Naruto, Sasuke, and the younger generation, it was somewhat surprising. Uzumaki Naruto, haha. So Nagato-sensei was so weak when he was a kid? Inazuka Kiba. Indeed, he is completely different from now. Is this really the same person? Yumino Irika, you two idiots. Show some respect for the teacher. As for Qiye, it felt like watching an anime. Since it was a dual comparison system, one should be this world, and the other the original world. He wondered which one was currently being played. The scene continued to play. The trio of Yahiko in their youth had to use all their efforts to survive. Collecting garbage was a common occurrence, and to have a good meal, they could only steal fish. Later, they met Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade in the war-torn land of Rain. Orochimaru's suggestion was to kill the three of them. After all, it would be hard for them to survive in this world. However, Jiraiya couldn't bear to do it, so he planned to take them in for a while. Many people were aware of this part of the story, and it didn't cause much of a stir. Later, Jiraiya discovered that Nagato possessed the legendary Rinnegan, and thus communicated a lot with him. After a few years, Jiraiya left, and under Yahiko's leadership, the Akatsuki organization, led by the three of them, rapidly rose, determined to save the devastated land of Rain. Mingyu, wait a minute. How come the Akatsuki organization has developed to this point, yet Qiye, and Yunlu haven't appeared yet? Conan, right? Where are Yunlu and Qiye? Shouldn't we have known about their existence and gone to visit them by now? After Mingyu pointed this out, many people also noticed something was off. According to the historical timeline, the Akatsuki organization should have already received financial help from Qiye by now. So why haven't they appeared yet? Only Qiye knew that what was currently being played in the live broadcast room was probably what happened in the original world. The leader of the Rain Ninja, Hanzo, invited the Akatsuki organization to form an alliance, and Yahiko and the others gladly accepted. Unfortunately, the alliance was a conspiracy, and Yahiko and the others were ambushed. Conan fell into enemy hands, and Hanzo looked down at Yahiko and Nagato, then with a swish, threw a kunai in front of Nagato. Hanzo, hey, you over there, if you want this woman to live, then kill Yahiko. Chapter 232, the questioning segment Yahiko. This is also what we encountered before. Hanzo colluded with Danzo from Konoha and set us up. Conan, that's right, but back then we had Qiye's illusion warning in the live broadcast room. There has never been an image of Qiye. Nagato also felt something was wrong. If there was no Qiye, wouldn't that be dangerous? At this moment, the content in the live broadcast screen suddenly paused. Question. In the face of Hanzo's threat, what was the outcome for the Akatsuki trio? A. Yahiko and Nagato fought back, taking out all the enemies present. B. Yahiko picked up the kunai to draw fire, and Nagato took the opportunity to rescue Conan, and the three successfully escaped. C. Nagato, according to Hanzo's words, used the kunai to kill Yahiko, successfully saving Conan. D. Nagato, according to Hanzo's words, picked up the kunai, hesitated, and Yahiko took the initiative to rush up and lose his life, after which Nagato rescued Conan. Participants in the live broadcast room can silently think of their choices to participate in the quiz. The correct answer for this question allows for only one person, and the rewards for answering correctly include, but are not limited to, knowledge, enhanced abilities, special weapons, bloodline limits, resurrection, etc. The incorrect answers allow for 10 participants, and there are penalties for wrong answers, so please think carefully. Related personnel for this question include Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, Shiyu, Yunluo, Mingyu, Hans, Risans will be immobilized. Those in a state of immobilization cannot answer or disclose related information. The quiz will begin in 10 seconds. Please pay attention. Is there actually a quiz segment? After all the information was revealed in the live broadcast, the previously quiet room suddenly became lively. Kakashi Hatake. The rewards even include resurrection. I have to participate in this. Rekage District Leader, HMPH. When it comes to speed, our Rakage district is the strongest. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Being fast doesn't guarantee a correct answer, and besides, there's only one correct answer slot, but 10 for incorrect ones. Hashirama Senju. Ha ha ha, I'm a bit tempted too. After all, I'm already dead. Even if I get it wrong and face a penalty, it's not a big deal, right? Madara, come answer with me. Tobarama Senju. Bro, your brain can work sometimes. I'll join on this question too. Hashirama. Tobarama, what do you mean by that? It sounds like you're saying my brain is dumb. Yahiko, why can't we participate? Yahiko felt a bit uncomfortable. Although he could freely send messages in the live broadcast, he couldn't do so for questions related to the topic. Not just him. Everyone who knew about this event at the time was unable to participate. Resans, speaking of which, I've been dead for so many years. And I can't even remember what we did with Hans back then. Why am I restricted to? Regardless. When the 10-second countdown ended and the live broadcast announced the start of the quiz, those who could participate silently chose their answers. Naruto Uzumaki. The answer has to be A. With Nagato-sensei's strength, he can definitely take care of all these people in no time. Naruto appeared very confident. At this moment, because of the sudden live broadcast, the school class also temporarily allowed them to self-study. For this option, Kiba Inuzuka had a different answer. Kiba, I don't think so. Nagato-sensei performed too poorly in this video. B is the most likely. Minato Namikaze. Hans the Salamander isn't a simple ninja. Given the strength displayed by Nagato and Yahiko, they shouldn't be a match. I choose C. Obito Uchiha. Based on the content in the video, Nagato may not be able to use his abilities freely, so C and D should be the most likely scenarios. Kakashi, what did you choose? Kakashi Hatake D. My guy. No wonder you're my best friend. We made the same choice. The entire quiz segment lasted only 3 seconds, after which the content in the live broadcast continued. Seeing Conan restrained, Nagato instinctively picked up a shuriken from the ground. Just when he was at a loss, Yahiko suddenly rushed over, voluntarily meeting his demise under the shuriken. You and Conan need to survive. After leaving this message, Yahiko's life force dissipated. Yahiko, huh? Although I've experienced this situation once before, it's still a bit moving to see it again. Conan, if it weren't for Shiyu, maybe. Conan didn't continue, as they were all pulled into an illusion by Shiyu, and everything that happened was completely consistent with reality, just with an opportunity to start over. Seeing Yahiko's death, Hans did not keep his promise to spare Conan, but continued to attack Nagato. Clearly wanted to take them all down. After Yahiko's death, Nagato, engulfed in anger, began to power up. Although his feet were injured from the explosion, he successfully saved Conan. Toilet Mobile. With Nagato's roar, a huge summoning appeared like a monster, effortlessly taking care of everyone except Hans. Naruto Uzumaki. It looks cool, but showing true strength only after all your friends have died seems a bit. Kiba Inuzuka. I didn't expect Nagato-sensei to have such a technique. I've never seen it before. Conan. This technique will harm Nagato's body. Under Nagato's might, Hans could only abandon his subordinates and flee. The battle ended. Nagato successfully saved Conan, but the cost of Yahiko's life and sustained injuries himself. The conclusion for the Akatsuki trio. The correct answer was D. First to answer correctly, Kakashi Hatake, reward. Kakashi's Blade Technique Insights, Part 1. Live broadcast points 1. First to answer incorrectly, Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba Inuzuka, Dan Shimura, Tobarama Senju, and others. Penalty for incorrect answers. 1,000 squats to be completed within 24 hours. Otherwise, the live broadcast will take control of the body. Live broadcast points -1. Members in a state of immobilization receive 5 live broadcast points. Soon, everyone received information from the dual comparison live broadcast. But they found that the rewards were not resurrection or bloodline limits, and most people felt little fluctuation inside. Kakashi Hatake. So, it's my blade technique insights? That is a nice reward. Kakashi, too bad it's not resurrection. At this point, Kakashi felt it would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. His active participation in the quiz was just to resurrect his father. Chapter 233. The Akatsuki organization's goal. Kakashi suddenly felt a surge of information in his mind, and his understanding deepened. It turned out that the reward was not a scroll or something to learn, but rather directly incorporating the corresponding abilities. Kakashi was a bit surprised and shared this information in a live broadcast. Minato Namikaze. You can directly gain the corresponding abilities? That sounds pretty good. With half of Kakashi's blade technique insights from his predecessor, your strength has become even greater. Naruto Uzumaki. Damn, why was it he at me who got the reward? Jinch Riki Kukanai. Naruto, your answering speed was really fast. Next time, just make sure to answer correctly. Naruto Uzumaki. But there's a penalty for getting it wrong. However, 1000 squats isn T2 serious. At this moment in the classroom, Naruto and Kiba had moved to the back corner, obediently doing squats. The power of this live broadcast room was so strong that they dared not have any rebellious thoughts. Terumi-me, by the way, what is the use of these live broadcast points? Live broadcast points can be exchanged for desired items in the live broadcast store. Just silently think of the live broadcast store to open it. After receiving the hint, many people immediately opened the store to check, and Shiyu was among them. What is this? Yinluo, beside him, suddenly exclaimed, his eyes fixed on one of the exchange options. Resurrection. Can resurrect any target, requires 100 live broadcast points. Shiyu was the first to see this, or rather, he instinctively sought out this function. As for other things like bloodline limits, he no longer needed them. If I can participate in the quiz later, I must work hard. After taking a deep breath, Shiyu turned around and smiled at Yinluo. Terumi-me, are the things in this live broadcast store real? This is too luxurious. Even the Rinnegan can be directly exchanged. Senju Hashirama. But it requires 120 live broadcast points, which is even higher than the price to revive one person. It shouldn't be that easy to achieve, right? Uchihamadara. No matter what, I am determined to get these 100 live broadcast points. Senju Hashirama. Yomadara. You finally came out. Senju Tobarama. The inherently evil Uchiha Madara. In order to prevent you from harming Konoha, I must help my brother revive first. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama. Don't say that about Madara. Yahiko. Being in a frozen state guarantees at least 5 live broadcast points, right? Looking at it this way, even if I can't participate in the quiz, it seems okay. Indeed, if each time being restricted from participating in the quiz can earn 5 live broadcast points, it would only take 20 times to get 100 points. It's just that I don't know how many questions this comparison live broadcast will generate. At this moment, the screen continues to play. After Yahiko's death, Nagato's personality underwent a tremendous change. He no longer acknowledges Yahiko's previous idea that people can understand each other through dialogue. It is impossible. Powerful beings will continuously oppress the weak. Only by making everyone feel pain and genuinely fearing war can they understand what peace is. After instilling this ideology as his new goal, Nagato used the power of the Rinnegan to turn his friend's body into a vessel to walk the world. The Akatsuki organization also grew stronger in this process, gathering many rogue ninjas from other ninja villages. Uzumaki Naruto. These 3 people's ideas are too naive. They actually think they can make others understand them through conversation. Isn't that just like the will of fire of the first Hokage? A complete fantasy? Upon seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but send a barrage comment. The history class they are currently learning, which reviews past events, reveals the flaws in the will of fire advocated by Senju Hashirama. It's not that this will is bad, but it lacks the corresponding structural support. When it comes to actual implementation, it feels like a fantasy. Later, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, made reforms establishing the Konoha Hospital and Ninja School, but the realization of the will of fire is still very distant. Moreover, if one could achieve their goals merely by talking, then why bother to work hard? Senju Hashirama, what? The will of fire I painstakingly came up with is completely outdated in this era. Senju Hashirama's mood instantly plummeted. Namikaze Minato, Naruto. Don't casually belittle the outstanding contributions of our predecessors. I acknowledge the will of fire of the first Hokage. At least in that era, the establishment of Konoha protected many people. Uchihamadara, Hashirama, you finally realize it now. So-called peace is not as simple as you thought. After acquiring absolute power, you should rule the entire ninja world. If it were in the past, there would definitely be many people to refute him at this moment. But now, no one who is still alive spoke because the ninja world is currently in a unified environment, and life is infinitely better than before. Senju Tobarama, the inherently evil Uchiha Madara, no matter how naive my brother's idea is still much better than your desire to rule everyone. Senju Hashirama, even Tobarama says so. Originally, under the comfort of Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama's mood had slightly recovered, but now he became even more depressed. The Land of Rain was completely controlled by the Akatsuki organization, and the number of its members gradually increased. At this time, that man arrived. Uzumaki Naruto, which man? Uchiha Sasuke, shut up. Can you watch properly? Don't send barrage comments that affect the view. Uchiha Madara. He has come to the Akatsuki organization. Senju Hashirama. Madara? Didn't I kill you at the Valley of the End? What's going on? Senju Hashirama. Although the voice is the same. The masked figure cannot be definitively identified as the inherently evil Uchiha Madara, but I suspect this matter must be related to him. Uchiha Madara, facing Senju Hashirama's questioning. The proud Madara just snorted coldly. In fact, he also didn't know what was going on. After all, many plans were not completed back then, and they were disrupted by the Seven Leaves. How the subsequent developments unfolded, whether Black Zetsu acted according to his plan, Madara knew nothing. At Uchiha Madara's suggestion, collecting tailed beasts to increase threats to various ninja villages and raising funds to initiate war against all ninja villages became the primary goal of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 234, Tailed Beast Capture. Nagato's idea was to let the whole world feel pain so that people would understand the painful consequences of war and killing, thus calming down. Although he knew that this so-called Uchiha Madara in front of him had problems, he still accepted the other party's suggestion. Senkuto Bidama, do. Isn't this the inherently evil Uchiha Madara? Long time no see. Why have you become so weak? The figure appearing in the comparison system. Although this guy wearing a mask has the same voice as Madara and has no significant difference in height and build, Senju Tobarama could tell a glance that he was definitely not Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama, you despicable bastard. Open your eyes and take a good look. How could this coward who doesn't dare to show his true face be my brother? Uchiha Madara. Izuna. Hearing the long-lost voice of his younger brother. A slight ripple arose in Madara's heart. Senju Hashirama. Izuna is right. Tobarama, your eyesight is really too poor. With Madara's personality, how could he stay in the shadows? He would definitely take the stage himself. Senju Tobarama. Brother. I forget it. Yahiko, by the way, did I just die? Is this parallel universe version of me this useless? Can't even deal with a Hanzo? Seeing himself being taken out like this, Yahiko was clearly a bit affected. Conan felt somewhat fortunate. Thankfully, we have the Seven Leaves here, otherwise it would probably be this kind of ending too. The screen continues, and with the confirmed development goal. Nagato introduced Kakuzu as the finance minister, accumulating a significant amount of wealth for the organization. After years of development, the number of talented individuals in the organization also increased. Finally, one day, Nagato began the tailed beast capture plan. One tail became the first target. The timeline in the screen was moving very fast, and what was now presented to everyone was the scene of the Akatsuki organization gathering to extract the tailed beast from Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto, isn't that Gaara? Gaara, indeed, it is me. Although the development in this timeline is completely different, Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto are now classmates in the same class in Academy City. Compared to Naruto's lively personality, he is still relatively aloof. Moreover, thanks to the technological innovation in the ninja world, the non-damaging tailed beast extraction technique has emerged. And Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto, who were originally Jinchuriki, had long since separated all the tailed beasts from their bodies. Now, all 9 tailed beasts live in Academy City and can occasionally go out for a stroll. The biggest limitation is that they can only become about the size of a cat. Hashigaki Kisame, the parallel universe version of me, is also in the Akatsuki organization. Is this destined? Deidara. I am also here, now working in the Military Industrial Research Department. Deidara looked very interested after seeing what was on the screen. Although he knew Nagato, Yahiko, and others, he was not familiar with them and did not know how he joined the Akatsuki organization in the parallel universe. Uzumaki Naruto, isn't that Sasuke's brother Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke had clearly noticed it, but he remained silent. The first tailed beast was successfully extracted, and then came the second and third. It wasn't until they were pursuing the 8 tails and 9 tails that the Akatsuki's progress finally stopped. In order to find the whereabouts of the 9 tails, Nagato personally took action, launching a fierce attack on the Hidden Leaf village, even completely destroying the entire village. Senju Tobarama. So, it is the legendary Rinnegan, and how has the Hokage passed down to the 5th generation? Monkey, where are you and Danzo? And who is the 4th Hokage? Shimura Danzo. Teacher, we have long been taken down by an evil guy called Seven Leaves. Senju Tobarama, what? I left so many forbidden techniques back then. Why didn't you use them? If all else fails, pull me and my brother back for the Pure Land. Where's the monkey? What on earth happened after I died? The tone of this second Hokage seemed somewhat exasperated. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let's watch the video first. Teacher Tobirama. Compared to Danzo, who was filled with resentment, his mindset was much better than when he was just killed by 7 leaves. Especially knowing that Asuma was living well and had a lovely daughter made him feel even better. Although, as a reincarnated body, he was living a dark and bleak working life, there was nothing to be tangled about at this point. As for Senju Tobirama, he truly found it hard to understand why the Hidden Leaf Village could be completely destroyed, even if the opponent possessed the legendary Sage of 6 Paths Eyes. In comparison, the combat power displayed by the Hidden Leaf was simply too weak. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto, after training in Miyaboka Mountain, rushed back and engaged in a fierce battle with Nagato. Uzumaki Naruto, it's me. Damn, the one in the video looks so strong. Although I am not weak now, without the power of the 9 tails. I can't even use that Sage mode. Kurama, be alert. Naruto, don't even think about making me return to your body. Jinchuriki, as long as Naruto grows up safely and healthily, that's all that matters. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto outperformed and defeated Nagato, finding where his original body was. After a round of verbal sparring, Nagato was convinced by Naruto and voluntarily used the Rinne rebirth technique at the cost of his own life to revive those from the Hidden Leaf who he had killed. Upon seeing this, most people had a bewildered expression, not expecting things to develop this way. Uchiha Izuna was the first to frown. This Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts are too naive. Without sufficient support, isn't it just wishful thinking? Uchiha Izuna is right. This is exactly the same as Hashirama's thinking, completely unrealistic. Senju Hashirama. Is that so? Why do I feel like this kid's words are quite good? Uzumaki Naruto, that's right. In reality, Nagato had a puzzled expression. In his view, things had reached this point, and he would actually change his mind because of the other party's words? Isn't that too absurd? Stop overthinking it. After all, this isn't happening in our world. Just take it as entertainment, said Yakumo. The original 3-member Akatsuki has now only 1 member left, Konan. She always knew that she and Nagato were being used by that so-called Uchiha Madara, and now that Nagato's beliefs have changed, she should eliminate this negative factor. Under the intense explosion of 60 million explosive tags, Uchiha Madara was unharmed, while Konan perished and Nagato's Rinnegan fell into Uchiha Madara's hands. Chapter 235, the first comparative ending. Seeing this battle, Senju Tobirama was the first to say, "This method of using explosive tags is simply too inefficient." Senju Hashirama, is this space ninjutsu? Madara wouldn't know space ninjutsu, so this person must not be Madara. Uchiha Madara. After Konan's death on screen, the content of the live broadcast turned into snowflake patterns, but before the crowd could express their doubts, a new scene appeared. It was drizzling, and young Konan led young Nagato into a cave. We don't have enough food. Although young Yahiko complained, he still accepted Nagato. Uzumaki Naruto, Didn't we just see this scene? Why is it appearing again? Rock Lee. Indeed, the content is exactly the same. Are they going to play it again? I wonder if there will be a Qiye this time. Inazuka Kiba. If there's a Qiye again, knowing the answers, it would completely depend on speed, right? Uchiha Sasuke. How is that possible? Since it's called a dual comparative live broadcast, since the other world's development has already been played, then it's highly likely that what's happening now is from our world. Haruno Sakura. Sasuke's analysis is great. Amidst the floating bullet comments in the live broadcast, the video continued to advance. Although the initial content was indeed the same as the other world, new changes soon appeared. In the night, 3 young figures stood under the fine rain, gazing at a distant village illuminated by lights, peaceful and harmonious. After some communication, the 3 ultimately decided to head to that peace village, which had appeared in the land of rain at an unknown time. Looking prosperous, yet strictly forbidden to approach by the leader of the rain village, Hanzo, they found the administrator of Peace Village, hoping to get a sponsorship to help others in need in the land of rain. Senju Hashirama. This village looks quite nice. Mingyu. This is a village built by 7 leaves. How nostalgic. Back then it was such a small village. Who would have thought it would develop into what it is now? Uzumaki Naruto. Is this the Peace Village mentioned in history books? It looks so ordinary. Irika, shut up. Naruto, you're not allowed to say that. With the help of 7 leaves, the trio of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan formed a different Akatsuki. Their existence still drew the attention of Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, and Danzo, the leader of the Root in the Hidden Leaf. To eliminate the threat, Danzo threatened Hanzo to cooperate with him to eliminate the Akatsuki members. Although Hanzo knew that everything the Akatsuki did was for the good of the Land of Rain. He was now old and no longer had the courage to resist several ninja villages alone as he did before. To continue enjoying this life, Hanzo agreed to Danzo's request. Uzumaki Kurama. Huh? Does this mean Nagato's fate will be the same as before? Namake's Minato. Don't worry. Since 7 leaves exist in this timeline, there must be a turning point. Let's watch patiently. Senju Tobarama. 2 dirty, foolish guys. Shimura Danzo. Isn't this also what I learned from you, Teacher Tobarama? In the current situation, Danzo didn't care at all and directly chose to go with the flow. After all, he was already dead, and even his soul was imprisoned, becoming a disgraceful 007 working horse. If he didn't vent some verbal grievances, wouldn't he be depressed to death? Senju Tobarama. Damn it, don't let me find you when I come back to life. 7 Leaves had long seen through Hanzo's thoughts. So he had Yahiko and the others pretend to accept Hanzo's invitation while actually preparing to overthrow him and take full control of the Rain Village. Soon, their plan succeeded, and Yahiko became the new Rain Shadow. Jiraiya. Well done, Yahiko, truly deserving of being my disciple. Although everyone already knew the outcome of the current timeline because of the comparison, seeing it with their own eyes was still somewhat exhilarating. Pingen Village and Rain Village support each other and soon become the true rulers of the Land of Rain. In places under their protection, the people live very happily. The video plays quickly, showcasing parts of the lives of the Yahiko trio in front of the audience, resulting in a very beautiful ending. After the video comparison ends, relevant personnel, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Nanakusa, Yunluo, Mingyu gain 5 points. A new comparison video will be broadcasted tomorrow at 12 noon. Please look forward to it. The video window dims, indicating that there will be no more information today. However, the chat group remains active, with both those in the Pure Land space and those living in the world chatting vigorously. Everyone envies the rewards that Nanakusa and the others received, praying in their hearts that tomorrow's comparison video will be related to them, so that even if they don't guess the answers correctly, they can at least secure 5 points. As long as they save up a bit, they can exchange for a decent ability. Soon, the time reaches noon the next day. Senju Hashirama, where's the live broadcast? Why hasn't it started yet? I'm so anxious. Uchiha. Haha, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Maybe it's not time yet. Does anyone have the time? Report it. Uchiha Sasuke. Don't worry, there's still 2 minutes left. Uzumaki Naruto. I hope today's comparison video chooses me. Rewards don't matter. I just want to see if my future wife is Sakura. Hee. Sakura. Idiot Naruto, I could never marry you. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto, let's be honest. If a girl doesn't like you, you can change your target. There's no need to keep pestering her. Shimura Danzo. Shut up. The comparison live broadcast is starting. The video gradually reveals an image, and it seems to be a battlefield, filled with corpses and looking extremely bloody. Members of the Uchiha clan are also participating in this battle, and even the young clan leader Uchiha Itachi appears on the battlefield. Although accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku, such a scene is too much for children to face up close. Hatake Kakashi. This is the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War. Anoki. Is this the pathological Uchiha from legend? Allowing his own son to go to battle at such a young age. Only you guys could do this. Uchiha Makoto. Itachi. Uchiha Madara, what is this? Before the ninja villages were established, children his age were already fighting on the battlefield. What does it mean to come to the battlefield like this? Playing house. Senju Hashirama. Don't say that. Madara. They're different from us. Chapter 236, Uchiha Itachi's story. Uchiha Itachi, a genius of the Uchiha clan, followed his father to the battlefield at the age of 4, witnessing the cruelty of war and beginning to ponder the meaning of life. At 6, he entered the ninja school, far surpassing children his age, and was an absolute genius. At the age of 7, Uchiha Itachi graduated from ninja school in just 1 year and officially became a ninja, starting to take on missions. Uzumaki Kushina. Is this Mikoto's son? He's so amazing. Namake's Minato. Itachi's strength is indeed impressive. He might become Hokage in the future. Senju Tobarama. Such a deep thinker at such a young age. If I'm not mistaken, he's bound to be another disaster for the Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama. What the hell are you saying? Senju Hashirama. Tobarama. I've told you countless times not to hold prejudice against the Uchiha. Why don't you ever listen? Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. So Itachi is this strong, much better than you. Uchiha Sasuke. Shut up. At 8, Uchiha Itachi witnessed the death of a teammate during a mission, and under the immense shock, he awakened to Sharingan, experiencing the pain of losing something precious. At 10, Uchiha Itachi became a Chunin. At 11, he joined the Umbu, at which point the contradictions between the Uchiha and Konoha had accumulated to a breaking point. One day, his friend Uchiha Shursui suddenly came to him, entrusted him with a ninja way and one of his Manjiki Sharingan before committing suicide. Witnessing this, Uchiha Itachi awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. The plot in the video made many watching the live broadcast realize that this was a situation from another parallel universe, because the Itachi in this world did not awaken his eyes in this way. Moreover, in this world, before Uchiha Itachi reached 11, the Uchiha clan had already been wiped out, and it was uncertain whether such a scene would appear later. At 13, Uchiha Itachi became the captain of the Umbu and simultaneously became a spy for both his family and the village, trying hard to mediate the relationship between the family and the village, but failed. Uchiha Itachi reached an agreement with the village's higher-ups to exterminate the entire Uchiha clan to protect his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. When the story reached this point, everyone was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Onoki, truly worthy of Konoha. Only you could pull off such an operation, outright eliminating 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Or rather, counting Shursui before, 3 pairs of top-tier combat powers gone. 4th Kazekage Raza. I'm dying of laughter. If we had the Uchiha clan in Sunagakure, it would be your turn to eat sand. Yakura, you don't need to envy Konoha now. After you die, the afforestation plan proposed by Nanakusa has seen significant improvements. Although we can't make the whole country like the Land of Fire, at least the environment in Sunagakure has completely changed. Raza instantly fell silent. Senju Tobarama, Monkey, Danzo, tell me, how did you make such a decision? Even if it's targeting the Uchiha clan, it shouldn't be this extreme. Directly wiping out the entire clan? Isn't that reducing Konoha's combat power? To be able to pull off such an outrageous operation, it's no wonder other shinobi villages mock you. Senja Hashirama, Sai, Tobarama, I've told you, don't hold prejudice against the Uchiha clan. We're all from the same village. Why make it like this? Uchihamadara, well done. A bunch of brainless fools. I knew all along that creating a village with Hashirama was the wrong decision. I want to take them away back then, but these people refused. From that moment on, I knew the Uchiha would eventually be wiped out. Having become a rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization, serving the Akatsuki while collecting intelligence for Konoha, continuing his double agent life. At 21, due to long-term overuse of his Sharingan, his body reached its limit, so he chose to challenge his brother Uchiha Sasuke, clearing the curse mark's influence from his brother before dying, leaving his pair of eyes to him. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. Uchiha Makoto, woo. Itachi, my child. The tragic experiences of Uchiha Itachi in another world moved some people, with Uchiha Makoto being the most heartbroken. However, many others felt that Uchiha Itachi was simply a beast, choosing to slaughter his entire clan, including his own parents, for the sake of the so-called will of fire, which is something so intangible. In that situation, the Uchiha clan, with 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, could have negotiated with Konoha, even if they completely flipped the table. The entire Uchiha leaving Konoha was definitely feasible. After all, with Konoha's combat power at that time, even if they forcibly tried to keep the Uchiha, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Those who think this way overlook the Uchiha clan's pathological emotions. If people knew there were 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes in the family, many would definitely shout for rebellion. Leaving Konoha like defeated dogs is not what these clansmen think. They want to turn the tables. They want to become Hokage. Therefore, some powerful and deep-thinking individuals, after contemplating, really couldn't find anything that could balance Konoha and the Uchiha. Because, judging from the live broadcast, the Konoha upper management was also somewhat lackluster, unable to stabilize the situation, and unwilling to befriend the Uchiha, which only allowed the contradictions to continue accumulating. After a short pause, the live broadcast quickly began the second video content. The previous situation remained unchanged, still a similar experience. The young Uchiha Itachi is troubled by the meaning of existence for his family, for Konoha, and for life. Although he is the most talented among his peers in the clan, he still feels deeply weak. His childhood friend, Uchiha Izumi, activates her Sharingan first, causing Itachi to feel a stir. He also wants to awaken his eyes. However, awakening the eyes is not a good thing. Gaining power also means losing. If possible, Uchiha Izumi hopes Itachi never awakens his Sharingan. Minato Namikaze. The life of 2 innocent children is really touching. Kushina Uzumaki. If we hadn't died back then, it would have been great, right, Minato? With you around, It would definitely be better than that old man, the third Hokage. I just don't understand how such a big village can accommodate the Uchiha clan. Qiye, sorry. If there is any regret about coming to the Hokage world, apart from being powerless due to my parents' death while I was still an infant, the rest is the Nine Tails incident and the Uchiha massacre night. Qiye originally thought that correcting Uchiha Obito wouldn't lead to the Nine Tails incident or cause problems for the Uchiha. Chapter 237. Quick answer, however, things developed unexpectedly. Uchiha Itachi, no need for that, Lord Qiye. Without you, the current situation would only be worse, perhaps just like in the previous video. Uchiha Izumi, yes, Lord Qiye, you have done well. Now, seeing scenes from the past through the video, Uchiha Izumi also feels quite happy. Back then, the naive version of herself and the naive Itachi. While Uchiha Itachi was contemplating life, a person named Qiye approached him, intending to make a deal. Through powerful genjutsu, Qiye made Uchiha Itachi enter a deep illusion, beginning to experience various different choices. Upon seeing this scene, many who had been tormented by the woven illusions couldn't help but shiver, because the illusion was too real, or rather, it was no different from the real world. Those with insufficient willpower might collapse after being tormented just a couple of times. At that moment, the video suddenly paused. Everyone's expressions changed, instantly realizing it was time for the questioning session, and they all became fully alert. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had now become the ultimate powerhouse, and Shimura Danzo did not give up. They still hoped to gain unprecedented strength through this magical Qiye to escape their current situation. Question: how many times does Uchiha Itachi need to experience the illusion created by Qiye to break free? Uchiha Itachi is exceptionally talented, an absolute genius of the Uchiha clan, and with the Uchiha clan's special understanding of genjutsu, he only needs 3 times to successfully see through the illusion. Since he has not awakened his Sharingan yet, even if Uchiha Itachi is exceptionally talented, he will need a lot of time to break the illusion. So he needs 12 times. Qiye's illusion can make people unconsciously addicted, completely unaware that it is not the real world. So Uchiha Itachi, like others, can only rely on his understanding of the illusion, hence needing 36 times. Although Uchiha Itachi is exceptionally talented, he has no strong points in seeing through illusions, requiring a total of 55 times. The participants in a live broadcast can silently recite their chosen options to participate in the quick answer, with only 1 correct answer slot available. And rewards for correct answers include, but are not limited to, knowledge, enhanced abilities, special weapons, bloodline limits, resurrection, etc. Compared to the video playback, the level of rewards for the Qiye will also increase, so please participate actively. The penalty for incorrect answers is set at 30 slots, and there will also be punishments for wrong answers, which will become heavier with the increase in the number of questions answered, so please consider carefully. Relevant personnel for this question: Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Qiye. Yin Luo will be frozen in time, and those in the frozen state cannot answer or disclose relevant information. The quick answer will begin in 30 seconds. Please pay attention. Uchiha Izumi, why am I also frozen? Itachi, did you ever tell me about this? Uchiha Itachi also completely didn't remember. Yin Luo vaguely recalled that Qiye had once mentioned something about Uchiha Itachi, but she completely didn't remember how many times he had fallen into the illusion back then. Fortunately, even if those frozen cannot participate in the Qiye, they can still earn a certain number of points. Uchiha Fugaku, given Itachi's talent. I think option A should be the answer, but as described in these options, Itachi had not awakened his Sharingan at that time. So option B's 12 times is more logical. Haiden, I didn't expect you to be pretty smart despite dying early. I'll trust you this once. Haiden, for some reasons, has been arrested and turned into experimental material, losing his freedom. So this sudden dual comparison Qiye system appearing in the ninja world is not just a hope for others, but also for Haiden. Deidara, then I'll choose D. This guy named Uchiha Itachi just rubs me the wrong way. My guy. Hey, didn't the system just say that? The penalties for wrong choices will also get heavier. Aren't you afraid? 4th Reikage A. Afraid? If I were afraid, I wouldn't choose. I think Fugaka's old man is right. He must know his son very well, so I'll choose B. The 30 seconds of selection time quickly passed. There are many in the ninja world who are not afraid of death. And besides, while the previous penalties might be heavy for ordinary people, for ninjas, it's really not a big deal. Moreover, not everyone who answers incorrectly will be penalized. There are only 30 slots. So perhaps they want to be the first to answer incorrectly. Therefore, many people still participated in this quick answer. Uchiha Itachi experienced various choices in the illusion. Whether he was completely loyal to Konoha or completely stood by his family, he ultimately couldn't achieve a good outcome. After experiencing the illusion for a total of 36 times, Uchiha Itachi awakened, his eyes showing 3 tomo. That handsome man still stood in front of Uchiha Itachi, making him realize what he had gone through before. No matter how he chose, he couldn't calm the conflict between the village and the family unless there was a major overhaul. But before that, Uchiha Itachi must first grow up. Hiding useless? You actually needed 36 times to break free, and it was even the other party who actively released you from the illusion. Haiden was heartbroken, his hope shattered once again. The most unfortunate thing was that he also drew the penalty reward. The correct answer for the number of times Uchiha Itachi fell into the illusion is C. 36 times. The first to answer correctly, Uchiha Izumi, reward, Sharingan power enhancement, live broadcast points 3. The first to answer incorrectly, Haiden, Kakuzu, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Zuna. Punishment for wrong answers. Perform appropriate dance moves to special music. Please execute immediately after the BGM starts. If unable to complete, the live room will take control of your body and reduce 1 point of live points. The dance display will be shown in separate windows. Members in a condensed state will gain 5 live points. Kakuzu useless. But Uchiha Fugaku is even more useless. He doesn't even understand his own son. Senju Tobarama, brother. Why did you rush to answer without saying anything? The comparison system just reminded us that the punishments for wrong answers will only get stronger. It's best not to participate in questions that have no possibility of deduction and rely solely on luck. Senju Hashirama. Ahaha, I just thought it was fun, so I rushed to answer. But it looks like this time the punishment is quite easy. Dancing is just about shaking a bit. Chapter 238, Dance, Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you'll see my power later. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama, you must watch me closely later. You can never have my dance moves, even if they fail to answer the question. The Uchiha brothers must maintain their composure and not let the Senju brothers outshine them. Although both spoke arrogantly, it felt a bit strange. Senju Tobarama remained silent, while Senju Hashirama became interested and shouted that he wanted to compete with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna, the one who received the reward, had little attention from others except for Uchiha Itachi, who inquired about him. Soon, the live room screen changed to show everyone's positions. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, along with others in the Pure Land, were temporarily pulled to an open space by the live room's mysterious power. Since the live room still existed in front of them, each person receiving punishment could see their own image in the video, although they had just been tough-talking and thought the punishment didn't seem serious. The thought of having to dance in front of countless people made them feel a bit restrained. Senju Hashirama, however, was carefree and greeted the empty camera. At that moment, energetic music played, a BGM that everyone had never heard before. You taught me how to love you, but didn't teach me to forget. Casual movements tear apart all my positions. How do I dance to this? Although the music was very lively, no one usually danced. Only Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto, those carefree people, were randomly shaking their bodies like disgusting maggots, polluting the viewer's eyes. However, even so, it garnered many likes and support from friends and family. Detected that no one has completed suitable movements for this BGM, points -1. The live room system will take control of the body. Uzumaki Naruto, my body lost control. Haiden, my body, Uchiha Fugaku, you useless piece of trash. In a certain research center, Haiden's body, which had originally been divided into many pieces, reassembled due to the live room's power. And he had initially wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, he lost control of his body before he could run far, and his body started to dance on its own. Uzumaki Kurama, wow, Naruto, go for it. You're dancing much better than before. Inazuka Kiba, don't say that. But with this music and seeing Naruto and them dance, it really feels exhilarating. Nara Shikamo, although I really don't want to admit it, it does feel that way. The dim yellow streetlight can't brighten the whole street. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach your heart. The pouring rain fell all night. I still think of you, I still blame you. Each punished person's dance moves were different, and even Senju Hashirama stood opposite the Uchiha brothers, with both sides dancing as if in a dance battle. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead, feeling that the images before him were too intense for him. However, as Inazuka Kiba said, this thing is quite exhilarating, especially the perfect match with the BGM. After a while, the punishment ended, and the original video continued to play. With the help of Shikamaru, Uchiha Itachi walked a completely different path, although the night of the massacre still did not change. This time, Uchiha Itachi was not the perpetrator and did not have to walk the path of brotherly betrayal. Years later, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izuna got married, both working hard for the growth of the Uchiha clan. The comparison video finished playing. Related personnel: Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izuna, Shikamaru gained 5 points. A new comparison video will be broadcast at 12 noon the next day. Stay tuned. Uchiha Mikoto. This result is already very beautiful. Itachi Izuna. You must work hard. Strive to increase the Uchiha population again. Uchiha Izuna felt a bit shy, even though she was already doing this with Itachi. However, after the mysterious dual comparison Q, a live room appeared. Perhaps the way to revive the glory of the Uchiha clan would not be limited to just this one. The punishment content from the dual comparison live room was recorded and posted online, and that BGM has brainwashed the entire ninja world, with countless people joining in. Now, with Shikamaru's involvement, the ninja world is peaceful and stable. Even if his life were to come to an end in the future, it is unlikely that a situation like the first Hokage's would arise, because now Shikamaru has used the impure world reincarnation to control a large number of guilty individuals, who will serve as ultra-cheap labor without any consumption, contributing to the normal operation of the ninja world. The educational system for ninjas has also undergone significant reform under Shikamaru, with 9 years of compulsory education without fail. After finishing ninja middle school, there are also ninja high school and ninja university. If someone is interested in certain categories and wants to continue their studies, there are various research disciplines available. Perhaps due to Shikamaru's influence, the teachers in the academy, such as Hatake Kakashi and students like Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura have a very good relationship, often teaming up to clear dungeons together. Of course, they are clearing game dungeons. The latest game released by Orochimaru's tech company is called Original Ninja, in which everyone has to choose to play as either an older brother or sister, embarking on a series of adventure stories. The game is set in a fictional world that also uses chakra and ninjutsu, similar to the real ninja world, with the only difference being that the 5 great nations have become 7. Players are travelers from beyond the universe who, due to an accident, become temporarily separated from their siblings, and the protagonist needs to travel through the 7 nations starting from the Land of Fire, embarking on a journey to find their loved ones. Currently, the storyline of the game, Original Ninja, has just finished updating the first country. If it weren't for the suddenly appearing dual comparison video, this would undoubtedly be the hottest topic in the ninja world right now. Taking advantage of the lack of comparison videos, Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura made plans to clear the remaining storyline of the Land of Fire together. Original Ninja is a completely open-world game. Although there are specific tasks as a framework, the restrictions on players are almost zero. You can choose any method to complete tasks, and even completely ignore tasks if you wish. In the game, there are countless different choices. For example, the plot of the Land of Fire revolved around the Nine-Tails Fox, a subordinate of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who loses its sanity, destroys several villages within the country, and devours many people. Players can choose to follow the main storyline and stop the Nine-Tails Fox, or help it consume more people. Chapter 239, Orochimaru Comparison Video. At Orochimaru Technology Company, a large number of programmers are monitoring back-end data. The report indicates that the proportion of players leaning towards the evil option is about 15. The game Original Ninja has been online for a while, and the entire ninja world is basically familiar with it, with many people playing. Through players' choices, the backend can mark those who lean towards helping the Nine-Tails Fox eat people. As it is an open-world game, there are many similar choices within it. Orochimaru designed a human nature analysis system that can predict most potential problematic individuals in advance through this game, allowing for timely intervention. This system is very complex. Simply choosing to do as one pleases within the original ninja game world will not trigger it. The new dual comparison video begins. In the scene, the Land of Fire's Konoha Ninja Village appears before everyone, featuring a young Sarutobi Hiruzen and 3 children. 4th Raikage A, the comparison this time isn't that old guy. The 3rd Hokage, right? 4th Kazekage Raza. If so, that would be really boring. Uzumaki Kushina. I don't want to see the old man of the 3rd Hokage. Can we have some videos of me and little Naruto instead? Namake's Minato. Kushina. Actually, this kind of video isn't very good. Lives are completely exposed. And there's no privacy at all. Uzumaki Kushina. No privacy is no privacy. Anyway, those compared can earn a lot of points. I don't care. I miss Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. Pay attention. The person being compared this time is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's someone else. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Why is it you? I wish I could be compared instead. Orochimaru, who was recording research materials while watching the video, was also somewhat surprised. However, combining with the previous few videos, he quickly reached a conclusion. Orochimaru. From the current information, this video comparison features members of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya, you have no hope. In fact, not only Orochimaru, but many others also noticed this. But since the video has been played relatively few times, it doesn't necessarily mean that only Akatsuki members are being compared. Perhaps it just started with Akatsuki. After all, this organization changed the entire ninja world. Orochimaru displayed astonishing talent as a child and was regarded as a genius by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had high hopes for him. Although Orochimaru's personality is somewhat cold, he still maintains a certain friendship with Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are also disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, hey, Orochimaru, you're too cold. Is it just a certain friendship? Uchiha Azuna, where did this guy come from? Can you watch the video properly? If you keep making noise, I'll kick you out. At this time, Orochimaru dreams of mastering all ninjutsu in the world, with a strong curiosity and pursuit of life and power. Later, with the arrival of war, the unexpected deaths of his parents, friend Cat Dan, and disciple Rope Tree lead to a huge change in Orochimaru's mindset, making him realize the fragility of life. Witnessing the cruelty and pain brought by war instills in Orochimaru a deep fear and unease about fragile life. To avoid aging, illness, and death, he begins a frenzied pursuit of immortality and conducts human experiments. Zenyu Hashirama, Zich, Va. Senju Tobarama. Rope Tree died, so young? Damn it. Uchihamadara, Hashirama. I told you long ago that your peaceful methods are wrong. Once we are gone, war will still come. The best approach is to directly destroy the other ninja villages and bring them all under Konoha. Two Tails Noki, this guy called Orochimaru if I'm not mistaken, should be the chairman of the Orochimaru group now, right? So he's a person with such terrifying ideas? Bystander, hey, it is indeed somewhat terrifying. I ran into him on the road yesterday, and, thinking back, it really gives me chills. Bystander B, I think we should take him away for some personality or character-related tests. Having someone with potential problems around us is too scary. Yahiko, I'm not sure about the parallel world version of me, but the current Orochimaru is definitely not like what is shown in the video. Besides, think about the conveniences we have now. Subways, phones, games. All sorts of things are developed by the Orochimaru group. Nagato, during times of war, people are filled with hatred, and during peacetime, dissatisfaction will also breed in humans. They are just too well-fed. Extra, hey, not everyone can sleep in on a rainy weekday morning, then slowly get up, have breakfast, and watch the people below like ants braving the rain to go to work. Shimura Danzo, cattle and horses? You call those who take the subway, have weekends off, and work only 6 hours a day, cattle and horses? What about us? The reanimated bodies have no human rights, right? Shichiya, yes. Those who are reanimated have no human rights. Continue working to atone for your sins. After a few hundred years, the sins you've committed can be cleared. Nowadays, most repetitive work in the ninja world, as well as manufacturing jobs and other work that ordinary people find hard to accept, are contracted out to prisoners and death row inmates. Ordinary prisoners just work while alive, while death row inmates are first killed and then reanimated for control over the work. Just like the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, every country has a large number of wrongdoers, which indeed provides the most basic motivation for the operation of the ninja world. The vast majority of normal people participate in work hours modified to 30 hours a week. However, even so, there's still those who feel dissatisfied. This was also anticipated by Shichiya, and he couldn't satisfy everyone. Orochimaru's human experiments were exposed, and he chose to defect from Konoha and join the Akatsuki organization, trying to gain even more powerful abilities. Later, during a confrontation with Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru discovers that his proud abilities cannot compete with a pair of eyes. Thus, Orochimaru leaves the Akatsuki organization, begins to act alone, and is very eager to obtain a pair of Sharingan. Uchiha Azuna, did you see? This is the power of the Uchiha clan. You, a bloodline impure, striped snake, dare to covet it. How ridiculous. Chapter 240. Can this also be cleansed? Senju Tobarama, continuously using others' bodies for rebirth, maintaining eternal youth. Seems like a powerful ability, but it actually has a huge flaw. Not only is there chakra within the human body, but there's also the soul. One's own soul is perfectly compatible with their body, but it may not be the case when switched to another body. In the constant process of rebirth, Orochimaru's soul must become severely polluted, greatly weakening his resistance to Genjutsu, and the Uchiha clan happens to be strong in this regard. Orochimaru, the second Hokage, is right. During that period, I indeed had significant issues. Uzumaki Kushina, so scary. Qiye, however, this method of rebirth can restore the body completely. At the cost of the other party's life and soul being damaged, it has development value, and the benefits outweigh the drawbacks under restricted use. Not to mention, if captives or specific people are cultivated to serve as rebirth subjects, Sunagakure could develop extremely ruthless tactics. For example, in terms of using poison, one could be even more reckless. After all, there's no fear of dying. Uchiha Madara, trash, far inferior to the natural techniques of the Rinnegan. Orochimaru, who left the Akatsuki organization, established his own ninja village. Due to his desire for the Sharingan, he set his sights on Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the number of Sharingan in the world is limited, leaving Orochimaru with few options. During the plan to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru killed his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, at the cost of having his hands sealed and suffering injuries. Because of this, he couldn't wait for Uchiha Sasuke to arrive and had to activate the reincarnation early. Each reincarnation requires a 3-year cooldown, so Orochimaru planned to personally teach Sasuke to help his vessel grow faster. Uchiha Mikoto. Has the Uchiha extermination incident occurred in this world? Sasuke is also being targeted by Orochimaru. Uzumaki Kushina. Don't worry, Mikoto, these are Uchiha from another world, and besides, ISNT, there's still a 3-year period? Perhaps by then, Sasuke will counterattack Orochimaru. Orochimaru, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the other world self is a bit embarrassed due to the failure of the Konoha destruction plan, considering the various means at his disposal, along with his own strength as a shadow-level powerhouse, Orochimaru does not believe he would be counterattacked by a mere Uchiha descendant. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. How dare you? Jiraiya was quite shocked to see the video. After all, that was their teacher. However, the Konoha destruction incident had not yet occurred in this world, as Hiruzen Sarutobi had already passed away by then. Orochimaru. The teacher is getting old. The decaying roots have no value to the whole tree. They only restrict the growth of the branches and leaves. For Konoha, it's best for him to die early. Don't you think that dying for Konoha in such a way is the most dignified death for the teacher? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent for a rare moment, as he didn't know how to refute Orochimaru, feeling a bit conflicted inside, so he chose not to speak further. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Itachi betrayed and exterminated his clan, and the last remaining Uchiha was easily tempted, leaving the village he had lived in for over a decade for power. The inherently evil Uchiha clan, besides Kagami, really has no normal person. Uchiha Kagami, teacher, Tobirama. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama. How many times have I told you not to be biased against the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Izuna. The inherently evil Senju Tobirama. Once I am resurrected, I must use you for impure world reincarnation, then make you use shadow clone technique, and transform into a woman. Go to the flower street and serve clients for 24 hours nonstop. Senju Hashirama. Anoki. Third Reikage. Second Suchikage. Uchiha Madara. Calm down. Izuna. Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha are indeed evil and despicable. Let us see who gets resurrected first. Amidst the noise of the barrage, the video quickly reached a critical point. The 3-year period has ended, and now Uchiha Sasuke's strength is formidable, successfully counterattacking Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru did not die. As long as the curse mark he planted still exists, he has the possibility of resurrection. Orochimaru. How is this possible? Jiraiya. Haha. Orochimaru. You're hilarious. To be killed by a child, you've completely embarrassed us 3 ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto. I knew Sasuke wouldn't go down so easily. Uchiha Mikoto. As long as Sasuke is fine, that's good. Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru. Your ability is too disgusting. By the way, can you also resurrect through the curse mark on my shoulder? Orochimaru. Who knows? At this moment, Orochimaru also realized that the other world self is trash. What does it have to do with his own self in this world? Mitarashi Anko, damn. I'm coming to find you after work. I didn't feel anything before. But now hurry up and remove the curse mark for me. Orochimaru. That's the last remnant of our master-disciple bond. Are you sure you want to get rid of it? Time moves to the 4th Great Ninja War, where Orochimaru is resurrected. After experiencing death and seeing the failure of Kabuto, he gained a new understanding of the path of life and chose to use impure world reincarnation to resurrect the past Hokages, helping the Ninja Alliance fight against enemies. And after the war ended, he was allowed to stay in Konoha, continuing his research without harming others. Jiraiya, no way. Can this really wash away your sins? Jiraiya was shocked. He wouldn't dare to write this in his novels. Uchiha Izuna. Were those scenes just now of my brother fighting against the Ninja Alliance? Damn. There were too few scenes. I can't analyze any useful information at all. Uchiha Madara. Izuna. No need to say more. That looks like my original plan, but can no longer be realized. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara. You are indeed plotting something. Senju Hashirama. Madara. The scenes just now made my blood boil. We haven't sparred in a long time. Uchiha Madara. Humph. With your strength, you are no longer my opponent. The next segment of the video begins to play. Chapter 241. Can't hold on any longer. Everyone's spirits were jolted, knowing that the development of this world was about to be shown. As per tradition, the second comparison video would generate questions, so everyone focused intently, not wanting to miss any details. The earlier part was not much different from the first comparison video, all describing Orochimaru's situation in Konoha until he ultimately chose to defect. However, unlike at the beginning, after defecting, Orochimaru received an invitation from the Land of Waves, rejected it, fought with them, and then arrived at the Land of Grass. Here, he discovered something called an engine and became curious, planning to buy a few to study. When nostalgic passed, seeing this, Orochimaru secretly sighed. Just then, the second comparison video suddenly paused. When Orochimaru first arrived in the Land of Grass, he witnessed different emerging technologies and advanced systems and regulations. Under the perfect system management, engines as controlled items are difficult to obtain. Question: how will he end up purchasing the engines this time? A. As Cold Lord Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, a shadow-level powerhouse. Even if engines are controlled items that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain, how could such a thing stump Orochimaru? He will surely easily master the information and obtain what he wants. B. Just having defected from Konoha and now arriving in a brand new place, Orochimaru decides to act low-key, hide his identity, secretly look for sellers, and ultimately rely on his rich experience and keen insight to successfully trade for what he wants. C. Orochimaru is unfamiliar with the area and completely stunned by the local regulations. He has never experienced a similar scene and has no idea where to start. So he can only perform on the streets, begging for a few engines from any kind-hearted person. D. Orochimaru, after disguising himself, obtains a legal identity through certain channels and successfully finds a seller. But due to his unfamiliarity with the situation, he gets tricked, resulting in losing both money and goods. Orochimaru paid the fee but was deceived. When he was pursued, he realized he had already attracted the attention of the officials. With their help, he successfully obtained what he desired. In a live broadcast, participants can silently recite options to participate in the quiz. There are 2 correct answer slots for this question, with rewards including, but not limited to, knowledge, enhanced abilities, special weapons, bloodline limits, resurrection, interstellar travel, and access to other worlds. As the comparison video plays, the level of quiz rewards will also increase, so everyone is encouraged to participate actively. There are no limits on incorrect answers for this question, but there will be penalties for wrong answers. And as the number of questions increases, the penalties will also become more severe, so please consider carefully. Personnel related to this question: Orochimaru, Yinluo, Konan, Nagato, the Gatherer of Wealth deceased, Watanabe Taro, will be in stasis state, and those in stasis cannot answer or disclose related information. The quiz will begin in 30 seconds. Please pay attention. Orochimaru, although I cannot answer, earning live broadcast points is still nice. Jiraiya, why is this question so absurd? There are 5 options. How can I guess? Sarutobi Hiruzen, based on my understanding of Orochimaru, options A and B are the most likely, D and E have a low probability, and C seems even less likely. Seeing the comments from the others, Tsunade and Jiraiya, as Orochimaru's former teammates, also expressed their agreement. Although Orochimaru is quite gloomy and difficult to get along with, one must admit he is reliable, experienced, and gathering intelligence, blending into a small area, and then purchasing several devices is a relatively easy task for him. However, Tsunade hesitated during her selection. Even though the video's location is in the Land of Grass, it has long been under the control of the Land of Rain. This means Orochimaru might have been noticed by Qiye as soon as he entered the Land of Grass. Even a most proud disguise, Tsunade does not believe it could fool the border inspection of a land of rain. So among these 5 options, E is also possible. Combining the scene when she encountered Orochimaru in the land of rain and what he did there, Tsunade analyzed and concluded that the correct answer should be option E. It's very likely he was discovered right after arriving and subsequently reached a cooperative relationship with Qiye. Thinking of this, Tsunade no longer hesitated and chose option E. Uzumaki Naruto. Is there really no possibility of option C? What seems most unreasonable is often the most reasonable, just like those troublesome cultural classes in school, where you choose the shortest one. Haruno Sakura. Idiot. Don't you even watch the comparison video? No matter which world's Orochimaru, he could never be reduced to street performing and begging. Rasha. Although my rationality tells me this is indeed impossible, I'm going with option C. Go beg on the streets. Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto. It must be option C. I have completely seen through this live quiz. If you don't follow my choice, you'll regret it. Soon, the 30 seconds passed, and the quiz interface temporarily hid, while the comparison video continued to play. Orochimaru, who infiltrated the land of grass to obtain an engine and blueprints, successfully reached a deal with the seller. However, on the agreed delivery date 3 days later, something went wrong. The other party claimed the engine was a controlled item and required connections, taking another 5 million Ryo from Orochimaru, and then never appeared again. Combined with the previous payment of 3 million Ryo, Orochimaru lost a total of 8 million. Realizing he had been tricked, he immediately went to confront them. But at that time, the group had already been arrested by the officials. A merchant named Qiye reached a cooperative agreement with Orochimaru, who stayed there to conduct research, producing technology or products useful to the land of rain, while Qiye helped him establish a research base and did not interfere with his experiments. The correct answer for how Orochimaru ended his engine purchase was E. First to answer correctly, Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade. Rewards, basic ability enhancement. 30 minutes of travel to other worlds, live broadcast points 3. First to answer incorrectly, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Rasha, Chiyo, Ebizo, Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, Kaku. This time, there was no limit on the number of incorrect answers, leading to a long list of names. Chapter 242. Is there such a good thing? Penalty for incorrect answers. 10 hours of community service, with a minimum output of 100 required during this period. Please execute immediately. If the minimum output is not completed within 10 hours, the live broadcast will temporarily take over physically, and the community service will be doubled. If community service is voluntarily completed within 10 hours, and the output is more than double the minimum, corresponding live broadcast points will be awarded, with a minimum of 1 point and a maximum of 10 points. Members in stasis will receive 5 live broadcast points. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I can't believe there is such a good thing. Rasha, wow. Is this definitely a penalty and not a reward? Up to 10 live broadcast points. Hurry up. What is this community service? I can't wait. Hans, don't look at me like this. I was also a good hand at harvesting wheat in my youth. It's just community service. I'm definitely getting those 10 points. Inuzuka Kiba. Speaking of which, I have to thank Naruto. If it weren't for him, I might have chosen C. Uzumaki Naruto. Haha, I told you I have completely mastered this live quiz. This is the real hidden reward. By the way, Sakura, why are you also on the wrong list? So you chose option C too. Haruno Sakura. Idiot. Is he the only wrong answer? For a moment, no one paid attention to the rewards for the 2 who answered correctly, but instead, they were looking forward to the so-called community service penalties. After all, the maximum reward of 10 live broadcast points is comparable to 2 stasis periods. In the next moment, people began to disappear all over the ninja world, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the Edo Tensei state, as well as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land. Some were teleported to factory-like areas, some to the seaside, and others to vast fields or between mountains. Naruto, at a seaside location, Uzumaki Kushina immediately spotted her son. Her eyes filled with tears as she rushed over to hug him. Although Uzumaki Naruto had seen her before, it was always in pictures. Seeing her in person and feeling her warmth was a first. Despite feeling a bit strange and distant, Uzumaki Naruto instantly shed tears and hugged her tightly. Similar scenes occurred in various regions. Uchiha Madara, dressed in factory attire with a power drill in hand, squatted on the conveyor belt, looking imposing as he stared at Senju Hashirama in the distance, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Senju Hashirama, also in uniform and holding a power drill, was equally spirited. Here was a sweatshop, and those teleported here understood everything in an instant. They would be working for 10 hours in dark, monotonous conditions screwing bolts. Regular fights were meaningless, as everyone was restricted in power, becoming no different from ordinary people. Physical strength was now precious. Using it for fighting was too wasteful. It was far more important to use it to screw bolts and earn output. The entire ninja world was in an uproar. During these 10 hours, people forgot their conflicts and grievances, pouring all their energy into hard work. However, one thing puzzled them. It seemed that there was no presence other than themselves in these labor sites, and they didn't know how it was all functioning or if a higher civilization was monitoring everything. This question also occupied Qiye's mind, as he himself was someone who had crossed over, and Naruto was merely a comic from his original world, a fictional universe. Yet, the fictional world had not only become reality, but had also manifested a system-like golden finger in him, making the emergence of a higher existence seem less impossible. Just like the video live streaming interface that had appeared in the entire ninja world, along with the significant rewards received by Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade. What kind of worlds would they visit during those 30 minutes of travel? Soon, the 10 hours of voluntary labor ended, and everyone involved received live stream points to varying degrees. Those who did not receive penalties lamented, pounding their chests and sighing about why such a good opportunity had not fallen upon them. Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade had already returned from other worlds. At first, everyone's attention was on work, but now that everything had concluded, someone finally remembered this matter. Most people in the live stream room were discussing it, but Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade remained silent. Senju Hashirama, Tsunade, did you really go to another world? What was it like? Senju Tobarama, Tsunade, if the information is particularly important or involves taboos, you don't have to share it. Just knowing is enough. Uchiha Obito, sir, the times have changed. The entire ninja world has long since merged into one. Do you still think you're living in the past? Oh, sorry. I forgot you really are living in the past and have no chance to see the current world. Uchiha Zuna, well said. Tsunade, there's nothing to hide. I just felt a bit overwhelmed by the experience and didn't know how to start. Leaning on the sofa with a drink, Tsunade took a hearty swig and then recounted her 30-minute journey. She found herself in a nameless place where the technology seemed incredibly advanced, far beyond the current ninja world. To an almost incomprehensible degree, there were also people there, and except for a few, most looked no different from those in the ninja world. Initially, Tsunade worried she might be captured for suddenly appearing, but it seemed that to that world, she was an illusion, non-existent. The people around her didn't notice her at all. However, there seemed to be some powerful gaze scanning her position in the void, but there was no real danger, so Tsunade relaxed and focused on observing that world. The first thing she saw was a man with a circular halo on his head and feather decorations by his ears, being exiled from his homeland. Then, Tsunade observed the bustling world, encountering many novel things. But 30 minutes was still too short. It felt like she blinked, and she was back in her original world. A circular halo? Feather decorations? In his previous life, Qiye could barely be considered a high-intensity internet surfer, but Tsunade's description was still somewhat vague, and there was just too much information online. Plus, having spent several years in this world, many of his memories were a bit unclear, so he didn't know where Tsunade had gone. Chapter 243, completely stunned Uchiha Sasuke. I went to our world. After Tsunade finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke didn't pretend to be aloof and immediately spoke up. However, his first sentence left everyone in the ninja world dumbfounded. Naruto Uzumaki, what do you mean? You just traveled in the ninja world for 30 minutes? This reward seems pretty average. Nara Shikamaru, our world? Are you saying it's another ninja world? Is it the world in the live stream comparison video? Not only Nara Shikamaru, but many others also thought of this, as the video released in the live stream showed another world aside from this one. The two worlds looked similar, just with some differences in the development of certain events, making it seem like Uchiha Sasuke's reward was quite ordinary. Uchiha Sasuke, no, it's not the world in the comparison video, but it is identical to these two ninja worlds. No, I can't say it's identical. I can only say that part of it is the same. Based on my observations, at least the people in the world are the same. But just like what Lady Tsunade described, the technology level there is extremely advanced. Another parallel world? Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Qiye felt something was off. Nagato, there is actually a similar world in another me? Does that mean the characters in that world have experiences similar to ours? Yinluo, I doubt it otherwise. The technology level in that world would also be consistent with ours. When she said this, Yinluo still found it somewhat unbelievable. In her view, the current ninja technology was already quite exaggerated. It was something unimaginable during her childhood. So, what kind of world was it that Uchiha Sasuke saw? With an even more advanced technology level, Uchiha Sasuke's words caused a huge stir in the live stream room, with countless people passionately discussing or pondering in their hearts. While he recounted his 30-minute experience in full, Uchiha Sasuke had initially not realized he had come to another ninja world until he saw Uchiha Itachi and confirmed that the person was indeed Uchiha Itachi, not someone who merely looked similar. Not only that, but the Uchiha Itachi in that world was also using something akin to a mobile phone and was communicating with Hoshigaki Kisame. From this, Uchiha Sasuke could conclude that he had arrived in another ninja world. Driven by curiosity, he followed Uchiha Itachi, witnessing him being tricked by a girl in a red dress, losing his rationality, and engaging in an intense battle with another person. No, describing it as an intense battle might not be quite accurate, as throughout the encounter, that person remained quite restrained, while Uchiha Itachi, using all his power, could not prevail against him and ultimately was subdued. This left Uchiha Sasuke with a very strange feeling, as if Uchiha Itachi in that world were an indigenous person from some backward region, while the man he fought against came from a more prosperous place. With a deeper foundation, Uchiha Sasuke, Lady Tsunade. I suddenly remembered the person who fought Uchiha Itachi seemed somewhat similar to the man you described earlier who was exiled and left his homeland. Tsunade, then it's very likely we went to the same world. Seeing this information, the people in the ninja world were once again shocked. If the existence of another ninja world was already surprising enough, the fact that there was another world independent of the ninja world in that world was astounding. If the place where Uchiha Itachi was located was the ninja world, and the man was in another world, could it be that worlds could communicate with each other? If so, then it seemed there were other worlds surrounding this ninja world. If there are the people in those worlds weak or strong? Are they friendly or evil? In that instant, countless questions arose in the minds of those in the live stream room. Most people have developed a sense of crisis, while scientists like Orochimaru have become somewhat excited, as they have found a new direction for research, a field that no one has ever ventured into. In summary, this time, the otherworld travels of Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade have given the people of the ninja world unlimited imagination. Unfortunately, the 30-minute process is simply too short to grasp more specific information. Some people even started to look forward to the next live Qiye, hoping for similar rewards and wanting to experience it themselves. Perhaps detecting that the discussion about other world travels in the live broadcast had ended, the comparison video began to play. Orochimaru, who smoothly joined the Land of Rain, received full funding with the help of 7 leaves. Under some regulations, not only could he freely conduct experiments that were previously restricted, but he also carried out multiple projects that had never been involved before. The biotechnology company founded by Orochimaru became the first listed company in the Land of Rain, allowing Orochimaru to completely step into the spotlight, earning admiration wherever he went. Seeing this outcome, many people in the live broadcast room were stunned, completely taken aback. The world in the comparison video already had a good ending for Orochimaru. He had led a life of military exploits, accomplished many significant deeds, and even participated in the Fourth Ninja World War, ultimately being completely exonerated and becoming a legitimate scientist. This experience was already quite exaggerated, giving him enough capital to boast. The development in this world was even more impressive, making him a person above others. Senju Hashirama. There are even human experiments. Tsunade, what on earth is going on with you now? Why are you not stopping such taboo matters? Tsunade, Grandpa, you don't know anything, so can you please refrain from speaking? These test subjects are all death row inmates who have committed heinous crimes. They have done enough wrong that dying multiple times wouldn't repay their debt, making them very suitable as test subjects. According to the latest laws and regulations for ninjas, this regulation is in line with public opinion. Senju Tobarama. But Tsunade, have you considered the situation? What if one day there aren't enough death row inmates, and some of your experiments still need human subjects? Could it lead to some people who are not originally death row inmates becoming death row inmates? Or even innocent people turning into criminals? The situation described by Senju Tobarama is indeed a very frightening issue, one that Tsunade has also considered. However, the rapid development of the ninja world today has created a huge difference from the past, causing Tsunade to selectively forget this problem. Chapter 244. You should leave the group. 7 leaves. The issue described by the second Hokage may indeed exist, and it is an undeniable fact. We cannot predict the limits of human nature. We can only do our best to regulate things more meticulously, such as dividing powers. 7 leaves, following certain systems from the previous life. Separates the relevant departments for mutual supervision. Although this method still has drawbacks, such as vested interests maintaining each other's benefits at the expense of others, it can at least slightly reduce some other forms of corruption. 7 leaves is still new to such a large leadership role, and ninjas are like a massive experimental field. Some things he could directly copy from the previous life's rules. Some could be inspired by memories from the past, and some can only be slowly explored. However, there's plenty of time ahead, and he believes that all problems can definitely be solved. As for Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara, these remnants from ancient times should best refrain from interfering. Being able to watch videos and participate in Q as in a live broadcast room is already quite good. If they keep complaining, 7 leaves might just bring them all out and give them a good scolding. After all, the reincarnated bodies want to get hurt. Don't know fatigue, don't need to expend extra energy daily, and don't even need to use the restroom. They can work for 24 hours a day. Being the natural workhorses, you should find some time for Orochimaru to research whether the sacrifices for the Edo Tensei can be cancelled or simply replaced with something else. If a person is required as a sacrifice each time, 7 leaves feels it's quite a loss. After all, sacrifices can also work like horses. A day later, the live broadcast room lit up again. Yesterday, there was a double comparison video of Orochimaru. Today, a new comparison video was due, but it was uncertain which lucky person it would be. Inuzuka Kiba. Hey. Brothers, I'm back. Uzumaki Naruto. Kiba, you're so fast. Tanabe Yuki. First. Inoue Kai. Is the guy above just getting online for the first time? What a high delay. Almost in an instant, the live broadcast room became lively, with a flood of comments. Senju Hashirama. I wonder who the comparison person is today, but no matter what, shouldn't we have something positive? Senju Tobarama. Positive? Where did you learn that vocabulary, old brother? Senju Hashirama. Ha. It's a kind of healthy optimism, a driving force and emotion that is positive and uplifting. I talked about it with Tsunade yesterday, when we were alone. Uchiha Madara. Can this be discussed separately? Senju Tobarama. The inherently evil Uchiha Madara doesn't need to think about it. No one wants to chat with you. Uchiha Izuna. The inherently evil Senju Tobarama should shut up. Someone must be willing to chat with my brother alone. Although he said this, the Uchiha clan members in the live broadcast room did not speak, whether they were alive or already in the Pure Land. After a commotion, today's comparison video finally began to play. On the screen appeared a boy with shark-like features, looking somewhat indescribable. Kisame Hashigaki. It's that guy, Kisame. Conan, huh? Kisame is in the comparison video too? Momochi Zabuza. Kisame looks really ugly. He was already this ugly as a child. Hashigaki Kisame. What qualifications do you have to comment on me, Zabuza? Kisame was born in the land of waters, Mist Ninja Village, possessing an appearance that was inherently different from others. Due to the constant wars, Kisame's childhood was filled with suffering, and he did not enjoy the happiness that an ordinary child should have. Uchiha Madara. Laughing to death. This is called war? Uchiha Izuna. It's just minor skirmishes. Senju Hashirama. Madara. Did you see that? Although we ultimately did not end the wars, it was precisely because we established the village together that we reduced the scale of conflicts. It's just a pity. People still cannot coexist peacefully. Uchiha Madara. Shut up, Hashirama. The thing I regret the most is agreeing to build the village with you. If it weren't for you, this foolish person, true peace would have long descended upon the ninja world. Senju Tobarama. The inherently evil Uchiha clan will always only use force to conquer the weak. Inuzuka Kiba. Can you ancient relics just take a break? Come on, the times have changed. It's a completely peaceful era now. Can you please just quietly watch the video? The Mist Ninja Village has a cruel tradition, which is the training method of ninjas in the Blood Mist. In such an environment, Kisame also underwent various brutal battles and training from a young age. Fortunately, he was born with powerful strength, which allowed him to gradually adapt. Kisame was once one of the second batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, serving as a trusted subordinate of the Umbu as Kisame Hashigaki, executing difficult underground secret missions and diligently protecting the village, which gradually made his heart grow cold. Once, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon assigned Kisame a mission to escort an intelligence officer, telling him that if he encountered enemy interception and couldn't resolve it, he must use any means necessary to prevent the intelligence from falling into enemy hands. During the mission, Kisame encountered the Konoha ninja, Senju Ibi. And when caught in the enemy's ambush, he chose to kill all his teammates to protect the intelligence, knowing that their fate would be just as tragic if captured by the enemy. Sakurazaki Momoko. Ah, is this me? The other world, Esme was killed by Kisame? Kisame, how could that be? Impossible. In this world, such a thing never happened, and Kisame even felt that after Obito took over, the Mist Village had improved, let alone a situation where he would kill his teammates for intelligence. Moreover, more importantly, in this world, he is married to Sakurazaki Momoko. Is the plot in the other world really that absurd? Just watching it, Kisame is very grateful that there is someone like Nanoha in this world. After completing the mission, Kisame, dragging his injured and exhausted body, found Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, only to learn that as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he had sold the intelligence to a neighboring country. Enraged, Kisame attacked and killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, taking the sword Samahata. Peepajuz, Watermelon Mountain, you scoundrel, how could you betray the village? Kurasame Kurama. Not only did he betray the village, but he couldn't even defeat his own subordinates. What a piece of trash. Just leave the group. Chapter 245, impossible. Absolutely impossible. After watching the video, the chat exploded. Not only did the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen look down on Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, but others also scorned him. Knowing he was in the wrong, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon dared not refute anything and could only lurk in the chat pretending to be dead. Even though this was something that happened in another world, he knew that if he tried to argue, he would be drowned out by even more criticism. At this moment, the comparison video continued. After killing Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, Kisame encountered the 4th Mizukage, who honestly admitted that he was merely a false existence and questioned the meaning of his existence. Then, a shadow appeared behind the 4th Mizukage, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, stating that he could rescue Kisame from his false pain and inviting him to become his partner. Initially, Kisame was somewhat skeptical, but the other party confirmed his identity with the Sharingan. More importantly, Kisame strongly resonated with his Moon Eye plan, and without hesitation, he joined Akatsuki, becoming the new master of Samahata. When the video reached this point, the live chat erupted for the second time. Yahiko, Uchiha Madara, Akatsuki, the Moon Eye plan? Is the plot in another world this bizarre? Nagato, although I don't know if this Uchiha Madara is the real one, I'm sure he is plotting something. Perhaps the Akatsuki in that world was also manipulated by him. Senja Hashirama, Madara, is this related to you? Deidara, there's no need to think about it. Uchiha Madara has been dead for many years. Someone must be impersonating him. But in the video, was the 4th Mizukage controlled? That's just pathetic. Deidara pointed out a blind spot. Everyone initially focused on the Moon Eye, Akatsuki, and Uchiha Madara, overlooking the puppet-like Yagura. Uchiha Fugaku. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan is unparalleled. But if it's the Mizukage, at least a Mangeki is needed to control him. This mysterious person must be extraordinary. Tsunade, in our world. At this point in the timeline, the only ones still alive with Sharingan are Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Nanaya, right? Could it be that Nanaya guy? The ninja world has developed for so many years that a new history has already been written and become part of the school curriculum. So it's normal for Tsunade to know this. However, since the live chat began, it seems Nanaya has never appeared, not even participating in answering questions. Uchiha Obito, we don't need to consider our world. I was the one who controlled the 4th Mizukage back then. As for that world in the video, I'm not sure. Throughout it all, Yagura didn't say a word. After all, this dark history was too embarrassing, and he felt an urge to leave the group. After Kisame took the blame for killing the daimyo of the Land of Water, he became an S-rank rogue ninja of the Mist Village. After joining Akatsuki, he partnered with Uchiha Itachi. Later, Kisame worked diligently in Akatsuki, completing various missions, the most important of which was hunting Jinchuriki. Even towards the end of Akatsuki, Kisame remained loyal in completing missions and did not leak any information about the organization until his death. The video progressed quickly, but the people in the live chat could still glance over the life of Kisame in another world. Some felt a sense of lament. The Kisame in another world was indeed bad, having done many terrible things, but most of the time it was due to differing stances or obligations for missions. He was like a true ninja, a weapon. Yahiko, no way. How could Akatsuki in another world go so astray? What have they done? Yahiko was dumbfounded. Without Nanaya's guidance in another world, things went so awry. In fact, the answer could be gleaned from the released video. Initially, regarding him, Nagato, and Conan, the endings in another world were also quite tragic, which made Yahiko feel grateful that they had made the right choice at the beginning. And the direction of this world was correct. When the video of Kisame in another world ended, the live chat quickly began the video of the current world. Everyone's expression changed. Although they roughly understood the situation in this world, they still watched attentively. Regarding Kisame's life, both worlds started similarly. War had tormented every country, and the living conditions of children were concerning. However, the Mist Village soon welcomed reform, or rather, Uchiha Obito seized control of Yagura from Uchiha Madara and successfully brought the Mist Village into Akatsuki's fold. Senju Hashirama, Madara, you're not dead yet? Seeing this plot, Senju Hashirama was astonished. After his final battle with Uchiha Madara, he watched the latter die. How could this be? At first, Hashirama speculated that Uchiha Madara might have left some contingency plans, such as plans targeting Konoha or the ninja world. But he never expected that the contingency would be that he was still alive. Senju Tobirama, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senju Tobirama also found it incomprehensible. If Uchiha Madara was still alive, who knows what he has been doing all these years? Uchiha Izuna. The foolish Senju could never understand the greatness of Uchiha. My brother's means are endless. How could you comprehend? Uchiha Madara. Enough, Izuna. Uchiha Madara was not in a good mood. Although his plan was nearly perfect, he had stumbled, falling into the hands of a brat called Nanaya. Regarding the current harmonious situation among ninjas, Uchiha Madara also looked down on it. In his eyes, this beauty was false. And once the current strongest, Nanaya, passes away, the ninja world will erupt into new turmoil. Uchiha Madara's thoughts were completely unknown to Nanaya. Otherwise, he could have explained the current social structure to him. In an era where everyone is well-fed, warmly dressed, with high yields of food crops and a significant improvement in quality of life, how could anyone desire war? This harmonious and peaceful social environment could last at least another 100 years. It is possible that internal social conflicts, such as class solidification, may lead to some problems later on. Even if that were the case, figures like Shichiya have already thought of solutions. One could say that the current ninja world will definitely not experience situations like those in the era of Uchiha Madara and his peers. Chapter 246. Heartbreaking, the news that Uchiha Madara was still alive during the time he was controlled by the Mizukage was not met with much reaction in the live broadcast room. After all, everyone had watched so many videos and learned a lot of secrets, greatly improving their psychological resilience. Moreover, even if Uchiha Madara was still alive, no one knew what he would look like now. It was impossible for him to dance again. Under the organization of Akatsuki, Kisame Hashigaki was dispatched as an external personnel to the Land of Rain for a business trip. At that moment, the video playback suddenly stopped. Everyone's breathing became slightly rapid, as they all knew that the live QA session was about to begin. Under Shichiya's arrangement, Obito, who controls the Mist Ninja Village, reached a trade cooperation with the Land of Rain. Some personnel were arranged to go on a business trip to the Land of Rain, including Kisame Hashigaki. After a strict interview, Kisame became an outsourced worker for Akatsuki. What was the first project he undertook in this job? As a powerful ninja and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, known as the tail beast of the no-tail, Kisame must have undertaken a grand task. Therefore, during his time in Akatsuki, his first project was stealing tailed beasts from other ninja villages. The Mist Ninja Village, known for its blood mist, is extremely xenophobic. Even though they reached a strategic trade agreement with the Land of Rain, the old habits cannot be changed in a short time, and their strong combat power cannot be wasted. Thus, Kisame's first project was killing. As a ninja is skilled in water release with an astonishing amount of chakra, Kisame has a deep understanding of water release. It is well known that those proficient in water release must also understand the importance of dams. So Kisame's first project was repairing a dam. Although Kisame is powerful and has abundant chakra, the Land of Rain is no longer an ordinary country. It lacks powerful individuals in other fields, and Kisame, who hasn't studied properly, knows nothing beyond being a ninja. Therefore, he couldn't find a good job. In this situation, Kisame's first project was delivering takeout. With a shark-like appearance and a strong proficiency in water release, Kisame found a job that suited him perfectly in the Land of Rain, swimming diving instructor. Participants in the live broadcast room can silently choose an option to participate in the rapid response. There are 20 spots for the correct answer, and rewards for correct answers include, but are not limited to, knowledge, enhanced abilities, special weapons, bloodline limits, resurrection, interstellar travel, and access to other worlds. The level of rewards for the Qiye will also increase as the video plays, so please participate actively. There are no limits on the number of incorrect answers, and the penalty for answering incorrectly is to clean up the garbage in the space-time rifts. As the number of Qiye sessions increases, the penalties will become more severe, so please think carefully. Relevant personnel for this question: Shichiya, Yunluo, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, Obito, Kisame, Sakurai Kamomo will be suspended and unable to answer or disclose relevant information. The rapid response will begin in 60 seconds. Please pay attention. Shichiya realized that he wouldn't be able to participate in this Qiye at all. He would definitely be suspended for every question. However, that was fine. After all, he would earn live broadcast points each time, and eventually, he would have enough to resurrect his parents. Yunluo was in a similar situation. Relying solely on live broadcast points would suffice. Rinyu. So which answer is correct for this question? Kisame. Are you that stupid? You can't even answer a giveaway question? Rinyu. Damn you, Kisame. How dare you insult me? If you're not stupid, then tell me what the answer is. Kisame. Ha, woman. Trying to trick me into revealing the correct answer? I see through your scheme. I won't tell. Rinyu. Damn you, Kisame. Curse Kisame. Kisame looked at the messages of the two quarreling in the live broadcast room, feeling quite speechless. No wonder their names weren't on the suspension list earlier. It turned out this live broadcast room was well aware of their situation. Although Kisame sounded very certain, he estimated that the other party would still answer incorrectly later. The penalty this time was to clean up the garbage in the space-time rifts, which felt like a very dangerous task. Jiraiya. Kisame Hashigaki. I seem to have some impression. But who knows what he did on his first trip to the Land of Rain. This guy is pretty ugly, with a shark face, and is good at water release. He wouldn't really become a swimming instructor, would he? Sakurai Kamomo. You're so rude. Kisame isn't ugly at all. He's cute. Jiraiya, you call that cute? What kind of aesthetic do you have? If there's a chance, I'll let you see the dashing and handsome Jiraiya-sama and show you what cute really looks like. Tsunade. Idiot Jiraiya, stop acting crazy in the group. Can you leave the group? It's annoying to see. Orochimaru. Simple insults, extreme enjoyment. Jiraiya. Wait. Whose teammate are you two anyway? That shark guy's are mine. Am I confused? The legendary Sannin isn't a slug, snake, and frog, but a slug, snake, and shark? Taiya. Jiraiya-sama. Your brain might really be a bit confused. Have you forgotten? Ms. Sakurai Kamomo is Kisame's wife. We even attended their wedding together. In the end, Taiya couldn't stand it any longer and quickly sent a message in the live broadcast room to remind the others. Otherwise, Jiraiya would embarrass himself even more. Over the years, although Jiraiya had made a lot of money from writing books, he was still single and faced with a highly competitive market where new trends in the novel industry had emerged. Some novels depicting characters crossing into other worlds, experiencing broken engagements or being framed, or starting as a useless character and gradually growing through a golden finger to slap their enemies had become very popular due to their fast pace and enjoyable reading experience. In contrast, Jiraiya was still writing biographies and essays, which seemed a bit outdated. Thankfully, Ika Paradise still sold well, barely maintaining his status as the #1 in the novel industry. Actually, all of this was manageable, but what really broke Jiraiya was remembering what Taiya said. After all these years, he was still doing worse than a shark-faced guy. Although Kisame didn't look great, at least he was married and had a wife. Chapter 247. Obito feeling very dejected, Jiraiya felt like a clown and had no mood to continue reading the messages in the group. He gave up and randomly chose option C. Since there was no place for him in the ninja world anymore, he might as well accept the punishment and see what the space-time rift was like. The 60-second response time quickly ended, and a live broadcast room screen continued to play. Kisame's first project in the Land of Rain was repairing a dam. Under the arrangement of Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, Kisame, as a labor dispatch worker, was assigned to the construction site to join the dam construction. Due to his proficiency in water release and serious work ethic, he quickly gained recognition and became a leading figure in dam construction. First correct responders, Jiraiya, Turmi Mei, Ao, Ringo Yuri, and 20 others reward basic ability enhancement. Live broadcast points 3. First wrong responders, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, etc. Penalty for wrong answers. Clean up the garbage in the space-time rift. The task will start after the comparison video ends. Please respond actively and complete the task seriously. Otherwise, the live room will exercise body control authority and reduce live broadcast points by 1. Members in a condensed state receive live broadcast points 5. Jiraiya. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I randomly picked an answer and actually got it right. Looks like my luck is pretty good. At this moment, Jiraiya appeared very proud. Although this reward was nothing noteworthy, at least he got it right, which was better than those who answered incorrectly. He noticed Tsunade's name on the list of wrong responders and quickly began to mock her on the public screen. Kurumi Mei. The answer this time is indeed very obvious. Although he has never told us what he did during his business trip to the Land of Rain. It makes sense that Kisame, who is skilled in water release, would be involved in repairing the dam. Naruto Uzumaki. Is that even reasonable? As a ninja, it's too embarrassing to be involved in dam repairs. That shark face guy looks so fierce, and having experienced war, he should be suitable as a killer, right? Nara Shikamaru. Based on the history of the Mist Village and Kisame's previous experiences, the other options do seem more likely. However, at that time, the Land of Rain was already starting to become different, so this question still has a trace to follow. Yamanaka Ino. Indeed, compared to those previous questions that had no clue at all, I feel this question is already very simple. Perhaps that's why the answering reward in this live broadcast is relatively ordinary. Hashirama Senju. Mardala. We have to accept punishment together again. You must perform well this time. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama, just don't drag me down. The comparison video continues. Kisame quickly adapted to life in the Land of Rain. He found it more comfortable than in the Mist Village, and even began to think about staying here forever. Day after day of work, although the days were repetitive, monotonous, and even somewhat dull, Kisame felt particularly relaxed. This life, which did not require killing or sacrificing others for missions, made him very immersed. Through his efforts, Kisame obtained a new ID card, bought a house, settled down, and even met the woman he loved. The comparison video abruptly stopped after several cuts. There was no doubt that Kisame's conclusion in this world was a happy one. Everyone was unexpectedly surprised to find that in this world, Kisame's wife was actually one of the female companions he had killed during a classified mission in another world. It must be said that the two indeed had some fate. After today's comparison video ended, those who chose the wrong answers in the quiz began their punishment tasks. Everyone was teleported to a certain planet, with a starry sky overhead, surrounded by silence and desolation. Although one could see the starry sky in the ninja world, it was still the first time for these people to come to another world. Naruto Uzumaki. Have we arrived in another world? Sasuke Uchiha. The answer is obvious. He scanned the surroundings. Since they needed to clean up the garbage in the space-time rift, were the things that needed to be cleaned. How should they clean it? Besides those who currently exist in the ninja world, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who had already died, also appeared here in their prime. Originally, Madara was eager to stretch his limbs with Hashirama, but his expression suddenly changed, as if threatened, and he instantly became quiet. Boom! A large crack suddenly opened in the sky, and a chaotic scene appeared as a large amount of indescribable strange waste spewed out. For Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the only recognizable items were some mechanical parts or various unknown biological remains, or items used in daily life. It was unclear where these things came from or how they were produced. Boom! A large amount of garbage that appeared from the crack directly fell onto this planet, and cleaning tools appeared in everyone's hands, and they immediately got busy. By the next day, a new comparison video appeared. A boy from the Uchiha clan appeared in the center of the frame. He looked somewhat foolish, but always wore a smile. Uchiha Obito. Is it me? Madara Uchiha. It's actually this guy. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, do you know anything? Madara Uchiha remained silent, just staring at the video. He could probably guess what the content of these two comparison videos was, and, combined with the previous videos, he wondered if the plan of the other world had succeeded. Hashirama Senju. Mardala. You wouldn't let this boy become a pawn in your unknown plan, would you? Tobarama Senju. To even design your own clansmen. You truly are the naturally evil Uchiha clan. Madara Uchiha. Shut up. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito has harbored the dream of becoming Hokage since childhood. Although his ninjutsu talent is not top-notch, his inner passion is incredibly intense. He became a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, alongside Kakashi Hitaki and Rin Noara. Obito was always carefree, contrasting sharply with the steady Kakashi, and they often bickered. But deep down, Obito cherished these two companions, firmly believing that those who do not value their comrades are worthless. Chapter 248. Darkening the video began normally, merely telling the growth story of a boy from the bottom of Konoha village, with nothing particularly notable. The only special thing was that this boy named Uchiha Obito had a very kind heart and looked like a sunny boy who would never be discouraged or negative. In the eyes of most people, This Uchiha was clearly fundamentally different from other Uchihas and was a decent Uchiha. However, Tobirama Senju was completely opposite to these people. He widened his eyes, revealing a strong, killing intent. As one of the people who understood the Uchiha clan the best, Tobirama knew that this clan's emotions were very extreme. Someone like Obito, who was completely abnormal, would be fine if his life experiences remained good, but if he encountered any significant changes, he would become an extremely terrifying existence. At this point in the video, Tobirama was already sure that this naturally evil Uchiha had definitely caused a huge mess in the other world. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge changed Obito's life. In the battle, to protect Kakashi and complete the mission, Obito was struck by a boulder, burying half of his body. In despair, he entrusted his Sharingan to Kakashi. Just when he thought he was about to die, Madara Uchiha appeared and saved him. If it were before, Madara's appearance would undoubtedly cause a great sensation in the ninja world, but now, with the greatly expanded knowledge of the crowd, their reactions were merely bland, and many people in a live broadcast were even mocking this old man. Indeed, compared to the rumors, the Madara Uchiha who appeared before Obito in the video looked already old and frail, appearing like a completely powerless old man, which was truly unimpressive. However, seeing this, everyone understood that Uchiha Madara had been hiding in the ninja world for so many years and chose to reveal himself at this moment to save a young member of his clan, definitely harboring a grand conspiracy behind it. During the treatment process, Obito rejected Uchiha Madara's temptation and expressed a desire to leave and find his companions. Uchiha Madara did not stop him, only allowing White Zetsu to accompany Obito out. The battle outside continued, and that day, Obito witnessed his beloved girl, Rin, being killed by his friend Kakashi. His inner world completely collapsed. Kurinai Yuhi. According to the development in another world, the Mist Village was actually under Uchiha Madara's control at that time, right? So that little girl who was sealed with the three tails was also part of the plan? Even the appearance of Uchiha Obito, watching his beloved die tragically, should also have been arranged. Sakura Haruno. How scary. Were people's hearts so dark back then? Tobirama Senju. That's why I describe the Uchiha clan as inherently evil. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama. Don't hold any prejudice against the Uchiha clan. What you said is too impolite. However, no Uchiha clan member stood up to refute Tobirama's words. Obito agreed to be Uchiha Madara's spokesperson and began implementing the Eye of the Moon plan, attempting to create a world without pain. He donned a mask and hid within the Akatsuki organization, meticulously planning the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, which brought immense disaster to the village and even led to the deaths of his own teacher and mentor. Inazuka Kiba, bastard. Ringo Amuri, bastard. Yamanaka Ino, purely a bastard. The people in a live stream were stunned. Based on the videos of Obito's childhood, he seemed like a warm-hearted young man, but they never expected him to be such an extreme existence. If he had been a bit more rational, he could have sensed Uchiha Madara's ill intentions, and besides, even if he wanted to implement that Eye of the Moon plan, there was no need to eliminate his own teacher and mentor, right? Moreover, no one in the live stream agreed with that so-called world without pain. Living in a pure illusion, what meaning would life have? Not only were most people in the live stream cursing, but at that moment, Obito also looked bewildered, wondering why the otherworld self was so peculiar. Did he believe whatever others said without any independent thinking? Watching all of this unfold, Tobirama Senju felt a slight sense of pride. See, he knew that the inherently evil Uchiha clan couldn't do anything good. Not only was Uchiha Madara secretly surviving and plotting against the ninja world, but even this young Uchiha was so bad. It seemed that if there was an opportunity for resurrection later, he must develop more forbidden techniques targeting the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Tobirama Senju was contemplating in his heart. Under the control of Obito and Black Zetsu, the ninja world gradually moved in the direction they anticipated, ultimately leading to the Fourth Great Ninja War. In the end, on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, influenced by Naruto, Kakashi, and others, Obito began to reflect on his actions. He recalled the happy times spent with his companions and realized that the peace he had been pursuing was just an illusory dream. Obito decided to make amends for his mistakes, standing alongside former enemies to protect the ninja world, engaging in a life-and-death battle with the true enemy, Uchiha Madara. In this battle, Obito was severely injured, yet he did not back down. He used his power to protect his companions, sacrificing his life for the late-arriving justice in his heart. Uchiha Obito's life, from a passionate youth to a revenge-seeking individual who went astray, and finally to awakening and redemption, was filled with pain, struggle, and hope, becoming an unforgettable legend in the ninja world. Orochimaru, thanks for the invite. I'm in the land of fire, just got off the train, and after watching Uchiha Obito's life, I suddenly feel that the otherworld-esque version of myself isn't such a big mistake, at least not that disgusting. Jiraiya, I agree. This time I rarely stand on Orochimaru's side. Tintin, what kind of legend is this? He made such a huge mistake. Does awakening at the last moment exempt him from all punishment? Besides, from my point of view, even if he hadn't suddenly awakened, it wouldn't have changed the overall situation. He would have been defeated regardless. Sasuke Uchiha, it really is quite outrageous. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke, you're usually quite outrageous too. Don't tell me one day you'll go dark because Sakura suddenly dies. That's terrifying. Sakura Haruno, Naruto, do you want to die? Let me take you out and see if Sasuke will go dark. Chapter 249 ends. Thank you for your companionship amid the intense discussions in the live stream. The video of Obito from another world gradually came to an end, leaving viewers in a very bad mood. However, fortunately, the video from the current world immediately began to play, causing everyone to feel a shock in their hearts. Shikamaru Nara, our world's Obito shouldn't be that outrageous, right? Uchiha Obito, no, that old guy Madara was taken down a long time ago. This point is still thanks to Team 7. Everyone felt relieved and happily watched the video. The previous content was mostly similar, depicting Obito's embarrassing moments in the Ninja Academy, with the main changes occurring during the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge. Although he did experience a change, due to Team 7's premeditated intervention, Uchiha Madara's scheme was not implemented. Afterward, Obito arrived in the Land of Rain, intending to serve the Akatsuki organization. As a formal, rigorous, and powerful organization, the Akatsuki had very strict requirements for new recruits. Although Uchiha Obito had arrived in the Land of Rain, whether he could join Akatsuki was still unknown. He came to the Akatsuki headquarters and participated in the job interview. The interviewer for the first round was Yakushi Kabuto. Based on the resume submitted by Uchiha Obito, Kabuto conducted a reasonable and brief preliminary interview. How did Uchiha Obito perform in this interview? A. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and now having obtained the Manjiki Sharingan, Obito's strength was already vastly different from before, making him handle the interview with ease and perform perfectly. B. Although his strength had indeed increased significantly, Obito had never experienced such a formal meeting, and at first he was a bit nervous, but gradually got into the rhythm and performed well overall. C. Having just experienced war, Uchiha Obito trusted no one, and although this was just an interview, he still maintained a strong sense of vigilance, avoiding most of Kabuto's questions and performing mediocrely. D. Obito really wanted to join the Akatsuki. He initially thought he was well prepared for this interview and should have no problem, but unexpectedly, the first question Kabuto asked made him break out in a cold sweat, and in the end, he honestly admitted the shortcomings on his resume. Ultimately, he barely passed the interview due to his sincere tone and attitude. Unprepared. Obito didn't answer any of Kabuto's questions, and the interview ended in failure. He was eliminated. The livestream audience can silently recite the options to participate in the quiz, with 20 people eligible for the correct answer, and rewards for correct answers including, but not limited to, knowledge, enhanced abilities, special weapons, bloodline limits, revival, interstellar travel, and go to other worlds. As the video plays, the level of quiz rewards will also increase, so please participate enthusiastically. The incorrect answer quota for this question is unlimited, and the punishment for answering incorrectly is manual labor. As the number of questions increases, the severity of the punishment will also increase, so please consider carefully. Related personnel for this question: Obito, Yetsong, Nagato will be in a frozen state, and those in a frozen state cannot answer or leak relevant information. The buzz-in will begin in 60 seconds. Please pay attention. The Qiye unexpectedly appeared, but this time it was somewhat surprising that Qiye and Yunluo, who had been on the frozen list, could actually participate in the buzz-in. But upon closer thought, it made sense as Qiye and Yunluo had not directly encountered the details of Obito's interview. Obito also let out a slight sigh of relief. He thought there would be no Qiye when it was his turn for the video comparison, which would have been quite a loss. My guy, I feel this question is very simple. Maybe even I can buzz in. Rin, Obito's school performance is not ideal. Kakashi, so A and B can be ruled out. It's highly unlikely. As for E, I think we can also eliminate that. If Obito had been eliminated back then, he wouldn't have joined the Akatsuki. Or perhaps, his joining the Akatsuki was a premeditated arrangement. He couldn't possibly have been eliminated. Hashirama Senju. The reasoning is quite reasonable. So the correct answer must be between C and D. Obito, Kakashi, Rin, can you give me a little face? Where did I perform poorly? Everyone was indifferent to Obito's complaint, and regarding the choice of answer C, most people also felt it was unlikely, even though they had just experienced a war. As long as Rin's death incident had not occurred, Obito could still remain normal, so the probability of answer C was extremely low. The 60 seconds quickly passed. Although the number of winning slots was few, everyone in the live broadcast room eagerly participated since it was rare to have such a clear question. Obito Uchiha's performance in this interview was answer D. Although Obito Uchiha possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan, this cannot hide the fact that he is academically poor. He does not understand many basic theories related to ninjas and ninjutsu, appearing flustered and restless under Yetson's questioning. The first to answer correctly, Qiye, Yinluo, Kakashi Rin, among 20 others, received rewards, tickets for the Starry Sky train, live broadcast points 3. The first to answer incorrectly, Jiu Chao Kuyen, Sakurai Rya, Mikami Yua, Hashirama Senju, among others, punishment for incorrect answers. Manual labor, tasks will begin after the comparison video ends. Please respond actively and complete the task seriously. Otherwise, the live broadcast room will exercise bodily control and reduce 1 point of live broadcast points. Members in a frozen state receive 5 live broadcast points. Although the question was simple, a large number of people still answered incorrectly. However, after experiencing the so-called punishments in previous rounds, everyone understood that most of these punishments were physical labor types, just like the last cleaning of garbage. Although it seemed dangerous, it was actually fine. Various protections were sufficient, and they could even experience the environments of other planets. Therefore, this project called manual labor was estimated to also take place in other worlds. So there was no significant resistance, among which Hashirama Senju intentionally answered the question incorrectly. Although the interview performance was unsatisfactory, Obito still joined the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. After that, the people of Konohagakure thought Obito had died, unaware that he had become an underground member of the Akatsuki and was secretly manipulating the Mizukage of the Mist Village. Throughout the comparison video, everyone also saw the scenes from Qiye's illusion at that time, where the things Obito was supposed to see according to Uchiha Madara's plan were replaced by Qiye. Especially the experiences Kakashi went through, those somewhat curious scenes made everyone exclaim, Hashirama, Uchiha Bullhead, Madara, are there really such people in your family? Uchiha Madara, don't be stupid. Hashirama, this is all the illusion of that kid named Qiye. Rin, so Kakashi's inner world was like this at that time. How strange. Obito Uchiha, isn't this my comparison video? Why does Kakashi have so much screen time? The comparison video quickly played to the later part, and compared to the previous video, the Obito in this world clearly felt much more comfortable. At least he didn't engage in those despicable acts that made people want to curse. Starting tomorrow, comparison videos will be conducted every 7 days. After Obito's comparison video ended, an announcement suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Although everyone felt a bit regretful, they had no choice. No one knew how this live broadcast room came to be or what kind of powerful force was behind it. As the days passed, everyone became accustomed to the existence of the live broadcast room. Besides the Akatsuki members, other relatively well-known figures in the ninja world were also compared, and various questions kept emerging, allowing everyone to accumulate a large number of live broadcast points. Some individuals with ulterior motives even used these points to exchange for powerful abilities, attempting to change the current pattern of the ninja world and dominate a region. However, such people were quickly suppressed by Qiye. And although everyone now seemed to have a golden finger, Qiye's golden finger had another aspect. After witnessing Qiye's powerful strength, no one dared to make any small moves. Moreover, the number of those who answered incorrectly also increased, as everyone discovered that the probability of experiencing other worlds by answering incorrectly was faster than receiving rewards for answering correctly. For example, Qiye and the others previously obtained a ticket for the Starry Sky train, which seemed to allow them to board an interstellar train, but after a long time, this train still had not arrived in the ninja world. In contrast, those who answered incorrectly ended up working in other worlds due to the punishment, laboring and witnessing many things. As the points increased, Qiye, Yinluo, and others successfully resurrected their parents, while the comparison videos in the live broadcast room continued. Qiye believed this was a transformation brought by a higher power to the ninja world he was in, and one day, their ninja world would connect with the universe, and everyone would walk towards other worlds. Synopsis: the ordinary wage slave, Qiye, unexpectedly arrives in the Naruto world. As an orphan in his previous life, He finds unprecedented happiness in his new family. Unfortunately, war destroys Qiye's homeland, leaving him alone once again. To prevent his tragedy from repeating and for the characters he loves, Qiye is determined to recreate the ninja world, mastering the economic lifeblood of various countries.